The interstellar warrior Lin Yao, after self-destructing, is reborn in a peaceful, low-level civilization, binding a sign-in system that refreshes surprises every day. With the original memories, genetic potions, and warp engine design blueprints, she can steal the technological achievements of advanced civilizations with just a thought. When an alien fleet blocks the planet with an energy shield, the antimatter cannon she signed in for is being test-fired in her backyard. When the Interstellar Council imposes technological sanctions, she has just checked out the complete Dyson Sphere construction manual. Looking at the arrogant, advanced civilizations on the star map, Lin Yao lightly taps the system interface, dragging the entire tech tree of the divine civilization into her own camp. This time, she intends to make this border star system the drafting ground for the new cosmic convention. Chapter 1. Sign-in System, Marginal Star of the Mingguang Star System. Lin Yao is fighting fiercely against the starry beasts, but unfortunately, her abilities and stamina are all exhausted. Looking at the relentless starry beasts and the devastated battlefield, her heart is numb. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, she struggles to force a desolate smile and then uses her last bit of strength to charge toward the most concentrated area of the star. Beasts. With a loud bang, the dense group of star beasts is cleared out by Lin Yao's self-detonation, but soon it is filled again by the endless swarm of star beasts. At the moment of Lin Yao's self-destruction, in the dark canyon of the C07 star in the Yunmeng star system, a girl who had died with her head broken and bleeding suddenly opens her eyes. She stares blankly at the sky for a while, and then realizes that she is actually still alive. Subconsciously flipping over to sit up, she cautiously surveys her surroundings, only to find that the place seems very safe, and she finally breathes a sigh of relief. Before she has time to think, a transparent light screen appears in front of her, displaying detected special sign-in point original owner. Lin Yao's memory. Would you like to spend 5 sign-in points to sign in? At the same time the light screen lights up, a mechanical voice also sounds that in the place where she had just risen, still with a pool of blood, a large purple diamond-shaped cursor also lights up. She is momentarily stunned and instinctively takes a few steps back. She is Lin Yao from the marginal star of the Mingguang star system, but she remembers that she had already died on the marginal battlefield. How could she wake up in this strange place? Moreover, what are the light screen, voice prompts, and cursor in front of her? Lin Yao's mind, which felt rusty from fighting, quickly begins to turn. She remembers that she had self-destructed and died, and now she has suddenly arrived in an unfamiliar place, with her hands and feet intact. Analyzing the information on the light screen about original owner, Lin Yao's memory, it seems she has experienced something unscientific. For example, rebirth? Before she has time to confirm her thoughts, the text on the screen rapidly changes, accompanied by the mechanical voice. Detected special sign-in point original owner, Lin Yao's memory. Would you like to spend 5 sign-in points to sign in? Countdown to special sign-in point disappearance. 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown of the prompt makes Lin Yao's heart tense up. With no time to analyze carefully, following her instinct, she quickly says, sign in, how do I sign? Before she finishes speaking, the text and voice prompt on the light screen instantly change to, sign in successful, obtained original owner. Lin Yao's memory *1, ability fruit. *1. At the moment the sign-in is successful, Lin Yao's vision shifts, as if she is in an 8D image, and then the image begins to play the memories of the original owner, Lin Yao. The original Lin Yao was born in the capital of the Yunmeng star system, the Lin family, a second-tier family. Both her father and mother were outstanding figures. One was the son of a prominent family, with level 8 physical skills, capable and intelligent. The other was a high-level pharmacist with wood-type abilities. A strong combination. They created a top-notch pharmaceutical company. With such parents, the original Lin Yao was spoiled and cherished from childhood, as if she were in a honeypot. Unfortunately, when she was 10 years old, her parents suffered a plane crash and vanished into the starry sky. Without the protection of her parents, Lin Yao's life took a sharp downturn. Not only was the company run by her parents taken over by the family under the guise of guardianship, but even the villa she had lived in since childhood was occupied by her uncle's family under the pretense of taking care of her, forcing her, the original little master, into a cold and remote storage room. Her life began to be filled with suffering. Under the torment of her uncle, aunt, and cousin, Lin Yao became a pitiful little girl. She cried to her family and grandparents about the humiliation from her aunt and cousin, only to be turned against and portrayed as an ungrateful white-eyed wolf, a temperamental and reclusive little orphan. Under the verbal oppression of her uncle's family, the originally cute and lively Lin Yao gradually became timid, weak, and withdrawn, firmly controlled by them. Fortunately, Lin Yao still had some luck. During the final stages of elementary school, she awakened her wood-type abilities. With abilities, she had the possibility of escaping her uncle's family's control. As long as she passed the practical exam in basic education, she could attend a special intermediate school for free, thus breaking free from her guardian's constraints and taking control of her own life. However, passing the practical exam was not that simple. She needed to participate in a half-month survival test on a resource star and complete practical tasks. For someone like Lin Yao, who had always stayed in safe star cities and had never encountered star beasts, the level of danger was extremely high, and a careless mistake could cost her life. Lin Yao, as a pitiful girl oppressed since she was 10, showed remarkable courage by insisting on participating in the test despite knowing the dangers involved after her abilities were detected. Unfortunately, her bravery did not help her escape the shackles. Instead, her cousin forcibly pulled her into her examination team, and when they encountered star beasts, she took the opportunity to sabotage her, leading to Lin Yao being forced off into a dangerous dark canyon, resulting in her death. After watching the original owner's memories, Lin Yao understands roughly. It should be that at the moment of her self-destruction, the original owner just happened to perish, and her consciousness entered the original Lin Yao's body for some reason, replacing her to live on. However, the original owner's death is indeed a bit regrettable. If she had just completed this exam, she could have escaped her uncle's family's control. It's a pity she underestimated the darkness of human nature. With so many shares and properties in her possession, how could her uncle's family be willing to let her break free from their control? After lamenting the original owner's misfortune for a while, Lin Yao finally has time to study the light screen in front of her. The transparent display screen is achievable with current interstellar technology. For example, the communication bracelet she wears for the exam can also pop up a light screen. But the light screen before her clearly does not rely on any device, floating directly in the void, and can move according to her gaze, obviously something beyond the current level of interstellar technology. Moreover, suddenly, she recalls that just as she was about to wake up in a daze, a mechanical prompt sounded in her mind. Sign-in system.This detected host Lin Yao. Would you like to bind? No response from the host. Starting binding countdown. 10, 9, 8. Binding successful, granting 5 sign-in points. If she wasn't dreaming, then she really is bound to so-called sign-in system.This. This thing, which is clearly above the current technological level, piqued Lin Yao's interest, and she began to study the transparent light screen before her. The transparent light screen is a feature of sign-in system.This, and all operations are conducted through consciousness, with the screen and voice prompts able to be toggled on or off at will. Chapter 2. Ability fruit. Aside from the current page, there is also a personal panel. When opened, it displays Lin Yao's personal information. Host: Lin Yao. Age: 16. Ability: Wood type. Level 1 physical skills. Level 2 sign-in points. 0 storage space. Ability fruit *1. The storage space is not surprising. The degree of popularity in the Yunmeng star system is already quite high, and even the communication bracelet she uses for the exam has a built-in 1 square meter space pocket. She was curious if the sign-in system could really give her things out of nowhere. With a thought, she took the ability fruit out of her storage space and saw a fruit in her hand that was neither green nor yellow, with a rough, pockmarked skin and less than the size of her palm. She pinched it with her finger, and the skin cracked, releasing a strange fragrance. Lin Yao was so scared that she quickly put the ability fruit back into the system space. If she wasn't mistaken, it should be the aura of a heavenly material or earthly treasure. Seeing a hidden small symbol behind the ability fruit, she opened it to find a note about the fruit. Ability fruit *1. Note: consuming it can 100 activate abilities. Wow, this is quite an amazing item. Before her rebirth, Lin Yao had both mental and wood abilities, but now, having changed bodies, she was left with only wood abilities. If the ability fruit could really activate her abilities 100, she wanted to see if, having changed bodies, she could activate her mental abilities again. Action speaks louder than words. Lin Yao found a secluded spot and quickly ate the ability fruit. Once the ability fruit was in her stomach, she soon felt a surge of heat rising within her. She hurriedly sat down, enduring the intense pain, and directed the heat flow forcefully towards her spiritual sea. After an unknown number of surges, she was numb from the pain, when suddenly she heard a pop sound and the confinement of her spiritual sea was opened, releasing a familiar mental power. Lin Yao's face lit up with joy. Sure enough, as she had guessed, her mental ability had followed her soul to this body. The mental power spread out, barely sweeping a radius of 100 meters, but the body immediately felt a resistance, prompting her to quickly retract her mental power. This body was too weak, only at level 2 in physical skills, and simply couldn't withstand her level 11 mental abilities. However, her wood abilities had indeed improved somewhat along with the development of her mental abilities. Thinking of this, Lin Yao brought up her personal panel. Host, Lin Yao, age, 16 abilities. Wood level 2, mental level 2, to be restored, physical skills, level 2 sign-in points, 0 storage space. Indeed, her wood abilities had really leveled up. So for now, it seemed that the sign-in system 001 was beneficial to her, and for beneficial things, she didn't mind learning more about it. Then, Lin Yao researched further and found a method to obtain sign-in points. Method to obtain sign-in points. 1. Automatically receive 1 sign-in point daily at midnight. 2. Complete daily tasks to earn sign-in points. Lin Yao then clicked on the taskbar that she had been ignoring on the side, and indeed saw the daily tasks displayed inside. Task 1. Kill 1 level 1 beast, reward 1 sign-in point. Task 2. Obtain 1 level 1 exotic plant, reward 1 sign-in point. Task 3. Raise physical skills to level 3, reward 2 sign-in points. After reading, Lin Yao clicked her tongue. It seemed that this sign-in system likely didn't want people to develop a habit of getting something for nothing. The daily tasks were all designed to motivate people to strive for progress. The levels of exotic beasts range from 1 to 12, corresponding to human levels of 1 to 12 in abilities and physical skills. However, in reality, if humans did not use tools, fighting barehanded against exotic beasts, aside from combat experience, their actual strength did not completely match level 2. Level. Exotic beasts were much stronger than humans in terms of physical strength and survival instincts. Considering all factors, humans with level 2 abilities could barely win against level 1 exotic beasts. Those without abilities who relied solely on physical skills would be at a greater disadvantage, needing to be level 3 or higher with rich combat experience to defeat a level 1 exotic beast. Lin Yao's current physical skills and abilities were both at level 2, and even without her extensive combat experience from her past life, she could manage to kill a level 1 exotic beast.As for the level 1 exotic plant in Task 2. She could find it in the original owner's memory in the botany of the Yunming star system. Plants were divided into ordinary plants and exotic plants. The classification of exotic plants was not as clear-cut as that of exotic beasts, simply divided into 3 levels: primary, intermediate, and advanced, with energy content and combat power increasing from low to high. Lin Yao only needed to choose a slightly weaker exotic plant, and completing the task would not be a problem. However, Task 3 was a bit urgent, and she might not have the time to complete it. After all, she was currently participating in a practical exam. For the original owner, this should be considered an unfulfilled wish. Since she had taken over this body, she had to bear some of the consequences tied to it. So, completing the practical exam and achieving a good score was her first priority. Moreover, as an interstellar warrior Lin Yao, she had fought against star beasts her entire life, ultimately dying on the battlefield. Having the fortune to be reborn in this peaceful star system, she also wanted to learn some things to make her future life more comfortable. Having decided to continue with the exam, Lin Yao took a deep breath and started thinking about her next plan. According to the original owner's memory, the Dark Canyon was a notorious danger zone on Star C-07, with only 2 ways to get out. One was to walk out along the canyon, but that would take her through another dangerous place, the Blood Marsh. The other was to go deeper inside, where there were climbing routes that could allow her to climb out from the steep cliffs. However, this latter option required higher physical fitness, and given the chaotic magnetic field inside, if an accident occurred and she pressed the rescue button on her wristband, the outside world might not even receive the signal. Nevertheless, for Lin Yao, Going deeper inside was actually a more suitable route. She had enough experience to handle the dangers of climbing, while the uncertainties of the marsh were too many and unfavorable for her as an outsider. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to head into the canyon. While on her way, she would also complete the tasks of killing exotic beasts and collecting exotic plants. As for raising her physical skills level, she could wait until she rested at night to see if she could achieve it. Having made her decision, Lin Yao no longer hesitated and began to take action. With her rich combat experience, Lin Yao knew the most efficient way to travel, so she completed in half a day what would take others a full day. Considering she needed to complete task 3 by night, she did not continue on her journey and instead found a cave early on to rest and attempt to complete task 3. The original owner practiced a common physical skill that was widely available online, with no teacher to guide her, and her talent was somewhat lacking. After several years of effort, she barely reached level 2 in physical skills, which was still lower than her cousin Lin Yao, who pretended to be weak. Chapter 3. Golden Sign-In Points. The physical skill Lin Yao practiced in her previous life was a technique given by a master at level 12, called Ming Yi Physical Skill. The name doesn't sound particularly impressive, but the training was extremely painful, pushing the limits of the human body, yet the results were indeed excellent. At the same age as the original owner, she had already reached level 3 in physical skills. The original owner's base was too poor, and after switching to Ming Yi Physical Skill, she essentially had to start from scratch with this body, experiencing all kinds of aches that were nearly impossible to describe. Fortunately, she had incredible willpower and finally completed task 3 just before midnight. Looking at the increased points and cleared task panel, she finally went to bed satisfied. The next day, Lin Yao woke up full of energy, quickly tidied up, and continued on her journey. As she approached the depths of the canyon, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared before her. Lin Yao instinctively closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them again, she discovered that the blinding golden light was a large golden diamond-shaped marker. It looked exactly like the purple marker she had signed in at before. Using her consciousness to activate the system's voice broadcast, she indeed heard the mechanical voice of the system. Sign in point burial ground of the white-scaled Jiao. Detected. Would you like to spend 7 sign-in points to sign in? Lin Yao was a bit surprised and curious. Previously, the purple sign-in point cost 5 sign-in points, and one could obtain good items like the ability fruit. So, what could be obtained from the advanced sign-in point that costs 7 sign-in points? Instinctively, I chose to sign in. However, the system's mechanical voice prompted, "Insufficient sign-in points, sign-in failed." Lin Yao felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, and her rationality returned. She opened the system panel to check. Host. Lin Yao, age. 16 ability. With system level 2, spiritual system level 2, to be restored. Body technique. Level 3 sign-in points. 5 storage space. Yesterday, she completed 3 tasks and was rewarded with 4 sign-in points. Plus, the 1 sign-in point given daily at midnight. She only had 5 sign-in points and was still 2 points short. However, the daily tasks had also updated, so she should be able to earn several sign-in points today. Eagerly, she opened the daily taskbar. Task 1. Kill 10 level 1 Ishog. Reward 1 sign-in point. Task 2. Collect 10 Shuji Eager. Reward 1 sign-in point. Task 3. Upgrade with system ability to level 3. Reward 3 sign-in points. Wow. Did the task quantity increase tenfold overnight? Would the tasks on the 3rd day reach 100? Lin Yao wasn't too shocked, just silently clicked her tongue. Hoping for something to fall from the sky, the sign-in system was enough. It was best not to expect too much. After rational analysis, Lin Yao didn't rush to sign in. She decided to see what the so-called burial site of the white-scaled serpent was like. The canyon was dark and hard to see from afar. Only as she got closer did she discover that at the center was a deep pool. The water in the pool was pitch black and looked extremely deep. Looking down gave a terrifying sense of being swallowed by an abyss. Lin Yao shook her head to clear her mind and quickly used her spiritual ability to wrap herself up before escaping that feeling of being devoured. Looking up at the large golden marker, it was hovering directly above the deep pool, indicating that the burial site of the white-scaled serpent was below. As a resource-rich planet, with troops stationed for a long time, places with resources were likely to have their land plowed several times. The fact that the white-scaled serpent became a golden sign-in point clearly indicated that its strength in life must have been formidable. The remains of powerful Isho were valuable materials, and leaving them under the watchful eyes of the station troops meant the burial place was naturally hard to discover. However, this pool looked too deep. Lin Yao didn't have the courage to explore it barehanded. After some reflection, she quickly went to complete her tasks. The sooner she accumulated enough sign-in points, the sooner she could sign in properly. Killing level 1 Isho was simple for her, but it was rare that there wasn't a single Ishog hair in the depths of the canyon. She had to run far out to complete the task of killing Isho. Once her sign-in points reached 7, Lin Yao chose to sign in without hesitation. The system's mechanical voice immediately sounded. Sign in successful. Obtained extreme vision *1, pair, clear eye potion *1, heart protection scale *5. Lin Yao had long guessed what she would receive, but upon seeing the analysis of extreme vision, she still gasped in surprise. Extreme vision *1. Pair this is made from the dual eyes of the level 12 Iso white-scaled serpent, capable of perfectly merging with human eyes. Effect: can see energy directly through appearances. Lin Yao. There were too many shocking aspects, and she didn't even know which one to be shocked by first. Level 12 Ishog. Every appearance was a disaster-level existence capable of destroying the world. Even though she had fought with star beasts her entire life, she had never seen a level 12 Isho with her own eyes. Extreme vision, made from the dual eyes of Isho, could actually become a power-like existence. An extreme vision could see energy directly through appearances. Each aspect left her utterly astonished. In this world, there are two forms of abilities: elemental abilities and body mutations. Elemental abilities, such as wood, water, healing, etc., are common, with generally moderate awakening difficulty. Body mutations are even more bizarre, but they can be summarized into 3 categories. Sensory mutation, evolution of vision, hearing, taste, and smell. Limb mutation, for example, arms can stretch freely or grow long steel-like nails. New mutations, a typical example is growing an extra pair of wings. Lin Yao had seen many sensory mutations, but this was the first time she had seen a vision mutation that could see energy directly through appearances. If used correctly, this could be a powerful weapon. Lin Yao couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the sign-in system. Looking at the notes for the other 2 items. Clear Eye Potion *1 has a certain enhancement effect on eye mutations. Heart Protection Scale *5, Heart Protection Scale from the White-Scaled Serpent possesses extremely strong protective abilities. This Clear Eye Potion was clearly meant to be used in conjunction with extreme vision. The system was clearly helping her enhance her abilities. Thinking of this, Lin Yao no longer hesitated and directly chose to fuse extreme vision. The fusion process went smoothly, with a slight swelling pain for a moment. After drinking the Clear Eye Potion, she felt a cool and comfortable sensation in her eyes. Activating her abilities, she tried to use extreme vision, and a colorful world of varying shades appeared before her eyes. Lin Yao attempted to analyze that the darker the color, the more energy it represented, and different colors represented different elemental energies. Red for fire, green for wood, brown for earth, blue for water. Of course, there were many more colors to analyze slowly in the future. What was more important now was how to handle the corpse of that level 12 Isho below the pool. A level 12 Isog, the top treasure among heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Even Lin Yao, who had grown tired of watching star beasts in her previous life, would drool over such an existence. Whether for making mechs, weapons, or refining potions, it was a top-tier and scarce material. Chapter 4 Academician Zheng Lin Yao naturally wanted to monopolize the discovery, but her current abilities were limited and there were too many uncertainties in the future. It was more important to secure the find first. According to the customs of the Yunmeng star system, when discovering rare materials, one must report to the military. And after the harvest, the discoverer can receive a 5% share. This custom was no exception during the examination period. With this in mind, Lin Yao no longer hesitated and opened her communication wristband to report. However, the result showed a red no signal. She suddenly remembered that even the remains of advanced exotic beasts could disturb the surrounding magnetic field due to the energy field they emitted. She could only run outside, and it wasn't until she was a kilometer away that her wristband regained signal. Lin Yao clicked on emergency contact, and the other side connected immediately. A serious male voice came through. Candidate 035, during the examination period, emergency contact is not allowed unless in special circumstances. Otherwise, it will be considered giving up the exam. After the other party finished speaking, Lin Yao slowly replied, I have a discovery to report. What is it? I found the remains of a level 12 exotic beast. What? The other side was clearly shocked, and the voice suddenly grew louder. Are you sure? Sure. Then please stay where you are. We will send someone over immediately. The discovery of a level 12 exotic beast's remains was indeed shocking. Within 10 minutes, a spaceship landed in front of Lin Yao. Several young soldiers came down, escorting an excited middle-aged man. Lin Yao secretly activated her extreme eye to observe the energy levels of the group. Under the extreme eye, the soldiers behind were all white energy bodies, and, judging by the depth of color, she guessed they were around level 6 or 7 in physical abilities. The old man in front, however, had a gray energy field, and the rich near-black hue indicated he was at least level 9 or higher. According to the interstellar ability classification, levels 1 to 4 are primary ability users, 5 to 8 are intermediate abilities, and 9 to 12 are advanced ability users. She didn't expect that the attraction of a level 12 exotic beast would be so great that an advanced psychic ability user came to confirm it. The old man rushed to Lin Yao in a few quick steps, asking excitedly, Where's the level 12 exotic beast? Take me to it quickly. Lin Yao, not feeling timid, directly pointed behind her. It's deep in the canyon, but the magnetic field there is unusual, and technological products 1T work. The old man grabbed her arm and charged toward the canyon, saying, No problem. Let us go take a look first. Lin Yao had no choice but to be pulled along. When they reached the edge of a deep pool, she gestured, and the old man finally released her arm. The pool was not small. The old man led the group of young soldiers around the edge of the pool, taking out tools for various tests. Of course, since technological products were unusable, the old man's testing methods were quite primitive. After a while, the old man returned to Lin Yao, puzzled, and asked, This water is so deep. How did you discover there were level 12 exotic beast remains down there? Seeing the other party's confusion, Lin Yao had anticipated this and calmly took out a shining heart-protecting scale. Because I found this. The old man took the glimmering scale from her hand, his expression shifting from confusion to delight. As soon as he examined it closely, he jumped up excitedly. Yes, this is the aura of an advanced exotic beast. Muttering this, he turned to the young soldiers beside him and said, Quickly call some advanced earth and water ability users over. On a semi-developed planet like C07, it was clear there wouldn't be any advanced ability users stationed here. Even if they came from other planets, it would take until tomorrow at the earliest. They were expecting a long wait, and several soldiers were already busy setting up a temporary command post, cooking, and protecting the old man. Before long, the C07 garrison commander arrived. Upon seeing the old man, he saluted seriously, Academician Zheng. I am Commander Zhou of the C07 garrison. Please feel free to give any instructions. Our military will follow your orders during this time. The old man, Academician Zheng, waved his hand impatiently. No need. You can't help with anything here. Just go back and supervise the examination. Commander Zhou's serious face stiffened, but he dared not show any dissatisfaction and insisted. We can still help with some lifting and clearing debris. Besides, many hands make light work. Give us a few days and we can clear this pool. After all, they were on someone else's territory. How could they not let the locals benefit a bit? Unable to drive away this persistent fellow, Academician Zheng had to let him assist with the affairs. Having confirmed the existence of a level 12 exotic beast, but not having seen the actual remains yet, Lin Yao could only stay and wait together. Of course, she also wanted to see the level 12 exotic beast with her own eyes. With nothing to do, she decided to watch the excitement while practicing her wood-type abilities. Lin Yao had experience with wood-type abilities from her past life, and now she was quite adept, able to multitask while showcasing her abilities. She activated her wood-type abilities, sometimes tying the grass in a bough, sometimes making small flowers bloom, or swiftly killing any insects that got tangled in the grass. Her movements were so fluid and effortless, completely unlike what a low-level ability user could achieve. Academician Zheng had handed over his affairs to Commander Zhou and was quite idle. He happened to see this scene and immediately smiled, approaching her. "Little student, where did you learn to manipulate your wood-type abilities like that?" Lin Yao, who was watching the excitement, was taken aback by his question. "Who did I learn from?" In her past life, the entire star system was fighting against exotic beasts with no time for learning. An entire star system? Except for those under 6 years old who were uniformly placed in protective care, everyone else had to participate in battles. The younger ones handled logistics, and slightly older ones were brought along by adults to clean up the battlefield. And by the age of 15 or 16, they faced exotic beasts directly. They had no specialized schools to learn how to use abilities. They learned while fighting alongside adults on the battlefield. Lin Yao collected her emotions and calmly said, "No one taught me. I figured it out myself. You only have a level 2 ability, yet you can use it so well. Your talent must be pretty good. Is there a difference in talent for abilities?" Lin Yao had no place to learn about these things in her past life, and the original owner was like a blank slate. Academician Zheng did not look down on her ignorance at all. Instead, he asked with a friendly tone, "If there is no difference in talent, then how come some can level up to high tiers while others can only remain stuck at low tiers for their entire lives?" After saying this, he lamented, "It's also because our Yunmeng star system lacks depth. Out there are ways to test ability talents." The latter part of what Academician Zheng said was vague. Lin Yao wanted to ask, but saw that he didn't seem interested in delving deeper. So she could only suppress her curiosity. Chapter 5. Excavation. By the way, little student, which school are you planning to apply to after the exam? Academician Zheng changed the topic. There are many special intermediate colleges in the Yunmeng galaxy, but the original owner had limited channels to learn about them, only knowing 5 special schools in Yunmeng Star. The First Middle School, Yunmeng Middle School, the Ability Intermediate College, the 36th Middle School, and the Star Defense First Middle School. The original owner's plan was to apply to the Ability Intermediate College, specializing in abilities, and later advance directly to the Ability Academy. Lin Yao's thoughts were a bit different. Having finally settled down to study, she hoped to explore more. Anyway, she couldn't apply until the practical exam results were out, so she could go back and research before making a decision. With this in mind, Lin Yao also told Academician Zheng. Academician Zheng nodded in agreement, saying that it was indeed something to consider carefully. "I'll ask my assistant to send you some information about these schools. You can consider it comprehensively. This is really a case of needing something and it coming right on time." "Thank you, Academician Zheng." Lin Yao expressed her gratitude. "No need to thank me. If you're not in a hurry for the exam, you can stay and observe." Lin Yao had originally wanted to see for herself, so she nodded in agreement. After the others left, Lin Yao stood there in a daze for a while, then suddenly felt a chill and broke out in a cold sweat. She had previously observed his gray energy field with her extreme eye and guessed it might be a mental type ability, so she had been on guard early on. Coupled with the fact that she grew up on the battlefield, she considered her mental strength to be quite strong. However, this didn't help her resist the subtle influence of his ability. Instead, she unconsciously let her guard down. Academician Zheng's ability was indeed a bit terrifying. If he had any malicious intent, her secret of being reborn might have been uncovered. Because of her past life's experience, she had always felt that her experience and combat power were significantly higher than her peers, leading to a subconscious feeling of superiority. Most importantly, she hadn't yet adjusted her mindset from her previous life as a high-level ability user, forgetting that she was now just a low-level ability user with no capital for arrogance. In the vast universe, there are hidden talents everywhere, and all kinds of abilities exist. One must always maintain a vigilant mindset. Of course, the most important thing is to improve one's strength. Only with sufficient strength can one be free from constraints, live happily, and enjoy a long life. That night, Lin Yao practiced until midnight and finally raised her wood-type ability to level 3. However, this upgrade exhausted all the energy she had left from the ability fruit and the extreme eye, and she didn't know when she would be able to upgrade again. The next morning, the ability users summoned by Academician Zheng arrived. As usual, Lin Yao first scanned the energy fields of several ability users with her extreme eye. Judging by the colors, there were 3 water-type and 4 earth-type, and their energy depth was only slightly shallower than Academician Zheng's. indicating they were at least level 9. They planned to first dig a giant pit on the other side of the canyon, and then have the water-type ability users transfer the pond water into the giant pit. Lin Yao hurriedly moved closer to watch quietly. As soon as she peeked out, Academician Zheng waved for her to come over. She hesitated for a moment, but still walked over to his side confidently. Little student, this spot is good for observation. High-level ability users' actions are not something one can easily see. Coincidentally, these are elemental abilities, which share commonalities with your wood-type ability. Observing how these high-level users utilize their abilities will benefit your own usage in the future. After yesterday's experience, Lin Yao still felt a bit guarded towards him, but sincerely thanked him for the guidance. Academician Zheng waved his hand and said no more. Standing next to him, Lin Yao quietly watched several Earth-type ability users manipulate the soil. There was no flying dirt. Instead, the soil was stacked neatly against the cliff wall. In order to prevent collapse, they even reinforced it with their Earth-type abilities, resulting in a smooth and even surface resembling a stone wall. The actions of high-level ability users were spectacular, and the speed was fast. In about half an hour, the deep pit was dug out. Next, it was time for the water-type ability users to take the stage. They manipulated the pond water to form water-shaped arches, guiding the pond water towards the deep pit on the other side. Throughout the process, the water bridges were smooth, like transparent pipes, with not a single splash of water. What are your thoughts? Academician Zheng suddenly asked. Control and detail, Lin Yao succinctly replied. Elaborate. Whether it's Earth-type or water-type abilities, there is no excess water or soil scattered around, demonstrating their powerful control. Their movements were simple and efficient, and the tasks completed were very perfect, without attention to detail. Such results wouldn't be achievable. Academician Zheng gave her an approving glance, summarizing it well, but you overlooked one point. What? Lin Yao looked at him in confusion. Academician Zheng pointed to the ability users at the scene and said, with so many ability users operating together, the most challenging aspect is how to ensure they don't interfere with each other. Lin Yao suddenly realized. The Mingguang Galaxy, having been in combat for a long time, pursues quick and precise kills of starry beasts. Daily battles are also simple and brutal, lacking such delicate operations and time to focus on details. In contrast, the Yunming Galaxy is overall peaceful, with no powerful starry beasts attacking, only local beasts on the planets, allowing for more time to study abilities, hence enabling more attention to detail in ability manipulation. The two methods of utilizing abilities cannot be said to be superior or inferior. They can only be regarded as appropriate operations for different situations. The several water-type ability users took less than an hour to clear the water from the deep pool. After that, the people surrounding the deep pool were directed to retreat to the cliff wall, and the Earth-type ability users took their turn, starting from the outermost layer and digging down layer by layer like building a ladder. Lin Yao widened her eyes and observed carefully. Indeed, none of the ability users interfered with each other, which required a deeper understanding and experience with their own abilities. High-level ability users, when not considering consumption, can easily move mountains and fill seas. Digging down a few hundred meters of stairs, 3 or 4 ability users completed it in just half an hour. And not only was it built completely, but the stability was also high. Academician Zheng stepped forward and called out, "Since everyone is here, let us go down and take a look at this 12th level beast." One of the 7 ability users stepped forward, clasped his hands towards Academician Zheng, and said, "Haha, Academician Zheng is generous. Let us go together and broaden our horizons." Lin Yao followed closely beside Academician Zheng, stepping down together. Zhou Shu arranged for his soldiers to stand guard around and brought a few people along as well. Following the steps down to the bottom of the pond, they saw bones scattered chaotically, unevenly, resembling a scene of ruins. Chapter 6. Invasion of the spiritual entity. However, even in such a seemingly desolate scene, the overwhelming aura of a king could not be concealed. Truly, it was a level 12 exotic beast. Even after hundreds of years of death, its energy field was enormous and incomparable. Indeed, if it were not for its death, we probably wouldn't be able to approach within 100 meters of it. Although Lin Yao's level 11 psychic ability from her past life had followed her here, her body was too weak, and she didn't dare to unleash it. With her current level 3 physical body, if it weren't for Academician Zheng helping her block this energy field, she probably wouldn't have been able to get in from hundreds of meters away. Commander Zhou Zhu of the garrison observed for a while, and, noticing a particularly eye-catching bone among a pile of dirty bones, casually picked it up. Is this a skull? It looks a bit like a snake. But why does it have an extra horn? Academician Zheng glanced over and remarked that it seemed to be the skull of a dragon-like creature. Seeing him interested, Zhou Zhu hurriedly handed it over with both hands. Academician Zheng, would you like to take a look? Academician Zheng nodded non-committally, just as he was about to take it. Suddenly a flash of light burst out from the bone, heading straight for Lin Yao's forehead. The people present didn't have time to react before that flash of light disappeared into Lin Yao's forehead, and her eyes instantly lost their luster, her whole body becoming rigid in place. What is this? Zhou Zhu was shocked. Academician Zheng furrowed his brow and thought for a long time before saying, "Hiss. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary invasion of a spiritual entity." Invasion of a spiritual entity? Everyone exclaimed. When an exotic beast advances to level 5, there is a certain probability that it will gain intelligence and become a commanding type exotic beast that can command hundreds of beasts. These intelligent, commanding exotic beasts will condense a soul core in their brain to protect their spiritual entity. As their level increases, their intelligence improves, and the soul core becomes stronger. Some powerful exotic beasts can, under special circumstances, preserve their spiritual entity within the soul core for a long time until they find an opportunity to invade the spiritual seas of other beings, devouring their spiritual entities and occupying their bodies. Just now, this high-level exotic beast's soul core probably sensed that this little classmate was the weakest, which is why it chose her. Academician Zheng's side. Isn't it dangerous for someone whose spiritual sea is invaded by an exotic beast? Zhou Zhu said, while cautiously looking at the rigid Lin Yao. Should we prepare in advance? Academician Zheng waved his hand. No rush. This exotic beast, even if it was high-level in life, has been dead for so many years. Its spiritual entity should be very weak, and it might not necessarily win. But don't worry, we have so many people here. Even if it really succeeds in invading, it will ultimately be limited by this body. It won't suddenly become something we can't handle. Since Academician Zheng said so, others naturally didn't dare to act rashly and could only keep a close watch on Lin Yao. At this moment, Lin Yao's spiritual sea indeed encountered the invasion of the white-scaled dragon's spiritual entity, just as Academician Zheng had said. However, as soon as the white-scaled dragon's spiritual entity invaded, it was intercepted by the sign-in system, which crazily emitted warnings. Invasion of spiritual entity detected. Invasion of spiritual entity detected. Requesting interception. Intercept. Lin Yao confirmed the interception, and her consciousness entered her spiritual sea. At the moment the interception command was issued, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared in the spiritual sea, trapping a mini snake-like spiritual entity inside. The white-scaled dragon dashed left and right, trying to break free from the transparent bubble, but couldn't budge it at all. Realizing its efforts were futile, it cleverly stopped and transmitted a consciousness to Lin Yao. Little girl, I am the spirit of the beast god. If you let me go, I will tell you the location of my treasure. You've been dead for how many years? The world has changed, and you think you can find a ghost. Lin Yao ignored it and tried to communicate with the system. Can you erase this spiritual entity's consciousness? The system was silent. Lin Yao, this system sometimes feels like a low-level idiot. With no other choice, Lin Yao had to take matters into her own hands. She tried to mobilize her spiritual power to drill into the bubble, and it went smoothly when she tried to mobilize her spiritual power to come out. That was also very smooth. She confirmed that this bubble was specifically designed to trap the invading spiritual entity. In the final battle, she had to handle it herself. Lin Yao mobilized her spiritual power and pressed it down on the white-scaled dragon's spiritual entity. The white-scaled dragon sensed the killing intent, no longer dared to act tough, and quickly begged for mercy. If you let me go, I will tell you the location of my treasure. Lin Yao couldn't be bothered to waste time talking with it, and directly tightened her spiritual power. The white-scaled dragon's spiritual entity panicked. Wait. The villain dies from too much talk. Lin Yao didn't want to drag this out and create hidden dangers. She launched a powerful spiritual attack, extinguished its consciousness, and then used her own spiritual entity to swallow the unconscious spiritual entity. Before immersing herself in digesting the spiritual entity to avoid any problems with her own body, Lin Yao deliberately opened her eyes and instructed, "I have already eliminated that spiritual entity. I'll report back to you after I digest it." After receiving Academician Zhang's nod of approval, Lin Yao then felt reassured to return her consciousness to her spiritual sea and digest the white-scaled dragon's spiritual entity. The white-scaled dragon's spiritual entity looked small, but was extremely pure, containing some special substances that seemed capable of sublimating spiritual power. Her spiritual entity came from her past life and was already very powerful. If it truly sublimated, it could lead to her exploding. However, at the critical moment of digestion, Lin Yao could no longer make the decisions. As her spiritual power continued to expand, it was about to burst her spiritual sea. The seemingly frozen system began to alarm again. Detected that the pressure in the spiritual sea is too high. Do you want to intervene? Intervene. Lin Yao gritted her teeth and said, feeling that the powerful energy was drawn away, circling around her body and then disappearing deep into the spiritual sea. As the explosive pressure dissipated, Lin Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief and then carefully digested the remaining spiritual power energy. The white-scaled dragon's spiritual power was mixed with some memory fragments, and while digesting the spiritual power, Lin Yao also read through these memory fragments. From the memory fragments of the white-scaled dragon, Lin Yao learned that although exotic beasts and star beasts are both beasts, they are actually two completely different species with distinct genes. Star beasts are generated from special life energy in the depths of the universe, naturally capable of roaming in space. They can survive for many years without eating or drinking, relying solely on absorbing energy from the universe. Exotic beasts, on the other hand, are either mutated from ordinary beasts or bred from their ancestors. Apart from those exotic beasts with special abilities, they generally can only survive on planets. However, when exotic beasts cultivate to the point of breaking through the limits of life, they have one opportunity to advance to a higher existence known as void exotic beasts. Chapter 7 Soul Core. When the exotic beast breaks through the limits of life, it needs to fly into space to receive the baptism of space energy. If the baptism is successful, it will be promoted to void exotic beast and can roam freely in space. If the baptism fails, it will lead to physical collapse. The white-scaled flood dragon died in the deep pool after its attempt to advance to a void exotic beast failed, causing its physical body to collapse. With the system extracting the excess energy, Lin Yao quickly digested the remaining energy. When she opened her eyes again, she saw several pairs of eyes staring at her. "Little classmate, how's the digestion going?" Academician Zhang asked curiously. "Thank you for your concern. You could just call me Lin Yao," Lin Yao politely replied. "The spirit body of the must have stayed here too long. It's very weak and was easily absorbed." Academician Zhang then breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. I hope I didn't invite you to stay here and end up harming you." "Not at all. I should thank you. I not only made great progress in my mental power, but my physical foundation has also been strengthened. The system had just controlled the energy to circulate through her body. And with Academician Zhang, a high-level ability user, guarding her, he might have sensed it. Rather than waiting for him to ask, it was better to explain first, which would appear more sincere. "Oh, I see. No wonder I just felt a very pure energy," Zhang remarked. "But what aspect of your physical foundation was strengthened? Should I have a doctor check you?" "That's not necessary. I'm still taking exams. Let's talk about it later." "All right, you rest for a bit, and I'll go handle that exotic beast bone issue." Because Lin Yao, a student, had been invaded by an exotic beast under their nose. Academician Zhang and the others were quite worried, and the matter of the beast bones had been left unattended. Now, that Lin Yao was fine. Academician Zhang finally had the time to resolve that issue. "We've already conducted a preliminary investigation. The kind of danger we faced before should be gone. However, the energy field is a big problem. Even robots can't get in. The weight of these bones is not light. I estimate that anything below level 6 of body skills can't move them. If we let the soldiers move them, it might take 10 days or half a month to clean up. Academician Zheng nodded and said, I had thought of a solution for the energy field issue before. If we take some time to build an energy array, it should be able to offset some of the energy field's effects. Energy array? Lin Yao's ears perked up. She had never heard of this before, and the original owner's memory didn't include it, indicating it was not a common thing. Sure enough, she heard Zhou Shu excitedly say, Then we'll trouble Academician Zheng to take action. He then tentatively asked, I wonder if we need to clear the area? Academician Zheng waved his hand generously, no need. The other ability users also showed expressions of anticipation. The subsequent scene was a group of people watching Academician Zheng busy with various tasks, surveying, mapping, positioning, then placing the equipment in fixed locations, and finally installing energy crystals on the devices. When the last energy crystal was installed, everyone felt a breeze pass by, and the pressure on their bodies lightened. All right, Academician Zheng clapped his hands. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Is that it? They felt as if they had watched something, but also hadn't, because they completely didn't understand. Lin Yao was also stunned. When the energy array was completed, the system announcement rang out simultaneously. Discovered intermediate sign-in point. Incomplete energy matrix. Do you wish to spend 3 sign-in points to sign in? Lin Yao didn't have time to fully grasp the situation and instinctively chose to sign in. Sign in successful. Obtained energy matrix blueprint, complete version 1. Hearing the system announcement, Lin Yao was slightly surprised. It turned out that the energy array set up by Academician Zheng was truly called an energy matrix. Although it was a defective version, it was still quite effective. With the energy field issue resolved, Zhou Shu quickly took action, arranging soldiers to clean the area and organize the corpses. After resting for a while and unexpectedly signing in for a blueprint, Lin Yao couldn't help but say goodbye to Academician Zheng. Academician Zheng, I'm leaving. All right, you've seen what you needed to see. Hurry up and leave. Don't delay your exam. Academician Zheng nodded, then mischievously said, by the way, do you want me to find someone to take you up? Lin Yao shook her head helplessly. Academician Zheng, there are monitors during the exam. This old man, who appeared to be a master in front of others, had a mischievous side behind the scenes. A little thing like that won't affect your exam. Lin Yao still refused. I can go up by myself. This exam was very crucial. She didn't want to leave any points for criticism. Academician Zheng didn't insist, handing her a card, take this. After your exam, contact me, and I'll find someone to give you a detailed checkup. Lin Yao gladly accepted it. A high-level ability user, especially an academician from the Research Institute, showing her goodwill. What reason did she have to refuse? Leaving the bustling canyon behind, Lin Yao used her wood-based abilities to move quickly along the cliff, soon climbing out of the dozens of meters high canyon and entering a forest. Lin Yao took out a paper map from her spatial pocket. She was currently in the Qingtsang mountain range, and the exam's endpoint was at Gula Peak. Almost 5 days had passed since the exam began, and with her pace, it would take about 10.5 days to get from the Qingtsang mountain range to Gula Peak, which was enough time, but she couldn't afford to delay on the way. This day had been both a spectacle and an encounter with a spirit body invasion, and it was getting dark. Lin Yao decided not to continue on her journey, and, while it was still light, quickly checked the system panel to complete her daily tasks and earn sign-in points. Host, Lin Yao, age, 16 abilities, with system level 3, mental system level 3, to be restored. Extreme I level 1 body skills, level 3 sign-in points, 1 storage space. Heart protecting scales 4 soul core, 1 fragmented spirit body of the white-scaled flood dragon, 1 energy matrix blueprint, complete version, 1 daily tasks. Task 1. Kill 1 level 2 exotic beast. Reward, 1 sign-in point. Task 2. Obtain 20 initial level exotic plants. Reward, 1 sign-in point. Task 3. Recruit 1 teammate for yourself. Reward, 2 sign-in points. The spirit body of the white-scaled flood dragon was understandable, but how did a soul core come about? Lin Yao flipped through the system's historical records and indeed found a clue. Around 10 o'clock in the morning. It was just when the spirit body of the white-scaled flood dragon rushed through her third eye with the soul core. The soul core was a physical entity and couldn't enter her mental sea. The system treated the soul core as an invader and directly included it in the system space. Soul Core 1, a very good material for the mental system. It turned out that today's unexpected harvest was quite a lot. She then casually opened the notes on the Energy Matrix. Energy Matrix Blueprint, Complete Version 1. Can I learn to arrange formations just by looking at the blueprint? Chapter 8. Ambush. Lin Yao was skeptical. Taking out the Energy Matrix Blueprint to look at it, it was filled with various dots and lines. As marked, she couldn't understand any of it. However, judging by the reactions of others, this energy matrix must be something extraordinary. Just because she couldn't comprehend it now didn't mean she wouldn't be able to in the future. With a sigh, she put the blueprint away. Seeing the energy matrix blueprint made her thankful that she had completed task 3 last night. Otherwise, when the sign-in information popped up, she would have been left watching helplessly. However, today's task had significantly increased in difficulty, with Task 1 now requiring the elimination of Level 2 beasts, raising the challenge by more than double. Of course, Task 3 was even harder, having fallen behind so much. How could she encounter other candidates? Lin Yao felt troubled for a moment, but decided to go with the flow. She needed to focus on completing the first 2 tasks as soon as possible. Using her wood-type abilities, she attempted to communicate with the mutated plants to inquire about the nearby beasts. However, her current level was low, and the proud mutated plants were unwilling to respond to her. With no other choice, Lin Yao offered some wood-type energy and managed to obtain the direction information of a Level 2 mountain lynx. The mountain lynx was agile and quick, especially in a jungle environment, making it quite difficult to deal with. Lin Yao lay in wait for quite some time until the mountain lynx let its guard down. And in an instant, she activated her wood-type abilities to bind it. However, it only held for a moment before the lynx broke free. But Lin Yao was not idle. At the moment it escaped, she leaped out from her hiding spot and kicked it. The kick landed solidly, causing the mountain lynx to tumble to the ground. But it quickly got back up, arching its back and letting out a sharp meow sound. Clearly, the mountain lynx was enraged by her actions. Lin Yao provocatively waved at it. Come on. The mountain lynx, with its back arched, lunged at Lin Yao, its claws glinting menacingly in the air. Lin Yao was unafraid. She condensed a vine in her hand and lashed out as it pounced. The whip sliced through the air with a whoosh. The mountain lynx tried to dodge, but could only twist its body slightly in midair and avoided a fatal blow. The force of the whip was substantial, leaving a bloody mark on the lynx's belly. Realizing that Lin Yao was not an easy opponent, the lynx hesitated slightly and began to retreat. Lin Yao would not let it escape. She fiercely summoned vines that surged toward the mountain lynx. "Little kitty, I'm not playing with you anymore," she said, tightening the vines. With a piercing cry, the mountain lynx was strangled within the vines. Once the lynx was dead, Lin Yao leisurely approached, ready to collect it. Suddenly, a whoosh sounded as something shot toward Lin Yao. She quickly rolled to the side and saw a scorch mark where she had just stood. It was a high-powered energy gun. These energy guns were silent, highly damaging, and could instantly dissolve flesh where they struck. For someone like Lin Yao, who was only at the 3rd level of physical skills, a single shot could render her combat ineffective. "Who?" Lin Yao stood up, warily looking toward the direction of the gunfire. The attacker did not hide and stepped out, demanding, "Hand over the soul core." Knowing about the soul core meant that this person had witnessed the energy entity invasion today. A high-level ability, user wouldn't bother using an energy gun against her. So this attacker had to be a soldier present at the scene. What's soul core? I don't know. No one had seen Lin Yao put anything away. So of course, she couldn't admit it. You experienced an energy entity invasion in your mental sea today, and you don't know about the soul core? The other person's voice turned cold. I fainted. How could I see where the soul core is? Lin Yao's tone was filled with helplessness. The attacker raised the gun at her, and fear washed over Lin Yao's face, her voice trembling as she said, "I really didn't see the soul core. If there's no soul core, then give me the mental entity. The mental entity has already been absorbed by me. You think a 3rd level, low-level ability user can absorb the mental entity so quickly? Do you think I'm some bumpkin from the Yiming star system? Stop fooling around. Hand it over." Did she know something significant? The person wasn't from the Yiming star system. Lin Yao's mind raced, but she maintained her fearful expression, insisting. The energy entity really has been absorbed by me. Please, don't act impulsively. I'm currently in an exam, and it's being monitored the whole time. If you attack me, you'll end up in a military court. I want to leave such loopholes. D. The person shouted, shooting at Lin Yao. Lin Yao had been waiting for this moment. When the attacker, filled with confidence, thought he was certain to hit and relaxed his guard. She forcibly activated her fourth-level mental abilities and sent a mental spike toward his mental C. The attacker was hit and immediately lost focus. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yao rushed forward and kicked the assailant to the ground. Then, she rained down punches on his head. Once he was bloodied and had no strength to resist, Lin Yao picked up the energy gun from the ground and shot it directly at his heart. After ensuring he was dead, Lin Yao collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. She had thought that being reborn in the Yunmeng star system, a place without star beasts, would ensure her safety. Who would have thought that within a single day, she would face 2 life-and-death crises? There truly is no absolutely safe place in this world. After mulling over her thoughts, Lin Yao began to consider how to deal with this person. She was currently taking an exam and was under constant surveillance. No matter how that person had managed to avoid detection, if they reviewed her exam footage later, they would definitely notice something unusual. If she wanted to live a clean life in the future, this matter couldn't be concealed. Having thought this through, Lin Yao stopped hesitating and pressed the emergency contact button on her wristband to report the incident. The examiners were shocked upon hearing the details. I suspect this person is an alien spy because he mentioned to me, "Do you think I'm some bumpkin from the Yunming star system?" Although Lin Yao was acting in self-defense, killing a soldier who made a mistake and killing an alien spy held completely different significance. I understand. Please wait in place for now. I will send someone to handle it immediately. It was difficult for ships to land in the jungle, so 4 soldiers arrived at the scene in mechs. Upon seeing Lin Yao, the 4 first verified her information before disembarking from the mechs. After surveying the scene, taking notes, and packaging the body, one of them stepped forward and said, "Candidate 037, the information you reported needs to be registered and confirmed on the ship. Please come with us." Chapter 9. Shadow Wolf. Lin Yao knew they would definitely need to confirm the authenticity of the matter, so she could only nod in agreement. Once on the spaceship, 2 soldiers approached Lin Yao to inquire about the details of the incident. Although the attacker did not have any abilities, he was a level 6 martial artist. With your abilities, you should not be able to defeat him, right? You must have heard about the discovery of the level 12 beast bones in the Dark Canyon, right? The 2 exchanged glances and nodded. The discovery of the level 12 beast bones was reported by me. I happened to be at the scene when the bones were unearthed, and then I was invaded by the spiritual entity of the beast. Everyone present knows about this. You can ask anyone. Before they could respond, Lin Yao continued. Although the spiritual entity invasion was a crisis, I eliminated it, which also brought many benefits. My physical foundation has improved, and my mental strength has significantly increased. However, when I fought the mountain raccoon last night, I realized that not only had my mental strength increased, but I must have also awakened a mental-type ability. As the 2 listened to her description, they used their light brains to contact others to verify the authenticity of her information. Did you really digest the beast's spiritual entity? Lin Yao nodded, of course. Otherwise, how could I have awakened a mental-type ability? The discovery of the C07 star has been almost 200 years, right? The beast must have died long ago. After such a long time, even the strongest beast would have dissipated. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to invade a human's spiritual entity in public. After a series of questions, they finally let Lin Yao rest at midnight. You can rest on the spaceship for now. You can leave once everything is confirmed up top. Okay. Lin Yao nodded obediently. Fortunately, the examiners handled the situation quickly. The next morning, they notified her that everything had been confirmed and she could leave. Wait. The examiner looked at her in confusion. Do you have anything else to say? Because of the military spy, I was delayed for so long and also frightened. Shouldn't you compensate me a bit? How do you want to be compensated? My request is not high. Just take me a distance with the spaceship. Otherwise, I won't make it in time for my exam. The examiner hesitated for a moment but nodded. Your request is not unreasonable. We will take you to the end of the Qing Tsang mountain range. Lin Yao recalled the exam map. With her pace, it would take at least a day and a half to reach there, So they were indeed considering her situation. She quickly thanked them. Thank you, Examiner. After being transported by the spaceship to the end of the Qing Tsang mountain range, Lin Yao began to hurry on her way. She marched rapidly until around 7 or 8 in the evening, when it became too dark to continue. Just as she was about to find a safe place to spend the night, a branch suddenly fell from the sky. Lin Yao caught the sound of the wind and instinctively dodged. When she looked up, she saw a person wrapped in vines like a cocoon, peering down at her with a flattering smile. He shook his exam wristband, and on the screen that popped up for big characters shone brightly. Help 100,000. Money was somewhat attractive to Lin Yao, especially since her uncle had drained the original owner's shares and dividends. Now that this body had a different soul, she did not plan to return to that villa to avoid being recognized. To live alone outside, she definitely needed money. Saving this person would earn her 100,000 star coins, and Lin Yao was instantly motivated, quickly signaling to the person before carefully observing the vine. The original owner had good academic performance, and her knowledge of exotic plants was clear. After spending a little time analyzing it, Lin Yao realized that the vine binding the person was likely a level 1 exotic plant known as Jiu vine. The Jiu vine, while quite resilient, does not bear fruit and has no medicinal value. Of course, it is not particularly harmful either. Its only skill is binding people, making it quite common across various planets. Logically speaking, as long as one recognizes this thing, they should not get bound. At worst, if they had a weapon, they could escape even if bound. It seemed too easy to resolve. The examinee above couldn't possibly be stuck. Thinking this, Lin Yao began to hesitate in her actions to save the person. Just then, she felt a foul wind rush at her from behind, and she rolled on the ground to dodge. Next, she sensed something charging at her from the front. She quickly used her wood ability to summon a strong vine, wrapping it around a branch, and propelled herself into the air, kicking towards the foul wind. The kick landed solidly, sending the creature 2 meters away with a painful yelp. Although it seemed like a lot of action, it all happened in just a moment. Then, Lin Yao heard the boy above her urgently shout, "This is a shadow wolf. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Almost got ambushed," Lin Yao said, somewhat annoyed. "Sister, you should read the full text." The boy retorted, unwilling to back down. In an instant, a circle of eerie green eyes appeared around them. Lin Yao dared not get distracted to argue with him. Shadow wolves are generally level 2 to 7, but since C07 has been chosen as an exam planet, the beasts here have been cleared by the station military, keeping their levels controlled between 2 to 3 and their population below 50. Shadow wolves excel in speed and have some dark attributes, usually relying on shadows to conceal themselves and launch attacks. The shadow forest they were in had denser trees and was overall darker, making it very suitable for shadow wolves. With too many wolves around and poor visibility at night, fighting on the ground was not advantageous for Lin Yao, so she decided to climb a tree. "Sister, what should we do next? Are we just stuck here?" The boy asked worriedly. "You're stuck." "I'm not." Lin Yao calmly chose a giant tree and wove a hammock with vines at the fork, lying down contentedly. The boy was no longer worried, his eyes brightening. "Wow, what a beautiful wood ability. Sister, can you rescue me from the vines? I'll pay more." In light of the increased payment, Lin Yao readily agreed. "I thought you felt safer in there." Saying this, she jumped to the tree where he was, and before the Jiu vine could react, she grabbed it and used her ability to maneuver it, sending the boy to a nearby tree. Finally free from the cocoon, the boy happily moved around and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Meng Xingchen from Yimeng Star. And you?" "Lin Yao." Lin Yao briefly introduced herself, and then jumped back to the giant tree to add a roof to her hammock. "Hey, Sister Yao, take me with you. I'm scared alone." Meng Xingchen couldn't help but shout as he saw her leave. Chapter 10 Teammate. Perhaps the noise stimulated the shadow wolves below, and they suddenly attacked the big tree where Meng Xingchen was. Terrified, Meng Xingchen hurriedly hugged the tree trunk, crying and shouting, "Ah, Yao Jia, help me." Lin Yao was annoyed by his voice and used vines to tie him to the tree. Impatiently, she said, "What are you afraid of?" With the thickness of this 100-year-old tree, those dozen shadow wolves wouldn't be able to knock it down even if they tried all night. "I know, but I'm afraid of falling," Meng Xingchen said pitifully. The shadow wolves below attacked crazily for a while before quickly dispersing. Finally able to calm down, Meng Xingchen said, Yao Jia, how about I give you 50,000 to hire you to protect me tonight? No need, I'm in a good mood. Let's form a team for now. Although a little money was tempting, considering the task, Lin Yao had to refuse painfully. Okay, then thank you, Yao Jia. Meng Xingchen replied cheerfully. In the next moment, Lin Yao heard the system's mechanical voice announce, Task 3 completed, reward, 2 sign-in points. Finally completing the last task of the day, Lin Yao happily wove a hammock for Meng Xingchen. Rest well, we have a tough battle to fight tomorrow. Early the next morning, Lin Yao woke Meng Xingchen, who was sprawled out, saying it's dawn, we need to go. Meng Xingchen rubbed his eyes and hurriedly got up, looking around and asking, have those shadow wolves left? No, they're all hiding. Lin Yao's voice lingered in his ears, and in the next moment, she floated down along the vines. At the moment she landed, a short knife stabbed into the ground, and blood splattered as she withdrew it. Only then did Meng Xingchen realize that Lin Yao had instantly killed a shadow wolf. The moment she pulled out the knife, she dashed to the side, striking down another wolf, then to the left, then to the right, until she had killed 4 wolves. The wolf pack finally reacted, howling and surrounding Lin Yao. Yao Jia, I'm coming to help you. Meng Xingchen was scared out of his wits, but still shakily climbed down the tree, pulling out a short knife to face the wolves back to back with Lin Yao. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow, said nothing, and continued to confront the wolf pack with a cold expression. After about 10 minutes of stalemate, another howl was heard. Meng Xingchen jumped in fright, thinking the wolf pack was about to launch a full-scale attack. But unexpectedly, the wolves began to retreat. In just a few minutes, the wolf pack disappeared into the forest. Meng Xingchen then sat down on the ground, saying, you scared me to death. Lin Yao also put away her attacking stance, picked a few leaves from the ground, wiped the blood off her short knife, and asked, you're so scared, yet you still came to participate in the practical exam? Isn't it because I want to get into the mechanical department of the First Middle Academy? You can take the advanced exam later if you want to study mechanics. A 15 or 16-year-old kid just out of the ivory tower of junior school has no experience in dealing with danger at all, since you're not in the combat department. You can completely wait 3 years until you finish intermediate school before taking the exam. But the admission numbers for the mech major at the First Military Academy are too low in the unified exam, and I'm afraid I won't get in. The First Middle Academy directly feeds into the First Military Academy, and aside from combat and command, the most outstanding major at the First Military Academy is mech manufacturing. Lin Yao could only sympathetically pat his shoulder, saying, then you should work hard. Then, Yao Jia, can I hire you? 200,000 star coins to protect me until the exam is over? Meng Xingchen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Last night, it was too dark to see clearly, but today he realized this little kid was actually quite cute, looking soft and adorable. However, no matter how cute he was, she couldn't let him disrupt her plans. You can follow me for now, but if we encounter an overwhelming danger, I won't take care of you anymore. I need to ensure I pass the practical exam first. No problem, Meng Xingchen replied readily. We're already behind schedule. We need to march quickly. Do you have any issues? No problem. Yao Jia, don't look at me as timid. I'm not far from breaking through level 4 in physical skills. That's good. The two hurried on and finally exited the Shadow Forest by noon, entering the Frost Color Forest. The Frost Color Forest got its name from trees with white leaves, and at a glance, the entire view was white, dazzling to the eyes. Taking advantage of a break, Lin Yao listened to the system's announcements while casually asking Meng Xingchen, do you know what the specialty of the Frost Color Forest is? Specialty? You mean the exotic plants and beasts here, right? Meng Xingchen automatically understood and began to list examples. There are moonlight deer and the moonlight grass that grows alongside them, and the Jinshang flower. Oh, what are the uses of moonlight deer and moonlight grass? Sister, you don't want to hunt moonlight deer, do you? That's not allowed. Moonlight deer have delicious meat, and their numbers have been decreasing for years due to hunting. Even the accompanying moonlight grass has decreased along with it. Moonlight grass is an important raw material for stabilizing potions and has already been protected by the Alchemist Association. If you deliberately hunt them, you'll go to jail. Meng Xingchen became anxious. No, I was just asking. She was actually thinking about the several sign-in points she encountered while hurrying yesterday. Those sign-in points were all white. And as long as it was a sign-in point, she tentatively signed a few. As a result, she signed in at Songyun Mountain and received 100 Qinggang stones. At the headwaters of the Sishui River, she received 100 source spring water. And at the cedar forest, she got 100 cedar branches. After spending 3 sign-in points on some random items, she felt a bit disappointed. Hearing the system announce several times just now, she didn't dare to sign in, fearing she would waste the sign-in points she had worked hard to obtain. Now, hearing Meng Xingchen mention moonlight deer, moonlight grass, and Jinshang flower, she couldn't help but feel tempted. With so many exotic plants and beasts, even signing in just one would be worth it. She closed her eyes and chose to sign in, then heard the system announce, "Sign in successful. Obtained white leaf, kilogram, 100. Lin Yao took a deep breath and asked Meng Xingchen, "What is white leaf?" "White leaf? Is this the white leaf you're talking about?" Meng Xingchen picked up a white leaf from the ground. Lin Yao looked at the white leaf in the system space and then at the one in front of her, only able to nod helplessly. Is there any use for it? Although the white leaf was also an exotic plant, no use had been discovered yet. Lin Yao felt pained about her sign-in points and suddenly stood up, saying, "Let's go, we need to hurry." Meng Xingchen stared blankly at Lin Yao, who had dashed far away in an instant and could only helplessly follow, muttering, "Did I say something wrong? Why does she look a bit angry?" Chapter 11. Conflict. After these experiences, Lin Yao dared not sign any of the white checkpoints they encountered later. The two hurried along and finally came across a few groups of examinees in the evening. While resting at night, Meng Xingchen looked at the lively campsite where several groups had gathered and couldn't help but exclaim, finally caught up with the last wave. "I was worried I'd fall too far behind and wouldn't complete the exam." Examinees were not allowed to attack each other, and during the day they were busy traveling, so the atmosphere in the campsite was relatively harmonious during the rare resting time at night. "Hey, cease. That grilled meat over there smells great. I'm going to buy some." Both of them were hopeless in the kitchen. Meng Xingchen, the young master, could only manage to cook things through, and he had only learned this just before the exam. Lin Yao had always lived in an environment where filling her stomach was the only concern, so she had no concept of cooking skills. Thus, the two of them took turns preparing food along the way, just managing to avoid starving. Now that someone could make delicious grilled meat, Meng Xingchen couldn't hold back any longer. The person grilling was a tall, sturdy boy with dark skin and a simple appearance. His few teammates lay sprawled behind him, obviously already full. Even so, they continued to complain, "Hey, Zhang Feng, can you change your cooking method next time? I'm tired of eating grilled meat every day." The boy grilling didn't get angry. Instead, he explained good-naturedly, "We don't have other cooking tools, so we can only grill it." "So you're blaming us for not bringing a pot, huh?" The teammates got even more animated. Meng Xingchen couldn't stand it any longer and walked over to the grilling boy. "Hey, can you grill some meat for me? Don't worry, I'll pay. Just give me your contact number, and I'll transfer you the money once the exam is over." "No need for money. I can grill it for you, but the meat I have is from our team." The grilling boy looked a bit troubled. "It's fine. I have my own meat." Meng Xingchen took out a large piece of meat from his storage and handed it to the boy. "Just give me your contact number. How about 2,000 star coins? I'll transfer it to you after we get out." The grilling boy hurriedly waved his hands. "No need, no need. I'm just helping out. This exam is so tough. I can't let you work for nothing. Your name is Zhang Feng, right? If you don't tell me, I'll transfer 2,000 to every Zhang Feng I find after the exam." Zhang Feng panicked. "Really don't need to. If you keep insisting, I want tea grill for you." This was the first time Meng Xingchen encountered someone who refused to accept money, and he could only helplessly agree. "All right then. Sorry for the trouble, Zhang Feng." The two of them seemed to have reached a good understanding, but Zhang Feng's teammates were unwilling to back down. "Zhang Feng, who told you to refuse on your own? You're part of the team. The money should be shared with the team. What right do you have to refuse?" "Captain, I can't listen to you this time. We agreed not to take money, so I won't." Zhang Feng was adamant. "When did it become your turn to decide team matters?" Meng Xingchen couldn't stand this. It was just a group, not a life or death situation. Why should personal contributions be shared with the team? He had never seen such absurdity. He immediately retorted, "I didn't use your team's meat, and I didn't ask anyone from your team to help with the grilling. What right do you have to demand a share? Why should we? You tell me why." The leader of the group stood up arrogantly, and asked his companions behind him. The others followed suit, swaying their bodies in agreement. Just because this guy is a poor person from a remote planet, and no one would team up with him. If it weren't for our captain's kindness, he'd probably be all alone. Shouldn't he be grateful and serve us? Haha, exactly. Meng Xingqian was furious. He had seen shamelessness before, but never this level of it. They were truly embarrassing the examinees. The captain charged at him, trying to grab Meng Xingqian by the collar, but he dodged. Infuriated, he shouted, "I see you can't afford to pay, huh? Acting all high and mighty. 2,000 each? I can afford it. You just don't know who I am. With your bunch, I'd rather throw the money away than share it with you. You are just a bunch of parasites exploiting your teammates. Who are you calling a parasite? I'm talking about you parasites." Meng Xingqian pointed directly at the captain's nose and yelled. "He cursing us, brothers, beat him up." Zhang Feng quickly rushed out to stop them. "You can't hit people. Get out of my way." The captain tried to pull him aside, but Zhang Feng stood firm, unyielding. He was slightly embarrassed and angry. "Zhang Feng, are you going to move or not?" "No. You bullying me is one thing, but don't bully a good person." Zhang Feng's tall figure stood firm like a tower. The captain gritted his teeth. "Fine, you one team move, then we'll beat you together." So shameless. Trying to gang up. Come on, who's afraid of who? Meng Xingqian was a bit scared at first, but seeing Zhang Feng so loyal in front of him, he got fired up too. This was bound to attract hatred. Soon, several people surrounded Zhang Feng, while others bypassed him to rush at Meng Xingqian. Meng Xingqian wasn't very good at fighting and was immediately beaten up, crying out in pain. Fortunately, he knew how to call for help. "Sister Yao, help! Help!" The commotion they caused was quite loud, quickly attracting a crowd of onlookers. Lin Yao initially didn't want to get involved, but seeing Meng Xingqian getting beaten by several people and crying out, she hurriedly squeezed through the crowd. Seeing a group of people beating up Meng Xingqian, she rushed in and kicked a few of them down to rescue him. "What's going on? You guys can start a fight over buying grilled meat? Cease. I'll explain later. Can you save Zhang Feng?" He asked the tall, sturdy guy. "That guy isn't as weak as you." Lin Yao said this, but still rushed over to rescue him. The captain was knocked down to the ground, still unwilling to give up, shouting, "Why are you meddling?" "What meddling?" "Yes, my captain." Meng Xingqian raised his chin proudly. Upon hearing this, the group didn't dare to speak anymore. After all, Lin Yao had charged into the crowd and taken down several of them, and they were all too weak to get up for quite a while. "Next time you see me, avoid me, or don't blame our captain for hitting you." Meng Xingqian didn't forget to flaunt his power. Lin Yao quickly pulled this beaten and bruised embarrassment away. Chapter 12. The second teammate Meng Xingqian was worried and pulled Zhang Feng up again. Once they returned to their camp, Meng Xingqian began to chatter about the excessive behavior of that group of people. "Sister Yao, this is really not my fault. They were too much. Have you thought about it? By causing such a scene, Zhang Feng is now left alone?" In Lin Yao's view, Zhang Feng had been fine in the small team for so long, clearly showing that he could adapt on his own. Instead, it was Meng Xingqian's interference that disrupted the balance, forcing him to leave the team. Hearing her say this, Meng Xingqian realized that he had inadvertently done something bad despite his good intentions. So he looked at Zhang Feng with a bit of guilt. Zhang Feng smiled foolishly and waved his hand, saying, "It's fine, I was planning to go solo anyway. They insisted on taking me along because they thought I looked pitiful." Meng Xingqian felt he was just putting on a brave face and felt even guiltier. He turned to Lin Yao, blinking his eyes and looking pitiful. "Sister Yao, can we take him in?" Lin Yao glanced at him coldly and said, "Before you cause trouble, didn't you think about what Zhang Feng would do? I'm Yufine." Zhang Feng tried to speak, but Meng Xingqian interrupted him with a pat. Meng Xingqian lowered his head and quickly admitted his mistake. "Captain, I was wrong. Please forgive me just this once. You remember, I'm just temporarily teaming up with you, not here to clean up your mess." Meng Xingqian quickly put away his joking attitude and said seriously, "I understand now. Sister Yao, I'll one dare again." Seeing his sincere attitude, Lin Yao turned to Zhang Feng and asked, "Do you want to join our team?" Zhang Feng smiled honestly, "Although I'm fine on my own. Since this classmate is so sincere and the captain is a good person, I'm willing to join you." At that moment, Lin Yao heard the system's announcement. Mission 3 completed. Reward, 2 sign-in points. Hearing this, Meng Xingqian immediately forgot about the earlier issue and happily put his arm around Zhang Feng's shoulder, saying, Zhang Feng, welcome to our team. Em Meng Xingchen. And this is Captain Lin Yao. You can call her Sister Yao with me. Before Zhang Feng could respond, they heard hushed gasps around them. See, I told you this person is Meng Xingchen, the second son of Meng Pharmaceuticals. Ah, I thought he looked familiar. The voices were loud enough for all three to hear, but no one commented on it. Zhang Feng still spoke in a naive tone. Can I not call you Sister Yao? Why not? Do you think the captain looks young, so you don't think you can call her sister? Meng Xingchen jumped up excitedly. No, it's just that on our remote star. There's a bad profession with the same title. Zhang Feng explained patiently. Bad profession? You mean women who provide that kind of service? Meng Xingchen felt a bit embarrassed and looked at Lin Yao. Then how about I call you boss? No need, just call me Lin Yao. That won't do. It sounds very disrespectful. Let us just call you boss. Boss. The team of two became a team of three, which didn't affect Lin Yao's planned pace of travel. However, they didn't expect that although Zhang Feng looked heavy, he moved faster than Meng Xingchen. Zhang Feng, what kind of ability do you have? How come you're so fast? Meng Xingchen gasped for breath. Zhang Feng gave him his signature silly smile and said, I just have ordinary strength ability. That's impossible. Your speed is much faster than mine with strength ability. Lin Yao said coolly from the front. That's because his body technique is at level 5. During yesterday's brawl, while Meng Xingchen was being beaten, Zhang Feng fought against 4 without taking any damage. She was somewhat surprised. After using her extreme vision, she discovered that his body technique energy concentration was higher than those around him, indicating he had reached level 5 in body technique. Inviting Zhang Feng to join the team was not only to complete the daily mission of recruiting a second teammate, but also because she recognized his abilities. Meng Xingchen was too weak. If Zhang Feng were also weak, she wouldn't be able to carry them both. Hearing that Zhang Feng's body technique was at level 5, Meng Xingchen exclaimed, Zhang Feng, how did you train to reach level 5 in body technique? Although there were no age restrictions on starting body technique training, to prevent young children from recklessly practicing and injuring their foundations, people in the Yunmeng star system generally began practicing body technique at the age of 7. Even those from wealthy families who could hire private tutors usually started only about 2 years earlier, with the aid of bone-strengthening potions and superior body technique manuals. Those from good backgrounds could indeed start far ahead, but reaching level 5 from level 4 was a significant hurdle. It required not only sufficient battle experience, but also a certain level of talent. For an average person, advancing to level 5 before the age of 18 was considered top-tier talent. As people aged, their bones became harder and the speed of advancement in body technique slowed down. Even with an average lifespan of 300 years, very few have ever reached level 12 in body technique throughout history. Zhang Feng came from a remote star, and whether in terms of potions, equipment, or education and manuals, he was far behind those from central stars. Yet he still managed to reach level 5 in body technique at 16 or 17, which showed how terrifying his talent was. Especially since Meng Xingchen, as the second son of Meng Pharmaceuticals, should have access to top-tier resources in every aspect. It was no wonder he was so shocked that he was still so far from level 4 in body technique. On this day of travel, Lin Yao and her teammates encountered more and more people, indicating they had likely caught up with the middle tier. Considering that the stimulated Meng Xingchen was competing all the way, consuming too much energy, she decided to rest early today. Finding traces of previous campsites, Lin Yao marked a spot and said, Zhang Feng, you clear the campsite. Meng Xingchen, you gather firewood and fetch water. I'll go hunting. After arranging everything, Lin Yao dashed out. While running quickly, she opened the system panel. Host, Lin Yao age, 16 ability, with system level 3, mental system level 3, recovering. Extreme vision level 1 body technique, level 3 sign-in points, 5 storage space. Heart protecting scales 4 soul core, 1 broken spirit body of white scaled flood dragon, 1 energy matrix blueprint, full version. 1 Shingang stone, 100 source spring water, 100 cedar branch, 100 white, leaves 100 daily tasks. Task 1. Kill 20 level 2 mutant beasts. Reward, 1 sign-in point. 1320. Task 2. Gather 40 level 1 mutant plants. Reward, 1 sign-in point. 2840. Task 3. Recruit a third teammate for yourself. Reward, 2 sign-in points. There were a bit too many daily tasks today, so, to save time, she didn't go out to hunt, except for those that came to her. Chapter 13. By Junjin. Now the task was almost complete. Just right for hunting while finishing it. After spending some time communicating with the exotic plants using wood-based powers, she was surprised to find that the plants, which usually ignored her, reported that there was a burrow of moles nearby. Moles reproduce quickly and love to dig holes everywhere. They are omnivores. So it was no wonder the plants were eager to get rid of them. After clearing out the mole holes and collecting the offerings from the plants, Lin Yao felt satisfied as she headed back. Unexpectedly, from a distance, she heard a soft voice say, "Sister, even if you don't like me and Mom, Dad still loves you. How can you be so cruel to just move out? Dad is sick because of you. Can't you just move back? Bye, Yu. There is no one else here. Why pretend? Sister, you misunderstood me. I truly hope you come back. Forget it. Do you want me to go back and be set up by both you and your mother? Get lost, or don't blame me for poisoning you. Sister, why have you become so rude?" The weak voice carried a hint of disbelief. Then a male voice stepped in to mediate. "By Junjin, how can you be so malicious? Yu is kindly advising you, and you want to poison her? Are you even human? I wondered why you came back to me complaining. It turns out there's a witness nearby." "Sister, I didn't The male voice interrupted. "I followed Yu out myself. She didn't know anything. So don't slander her. She's using me to slander. A blind dog, just get lost, or don't blame me for being ruthless." The voice grew colder, with a hint of pent-up frustration. People are so vicious. No wonder their awakened powers are poison-based. Indeed, whatever kind of mentality one has will trigger that kind of ability. Get out of here. The female voice erupted completely, making the branches of the entire forest sway and rustle. Lin Yao instinctively activated her keen eye ability and saw a dark green energy field nearby, likely a mutated poison-based wood ability, almost at level 4. After taking a couple of steps toward it, Lin Yao saw a girl in a black combat suit leaning against a tree, her face a mix of disappointment, anger, and helplessness. Upon seeing Lin Yao, she quickly concealed her emotions and became aggressive. "Are you here to laugh at me? I'm not that free. I just wanted to ask if you want to join my team." "Join your team? It's already past the halfway point of the exam, and you're still recruiting teammates. Looks like your team isn't that great," Bai Junjin replied sarcastically. Lin Yao waved the level 3 exotic beast, the fragrant pig. "In front of her, you can see how strong I am by looking at this. Our camp is just ahead. Want to check it out? I'll treat you to some fragrant pig." Seeing the fragrant pig, Bai Junjin smirked. "What's there to show off? Hitting a level 3 exotic beast isn't that impressive. I can do it too." Looking at Bai Junjin, who was acting prickly like a hedgehog, Lin Yao felt speechless. She genuinely wanted to treat her to barbecue, as Zhang Feng's grilled meat was really good. "Oh, then just consider me showing off. If you change your mind, remember to find me. This person is too sensitive and suspicious. Pushing her further would only backfire." Lin Yao didn't bother to persuade her anymore. Anyway, if the third task doesn't get completed, then so be it. She hadn't found any good sign-in spots yet and wasn't in a hurry to accumulate sign-in points. Leisurely returning to the camp, Zhang Feng and Meng Xingchen had already lit a bonfire and were eagerly awaiting her. "Boss, you actually hunted a fragrant pig." Meng Xingchen was already revitalized, looking at the prey in Lin Yao's hands with excitement. Lin Yao handed the clean, fragrant pig to Zhang Feng. "Zhang Feng, you've worked hard." "Boss, I'm not tired. A top-quality ingredient like the fragrant pig is not something you can come by easily," Zhang Feng replied, clearly enjoying his culinary skills. Talking more than usual. Yes, the meat of the fragrant pig is tender and rich, and if grilled with cedar wood, it has a faint aroma. That is truly top-notch deliciousness. Lin Yao felt her mouth watering at his description. Even though she could eat anything to survive, it didn't mean she didn't enjoy delicious food. "Is that so? Then you all wait a moment." Lin Yao got up and found a secluded spot. Pulling out a large bundle of cedar branches from her system space, tied them with vines, and walked back to the camp. "Is this enough?" "Enough," Zhang Feng said. "Wow, boss, you even specially want to find cedar wood?" Meng Xingchen was thrilled to see it. "No, I happened to see a few trees while hunting." "Oh." The fragrant pig was indeed a top-tier ingredient among low-level ones. The smell of the grilled meat quickly attracted several waves of people wanting to buy meat, all of whom were firmly rejected by Meng Xingchen. In his words, money can be earned anytime, but top-notch deliciousness isn't something you can encounter casually. A fragrant pig weighs only about 40 to 50 pounds, and with 2 level 3 body techniques and 1 level 5 body technique. They were only slightly full after eating it all. Wow, this fragrant pig has such abundant energy. I feel like my body technique is about to advance, Meng Xingchen said. At that moment, Lin Yao also felt the rich energy and quickly said, I'll keep watch. You two hurry and refine the energy. Meng Xingchen quickly moved aside and began doing body technique exercises to digest the energy. Zhang Feng hesitated. Then what about you, boss? I just recently advanced in my body technique. I'm not in a rush for this moment. Zhang Feng wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Lin Yao. Hurry up. Lin Yao wasn't really that selfless. She had long cultivated the skill of multitasking on the battlefield, so absorbing energy while keeping watch was no problem, though the efficiency wouldn't be as high as focusing solely on cultivation. 2 hours later, the three of them finished their body technique training one after another. Meng Xingchen exclaimed excitedly, Wow, this is level 4 body technique. I feel like I can punch a steel cow to death. The steel cow was a level 3 exotic beast known for its defense. Seeing that Meng Xingchen seemed unaware of his own strength, Lin Yao couldn't help but pour cold water on him. So powerful? Then you'll be the one to lead the way tomorrow. Don't, boss. I was just joking. I'm not joking. Your combat power is too weak. You have level 4 body technique, but your fighting ability is worse than a level 3s. Zhang Feng, tomorrow's system. Hearing her serious tone, Meng Xingchen didn't dare to refute and could only nod obediently. However, he couldn't hold back his excitement for long. Zhang Feng, your cooking skills are amazing. The energy from a level 3 fragrant pig is even richer than what I've had from level 5 exotic beasts. Chapter 14 Lin Yao, the meat of exotic beasts can indeed provide a certain amount of energy to the human body and has some effect on improving physical fitness with long-term consumption. However, in fact, most of the energy dissipates after the exotic beast dies, and there will be different losses during the cooking process due to varying skill levels. The remaining energy cannot all be absorbed by the human body. If one consumes beasts of a higher level than their own, the wasted energy will be even greater. For example, the energy provided by the fragrant pig that allows a peak level 3 martial artist to advance to level 4 would require consuming at least 7 or 8 level 3 exotic beasts to achieve that effect. I don't think my cooking skills are that impressive. It must be due to the ingredients, right? Zhang Feng quickly denied this. Ingredients? Could it be that the fragrant pig was mutated? Meng Xingchen speculated. Lin Yao noticed that it was getting late and hurriedly interrupted their idle chatter. It's late. We should get some rest. Tonight, we have night watch as usual. The night watch time is from 10 in the evening to 6 the next morning. Meng Xingchen has the weakest combat ability, so he's assigned first. Zhang Feng cooks in the morning, so he is last. Lin Yao is responsible for the most awkward time slot in the middle. Boss, I've advanced today. Let me take the middle watch. It's not good for a girl like you to always take the hardest time slot. Lin Yao directly knocked his head and said, if you know it's not good, hurry up and improve your combat ability. With Meng Xingchen's martial arts improved, their travel speed also increased. On the afternoon of the 9th day of the exam, they caught up with the large group at the front, and not only did they catch up, but they also saw a crowd of people gathered. Meng Xingchen was the first to run over to inquire about the news. Boss, I found out clearly. Meng Xingchen gasped for breath, his tone barely hiding his excitement. A level 5 giant python has appeared in the Blue Belt River ahead, blocking the only road. Unfortunately, the fastest detour would take at least 5 days, so these people have been stranded here, with some staying for as long as 3 days. He said slyly, and I also heard that the first team to cross the river almost got eaten if they hadn't pressed the emergency button quickly. Someone saw it with their own eyes, and the news spread, so no teams dared to cross the river afterward. Isn't a level 5 exotic beast beyond the exam scope? Lin Yao asked in confusion. According to past exam practices, level 5 exotic beasts generally wouldn't appear in the designated exam area. Even if there were 1 or 2 that crossed the boundary, they would be dealt with by the invigilators if reported in time. Some teams reported it, but the invigilators said it was within the normal range and asked the candidates to handle it themselves, Meng Xingchen replied. Then that's strange. Everyone had two guesses. One was that they should work together to take down the exotic beast. The other was that this year, the difficulty of special recruitment was to be raised to prevent some slackers from passing. Which guess has more supporters? Zhang Feng was a bit curious. Of course, it's the first one. Who would admit to being a slacker? I heard that the first genius of Yinmeng Star, level 5 gold-type ability user Yao Beiluo, is already organizing students to prepare to besiege that level 5 giant python. Boss, should we join? Let's not rush into it. After all, we just arrived. Let's observe for now. All right, then I'll continue to gather information. Go ahead. Once Meng Xingchen left, Zhang Feng couldn't sit still either. Captain, I'm bored too. How about I go look for a suitable campsite? If we can't find one, we can always stay in the trees. Got it, Captain. After the teammates left, Lin Yao stood in place for a while, lost in thought before slowly leaving. Arriving at the Blue Belt River, she found that someone was organizing students to set up posts along the river. Seeing Lin Yao appear, the guard stopped her. Classmate, there is a level 5 giant python in the Blue Belt River ahead. Can I go to the riverbank to take a look? You can, but I need to clarify a few things with you. We are only monitoring the movements of the giant python here and are not responsible for other matters. If a classmate goes to the riverbank and disturbs the giant python, we will not provide rescue. All right, I understand. Thank you for the reminder. You all have worked hard. After Lin Yao finished speaking, she headed straight for the riverbank. The water of the Blue Belt River was a deep blue, and from a distance, it looked like a blue jade belt, hence its name. Lin Yao crouched down in a place with watergrass by the river, ready to use her abilities to stimulate the watergrass when she heard the guards talking in hushed tones. You guys pay attention to the riverbank. Someone has gone over. It's so dangerous. How can we allow someone to go to the riverbank? What if that person attracts the giant python over? But Yao Xiao said that we only need to act as a warning, and we can't stop anyone who wants to go to the riverbank. I think Yao Xiao's regulation is not very good. There will always be some self-righteous people taking risks by the riverbank, which increases our workload. A male voice said angrily. A delicate voice advised, Zhao Ge, don't be angry. Being too strict will cause problems. Yao Xiao does this to reduce disputes. The male voice, not daring to openly express dissatisfaction with Yao Beiluo, could only vent his frustration on Lin Yao, who had just returned from the riverbank. Why did you go to the riverbank? Don't you know that doing so might attract the giant python? Lin Yao turned to look and unexpectedly saw her cousin Lin Yu and her teammates. The original host was killed by Lin Yu, but the others did not stop Lin Yu from acting, so they were naturally accomplices. I really didn't expect this. She and Tigana find them, and they came to her door. Lin Yao was still thinking about how to take revenge, yet Lin Yu discovered her first and even put on a performance. Her expression was first shocked, then disappointed, and suddenly turned to joy. She excitedly ran over, saying, Sister, I'm so glad you're okay. You don't know how worried I was when I saw you fall. Seeing her about to hug her, Lin Yao stretched out her hand to push her away, saying sarcastically, You've been stranded here for 2 or 3 days, right? You're worried about me, but ran over so fast. That must be quite a hardship for you. Lin Yu clearly didn't expect such a change in her demeanor and almost couldn't keep up with the conversation. Sister, what do you mean by that? Are you blaming me for not saving you? Lin Yao remained silent, but her expression was a blatant mockery, though she had doubts in her heart. Lin Yu didn't want to ruin her image in public. She tearfully explained, I'm sorry, sister. I should have insisted on going to save you despite their obstruction. Her pitiful little face and tear-filled eyes were indeed heart-wrenching. Sure enough, the male student who had just reprimanded Lin Yao immediately stood up as a protector. Lin Yao, you came back alive, and you're not even hurt at all. What is the point of saying these things now? Chapter 15 Power Distribution Tisk TSK. I was just complimenting how fast you all run. Did I say something wrong? Clearly, it's my dear cousin who feels guilty and keeps apologizing to me. Why are you getting angry at me instead of comforting her? After Lin Yao finished speaking to him, she turned to Lin Yu and smiled, saying, My good cousin, you should quickly explain to your teammates that you were just too guilty, right? Lin Yu could only cry continuously. Look, she can't even speak, and you're not holding her in your arms to comfort her? Lin Yao gently pushed Lin Yu into the boy's embrace, and at the moment of contact, a A small amount of energy quietly seeped into Lin Yu's skin. The boy naturally wrapped his arms around her and carefully said, "Xiao Yu, don't be sad. She's fine now, so let's not cry anymore. I feel sorry for you." At this moment, another teammate of the boy said unwillingly, "Zhao Huan, you're just comforting her. Why are you touching her? Let go quickly." "Exactly. You can't take advantage of the situation to make a move on Lin Yu." Another teammate echoed, pulling Lin Yu out of his arms and protecting her in his own embrace. "Zhao Huan, you're too much, taking advantage of the situation. I didn't die." Zhao Huan was no match for the group and felt like he couldn't lift his head under their scrutiny. Lin Yao watched from the side, clucking her tongue in admiration. "My cousin is really lucky. All 6 boys on the team are competing for your attention. I really envy your charm." Lin Yu dared not admit this and quickly denied. "You misunderstood. They are all my teammates, and they're just concerned about me." "Oh, teammates, then I'm misunderstood. However, having so many true-hearted teammates protecting you is not easy at all. You must cherish them." After Lin Yao finished speaking, she ignored the various expressions of Lin Yu and her teammates and waved goodbye with a smile. Seeing that she had disrupted the balance that had taken her so long to achieve with just a few words, Lin Yu dared not keep her any longer and could only watch her leave. When she found Zhang Feng and Meng Xingqian, Zhang Feng's barbecue stall was surrounded by people, and Meng Xingqian was helping out while chatting with others. Upon seeing Lin Yao, Meng Xingqian quickly abandoned his chatting friends and approached her. "Boss, I just gathered a lot of information. What do you want to hear?" Lin Yao casually sat down on the ground and said, "First, let us talk about the power distribution here." "Boss, how did you know there are several forces here?" "They're all a bunch of middle school boys, full of vigor. Yao Beiluo just has slightly higher abilities and has T-formed a complete strength to overwhelm others. How could he make everyone submit?" Meng Xingqian, "It feels like we're being influenced by the situation. There are generally 3 forces here. The largest force is led by Yao Beiluo, who has gathered about a quarter of the candidates. Yao Beiluo has a level 5 metal ability and level 4 body technique. As the only one in this batch to break through level 5, he has significant prestige among the candidates. Moreover, he not only has high abilities, but also intelligence. His arrangements and handling of conflicts are mature, unlike a teenager. High strength, good reputation, and thoughtful in handling matters. Thus, he has gained the support of many candidates. The second force is Zhou Heng. He is a peak level 4 water ability user and has a significant home advantage. It is said that the team that crossed the river earlier was attacked, and he was the one who held back the giant python, giving them time to press the rescue button. His assistance allowed many to see his strength. After all, compared to Yao Beiluo, who is yet to engage with the giant python, Zhou Heng's strength is tangible and observed by others. However, Zhou Heng is not as clever as Yao Beiluo. As a forerunner, he surprisingly did not take the initiative at the start and was instead overtaken by later arrivals. The third force is Wang Jincheng, a level 4 lightning ability user. The Wang family is a well-known lightning ability family in the Yunmeng star system. Each member has strong combat abilities, at least 1 or 2 levels higher than other elemental ability users, so they are quite famous among the newcomers. However, although this person is strong, he has an impulsive and irritable personality, and among the newcomers, he is seen as both praised and criticized. Those who like him think he has strong power and loyalty. Those who dislike him feel he is too emotional in his actions and lacks intelligence. Apart from these 3 forces, the remaining large group consists of people who do not get involved anywhere. They're just waiting for these 3 forces to make decisions so they can follow along and take advantage of the situation to cross the river. After listening, Lin Yao did not offer much commentary, but instead began to ask about other matters. "Xingqian, do you have any other guesses about the existence of the giant python besides the 2 I heard at the beginning?" "Yes, but they are all unreliable. Some say the examiners want everyone to take a detour to test their endurance for long-distance travel. Others say the giant python might be an 8D projection meant to scare everyone. There are also people who say that the giant python might have already been secretly killed by the examiners, but they are not telling anyone, just to test everyone's courage. This speculation is quite interesting." Meng Xingqian widened his eyes in surprise. "Boss, you actually agree with such absurd speculation?" Lin Yao glanced at him, but did not answer. "Xingqian, Can you perform a show for me using your metal ability? Sure, boss. What kind of show do you want to see? Fireworks. What kind of fireworks? This is a very ancient skill. Originally, it involved melting iron blocks at high temperatures to turn them into molten iron, which professional performers would then strike on a fixed equipment, causing the molten iron to scatter and create a spectacular scene of fire trees and silver flowers. Of course, now, with abilities, it doesn't need to be so complicated. After their planet's garrison was scattered by star beasts, but before it completely fell, various bases were established on the planet. These bases vary in strength but cannot withstand the powerful star beasts. Once discovered, there is only one outcome: destruction. When bases are destroyed, the fortunate survivors scatter to the surrounding bases. Lin Yao has experienced many such events, changing bases several times and meeting many people. Among them was a metal ability user who, while reminiscing about peaceful times, mentioned the skill of making iron fireworks. He said that since they didn't have the conditions to do the original method, he would show them the ability version of iron fireworks. That day, Lin Yao witnessed the dazzling display of ability fireworks. He also said that to prevent this skill from being lost, he would teach it to everyone. And maybe once they drove away the star beasts, some will be able to recreate this skill. Chapter 16 Invitation. At that time, Lin Yao was still young and particularly interested in the iron flower created by metal abilities, so she specifically sought advice from that person. Now, she has also arrived at a peaceful place, and it's quite nice to let those students experience the iron flower. Lin Yao taught Meng Xingchen how to create the metal ability version of the iron flower. Boss, do you have metal abilities? No, but abilities are interconnected. As long as you understand deeply, you will also have your own insights into other abilities. Now, listen to my instructions. First, use your mental power to sense the surrounding metal elements. I don't have mental abilities. I'm talking about mental power, not mental abilities. When everyone awakens their abilities, they also have mental power. Without mental power, how can you manipulate abilities? If you have any questions, hold on until I finish teaching. Meng Xingchen didn't dare to speak anymore and obediently closed his mouth to listen to Lin Yao's instructions. Have you sensed the metal elements? I have sensed them. Try to use your metal abilities to attract the metal elements. Once the metal elements are attracted by you, condense them into small metal beads. When you have enough condensed, you can throw them out in various beautiful shapes. Be casual. It's best to have the feeling of fire trees and silver flowers. Meng Xingchen tried only once and succeeded. Not bad. The use of abilities is quite rough, but the talent is pretty good. Adjust the flower shape a bit, and it will be a beautiful iron flower. Hearing this evaluation, Meng Xingchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Boss, in our Meng family, most of us have water and wood abilities. Over the years, I'm the only one with metal abilities. All right, I'll teach you a few tricks when I have time, so you won't only know how to attack with metal needles. Before dark, Lin Yao had Meng Xingchen go out to spread the news, saying that their team invited everyone in the camp to watch the iron flower performance, allowing everyone to relax a bit during the exam. Although everyone didn't know what the iron flower was, they were excited to come and watch after hearing there was a lively event. When the forest was completely dark, the brilliant iron flower performance began, truly beautiful. Plus, Meng Xingchen got into the performance, adding some impromptu dance moves, making it even more engaging. Even in this interstellar era, where everyone's expectations have been raised by various fireworks and technology, being able to enjoy such a dazzling performance on an undeveloped planet without technology was quite exhilarating during the exam period. Good. Beautiful. Do another. As the wonderful performance attracted more and more people, it naturally caught the attention of the leaders of 3 factions. The 3 of them were originally gathered together discussing how to cross the river, but no one could convince anyone else, so they were somewhat irritated. Hearing the lively sounds outside, Wang Jincheng said unhappily, "What is going on?" One of his subordinates replied, "I heard someone is performing some iron flower, said to be even more beautiful than fireworks, attracting a lot of people to watch." Iron flower? At this time, still messing around with these flashy things. Aren't you afraid of attracting the giant python? Zhou Hong was in a bad mood and naturally had some prejudice against the commotion outside. Wang Jincheng, you love to go against me. The camp has been so lively these days, yet the giant python hasn't shown up. Why would it come today? Or Zhou Hong, are you missing the giant python after that day you dealt with it? Wang Jincheng, Are you looking for trouble? Zhou Hong stood up angrily. So what if I am? Wang Jincheng was not afraid at all. Don't think I won't dare to hit you. Then come on. They were arguing loudly when Yao Beiluo suddenly stood up. The two were startled by his action and stopped moving. Yao Beiluo, what are you doing? Wang Jincheng glared at him in dissatisfaction. Since none of us can convince the other, why not go see the excitement? Yao Beiluo said with a smile. What excitement? Zhou Hong asked. Iron Flower. The three of them made their way to where Meng Xingchen was performing the Iron Flower, and the onlookers quickly stepped back to make way for them. Lin Yao saw the three of them arrive, smiled, and said, So, it's the three team leaders. Welcome. I heard you invited everyone to watch the Iron Flower performance. Just watching like this, there aren't even any seats? Wang Jincheng swaggered to the best viewing spot without courtesy. It's my poor hospitality. I'll arrange seats for you. As Lin Yao spoke, her heart moved, and soon vines flowed on the ground, instantly weaving a row of benches and tables. The three looked at her actions, their pupils involuntarily widening. To be honest, this rapid release and control of abilities, even a level 5 like Yao Beiluo might not be able to achieve. Nevertheless, Wang Jincheng still forced a smile and said, Not bad, and then sat down on one of the woven seats with a swagger. Initially thinking it was just for show, he found it not only solid but also quite comfortable. My name is Lin Yao, captain of the Mingwang team. I apologize for my poor hospitality. Lin Yao didn't mind his arrogance and replied with a smile, while also openly observing the three young team leaders. Yao Beiluo looked heroic and righteous, remaining calm under Lin Yao's scrutiny, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. Zhou Hong had a delicate appearance, especially his eyes, bright and clear, giving off a clever and smart vibe. He furrowed his brows and glanced back at Lin Yao. Wang Jincheng, with lightning abilities, had the best looks among the three. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, his features were strikingly handsome. However, at this moment, sitting with raised brows and a slouched posture, his rebellious demeanor completely destroyed his stunning appearance. Don't you have any men in your team? Sending a little girl out to chatter? As soon as he finished speaking, before anyone could react, Lin Yao boldly struck, kicking Wang Jincheng over. Wang Jincheng was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted, performing a backflip to stand up again. However, Lin Yao was faster, not giving him a moment to breathe, rushing up and throwing 2 punches at his chin, then delivering a series of kicks to his chest. Finally, she kicked at his knee. Wang Jincheng fell to his knees with a grunt, gritting his teeth in pain. Just as he was about to resist, Lin Yao had already bound him tightly with vines. You little witch. Wang Jincheng gritted his teeth and cursed, then used his lightning abilities to blast the vines to pieces. Then, he suddenly stood up, ready to unleash his powers against Lin Yao. Chapter 17 Betting. However, Lin Yao's movements were faster than his abilities. She launched a series of rapid kicks, then scissored her legs around his neck, flipping him over onto the ground. Before he could curse again, she unleashed a combination of punches to his face. Finally, Lin Yao used her elbow to pin his neck and asked, Are you convinced? If I'm not convinced, what does it matter if you sneak attack? Wang Jincheng retorted defiantly. Ha, if you can't even respond this quickly, keep your mouth shut, or you'll be taken out sooner or later. Lin Yao mocked him directly. Wang Jincheng, since you're not convinced, I don't mind having a fair fight with you. But if you lose, you have to listen to my orders on the matter of crossing the river. Upon hearing this, Zhou Heng's expression changed. However, Yao Beiluo remained unchanged, though the shift in his gaze couldn't be concealed. What if you lose? Wang Jincheng quickly got up. Then it's the other way around. I'll listen to your orders. All right, that seems fair. Yao Beiluo, Zhou Hong, you two remember to be my witnesses. Lin Yao appeared to have considerable strength, and the other two wanted to test her abilities as well. With someone stepping forward, they naturally agreed. Zhou Hong added fuel to the fire. Wang Jincheng, you must win. If you lose to a girl, you'll lose both face and reputation. Then you better watch closely. After saying that, Wang Jincheng charged forward, raising his fist directly at Lin Yao's face. Lin Yao sidestepped and struck his ribs with an elbow. As soon as her elbow made contact, it felt numb. It turned out Wang Jincheng had surrounded himself with lightning-type abilities. Finally, you're showing some skill. Lin Yao smirked in mockery and quickly wrapped her fists with vines, delivering several punches to his chin. Only then did Wang Jinsheng react, excitedly throwing a punch back. Lin Yao was even faster. After a few punches, when the wooden vines were shattered by the lightning, she quickly retreated, creating distance, and as he came after her, she used the vines to trip him. In the moment his movement stalled, she turned and kicked him several times, especially the final kick that sent him crashing to the ground. As he fell, Lin Yao pounced on him. Then everyone witnessed the impressive and rapid application of abilities and the violent aesthetics of combat. Lin Yao threw her left fist, which was instantly wrapped in vines. After several punches, the vines shattered. Then she switched to her right fist, which immediately enveloped the vines. The connection between her movements and abilities was seamless, as if she had fought 1,000 times before. After a series of punches, Wang Jinsheng was completely dazed, unable to even speak when Lin Yao held her fist up to his face and asked if he was convinced. Seeing he remained silent, Lin Yao continued to throw a few more punches and asked again, "Are you convinced?" After waiting a while and still not getting a response, Lin Yao raised her fist again, prompting Wang Jinsheng to struggle to say, I'm convinced. Hearing him concede, Lin Yao finally withdrew her fist and helped him up, saying, "Young man, it would have been better to admit defeat earlier. You and T have had to endure those last few punches. Am I the one who won T admit defeat? Clearly, your moves were just too fast." Pretending she didn't hear his meat complaint, Lin Yao avoided hurting his pride. While Lin Yao fought Wang Jinsheng, her impressive combat strength was evident. Although Yao Beiluo's expression was inscrutable, his eyes betrayed a mix of shock, doubt, and speculation, revealing his inner turmoil. In contrast to Yao Beiluo's concealed emotions, Zhou Heng could not hide his feelings at all. Previously, he had clearly looked down on Lin Yao, but now he was completely silent. This was no ordinary girl. She was clearly a formidable weapon. Lin Yao dusted off her hands and returned to her spot, appearing completely unfazed by the earlier battle. She said naturally, "Although today is for everyone to watch the Iron Flower display, I also want to discuss the issue of the level 5 giant python with you all." Without waiting for a response, she continued, "I heard that everyone has been stuck here for 2 or 3 days, and I'm sure you don't want to stay any longer. So, I want to unite everyone and force our way across the river tomorrow." As soon as she said this, Wang Jinsheng was the first to jump out. "Do you even know what you're saying? Don't think just because you beat me that you're some kind of powerhouse. A level 5 beast can swallow you whole without even digesting." Lin Yao ignored him and directly looked at Yao Beiluo and Zhou Heng. "What do you two think?" "Hey, why are you ignoring me?" Wang Jinsheng was unwilling to back down. Defeated opponents have no say here. He wanted to say more, but was met with Lin Yao's raised fist, instantly silencing him. Yao Beiluo couldn't help but laugh, quickly covering his mouth with his fist and pretending to cough. "I wonder what Captain Lin's plan is? When I investigated by the river, I found that the giant python is likely lingering here because something at the riverbed is attracting it." Zhou Heng immediately sat up excitedly. "Do you know what it is?" "Currently, it's uncertain. However, it should be a plant-based treasure, and it's close to ripening." Lin Yao didn't hold back at all. "Treasures? Things that even a level 5 beast covets must be high grade." At this, everyone present, including onlookers, became excited. Who doesn't like adventure and treasure hunting, especially the young and vigorous? Yao Beiluo also struggled to contain his excitement, but he was the first to regain his composure. "What does Captain Lin have in mind?" "I think we need to cross the river and seize the treasures." Lin Yao briefly outlined her plan. "My plan is for part of the people to fight the giant python to hold it back while another part goes to retrieve the treasure. Once the treasure is secured, the giant python will surely go into a frenzy and chase after the treasure holders, giving everyone a chance to escape." Lin Yao paused and continued, "At that moment, those retrieving the treasure will be in danger. So, we will need several ability users who can simulate sense to use their powers in different places to create the illusion of treasure, distracting the giant python. This way, it will be confused and check each one, and that will be the time for the treasure holders to escape." This plan stirred the blood of the young people, who were eager to start immediately. However, there were always a few who were more thoughtful, beginning to point out the flaws in the plan. First of all, the people who will be holding back the giant python will be in serious danger. A level 5 beast might not even be something a level 6 ability user can handle. Chapter 18. Mingguang Team. Yes, treasure hunters are also very dangerous. If they're a bit slower and fail to escape in time, they will definitely be swallowed by the giant python along with the treasure. Exactly. The ones simulating their aura. If someone happens to be unlucky and gets chosen by the giant python first, isn't that also very dangerous? A flurry of chatter instantly criticized Lin Yao's plan to the point of being utterly worthless. Lin Yao wasn't angry. After listening to them finish, she spoke up. I understand everyone's concerns, but may I ask everyone present, is there a safer and more perfect plan than this? If so, please share it so we can all listen. These people have been here for 3 days, and they only just learned why the giant python is staying here. Suddenly, how could they come up with a plan? Everyone, let me remind you, the treasure is expected to mature around tomorrow. If anyone has ideas, it's better to speak up quickly. Otherwise, dragging it out will only waste time and lose the treasure. These words had a huge impact, and immediately no one dared to speak again. All right, since no one has a better idea, let's continue discussing the feasibility of this plan, Lin Yao decisively stated. No one dared to speak first, so Lin Yao had to turn her gaze to Yao Beiluo. Yao Beiluo, as the top ability user among the candidates. What are your thoughts? I can act as the main combatant and take the lead in restraining the giant python. Unless we take a detour early tomorrow, otherwise, as the one to take the lead, Yao Beiluo cannot escape the main battle. Rather than waiting to be assigned a task, he simply took the initiative. However, the youthful spirit still held some reluctance. Zhou Heng quickly added, I am a water-type ability user. I can also take the lead in battle. But Lin Yao shook her head, rejecting him. You are the highest rank among water-type abilities. We need you more to retrieve the treasure from the water. He wanted to say something, but Lin Yao interrupted him, saying, we will discuss your matter later. Let us first hear what others have to say. Next, several others volunteered to be the main combatants. As Lin Yao listened, her frown deepened, and finally, she cut them off. After listening for so long, I realize a significant problem, which is that everyone lacks a clear understanding of their own abilities. To avoid causing massive casualties in battle, I suggest that those below level 4 abilities do not participate in the plan. Those above level 4 abilities, except for long-range abilities, should also be exempt from participation. As soon as this was said, an uproar broke out in the crowd. Lin Yao didn't bother to explain further and directly mocked them. You don't need to feel unfair. If you think you're strong enough, you would have charged in by now instead of waiting to hear my plan. Her words were merciless, causing many to lose face and leave in anger. Lin Yao didn't take care and continued. Having discussed the choice of combat personnel, let us now talk about the treasure retrieval team. My plan is for the fewer treasure hunters, the better, so I've decided that only Zhou Heng and I will go to retrieve the treasure. Zhou Heng will be responsible for accelerating me in the water. After obtaining the treasure, we will leave immediately. And then I will attract the giant python's attention with the treasure alone. Zhou Heng hesitated to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Lin Yao, pretending not to see his hesitation, continued, you don't need to worry about me. Although my ability level is low, I have a special method to conceal the treasure. Once the giant python is attracted, I will conceal my aura and use my wood-type ability to slip into the forest. The giant python won't be able to do anything about me. She spoke lightly, while Zhou Heng felt even more guilty and couldn't lift his head. Taking on heavy responsibilities, Yao Beiluo looked at her with admiration but still hoped that Captain Lin would pay attention to her safety. All right, that's the rough plan. I hope you several can tally the combat personnel in our team and then report the final results. Lin Yao paused and then turned her gaze to Yao Beiluo. Captain Yao, could you please tally the main combat personnel? Is there any problem? I have no problem. Yao Beiluo nodded in agreement. Then I'll trouble Captain Yao with this. Also, aside from the captains, any other teams wanting to participate can also find Captain Yao to sign up. When the treasure is obtained, we can distribute it based on merit, and we won't let anyone work for nothing. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was immediately excited. At a time of confusion, Lin Yao gave everyone another reminder. For those who cannot participate in the battle, I hope you all take the opportunity to pass through. Do not think about doing anything harmful to others and unbeneficial to yourselves. You must know that the exam is monitored, and if exposed, Don't cut off your own path. In practical exams, although there is no explicit ban on fighting between candidates, there has always been an unspoken quality and moral score. After all, every year there are always a few candidates who, despite ranking high, no school is willing to accept. At first, everyone didn't understand, but as news of some exam monitoring gradually spread, everyone realized that some people indeed did not deserve to be accepted. With past lessons learned, along with Lin Yao's warning, no one would likely act foolishly again. Since the personnel tally was handed over to Yao Beiluo, Lin Yao simply entrusted the battle arrangements to him as well. Unburdened, after weaving a few hammocks in the trees, she took her two teammates up the tree early. "Boss, did you name our team Mingguang team? I just came up with it casually. If you have other ideas, feel free to tell me, and we can change it." "No need. Mingguang sounds very bright and uplifting. No need to change." "Zhang Feng, what do you think?" After Meng Xingqian expressed her opinion, she didn't forget to ask Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, of course, didn't mind. "I think it's great too." All right. From now on, we will be Mingguang team." "Oh, by the way, Xingqian, don't participate in the battle tomorrow, like the other non-combat personnel. Wait for the right moment to cross the river." Hearing this, Meng Xingqian wanted to refute, but under Lin Yao's firm gaze, she could only compromise. "I understand. As for Zhang Feng, your combat power is sufficient. However, your ability isn't long range, and the danger is quite high. You should consider whether to participate or not." Zhang Feng had a level 5 physical ability and a level 4 strength ability, with some combat experience, and was more clear-headed than Meng Xingqian. So she was relatively at ease with him. "Captain, my physical abilities have been improved through constant battles, so I've decided to participate in the battle," Zhang Feng said. "All right, then be careful." After settling her two teammates, Lin Yao arranged the night watch as usual, and they each went to sleep. Early the next morning, Yao Beiluo gathered all the combat personnel and discussed battle strategies together. With a sufficiently large base of candidates, even if not everyone had abilities, there were still around 70 to 80 level 4 ability users. Chapter 19 Outbreak. Yao Beiluo divided the ability users into 6 small teams based on their combat power and ability combinations. For example, his metal ability was paired with Wang Jinsheng's lightning ability, and fire ability was paired with wind ability, forming stronger combat capabilities when combined. Except for the first team, which had slightly higher combat power, the other teams were evenly matched in strength. Each team was assigned a number, and they would take turns to battle according to their team numbers. The rotation interval was also arranged very reasonably, allowing everyone enough stamina to respond to emergencies and sufficient time to recover their abilities. In addition to arranging the battle teams, Yao Beiluo also organized the non-participating personnel to avoid situations where some people might misjudge the timing and recklessly cross the river, provoking the giant python and disrupting the battle. His meticulous planning and reasonable arrangements earned him a wave of goodwill among the candidates. Lin Yao watched the entire process without expressing any opinions, quietly listening to his deployment of troops. She realized that he truly lived up to his military family background, far surpassing his peers in both combat power and tactical strategy. Even without her as a reborn individual proposing a plan, he would likely be able to lead this group of candidates safely across the river. However, even with her sudden emergence, she could not overshadow his brilliance. Given time, as Yao Beiluo grew older and accumulated enough experience, it was likely that no one would be able to outshine him. While being amazed by his talent, Lin Yao felt a renewed sense of crisis in her heart. To maintain the advantage of her rebirth and always stay ahead of others, she needed to work even harder. Once the tactical steps were arranged, Lin Yao went to the riverbank with a few team leaders to check the maturity of the plant-based treasures to determine the right moment to act. However, before they reached the river, they saw Lin Yu pushing through the crowd with an excited expression. Upon seeing Lin Yao, her face lit up with surprise. "Sister, it's really you. I heard your name yesterday, and I thought I misheard it. After all, sister, your combat power is so low that you can't even defeat a first-level beast." Realizing she might have said something wrong, she quickly covered her mouth. Instantly, tears began to fall, and she pitifully said, "Sister, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Please don't be angry." Facing her pretentious slander, Lin Yao's expression remained unchanged, and she even smiled. How could I be? What you said is the truth. I really couldn't defeat a first-level beast before. The reason for my significant improvement is thanks to you and your good teammates. If it weren't for that, I probably wouldn't even be able to participate in a battle like you. Lin Yu choked for a moment, but quickly reacted. Sister, have you already reached level 4? You were only level 2 10 days ago. Did you eat some kind of heavenly treasure? You think too much. I'm only at level 3 now. Lin Yao impatiently dealt with her, just as she was about to activate the hidden power within her body when she noticed a slightly familiar figure walking past Lin Yu. Noticing her gaze, the person gave her a meaningful smile. At that moment, Lin Yu's tone and expression suddenly changed, and she disdainfully said, Humph, you're only at level 3. What right do you have to participate in the battle? I could take on 10 of you with my strength. Don't think I don't know what kind of waste you were before. You talk so grandly, but you're just on the list of high-level ability users. Oh, which high-level ability user am I on the list of? Who knows how many boats you're riding? Maybe Yao Beiluo, Zhou Hong, and Wang Jinsheng are all your subordinates. As soon as she said this, not only did the 3 people at the center of the topic change their expressions, but even Lin Yu's teammates became anxious. They quickly rushed to stop her. Lin Yu, don't say that. Lin Yu pushed aside the few protectors and said impatiently, Who do you guys think you are to stop me? Get away from me. While being dragged away, Lin Yu shouted, Let go of me. I haven't finished speaking. Lin Yao, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're on the list of a few ability users. I'll let you be arrogant today, but when you go back, just wait and see how I deal with you. Remember, you will always be a dog of our family. Hearing this, Lin Yao felt a surge of anger within her. It might have been the original owner's emotions, or perhaps she simply couldn't stand it. Lin Yao didn't bother to suppress it and rushed up, pulling Lin Yu out from her protectors. She grabbed her collar and forcefully slammed her down onto the ground. Lin Yu let out a muffled groan as she hit the ground hard, her head spinning and unable to react for a long time. Lin Yu, remember this. I'll let the past go for now, but if you dare to provoke me again, I won't hesitate to take you and your family down with you. Seeing the murderous intent in Lin Yao's eyes, Lin Yu's face showed terror. After hitting her, Lin Yao casually threw her aside, dusted off her hands, and stood up. Let's go, we've wasted enough time. We should hurry to investigate. The others were stunned by her domineering display. Lin Yao didn't care and walked to the riverbank, squatting down to touch a water plant and began her investigation. A few 4th-level wood ability users followed suit, quietly activating their abilities in preparation to explore. Lin Yao did not stop them, but reminded, be careful when you investigate. Don't release a large amount of wood ability at once, or you'll easily disturb the guarding giant python. Although she had just displayed her power and intimidated some people, unfortunately, her abilities were still a bit lacking to command full respect, and there were 1 or 2 stubborn individuals who disregarded her warning and boldly released their wood abilities. For such reckless behavior, Lin Yao could only sigh. She called out to Yao Beiluo, get everyone ready for battle. Yao Beiluo showed no hesitation or doubt, turning to the people nearby and commanding, First team, prepare for battle, the rest retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud splash echoed, and a massive snake head suddenly burst out of the water, lunging toward the people on the shore. The giant python came too quickly, and many people hadn't had time to retreat. Seeing the giant python opening its huge mouth, it was about to attack a stunned wood ability user crouching on the shore. Lin Yao acted swiftly, instantly unleashing her ability to grow vines, wrapping around the shocked person and throwing them back. Yao Beiluo shouted, First team, follow me to battle, and charged forward himself. With a spear formed in his hand, he aimed for the giant python's eyes. Chapter 20. Purifying source fruit, the giant python's eyelids instantly closed, and the spear in Yao Beiluo's hand struck against the snake scales, creating sparks, yet it didn't break through the defense. Although it didn't break through, the eyes were indeed the python's weak point. His attack immediately attracted the giant python's hatred, and it opened its mouth to swallow Yao Beiluo. Lin Yao quickly wrapped the giant python's mouth with vines, trying to force it shut, but the level difference was too great, and it was snapped off in an instant. At that moment, Wang Jinsheng reacted first and unleashed a lightning-type ability. The giant python was momentarily stunned by the electric attack, shaking its massive head and temporarily abandoning its attack on Yao Beiluo. The other members of the team finally reacted and joined the battle. Although the damage from these ability users was minimal, many couldn't even break through the defense. The continuous attacks from so many people still made the giant python quite annoyed. Of course, the most important factor was that these people were small and agile, making them slippery and somewhat tiring for it to deal with. Seeing the battle stabilize, Lin Yao withdrew from the fight and found Zhou Heng nearby. They decided to dive into the water to search for treasure. The two found a relatively concealed spot, where Lin Yao guided Zhou Heng to use his water-type ability to create a bubble without water around them, slowly taking her down. They smoothly reached the sensing location. Upon seeing a small tree that was yellow-green and quite inconspicuous, swaying back and forth with the water flow, Zhou Heng couldn't believe this was the exotic plant guarded by the giant python. The treasure was hidden. Despite its unremarkable appearance, it was the purifying source fruit tree. Lin Yao originally didn't recognize the purifying source fruit, but when she arrived at the Blue Belt River that day, she had heard the system crazily announcing several sign-in points. One of them was the discovery sign-in point guardian object of the giant python, asking whether to spend 3 sign-in points to sign in. Lin Yao had previously signed in at purple, gold, and white sign-in points, spending 5, 7, and 1 sign-in points respectively. And this green sign-in point was the first time she had seen it. No, it seemed that during the energy matrix visit, it also cost 3 sign-in points. She had signed 2 hurriedly at that time and hadn't seen it clearly. Upon careful observation, she indeed found a green sign-in point among several white ones. After choosing to sign in, the system announced, "Sign in successful. Obtain purifying source fruit 3." Lin Yao immediately opened the system panel to check. Host: Lin Yao, age 16, ability with system level 3, spiritual system level 3 to be restored. Extreme vision level 1, physical skills level 3, sign-in points 9, storage space. Heart protecting scales 4, soul core 1, white scaled flood dragon shattered spirit body 1. Energy matrix blueprint complete 1, Cheonggang stone 100, source living water 100, cedar branch 100, white leaves 100. Purifying source fruit 3. The purifying source fruit was quite famous in the Yunmeng star system. Eating it raw had the effect of purifying spiritual power. Of course, the most economical effect was to concoct it into potions. Purification potions and spiritual stability potions were highly valued throughout the Yunmeng star system. Based on the gains from sign-ins during this time, signing out the purifying source fruit indicated that there were either purifying source fruits or related items in this area. Thus, she quietly used her wood-type ability to probe by the river, and indeed, under the powerful pressure of the giant python, she felt a subtle fluctuation. Originally, she just wanted to cross the river, but after discovering the purifying source fruit, she developed the idea of seizing the treasure first before crossing the river. After all, such a good item as the purifying source fruit couldn't be left for the exotic beasts to enhance their strength. Zhou Heng swallowed hard. Can we really pick the purifying source fruit? What if it's left by the military waiting to mature? If they already knew about the existence of this fruit tree, how could they still designate this area as an examination site? Such a precious exotic fruit must be guarded like a treasure. Then how do we explain the 5th-level giant python? This giant python clearly exceeds the examination scope, yet the invigilators said it was within the examination range. This is obviously unreasonable. Perhaps the invigilators are trying to increase the difficulty of the exam and weed out a batch of useless candidates. But there's no but. Such heavenly treasures, if we miss this opportunity, we won't get another. Lin Yao interrupted him, urgently saying, "Are you ready? I'm going to pick the fruit." Zhou Heng could only nod and stay quiet, preparing himself. Lin Yao activated her wood-type ability, directly knocking down the purifying source fruit tree, then swiftly plucked all the fruits from it. Exotic plants that produce such powerful energy fruits are meant to attract various exotic beasts to fight and then take the opportunity to eat meat and strengthen themselves. When someone comes to snatch its fruits, it naturally won't let it go easily, immediately shedding its harmless appearance and pouncing towards Lin Yao with bared fangs and claws. Unfortunately, this exotic plant seemed to be fruiting for the first time, lacking combat experience. although it managed to break free from Lin Yao's restraints in time. The tree was stripped bare of its fruits. "Let's go," Lin Yao commanded, and Zhou Heng quickly activated his water-type ability to escape. Once they surfaced, Lin Yao hurriedly said to Zhou Heng, "Let's split up. I'll attract the giant python with the purifying source fruits, and then we'll meet at Lingtai Mountain." Without waiting for his response, she swiftly ran in another direction, disappearing among the trees with a few leaps. Watching her leave, Zhou Heng quickly departed from his spot. Not long after, he saw the giant python, as thick as a water barrel, rushing from where he had just left, quickly pursuing the direction Lin Yao had taken. With the giant python filled with rage, its pressure was even greater, and its overwhelming momentum made Zhou Heng's heart race with fear, worrying for Lin Yao's safety. On the side of the battle team, due to the giant python's furious strike, many people were injured and fell. Watching the giant python angrily leave, those who remained were unsure whether to be grateful for escaping with their lives or to worry about Lin Yao facing the enraged giant python. However, worry aside, they still had to do what needed to be done. Yao Beiluo quickly organized the rescue of the injured and arranged for the others to hurry across the river. The time Lin Yao left them was limited. With thousands of people needing to cross, they had to be quick. Otherwise, when the giant python lost interest in the exotic fruit and returned in anger, it would spell disaster for them. As for Lin Yao, who everyone secretly worried about, her condition was actually much better than expected. The exam wristbands couldn't isolate various auras, but the system space could. Before executing the plan, she had already tested that the system space could store external items. Thus, she had placed the purifying source fruits into the system space early on, leaving only one outside to lure the giant python. The method she had previously arranged to attract the giant python with a fake exotic treasure aura was merely a distraction. Regardless of the aura, the enraged giant python would only recognize the purifying source fruit. Chapter 21, the third teammate with her wood-based abilities. Lin Yao navigated through the forest with a sense of composure, if not quite like a fish in water. As she walked, she searched for areas with powerful exotic plants and beasts, specifically heading towards these locations to secretly stir up trouble, causing the pursuing giant python to engage in combat with the native exotic beasts. Of course, Lin Yao, who was dangerously testing the limits, had to be cautious because the pure source fruit not only attracted the giant python, but also drew in all the exotic beasts in the forest. Fortunately, she had the system space as a loophole, allowing her to stash the pure source fruit at critical moments and quietly use her wood-based abilities to conceal her figure and aura. When the giant python and other exotic beasts began to fight, she would quietly slip away. Unfortunately, she was still within the examination area, where the exotic beasts were not particularly strong and could not withstand the giant python for long. Lin Yao could only repeat this tactic for a while, keeping the giant python on a string until it was nearly time to meet her arranged schedule. Only then did she completely store the pure source fruit, using her wood-based abilities to mask her aura and disappear from the giant python's pursuit range. After all this effort, losing the pure source fruit was certainly infuriating for the giant python, which promptly devastated a large area of the forest in its rage. As Lin Yao left, the two proctors who had been watching the giant python had no choice but to intervene and slay the rampaging creature to prevent it from causing further damage. "Old Xia, today's students really are something else," one examiner remarked casually, leaning an arm on the other. "It's impressive, really. They have courage, strategy, and decent combat skills." Although his face was obscured by paint, his eyes couldn't hide their appreciation. "I'm just complaining about her causing trouble and making us clean up the mess. Not asking you to praise her. Then I'll apply to be a teacher at the first middle school. You better not go. That won't do. A student as bold as her, I have to go and educate her." After the giant python was slain by the instructor, Lin Yao naturally sensed it, which was part of her plan. Feeling unburdened, she quickly found a place to tidy herself up and opened her daily panel. Host, Lin Yao, age, 16 abilities, with level 4, spiritual level 3 to be restored. Extreme vision level 1 physical skills. Level 3 sign-in points, 11 storage space. Heart shield scales 4. Soul core 1. White scale flood dragons broken spiritual entity 1. Energy Matrix Blueprint complete. 1. Quercus Superstone 100 Source of Living Water 100 Cedar Branch 100 White Leaf 100 Pure Source Fruit 3 Unripe Pure Source Fruit 6 Spend 12 sign-in points to mature. Lin Yao glanced at her ability levels. Not surprised, as she had felt her abilities increase while in the woods. However, she was somewhat taken aback by the unripe Pure Source Fruit 6 Spend 12 sign-in points to mature. It had been part of her original plan that they couldn't wait for the Pure Source Fruit to ripen. If the Pure Source Fruit matured, the giant python would no longer be entangled in battle, but would unleash its full power to take down all the students and quickly return to devour the Pure Source Fruit. Therefore, the fact that the Pure Source Fruit had not ripened was expected by Lin Yao. But she hadn't anticipated that the system could actually enhance the ripeness of the exotic fruit. This was quite a surprise. After her astonishment, Lin Yao began to check her daily tasks. Daily tasks. Task 1. Kill 50 level 2 exotic beasts. Reward. 1 sign-in point. 050. Task 2. Obtain 50 level 1 exotic plants. Reward. 1 sign-in point. 050. Task 3. Recruit a third teammate for yourself. Reward. 2 sign-in points. She had originally thought that system tasks would increase daily, worrying about how she would manage if it rose to 1 or 200, as she couldn't possibly keep killing all day. Unexpectedly, it only increased to 50 and didn't rise any further, which was good news for her. The only troubling part was that Task 3 hadn't changed for 3 or 4 days, seeming to indicate that if she didn't complete it, it would never change. She was someone who disliked trouble and didn't want to recruit people who didn't appeal to her just to finish a task. Moreover, recently, due to the unsatisfactory sign-in points she encountered, she hadn't been signing in, and with points not being scarce, she felt even less urgency. However, if she needed to use sign-in points to enhance maturity this time, her points would become tight again, so she figured she should hurry up and complete Task 3. After resting, Lin Yao set off without delay. Lingtai Mountain was their meeting point and also the end point of this examination. Across the entire planet, there were dozens of examination sites, large and small, considering they had already been delayed for several days due to the giant python blocking their way. To avoid falling too far behind other examination sites and ending up with poor results, they all agreed to set the meeting point at the examination endpoint. In her haste towards Lingtai Mountain, Lin Yao unexpectedly encountered her 2 long-awaited teammates along the way, especially Meng Xingchen, who was grinning widely, boss surprised or not. Lin Yao, irritated, knocked his head a few times surprised. You, on the other hand, don't care about your exam results? Meng Xingchen covered his head innocently. I just wanted to walk with you, boss. There are only 5 days left for the exam, and you have no sense of urgency at all. Meng Xingchen shrugged. There's still 5 days, plenty of time. Don't you want to rank higher? I just need to pass the exam. As for the ranking, I can take it again after enrolling. Lin Yao sighed, turning to Zhang Feng. You think the same way? That giant python is just too strong. Hitting it felt like scratching an itch. The captain went to lure it away, and I'm somewhat worried. If you don't come back before dark today, I plan to look for you. Compared to the playful Meng Xingchen, the straightforward concern from Zhang Feng was more touching. You guys, Lin Yao sighed, not judging their waiting behavior any further. Boss, tell me how you got rid of the giant python, Meng Xingchen said with a smile. Let us talk while we walk. Just as they were about to set off, Lin Yao suddenly stopped and called out to the nearby woods. Come out. After waiting for a while, without anyone appearing, Meng Xingchen and Zhang Feng looked puzzled. Lin Yao continued. Do you want me to pull you out myself? At that moment, a cold-faced beauty in a black combat suit stepped out from behind a tree, her words dripping with sarcasm. Captain Lin really has quite the authority. Ignoring her mockery, Lin Yao sincerely said, Thank you for your help at the river today. When Lin Yao had come to trouble her by the river, it was by Zhenjin who had intervened with poison, causing Lin Yao to lose control and reveal her thoughts publicly. You don't need to thank me. I just can't stand such pretentious White Lotus types. Chapter 22. Bright-eyed Lin Yao ignored her awkward words and smiled. I'm still asking. Do you want to join my team? You've seen my teammates, Meng Xingchen and Zhang Feng. One is silly and the other is honest, easy to bully. Meng Xingchen, the leader, felt a bit unhappy about being called silly. Bai Zhenjin couldn't help but chuckle, her entire face suddenly brightening like a Tianshan white lotus blooming, stunningly beautiful. The two boys were left in a daze, and Meng Xingchen muttered, "You're the prettiest girl I've ever seen smile." This made Bai Zhenjin unhappy, and she frowned and scolded. Where did this lecher come from? Saying such inappropriate things at such a young age. Saying this, she was about to rush at him. Meng Xingchen was startled and quickly ran away, thinking I was just giving a normal compliment. How is that lecherous? Appreciating beauty is everyone's instinct. And you say that, watch me not hit you. Zhang Feng watched the two, one chasing and the other fleeing, scratching his head in confusion. Captain, did this person agree to join our team or not? What do you think? I can't tell. My teammates can't be bullied by outsiders. Lin Yao had run for half a day to lead the giant python away from the crowd, and returning to the right path had caused the entire team to slow down by almost a whole day. But unexpectedly, on the night of the 11th day of the exam, she ran into them again. Was the road ahead still blocked? They couldn't possibly be waiting for her here, could they? When Lin Yao and her 3 teammates arrived at the campsite, many who knew her were very happy to see her and congratulated her on escaping danger. Even Wang Jinsheng, who had been awkward after being defeated by her, threw out a comment, "Not dead. You're impressive." Zhou Heng's expression was somewhat complex. That giant python looked like an insurmountable chasm from afar. I didn't expect you to escape with your life. Lin Yao was worried that this boy was terrified by the level 5 mutant beast, so she comforted him. Actually, you just lack a bit of experience. With more training, even if you can't win, you can still escape. Zhou Heng's face turned even worse upon hearing this. At this moment, Yao Beiluo came over. I haven't congratulated you on escaping danger yet. If it weren't for you in the previous battle, we probably wouldn't have crossed the river. Lin Yao was somewhat surprised. Yao Beiluo seemed gentle and easy to get along with, but in reality, he was aloof and hard to approach. Now he suddenly took the initiative to talk to her, and she didn't know what to make of it. Fortunately, she could handle it. What are you all doing here? Someone found a bright IT plan on the cliff ahead, and everyone wants to get it, but the situation is a bit complicated. We have to wait until tomorrow morning to take a look. Right, IT? Can I go take a look? Sure, but it's dark now, so you might not see the tree clearly, just a rough location. It's fine. The original owner's knowledge was too narrow, apart from what was learned in school. She had no chance to learn more. So when it came to bright IT, she knew nothing about it, and was afraid it was common knowledge. So she didn't dare to ask, only hoping that the sign-in system would yield some results. When they arrived at the location, it was pitch dark, and she couldn't see anything, but Yao Beiluo still seriously pointed out the location to her, saying it was on the opposite cliff, in a very dangerous spot and hard to access. Estimating the distance to the opposite cliff, Lin Yao took a few steps forward and indeed heard the system announce, discovered bright IT tree, sign-in point. Would you like to spend 3 sign-in points to sign in? Lin Yao chose to sign in. Sign-in successful. Receive bright IT 5. There was another living person beside her. Although she confirmed that the system panel was only visible to her, Yao Beiluo was too smart. And Yao didn't dare to check the system in front of him. Well, I know the general location now. We'll check the specifics tomorrow. All right, Yao Beiluo said amiably. After returning to the campsite and parting ways with Yao Beiluo, Lin Yao opened the system panel to check the effects of bright IT. Bright IT 5, steep in water to clear the heart and brighten the eyes, can also be refined into bright eye water. Long-term application of bright eye water in the eyes can improve the level of vision mutation, with a certain probability of triggering vision mutation. Lin Yao felt excited. Although she had activated the extreme eye, it might be a high-level mutation, and she could only use it for a maximum of 20 minutes a day. Currently, apart from checking the strength of others, it had no practical use. If she could obtain a large amount of bright eye water and improve the level of the extreme eye, she believed it could be developed for more uses, such as treasure hunting and fighting. Originally intending to just get a glimpse and sign in, Lin Yao was now determined to obtain it. Before going to sleep, she discussed this matter with her teammates. I definitely want to get the bright IT. If you're not too interested, you can leave first. Upon hearing this, Meng Xingchen immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Captain, what are you talking about? When we dealt with the level 4 mutant beast before, we split up because we didn't want to drag you down. Now, there's no danger. Why do you want to make us leave again? Yeah, Captain. We're a team, regardless of whether it's needed or not. As long as it's within our capabilities, we should go together. Zhang Feng also clearly expressed his opinion. Bai Zhenjin just looked at her suspiciously. You don't want to use bright IT to trigger vision mutation, do you? TSK. I advise you not to hold such hopes. You should know that even if you strip that tree bare, the refined bright eye water won't be enough. That's right, Captain. We can gather some for fun, but don't hold too much hope. Not all parts of the tree are bright IT. Only a portion of the mutated ones are called bright IT, while the others are just ordinary leaves. A single tree can yield at most a few dozen leaves. Lin Yao felt a mix of emotion and amusement. All right, I definitely won't fantasize about using this to trigger vision abilities. I have other uses for it. And I'll tell you later when the opportunity arises. That's good. Captain, if you want to trigger vision abilities, you can order the Vision Mutation Activation Potion from our Meng's Pharmaceutical. Although it's also based on probability, it's definitely higher than Bright Eye Water. Okay, I got it. Hey, Meng Xingchen, does your Meng's Pharmaceutical accept poisons? Bai Zhenjin casually asked. I don't know about that, but after the exam, I'll ask for you. Speaking of this, Lin Yao remembered her plan to leave the Lin family's villa and live separately. She wouldn't be relying on the Lin family in the future and needed to find a livelihood for herself. So she also asked if you're not sure about accepting poisons. You must accept potions, right? Yes, we do. Captain, can you also prepare potions? If not, you can choose consignment. That price is a bit higher. Chapter 23. Fish Scale Python. All right, let's talk after the exam. Okay. Listening to the two chatting, Bai Zhenjin hesitated several times, but ultimately remained silent. On the morning of the 12th day of the exam, Yao Beiluo and a few others brought their teammates to find Lin Yao to gather and head to the cliff for inspection. They were about 10 meters away from the opposite cliff, and, without any tools, they could only rely on materials from the surroundings. Fortunately, the forest was abundant with towering trees, so they could cut down a few to build a bridge. Of course, this was trivial. The real difficulty lay next to a tea-producing exotic plant, where a pair of level 3 goo eagles had built a nest, presumably incubating eggs. As is well known, animals during their breeding period are more aggressive than usual. Any nearby creature approaching their nest would be attacked immediately. Although the pair of goo eagles were only level 3, they had the advantage of flight, and there were 2 of them, making them not much easier to deal with than a level 4 giant python. What do you all think? Lin Yao was the first to speak. Wang Jinsheng, not thinking at all, said they're just 2 level 3 exotic beasts. With so many of us, we can just charge in. Zhou Heng disagreed, saying, I think that's not wise. This isn't on flat ground. If too many people go, what if someone accidentally falls during the fight? Yao Beiluo pondered for a moment and suggested, we can find a way to lure the 2 goo eagles out of their nest, fight on this side, and take the opportunity to gather the tea leaves. This method seemed feasible, so Lin Yao suggested, let's give it a try. Thus, the group began to take action. Zhang Feng, a level 4 power user, became the main force in cutting trees and building a bridge. During the bridge construction, since it was a bit close to the eagle's nest, one of the eagles kept flying overhead, emitting sharp cries as if trying to drive them away. Fortunately, their numbers deterred the goo eagles from actually coming down. Before long, a long bridge was completed. Yao Beiluo's group gathered the exotic plants to attract the goo eagles. This particular exotic plant had a strange smell that, when burned, could spread its scent for several kilometers, making it very appealing to birds of prey. Soon, a fire ability user ignited the exotic plant. However, the 2 eagles only emitted irritated sounds but did not come out. Everyone felt a bit disappointed. This isn't working. The goo eagles must be incubating eggs. They won't both come out, Yao Beiluo said. What now? None of this is working. Wang Jinsheng was getting impatient. Lin Yao had some ideas, but as an old hand who was good at playing coy, she didn't want to directly provide answers and stifle the young people's imagination. Instead, she guided them, saying, do the goo eagles have any natural enemies? Everyone fell silent, brainstorming about the goo eagles' enemies. I thought of one, the fish scale python. Meng Xingchen exclaimed excitedly. Although the fish scale python isn't a natural enemy of the goo eagles, it loves eating eggs and will go to great lengths to get them. Plus, its scales are slippery and hard, making it difficult for birds to catch it. It's the most hated egg thief among birds. Now that you mention it, I remember reading a popular science post online about how the fish scale python is both shameless and cunning. If there were an award for the most hated beast in the exotic beast world, the fish scale python would definitely be on the list. What good does all that do? Where the hell can we find a fish scale python? Wang Jincheng remained irritable. After several attempts, Lin Yao finally couldn't help but shoot him a glare, saying, "Did you grow your head just to look tall?" When faced with a problem, you can't think for yourself and only ask others. Wang Jincheng was about to retort, but upon meeting her sharp gaze, he quickly shut his mouth. Without Wang Jincheng's noise, the group pooled their ideas and began discussing how to lure the fish scale python over. The fish scale python loves eggs. As long as it smells eggs nearby, it will travel great distances. While the statement was exaggerated, it was worth a try. So, everyone began searching for various bird eggs, and soon the entire forest was in chaos, full of activity. Meng Xingqian and Zhang Feng also joined in to help, leaving only Bai Junjin following closely behind Lin Yao. At this moment, she crossed her arms and wore a disdainful expression, thinking it was all too complicated. If it were me, I'd just throw down some poison, and everything would be solved. Then why didn't you mention that earlier? Lin Yao was genuinely curious. They just don't think they deserve to be exhausted. Bai Junjin replied proudly. Lin Yao could sense the other's exasperation and could only pat her shoulder, kindly reminding her, "You shouldn't say that to others. It's easy to get beaten up." Amidst the commotion, they collected a pile of eggs, choosing a few that the fish scale python would like best and smashing them near the eagle's nest. Fortunately, their efforts paid off this time, and soon a fish scale python as thick as an arm was attracted. Upon seeing the fish scale python, the feathers on the goo eagle's necks fluffed up, and they let out sharp threats at the snake. When it didn't leave, they charged at it, clawing and pecking. The fish scale python's cunning nature came into play. Because its scales are spherical in structure, they are slippery and hard. Sharp objects can't find a point of leverage and instead slide off, making it difficult to be harmed or restrained. The goo eagles tried to grab it with their claws, but the fish scale python's slick body slid right past. When they tried to peck it, they couldn't break its defense at all. After a long struggle, as the python got closer to the nest, the goo eagles inside were becoming increasingly agitated, emitting sharp cries. At this moment, everyone was focused on the confrontation between the snake and the eagles, watching with great interest. Suddenly, they heard rustling voices behind them, but no one paid attention. Because the giant python was blocking the way, the front team had been delayed for too long, causing the later arrivals to catch up one after another. With so much commotion on their side, the newcomers heard the noise and came over to see the excitement, which had become routine. However, they didn't expect that this seemingly routine occurrence would cause their efforts to go to waste. Lin Yao had noticed the newcomers from the beginning and was quietly keeping an eye on them. A male voice asked, "What are you all doing?" Someone enthusiastically explained the situation to him and proudly summarized, "Just wait. Soon the fish scale python will eat the goo eagle's eggs, and the goo eagles will chase it relentlessly. Then we can pick the Mingmu tea." "Ah, how can you be so cruel? You're actually going to let the fish scale python eat the goo eagle's eggs? Isn't that harming the young?" A female voice suddenly accused. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Lin Yao was searching her memories when Bai Junjin, gritting her teeth, said, "Why is that White Lotus bitch Bai Yu here? I'm going to deal with her." Saying that, she was about to head over. Lin Yao stopped her, saying, "Wait, let's see what she plans to do." Chapter 24, Bad Things What to Do. I could counter tricks with my eyes closed, shedding tears, pretending to be pitiful, pretending to be kind. Before she could finish her words, the situation changed rapidly on the other side, and I heard Bai Yu say, "No, I can't let the fish scale python eat the gujiao egg." Then she suddenly made a move, shooting a water arrow towards the cliff opposite. The fish scale python, this strange beast, was both successful and doomed because of its scales. When there was no water, they were helpless against it. When there was water, it couldn't handle itself. Just a weak water arrow, which hadn't even hit the fish scale python yet, only splashed some water droplets. And the fish scale python lost control of its slippery body and slid directly down the cliff. Just as success seemed imminent, it was ruined by a feeble water arrow. And the anger of the crowd was understandable. Wang Jincheng directly rushed towards the back, demanding to know who had just shot that water arrow. Step forward. Bai Yu naturally had heard of this person's reputation for being hot-tempered and didn't dare to step forward. However, Some strangers who had witnessed her act would not let her off the hook and immediately pointed her out. Young Master Wang, it's this woman. Bai Yu hid behind her teammates, her eyes filled with tears, looking pitiful as she said, Young Master Wang, I was just pitying that unborn Gu Diao. Wang Jincheng was not the kind of person to show mercy. He directly pushed aside her teammates and grabbed her by the collar, lifting her up. I don't care what you mean. Now go kill those two Gu Diaos. Otherwise, I will throw you off this cliff to keep the fish-scale python company. Bai Yu's tears flowed even more heavily. This time, she wasn't just pretending to be pitiful. She was genuinely scared. Young Master Wang, you can't do this. It's illegal. Wang Jincheng showed no signs of compassion, instead revealing a cruel smile. Then I'll tie you up with a vine and hang you on the cliff to attract the Gu Diao. If you get killed by the Gu Diao, it has nothing to do with me, right? As he spoke, he really wanted to find vines to tie Bai Yu up. Bai Yu was terrified, completely forgetting to manage her expression, and cried out loudly, Young Master Wang, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please let me go. You ruined my good deed. How could I let you go so easily? Wang Jincheng held onto her and casually tore off a vine to start binding her. I will compensate you. I will. Bai Yu's tears and snot smeared all over her face. What will you use to compensate? Wang Jincheng continued to tie her up. I will compensate you with vision enhancement potions. How many? 1. Do I look like someone who lacks 1 potion? You're looking down on me. Wang Jincheng finally finished tying her up and began dragging her towards the cliff's edge. 5. 10. Wang Jincheng dragged her to the cliff's edge and maliciously pushed her to look at the deep ravine below. Okay, I agree. Bai Yu's voice was so frightened it became distorted. Everyone watched this scene without speaking to stop it. Bai Zhenjin clicked her tongue. This villain needs another villain to deal with her. Bai Yu had really kicked an iron plate this time. Lin Yao couldn't help but glance at her. Is this how you were bullied, that you couldn't even go home? I moved out on my own. Bai Zhenjin hurriedly refuted. Oh, besides, what is Bai Yu? I could handle her easily. My stepmother is the real master of green tea. All right, if you need help, you can ask us. Lin Yao pointed to herself and then to the other 2 boys who were eagerly watching the fun. Bai Zhenjin curled her lips, disdainfully saying, Forget it. Those 2 are lucky enough not to be fooled by Bai Yu. No, those 2 may not be the smartest. But as long as you tell them that she is your enemy, they will unconditionally believe you and help you. So silly. They wouldn't help me count the money if I sold them, would they? Bai Zhenjin teased with a smile. You can try. At this moment, Meng Xingchen, having finished watching the excitement, came over and asked, What are you talking about? Bai Zhenjin pointed to Bai Yu, who was half crouched on the ground, crying pitifully, I have a grudge against that woman. Oh, then I'll go help you deal with her. Meng Xingchen said without thinking, preparing to go over. Bai Zhenjin quickly stopped her. Let's skip this time. Everyone has already calmed down. If we beat her again, what if it backfires? We can find another opportunity to deal with her next time. All right, if you want to beat her next time, just let me know. Okay, then I'll trouble young Master Meng. We are teammates. Just call each other by our names. Even if they beat Bai Yu this time, the mistake had already been made, and the previous plan could no longer continue. Everyone could only think of other ways. Looking at the group of frowning youths, Lin Yao also glanced at the sky. After a whole day of fussing around, if they delayed any longer, they would have to spend the night here again. With only 3 days left until the exam, those with lesser abilities might not make it if they encountered any accidents on the way. Thinking of this, Lin Yao turned to Bai Zhenjin and asked, Are you willing to help? I don't mind. Bai Zhenjin shrugged. Then I'll go say it. After saying that, Lin Yao found Yao Beluo and said, If we delay any longer, the exam time will be tight. I have a teammate who is good at using poison. Why not let her give it a try? Before Yao Beluo could respond, Zhou Heng teased. Captain Lin, why have you been hiding such a powerful teammate? If you had said it earlier, we wouldn't have wasted so much time. The previous method was also quite good. It was thought that it didn't need any embellishments. Speaking of this, Wang Jincheng couldn't help but curse. Damn, that stinky woman. I really want to beat her up again. Yao Beluo ignored them and said to Lin Yao, Then it's up to your teammate to take action. After the previous battle, the 2 Gu Jiaos were tired. One was nestling in the den, while the other was squatting near the den, monitoring them. Lin Yao led by Zhenjin as they walked onto the wooden bridge one after the other. The Gu Jiao became agitated again, issuing warning calls. Seeing that the two were ignoring it and continuing to advance, it suddenly flapped its wings and dove towards them. At this moment, the two had only walked 1/3 of the way, with no support in sight, and were nearly knocked off balance by the powerful airflow generated by the Gu Jiao's wings, making people sweat nervously. Lin Yao remained calm, stabilizing her stance, and even reached out to grab Bai Jinjin. And, as the Gu Jiao swooped down, she quickly summoned a thick vine to wrap around the Gu Jiao's claws. Bai Jinjin also remained very calm, seizing the opportunity to sprinkle some powder at the Gu Jiao, and Lin Yao then released it. The Gu Jiao was startled and quickly flapped its wings to get away from the two, but after flapping for a short while, it suddenly seemed to lose control and plummeted into the ravine. Chapter 25 exam, and seeing that she had succeeded, Lin Yao said, "Let's speed up and rush over." Both of them were quite bold and even started running on the wooden bridge, startling the onlookers. When they reached the opposite cliff, they did almost the same thing. One pulled with a vine, while the other released poison, working together seamlessly against the Gu Eagle that had flown out of its nest. The Gu Eagle was poisoned and fell, and Lin Yao casually picked the Mingmu tea. As Meng Xingchen had said, among the countless leaves on the tree, only a few dozen had a different shape. The ones that were thick and vibrant in color were the real Mingmu tea, while the others were just ordinary leaves. After the two finished picking the tea and returned to the shore, the onlookers erupted in enthusiastic cheers, with some wanting to rush over to lift them up and throw them into the sky in celebration. Lin Yao quickly stopped their enthusiasm, saying, "We've already delayed too long. We should hurry to finish the exam." Yao Beiluo also stepped in to defuse the situation, suggesting, "Let's set off quickly. We can celebrate once the exam is over." For the next 3 days, nothing unexpected happened, and everyone was focused on their journey. Finally, on the afternoon of the 15th day, most people gradually arrived at the exam's finish line, Lintai Mountain. By 5 o'clock in the evening, the supervising party announced that the practical exam was officially over. The starship that came to pick up the examinees landed, and those who had been waiting there boarded the starship as instructed. The students who had exceeded the time limit and failed to complete the exam were also found one by the hidden examiners and taken onto the starship. The continuous 15 days of wilderness survival exam had drained both the physical and mental energy of the students. Once they entered the safe starship, exhaustion hit them quickly. There was no time for chatting. Everyone hurried into their assigned dormitories to wash up and sleep. Star C-07 was somewhat isolated, at least 2 days' travel time from the nearest habitable star. Lin Yao slept for about 10 hours before waking up, unable to lie still any longer, and decided to head to the cafeteria for something to eat. To her surprise, she ran into Yao Beiluo, who had also recovered quickly. She had become strong through long-term training on the battlefield, but she was curious about how Yao Beiluo managed it. "Captain Lin, you woke up this early too?" "Yeah, I'm fine for the next 3 days, not too tired. Is there anything to eat in the cafeteria? I'm hungry. The fried rice here is pretty good, and the beef is decent too, but they're all ordinary ingredients." Food in the starry sky is divided into 2 types, ordinary food and energy food. Energy food is made from exotic plants and beasts and can enhance physical abilities, supernatural powers, and improve health when consumed long-term. Ordinary food is just to fill the stomach. The starship that picked up the examinees provided all kinds of free food, which naturally could not be energy food. It's okay. After eating barbecued meat and nutrient solutions for over 10 days, a change of flavor is nice. "Have you eaten, Captain Yao?" "I just had something." While Lin Yao ate, she chatted with Yao Beiluo. "By the way, I want to ask you something. Can we privately buy a piece of the pure source fruit we got?" The exotic plants and beasts they obtained during the exam, aside from those to be submitted for the exam task, could be handled at their discretion or exchanged for credits. However, since the pure source fruit and Mingmu tea were obtained together, they needed to be distributed according to contribution points, and they couldn't handle it themselves. They had to submit it and let the supervising party calculate the contribution points for distribution. "I'm not too sure about that either. How about I accompany you to ask the chief examiner?" The chief examiner was a middle-aged man who looked somewhat older. Hearing their purpose, he frowned as if ready to squash a fly. Lin Yao thought it wouldn't work and felt disappointed, but then she heard the chief examiner say with exasperation, "Speaking of this, it pains me. That is the pure source fruit. How could you waste it like this, picking it before it's ripe? Don't you know that the effects of unripe fruits are significantly weaker, and the purification effect is almost negligible? Sir, wasn't this an exam obstacle set by you? If we didn't lure the giant python away, how could we cross the river? Yao Beiluo calmly countered, unfazed by the chief examiner's anger. We set the giant python to increase the exam's difficulty, but we didn't know there was pure source fruit there. The supervising teacher felt he had no grounds to argue, but still struggled to contain his anger. Why didn't you report when you found the level 5 giant python? But when you found the pure source fruit, why didn't you report that? Hearing this, Yao Beiluo glanced at Lin Yao, seemingly asking why she hadn't chosen to report at the time, and instead devised such a complicated plan to pick unripe pure source fruit. Sir, would you be willing to share such a good thing? Lin Yao's words cut deeper than Yao Beiluo's, but at a critical moment, she changed her tone and added, besides, although it's a pity to pick unripe pure source fruit, it's not beyond saving. Saving? You've already picked it. How can it be saved? The chief examiner glared at her. By using wood-type abilities to stimulate the energy of the exotic fruit. The maturity won't change, but the effects will be much stronger. This is one method to enhance its efficacy. Of course, if she hadn't known this method, Lin Yao wouldn't have chosen to pick unripe fruit. She just hadn't expected that the Yunmeng star system would lack such a method. How do you stimulate it? The chief examiner looked skeptical. Do you have any unripe fruits? I can demonstrate for you. The chief examiner immediately rummaged through a spatial pocket and pulled out a half-ripe, ordinary exotic fruit. Lin Yao took it, held it in her hand, and said seriously, use wood-type abilities to locate the fruit's energy source. Once found, infuse wood-type energy to strengthen the energy source. Of course, be careful not to overdo it, or it will explode. The chief examiner was also a wood-type ability user. After seeing Lin Yao complete the stimulation, he took it and used his wood-type abilities to probe it. He indeed found the energy was full, not much different from the unripe one. He tested another fruit and found it feasible, then nodded. Fine. In light of your contribution of this method, I'll give you a piece of pure source fruit. Free of charge. Lin Yao was extremely grateful. Thank you, teacher. Don't mention it. This is what you deserve. Your method of stimulating growth is worth this price. This method was something Lin Yao had specially researched in her previous life when she had no other options in the Mingguang star system. As for its value, she didn't know, but when she used the check-in points to ripen the pure source fruit, processed it into a purification potion, and sold it, the price would multiply several times. With this, she estimated she wouldn't have to worry about her living and cultivation expenses for a long time and could focus on improving her strength. Chapter 26 Encounter Teacher. The fruit uses this method to stimulate effects, but the preservation time is only half an hour, so remember to use it promptly. After 2 days of sailing, they arrived at the exam transfer planet, Yinshao Star. Their pre-exam gathering also took place on this planet. After the candidates disembarked from the military starship, the first thing they did was to retrieve the spatial tokens and light brains they had previously stored here. After getting the light brain, Meng Xingchen excitedly went around looking for familiar faces to add their contact information. Come on, add me, add me. Meng Xingchen's cheerful and lively personality made him quite likable. Especially those who had collaborated with him twice were very generous in adding him, including Yao Beluo, Wang Jinsheng, and others. Lin Yao, as Meng Xingchen's team leader, of course, was not spared either. Boss, add me. I will create a Mingguang squad group later. However, as Lin Yao from the Mingguang system, most of the technology in the Mingguang system had been destroyed after her birth, and she really didn't know how to use the light brain. It was only after flipping through the original owner's memories that she managed to clumsily add him to her contacts. Seeing Meng Xingchen's enthusiastic face, Lin Yao, who originally wanted to say it wasn't necessary to create a group, couldn't bring herself to say it, although they might scatter in various directions later. The enthusiasm of youth should still be taken care of. All right, after you add them, send me their contacts, and I'll add them too. At this moment, the exam supervisor from Lin Yao's elementary school was urging her to return, so she quickly said goodbye. The Yunmeng system is not large, with only a little over 100 planets. Based on habitability, it is divided into 5 levels. A-level habitable planets, B-level safe planets, C-level resource planets, D-level adventure planets, E-level wild planets, and F-level barren planets. A-level planets have superior environments, suitable climates, and natural environments that are very suitable for human habitation with high safety levels. Basically, no daños. B-level planets are slightly inferior to A-level planets in various aspects, but also have no dangers. Of course, A and B-level planets generally have formal names and do not use numbers anymore. C-level resource planets, as the name suggests, are planets that have been cleared of dangers and possess rich resources. D-level planets have been discovered and are still under exploration, serving as the main planets for many adventurers and mercenary groups. E-level wild planets are rarely visited by humans, have high danger levels, and are considered undeveloped planets. F-level barren planets have no resources and no value for transformation. For example, the CO7 star they are taking the exam on is a typical resource planet, while the exam transfer star Yin Yao is a B-level safe planet. The Yunmeng system has been developed for thousands of years, and excluding those planets that are truly difficult to transform and those occupied by alien beasts, less than 1/3 of the total planets are habitable, and only a dozen planets have truly comfortable and safe environments. This has resulted in over 100 billion people in the Yunmeng system, with around 70 to 80 of the population concentrated on these dozen planets. Lin Yao lives on Yunmeng Star, the capital of the Yunmeng system, which is the political and cultural center of the system, and its density is even greater than that of other planets. Otherwise, the original owner's uncle Wu and T have moved into the villa immediately after the original owner's parents passed away. Of course, due to this density, the cost of living on Yunmeng Star is particularly high. When Lin Yao saw less than 10,000 star coins in the original owner's Lightbrain account and thought about her returning to Yunmeng Star to rent a place, it was a shocking realization. Is the first thing she has to worry about after returning to human civilization money? Yunmeng Star is farther from Yinshao Star than CO7 is from Yinshao Star. But because there is a high-speed transport route built in the central area, it takes only a day to reach. This time, they took a passenger starship, which has better conditions than the military starship that was entirely dormitory style, with each person having a small private room. Besides the better living environment, the starship is also equipped with complete entertainment facilities, various restaurants, and shopping malls. Unable to stay in her cabin, Lin Yao, who was worrying about money for the first time, couldn't help but start exploring the starship. Unexpectedly, she ran into Zhang Feng and Bai Jinjin here. Zhang Feng is from a remote planet, almost in the opposite direction of Yunmeng Star. Bai Jinjin lives on Bailu Star, which is not far from Yunmeng Star, but there are direct starships from Yinshao Star to Bailu Star. Logically, neither of them should be on this starship. How come you're on this starship? Logically speaking, since it was just a temporary team for the exam. Now that the exam is over, it doesn't matter to Lin Yao whether she manages them or not. However, considering that they are just 16 or 17-year-old minors, she still asked another question. I'm not going back. I'm heading to Yunmeng Star for school anyway, so I couldn't be bothered to go back. Bai Jinjin shrugged indifferently. Anyway, that family can't accommodate me. I don't want to go back and squabble like a chicken with them. Bai Jinjin's situation at the Bai family is not much better than Lin Yao's at the Lin family, and she could only express understanding towards this. As for Zhang Feng, before Lin Yao could ask, he took the initiative to explain, Captain, I plan to go to Yunmeng, start to work first, and earn some living expenses. The top special schools are all in Yunmeng Star, including the first middle court that Zhang Feng plans to apply for and the ability middle court that Bai Jinjin plans to apply for. You're under 18. What kind of job can you find? In the Yunmeng system, non-cultivators generally have a lifespan of about 150 years, while cultivators have lifespans ranging from 150 to 300 years, depending on their cultivation level. Considering the differences between cultivators and non-cultivators, Yunmeng law stipulates that the age of 18 to 22 is a pre-adult period, and only those over 22 are considered fully adults. Zhang Feng is only 18, so formal companies would not hire him. I applied for a social practice position at a secondary school. Zhang Feng said, How much can you earn from social practice? Isn't it barely enough for expenses? Bai Jinjin's statement was not exaggerated at all. Originally, this social practice was initiated to help young students spend their extra time, but it gradually evolved into a reasonable use of these cheap labor for minors. Generally, the tasks are labor-intensive and low-paying. such as helping to load and unload goods on cargo starships, slaughtering alien beasts at alien breeding farms, or working as security. It's fine. I can live anywhere. And I can eat cheap food. Special schools waive tuition fees, but living expenses are still high, and my family has a heavy burden. I don't want to add extra burden to them. Zhang Feng was born on a remote planet with a difficult family background. But when he said this, there was no sorrow, no worry, only a firm ambition. Such a motivated young man made Lin Yao admire him even more. Since that's the case, why don't you share a rental with me? I also don't plan to go home. If it's too expensive, we can rent a one-bedroom apartment, and you can pay less rent and stay in the living room. You guys are too troublesome. Why not just stay at my place? My mom left me a house near the campus, and it's quite scary to live alone. You two can just keep me company. Chapter 27. Purification Potion, seeing by Junjin acting as if she wanted to help them, but pretending to be indifferent. Lin Yao fell silent, unsure of how to handle the situation. Zhang Feng noticed her lack of response and thought she was concerned about him. So he quickly stated, I can't take advantage of this. Then you can cook for me. Let's offset the rent with your cooking. That should be fine, right? Bai Jinjin suggested. But, no buts. If I hire a chef outside, it would cost thousands of star coins a month. Calculating it, I wouldn't be losing out. Zhang Feng was somewhat persuaded by Bai Jinjin's words and hesitantly looked at Lin Yao. Seeing Zhang Feng compromise, Bai Jinjin turned to Lin Yao and said, You were so decisive in practice. Why are you hesitating now? It's just a place to stay. Realizing she was about to go on a long speech, Lin Yao quickly interjected, Staying at your place is fine, but I will pay rent. That's up to you. That night, after getting off the starship, Lin Yao looked at the bustling starship docking station, momentarily taken aback. It had been a long time since she had seen such a lively and vibrant place. Of course, when she took the shuttle back to the surface from the docking station, Lin Yao began to feel relieved that she had accepted Bai Junjin's invitation. Given her current understanding of the Yunmeng star system, finding a place to live would probably be quite difficult. Following Bai Junjin to her house, Lin Yao and Zhang Feng were somewhat underwhelmed. This was clearly not a small house. It was obviously a large villa with its own garden. Given the prices on Yunmeng Star, could her money or his cooking skills really afford the rent for this villa? Since they had made a decision, they couldn't refuse at this point and had to follow Bai Junjin inside. As they entered, Bai Junjin introduced the layout of the villa. The villa has a total of 4 floors, 3 above ground and 1 basement. The basement contains various training rooms and laboratories. The first floor is the living room and various functional rooms, and the second and third floors are all bedrooms. My master bedroom is on the 3rd floor, Captain. You can stay with me on the 3rd floor. Zhang Feng, as a guy, you can stay on the 2nd floor. Zhang Feng quickly waved his hands and smiled bitterly. With such a nice house, how could I feel wronged? I'm just worried that my limited cooking skills won't do justice to this place. Rent on Yunmeng Star is high, but labor is cheap. Hiring a cook might not be too expensive, but hiring one with good skills could have no upper limit. So don't always act like you're at a disadvantage. Just settle in comfortably. Zhang Feng could only nod in agreement. Lin Yao remembered that the original owner had little money in her account and was worried about not being able to afford the high rent. How much rent should I pay you? I've never rented a house either. Just give me whatever you think is fair. Bai Jinjin waved her hand dismissively. Lin Yao nodded and prepared to check the market price when she had the chance. The next morning, Lin Yao opened the system panel, as usual, to check the daily updated tasks. Host, Lin Yao, age, 16 ability, with system level 4. Mental system level 3, to be restored. Extreme vision level 1 physical skill. Level 3 sign-in points, 16 storage space. Heart shield scales X4, soul core X1. Broken spirit body of white scale flood dragon X1. Energy matrix blueprint complete X1. Qing gang stone X100. Source living water X100. Cedar branch X80. White leaf X100. Purification fruit X3. Unripe purification fruit X1. Vision tea leaves X5 daily tasks. Task 1. Complete 2 hours of physical training. Reward 1 sign-in point. Task 2. Complete 2 hours of ability training. Reward 1 sign-in point. Task 3. Earn your first living fund of 10,000 star coins. The personal information was quite ordinary, but the updated task surprised her. Tasks 1 and 2 had been updated since she boarded the starship after her exams. However, at that time, Task 3 was still about finding the fourth teammate. Her plan to earn money only came about yesterday, and she didn't expect it to be updated today. She didn't think the system tasks could synchronize with the host's thoughts at any time. Could this be considered a form of intelligence? In the morning, Lin Yao enjoyed a breakfast that Zhang Feng had carefully prepared alongside Bai Junjun. What price do purification potions sell for on the market? Bai Junjun widened her eyes at her. When did purification potions ever sell on the market? Generally, you can only get them at an auction. What is the general auction price? 1 to 200 million. Lin Yao nodded, and seeing her curiosity, explained, I exchanged a purification fruit with the chief examiner, intending to make a purification potion to sell. Isn't that an unripe purification fruit? Can it still be made into a purification potion? I used a method to enhance its effects, so making a purification potion should be fine. Actually, she still had 3 mature purification fruits in her system space. But without a clear path, it was difficult to take them out for use, which was why she had to ask the chief examiner for one. I didn't expect you to have such a skill. Purification potions are advanced potions. Can you really make them yourself? I can. She had learned to make potions from several teachers in her past life, piece by piece, so while it might not be systematic, her success rate was still pretty good. Although her ability level was a bit low now, with the experience from her past life, she should be fine. Seeing her confidence, Bai Junjun showed a shocked expression. My goodness, how long did you study potion making? I haven't counted carefully, but I've been learning bit by bit for a few years. Learning for a few years can lead you to make advanced potions? I started learning as a child and can only make basic potions now. Even then, my potion teacher praised me as a genius. I see you as a genius among geniuses. Our situations are different. Back then, various medicinal materials and exotic plants were scarce, and there was no room for trial and error. We could only select a batch of children with wood, water, healing, and mental abilities suitable for potion making and teach them to directly make the simplest potions. Those who could learn were selected as potion making apprentices, and those who couldn't were sent back to either logistics or to the battlefield. Under that kind of pressure, everyone worked hard to learn. She considered herself lucky. She learned it in 2 or 3 days and was then selected as a potion making apprentice. Hearing Lin Yao say this, Bai Junjun didn't press further and said, coincidentally, I have a small potion workshop here that I had someone renovate in advance for when I plan to take the Ability Academy exam. You can use it to make the purification potion. Good. Thank you. You're welcome. I plan to open an online store before school starts to sell the potions I make myself. If you're willing, you can also make some common potions to sell in my store. I won't charge you any consignment fees. Seeing her eyes shine as she mentioned her online store, Lin Yao couldn't help but nod in agreement. In the morning, Lin Yao ran outside to buy all the auxiliary medicinal materials and began to make the potion. Making an advanced potion wasn't difficult for her, but it took a bit longer. By the time she finished in the evening, Lin Yao had produced 3 purification potions. How should she send the potions to auction? Very simple. Just take your Potion Master Qualification Certificate and go to the auction house to find the consignment section. There will be a dedicated testing room to check the effects. If it passes, you'll receive a receipt, and you just have to wait for the auction to finish and collect your payment. The process was straightforward, but Lin Yao caught the most critical point. Potion Master Qualification Certificate? Yes. Bai Junjun looked at her with a confused expression and was surprised to say, you don't even have a Potion Master Qualification Certificate? Lin Yao was somewhat puzzled. Is it impossible to sell potions without a Potion Master Qualification Certificate? The management of pharmaceuticals is very regulated, and selling pharmaceuticals without a pharmacist qualification certificate is illegal. If you engage in consignment sales, even the consignment location will be implicated. So, Lin Yao felt a wave of darkness in front of her eyes. Chapter 28. Starlight Mercenary Corps. She had just spent all the balance in the original owner's account to buy auxiliary medicine this morning. Initially, she thought she could make a fortune by selling purification potions to alleviate the financial crisis, but to her surprise, she found out that the potions couldn't be sold freely. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have let her pride stop her from accepting the protection fee from Meng Xingchen. Do you have any quick ways to make money? Bai Junjun looked at her dejected expression and couldn't help but find it amusing. Seeing her strategizing and displaying exceptional combat skills on Planet C-07, she thought she was a big shot. But little did she know that she was actually a complete novice in practical matters. The contrast was so amusing that it was hard not to laugh. "Should I help you look for something?" Bai Zhenjin said, trying to suppress her laughter. Lin Yao noticed her expression and realized that she was being overly optimistic. "Forget it. I'll just find a way to make money myself." Using the memories of the original owner obtained through the system sign-in, Lin Yao initially accessed them like watching a movie. But after the intrusion of the spirit entity of the white-scale flood dragon, she discovered that the original owner's memories hadn't disappeared. They had transformed into memory clusters stored in her mental ocean. Whenever she needed them, she would immerse her consciousness in the mental ocean to retrieve the memories. After reviewing the original owner's memories, Lin Yao learned that to search for information, she could use the star network on a light brain. Since Lin Yao, from a Mingguang star system, had experienced the shattering of the star river shortly after her birth, she had never enjoyed the star network and had only been exposed to the base's local area network, which was limited to the base's use. In the original owner's memories, the star network was not only vast, but also allowed high-end light brains to project 8D images, giving a sense of immersion. The original owner's light brain didn't have such powerful functions, but it could project a light screen the size of a computer monitor, which was sufficient for information searches. Following the original owner's memory, Lin Yao brought up the light screen and virtual keyboard, typing in how to make money quickly in the search box. She pressed the search key, and the screen immediately switched to show numerous entry pages. Lin Yao clicked on each one, only to find that none of them were reliable. Some responses bluntly stated, "I just want to see who has a screw loose to search this question." If there were a quick and legal way to make money, everyone would be keeping it a secret instead of posting it online. Although this was harsh, it made sense. After reading through the results, Lin Yao was about to give up when she saw a bright title pop up. Starlight Mercenary Corps is recruiting temporary team members for missions with excellent benefits. Acting on impulse, Lin Yao clicked on the page. The description was very formal, including the registration information of the Starlight Mercenary Corps and detailed task descriptions. Task content: go to the adventure planet, kill exotic beasts, and pick exotic fruits. Task date: July 2nd, 2917, according to the Yunming calendar. Task location: planet D43. Task requirements: superpower level 3 or above. Task reward: a minimum of 5,000 star coins, plus one of the spoils upon successful completion. For more details, please add communication number XX for inquiries. The time was indeed very close, just 2 days away, and the requirements matched. Lin Yao found it quite reasonable and didn't hesitate much before adding that communication number. The other party quickly agreed. Lin Yao sent the information she had seen on the Star Network to the other party, asking if they were still hiring. Starlight Mercenary Corps: yes. Are you a wood-type superpower user? Lin Yao: yes, I'm currently level 4 wood type. Starlight Mercenary Corps: can you show me your identity information? Lin Yao searched the original owner's memories and found nothing concerning, so she captured her identity information and sent it to the other party. Starlight Mercenary Corps: you just graduated from primary school. Lin Yao: yes, but I have passed the practical exam and have solid combat experience, so I won't hold you back. Starlight Mercenary Corps: then come to the port transfer station on July 2nd, and we will depart from there. Lin Yao didn't expect to pass so easily. When she took on tasks from the base's task system, the other party would usually want to assess her strength first before agreeing. The Starlight Mercenary Corps seemed a bit hasty, allowing her to join just by checking her identity information. However, she wasn't too worried. Given her current strength and the general level in the Yunming star system, she could escape even if she couldn't win. So it was settled that she would go to planet D43 for the mission. Lin Yao took the next 2 days to prepare some items for the mission. While the other technologies in the Yunming star system didn't show any advantages, space items had developed rapidly. Ordinary space pockets of less than 10 square meters used to cost 2 to 300,000 star coins when the original owner was young. Now, in just about 10 years, the price had dropped to below 10,000 star coins. Of course, this was for ordinary space pockets, which could only hold items and had no additional functions, not even the ability to isolate breath. Those advanced space pockets with various functions were not something the original owner could access. Similar to the purification potions, they had to be auctioned off. The original owner had a 10 square meter small space pocket, which her parents had bought 10 years ago. Because it was gene-bound, it couldn't be used by others and had been preserved. Although it didn't have the function of isolating breath, it was still good for concealing her presence. Lin Yao prepared some outdoor tents, weapons, nutritional agents, and other items and stored them in the space pocket. On July 2nd, she greeted by Zhenjin and set off lightly to the port transfer station. Lin Yao, I've arrived. Where are you? Starlight Mercenary Corps. Send me your location, and I'll come find you. After some back and forth, Lin Yao sent her location. Soon, a woman with an extravagant appearance and a rather inappropriate outfit approached her. Seeing the youthful Lin Yao, she smiled and said, "You must be my little sister. I'm Hongjie from the Starlight Mercenary Corps. Come with me. I'll take you to the assembly point." Lin Yao had seen many people like this in her past life, so she didn't show any strange or displeased expressions, merely nodding lightly. Hongjie led Lin Yao deeper into a more secluded area until they finally stopped in front of a dilapidated spaceship. At this point, a few people were already standing in front of the shabby spaceship, but Hongjie didn't introduce them. However, they seemed to be members of the Mercenary Corps. Just looking at their careless postures, Lin Yao felt that this Mercenary Corps seemed a bit unreliable. Apart from those few careless mercenaries, there were also a few young people who looked particularly out of place, just like Lin Yao. Seeing their confused and innocent expressions, they seemed to be there for the same reason as her, to take on tasks for money. At this moment, a big bearded man stepped out of the spaceship and loudly asked, "Is everyone here?" Hongjie replied, "Everyone is here." "Then get on the spaceship, we're departing." The big bearded man commanded, and the few surrounding them closed in, encircling the few inexperienced task takers. Chapter 29, Kidnapping Everyone. Let's go. A young boy, seeing the situation, timidly said, "I'm a bit scared. Can we not go? You've already taken on the mission, and now you want to leave? Who am I supposed to find to take your place?" A mercenary replied bluntly, You can leave now, but you'll have to compensate us with 100,000 star coins." "I don't have that much money." "No money? Then come with us on the mission. If you delay our mercenary group's important matters, it won't just be 100,000 star coins to settle." The mercenary shouted without courtesy. The young boy, clearly inexperienced in such situations, was so frightened that he didn't dare to say another word. At this moment, Hongjie stepped in to mediate. All right. It's normal for young people who are new to missions to be scared. After a few more missions, you won't be afraid anymore. Come on, let's get on the spaceship. The mercenaries outside surrounded them, and the young mission takers had no choice but to board the spaceship. The interior of the spaceship was as shabby as the outside. Aside from a few rows of tattered seats, there were piles of various packed supplies in the empty spaces, making the spaceship seem even more impoverished. Of course, the mercenaries did not sit with them. They had their own separate area, so those shabby seats were all for the young mission takers. Seeing the scene, the young mission takers looked somewhat pale. Lin Yao pretended not to see and calmly found a seat to sit down. Soon, a thin boy, as skinny as a straw, sat down next to her. On Yunmeng Star, where everyone practiced physical skills and had enough food, it was quite rare to see someone so skinny. His expression was different from the others. His cheeks were flushed, and his eyes were slightly excited. Once everyone was seated, the spaceship quickly started. Then, the straw-like boy mumbled something, and Lin Yao, curious, quietly asked, "What did you just say?" She thought he wouldn't answer, but to her surprise, the boy leaned in excitedly and whispered, "This is a modified spaceship that can travel through space like a starship." Lin Yao was taken aback. On Yunmeng Star, the modes of transportation each had their specific roles. Starships traveled through space, while spaceships flew within planets. She had heard of starships being modified from spaceships, but had never heard of spaceships being modified into starships. These people were so bold. Weren't they afraid the spaceship would disintegrate in space? The straw-like boy thought she didn't understand and explained further. They want to use the spaceship's outer shell to directly sneak through the port loophole. Sneak through? Yeah. These people had unfriendly expressions when we were outside, and now they're using a spaceship modified into a starship to sneak across. They must have some big plans. What do you think they're preparing to do? At this stage, even the slowest person would know that these mercenaries had ulterior motives. I just secretly sent a message with my light brain, but it showed a sending failure. The signal here is clearly blocked, clearly discussing something unpleasant, Why was the boy's tone so excited? Lin Yao glanced at him, but the boy grew more enthusiastic as he spoke. I guess they either plan to take us to a strange planet and kidnap us to extort our families, or they want to squeeze us dry of our money and then sell us. Aren't you afraid of that? Afraid of what? If they dare to kidnap me, they are kicking a brick wall. Oh, you have a backup plan? No, I left home on my own, with no preparations, and you're still so excited? Looking at his low strength, she wondered what he was relying on. Lin Yao was still guessing when the boy suddenly revealed, but I could dismantle their spaceship. Lin Yao, who knew nothing about mechanics, could only give him a thumbs up. This shabby spaceship, despite its appearance, managed to reach its destination smoothly. But the planet they landed on was obviously not the original target, D-43 star. After landing, the mercenaries from the front cabin came over and herded the young mission takers off the spaceship like they were sheep. Once they got off the spaceship, they were greeted by a sky full of yellow sand, with no sign of trees or jungles. A young person couldn't hold back and shouted, "You lied to us. This isn't D-43 star at all." Upon reaching their destination, the mercenaries fully revealed their true colors. Are you that slow to react? Only now do you realize you've been deceived? What do you want from us? A mercenary shoved the young man, nearly knocking him to the ground, while the others pointed energy guns at them. Stop talking nonsense and hand over your light brains and space storage devices quickly. I won't. The boy tried to resist, but was kicked to the ground by a mercenary, who then stepped on his head, roughly taking the space storage device from him and violently snatching the light brain from his hands. The mercenary, still feeling unsatisfied, kicked the boy a few more times before looking up at the remaining people, threateningly saying, "The rest of you, I shouldn't have to take them myself, right?" The number of mercenaries was roughly equal to the number of deceived mission takers, both groups having over a dozen members, but their combat power was vastly different. The young mission takers who accepted the tasks were mostly level 3 or 4 ability users, many with little combat experience. The mercenaries were level 5 or 6 physical skill or ability users, with imposing builds, and from their aura, it was clear they had blood on their hands. With the mission takers being complete strangers, they were like sheep surrounded by wolves in front of this organized group of mercenaries, essentially having no power to resist. In such a situation, with a huge disparity in strength, even the most passionate and stubborn young person had no choice but to comply and hand over their space storage devices. Lin Yao's space storage device was attached to her light brain, so she took both off and handed them over together. After everyone handed over their items, it wasn't over yet. Soon, the mercenary Hong Jie came over with something resembling a scanning gun and scanned each person. When the scanner passed over a certain boy, it emitted an unusual sound, immediately resulting in the mercenary giving him a beating. That boy curled up on the ground in pain, looking like a shrimp. I knew you little brats wouldn't be honest. Hand over your stuff. This is your last chance. If I find anything hidden, I'll just kill you. This intimidation genuinely frightened many who had hidden space storage devices. Of course, Hong Jie didn't stop scanning. Once everyone was scanned, she stepped back. The leading mercenary said, "Everyone, be obedient and follow me. Don't think of pulling any tricks, or don't blame my gun for being merciless." With a command from the mercenary leader, the others aimed their energy guns at all the young mission takers, urging them to set off. Even the two who had been beaten and were lying on the ground were treated no differently, being forced to set off. Chapter 30. Eavesdropping. After walking honestly for a while, a young boy suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. The mercenary instinctively pointed his gun at him, asking, "What are you doing?" The boy clutched his chest, gasping for breath like a bellows. The person beside him said, "He has asthma. The wind and sand here must have triggered it. Please help him. He has medicine in his space pocket that can control it." This sudden situation left the mercenary unsure of how to respond, instinctively looking towards the mercenary leader. While the mercenary was distracted, the boy seeking medicine and the one having an asthma attack both took action. One reached for the mercenary's energy gun, while the other elbowed the mercenary's arm, causing him to wince in pain and drop the energy gun. The boy who grabbed the energy gun then stood beside the one having the attack, and one of them emitted golden threads, tightly binding the mercenary and loudly threatening the mercenary leader. "Let us go now, or don't blame us for killing him." After threatening the mercenary leader, the boy turned to the other threatened individuals and said, Aren't you all going to resist? Are you waiting to be locked up and sold like cattle? Everything happened so quickly that the inexperienced group was momentarily shocked. And then they were pointed at by the energy gun, with no opportunity to resist from beginning to end. The two boys looked a bit grim upon seeing this. At that moment, the mercenary leader sneered. Just one mercenary. What makes you think you can threaten me with him? The two boys didn't speak, but their faces struggled to conceal their panic. Then I'll shoot. The mercenary seized the opportunity to escalate. If you have the guts, go ahead and shoot. Let's see if I flinch. I. The boy stammered, his finger never pulling the trigger. Just as they hesitated, a mercenary charged in from the side and shot a fireball at the boy holding the gun. The boy was burned and instinctively dropped the energy gun. The moment he lost the weapon, he lost his leverage, and the mercenary leader and another mercenary rushed forward, knocking the two boys to the ground. This time, their assault was even more brutal than before, and those standing at a distance could hear the sound of bones cracking. By the time they finally stopped, the two boys had been beaten into a state that was barely recognizable. The mercenary boss spat and stepped on the head of the one trying to escape, grinding down hard until the boy's head was deformed, nearly knocking him unconscious. Resistance? Threats? Weren't you quite capable? After saying this, he turned to the remaining people and warned, "You all remember, this is not your ivory tower. No one will pamper you here. If you want to live, just listen obediently." The group of taskers fell silent. After this hasty failed rebellion, it was likely that these taskers wouldn't dare to act out for a long time. Having achieved the goal of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, the mercenary leader casually picked a few individuals from the boys, saying, "You few, help the two on the ground up." Then the mercenaries continued to herd this group of taskers like sheep. The boy with the straw stick disregarded the mercenaries' watch and leaned close to Lin Yao, saying, "You're a bit strange, aren't you?" Lin Yao glanced at him and replied, "What is strange? You're too calm." "No, I showed a fearful expression, didn't I? But everyone else is scared to death. And only you, while your face looks terrified, your eyes are calm, and your hands and feet aren't trembling at all." The boy looked certain. Lin Yao was speechless. With so many people observing her closely, he should be the only one. "You're clearly not afraid, but pretending. You're not an undercover agent, are you?" The boy with the straw stick looked curious. "I'm not," Lin Yao replied. "Impossible. If you weren't an undercover agent, how could you be so calm? Maybe I'm naturally emotionally stable, or maybe I have something to rely on, just like you." As the two walked in, they quietly chatted with the boy talking more. They walked to a desolate hillside and stopped. The leading mercenary clapped his hands, and the hillside suddenly opened like the mouth of a strange beast, revealing a deep black entrance. Seeing this entrance, the young taskers were frightened and retreated a few steps. The mercenary following them didn't indulge them, coldly saying, "So what? We're here now. Do you want me to use force to make you go in?" The boy with the straw stick leaned close to Lin Yao and whispered, "Do we really have to go in? Once we do, I want to be able to perform well. Do you think you have a choice now?" The boy looked up at the taskers who had begun to enter and the mercenaries watching from behind, helplessly shrugging. "Bro, I'll rely on you later." "Rely on me for what?" "You should look at that boy on the left front." The boy with the straw stick followed Lin Yao's gaze to the left front, where he saw a seemingly innocent boy walking in while throwing something on the ground. "Oh!" the boy with the straw stick nearly exclaimed, and Lin Yao quickly pulled him back. "Hurry up, or they'll drive us in." Once inside the cave, they were each fitted with ability confinement rings and then herded into a dark room. Upon entering, Lin Yao realized there were still quite a few people locked up in the room, at least over 100, mostly young people in their teens to early 20s. The boy with the straw stick had been following her, and, seeing this scene, couldn't he help but exclaim, "I didn't expect so many people to fall for such a simple trick." His voice wasn't quiet, and in such a large space. It was particularly loud and somewhat shrill. If it weren't for the dim light and poor visibility, Lin Yao felt he would have been pierced by the gazes of others. Under the intense scrutiny, Lin Yao pulled him to the wall. The boy with the straw stick, seeing her stop, couldn't he help but curiously ask, "Are we just going to wait here? Aren't we going to try to save ourselves? What can we do? Our space rings were taken, our abilities are restrained, and our physical skills are low. What can we do? It's better to wait patiently to be rescued." After Lin Yao said this, she crossed her arms, leaned against the wall, and closed her eyes to rest. However, the boy with the straw stick couldn't stand the silence. That's too boring. What else can you do? Actually, I have something, the boy with the straw stick said, reaching up to his head. He pulled out a very miniature, spider-like object and threw it on the ground, watching as it quickly disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 31. Mini Space Transporter. Lin Yao couldn't help but be intrigued. What was that? The lanky boy, however, raised his middle finger at her and then handed her a small sticker the size of a grain of rice. This is a sound receiver. Stick it to your cochlea, and you can hear the sound. Lin Yao immediately understood. The little spider from earlier must have been a listening device. Her interest piqued. She happily stuck the receiver to her cochlea. After a moment of silent crawling, the little spider must have reached its destination. As the two heard voices coming from the receiver, Brother Lei, this batch of goods is the largest ever. When will it be shipped? The voice sounded somewhat familiar, like that of the mercenary leader. It'll be in a few days. Can it be earlier? The mercenary leader's voice again. Do you think those aliens are easy to talk to? You want it to be earlier just because you say so? The tone of this voice was a bit angry, suddenly raising in volume. Brother Lei, that's not what I meant. It's just that the commotion lately has been a bit too much, and the police on Yunmeng Star have started to investigate. The brothers also want to get their money sooner for some peace of mind. The mercenary leader was no longer as arrogant as he had been in front of them. His tone was full of flattery. That's your problem. Upon hearing this, the mercenary leader fell silent for a moment before reluctantly saying, I understand, Brother Lei. Understand? Then you can leave. I'll notify you when the goods are shipped. Brother Lei, look, we have to wait so many days, and our supplies are running low. Can we send someone out to buy some before coming back? It's been so long. Don't need to teach you that rule. All delivery teams, once they arrive, are not allowed to leave. This is also to protect your safety. Okay, I understand. Brother Lei, finally, some sense. If supplies are low, you can buy from our base's logistics. But what about the price? Just a little higher than market price, about 20 to 30. Brother Lei, that's two. If you want to buy, stop talking nonsense. After listening for a long time, Lin Yao found no significant news. The only thing she could confirm was that this broker, Brother Lei, was quite ruthless, not letting any opportunity to profit slip by. And he wasn't afraid of the cargo owners teaming up against him. It seemed that such people were unavoidable everywhere, like rats in the gutter, disgusting and impossible to eliminate. Lin Yao looked at him strangely. You don't seem like someone with a strong sense of justice. Why are you suddenly so angry? I just can't stand people like that. Oh, so you were tricked into selling something before? As soon as the lanky boy heard this, he immediately reacted like a dog whose tail had been stepped on, exclaiming, I wasn't. Lin Yao showed a look of disbelief. The lanky boy felt a bit embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. This prison is too boring. I want to go out for a stroll. Are you coming? If it were someone else saying this, Lin Yao would definitely roll her eyes at him and retort, Do you even hear what you're saying? But this boy's methods were mysterious and unpredictable, which piqued her interest. How do we get out? I have a mini transporter. The walls of this prison don't block abilities, so we can walk through them. I also have an invisibility cloak that can make you invisible and mask your presence. There is not much tech here, so we should be able to wander around freely. The lanky boy said, pulling out a button-sized object and two black cloaks. Before she could respond, the sign-in system announced a sign-in message. Found sign-in point, mini space transporter. Do you want to spend 3 sign-in points to sign in? Lin Yao realized that this sign-in system was quite good at exploiting bugs. As long as there was a related item, whether in research or a finished product, it could be signed in. So, it didn't produce sign-in points, but was merely a transporter for sign-in items. Moreover, the points required were not low, indicating that this item should be quite advanced. In front of others, Lin Yao couldn't afford to space out openly. After signing in quickly, she picked up the cloak on the ground. What is this? After a brief examination and finding nothing suspicious, she put it on just like the lanky boy. Invisibility cloak. Lin Yao was surprised as she examined the cloak closely. There was nothing that looked like high-tech, so she had to give up. After putting on the invisibility cloak, the lanky boy was about to activate the transporter when Lin Yao pulled him back. Do you have any more of these cloaks? For what? Lin Yao pointed to the person they had seen throwing something at the cave entrance earlier and said, If you don't want to turn back and deal with these rats in the gutter yourself, then bring him along. I estimate he can help you clear up those troubles. The lanky boy looked at the person and muttered that it was a hassle, but still obediently went to call the boy over. I can't be bothered to explain. You can talk to him. Lin Yao thought. You can chat with someone you don't know on the way, but you suddenly can't be bothered to talk? Not wanting to take on the responsibility, and with a suspected undercover person present, Lin Yao was more than happy to bring him along. Here's the thing. When I entered the cave, I happened to see you throw something. Upon hearing this, the boy in front of her immediately showed a defensive look. Of course, I have no ill intentions. Just that this guy, Lin Yao said, looking at the lanky boy. The lanky boy quickly understood. You can call me Su Rue. Our Su Rue here has some high-tech gadgets that can go through walls and become invisible. He is planning to go out for a stroll, and just wanted to know if you wanted to join. This sounded quite strange, but to those who understood, it probably needed no further explanation. Yes, the boy replied without hesitation. All right, then let us go now. In the empty, dark prison, 3 people huddled together, chatting softly, which might not attract attention, but disappearing out of nowhere would likely cause a stir. Fortunately, Su Rue had plenty of high-tech gadgets before activating the transporter. He threw out a blocker to cover up their movements. Seeing Su Rue's actions, the boy couldn't help but ask, "What is this blocker? It feels quite unusual." Su Rue was not friendly to the boy. TCH, country bumpkin. As Su Rue activated the transporter, a slight sensation of rotation came over them, and the 3 found themselves in an unfamiliar corridor. Su Rue put away the transporter and said to Lin Yao, "This is a mini-space transporter, not some low-level wall-passing tool." Lin Yao immediately gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Very impressive. How much can this transporter carry at once? What's the farthest distance it can transport? Chapter 32. This is a short-range transporter. The amount and distance of transportation are determined by the energy input of your ability. However, it can only transport a maximum of 500 kilograms, and the farthest distance is only 1,000 kilometers. That's impressive, though. But can you even use your ability? TCH, how could such a low-level ability suppressor possibly be a challenge for me? Even while cloaked, Lin Yao could sense the overwhelming stench of information emanating from Su Rue. Well, you are somewhat impressive. Lin Yao gave him a perfunctory compliment and said, "Let's go. Since we're out, let's take a good look around." After saying this, Lin Yao beckoned to the boy whom Su Rue had deliberately ignored and started moving along the corridor walls. The 2 moved forward, leaving only Su Rue, who was radiating a low-pressure aura, trailing behind. Lin Yao stopped and quietly called out to him, "Su Rue, are you out for a walk?" Su Rue quickened his pace to catch up, but still huffed in dissatisfaction. "Clearly, I knew you first, so why did you call him first? Are you 3 years old? You're fussing over such a trivial matter? Besides, if you don't call him to help, do you plan to handle those troubles by yourself later?" Upon hearing this, Su Rue didn't feel unhappy. Instead, he radiated a pleasant vibe and said, "All right, I get it. Wait for me a moment. I'll construct the entire base's layout." With that, Su Rue squatted down on the spot, pulled out a palm-sized device resembling a light brain, and began tinkering with it. The boy following behind watched this scene in amazement and then enthusiastically approached Lin Yao. "My name is Tang Ji. May I ask how to address you?" Although surprised by Tang Ji's sudden change in attitude, Lin Yao politely replied, "I'm Lin Yao. I don't know which research institute Su Rue is from, where he came from. You might not believe it, but I met him on the road." Even though she couldn't see the entire expression, Lin Yao guessed from the large confusion in Tang Ji's eyes what he wanted to express. Lin Yao was too lazy to explain and pretended not to see. "If you have other needs, you can also mention it to Su Rue and see if he has any solutions. Can you help me set a location?" Tang Ji was quite direct in making a request. Lin Yao nodded. "Wait until he has done, and I'll tell him." Su Rue fiddled for a while and managed to produce a 3D map, displaying it in front of Tang Ji. "This is the base map. You should remember it." Tang Ji looked at the detailed 3D map, which even marked distances, and was somewhat speechless. "Can't you transfer it to my light brain? Is your brain not working? You can't remember such a small thing and still have to trouble me." Su Rue's words were a bit annoying, but at that moment, Tang Ji had to seek his help, so he could only take a deep breath and politely said, "Then, thank you." In just a few moments, Su Rue transferred the 3D map to Tang Ji's light brain, then quickly activated the transporter, pushing Tang Ji inside, and he vanished from the corridor. His whole action was smooth and swift, and Lin Yao didn't have time to stop him. Finally, that bothersome guy was sent away. You wouldn't be upset with me because of him, would you? Now that he has gone, Su Rue said this. And Lin Yao couldn't help but wonder if Su Rue was a reincarnated green tea princess. Lin Yao silently complained in her heart, but didn't show any sign of it. He said he wanted to ask for your help to set a location. Then let us talk about it when we get back. Come on, Lin Yao. I'll take you to explore this base. This base should only be a temporary one. Apart from a few cells for the guards and rooms for those cargo owners, as well as basic security facilities, there were no other amenities. Especially under Su Rue's black technology, those security facilities were even less noteworthy. After wandering around, Su Rue began complaining about being bored, saying that there was nothing impressive in the entire base. Since that's the case, why didn't you escape when we were on the starship? I thought that modified starship was quite interesting and wanted to see if it would disintegrate on the way. Later, when I saw you didn't escape, I just joined in the fun. He initially thought he might encounter some illegal research base, but who knew it was just a temporary base for human trafficking? Lin Yao found his evaluation somewhat speechless. If you're bored, why not leave now? With your abilities, you should be able to run any time, right? I had thought about running, but when I saw that Tang Ji, I got interested again. I want to see what happens next. Lin Yao realized that when facing this boy, her times of being speechless might surpass an entire year. Since Su Rue was unwilling to return, the two stayed on the barren surface of a desolate planet for a day, hunting a few low-level exotic beasts. Lin Yao finally grew tired of it. This barren star was too desolate. There weren't even low-level exotic beasts. No wonder it was designated as a barren star by Yimeng Star. If you want to speed things up, why not go back and help Tang Ji set a location and guide him so that his people can arrive sooner? Otherwise, who knows how long we'll have to wait. The most important thing was that she had already been deceived this time. Wasting more time would only delay her from making money. All right, I'll set a location for Tang Ji when I go back. Su Rue's skills were indeed superb. It only took a few minutes to finalize the location and route. Lin Yao couldn't help but shed envious tears upon seeing this. As someone who had lived a second life, it seemed she had nothing but combat experience. Instead, Su Rue, this boy, not only had high skills, but also seemed quite wealthy. Like when Su Rue said he stayed behind because he saw she didn't escape. Was she not trying to escape? She just couldn't. It would have been easy to escape while the modified starship was flying in space. But she lacked the survival skills and tools for space. Once on the barren star, she wanted to escape, but happened to notice Tang Ji's anomaly and was afraid it would implicate him. So she ended up stuck here. Fortunately, with Su Rue's route and navigation, on the afternoon of the third day after being captured, Tang Ji quietly notified them to prepare for departure. Who knew that the changes would come even sooner than their reinforcements? That night, someone opened the prison doors and started picking people from inside. Lin Yao was somewhat puzzled. Did the other side's people arrive first? Su Rue clearly didn't anticipate this situation either and quickly checked the listening records of the little spider. It wasn't the originally scheduled receiver. It was a relative of the buyer who happened to pass by and insisted on picking up the goods. It was said that this person was quite a lecher, favoring pure young boys and girls, regardless of gender. Looking at the ones being chosen, they were indeed all good-looking boys and girls, and Tang Ji couldn't help but panic. What should we do? Our people will only arrive tomorrow. These young people's talents are pretty good. What if they get ruined? Chapter 33. Saving people. Su Rue couldn't understand Tang Ji's urgency at all and coolly remarked, getting tricked so easily shows a lack of brains. Just having talent without brains and still caring about them. Lin Yao shot him a glare, and he obediently shut his mouth. Since the reinforcements aren't coming, we'll have to find a way ourselves, Lin Yao said. We? Tang Ji asked, confused. Lin Yao looked him over carefully and said, I think you're quite good-looking. I. Tang Ji's words were interrupted as Lin Yao and Su Rue teamed up to push him out, right in front of the person making the selections. Although they didn't know why Tang Ji had shown up, judging by his looks, he fit the taste of that person quite well. The selector didn't suspect anything and directly moved Tang Ji to the back. After selecting a dozen young boys and girls, the person was finally satisfied and took them away. The people locked in the prison were confused and whispered among themselves for quite a while. After Tang Ji was taken away. Lin Yao and Su Rue waited for a bit, then put on their cloaks, pressed the transmitter, and disappeared into a corner. The two had previously roamed around the temporary base while wearing an invisibility cloak, so while they didn't know every detail, they had a general understanding of the base. During their earlier exploration, they discovered that there was a luxuriously decorated room empty on the underground second floor. The broker, Brother Lei, lived in a room that was hardly better than a bare shell, yet there was an empty, well-decorated room. It was obvious it was reserved for buyers. After exiting the prison, they headed straight for the underground second floor without needing to inquire. On barren planets like this, most of the living spaces were underground, where the lower the level, the higher the safety factor. As they made their way down, they found that there were several times more guards on the second level than before, further confirming their suspicion that the buyer was residing there. They smoothly passed through numerous checkpoints and finally caught up to Tang Ji just as he was about to disappear into a room. The selector didn't take them directly to the buyer's room, but first led them to a nearby room to wash up. And they were treated to a luxurious bath with clean water. Watching several boys being stripped and tossed into the pool, Lin Yao and Su Rue instinctively cover each other's eyes. After covering their eyes, they exchanged glances and nearly burst into laughter. Their noise wasn't too loud, and fortunately, there were many people in the room, so they didn't attract attention. Meanwhile, Tang Ji, who was in the know, was secretly looking around. Lin Yao stealthily tossed a flower petal into the pool, hitting Tang Ji, who then realized he was making too much noise and had already drawn others' attention. Once the group of handsome boys finished bathing and were forced to change into sheer gauzy garments, they began to notice something was off, especially the girls bathing in separate pools in another room, who started screaming and refusing to wear the revealing gauzy clothes. The selector, however, was in a surprisingly good mood and patiently advised them, "Don't be ungrateful. Our young master comes from an advanced civilization. Being able to serve him is a privilege." One beautiful girl, wrapped in a towel, stepped forward, visibly displeased, and said, "Do you want this blessing for yourself?" The selector immediately slapped her, saying, "Am I giving you face?" The girl, whose abilities and physical skills were suppressed by the binding rings, was knocked down by the slap. The selector then stepped on her beautiful face, coldly stating, "You don't know your place. If you can't enjoy a comfortable life, you're looking for death. Aren't you?" He then called out behind him, and two burly men entered, dragging the girl out, declaring she was a toy for everyone to enjoy. With the selector's order, two muscular men rushed in and dragged the fallen girl by her arms. During the process, the towel covering her fell off, causing her to panic and attempt to pick it up. Unfortunately, with both arms firmly held, she couldn't move at all and was left bare as she was dragged away. At this point, the girl finally became frightened and started screaming, "Let go of me. You can't treat me like this. I am." Before she could finish her sentence, someone picked up an object from the ground and stuffed it in her mouth. Unable to scream or struggle, tears streamed down her face, making her look particularly pitiful. Yet, this pitiful sight did not evoke any sympathy. Instead, it silenced the other girls in fear. "Those who don't want to be dragged out, hurry up and put on your clothes." At this moment, the selector commanded, and the girls, not daring to resist any longer, trembled as they took the gauzy garments and quickly hid behind a curtain to change. Once the girls emerged, dressed in gauzy clothing and standing in a neat row, the selector finally nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Now that's better." While the girl who had resisted was being dragged out, Lin Yao wrote a message on Su Rue's hand, instructing him to stay and watch. She then followed behind them as they left. In this interstellar era, though there was more openness regarding gender issues, the difference between being coerced and being voluntary was still significant. Moreover, the other party was just a teenage girl, and Lin Yao couldn't bear to see this underage girl suffer such humiliation. The two burly men did not head towards the well-decorated room, but instead walked in the opposite direction. They nearly reached the exit of the underground second floor before dragging the girl into a nearby room. Lin Yao followed closely behind and slipped into the room just before they closed the door. Inside the room was a large bed, and the two men tossed the girl onto the bed, their previously serious expressions now replaced with lewdness. One of the burly men leered, "Little girl, don't be nervous. My brothers and I will make sure you enjoy yourself today." Before he could say anything more disgusting, Lin Yao quickly threw a drug powder at them. Both burly men were level 5 or 6 in physical skills and abilities, so they had some resistance to drugs, but after inhaling the powder, they were dazed for a moment before collapsing. The girl also inhaled the sedative and became unconscious even faster than the two men. Fearing that someone else might enter the room soon, Lin Yao needed to keep an eye on Tang Ji and couldn't stay behind. So she pinched the girl's chin and forced a detoxifying potion into her mouth. Before long, the girl woke up. Lin Yao didn't plan to remove the invisibility cloak and directly said, "Since you're awake, I'll keep it brief. I just saved you, but I can't take you away right now. However, you don't need to worry. I will leave some sedatives in this room, and anyone who comes in will be knocked out." After speaking, without caring about her reaction, she stuffed 2 vials of potions into the girl's hands. Chapter 34 Exposure. This is the antidote. Remember to drink a tube every 4 hours. Stay alert, protect yourself, and everything will be fine after dawn. Upon coming into contact with the cool potion, the girl reacted and quickly grabbed Lin Yao's hand. "Who are you? Are you the police? Why can't you take me away?" "I'm not the police. The reason I can't take you away is that we can't act recklessly. But I'm scared. Stay here. You're safer than anyone else right now." Lin Yao patiently reassured her before breaking free from her grip and getting up to leave. However, she didn't expect that despite her clear explanation, the girl still felt insecure and suddenly yanked at her invisibility cloak, pulling down half of it. Forced to reveal herself, Lin Yao unhappily shook off the girl's hand while pulling up her invisibility cloak, speaking sternly, "Miss, I advise you to calm down. I'm rescuing you as a matter of convenience. If you insist on seeking death, I won't hesitate to hand you over to those people. I'm sorry, I'm just too scared." Lin Yao was too lazy to listen to her rambling and quickly left with a dismissive "take care of yourself." She hurried back to the luxurious guest room. The guest was still selecting candidates, and the door was wide open where Su Rui was standing waiting. Lin Yao wasn't sure about the mechanics of the invisibility cloak, but she and Su Rui could see each other without obstruction. Seeing her return, Su Rui quickly approached her. Lin Yao quickly pulled him to a secluded spot to discuss the follow-up arrangements. "The current situation is difficult to handle. I thought these people would all be left behind, and they wouldn't be so cautious during their actions. After that guest cleared the room, we could just knock them out for the night. But I didn't expect this person to still be selecting. The remaining people are unlikely to be sent back. Instead, they are more likely to be left for that person's subordinates to enjoy. Once the personnel are dispersed, it will be much harder to rescue them without alarming others. How about we just take down everyone on this floor?" As the two were engrossed in discussion, they suddenly felt a gust of wind rush towards them. Lin Yao turned to see a large man swinging a punch at them. She quickly pushed Su Rui away and threw a punch back. The attacker was likely at level 6 or 7 in physical skills, while Lin Yao, at level 4, was no match. After the punch, her entire arm trembled uncontrollably. If she hadn't been prepared and had released some force beforehand, her arm might have broken from that punch. After the exchange of blows, Lin Yao wanted to strike again, but was pulled back by Su Rui, who pointed to his ear. Lin Yao then realized that the large man probably couldn't see them and was relying entirely on his hearing, indicating he was a hearing mutant. Knowing this, they both suppressed their breathing to avoid being located. The large man, unable to find them, shouted, "Whoever you are, come out now." The guards nearby heard his voice and rushed over. Seeing no one, they asked in confusion, "Old Seven, what's going on? I just heard someone here." The large man replied, "Invisibility ability?" One of the guards asked, "Could be. Bring the instruments for a thorough search." They're invisible, not gone. Seeing they could no longer hide, Lin Yao and Su Rui exchanged glances and quickly took action. Su Rui took out a spherical object and threw it to the ground, releasing a wave of intense white noise that made everyone's heads pound. Taking advantage of this, Lin Yao tossed a handful of powder into the crowd. The powder was made from a formula she used in her past life to deal with star beasts, and it worked just as well on humans. In just a few moments, the people were knocked out. However, they underestimated the number and strength of the buyer's subordinates. After the powder was used up, Su Rui's high-tech gadget was ineffective against skilled opponents. Most importantly, they encountered a level 10 lightning ability user who destroyed their invisibility cloak with lightning. forcing both of them to flee in panic. In the end, they had to use a mini spatial transporter to escape the base. I have no other way left. You decide what to do next. Su Rue lay on the ground, sprawled out and gasping for breath. What level is your physical skill? Why is your stamina so poor? Lin Yao shot him a sideways glance. Su Rue had some unknown high-tech gadget on him, and when Lin Yao used her vision to look, she could only see a mist. However, everyone in the galaxy practiced physical skills, and, given his lanky frame, it was evident his physical skills weren't that high. Why do you care? Just think of a way to save that little fool Tang Ji. You were the one who pushed him out. Are you also involved? Lin Yao's response wasn't very assertive. If it were anyone else, she might not care, but Tang Ji was indeed someone they pushed out. She couldn't just leave him behind. Her conscience wouldn't allow it. Seeing her deep in thought and silent for a long time, Su Rue worriedly advised, "You don't have to stress so much. I left a coordinate in that room. If worst comes to worst, we can teleport there and rescue Tang Ji." Lin Yao shook her head. "No, I'm thinking. We don't know who is behind Tang Ji. What if the people they send can't handle the opponents? That would be disastrous." This was something Su Rue couldn't answer. "Su Rue, can you adjust that white noise device of yours?" Earlier, Tang Ji heard the sounds of fighting outside the guest room and knew that the two had been exposed, making his heart race. However, that wasn't the worst part. While his thoughts were in disarray, he was surprisingly chosen to be the first to serve the guest. "Young man, our young master is a very good person. If you serve him well, you'll be guaranteed a bright future." The selector said this before taking the others out of the room. With everyone else gone, only Tang Ji and the guest remained, and the room's ambiguous atmosphere intensified. After all, the guest was not the lewd figure one might imagine, but rather a tall, masculine Matulaman. His gaze towards Tang Ji was not lustful, but rather contained a sense of tolerance and affection for the young man. However, this gaze did not relax Tang Ji. Instead, it sent chills down his spine. The man reclined on the bed and gently beckoned Tang Ji, saying, "Come, sit beside me." Tang Ji swallowed hard, taking a few steps back instead of moving forward. The man frowned in displeasure. "Are you afraid of me?" His tone was flat, yet it filled Tang Ji with a strong sense of danger. He hurriedly replied, "I am not. I just don't feel used to it." Chapter 35 Beast were not used to it. The man nodded slightly, his expression softening a bit. "Of course, you probably haven't experienced this kind of feeling, so it's understandable that you're not used to it. Come over here, I'll teach you." Tang Ji swallowed hard again. The man, however, lost his patience and directly threw a strand of golden silk to wrap around Tang Ji's waist, pulling him close. Tang Ji was yanked and fell onto the man's body, his hand accidentally touching the man's sensitive area. He was so scared that he quickly withdrew his hand, but the man's large hand pressed down on him, rubbing it forcefully. "So straightforward, little darling." The man's lips were close to Tang Ji's ear, seeming like a kiss, or perhaps a whisper. "I don't." Tang Ji was made to feel goosebumps all over. After all, he was a serious straight man, attracted to women, not men. The man did not intend to let him go, his actions becoming even more excessive, his hand actually moving down along Tang Ji's back. Just as he was about to touch Tang Ji's little pants, Tang Ji could no longer tolerate it and forcefully pushed the man away. Disgusted, "Let go of me." The man was caught off guard and was easily pushed away. Of course, upon seeing Tang Ji's unabashed disgust and anger, the man's temper changed from earlier. His expression and tone turned fierce. "You think I'm gentle just because I was nice to you?" Tang Ji remained silent, standing far away. "You ungrateful thing." The man threw out a mass of golden silk again, attempting to bind Tang Ji. This time, he was prepared to resist. Seeing the golden silk coming, he quickly dodged and rushed towards the door, trying to escape the room. However, the difference in strength was too great. He had barely taken 2 steps before his foot was ensnared by a mass of golden silk. But the man sent out another strand of golden silk, binding his other foot. He laughed wickedly while pulling the golden silk to drag Tang Ji back. "Go on. Escape some more. Pervert, let go of me." Tang Ji struggled with all his might. The man yanked the golden silk, pulling him back to his side. Gripping his chin tightly, "Who's the pervert?" "You. Liking men is perverted." "No, you're a pervert for liking both men and women." Having already offended him, Tang Ji decided to give up. The man was indiscriminate, but he hated being called unrefined and being called a pervert, igniting his anger. He stepped forward and grabbed Tang Ji's neck, growling, "I'm a pervert. I like both men and women. I see you live in an ivory tower, never having seen what a real pervert is." Saying this, the man threw Tang Ji onto the bed, then used golden silk to tie him in a big X shape on the bed. At this time, Lin Yao and Su Rui were modifying a machine on the surface of the planet. "You know about star beasts, right?" "Yes," Su Rui nodded. "Turn this thing into a machine that can emit star beast wave frequencies." "Isn't that too dangerous? If we accidentally attract a star beast, we might all be done for." Lin Yao rolled her eyes at him. "I just want you to make a couple of sounds to scare off that buyer. Turn it off in time. As long as there are no star beasts nearby, it won't be a problem." "Okay, I got it." Su Rui, self-proclaimed mechanical genius, took out his tools, fiddled for a while, and indeed created a small machine. "Done." Su Rui placed the small machine in front of Lin Yao. "What do you want to do with this?" "Things are urgent. Just turn it on." Su Rui looked incredulous. "Aren't you going to test it first?" "It's already so critical. What else to test? By the time we finish testing, little Tang Ji will have been eaten clean." That was indeed true. Therefore, Su Rui pressed the machine's switch, activating it. A long whistle echoed across the planet, startling the buyer and his escort team. Is it the sound of a star beast? Is a star beast coming? The sound is so close. It seems to be coming this way. How could a star beast come here? Just one sound caused this group to panic in a small area. The selector who had chosen the guests earlier, acting as a bodyguard, quickly stepped forward to maintain order. Unexpectedly, another long whistle followed. This time, even a man in the room was startled. He quickly opened the door and said to his bodyguard, "Take people out to see if a star beast really has come." "Yes, young master." The bodyguard responsible for selecting people immediately took orders and went out. Once the bodyguard left, the man didn't return to the previous room, but went to another room, waiting for the bodyguard to report back. After waiting for a few minutes, the bodyguard returned to report. "Report, young master, no star beast was found." The man nodded, instructed his guards to continue monitoring the situation, and prepare to return. Suddenly, he heard another long whistle. The man turned to look at the bodyguard. "Didn't you say there was no star beast? Why is there still a beast roar?" "This." The bodyguard couldn't answer and hurriedly said, "Young master, let me check again." This time, the bodyguard took longer, and the man became a bit impatient, frequently glancing toward the room he had previously occupied. After quite a while, finally, the bodyguard returned. "Young master, we've searched thoroughly and found no trace of the star beast." The bodyguard seemed to have gone through a careful inspection, looking a bit disheveled, but speaking with confidence. "No trace of the star beast, but there's a beast roar. Could someone be mimicking the sound of star beast?" One of the guards spoke up. The bodyguard scolded him. "Who dares to mimic the sound of a star beast? Are you tired of living? All right. Since we can't find any trace of the star beast, let us all go back and rest. No more playing tonight. Stay alert." After the man spoke, he hurried back to the previous room. However, as soon as he entered the room, he found that the young man was already gone. At this point, he had no doubt left. The sound of the star beast was clearly made by the escaping person to attract attention, intending to lure him out to facilitate their rescue. The man was furious and stormed out of the room, shouting at his guards, "Go find them. Make sure to catch those two flies." Meanwhile, Lin Yao had already taken the bloodied and injured Tang Ji to hide in a cave. "Do you have any medicine on you?" Because of being poor, Lin Yao didn't buy any effective medicines available on the market to store in her system space, only bringing some low-level potions she had concocted herself. Tang Ji was injured so severely that the low-level potions were no longer effective. Of course, another reason was that Tang Ji had some private injuries, and she didn't dare to inquire deeply about his condition, making her feel somewhat constrained. Su Rui couldn't stand her awkwardness and directly pulled her aside, then stepped forward to grip Tang Ji's chin and forced a tube of potion down his throat. Chapter 36. Star Beast with a Dose of Medicine. Tang Ji's bleeding stopped instantly, and the wound began to heal slowly. "How are you feeling? Better?" Lin Yao asked with concern upon seeing Tang Ji open his eyes. Tang Ji nodded and struggled to sit up, but she pressed him down. "Don't move yet. You've just taken the medicine, and your wound is still healing." "Where am I?" Tang Ji asked. You've been rescued by us. You're currently hiding in a cave. It's temporarily safe here. What about the others? That buyer is not simple. We couldn't fight him, so we could only do our best to save you. Hearing this, Tangji nodded in understanding, but his mood also sank. Lin Yao thought the undercover youth had a strong sense of responsibility and could only offer dry comfort. Didn't you say your people are almost here? They should be fine. Su Rui, however, completely disregarded his feelings and grinned. You weren't. With that young master, were you? Tangji immediately sprang up, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and excitedly retorted, no. That person just tortured me. Nothing else happened. But looking at your injuries, it doesn't seem so innocent, Su Rui said coolly. To be honest, Lin Yao was also curious if Tangji had been, but fearing it would hurt the boy's pride, she didn't dare to ask. At this moment, she admired Su Rui's courage a bit. I'm really innocent. Tangji put that. His face flushed. I don't believe you unless you take off your clothes and show me. Pervert. Tangji angrily turned his head away. Seeing his attitude, Lin Yao confirmed that Tangji had indeed not been violated. It seemed that Su Rui's purpose was to confirm this, and after that, he stopped pursuing the topic. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Someone's coming. It was this moment of silence that alerted Lin Yao to a disturbance. She quickly got up to check at the cave entrance, and indeed saw a team of people in mechs heading this way. It must be our rescue operation that alerted them to the false beast roar. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry and leave. Su Rui said. No, we can't. Tangji's wound is healing right now. If we move now, all our efforts will be in vain. Lin Yao rejected his suggestion. If we can't leave, then what do we do? Su Rui was a bit agitated. Lin Yao pondered for a moment and said, give me the beast roar simulator. I'll lure them away. Are you crazy? Enough talking. If we delay any longer, we'll all die together. Su Rui, helpless, could only hand over the beast roar simulator to her. Lin Yao took it and turned to leave, but was pulled back by Su Rui. What's wrong? Su Rui slipped a space buckle into his hand and whispered, this is my latest developed biomech. Miners can drive it briefly. Be careful, don't get killed. It is well known that miners are generally advised against piloting mechs due to their underdeveloped skeletal and organ systems to avoid damaging their bodies. Hearing Su Rui say that miners could drive it briefly, Lin Yao was shocked and hurriedly put it away. Then I'm off. You all stay safe. The surface of the wasteland was completely unshielded, filled with mud and sand, making it neither conducive to movement nor hiding. Lin Yao left the cave, carefully concealing her actions. And only after she had distanced herself from where Tangji and the others were hiding did she activate the beast roar simulator. As soon as the beast roar sounded, Lin Yao saw a group of people rushing towards her at high speed. Guessing that they must have acceleration abilities, she didn't dare to linger. Quickly stowing the beast roar simulator and starting to run. The opponents had better physical skills and acceleration abilities than her. She knew she couldn't keep running like this, or she'd eventually be caught. After thinking it over, she decided to abandon the beast roar simulator. Finding a mountain peak that could obscure her view, Lin Yao threw the beast roar simulator to the ground and then hid in a concealed spot. She planned to wait until those people found the beast roar simulator and were distracted before sneaking away. Holding her breath, she hid in the sand pile, counting as their footsteps grew closer. With a long, mournful roar, the opposing team accelerated again. As they were about to pass by her location, the ground suddenly began to shake without warning. What is happening? Is there going to be an earthquake? The group chasing Lin Yao hesitated for a moment, standing still to discuss. Captain, in this situation, should we continue to pursue or go back to protect the young master? If only the ground here is shaking and the base is fine, will the young master blame us? As the captain, he was clearly also in a dilemma, hesitating to speak. However, as time passed, the ground continued to shake more violently. At this point, Lin Yao couldn't stay hidden anymore. The trembling ground revealed her location, and she was spotted by the group. Captain, the person is over there. They were too close. Lin Yao had no choice but to run towards the epicenter of the earthquake. As the tremors grew stronger, everyone struggled to maintain their footing. Those chasing and those fleeing were all staggering. Then the ground began to crack, and the mountain started to collapse, with large chunks of rock and sand falling. Lin Yao ran through dangerous situations, while those chasing her faced their own crises. If you keep running, you'll lose your life. If you surrender, you might still have a chance to live. One of her pursuers shouted in fear from behind. Lin Yao ignored the shouts from behind, focusing carefully on the falling rocks and cracks in the ground to find suitable footholds. The Beast Roar simulator continued to wail, and the chase continued. The mountain's cracking became more severe, with massive portions beginning to slide down. Lin Yao carefully dodged a falling rock, but the small group chasing her wasn't so lucky. Several of them were directly covered by the collapsing mountain. Now, those people no longer dared to chase and began to retreat. Another long roar echoed, but this roar was completely different from the one simulated by the simulator. Everyone looked toward the source of the sudden long roar, only to hear a loud explosion as the mountain burst apart. Amid the dust and debris, a colossal creature emerged in the haze. At this moment, both Lin Yao, who was fleeing, and the pursuers were stunned in place. They saw a giant beast that resembled both a lizard and a crocodile suddenly leap out from the mountain, letting out a thunderous long roar towards the sky. After the roar, it floated in the air, circling around as if searching for something. After finding nothing, it let out a long, gentle cry. Lin Yao realized that this star beast must have been awakened by the Beast Roar simulator she brought. It thought its companions had arrived, so it was searching, but the Beast Roar simulator was likely crushed under a rock, and it couldn't find a trace of it. So naturally, there was no follow-up. Chapter 37. Chaotic Nebula. At this moment, the pursuers also reacted, staring at the giant beast in midair, whispering in terror. That is a star beast. The star beast was waiting for a response. Upon hearing this person's voice, it didn't know whether it felt disturbed or simply disliked humans, and directly swung its tail, causing the person to explode into a mass of flesh and disappear. Among those chasing her, one person with a less stable mindset was so scared by the situation that he turned and ran. However, not far into his escape, the star beast swiped at him with a claw, and he was instantly turned into a puddle of meat. The remaining people, although terrified, learned from the lessons of the two in front of them, and, without caring for the falling debris, obediently found cover and crouched down. Lin Yao had many opportunities to communicate with star beasts in the Mingguang star system, and clearly felt the star beast's brutality, quickly looking for rocks to conceal her presence. To be honest, the reason she had the courage to use the Beast Roar simulator today was that she learned from the memories of the white-scaled dragon about the unique environment of the Yunmeng star system. The Yunmeng star system is entirely surrounded by a chaotic nebula. Although it is closed off, it is very safe. This is because the chaotic nebula consists of a special material that forms a chaotic magnetic field, which is very dangerous. Approaching it can lead to magnetic field disturbances, making it impossible to discern direction, causing high-tech ships to get lost in space. Moreover, it has a powerful suction force. Anything that comes close to its magnetic range will be drawn in, making it difficult to escape. However, it also has advantages, as it can block many natural disasters and hinder various signal transmissions. This is why the Yunmeng star system has no star beasts and seldom experiences cosmic disasters. In the original owner's memories, there had indeed never been any star beasts in the Yunmeng star system. Lin Yao also believed that there were truly no star beasts in the Yunmeng star system, so when using the Beast Roar simulator, she did not have too many concerns. Who would have thought that while the external star beast did not come, one was hiding on the desolate star and was awakened by her use of the Beast Roar simulator? At this moment, she could only hope that Su Ruei and Tang Ji would be clever enough to quickly notify the Yunmeng military forces to come. Otherwise, not only would the people on this planet struggle to survive, but the surrounding planets would also suffer. The star beast remained unresponsive for a long time, scratching the ground with its claws in frustration. For the star beast, this might just be a minor tantrum, but for the people hiding under the rocks, it was tantamount to destruction. Those hiding under the threat to their lives could not care less about the star beast's threat and hurriedly used their abilities to shield themselves with the rocks. The star beast was extremely sensitive to energy and sensed the ability, directly swinging its tail again. One person among them, whose ability was possibly defensive or perhaps of a higher level, surprisingly did not die after being hit by the tail, only sustaining minor injuries. He shouted, "With so many of us, if we keep hiding like this, we're just waiting to die. We might as well fight this star beast." As soon as these words were spoken, a few people were indeed stirred by him and stood up. Several of them unleashed their abilities and began to fight the star beast. Colorful energy attacks flew towards the star beast, which surprisingly did not retaliate, but unfortunately, it also did not suffer any damage. Although there was no significant harm, the star beast was still furious that someone dared to attack it and immediately swiped back with its claws. This group of people was relatively experienced in combat and anticipated the star beast's attack, raising a yellow shield to protect several of them. Although they were ultimately still knocked away, at least they did not lose their lives. With a good start, these people became determined to unite and resist the star beast, all unleashing their abilities and starting to entangle with it. However, while they were fighting, someone unexpectedly slipped by from the side and escaped to the base. They were desperately fighting in front, while someone from behind took the opportunity to flee, which infuriated the others, leading them to curse loudly. Watching the original group that was still pursuing her turn to infighting, Lin Yao did not gloat. She had seen too many such things in her previous life. However, the direction of events was somewhat unexpected. Just when that person thought he had escaped, the star beast abandoned the group and charged straight after the fleeing individual. There was no way someone on the ground could outrun something flying in the sky. Even if that person had acceleration abilities, he had only run a few thousand meters before being caught by the star beast and sent flying with a tail swipe. Of course, that person was not completely unprepared. Before the star beast could attack him, he activated his defensive weapons, so the star beast strike did not kill him. Instead, it helped him get closer to the base. After landing, the individual almost ran towards the base without looking back. As he got further away, the situation over there became unclear. The few people who originally planned to risk their lives saw this dramatic scene and could only exchange silent glances before dispersing. Those who valued their lives fled, while those who wanted to fight returned to the base. Once they confirmed that everyone had left, Lin Yao quickly left her hiding spot and hurried to find Su Rui and Tang Ji. Upon finding the previous cave, she discovered that it had collapsed. However, Lin Yao was not panicked. Knowing how clever those two were, she did not believe they would be crushed to death like that. After searching carefully, she indeed found clues left by Su Rui not far away. Following the clues, she discovered that the two of them were getting closer to the base, eventually finding them just 2,000 meters away from it. "How'd you two end up here?" The two were so focused on something that Lin Yao's sudden question startled them. After being startled, their expressions turned to surprise. Su Rui happily grabbed her hand, saying, "I'm so glad you're okay." Lin Yao nodded. "You haven't answered my question yet. How did you come here?" "Our cave collapsed, so we came out to escape." Who knew Tang Ji received news that our people were arriving early, so we just came over here to supervise. Hearing this, Lin Yao's face also showed joy. "Did you ask how many people came?" "About 2 fleets, I guess," Tang Ji replied. The concept of 1 fleet or 2 fleets was completely foreign to Lin Yao, whether from her previous life or the original owner's memories. She could only directly say, "I don't know the fleet composition. I just want to ask you, can they handle a level 5 or 6-star beast?" "Star beast?" Su Rui's eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that the 2 unusual beast roars we heard were? Lin Yao nodded affirmatively. Yes, that star beast must have been sleeping on this planet for many years. The dirt on it has piled up like a mountain. Just when I placed the beast roar simulator on its sleeping mound, it probably thought companions had come and got up to look for them. Chapter 38. Biological mech. Speaking of this, Lin Yao felt a bit guilty. Star beasts are generated from special energy in the universe. They don't need to breathe oxygen or eat food to survive. As long as there is energy to absorb, they can sleep for hundreds of years without issue. If she hadn't used the beast roar simulator to wake it up, this star beast would probably still be sleeping, and the people on this planet wouldn't be in such a predicament. Su Rui was quite perceptive and comforted her, saying, "That star beast absorbed so much energy while it was sleeping that it turned this planet into a wasteland. Once the energy of this planet is exhausted, it will wake up. Besides, if it keeps sleeping by the time it comes back, it might have become a high-level star beast. That would likely be a disaster for the entire Yunming galaxy." The Mingguang Galaxy where Lin Yao lived in her previous life, had technology that was significantly more advanced than the current Yunmeng galaxy during its peak. Such a galaxy was directly destroyed when facing a level 12 star beast, let alone the current Yunmeng galaxy. Lin Yao understood this logic, but she was just accustomed to the survival principles from her past life and instinctively wanted to preserve more life. Unable to bear seeing those captured miners die in the claws of the star beast. The guilt was only temporary. Lin Yao quickly adjusted her mindset. Tang Ji, like the original owner, had never seen a star beast and initially thought it was just a strange beast. It wasn't until he heard their discussion that he realized something was off. You mean the star beasts aren't strange beasts? Su Rui couldn't help but mock him, saying, "You Yunmeng galaxy really lives up to its reputation as a rural place. You know nothing. Star beasts and strange beasts are completely different things. Don't confuse them. The difference in combat power between the two at the same level is like the difference between a warship and a mech." Tang Ji immediately seized on his slip of the tongue. "Aren't you from the Yunmeng galaxy?" Lin Yao felt a bit speechless. Su Rui was very reckless, almost completely transparent, and the technology and methods he displayed were not things the current Yunmeng galaxy could possess. Lin Yao didn't believe that Tang Ji wouldn't notice this the whole time. Now that Su Rui had exposed himself, his sudden look of having caught something was also hard to understand. Thinking that he had been saved by someone, Lin Yao was about to advise him to be kinder. Tang Ji continued, "The Yunmeng galaxy hasn't opened external channels yet, so everyone who comes to Yunmeng is smuggling in. As a special officer of the Yunmeng Galaxy Police, I can give you a chance to redeem yourself. As long as you cooperate with our actions this time and make a contribution, I will apply for you to be exempt from prison." "Bah, you shameless thing. I saved you, and you want to repay kindness with enmity. Do you believe I could secretly kill you right now, and your Yunmeng officials wouldn't dare say a word?" Su Rui immediately exploded with rage. "TSK, TSK. Not a single decent person among them. I was still thinking that the youths of the Yunmeng galaxy were pure and good, untouched by hardships." In the end, she realized she had misplaced her trust. While the two boys continued to argue, Lin Yao suddenly saw a bloodied figure staggering toward the base from afar. If she wasn't mistaken, that person should be the escaped speed ability user. What was strange was that after so long, he hadn't been killed by the star beast, but had instead managed to escape back to the base. "Stop arguing. Someone is coming." Hearing the reminder, both of them halted their debate, crouched down to hide, and watched the person roll and crawl into the base. "Lin Yao, didn't you say there were star beasts? Why haven't we seen one?" After quietly observing for a while and still seeing no further movement, Tang Ji couldn't help but ask curiously, "Something feels off." Lin Yao's heart raced, but she didn't know where the problem lay, so she said, "Let's go further away from the base." But Tang Ji was still hesitant. Lin Yao simply grabbed each boy and dragged them away. Just as the three of them had not gone far, they saw a huge rock falling like a meteor. They instinctively looked up and saw a giant lizard-like star beast opening its mouth and spitting stones down at the entrance of the base. Su Rui stared blankly at this scene, murmuring, "Isn't the intelligence of this star beast a bit unusual? As the saying goes, don't fear a thug who can fight, but fear a thug who is educated." This saying applies to star beasts as well. If a star beast's strength had already reached the level of messing with humans, and it also possessed a clever brain, then for humans, it would be a complete crushing defeat. Recalling the series of actions taken by the star beast after waking up, Lin Yao realized that this star beast was indeed quite extraordinary. This star beast was too unusual. It had to die. Su Rui nodded in agreement. As the star beast rained down stones like a barrage, the underground base was soon smashed to pieces, revealing the collapsed structures and scattered fleeing humans. The situation was dire. The only good news was that the cells were located in a relatively remote area and had not yet collapsed. However, with stones continuously falling, it was uncertain how long such luck could last. Tang Ji's face showed anxiousness. "Su Rui, can you send a message to hurry them?" Although Su Rui was a bit impatient, he still took out his holographic computer and started operating it. While busy, Lin Yao kept a close watch on the situation at the base. After smashing the base to ruins, the star beast still didn't see many humans. It seemed to be getting impatient. It withdrew its abilities and suddenly fell from the sky, starting to sweep the ground with its claws and tail. Soon, the ceiling of the entire first floor of the base was ripped open by its claws, exposing the densely packed boys and girls in the cells to the star beast's gaze. In a crisis situation, Lin Yao couldn't care about the difference in strength. She summoned a shiny silver mech with flowing light and exquisite lines from the space ring given by Su Rue. No time, I'm going to the top. Wait. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Yao had already jumped into the mech. Sitting in the mech pilot's specialized seat, a helmet-like device began to envelop Lin Yao's head, but it felt comfortable rather than tight. Detected as a mech pilot, preparing to test mech compatibility. Please input spiritual power. Lin Yao had rich experience in piloting mechs from her previous life. Whether it was a high-level biological mech, a mid-level combat mech, a low-level mech, or even a very primitive manual mech, she had used them all. Skillfully, she channeled her spiritual power into the mental conductor. And soon the mech's intelligence began testing the compatibility. 60, 70, 80. Upon hearing this, Lin Yao breathed a sigh of relief. With a compatibility of 80, combat would be smoother, and there wouldn't be too much lag. Chapter 39. Acknowledgement of master. The compatibility was still increasing, 88, 90, 91, 92, until it reached 98. Lin Yao thought it had hit the limit, but suddenly the data jumped sharply, directly reaching 100. The detection indicated that the compatibility between the mecha and the mecha operator had reached 100, automatically initiating the acknowledgement program. Lin Yao tried to contact Su Rue using the mecha's AI to inform him about this, but the AI indicated that it was in the process of acknowledgement. Until the AI announced, "Acknowledgement successful, Mecha 30 is at your service." Since the acknowledgement was successful, Lin Yao decided to set this matter aside. 30, hello. Please help me scan the situation of the star beast ahead. Soon the mecha transmitted the visuals, revealing that the star beast had torn off a layer of ceiling, exposing all the people on that level. The boys and girls trapped in the cell seemed either too scared to move or were just frozen in shock. However, the others, upon seeing the star beast, instinctively began to flee in all directions. The star beast did not attack those who remained motionless. Instead, it launched an attack on those who were trying to escape. However, its attack was indiscriminate, and soon the entire building was in chaos. Seeing that the situation was about to reach the location of the prison cells, Lin Yao quickly infused her mental energy into the mental energy transmitter. As her mental energy spread throughout the mecha, she tried to maneuver it. The movements were smooth and seamless, without any delay. Without further hesitation, she immediately fired an armor-piercing round at the star beast's back. The armor-piercing round had decent power, breaking through the star beast's hardest back armor, exposing its bloody flesh beneath. Roar! The star beast let out an angry howl. It quickly turned its head, searching for the source of its attack. Lin Yao intended to attract the star beast's attention, so she didn't hide and fired another armor-piercing round at it. This time, the star beast was on guard, enveloped in a yellowish-brown light, blocking the projectile. Being a hard-shelled defensive type of star beast, especially one of the earth element, it was practically cheating. Lin Yao quietly complained, then quickly changed her position. Sure enough, the place where she had just stood immediately caved in. A mecha can only carry a limited number of armor-piercing rounds, and Lin Yao didn't dare to waste them anymore. So she had to use the energy gun, aiming a shot at the star beast's large eye. After firing, she didn't wait to see if it hit, and quickly moved to another location. Indeed, just as she moved, the spot she had just vacated caved in again. After a few exchanges, it seemed that neither side could do anything to the other, but Lin Yao knew this situation wouldn't last long. Once the star beast unleashed its ultimate move, no one would survive on this sandy planet surface. She could only do her best to lead the star beast away from the base. However, this strange beast was unexpectedly cunning, always fighting within a certain range of the base and not straying far. As time passed, limited by her underage body, she was already drenched in sweat. The Light Brain 77 sent a communication, asking if she wanted to connect. At this moment, apart from Su Rue, Lin Yao had no other options. Lin Yao, hold on a bit longer. Yuming starship will arrive in 10 minutes. I can't hold on much longer. You need to bring the people on the second underground level out to resist the star beast together. If we keep hiding, we'll all die together. Okay, I understand. The mecha required high physical fitness, and just a few actions of firing and dodging had already left her utterly exhausted. Soon, it was likely that her body would not withstand the mecha's high-speed operation and collapse. Perhaps because Lin Yao's subsequent shots from the energy gun had not caused much damage to the Star Beast, it became overconfident and exposed its vulnerable throat to her. Lin Yao immediately seized the opportunity and fired an armor-piercing round at its throat. The Star Beast's belly armor was slightly weaker. Although the shot did not hit the throat directly, it blew apart the scales on its neck, exposing its fragile flesh. Just as she was looking for another opportunity to fire again, the Star Beast, in its rage, unleashed a massive attack, causing the ground to collapse and rocks to fall simultaneously. Lin Yao dodged one or two falling rocks, but on the third, due to her body strain, she lost focus and was hit by a rock on the left arm of the mecha. The mental energy transmitter spread throughout the mecha when the mecha was attacked. It was equivalent to Lin Yao's mental energy being attacked. Her body, already somewhat overloaded, suffered internal injuries from this hit. Lin Yao struggled to escape the area where the rocks were falling, stopped moving, and spat out a mouthful of blood. She couldn't afford to relax. Maneuvering the mecha, she flew close to the ground for a distance, stopping only when she had created enough distance from the Star Beast. Seeing Lin Yao escape, the Star Beast did not pursue but instead turned back toward the base. Lin Yao estimated that at this point, Su Rue and Tang Ji should be at the base gathering people. She couldn't let the Star Beast return, so she forced herself to endure her discomfort, closing the distance and firing an energy round at the Star Beast's tail. The Star Beast's tail was likely more sensitive than other parts. Even without penetrating armor, it still felt pain. It turned its head and let out a roar, wildly swinging its tail. That massive tail struck the ground, sending sand and stones flying, looking rather intimidating. As it swung its tail frantically, the Star Beast pushed off with its hind legs, charging at Lin Yao like a giant cannonball. Lin Yao could hardly believe that an Earth-element hard-shelled Star Beast could exhibit such speed. She decisively accelerated upward. Then, she saw the speeding mecha, accompanied by swirling sand, charge forward and smash into a mountain, shattering it into pieces. Even after demolishing a mountain, the Star Beast suffered no damage and lazily emerged from the broken mountain, roaring at the airborne mecha. Just as Lin Yao was curious about its behavior, she suddenly saw all the shattered rocks levitate. Then, a massive onslaught of debris rushed toward her. The speed was too fast. Lin Yao couldn't escape the Star Beast's attack range in time, dodging left and right, but barely managing to evade for a while. Ultimately, still limited by her fragile body, she was struck by a high-speed moving rock, and the entire mecha was violently slammed to the ground. Before hitting the ground, she barely activated the mecha's shield when she saw the Star Beast suddenly accelerate toward her. As its claw came crashing down, Lin Yao could only think to herself, "It's over." At this critical moment, a projectile suddenly flew in from the Star Beast's flank. Hitting its claw, the Star Beast's attention was instantly diverted. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yao hurriedly maneuvered the mecha to evade the Star Beast's attack range, accelerating until she maintained a safe distance from it before stopping. At this point, her body could no longer withstand the strain, and she spat out another mouthful of blood. Detected that the mecha operator's body is overloaded. Please exit the mecha in a timely manner. Lin Yao, at this moment, lacked the strength to exit the mecha and could only say, "Mecha 30, please take me out." Chapter 40 Cooperation. All right, my mecha master. When Su Rue rushed over to check on Lin Yao's condition, he saw her drenched in sweat, blood at the corner of her mouth, pale-faced, and her capillaries engorged, looking as if she was about to burst. "Lin Yao, why are you pushing yourself so hard? Aren't you afraid of damaging your body?" Su Rue complained as he poured a potion into her mouth. "This is a high-grade repair potion. I don't have many of these, so remember to return it to me." Lin Yao forced a bitter smile. "I'm as poor as a church mouse. You can ask the Yunming officials if they can compensate you later. Also, I've recognized your mecha as mine, so see if they can compensate for that too." Su Rue was momentarily stunned and remained silent for a long time. Lin Yao thought he was angry and hurriedly said, "Su Rue, I was just joking. I will definitely scrape together the money to compensate you." After a long time, Su Rue finally said, I don't need you to compensate me with money. Just accompany me for an experiment. What experiment? Lin Yao swallowed hard. Don't worry, I'm a mechanic. I won't use you for any dissection experiments. The high-grade repair potion was indeed effective, and soon Lin Yao's strength was restored. She sat up and began to watch other mecha masters battle the star beasts. Tang Ji was also not thinking straight. You should have called those people from the second floor of the base to fight the star beasts long ago. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to bear it alone for so long. Lin Yao smiled bitterly. Things weren't that simple. Sighing, she continued, if we don't show enough strength, how could they stay? They would have probably fled long ago with a few important figures led by high-level supernatural beings, not caring about the lives of others. Now, they are only here because they see a glimmer of hope for resistance. She pointed to the 5 or 6 mecha warriors battling the star beasts. Do you believe that if one of them gets hurt, those people will vanish without a trace? They're so short-sighted, Su Rue said, feeling both angry and helpless. It's fine. As long as they can hold on for a while, it's better than nothing. Once I'm ready, I'll hold on for a bit longer. The Yinming police should be on their way. You still want to go? Are you trying to get yourself killed? This star beast is not simple. It's best to eliminate it here on the barren star. If it escapes, it will bring endless trouble. Su Rue understood this well. It had to be eliminated. But this couldn't rely solely on their efforts. That alien buyer should have a starship. I'll go persuade him to lend a hand. After saying this, he immediately stood up and rushed towards the base. Be careful. The high-grade repair potion worked wonders, and even with Lin Yao's severe injuries, she was healed in just a few minutes. Seeing a mecha being knocked down by a star beast, Lin Yao quickly activated her mecha and rushed into battle. 30. Help me contact the other mechas and establish a temporary channel. Okay, my mecha master. 30. The advanced biological mecha developed by Su Rue was indeed impressive. Whether it was the hardware configuration, performance, or the intelligence level of the system, it was significantly superior to the other mechas on the field. With its help, the temporary channel was quickly established. This is the temporary channel for battling the star beasts. I am Mecha 30, and I hope everyone can cooperate in the attack. Lin Yao took the lead in speaking. Upon hearing a youthful female voice, some people immediately expressed their discontent. Who are you? Why should I listen to you? If you cooperate as bait later, I might consider listening to you. As soon as these words were spoken, others who were about to speak in the channel immediately fell silent. All right, since no one has any objections, let me outline my plan. Lin Yao briefly explained her general plan in the battle channel and concluded, that's how it is. Does anyone have any questions? Having taken on the most dangerous tasks, the others dared not brazenly express any objections and all responded affirmatively. However, one person couldn't help but curiously ask, little girl, we were enemies before. Aren't you afraid of us betraying you while you're putting your safety on the line and doing something so dangerous? Right now, the Star Beast is everyone's enemy. In the face of a common threat, if we can still engage in such treachery against our teammates, then we are no better than beasts. Once he finished speaking, Lin Yao immediately issued the attack order, taking the lead to fire armor-piercing rounds at the Star Beast's eyes to draw its attention. Then, she continued to fire a few energy blasts. After attracting enough aggro, she activated the flight function and shot straight into the sky. The Star Beast was indeed lured, following her into the air. At this moment, Lin Yao was actually in the most dangerous situation. As soon as the Star Beast opened its mouth and took a deep breath, the tremendous suction combined with the thrust of the mecha would quickly overwhelm her, causing her body to collapse under the opposing forces. In this precarious situation, Lin Yao remained calm, issuing commands. 3 seconds left. Prepare for armor-piercing attacks. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown proceeded, Lin Yao suddenly reversed her mecha, shutting off the flight mode and letting it fall freely. At the same time, she fired 5 energy cannons in quick succession at the Star Beast, with each shot landing in the same position. The planet's gravity combined with the projectile's thrust ensured that the later cannonballs would catch up to the earlier ones, resulting in a simultaneous explosion when they neared the Star Beast. After firing the 5 cannons, Lin Yao activated the mecha's protective shield and instantly activated the air cannon on the mecha's side, firing 3 shots to push herself away from her original landing point. This series of maneuvers was smooth and fluid, a textbook-level example of mecha operation, nearly leaving the 5 mecha masters below in awe. Fortunately, they remembered their mission. As Lin Yao issued the attack order, they each fired an armor-piercing round at the damaged area of the Star Beast's neck. The Star Beast let out a roar. Even this extraordinarily high defensive Star Beast could not withstand the combined assault from above and below. As expected, as the smoke cleared, everyone saw that the wound on the Star Beast's neck had widened, blood gushing down, and a portion of the armor on its back was blown away. However, this level of damage was far from fatal for the massive Star Beast. In pain and fury, the Star Beast opened its mouth wide and began to unleash a torrential rain of massive boulders onto the ground. The area where the mechas stood began to crack, collapse, and sink as if the planet was facing its end. Caught in such an onslaught from above and below, not to mention Lin Yao, who was already exhausted from falling from the sky. Even the other mecha masters had to dodge the falling boulders, constantly at risk of being hit. Chapter 41. Rescue arrives as everyone was about to be buried under the Earth-based attack of the Star Beast. The situation became critical. Suddenly, a cannonball fell from the sky, accurately striking the Star Beast, causing it to plummet from the air. Lin Yao's eyes lit up at this sight, and she quickly reminded everyone in the temporary channel. Everyone, our reinforcements have arrived. Let's dodge and escape for now. While warning others to flee, Lin Yao hurriedly activated her mech and left the battle zone. With the cannonball attack, several massive starships soon appeared in the sky, blocking out the sun and creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Seeing these larger-than-itself vessels, the Star Beast raised its head defiantly and let out an angry roar toward the sky. Its powerful voice resonated through the starry sky. However, this behavior only brought down a rain of cannon fire from the starships. Although this Star Beast had incredible defense, it was only at level 5 or 6 and could not withstand the firepower of a starship. After taking a few hits, the stubborn beast, now severely injured, no longer dared to be defiant and quickly burrowed underground to escape. As the Star Beast fled, the starship cannons could not directly strike their target and began dispatching transport ships to deliver mechs down to the surface. Due to various factors, the mech technology in the Yunmeng star system was still unable to manufacture space mechs, so any mech combat required transport ships to deliver the mechs. However, by this time, the Star Beast had already used its Earth-type abilities to escape far away, and the battle had lost its initiative. Lin Yao believed that her delay had achieved its purpose. And the moment the warship arrived, she retracted her mech and moved away from the battlefield. Su Rui quickly found Lin Yao, observing that the mech team was scouring the planet for traces of the Star Beast, and disdainfully remarked, "The mech technology in Yunmeng Star is really terrible. It's all thanks to you aliens." Tang Ji also appeared from somewhere, unable to hold back his complaints while evaluating the situation. "I say, did you install a tracker on me? Why do you follow me wherever I go?" Su Rui looked at Tang Ji irritably. Tang Ji raised an eyebrow and taunted, "Why would I follow you? Don't you know in your heart? Is there something wrong with your brain? That young master on the second floor of the base not only smuggles, but also sells your Yunmeng Star's young geniuses. You should be looking into those crimes instead of focusing on me, who is helping you. Those are naturally being monitored by others. I just need to keep an eye on you." Tang Ji crossed his arms, calm and composed. "You're sick." Su Rui was furious but had no way to retaliate. Amid the quarrel between the two boys, Lin Yao did not participate. She used the remaining potency of a high-level healing potion to activate her wood-type abilities to heal her injured body. Although wood-type abilities could not heal others like healing abilities could, they were quite effective for self-repair. During her healing time, the search for the Star Beast continued, but it was not going smoothly. The Earth-type nature of this desolate star was too suitable for the Star Beast to hide. With no progress in finding the Star Beast, the Yunmeng police decided to arrange for the safe evacuation of the captured boys. The shipborne transport ships were all small vessels, each capable of carrying a maximum of 20 people. There were over 100 boys who had been deceived or captured, plus the injured and those targeted by traffickers, and they had to be cautious to avoid being ambushed by the hiding Star Beast, making the evacuation operation quite hectic. "Lin Yao, you're injured. Do you need me to arrange for you to evacuate first?" Tang Ji was very polite to Lin Yao, who had contributed a lot. Lin Yao did not answer, but instead looked at Su Rue. Do you want to leave first? I'd rather not squeeze into the front line. Su Rue refused. Then I'll leave with you later. Su Rue looked at her in confusion. Why? I owe you so much. How can I abandon you, my creditor, and leave first? What if you think I ran away without paying my debt? Although it was a joke, the main reason was that Lin Yao was worried about leaving Su Rue alone. She owed him so much, and if she didn't stay to protect him, she would feel guilty if something happened to him. Cut out. I'm worried you might run away. You're the injured one. Before she could finish, a huge head suddenly broke through the ground, toppling several ships. Well, now no one gets to leave. The mech team quickly moved in to attack the Star Beast, but after toppling the ships, it continued to burrow underground without hesitation. The mech team had no way to deal with it. This Star Beast doesn't want these people to evacuate, does it? Su Rue was stunned, murmuring after a while. Lin Yao nodded in agreement. As long as there are people around, it feels the need to restrain them. It might instinctively think it can't let these people leave completely, which is why it deliberately toppled the ships. For a moment, both their expressions grew serious, seeing the overturned ships and the number of injured people. Tang Ji couldn't sit still any longer. Su Rue, you come with me to rescue people. His tone was urgent and not very pleasant, making Su Rue uncomfortable as he directly rejected him. I won't go. Lin Yao patted Tang Ji, calming him down. Don't be anxious. I'll go with you. After saying that, she took the lead and set off, and perhaps due to her steady aura, Tang Ji quickly calmed down. He no longer paid attention to Su Rue and hurriedly followed Lin Yao's footsteps. Once the two left, Su Rue found he couldn't stay behind alone and had no choice but to follow them. When the Star Beast appeared, many people were waiting to board the ships, and after the ships were overturned, quite a few people were trapped underneath. Rescue personnel had to organize the mech team to help lift the ships to rescue those trapped below. The shipborne transport vessels were heavy, and those beneath were almost crushed to a pulp. If it weren't for Yunming's relatively advanced medicine, a single dose of potion might save their lives. But without prompt further treatment, it would be difficult for these people to survive. However, if they continued to send ships to transport the injured, there was the fear that the Star Beast would cause further disruptions, leading to secondary injuries for the wounded. The situation was quite tricky, and the police were momentarily caught in a dilemma. Tang Ji went into the inner area to help, while Lin Yao and Su Rue stayed on the outskirts to assist with stopping the bleeding and administering potions to the lightly injured, not fully grasping the current situation nor having much interest in it. Of course, Lin Yao never expected that with two fleets arriving, they would still find trouble coming her way. Chapter 42 Adventure in front of the dilapidated base, a temporary rescue square. A spaceship suddenly soared into the sky and quickly ascended, heading straight for the starship hovering above the planet. As the spaceship took off, the people on the ground watched intently, silently praying that the spaceship would not be attacked by the Star Beast. If it were attacked again, their rescue would be indefinitely delayed. Just as the spaceship continued to climb and was about to break through the atmosphere, a Star Beast suddenly emerged from the other side of the planet, opening its massive mouth and swallowing the spaceship whole. The military ships above managed to fire a few cannon shots, but the Star Beast quickly disappeared after landing. Seeing this, the people below let out a terrified wail, their voices tinged with despair. Fortunately, the police had made reasonable arrangements, and someone quickly went to comfort the crowd. Tang Jinghe, along with the command team he led, focused on executing their plan. Have we located the position of the Star Beast? The Star Beast is moving too quickly. It's hard to locate. Hurry up and get a location. I can give you a maximum of 5 minutes. Understood, sir. However, the more they try to locate it, the faster the Star Beast ran. Just when everyone thought it wouldn't stop, it finally came to a halt. At this point, 3 minutes had already passed. Keep monitoring. If the Star Beast doesn't move within a minute, send the coordinates to the starship above. Yes, sir. Waiting was the most agonizing part. A minute felt like a year. Finally, confirming that the Star Beast would not move, Tang Jinghe ordered the coordinates to be sent to the starship, instructing them to adjust the position of their cannons and wait for the command, ready to attack at any moment. The defensive power of the Earth-type Star Beast was incredibly strong, and this barren planet being Earth-type, had the home advantage. The Yunming police were heavily burdened and faced many constraints. To minimize casualties and quickly eliminate the Star Beast, they devised a method of internal and external cooperation. They planned to have a mech unit swallowed by the Star Beast, fire a high-energy cannon from inside, and escape quickly, while the starship above would launch a simultaneous bombardment. Under the pincer attack from both sides, the Star Beast would either be killed or severely injured. However, the Yunming police did not have enough mechs to handle operations inside the Star Beast's body. Hearing that Lin Yao was piloting an advanced biological mech, they approached her to borrow it. At that moment, Lin Yao was tending to the wounded when Tang Zhenghe arrived with a leader-like figure. The leader was quite polite and first saluted Lin Yao before saying, "Hello, Lin Yao. I am Tang Zhenghe, the commander of this rescue operation." Lin Yao was momentarily taken aback before replying, "Hello. I heard that you have an advanced biological mech." Tang Zhenghe inquired tentatively. "This mech isn't mine. It's borrowed from Su Rui," Lin Yao quickly denied. "I see. Can you help communicate with comrade Su Rui? We would like to borrow this biological mech." Su Rui was nearby and naturally overheard. Before Lin Yao could speak, he proactively said, "Consider this mech as a trade to you. You can handle it as you wish." Tang Zhenghe nodded gently to Su Rui and then turned back to Lin Yao. "What do you think?" Lin Yao showed a wry smile. "Commander Tang, it's not that I don't want to lend it. It's just that this mech has already recognized its master, and others probably can't use it." Tang Zhenghe clearly did not expect this outcome, and for a moment, he did not know what to say. Seeing this, Lin Yao quickly added, "If you really need this mech for something, I can pilot it to help. However, this matter is too dangerous. We can't let you, a student, do it." Su Rui said coolly from the side, "If you had other methods, you wouldn't be looking for a student to borrow a mech, would you?" His words, though harsh, were indeed true. Tang Zhenghe was not angry. Instead, he nodded calmly. "We have a good plan that requires an advanced mech to execute. However, it is indeed too risky for Lin Yao to go. I will check if I can borrow someone else's mech. If you're looking to borrow from those bodyguards, I still advise you not to. Their mechs, while not advanced ones that recognize their masters, are still gene-bound, and you won't be able to use them either." Su Rui directly shattered his last glimmer of hope. With no mechs to borrow and expecting them to risk their lives for Yunming, that was even less likely. Lin Yao had come from another world, and while she was willing to help within her capabilities, she wasn't so great as to risk her life. "Commander Tang, can you tell me about your plan? I can assess it, and if it's feasible, I can pilot the mech to help. But if it involves risking lives, no need. With so many of us, it wouldn't be appropriate for you, an underage child, to risk your life." Tang Zhenghe quickly shared the plan that the police had discussed with Lin Yao. "Lin Yao, don't feel too much pressure. If you really feel it's dangerous, you can refuse. We can still come up with other plans." This was just something to say. In a hurry, this plan they proposed was already the one with the least sacrifice and the highest success rate. Thinking of other methods would not be easy. The risk factor of the plan was indeed very high. Lin Yao took a deep breath, and her mind started racing. After much contemplation, she finally turned her gaze towards Su Rui. Su Rui crossed his arms, looking at her warily. "What are you doing? You don't plan to make me risk my life, do you?" "No, I just want to ask you for something." "What is it?" "A mini-space transmitter." After borrowing the mini-space transmitter, Lin Yao felt more confident about her safety and agreed to participate in the police's plan. She boarded the automatically piloted spaceship alone, and after being swallowed by the Star Beast, she quickly activated the locator. As the gastric juices began to dissolve the spaceship's exterior, she swiftly donned her mech, preparing to leave the gastric area as soon as a hole was formed in the spaceship, looking for a dry place to set up the high-energy compression cannon given to her by the police. The original plan was for Lin Yao to use her mech to break open the Star Beast's belly and escape from inside. This operation significantly increased the risk. However, by borrowing the mini-space transmitter from Su Rui, she could skip this dangerous step and escape directly from inside the Star Beast using the transmitter. She had agreed with Tang Zhenghe that in 6 minutes, the starship would initiate a fire strike. However, plans change faster than they can be made. The spaceship was melting too quickly. In less than a minute, a large hole had formed at the bottom of the spaceship. The earthy gastric fluid began to gradually seep into the interior through the gap. Fortunately, the star beast might not have eaten for a long time, and the smell from its stomach, while a bit pungent, was not as unbearable as one might imagine. Chapter 43. Maris, as the gastric fluid was about to flood her area, she had to move to a higher place to continue staying. However, it was still too early to activate the mech. If she did so prematurely, the energy fluctuations from the mech would definitely alert the star beast. Star beasts are inherently sensitive to human-made technological products, a fact that Lin Yao had already realized in the Mingguang star system. If the star beast became alert and changed position, then all her efforts would be in vain. Just when she was in a dilemma, she suddenly noticed a black object rising and falling in the yellow ocean of the star beast's gastric fluid, moving with the contractions of the stomach. She looked closely and confirmed that the object was indeed floating comfortably in the gastric fluid, and her heart instantly made a decision. She found a few thick pieces of spaceship debris and, using their buoyancy, slowly moved toward the black object. As she got closer, she poked it with her sleeve to ensure it wouldn't corrode, then pressed down hard and found that the black object could bear her weight. She decisively climbed out. As the spaceship melted rapidly, the gastric fluid increased, and the black object began to move downward with the contractions of the stomach. The area visible to Lin Yao gradually narrowed from spacious to confined. As the contractions intensified, the surrounding environment changed from a yellow ocean to a semi-wet marsh, eventually becoming dry. Looking at the surrounding writhing flesh walls, Lin Yao speculated that she had moved from the stomach to the intestines. Could the star beast be preparing to excrete? Lin Yao was delighted at this guess. Being excreted by the star beast would be the safest outcome. As long as she could position the compressed energy cannon at that critical spot just before the star beast excreted, it would be a weakness attack, and the star beast wouldn't be able to escape. She checked the time. It was very close to the 5-minute mark, hoping to make it out smoothly. While Lin Yao was experiencing her adventure inside the star beast, Tang Zhenghe and others were unaware but remained tense, counting down the seconds and closely monitoring the positioning, fearing any mishap at this critical moment. The countdown steadily ticked down, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. As the 5 minutes approached, Lin Yao still hadn't emerged, tightening everyone's hearts. That little girl, only in her teens, wouldn't have encountered any mishap inside the star beast, would she? 4, 3, 2, 1. When the last second ticked down, the communicator beside Tang Zhenghe asked, "Chief, should we issue the attack order?" Just as he began to speak, the communicator in his hand rang. It was Lin Yao. After the communicator reported, he immediately pressed the answer button. There were only 10 seconds left before the compressed energy cannon would explode. The starship could attack. Everyone felt Lin Yao's voice was like music from heaven. Tang Zhenghe breathed a huge sigh of relief and said, "Good. Let all starships attack immediately." With Tang Zhenghe's command, the starships hovering outside the planet's atmosphere launched their attacks simultaneously. Everyone at the ruined base felt the planet tremble twice, and soon, with the star beast's wail, the battle came to an end. When Lin Yao returned to the temporary command center, Tang Zhenghe had already arranged for the battlefield cleanup. Upon seeing Lin Yao, Tang Zhenghe joyfully welcomed her. "Commander Tang, I have some news. I don't know if I can still get a reward for reporting it now," Lin Yao said cheerfully. "You've made a significant contribution today. As long as it's not too outrageous, I'll count it as your credit." Then that's what you said. Lin Yao grinned like a mouse that had stolen oil. "I found energy ore in a hidden place of the star beast. I don't know if it got blown up by the starship cannon." "What is energy ore?" "It's a mineral formed by the accumulation of countless energy stones. Under normal circumstances, this stuff can be used as money. All technological products in Yunmeng Star, from household appliances to mechs and starships, can utilize it. It's just that different products use energy stones with varying energy concentrations. Natural energy stones, due to their vast and pure energy content, are generally refined for use in large machinery like mechs and starships. Such a precious thing might actually get blown up." Tang Zhenghe exclaimed. 1 second you're laughing, and the next second you're not. "Why didn't you say it earlier? If you had said earlier, we wouldn't have blown it up." Tang Zhenghe replied. "We definitely had to blow it up, but well, the star beast is dead, so that is good. If the energy ore is still there, it's a pleasant surprise. If not, then forget about discovering it." With the star beast dead and no further worries, Tang Jinghe quickly dispatched people to pack up everyone on the planet and send them back to Yunmeng Star for follow-up processing. Lin Yao and Su Rui, as the deceived youths, were placed together with the other youths despite their special performance. Others gradually contacted their guardians and were picked up by their families under the arrangement of Yunmeng's special police department staff, leaving only Lin Yao and Su Rui. Lin Yao didn't want to contact her uncle, her guardian, so she dragged it out. Su Rui, being an alien with a special status, insisted on sticking with Lin Yao. Just as they were in a deadlock, they suddenly heard someone say, "Maris, I heard you were hanging around the special police department unwilling to leave." The two turned their heads toward the sound and were stunned. They didn't expect to see another familiar face. Lin Yao, long time no see. Lin Yao was also a bit surprised. It was actually Academician Zheng. Long time no see, Academician Zheng. With Academician Zheng's endorsement, Lin Yao was able to leave the special police department smoothly. It was also at this time that Lin Yao learned Su Rui's real name was Maris, a genius mech manufacturer from the intermediate civilization of Rylan. He had been wandering around seeking inspiration after encountering a bottleneck in designing a new type of biological mech. Passing through the Yunmeng star system, he heard about its unique environment and curiously came to explore. As for his connection with Academician Zheng, it was because Maris's teacher had previously interacted with Zheng. Upon learning that his student was coming, the teacher specifically contacted Academician Zheng to take care of this troublesome student. What kind of value does a genius mech manufacturer from an intermediate civilization hold? It should be noted that the current Yunmeng star system hasn't even reached the level of a primary civilization. If his level in mech manufacturing is 10, then all the mech manufacturers in the first research institute combined might not even reach 1. Such a significant gap in levels means that even if he casually mentioned a couple of things about mech manufacturing, it would be a tremendous guidance for them. Therefore, after receiving news from his teacher, Academician Zheng was overjoyed and had people pay special attention to Maris's whereabouts. Chapter 44. First Research Institute. Who would have known that this person would take an unconventional path and quietly sneak in? Fortunately, he did not deliberately conceal his actions, which allowed Academician Zheng's team to track him down. However, by the time Academician Zheng's team followed his trail, they discovered he had become involved in a cross-galaxy case of trafficking talented young individuals. After much effort, the Yunmeng Special Police solved the case and brought him back to the Special Police headquarters, and Academician Zheng was eager to come and pick him up. As a genius mecha manufacturer from an advanced civilization, Maris had the arrogance of a high-level researcher and had no intention of going to a research institute in a lower civilization. Academician Zheng was not foolish and certainly understood his thoughts. Coincidentally, Lin Yao was also present, and he subtly found a way to bring her into the conversation. Lin Yao, since you're here, the 12th level beast bones you reported from C07 have been cleaned up and transported back to the First Research Institute. Would you like to take a look and handle your share? What 12th level beast bones? Maris's interest was instantly piqued. Even in a middle-level civilization, acquiring advanced beast bones was not easy, let alone those of the 12th level. It's of the dragon type. Would you like to go take a look together? Academician Zheng tried his best to tempt him without being too obvious. Maris nodded reservedly. All right, since Lin Yao is going, I'll accompany her. Lin Yao watched the two of them treating her as a raft and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. The two took Academician Zheng's special car all the way to the First Research Institute. As soon as Lin Yao stepped through the door, the system notification came. Sign-in point discovered First Research Institute. Would you like to spend 3 sign-in points to sign in? Encountering a green sign-in point was not easy, so Lin Yao chose to sign in without hesitation. Sign-in successful. Received Zheng Mingzhong's work manuscript, improved version 1. Surrounded by people, Lin Yao didn't dare to look around and could only maintain a calm expression as she continued walking with them. When they arrived at the place where the 12th level beast bones were stored, Lin Yao saw the completely assembled skeleton of the beast. Although she had already known the general form of the beast from the memory fragments of the white-scale dragon, seeing the actual skeleton of such a majestic, serpentine, large, and imposing beast still shocked her. Even Su Rui gasped in astonishment. How did you get such a complete beast skeleton? The cost of acquiring a high-level beast in their ruling middle-level civilization was also quite substantial. He could hardly believe that a lower civilization could obtain a complete high-level beast skeleton so easily. "We found it," Lin Yao replied. "Found it? How did you find it?" Su Rue was baffled. Lin Yao concealed the system and explained to him how she coincidentally discovered the beast bones. After hearing this, Su Rue was filled with jealousy. "How could you be so lucky to find the remains of a 12th level beast?" Lin Yao shrugged and remained silent. With the 12th level beast bones before her, she didn't have time to be jealous, and Su Rue eagerly stepped forward to study them closely. Taking advantage of the two who were engrossed in their research, Lin Yao went to handle the matter of her share of the beast bones. The person handling her share was the head of the materials management department of the First Research Institute. At that moment, the head was verifying the quantities with her. This 12th level beast bone totals 35,000 pounds. According to the regulations of the Yunmeng Galaxy, as the discoverer, you are entitled to 5% of the share, which amounts to 1,750 pounds. Lin Yao nodded. That's the correct amount. However, Lin Yao, this 12th level beast bone is incredibly valuable. We cannot give you that much. Hearing this, Lin Yao frowned. What do you mean by that? We can give you a maximum of 50 pounds of the beast bone. The head of the materials management department extended a hand toward her. 50 pounds? Lin Yao was almost laughing in anger. I'm entitled to 1,750 pounds of beast bones, and you're only giving me a fraction? We won't keep the remaining 1,700 pounds. We will convert it into star coins for you. We're doing this for your own good. As a student, having so many valuable beast bones is too dangerous. It's better to calculate in star coins. Besides, with such valuable materials for research, it should elevate the technological level of our Yunmeng Galaxy. Isn't 30,000 pounds enough for your research? Lin Yao was running out of patience. For research materials, the more, the better. And what if I don't agree? The head of the materials management department immediately lost his smile and arrogantly said, Lin Yao, I think you've misunderstood. You have a share, but we can only give you 50 pounds. This does not require your agreement. Seeing the other party's insincere attitude, Lin Yao turned and walked away. Seeing Lin Yao happily go to claim her share, then return angrily, Su Rue was puzzled. What happened? Lin Yao shook her head and went straight to Academician Zheng. Academician, the head of your materials management department only allowed me to take 50 pounds of beast bones. Is this the decision of the First Research Institute? Academician Zheng looked surprised and raised his head. After thinking for a moment, he looked at his assistant. Is this true? The assistant shook his head. I haven't heard of this matter. Then, this is something the head of the materials management department did privately? Lin Yao's face revealed a hint of coldness. Su Rue, overhearing this, sneered from the side. This is supposed to be the First Research Institute? Are they so poor that they would even greedily take a student's share? They really have no shame. Academician Zheng felt a bit embarrassed. There are bound to be some parasites everywhere. But Lin Yao, don't worry, with me here, no one can embezzle your materials. That better be the case. Academician Zheng couldn't stay any longer and hurriedly took his assistant to deal with the matter. Once everyone had left, Su Rue slyly leaned over to Lin Yao and said, Lin Yao, I spoke up for you. Once you get that beast bone share, can you give me a bit? How much do you want? You're still in massive debt to him. Lin Yao felt a little embarrassed to refuse. How about this? For the biological mecha you lent me, you cooperate with me to research it a bit. I'll upgrade it specifically for you and integrate the 12th level beast bones into it. By then, your mecha will be unbeatable in a lower civilization. And even in a middle civilization, it will be top-notch. You just need to give me the remaining beast bones, and we'll be even. The biological mecha Su Rue lent her was already quite expensive, and he could help her upgrade it specifically. So Lin Yao felt the cost-effectiveness was still very high. Okay, but I have one more request. What request? I hope that after I turn 22, you can help me upgrade it specifically one more time. Chapter 45. Star Beast Treasure. At the age of 22, one reaches adulthood, and various physical indicators differ, along with a significant increase in endurance. All right, I agree, Su Rue said without a hint of hesitation. With Academician Zheng stepping in, there was naturally no surprise regarding Lin Yao's share. Money is enticing, and to avoid any further mishaps, Academician Zheng simply had the shares divided immediately and delivered on the spot to Lin Yao. The over 1,000 gene of materials that Lin Yao had just retrieved from the special police station could not fit into her 10 cubic meter space buckle. Academician Zheng generously waved his hand and lent her a 100 cubic meter space buckle, specifically instructing her not to rush to return it. Return it when you're done handling everything. Lin Yao nodded gratefully. At this moment, Su Rue said, Academician Zheng, can I borrow a mecha research room from you? I want to upgrade Lin Yao's biological mecha. Of course, that's no problem, Academician Zheng replied, showing no signs of annoyance and instead smiling widely. He immediately had his assistant start preparing for it. The experiment would need some time for preparation, and Lin Yao thought about how she had been out of contact for a few days, worrying Bai Jinjin. So she planned to head back and greet her first. Upon hearing that Lin Yao was leaving, Su Rue also did not want to stay at the first research institute and insisted on returning with her. But I'm currently staying at a friend's place, Lin Yao said, feeling a bit awkward. Academician Zheng quickly said, no problem, Maris, you can stay wherever you want. I'll help you sort it out. Hearing this, Su Rue lifted her chin in satisfaction. All right then. Soon after, Academician Zheng's assistant piloted a special spaceship, taking the two of them all the way to Bai Zhenjin's small villa. When Lin Yao and a few others returned to Bai Zhenjin's villa, Bai Zhenjin calmly invited them inside, saying she would prepare some snacks for them, then pulled Lin Yao to the kitchen at the back of the living room. Once the door was closed, Bai Zhenjin let out a sharp scream. Ah, Academician Zheng, my idol. Lin Yao couldn't quite empathize with her feelings and just quietly watched her freak out. Bai Zhenjin's excitement lasted for several minutes before she calmed down and seriously tidied herself up. How do I look? Is this okay? Lin Yao couldn't help but laugh. You look like you're preparing for a date. This is even more serious than meeting a lover. A little fan, meeting her idol, you know? Lin Yao didn't quite understand, but respected her feelings, noting that her appearance was indeed good. Afterward, the two served the tea and snacks prepared by the housework robot to everyone. After Academician Zheng politely thanked them, he got straight to the point. Bai Zhenjin, right? Bai Zhenjin, struggling to contain her excitement, nodded earnestly. The thing is, Maris wants to borrow your place for a while. I wonder if that would be convenient? Academician Zheng said, while pointing to Su Rue beside him. Bai Zhenjin hardly glanced at Su Rue, focusing entirely on Academician Zheng, nodding foolishly at everything he said. After settling Su Rue, Academician Zheng had other matters to attend to, so he didn't stay long and left with his team. Once they were out, Bai Zhenjin immediately turned around and pounced on Lin Yao, excitedly saying, Lin Yao, I'm so happy my idol came to my house. Normally, she appeared to be a somewhat awkward and sensitive girl, but now she completely showed the pure joy of a little girl, which made Lin Yao feel happy as well. Compared to her enthusiasm for Academician Zheng, Bai Zhenjin was more distant and polite towards Su Rue. Fortunately, with the housework robot around, she just had to instruct it to take care of Su Rue without needing to interact with her too much. After settling her guests in the guest room on the second floor, Bai Zhenjin dragged Lin Yao up to the third floor. Quickly tell me how you got to know Academician Zheng and how you managed to bring him back. Well, it's a long story. No problem. Start from the beginning. I have plenty of time to listen. Seeing her so interested, Lin Yao could only recount how she discovered the 12th level star beast during the exam, reported it to the invigilators, and then encountered Academician Zheng. Bai Zhenjin, upon hearing this, became wildly envious. How can you be so lucky to discover the remains of a 12th level beast and meet Academician Zheng too? The remains of a 12th level beast are such high-grade materials that ordinary people can't even touch them. Who wouldn't go crazy over that? Seeing her restrained expression, Lin Yao mimicked her tone and bragged, what can I say? I just happened to encounter it. Ugh, you're driving me crazy. Bai Zhenjin said, feeling frustrated. Lin Yao quickly took out a piece of spine bone from her space buckle and placed it in front of Bai Zhenjin. How about I make amends with this? Can you forgive me? Bai Zhenjin immediately dropped her angry expression, amazed as she held up the spine bone. Is this from that 12th level star beast? Yes. Lin Yao confirmed with a nod. Bai Zhenjin excitedly examined the bone closely, exclaiming, I never expected that one day I could also get my hands on a 12th level star beast bone. This is too lucky. Lin Yao, who had just discovered the 12th level star beast bone, felt the same excitement and could completely understand her feelings at this moment. But such a valuable material. Are you really going to give it to me? Yes, but I can only give you one piece. The rest, I need to fuse into the mecha. And what's left will be given to the mecha engineer downstairs as payment. Speaking of which, what's up with that person downstairs? Lin Yao had to explain how she participated in a mercenary task to make money, then got scammed and met Su Rue on the spaceship. You usually seem like a smart person. How could you fall for such a simple scam? Bai Jinjin said with disbelief. Lin Yao rolled her eyes at her. Do you still want to hear what happened next? Of course I do. Then don't interrupt. Bai Jinjin quickly made a shushing gesture. Then, Lin Yao took a deep breath and recounted everything that happened afterward, including how they were rescued and encountered academician Zheng, who came to pick them up. Hearing that she had experienced so much in just 4 or 5 days, Bai Jinjin couldn't help but exclaim, "The things you've encountered in these few days are even more exciting than my entire previous decade. No wonder you're able to find treasures." Speaking of which, this reminds me of something. Lin Yao took out a black object from the system space and placed it on the table. I got this from the stomach fluid of a star beast. Do you recognize it? This object had remained unharmed in the star beast's stomach fluid, which was comparable to sulfuric acid. She felt it was a good item, so she took it out and stored it in the system space. The system space displayed the name and notes, calling it Star Beast Treasure, with a note stating it was a high-grade material, but its specific use was unknown. Since Bai Jinjin was a pharmacist and had a better understanding of materials than her, Lin Yao wanted to ask her to identify it. Chapter 46, Alien Messages, however. The piece of Star Beast treasure was too large to fit in the small living room on the 3rd floor, so she broke off a small chunk from it. When she heard it was taken from the stomach fluid of a star beast, Bai Jinjin became curious and picked it up to examine it closely. The tentacle was slightly slippery, and when she squeezed it, it felt firm but not tough. Looking at it had a texture somewhat like carbonized fiber. Bringing it closer to her nose, there was a faint, refreshing fragrance. It wasn't strong, but it was quite invigorating, although she didn't know what it was. It appeared to be something good. If you want to know more, you can ask academician Zheng. You must know. Isn't academician Zheng a big shot in the field of mechas? Seeing him so absorbed in the beast bones and flattering Su Rue, Lin Yao instinctively thought that academician Zheng might be specializing in this area. As soon as the words came out, Bai Jinjin widened her eyes. Don't tell me you still don't know who academician Zheng is? Bai Jinjin glared at her fiercely, searched for information about academician Zheng on her light brain, and then projected it using an 8D device. Zheng Mingzhong, born in 2832. The first master of potions in the Yunmeng star system, materials researcher, mecha manufacturer, equipment manufacturer. Looking at that series of titles, Lin Yao felt her scalp tingle. She had seen all-rounders before, but never one who specialized in so many fields. Indeed, there are always some outstanding geniuses in this world that can be discouraging. Don't worry, after seeing this information, I will definitely be respectful when facing academician Zheng in the future. Seeing her sincere attitude, Bai Jinjin finally let her off. That night, Zhang Feng returned and heard that new guests had arrived at the villa, so he enthusiastically prepared a table full of dishes to welcome Su Rue. When Lin Yao went upstairs to call him for dinner, she was circled around by him. What's wrong? If he hadn't had such a serious expression, Lin Yao would have suspected he was playing a prank. You have a faint, subtle fragrance on you. Su Rue touched his chin, pondering. Lin Yao lowered her head to sniff, but couldn't smell anything. No, I don't. It's a very faint fragrance. It's normal that you can't smell it yourself. I only caught a whiff when you came in. It's somewhat familiar, but I can't recall what it is. Forget about it. Let's go down to eat. Our roommate has good cooking skills and specially made a feast for you to welcome you. Although Su Rue had acted somewhat arrogantly at the first research institute, he was essentially a sharp-tongued chatterbox and was still willing to accept goodwill from his peers. Since you are so enthusiastic, I will graciously attend. Lin Yao rolled her eyes at him. Could you tone it down a bit? We're all young people and won't spoil you like academician Zheng. When they reached the dining room downstairs, Bai Jinjin had already instructed the housekeeping robots to set up the tableware and dishes. Seeing Su Rue, she put on a polite expression. Marui, right? You can just call me Su Rue like Lin Yao. Bai Jinjin nodded in agreement. Okay, Su Rue. Please wait a moment. Zhang Feng is still finishing the last dish. Just as she was speaking, Zhang Feng came out carrying the last dish. He placed it properly on the table and said, All the dishes are ready. Let's eat. Sure did not take a seat, but looked down from above at the dishes on the table and turned to Lin Yao. Is this what you usually eat? Yeah. What's wrong? Lin Yao asked, puzzled. Don't you have energy food here? Why eat that stuff? It has low energy and bad taste, Bai Zhenjin replied bluntly. Su Rue looked confused. So what is energy food like here? Bai Zhenjin opened her light brain and quickly searched for a promotional video of energy food, projecting it for him to see. In the video, a chef took a piece of exotic beast meat, simply cut it, added some seasoning, and plated it, completing an energy food dish. After watching, Su Rue was stunned. Is the preparation of energy food in the Yunmeng star system this careless? What's the difference between this and eating raw meat? Those energy food chefs say that cooking causes energy loss in exotic beast meat. Only by preserving the original flavor like this can energy be maximized. That's nonsense. These people aren't real energy chefs and definitely can't make real energy food. Su Rue said angrily. Then what does your so-called real energy food look like? Of course it has to be energy-rich and tasty. With that requirement, you'd probably have to cook with high-grade energy beast meat like Meng Xingqian to achieve both energy richness and good taste. Lin Yao vaguely remembered that during the practical exam, Meng Xingqian had mentioned the energy food he had eaten was made with high-grade lean meat. At this point, Lin Yao and Zhang Feng exchanged glances. Back then, they were eating fragrant pigs, and the energy was abundant. So, could the fragrant pig be the energy food Su Rue was talking about? Can you make energy food? Lin Yao asked curiously. Of course not. If everyone could do it, how would there be a profession for energy chefs? Can you describe the general method of making energy food? I don't know the specifics, but what energy chefs showed us isn't that different from making ordinary food. The only difference might be that energy chefs are all fire-type abilities. Hearing this, Bai Zhenjin shrugged and said somewhat sarcastically, that's really unfortunate. None of us here are fire-type ability users. However, Zhang Feng's expression slightly dimmed upon hearing this. Lin Yao patted his shoulder and comforted him. Wasn't the fragrant pig you roasted during the practical exam very similar to energy food? Maybe being an energy chef doesn't necessarily require fire-type abilities. Zhang Feng grinned. Captain, I'm Yufine. If I can't be a chef, I'll just be a pure warrior. What energy chef? That's not something from our Yunmeng star system at all. Bai Zhenjin said bluntly. Zhang Feng asked in confusion. If it's not something from our Yunmeng star system, then where is it from? From other star systems. Zhang Feng looked bewildered. Other star systems? It was at this moment that Lin Yao clearly felt the information gap between different levels. Lin Yao originally came from the Mingguang star system, so she had a concrete impression of other star systems existing outside the Yunmeng star system. However, from the original owner's memories, she couldn't find any impression of other star systems. For this reason, she had specifically searched for information about other star systems on the Central Star Network, hoping to find a fragment about the Mingguang star system. But there wasn't any information about other star systems on the Star Network. Chapter 47. Advanced Energy Stones. When she first arrived at the Yunmeng star system, she didn't dare to ask too many questions and even thought that perhaps the Yunmeng star system itself was unaware of the existence of other star systems. It wasn't until she encountered Tang Ji and the alien Su Rue that she realized her assumptions were completely wrong. The officials of the Yunmeng star system clearly knew about the existence of other star systems and had some interactions with aliens, but for some unknown reason, they had blocked information about these extraterrestrial worlds. At this moment, hearing that Bai Zhenjin also knew about the alien systems, Lin Yao couldn't help but widen her eyes, waiting for her to clarify. Realizing she had misspoken, Bai Zhenjin felt a moment of regret, but she quickly calmed down. Many people actually knew about the existence of alien systems outside the Yunmeng star system, and the officials did not prohibit us from spreading this information. It's just that we don't know why the star network is completely blocked, and we can't even post anything containing the words alien. Su Rue replied coolly. What else could it be? It's been blocked. Blocked? By whom? Lin Yao and the others looked at him with curiosity. Su Rue refused to explain, saying, I can't say anything about this. If you want to know, you can ask your officials at a higher level to see if they are willing to tell you. Bai Zhenjin pouted. If the officials have blocked the star network information, how could they possibly be willing to tell us? That is hard to say. Their meal was not very satisfying. and Lin Yao and the others were left with a belly full of questions, so they could only disperse hastily. That night, Lin Yao opened the system panel she hadn't checked in a long time. Host: Lin Yao, age 16, abilities with system level 4, mental system level 3 to be restored. Extreme I level 1 physical skills, level 3 sign-in points, 18 storage space, heart protecting scales 4 soul, core, 1 white scaled flood dragon broken spirit body, 1 energy matrix blueprint complete. 1 Qinggang stone, 100 white leaf, 100 pure source fruit, 2 immature pure source fruit, 1 vision enhancing tea, leaves 5 mini space teleporter, 1 star beast treasure, 1 advanced energy stones, 10 Zhengming Zhong's work manuscript complete. 1 daily tasks. Task 1. Complete 2 hours of physical training. Reward 1 sign-in point. Task 2. Complete 2 hours of ability training. Reward 1 sign-in point. Task 3. Earn your first living fund of 10,000 star coins. The newly added Star Beast treasure in the system space is an unknown black object collected from Star Beast gastric fluid, noted as a high-level material. Lin Yao confirmed with Bai Zhenjin that its use is still unclear. As for the advanced energy stones, it has to do with the time when she worked with special police on the Barren Star to eliminate star beasts. At that time, she almost timed it perfectly when a star beast emerged from its excretion point. To her surprise, as soon as it came out, the system reported, sign-in point, intermediate energy mine detected. Would you like to spend 3 sign-in points to check in? With time running out, Lin Yao didn't have a chance to see what the energy mine looked like and just silently thought of checking in, activating the mini-space teleporter to escape the Star Beast's lair at the same time. After reaching her target location, she immediately contacted Tang Jinghe, instructing them to launch an attack, which allowed the Star Beast to be eliminated by the concentrated fire of the starship cannons. The follow-up of the energy mine is still unclear, but the energy stones obtained from checking in the system space are indeed good items. However, because she was locked in a crowded cell for a period, Lin Yao's task completion status was not ideal, and her sign-in points could only be maintained at a pitifully low level. Thinking of the good things she obtained from each check-in, Lin Yao was determined to work hard to accumulate sign-in points. Otherwise, she would be reluctant to hasten the maturity of that pure source fruit. Early the next morning, Academician Zheng sent his assistant to take Su Rui to the first research institute. My name is Yuan Bo, and I am Academician Zheng's assistant. For the time being, I will be responsible for Mr. Maris' transportation. In front of Yuan Bo, Su Rui was not as casual as he was with Lin Yao and the others. He held himself with a high posture and had a somewhat arrogant attitude. Yuan Bo, however, did not show any displeasure and politely invited Su Rui onto the spaceship. Lin Yao, acting as Su Rui's accessory, expressed her gratitude and then automatically boarded the spaceship. To her surprise, when Lin Yao arrived at the first research institute that day, she unexpectedly triggered another check-in. Sign-in point, Pharmaceutical Research Department of the First Research Institute, detected. Would you like to spend 1 sign-in point to check in? Although the sign-in point had downgraded, holding a try-it-out attitude, Lin Yao still chose to check in. Check-in successful, obtained Brain Domain Development Potion 3. Unexpectedly, she received quite a good reward from a white sign-in point. At least it looked better than what she had obtained on C07 star. The mecha needed targeted upgrades, and it was necessary to first understand Lin Yao's physical fitness. Without Su Rui having to say anything, Academician Zheng arranged for someone to take her for a professional physical examination. Before going for the examination, Lin Yao handed over the spatial cuffs containing the beast bones and the ones containing the mecha to Su Rui. The mecha sustained some damage during the battle. Please help me repair it first. It can be fixed together when it's upgraded. You're just idling anyway. I'm not idling. As a mecha manufacturer, I have endless things to do every day. Then help me fix it before you get busy. Otherwise, when 30 sees its damage, it will complain to me. After Lin Yao finished speaking, she forcefully shoved the spatial cuff containing the mecha to him and quickly followed Yuan Bo. Little did she know. While she casually spoke to Su Rui, Yuan Bo's expression was quite complex as he observed her. Once they had walked far enough, Yuan Bo said, Miss Lin Yao, may I ask you for a favor? What is it? Lin Yao asked, puzzled. High-ranking officials often have connections. As Academician Zheng's assistant, she couldn't think of any way she could help him. I see that you have a close relationship with Mr. Maris. Yuan Bo spoke very cautiously. Perhaps it's because we've been through difficult times together. He treats me a bit better than others. Then can I ask you for a little help? Hearing the sudden seriousness in his tone, Lin Yao wanted to refuse immediately. However, Yuan Bo did not give her a chance to refuse and directly said, Academician Zheng has it tough. He has devoted half his life to the scientific research of the Yunmeng star system, without family, friends, or his own life. I really can't bear to see such a selfless person being so humble in front of a young person like you. As he spoke, Yuan Bo even choked up a bit. You seem quite close to Mr. Maris, so I would like to ask you, when it's convenient, to help our academician a bit, so that he doesn't have to be so humble. Hearing his heartfelt words, Lin Yao did not rush to answer, but fell silent for a moment. Assistant Yuan, I can understand your concern for academician Zheng. However, I think you might underestimate his mindset. Someone like him, who is wholeheartedly devoted to research, may not feel that what he is doing is very humble. Instead, he might be happy to stand beside someone with greater knowledge. Chapter 48 Analysis of Formulas. It might be that my perspective is too narrow. Yuan Bo smiled bitterly. But I just can't bear to see academician Zheng being treated so poorly. Lin Yao nodded in agreement, saying, well, although I don't fully agree with your statement, I will try my best to advocate for academician Zheng, so he can be closer to Su Rui and have more learning opportunities. Then, thank you, Miss Lin, Yuan Bo said respectfully, bowing his head to sincerely express his gratitude. Seeing this, Lin Yao clicked her tongue and remarked, you see, just like how you're now willingly bowing in gratitude to me, a minor, for academician Zheng. Who knows if academician Zheng feels the same way when facing Su Rui? All the equipment in the first research institute is the most advanced in the Yunmeng star system, and the researchers there are also the top talents in Yunmeng. With these two advantages, Lin Yao's physical data was quickly generated. Upon seeing it, Su Rui was pleasantly surprised. Indeed, I guessed right. Lin Yao looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my physical data? No problem. Although the project isn't as comprehensive as what our Rulin civilization tests, the data is very clear. Your physical foundation is excellent, even more outstanding than the young geniuses of our Rulin civilization. Most importantly, your body's pressure resistance and repairability are particularly remarkable. Despite being a minor, your physical quality allows you to stay in a mech for such a long time without serious injury, and that's why. Lin Yao didn't understand the data he mentioned earlier, but she clearly understood the latter part. Having a body that is too different from others is not a good thing. This might be related to the fact that I previously absorbed the spirit body of a strange beast. Spirit body of a strange beast? Su Rui's eyes sparkled with curiosity. When the 12th level strange beast's bones were excavated, its spirit body still existed and regarded me as an intruder. However, perhaps due to the long time since it died, its spirit body was too weak. It failed to invade, and after I destroyed its spirit body, I absorbed the remaining mental energy. Lin Yao's face showed a recollection. At that time, that special mental power circulated around my meridians, and I felt that my foundation had been significantly enhanced. This situation is too special. There might not be a similar case throughout the entire starry sky, making it truly lacking in reference value. I see, Su Rui said, feeling somewhat disappointed. What a pity. I had found a lot of inspiration from mech designs from you. Don't worry, during this time, I will definitely cooperate with you to conduct experiments and realize your inspirations. Upon hearing this, Su Rui happily patted her on the shoulder. Good brother, very loyal. But I have a small request. What request? Whether it's modifying mechs or doing new designs, bring academician Zheng along. Su Rui's face showed a look of difficulty. What, is that not okay? It's not that I don't want to bring him. The key is that with your Yunmeng star system's technical level, he isn't even qualified to clean my lab. Wouldn't that be even better? With such a big gap in skill, he wouldn't understand even if he tried to learn. You wouldn't have to specifically teach him. Just let him stay in your lab. Since the conversation had reached this point, Su Rui feared that if he refused again, she wouldn't cooperate with the experiments and could only agree. That evening, when Lin Yao was browsing the system space, she suddenly discovered a pleasant surprise. Brain Domain Development Potion 3, 50 sign-in points required to analyze the complete formula. The Brain Domain Development Potion, as the name suggests, is for developing the brain domain. In simple terms, drinking it can make a person smarter. The original host's memory clearly indicated that this potion did not exist on the market. After so many sign-ins, Lin Yao had roughly grasped some basic elements of the system sign-in. One is that it is necessary to have close contact with items that can trigger sign-in points. For example, mini-space transmitters, advanced energy stones. Even the sign-in point for the somewhat misleading burial ground of the white-scaled flood dragon, after careful analysis. She had a very plausible guess. That is, although she was far from the strange beast bones, the energy field emitted by them was something she had already come into contact with, which should also count as close contact in the system's view. Besides needing close contact, another point is that the items that can be signed in must exist or be related to something that exists. The memories of the original host Lin Yao and the ability fruit she received upon her rebirth, as well as every subsequent sign-in item, all had traceable origins. She came into contact with the First Research Institute, triggering the sign-in point for First Research Institute's Drug Research Department. In the Brain Domain Development Potion, she signed, "It must be something that the First Research Institute's Drug Research Department is currently researching or has already developed." Furthermore, with the note suffix, complete formula, analysis reveals that the First Research Institute likely has not yet produced the finished Brain Domain Development Potion. If all signed-in man-made items could provide manufacturing formulas through sign-in points, wouldn't she be able to completely alleviate her worries about life just by selling formulas? To verify her guess, Lin Yao attempted to open the notes for the mini-space transmitter. Sure enough, mini-space transmitter 1 can achieve space transfer after activation. Costs 500 sign-in points to analyze the production method. After reading, Lin Yao instantly closed the system panel, not wanting to look anymore. It was already difficult for her to gather 50 sign-in points. With her current progress, how long would it take to accumulate 500 sign-in points? For now, she shouldn't think about getting rich through analyzing formulas. What Lin Yao didn't expect was that when she returned to the First Research Institute, she unexpectedly triggered another sign-in. Discovered sign-in point, First Research Institute's Forging Department. Would you like to spend 1 sign-in point to sign in? She mentally confirmed the sign-in. Sign-in successful. Obtained Meteor Sword 1. Taking advantage of no one paying attention, Lin Yao opened the notes. Meteor Sword 1. A sword forged from metal extracted from meteorites. Costs 50 sign-in points to analyze the forging steps. Another good item. Lin Yao began to look forward to whether she could trigger a new sign-in on the 4th day. If she could, that would probably confirm how many departments the First Research Institute has, allowing her to trigger that many sign-ins. On the 4th day, when she went to the First Research Institute, Lin Yao deliberately found an opportunity to let Yuan Bo take Su Rue away first. And she went alone. Discovered sign-in point. First Research Institute's R&D department for firearms. Would you like to spend 1 sign-in point to sign in? The wording was almost the same, instantly making Lin Yao happy. With over a dozen departments in the First Research Institute, it seemed she could expect to gain quite a bit from sign-ins for a long time. Lin Yao silently recited the sign-in her heart. Sign-in successful. Obtained Particle Gun 1. Chapter 49 Team Reunion Particle Gun 1 launches particle attacks, fundamentally striking at the physical body. The crafting method can be obtained for 100 sign-in points. In the following days, Lin Yao was quite happy, while secretly signing in to obtain a series of good items. She also collaborated with Su Rue to modify her mech. It was simply a double delight. Besides Lin Yao's gains, Academician Zheng was also making good progress on his side. As the top figure of Yunming, Academician Zheng's level was not as inferior as Su Rue thought. He couldn't even reach the tip of his tail. At least when it came to adding beast bones to Lin Yao's mech for upgrades, he was quite helpful. He only needed to provide data and ratios. And Academician Zheng, along with his team, could perfectly handle the rest of the integration work. After a few perfect collaborations, Su Rue relaxed his requirements and allowed Academician Zheng to lead his team to join in on the mech modification project. A casual remark from Su Rue stirred up waves behind the First Research Institute. The mech manufacturing community in the Yunming star system had known about a genius mech manufacturer from a mid-level civilization who had arrived at the First Research Institute since Su Rue entered. Due to various reasons, those people dared not act rashly. fearing that if they didn't handle any aspect well, they might upset this mech manufacturer and make him leave. Now that they suddenly heard that this mech manufacturer's project allowed people to join, they all sharpened their heads to squeeze in. As an outsider, Lin Yao was not affected, but she could still sense the undercurrents behind her. Of course, it wasn't that no one sought her out as the experimental subject of this project. She didn't want to cause trouble and only claimed to be an experimental subject with no say in the matter, washing her hands of it completely. The more she said, the more others took her words as the truth, which ironically gave her some peace. During these turbulent days, Bai Jinjin's potion online store was finally successfully registered. She immediately expressed her happiness and said she wanted to go out for dinner to celebrate. Considering Su Rue, who was living in the villa, Bai Jinjin hesitated a bit about whether to invite him. He probably wouldn't come back tonight. Lin Yao's words dispelled her doubts. Bai Jinjin didn't hide her happiness and added, Meng Xingqian is also in Yunmeng Star, so I'll call him too. When the four of them sat together for dinner again after nearly half a month, Meng Xingqian was overly excited. It feels like you three aren't very excited after such a long time. Bai Jinjin rolled her eyes at him. We three live together every day. What's there to be excited about? You three live together? Meng Xingqian was shocked and suddenly had a realization. How do I remember that you and Zhang Feng aren't from Yunmeng Star? How did you suddenly end up here? Realizing it now, he thought, you must be rusting away at home. Seeing Bai Jinjin calm and collected while Lin Yao and Zhang Feng looked like they knew something, Meng Xingqian felt a bit wronged. Thinking that in their team of four, he was the only one excluded. What exactly are you hiding from me? Of course. Seeing him almost in tears, Lin Yao stopped Bai Jinjin from teasing him further and explained, Zhang Feng and I are renting a place in Jinjin's villa. Although she still hadn't been able to pay rent, and Zhang Feng was also trading his cooking skills for housing, their initial discussion was indeed about renting. Meng Xingqian didn't care whether it was rent or borrowing. He knew that the three team members lived together while he was alone, almost crying out loud. How can you do this? Living together and not inviting me. Isn't it good for you to stay in your Meng family's big mansion? Why squeeze in a small villa with us? Bai Jinjin mocked him in her familiar tone. Aren't we still one team? Yes. Lin Yao wanted to say they weren't, but worried about upsetting the boy, she said perfunctorily, since we're one team, we should be loving and supportive together. Why leave me out? Lin Yao helplessly shrugged. We didn't leave you out. We were invited by Jinjin. Bai Jinjin provocatively glanced at him. Beg me, and I'll let you move in. Meng Xingqian was furious and turned to Lin Yao for help. Boss, I really can't make the decision. Sure. Bai Jinjin made a face at him. Meng Xingqian was so angry that he slammed the table and stood up. I don't care. I'm moving in tomorrow. After teasing him for a while, Bai Jinjin didn't make things impossible for him, but instead offered him a way out. Your family deals with potions, even if you don't understand business. You should know about potions, right? Can you help me look at this potion list? I want to sell in my online store. Will it have a market? This matter was crucial for him to live with the team, so Meng Xingqian didn't dare to be careless and began to study it seriously. After carefully reviewing it, Meng Xingqian said with a serious expression, Do you want to hear the truth? Of course. To be honest, your potions have no advantages. There is no price advantage, no effect advantage, and no brand credibility advantage. 8 out of 10 potion shops on the market sell these potions. You're just a pure online store, so there's even less competitiveness. Bai Jinjin had initially been very confident, even if she couldn't make a lot of money. She thought her advantages as a potion master would be enough to earn some potion formulation fees. Hearing Meng Xingqian say this, she realized she had underestimated the situation. After all her efforts, she might not even be able to sell the potions, let alone make money. Thinking of this, Bai Jinjin immediately wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Seeing this, Meng Xingqian started to feel a loss. Zhang Feng, being an honest person, wanted to offer advice but didn't know how to do so. Lin Yao reached out her hand. Can I see your potion list? There was nothing to keep secret about this, so Bai Jinjin casually handed it to her. After taking it and examining it closely, Lin Yao found that the potion prices in the Yunmeng star system were indeed a bit high. The cheapest hemostatic potion cost 10,000 star coins, not to mention other slightly better potions, which generally range from tens of thousands to over 100,000. Most people's annual income in the Yunmeng star system was about several 100,000 to 1 million star coins, so buying potions was considered a significant expense. and they would naturally look for effective and reputable potion shops to purchase from. As an individual potion master, without volume, the prices of potion materials wouldn't be low, and naturally, the potion prices couldn't be brought down. Looking at it this way, she really had no competitive advantage at all. Don't be too quick to give up. I have a few potion formulas. Since I can't earn money to pay your rent for now, let's use the potion formulas to offset the rent. Bai Zhenjin was indeed greatly affected and nodded, completely losing interest. Chapter 50. Chickens pecking at each other. Lin Yao patted her shoulder and didn't say anything more. The next morning, Meng Xingqian indeed moved over with great fanfare. The noise from moving things woke Su Ruwei, who had just returned in the early hours, leading to a dispute between the two. One was a privileged prodigy, and the other a rich second generation. Neither was willing to back down. The commotion grew louder, disturbing Lin Yao, who had stayed up all night transcribing the medicine formulations for the Mingguang star system. She angrily rushed to the second floor, grabbed one in each hand, and took them to the gravity training room on the ground floor, giving them both a good beating. Despite Meng Xingqian's level 4 physical skills, he had pitifully little combat experience. Aside from being slightly more resilient, his strength was not enough to contend with Lin Yao. Not to mention Su Ruwei, whose body was as frail as a reed and had lower physical skills than Meng Xingqian, couldn't withstand even a couple of blows from Lin Yao. Lin Yao, are you really only level 3 in physical skills? Your combat strength doesn't look like it. Su Ruwei gasped in pain while lamenting. My body data is in your hands. Don't you know if I'm level 3? Meng Xingqian chimed in supportively. The level of physical skills doesn't represent combat strength. Don't use your weakness to measure my boss's abilities. I haven't even called you weak yet. It's embarrassing for a level 4 physical skill user to lose to a level 3, isn't it? Of course not. That's my boss. You have a boss. That makes you impressive? Of course. I have my boss protecting me, and you don't. How about that? Hearing the two of them bickering, Lin Yao felt her head buzzing. Seeing that they still had the energy to argue meant she hadn't beaten them hard enough. The two immediately fell silent. However, the subtle rivalry continued. Su Ruwei complained that he couldn't go to the research institute because he hadn't slept all night due to the disturbance. Meng Xingqian took the opportunity to add, to celebrate the reunion of our Mingguang team, let's have a barbecue tonight. Lin Yao felt refreshed after beating them and didn't care about their hidden rivalry. She found Bai Zhenjin and handed over the medicinal formulas she had organized all night. These are the formulas I worked on last night. See if they might work. Bai Zhenjin, still in a state of dejection, perked up a little upon seeing the series of formulas she handed over. As she examined the formulas, her expression grew increasingly excited. Captain, are these formulas not officially registered? They shouldn't be, Lin Yao replied uncertainly. Of course, you'd better verify that. If they are registered, then don't use them. Then these formulas are too precious. Precious? These are just some cut-down versions of the medicinal formulas. Their effects are far inferior to the originals. They were developed when a Mingguang star system couldn't gather the original medicinal materials. Even if the effects are a bit worse, the raw materials are cheap. Even if we only make half the profit, their prices will still be significantly lower than those on the market. I believe these medicines, if produced and sold, could definitely become the signature products of a pharmacy. Since you're confident, then go ahead and use them. Okay, but it can't just cover the rent like you said. I'll consider you a shareholder in my pharmacy. Let's draft a contract later to give you a share. That's not necessary. What do you mean it's not necessary? If you don't accept shares, I won't dare to use these medicinal formulas. Bai Zhenjin lifted her chin, looking uncompromising. Lin Yao sighed, then do as you wish. That evening, Meng Xingqian spent a fortune buying a lot of exotic beast meat and charcoal, asking Zhang Feng to help him with the barbecue. Lin Yao suddenly remembered the aromatic cedar branches in the system space. The last barbecue had indeed been quite fragrant, so she took them all out. These are what we stocked up last time. Let's use them all to avoid taking up space, while getting the cedar branches. She also took out a large bucket of source spring water. It's too greasy just to eat barbecued meat. Let's use this water to boil some soup. Zhang Feng naturally had no objections and specially set up a stove in the yard for the barbecue. Bai Zhenjin looked at the pile of messy branches with some disdain. Why not just by charcoal? Using these branches will take too long. Zhang Feng smiled and explained, don't underestimate these branches, Sister Zhenjin. They are top-notch fuel for barbecuing. Meat grilled with cedar branches has a faint fragrance and is particularly delicious. Really? You'll know once you taste it. As the aroma of the barbecue grew stronger, it surprisingly attracted Su Rue, who had been hiding and sleeping in his room. What is that smell? So fragrant? It's just ordinary barbecue. Didn't you look down on it? Bai Jinjin said sarcastically. Su Rue didn't mind, staring at the barbecue and soup with a strange expression. Meng Xingqian said, without reservation, "What's wrong? Want to eat the barbecue I'm treating?" Su Rue came back to his senses, shot him a glare, and looked at Zhang Feng. "Why do I feel like the meat you're grilling is a bit like energy food?" At this, all four of them turned their eyes toward him. "Why do you say that?" Lin Yao asked. "Try using your own ability to sense it. If you can feel active energy, then it's energy food." Upon hearing this, the others hurried to try. Sure enough, as he said, the meat Zhang Feng was grilling seemed to come alive with energy, jumping and bursting forth. When they felt the raw meat that hadn't been cooked yet, the energy felt lifeless. Without careful attention, one might think there was no energy at all. "Hey, this pot of vegetable soup seems to also be energy food," Bai Jinjin said. Upon hearing this, everyone tried to sense the soup that was cooking, and indeed, they felt the familiar surge of energy, which was even milder than the grilled meat. In an instant, the gazes of the other three shifted back to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng felt the pressure of their stares, worried that the meat wouldn't be grilled properly. "I cook every day. It's the same steps. I can't suddenly become the energy chef Su Rue mentioned. There must be another reason." That made sense, so they began looking for the cause. Meng Xingqian suddenly had an idea. "I remember during the exam, Zhang Feng grilled a fragrant pig, and the energy contained in it helped me level up my physical skills directly. So, what do this barbecue and the last one have in common?" "That would be the cedar branches," Zhang Feng replied. "For both barbecues, the captain provided me with cedar branches. But I haven't heard that cedar branches have this effect. Besides, the barbecue used cedar branches, but the soup doesn't seem to," Meng Xingqian said. "They used a regular energy furnace for the soup." Chapter 51 Energy, Food. The water for the soup was also provided by the captain. Zhang Feng thought for a moment and finally said with certainty. Lin Yao didn't expect that after pondering for so long, it would actually come back to her. She couldn't reveal the system, so she could only say, "Maybe my ability is a bit special." When I was collecting these things on C07 star, I felt that their energy was different, so I just casually collected them. Bai Jinjin looked at her enviously and said, "Then your wood-type ability might have mutated." "Wow, boss. Doesn't that mean your ability is like a cheat?" "It's not that great. I can only occasionally feel something different," Lin Yao hurriedly explained. Everyone envied Lin Yao's ability, but only Su Rue calmly stared at the roasted meat and asked, "Can we eat this roasted meat?" "It's ready to eat." Zhang Feng naturally handed him a skewer of roasted meat. Meng Xingqian snatched it away. "This beast meat was bought by me. You can't eat it without my permission." Su Rue lazily looked at him and said, "I see you have a metal-type ability. Do you want to specialize in mecha manufacturing in the future?" "So what if I do? I can reluctantly guide you a bit." "You are." Facing Su Rue's condescending attitude, Meng Xingqian found it quite displeasing and immediately wanted to retort. Lin Yao quickly covered his mouth and dragged him aside. "This is a rare opportunity. You mustn't refuse. As for the reason, I'll explain it to you later." If this fell into Academician Zheng's hands, he would probably be thrilled, but Meng Xingqian, being young and ignorant, didn't know Su Rue's strength and was still here opposing him. Seeing Lin Yao's serious expression, Meng Xingqian didn't dare to refuse anymore. Without the confrontation between the two, the five of them happily enjoyed the delicious energy food together. "Zhang Feng, your roasted meat is really top-notch." Bai Jinjin was amazed by his cooking skills, having never tasted anything like it before, and ate a lot. This is also thanks to the water and fuel prepared by the captain. Zhang Feng humbly scratched his head. But that doesn't take away from your skills." After eating 2 pieces of meat and drinking a bowl of soup, Bai Jinjin wanted to eat more, but was stopped by Su Rue. "If you don't want to have digestive issues, then eat less." "Why?" Bai Jinjin was puzzled. The energy in energy food is gentle and easy to absorb, but it's not limitless. If you take in too much at once, you won't be able to digest it. Lin Yao had already noticed Su Rue. Although he liked eating energy food, he only stopped after eating a piece of meat and a bowl of soup. then silently sat beside them, listening to their conversation. She had her suspicions and was quite restrained while eating. Bai Jinjin was stopped by Su Ruwei and didn't eat too much either. Zhang Feng had high physical abilities, so consuming that little energy was nothing to him. It was only Meng Xingqian. Su Ruwei wanted to see his good show and didn't allow anyone to remind him, letting him eat to his heart's content. In the end, Meng Xingqian ended up in a tragic situation. His body couldn't digest such a massive amount of energy at once. So he had to practice his physical skills and abilities frantically to release the energy. After tossing and turning all night, he barely managed to fall asleep by dawn. Unfortunately, Su Ruwei was quite malicious. After sleeping soundly through the night, he woke Meng Xingqian up in the morning to take him to the first research institute. Having just fallen asleep for a short while and being woken up, he initially wanted to throw a fit. But when he heard it was to go to the first research institute, he immediately calmed down. Lin Yao only had time to explain Su Ruwei's identity to him on the way, instructing him to learn well before letting him enter the laboratory. In the following days, Meng Xingqian was taken by Su Ruwei, starting a grueling life of both mental and physical torment. Of course, such a life was something many people would envy, especially academician Zheng and other mecha manufacturers. Unfortunately, Su Ruwei only assigned tasks to others entering the laboratory, and when teaching Meng Xingqian, he would close the door, making others both regretful and secretly jealous of Meng Xingqian, starting to secretly trip him up. They felt that someone who understood nothing could still be taught by a master, which was indeed a stroke of luck. After completing the initial data calculations, Lin Yao didn't need to be involved much later and became idle. Bai Zhenjin saw she had nothing to do and suggested, "Why don't you go take the pharmacist qualification exam first? With this qualification, you can sell the potions you've previously prepared and also supply my little shop." Lin Yao thought about it and found it reasonable, so she agreed. "Actually, I think your potion shop could also consider adding the energy food made by Zhang Feng." "What do you mean?" Bai Jinjin instantly became interested. After all, the Yunmeng star system didn't have real energy food yet. If his energy food was released, it would be unique to Yunmeng. As for the fuel and water needed for the energy food, I can provide all of that. Over the past couple of days, she seemed idle, but she had actually been secretly searching online for where to find energy wood in the Yunmeng star system. Once she confirmed the locations, she would go to those places to see if she could sign in. Now, her system space had already accumulated a lot of energy fuel. She had successfully signed in for things like bamboo charcoal, frosty wood, and mutated mountain tong, and was even lucky enough to sign in for Hucking Spring. She tried them all. Although limited by her cooking skills, they weren't very tasty and the energy wasn't abundant. She could still make energy food with the fuel and water she had. Bai Zhenjin was already very interested when she mentioned it, and when she heard that she was willing to provide energy water and energy fuel, she agreed without a second thought. "All right, I'll talk to Zhang Feng about this later. Once he agrees, I'll figure out how to split the profits between you two." Before Bai Zhenjin went off to get busy, she didn't forget to send her a list of materials to prepare for the pharmacist qualification exam. When Lin Yao looked at the list filled with dozens of books and materials, each book having thousands of pages, she felt a bit regretful. However, upon seeing that the daily task had changed to obtain pharmacist qualification certificate, reward sign-in points, 5 points, she had no regrets at all. After taking a vial of brain domain development potion, she began her intense study session. Thousands of pages of pharmacopoeia, hundreds of pages of herb compatibility analysis, general potion formulas, as well as various potion preparations, she was grinding through it. Fortunately, this brain domain development potion was indeed very useful. It didn't develop a person's brain domain all at once. Instead, after drinking the potion, it required continuous learning, thinking, and practice to slowly develop, until the potion's effect was exhausted, marking the completion of brain domain development. From the day she took the potion, in about 2 to 3 days, Lin Yao felt she was improving every day. Things that used to take 8 hours to learn could now be completed in 6 hours, and her summarizing ability was gradually increasing. As time passed, her ability to memorize things became faster, and her comprehension skills were also improving. Chapter 52, Spirit Sea Enhancement Potion. About 20 days passed, and Lin Yao not only memorized the materials needed for the pharmacist qualification exam, such as the pharmacopoeia, analysis of medicinal material compatibility, basics of potions, and general potion formulas, but also successfully concocted all the potions listed in the general potion formulas. There was no doubt she would pass the pharmacist qualification exam. During Lin Yao's preparation, others were also busy. Meng Xingchen was taken to the laboratory by Su Rui, where he experienced intense pressure daily, feeling as if he were living in hell. As the second heir of Meng Pharmaceutical, he came from a wealthy background and had been sent to learn about mecha manufacturing from professional teachers since awakening his gold-based supernatural ability. Due to his good talent, he often received praise from his teachers, which made him somewhat complacent. Little did he know that shortly after learning about material science related to mecha manufacturing and beginning to understand mecha structures, he was placed under the guidance of Su Rui, a genius mecha manufacturer from a mid-level civilization, which was akin to pulling seedlings to help them grow. Yet, he had to seriously embrace this unexpected fortune without complaining, expressing dissatisfaction, or showing any displeasure. Otherwise, he would face a crowd of experts eager for guidance, accusing him of being ungrateful and wasting opportunities. Unable to avoid studying, yet unable to absorb the material, Meng Xingchen's struggles were obvious. During this time, Bai Zhenjin tried to concoct all the potion formulas Lin Yao provided her. And after confirming there were no similar potions, she registered all the patents under Lin Yao's name. To launch a new potion for sale, it needed to be properly concocted and sent to a legitimate research institute for testing. Only after passing the tests would a report be issued and a certificate be granted, allowing it to be sold. Therefore, after registering the patents, she immediately concocted the potions and took them for testing. After talking with Bai Zhenjin, Zhang Feng practiced making energy food every night after work. This made Su Rui, a hidden foodie, ensure he returned for dinner, no matter how busy he was. 20 days was enough for Su Rui to upgrade Lin Yao's mecha and complete the basic data test for the new mecha. However, due to the lack of technology in the Yunmeng star system to support further experiments, he had to leave. On the last day at the first research institute, Lin Yao brought the star beast treasure she had been thinking about for a long time to academician Zheng. She always felt this item was extraordinary, but could not find any information about it. If she didn't ask now, who knows when she would see academician Zheng again? A polymath? To her surprise, academician Zheng also looked unfamiliar with the star beast treasure. However, he was not completely without judgment, even without knowing its origin. After a simple inspection of its appearance and scent, he analyzed, just by smelling it, one can feel a relaxation of spiritual power. This should be a high-level material related to the production of potions for spiritual power. If you want to know its specific effects, you can leave a bit here for me to study in detail. Academician Zheng was willing to help research for free, and of course, Lin Yao would not refuse. With a wave of her hand, she gave him a large piece she had broken off, saying, "Just keep this for your research, and let me know once you figure out its uses." After bidding farewell to academician Zheng, Lin Yao went to the laboratory to find Su Rui, preparing to hitch a ride on Assistant Yuan's flying car back to Bai Zhenjin's villa. As soon as she saw him, Su Rui sniffed around her, saying, "Lin Yao, I smell that familiar fragrance on you again, just like last time." Lin Yao noticed the scent on herself, but his words reminded her. The common factor between last time and this time seemed to be that she had the star beast treasure. Could it be that he was smelling the fragrance of the star beast treasure? Lin Yao broke off another piece of the star beast treasure and showed it to him, saying, "The fragrance you mentioned might be coming from this." Su Rui's pupils dilated as he saw what she had in her hand. He snatched it from her and examined it closely, then excitedly exclaimed, "This is the star beast treasure. Do you know its uses?" It seemed that only the Yunmeng star system was unaware of its significance. Seeing Lin Yao's confused expression, Su Rui explained the preciousness of the star beast treasure. The star beast treasure is a substance formed in the stomach of a star beast after it devours various materials. Some materials cannot be digested and are not excreted, thus forming a stone-like substance. However, it is not exactly a stone, but rather an energy polymer formed from the fats in the star beast's stomach. Long-term, wearing has a purifying effect on spiritual power, and its efficacy is comparable to that of purification potions. Of course, once the star beast treasure is cut, its energy will gradually dissipate, making many reluctant to use it so lavishly. More people prefer to concoct the star-beast treasure into Spirit Sea enhancement potions. This leads to the mention of the more advanced and specialized supernatural ability assessment in the Star System Alliance. It not only identifies the type and level of supernatural abilities, but also assesses a person's talent level. The degree of a person's supernatural talent is directly linked to the breadth of their Spirit Sea. The Star System Alliance can determine a person's supernatural ability limit by testing the width of their Spirit Sea. Many civilizations use the results of this talent assessment as criteria for hiring or enrollment. The only thing that can change the breadth of the Spirit Sea is the Spirit Sea enhancement potion. Unfortunately, the Star Beast treasure required to concoct the Spirit Sea enhancement potion is highly random and even harder to obtain than many precious materials from plant-based sources. This illustrates the rarity of the Star Beast treasure. Lin Yao, to be honest, I'm very interested in this Star Beast treasure. I want to exchange something for it, but I don't know if you would agree. Since no one in the Yunmeng star system knew the function of this item, even if he pretended not to know or did not tell the truth and directly bought it from her, she would have no way to contest it. However, Su Rui still chose to be honest, which Lin Yao found commendable. Go ahead and tell me. I have a wormhole trading device. It comes from a more advanced civilization, and the Star System Alliance still cannot fully understand its structure, making it quite rare in the Alliance. Of course, more importantly, its functionality is extremely powerful. It features a built-in wormhole teleportation device that can ignore time and distance. As long as the trading device can connect, items can be directly teleported for trading. Although both parties remain anonymous, the Star System Alliance speculates that this wormhole trading device can teleport across several star domains. What does teleporting across star domains mean? Lin Yao didn't understand. Regardless of her past experiences or the original owner's memories, there was no concept of star domains. She integrated her memories and knew the largest range was the Star System Alliance. However, even without understanding the concept of star domains, it was clear from Su Rui's tone that star domains should encompass a range larger than the entire Star System Alliance. Chapter 53. Wormhole Trade Device. If that's the case, then this wormhole trade device is indeed a bit super technological. Of course, its teleportation function is powerful, but there are actually many limitations. First, the transaction fee is quite high, reaching up to 40 of the traded item's value, depending on the device's level. Secondly, there are restrictions based on civilization levels. It can detect the current civilization level. When a lower-level civilization trades technology items that exceed their current civilization's level to a higher-level civilization, there will be a significant technology surcharge. This surcharge may far exceed the price of the traded item. Finally, there are limitations based on the device's level. The device is psychically bound to its original owner. Once the original owner dies, the device's level resets to 0, and anyone else who binds it will start with a level 1 device. A level 1 device can only trade 3 times a month, and the value of each traded item cannot exceed the value limit set for a level 1 device. The lower the level, the higher the various additional fees. Furthermore, upgrading the device's level is quite difficult. It requires a certain number of transactions and transaction amounts to level up. This sets a limit on the number of trades and the value of traded items, while the upgrade requires a certain number of transactions and levels. It really seems to blatantly inform others that it aims to exploit lower-level civilizations. In terms of personal value, this device isn't as high as one might imagine. However, it is still very useful for some powers. When saying this, Su Rui gave Lin Yao a meaningful glance. Lin Yao certainly understood his implication. The items an individual can trade through the wormhole trade device are limited, with many restrictions, high fees, and difficult upgrades, which indeed makes it somewhat impractical. However, the wormhole trade device is a great asset for the Yunmeng star system. Although Lin Yao is not entirely clear about the current situation of the Yunmeng star system, through recent observations, she understands that the situation is likely not very good. It might be under blockade or sanctions, severely limiting its development, and its level of technology and cultivation should be lower than that of surrounding star systems and civilizations. If Lin Yao had just arrived here, she might not have cared much about the situation of the Yunmeng star system. However, since she has encountered a few teammates she gets along with, It would be worth it to exchange a valuable item she can spare for a wormhole trade device for them. All right, I'll trade with you. Upon hearing the longed-for words, Su Rui's eyes widened in shock. Really? Of course. Thank you so much. You have no idea how important this is to me. It concerns whether I can ultimately become a master mech manufacturer. Su Rui was so excited that he became somewhat incoherent, rambling on for a while. All right, even if it can enhance the breadth of your spiritual sea, I still advise you to use it cautiously. Your current body may not be able to handle it. Su Rui's lanky physique is quite abnormal in the interstellar context. Lin Yao used her keen vision to check the energy readings on him and found that there seemed to be an issue with his body. Below his navel, there was a funnel-like point that continually leaked energy from his body. This resulted in a high level of martial arts, but poor physical quality and combatability. I know about this. The reason I'm in such a hurry to return is that my family has already found a solution for my body. Once my physical issues are resolved and I enhance my martial arts, I'll expand my spiritual sea. When Su Rui said this, he was filled with youthful vigor, making Lin Yao feel somewhat moved. All right, I wish you become a master mech manufacturer soon. I will work hard. Su Rui took a pendant rope from around his neck, which had 2 rings on it. He untied the rope, took out one of the rings, and handed it to Lin Yao, saying, "This is the wormhole trade device. I already have one, and the other was an unexpected gain. I originally intended to hand it over to my family to trade for some resources. But since you have something that suits me better, I decided to trade it with you. It cannot be placed inside other spatial equipment. It can only be kept outside. When you use it, just inject your spiritual power to register and bind it." Lin Yao took it, holding it in her hand without putting it on, and Su Rui understood her intent. "You are really calm. You're not even moved by such a precious item gained through trade." Lin Yao dared not tell him that the Star Beast treasure wasn't that precious to her. She had just given a larger piece to Academician Zheng for free. And in her system space, there was another piece as big as a person. "When are you leaving?" "Probably right now." Su Rui quickly put the Star Beast treasure away and busied himself tidying up in the lab. After he finished, he looked at Lin Yao and said seriously, "Lin Yao, you must remember to apply to the Star Alliance Academy. I'll be waiting for you there." Lin Yao didn't know where the Star Alliance Academy was, but she didn't ask much, only smiling and saying, "A genius like you going to that academy must be difficult to get into, right? How can you be so sure that I can get into the Star Alliance Academy? I've seen your physical data. It's definitely top-notch. You have intelligence, talent, and strong psychological quality. If you can't get in, then no one from the Yunmeng star system can get in. All right, if I have the chance and get into the Star Alliance Academy, I will definitely come to find you. After all, you still owe me a mech upgrade." "Huh, then remember to come find me." The two simply said goodbye in the lab, and Su Rui directly used a mini-spatial transporter to leave. Lin Yao looked at the empty lab and felt a moment of confusion. Did Su Rui just run away? The people from the First Research Institute wouldn't think she drove him away, would they? Fortunately, Su Rui wasn't unreliable to that extent. He still greeted Academician Zheng and others before leaving. Of course, Lin Yao didn't care too much about such matters. Holding the wormhole trade device, she was still pondering why the system.S sign-in hadn't been triggered this time when Meng Xingchen ran in. Seeing that Su Rui was not there, he asked a bit disappointedly, "Boss, did Teacher Su leave? Weren't you just pained by being taken to study every day? Why do you feel disappointed now that he has gone?" Although being forced to learn some overly advanced things every day was a bit hard to digest, what he taught was genuine knowledge, even if he couldn't learn it all at once. Recording it and relaying it to other experts would have a significant positive impact on the mech manufacturing technology of the entire Yunmeng star system. After settling down a bit, it could directly advance the mech manufacturing technology of the Yunmeng star system by 40 to 50 years. Chapter 54 Planning. After listening to Meng Xingchen's explanation, Lin Yao nodded to show her understanding and casually handed the wormhole trading device to him. "This is called a wormhole trading device. I exchanged it with Su Rui for some items. I can't really use it myself, so you could take it to submit." Lin Yao briefly recounted the uses and methods of the wormhole trading device as described by Su Rui. After hearing this, Meng Xingchen was stunned. "Such an important item. And you want me to submit it? You know many people and can decide who to hand it over to. More importantly, after Su Rue left, if Meng Xingchen wanted to continue studying at the first research institute, he needed to contribute something to make it justified. Meng Xingchen wasn't foolish. He understood that Lin Yao meant to give him the credit. Among the people he knew, the one with the highest status and most suitable to handle this wormhole trading device was only Academician Zheng. Lin Yao also knew Academician Zheng and didn't necessarily have to let him submit it. No, I can't take your credit. Credit needs to be earned. If it's not needed, it's a waste. I'm not doing research. What do I need credit for? Boss, all right, just hurry and submit it. Remember to tell Academician Zheng that the dark material is called Star-Beast treasure. Long-term wearing can purify mental strength and can also be used as the main material for potions to prepare mental sea expansion potions. After Lin Yao finished speaking, she waved her hand and left. After Su Rue left, Bai Jinjin's online store was ready for opening. Thinking about the 4-person team, with 3 already joining her store, she couldn't exclude Meng Xingchen, so she simply gathered everyone for a meeting. We used to be a team, and now we live together. The captain and Zhang Feng have joined our store, so I can't leave you out. I just want to ask if you're willing to invest in my online store. As soon as Bai Jinjin finished speaking, Meng Xingchen became anxious. What do you mean by used to be? We can always form a team. She rolled her eyes at him. You 3 are from the same school, so you can naturally stay together. I'm not from your school, so when it comes to midterms and finals, are you going to take the exams for me? Those who pass through practical exams could directly apply to special schools after the exams. Intermediate schools were for laying the foundation in their respective fields, so they only divided by department, not by major. Zhang Feng was applying for the combat department of the First Middle Institute, while Meng Xingchen chose the mechanical department he liked. Lin Yao had just received Su Rue's biological mecha and wanted to develop in a mecha combat specialty. The mecha combat major at the First Military Academy was the strongest in the Yunmeng star system, so she chose the combat department of the First Middle Institute like Zhang Feng. Bai Zhenjin wanted to develop as a pharmacist. And since the pharmacist program at the Ability Academy was the best in Yunmeng, she insisted on choosing the Ability Middle Institute to be able to directly enter the Ability Academy later. That's not what I meant. Meng Xingchen's voice grew quieter. If that's not what you meant, then don't interrupt. Just listen to me. After finishing her retort to Meng Xingchen, Bai Zhenjin continued, Zhang Feng, here's how I plan it. We can take custom orders in the store to provide energy food for others. The captain will supply you with energy, fuel, and water, and you will be responsible for production. The income will be split 70-30 between the store and you 3. As for how you and the captain will split it, I want to interfere. Well, Zhang Feng looked at Bai Zhenjin and then at Lin Yao, unsure of what to say. Lin Yao pondered for a moment and said, what Zhenjin is doing is reasonable. After all, you're the only one who can make energy food in the Yunmeng star system right now. As for my share, let us make it 70-30 as well. You get 70 and I get 30. No, Captain, don't hide it from me. The key to this energy food is still the energy, fuel, and water, right? Zhang Feng had a knowing look on his face. Lin Yao shrugged, pushing the responsibility back. I haven't tried this before. Besides, we don't trust others. Just say if you're in or out. Captain, I'm in, but the share can't be calculated like this. All right, earning money with your skills isn't a shame. Lin Yao made a decisive decision. So, the profit sharing for energy food will be like this. Zhang Feng will also count as a technical investment in the online store, so he will temporarily hold 2 of the shares. Bai Zhenjin also spoke up for Lin Yao, not giving Zhang Feng a chance to refuse. Now let's talk about the captain's share. The captain gave me a potion formula, and I've certified everything. The potion ingredients are cheap, and the effects are good, targeting the low-end market, which will definitely make our store popular. Therefore, I've decided to give the captain 40 of the shares. Upon hearing this, Lin Yao did not rush to refuse like Zhang Feng, but calmly asked, 40 of the shares. Are you sure you won't suffer a loss? No. I estimate I will make a huge profit because of your potion formula. Bai Jinjin was full of confidence. That's good. Once your store grows, I'll give you another batch of potion formulas to keep your store rising. Since she was confident, Lin Yao naturally supported her. Then thank you for the promotion. Captain, Bai Jinjin cheerfully responded. Meng Xingchen, having listened for a long time, felt that this store matter had nothing to do with him and impatiently asked, "You all have things to do, but I don't know anything. Why did you pull me in? You may not know anything, but you have connections." Bai Jinjin said with a hint of jealousy. Huh? Meng Xingxin was confused. With so many people in Meng's pharmaceutical, there must be one or two who are not doing well, right? Find me a few capable people who are willing to switch jobs and help me run the store. I'll count it as your talent investment and give you 2 of the shares. You could probably find someone outside for this job, right? Meng Xingxin was puzzled. Why would I go through the trouble of sifting through talent when I have excellent people from Meng's available? All right, stop talking nonsense. Just tell me if you'll do it. You don't need to give me shares. I can find people. Bai Jinjin was envious of Meng Xingxin's background. Meng's was said to be the richest in Yunmeng, but what was the difference between that and being the richest in the entire Yunmeng star system? With such a good foundation, what couldn't he be accomplished? Unfortunately, Meng Xingxin had no business acumen at all, and when he spoke, he was so foolish that Bai Jinjin couldn't help but want to retort him. My store is poor and empty. If you don't have shares, who will want to come? Okay, I understand now. I will invest 30 million and put a lot of effort into preparing this store, so I'll allocate myself 55 of the shares. As for the remaining one, I'll set it aside for now to reward capable workers when necessary. Bai Jinjin was already planning to allocate shares for talents, which showed her confidence, and Lin Yao didn't mind putting in some more effort. Chapter 55, Mental Power Issues in that case. You might as well wait a few more days before opening. I've scheduled my pharmacist qualification exam for 3 days from now. Once I pass the exam, the 3 purification potions I concocted could be put up for auction in your online store, which will help promote your shop. Bai Jinjin couldn't hide her joy upon hearing this, but she confirmed again, you need to think this through. A new shop like mine might not fetch high prices at a large auction. It's fine, it won't make much difference. She currently has an empty account, but she has quite a few valuable items on hand. Recently, she had been reporting to the first research institute every day, checking in at each department, and had already obtained many impressive items. 3 ability enhancement potions, used to enhance abilities, cost 50 check-in points to analyze the final potion formula. 3 body repair potions, used to repair various physical injuries, costs 50 check-in points to analyze the final potion formula. 3 strengthening potions, to be used in conjunction with physical training, highly effective. Costs 50 check-in points to analyze the final potion formula. 1 ability development potion, develops abilities, safe with no side effects. Costs 100 check-in points to analyze the potion formula. 3 energy stones, essential energy for mechas. 3 flexible iron, refining material. Costs 10 check-in points to analyze the refining steps. 1 light-sensitive material, a material used for invisibility. Cost 20 check-in points to analyze the refining steps. From the notes on those potions, it's clear that, except for the ability development potion, which has not yet been developed, the others should have finished products, though they haven't reached the optimal potion formula yet. If necessary, these potion formulas can also be utilized. However, Bai Jinjin's shop currently has enough potion formulas she brought from the Mingguang star system. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to take away someone else's research institute's livelihood. All right. Since Lin Yao is so agreeable, Bai Jinjin no longer hesitated. Since the shares have been settled, let us also define the responsibilities. Is there anyone willing to take on a role in the shop? The 3 exchanged glances and shook their heads in refusal. Zhang Feng said, I'll just be responsible for making energy food. For other sales and orders, that will be up to you, Jinjin. Okay, since I'm the one initiating this, and you all are unwilling to manage it, I'll take charge of running the shop. However, Meng Xingxin, I hope your people can arrive soon. I don't want to be the only one left in charge when the shop opens. Got it. Now, let us decide on the shop name and discuss the specific opening time. As soon as the shop name was mentioned, Meng Xingxin immediately showed interest. Let me suggest, how about calling it 4 People Potions? Didn't we have a movie before called 4-Man Squad? The name resonates well. As soon as this name was proposed, it was immediately met with ridicule from everyone. That movie was so cheesy. How could you use it as the name for a potion shop? That is just embarrassing. Even Zhang Feng disagreed, suggesting instead to use the name the previous captain had chosen, Mingguang Potions. It sounds good, is catchy, and has some commemorative significance. Bai Jinjin nodded in agreement. Yes, I think that name is nice. Mingguang means bright and radiant. It gives a feeling of a promising future. Let us go with that. Isn't it a bit inauspicious to use the name of a destroyed star system for the shop? Lin Yao opened her mouth to refuse, but seeing everyone so excitedly agreeing, she held back her words. Since we need to wait for Lin Yao to pass her pharmacist qualification exam before auctioning the purification potions she concocted, Bai Jinjin temporarily set the opening date for 5 days later. The purification potions are quite rare in the Yunmeng star system, so it's best to take some time to warm things up and get more people aware of it. This not only gives Lin Yao's potion more chances to attract bidders, but also helps promote Mingguang potions. To advertise the Mingguang potions online shop, Bai Jinjin invested heavily, with a total of 30 million, out of which 10 million was allocated to advertising. She bought 3 days of prime advertising slots across various social media platforms, lifestyle apps, gaming entertainment, as well as popular real-world locations and public spaces. The purification potion serves as the best promotional material. Having it will definitely attract a lot of attention. The reason the purification potion holds such great appeal for interstellar people is that frequent and excessive use of abilities by ability users often leads to some mental power issues. The mildest issue is mental power disorder. This state can affect sleep, causing insomnia. In severe cases, it can impact emotions and mental state, making everything in study life and work difficult. Of course, these unfavorable conditions are just minor issues. The most important concern is that ability users who frequently and excessively use their mental power on the battlefield may directly develop mental power diseases. These mental power diseases are divided into 3 stages. First stage is mental power confusion, where one generally experiences headaches, fatigue, irritability, and chaotic behavior. The second stage is mental power turmoil, characterized by excruciating headaches and a complete loss of control, although a sliver of rationality remains. The third stage is mental power collapse. By this point, few can endure the pain. If not controlled, most will end up taking their own lives. To address these mental power issues, many medications have been developed in the market to treat them. For example, purification potions, mental power calming potions, and mind-clearing potions, among others. The most effective, of course, is the purification potion. Just 1 tube can alleviate even mental power collapse. However, while the purification potion is effective, its main ingredient, the net source fruit, is quite rare and mostly held by the military, seldom circulating in the market. This leads to a frenzy whenever the purification potion appears on the market. Therefore, Bai Jinjin's promotional content is straightforward, focusing on 3 key points. Time: August 7th, 2917, Yunmeng Star Calendar. Location: Star Network Commercial Sector, Mingguang Potion Store. Event: Grand Opening Celebration. Auction of Purification Potions. The promotion is in full swing, and other preparations are also underway. Meng Xingchen, as the second son of the Meng Pharmaceutical Group, has considerable influence. He not only recruited people, but also brought several for Bai Jinjin to choose from. Bai Jinjin said it wasn't necessary. Anyone who could join the Meng Group and still become a manager must be outstanding in the industry. Meng Xingchen advised her to be selective. There are many capable individuals, but not everyone is compatible. Bai Jinjin only wanted to say, it was she who had a narrow perspective. Chapter 56. Explosive popularity. She simply brought all 4 team members together for the interview. If all 4 voted that someone was suitable, then they would be chosen. Even so, the one really making the selection was only her. Meng Xingchen, well, the people he brought were certainly all recognized by him and had no reference value. Zhang Feng was just there to tag along, saying everyone was fine. Lin Yao had little interest in participating in such activities and only gave Bai Jinjin a look that said she could decide. With no other option, Bai Jinjin had to choose by herself. She selected a total of 5 people: a supervisor, store operations, customer service supervisor, HR, and finance. The rest of the people were to be left to make their own choices. The supervisor was named Lu Qingyun, a 40-year-old man who graduated from a top management school and was a level 2 psychic ability user. He was a project supervisor at Meng's Pharmaceuticals, capable and strong-willed. But he had someone above him with more qualifications and stronger abilities. If he wanted to rise, who knows how long he would have to wait. Hearing Meng Xingchen's call, he hesitated a bit, but when he heard they were auctioning a tube of purification potion, he immediately agreed to jump ship to a newly established online store as a supervisor. Since there wasn't a dedicated office space yet, after meeting them, Bai Jinjin let them work from home for the time being. Then, she instructed Lu Qingyun to first rent an office. Lu Qingyun, being a bright student, found one for her within 3 days and negotiated the rent, just waiting for her to see it and sign the contract. After Bai Jinjin looked it over, she was very satisfied and felt assured of his capabilities, also handing over the subsequent store opening and promotion matters to him. On August 7, 2917, the Mingguang Pharmacy, co-owned by the Mingguang team, opened. Many people clicked into the Mingguang Pharmacy online store through the auction link for the purification potion, initially just wanting to watch or participate in the auction. If the pharmacy was not well known and the promotion was poor, resulting in a low auction price, it would be great to snag a bargain. If not, it was still good to broaden their horizons. Who knew that once they entered, they found it really appealing. Inside, there were many items that were not available on the market. For example, a hemostatic powder, noted to stop general bleeding within 2 minutes. Compared to other hemostatic agents on the market, this efficacy was far inferior, but its price was truly cheap. The worst hemostatic agents on the market cost around 7,000 to 8,000 star coins, but this hemostatic powder only cost 1,000 star coins. Regardless of the era, the rich always make up only a small portion of the population. Most people are ordinary folks. The annual income of most people ranges from several tens to 1,000,000 star coins. How could they possibly spend so much money on a hemostatic potion? The hemostatic powder was different. It was priced at about 1/10 that of other potions, and it could be used multiple times for minor injuries, making it an obvious choice to buy. Besides the hemostatic powder, there was also a scar removal cream. Of course, there were more comprehensive beauty serums on the market that could whiten, remove scars, eliminate spots, and tighten pores, providing various effects. They showed immediate results after one use, but cost over 100,000 for a single dose, which most people could hardly afford. The scar removal cream was priced at 1,000 star coins per box, with one bottle usable for 7 days. 7 days constituted one treatment cycle. Small scars could be removed in one cycle, while larger, deeper scars might require 3 to 5 cycles, with specific effects depending on actual use. The physical recovery liquid cost 3,000 star coins per bottle. One bottle could restore all physical strength for levels below 4, 80% for level 5, 60% for level 6, 40% for level 7, and 10% for level 8. Ineffective for level 8 and above. The ability recovery liquid cost 5,000 star coins per bottle. One bottle could restore all abilities for level 3 and below, 80% for level 4, 50% for level 5, and 20% for level 6. Not recommended for level 7 and above due to slow recovery. Better to recover on one zone. The Awakening Cream costs 6,000 star coins per box. Can be used multiple times. A certain amount applied to the temples could invigorate and stimulate the mind for 2 hours. The Psychic Energy Sorting Potion cost 10,000 star coins per bottle. When used with certain techniques for sorting psychic energy, it could alleviate about 50% of psychic confusion and relieve about 10% of psychic turmoil. The sorting techniques can be obtained for free from customer service after purchasing the potion. The Beast Attraction Powder was 300 star coins per bottle. It can be used multiple times. It could attract beasts below level 4. For first-time use, please use in small amounts multiple times. Do not cause disasters. The Pest Repellent Powder was 300 star coins per bottle. It can be used multiple times. It could repel insects or common bugs below level 4. The Paralysis Potion was 1,000 star coins per bottle. It could paralyze beasts below level 4 for 20 minutes. Do not attempt to use on level 4 and above beasts, as it may provoke wild retaliation. The Hallucinogenic Potion was 1,000 star coins per bottle. It could induce hallucinations in beings below level 4. In addition to these special potions and powders, of course, some ordinary potions were also available at the same price as those on the market. Furthermore, besides these potions, the online store also featured a very eye-catching custom section, Custom Energy Food. It could help break through physical ability levels, safe and without side effects. Custom Energy Food, ingredients can be provided by the customer, works best with freshly killed beast meat. For specific customization methods, please contact customer service. Below is a small video showing a person in a chef's uniform taking a 500-gram piece of beast meat and sending it for testing. The test results showed energy level 3, energy value 300. After testing, the person processed the beast meat slightly and then put on a grill. Soon, the beast meat was cooked and the person tested it again. This time the results showed energy level 3, energy value 360. Everyone was amazed. Those who had eaten energy food knew that while they only saw the chef testing food energy levels, it was generally recognized that the energy contained would decrease significantly after cooking. The fact that this video could actually increase energy was simply outrageous. As a result, many people left comments under the video, claiming the data must be fabricated. However, many still placed orders to try it out, drawn in by the promotion of half-price custom energy food for the first 3 days of opening. After all, the slogan claiming it could help break through physical ability levels, safe and without side effects, was very appealing to those hoping to break through, but who couldn't afford breakthrough potions. The auction for 3 purification potions was spread over 3 days, with 1 potion auctioned each day, except for the first day's auction price being far below market value. The participation in the subsequent 2 auctions increased due to the previous ones, and while the final prices did not reach the sky-high levels of formal auction houses, the total final transaction price for the 3 potions exceeded 200 million. Chapter 57 Trial 1 Lin Yao instantly transitioned from extreme poverty to sudden wealth. Of course, with 3 days of the purification potion auction drawing traffic, the Mingguang potion shop became immensely popular. The potion prices were low, and the effects were quite good, activating the latent demand for low-priced potions. After a few days of word-of-mouth fermentation, the shop's special potions and energy foods sold out rapidly. If it weren't for Bai Zhenjin's foresight in having the basic potions processed at an outside potion factory and stockpiling a batch, the shop would likely have run out of stock. Lin Yao only paid attention to the Mingguang potion shop in the early stages, and upon learning of its booming sales, she no longer followed up. Money was only important as long as it was sufficient. Her focus remained on her own strength. After a period of daily training and previous accumulation, Lin Yao felt that her physical skills were on the verge of a breakthrough. Improving physical skills isn't just about training. When it reaches a plateau, some stimulation is needed to advance. A common method is to hunt exotic beasts in the wild, using combat and certain dangers to stimulate breakthroughs in physical skills. Alternatively, one can choose to use potions to stimulate physical skill enhancement. Of course, there is also the option of consuming energy beast meat, relying on a large amount of energy to stimulate breakthroughs. In her past life, Lin Yao mostly broke through during battles, so she instinctively chose to break through combat this time as well. Having been tricked before, Lin Yao decided not to search the Star Network herself this time, but to ask the local expert Meng Xingchen where there were suitable places for combat breakthroughs in physical skills. To her surprise, upon hearing about it, Meng Xingchen strongly insisted on going to train together, also bringing along Bai Zhenjin and Zhang Feng. Lin Yao thought that the 4 of them had been enjoying an easy life for over a month, so going outside to train would be good to prevent becoming rusty. However, before they set out, she first refined the eyesight tea in her system space in an eyesight water. Her extreme vision should be a high-level mutation, requiring a high standard of physical quality, so she didn't rush to enhance it. After this upgrade of physical skills to level 4, she could try to slowly improve her extreme vision. The B-level Safe Star, Zhangping Star, near Yimeng Star, is the first choice for hunting and entertainment due to its proximity to the surrounding prosperous stars, with a maximum travel time of half a day. A huge adventure base has been established there, housing many exotic beasts below level 4, and these beasts are relatively wild, making them very suitable for low-level physical skill or ability users to break through. The 4 of them sat on a starship for half a day to reach the place called Zhangping Adventure Base, where the reception area was already bustling with activity. Looking at the throng of people, they were somewhat stunned. There seemed to be more people than exotic beasts. Just as they were feeling disappointed, Meng Xingchen suddenly led them left and right to a very simple reception area. The outer park was filled with tourists, with the highest exotic beast level being only level 2. This was the real reception area for trial participants, where level 3 to 4 exotic beasts were located, most suitable for low-level breakthroughs. Hearing Meng Xingchen, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Are you planning to stay in the exotic beast park or in a hotel outside? We came out a train, so we won't waste time traveling back and forth. We'll stay in the park tonight. Living too comfortably can make one lose vigilance. So Lin Yao planned to instill a sense of crisis in them. Since they wouldn't be staying in an outside hotel after registering, they took the wristbands provided by the park and went straight in. Some areas of the park had poor signals due to certain special exotic beasts. The wristbands had internal communication signals, a built-in positioning system, could locate exotic beasts, had stable signals, and included an emergency rescue button. Meng Xingchen, see if there are any level 3 exotic beasts nearby. Let us start with practicing against them. There's a level 3 ironhide bull in the north. Its attack power is weaker than that of carnivorous exotic beasts, but its defense is very strong, which should be enough for us to fight for a long time. Then lead the way. Meng Xingchen's abilities and physical skills were only slightly weaker than Zhang Feng's, but his combat power was evidently lower than Bai Jinjin's, which didn't match his level. For this trial, Lin Yao adjusted their formation. She had Meng Xingchen as the vanguard to scout the terrain ahead and identify dangers. Bai Jinjin on the left flank, Lin Yao on the right flank, and Zhang Feng at the rear. This formation was safer than when Lin Yao was at the front during the practical exam, allowing her to monitor everything around them. They each took their positions as previously discussed, with Meng Xingchen leading the way to find the ironhide bull. In the wild, ironhide bulls typically travel in groups, but the adventure base separated these level 3 to 4 exotic beasts to reduce danger. So when they arrived, they only saw one ironhide bull grazing with its head down. Lin Yao signaled Meng Xingchen to circle the area first to check for any other dangers and hazards. After confirming there were none, she instructed Meng Xingchen to initiate the attack. Taking advantage of the moment, the ironhide bull lowered its head to graze again. Meng Xingchen rushed out from the side and shot a few ability-infused golden needles towards the bull's eyes. Although the ironhide bull was raised in captivity, its natural instincts as an exotic beast remained sharp. It instinctively shook its head, dodging Meng Xingchen's microneedles. However, it didn't realize that this attack was merely a distraction. While its attention was drawn to Meng Xingchen, Zhang Feng swung a large machete at its leg. The ironhide bull's skin was tough, and Zhang Feng, a level 5 physical skill user with level 4 strength abilities, could only break the skin, failing to hit the bone. But this made the bull let out a painful bellow, instinctively trying to kick Zhang Feng. At that moment, the ironhide bull found itself unable to move, its legs bound by vines on the ground. Worse still, as it opened its mouth, a powder of unknown composition was thrown into it. The ironhide bull, having ingested a mouthful of powder, did not fall immediately. It broke free from the vines with a surge of strength and, with a loud moo, charged at the person who had thrown the powder. At this moment, Zhang Feng struck again, hitting the same spot as before, causing the ironhide bull to kneel in pain. Meng Xingchen also arrived at this time, once again attacking from the side, condensing his ability into golden needles aimed at the bull's eyes. The ironhide bull, caught between the two attacks, ultimately could not dodge the golden needles aimed at its eyes and was struck directly. The bull let out a deafening scream, and in its blind pain, it went completely berserk. However, having already been injured, it was no match for the 4 members of the Mingguang team, who took turns attacking until the drug took effect and it collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Feng approached and delivered a final blow to its throat, ending its life completely. Chapter 58 Trial 2, because the park regulations allow those who come to the trials to take away all the exotic beasts they kill. Lin Yao asked Zhang Feng to dismantle the exotic beast, and then had Meng Xingchen use his super large spatial pouch to store it. The spatial pouch Meng Xingchen was using was not the ordinary type that came with the exam wristband, but a high-level spatial pouch that integrated various functions, such as isolating breath, preserving freshness, and reducing energy loss. Therefore, it was absolutely no problem for him to store the exotic beast meat. After cleaning up the exotic beast and tidying up the battlefield, Lin Yao had everyone do a post-battle summary. Meng Xingchen said, "I feel like my reaction wasn't fast enough. During the first attack on the iron skin bull, If I could have adjusted the direction of my ability in time, the iron-skinned bull definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge. Zhang Feng summarized. My knife skills weren't precise enough. If I had aimed for the joint with my first strike, the iron-skinned bull would have knelt down immediately. Bai Jinjin said, I don't think I had any major issues. My timing for strikes was very accurate, and I escaped quickly enough. The only thing that might be lacking is the effectiveness of the poison. After hearing everyone's comments, Lin Yao couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Among them, only Zhang Feng had a stronger combat awareness and a good sense of self-awareness. First of all, Meng Xingchen. Your idea of wanting to adjust the direction of your ability after it has been released is correct, but it's not something at your level can achieve. You have many problems. The reason you didn't hit the eye of the bull is that your running speed isn't fast enough and your footwork isn't light enough. Also, when attacking exotic beasts, you should target their weaknesses. The bull's weaknesses aren't just its eyes. Why must you attack its eyes? Meng Xingchen was momentarily stunned by the question. Huh? Zhang Feng said, tell him, for all exotic beasts besides the eyes, what are the other common weaknesses? Mouth, nose, ears, and anus are all common weaknesses. Zhang Feng replied honestly. Meng Xingchen disagreed, saying, attacking the anus is a bit too perverted, isn't it? Can your ability, the golden needle, penetrate the bull's hide? No. Meng Xingchen replied weakly, looking down. Since you can't crush it with strength, you should obediently find its weak points to attack. Otherwise, you're being irresponsible to yourself and your teammates. Do you understand? I understand, boss. Next, let's talk about Zhang Feng. Your aim isn't just insufficient. Your grip on the knife is also incorrect. When you get back, find a knife manual and practice a bit. Zhang Feng nodded. Now, let us talk about Bai Jinjin. Your issues are the most serious. Seeing Lin Yao's serious expression, Bai Jinjin also restrained her demeanor. You are a wood-type mutant poison type, and your attack methods shouldn't just rely on poison. Wood-type control, wood-type growth, and wood-type attacks can all be your means of attack. Wood-type control, for example, could be like my vines, entangling, trapping, and wrapping. Wood-type growth allows you to induce poison. In the area where the iron-skinned bull grazes, there are some poisons available. You can induce a few kinds of volatile and merging poisons before the battle starts to reduce the iron-skinned bull's combat effectiveness. Wood-type attacks can select some blood-sucking or parasitic exotic plant seeds as your attack method. During the next battle, don't attack first, just observe how I operate. After summarizing this battle, Lin Yao asked Meng Xingchen to find the next exotic beast. This time, Meng Xingchen chose a level 3 white-horned rhinoceros, which had higher combat and defensive capabilities than the iron-skinned bull. When they found the white-horned rhinoceros, it was happily rolling in the mud by the riverside. This time, Lin Yao let Zhang Feng attack first. The mud had a natural slowing effect, and Meng Xingchen's slightly lighter speed was of little use. It was better for Zhang Feng, who could fight and endure. Similar to how they dealt with the iron-skinned bull, Zhang Feng made his first strike, cutting towards the knee joint of the white-horned rhinoceros's hind leg. This time, his aim was indeed good, but it only managed to break the skin. However, the force was sufficient to make the white-horned rhinoceros let out a painful roar, and its knee reflexively bent. This moment of delay was enough for Meng Xingchen and Lin Yao to act. Lin Yao first scattered a handful of seeds in the mud and instantly induced growth, covering the entire riverside with green vines in a moment. While doing this, Lin Yao explained to Bai Jinjin, the seeds I just scattered are from the iron wire vine. This vine is thin and tough, and when combined with the muddy ground, it can trap beasts, making it impossible for them to climb out. Meng Xingchen had learned his lesson this time. He condensed a long and sharp golden needle, not targeting the common weaknesses, but instead stabbing into the wound that Zhang Feng had made. With the help of Zhang Feng and Lin Yao, Meng Xingchen did not miss and struck true. The golden needle penetrated deeply, causing the white-horned rhinoceros to let out another painful howl as it burst out of the mud with great force. But the riverside, now covered in vines, was no longer the soft, mushy mud it was familiar with, and it stumbled repeatedly over the vines. Zhang Feng followed closely behind, striking at the same spot with 2 consecutive cuts. Meng Xingchen also took the opportunity to stab the rhinoceros at the wound. And now the white-horned rhinoceros's knee was completely compromised. Blood flowed down to its lower leg, and its hind leg bent, unable to straighten. Lin Yao seized the opportunity to scatter some blood-sucking exotic plants on its hind leg and instantly induced growth. The blood-sucking exotic plants sensed the blood and directly burrowed into the wound. The blood-sucking exotic plants didn't need Lin Yao's ability to sustain them. They grew ferociously just by sucking blood. In a short while, the white-horned rhinoceros's entire leg was covered with exotic plants. This was bloodthorn grass, which appeared inconspicuous but would grow wildly as long as there was blood until it drained it completely. Using this, one must be careful to control it, otherwise, it can easily backfire. Taking advantage of the rhinoceros being deeply trapped, Zhang Feng and Meng Xingchen continued to attack, preparing to disable its other hind leg as well. Perhaps due to a sense of survival crisis, the white-horned rhinoceros, which had been sinking step by step, suddenly exerted force with all four legs and spun around. Facing the group, this sudden movement startled them. Zhang Feng reacted relatively quickly, swiftly retreating to the side as the rhinoceros turned. Meng Xingchen, however, was not as quick. When the rhinoceros charged at him, he only managed to retreat straight back. Fortunately, Lin Yao reacted quickly, swinging a vine to pull Meng Xingchen aside, avoiding the white-horned rhinoceros's direct charge. As the rhinoceros brushed past Zhang Feng, he struck at its side abdomen. The direction of his knife's force was exactly opposite to the rhinoceros's charge. The two forces acted against each other, creating a long gash on the rhinoceros's belly. Lin Yao seized the opportunity to drive the bloodthorn grass into the rhinoceros's belly. Chapter 59, Trial 3. Meanwhile, she condensed a sharp wooden spike in her hand, and when the white-horned rhinoceros turned its injured hind leg toward her, she directly raised the wooden spike and stabbed it in. The leg, which was already withered from being drained by the bloodthorn grass, was completely broken by this strike. The newly limping rhinoceros was clearly unaccustomed to it, stumbling with each step. Taking advantage of its slow movement, Zhang Feng seized the opportunity to slash at its other hind leg twice. Meng Xingchen finally reacted from the earlier peril and followed up with a few golden needles. In no time, the rhinoceros's other hind leg became lame as well. With both legs incapacitated, the rhinoceros no longer posed a threat. Lin Yao waved her hand and used her ability to crush the rapidly growing bloodthorn grass, then called everyone to help clean up the aftermath. After the recent battle mishap, Lin Yao did not scold them. Instead, she spoke earnestly. The reason these two exotic beasts are so easy to deal with is that we outnumber them and overpower them. Additionally, these beasts are kept in captivity, separated from their herd, and have lost much of their wildness. If we were in the wild, we would be facing a group of rhinoceroses, which have sentinels and would not be so easily ambushed. Meng Xingchen bit her lip, looking quite frustrated. Even Bai Zhenjin, who had not acted and was just watching, wore a serious expression. Lin Yao curled her lips slightly, thinking, this is just the beginning. Among the four in the team, besides Zhang Feng, who had some combat awareness, the other two were almost like novices. For the next target, Lin Yao chose a more challenging level 3 carnivorous exotic beast, the lizard leopard. This beast resembled a leopard in shape, but was covered in large scales that could change color according to its surroundings. It combined the speed and agility of a leopard with the basic defense of a scaled beast and the stealth of a lizard, making it a veritable jungle killer among level 3 exotic beasts. If they were in the wild, Lin Yao and the team wouldn't dare to confront such a beast recklessly. On the way, Lin Yao began to strategize for the team. This exotic beast is not easy to deal with, so everyone needs to stay alert. Meng Xingchen, this time you will draw its attention. Can you condense golden armor? Remember to put it on before the battle starts. When the lizard leopard attacks someone else, you can disrupt it. Meng Xingchen quickly nodded. Zhang Feng, you're quick and experienced, so you will be the main attacker this time. The lizard leopard is fast, so remember to attack once and then retreat quickly. Don't be greedy. Got it, Captain. Bai Zhenjin, you will be in charge of control this time. Lin Yao handed her a handful of exotic plant seeds. The larger ones were the seeds of the entwining vine, characterized by entanglement with average toughness. The pointed ones were mutated sword lilies, sharp and capable of automatically reproducing upon drawing blood. The smallest were mutated catnip, which had a strong attraction for feline animals. Use them at the right moment. After explaining the seeds to her, Lin Yao continued, In addition to these seeds I gave you, you can also use whatever you have on hand. Remember to adapt flexibly. The lizard leopard lived in dense jungles. If it weren't for the positioning bracelet, Lin Yao might not have noticed that a wart-like creature on the tree trunk was actually a lizard leopard. Seeing the lazy leopard lounging on the trunk, licking its claws, Lin Yao acted swiftly, directly tossing a vine whip, knocking the unsuspecting leopard down from the tree. Cats are quick to react. Even when suddenly pulled down, it landed on its feet, only feeling a bit of pain. The lizard leopard let out a roar upon landing. But anyone who heard the call knew it sounded just like a cat's meow. Hearing the furious meow, they didn't hesitate. Meng Xingchen rushed up and shot a row of golden needles at the lizard leopard. This beast had high agility but low defense, and since his aim was off, he had to resort to a group attack strategy. As expected, the lizard leopard dodged the row of golden needles and quickly turned its body to pounce at Meng Xingchen. Zhang Feng, who had been waiting for this moment, seized the opportunity and, unable to adjust his position mid-air, swung down at the leopard's head. The lizard leopard couldn't change its downward trajectory, but quickly tilted its head. Zhang Feng's killing blow missed, only grazing the lizard leopard's ear. Due to Zhang Feng's attack, the lizard leopard landed awkwardly. At that moment, the sword lily that Bai Zhenjin had activated grew, just piercing its paw. The lizard leopard, being incredibly agile, barely saw a drop of blood and immediately jumped out of the sword lily's range. Sensing Bai Zhenjin's presence, it was about to launch an attack on her. Just then, Meng Xingchen's golden needles arrived, blocking its path of attack. The lizard leopard had no choice but to abandon its original plan, leaping lightly to evade the golden needles. The direction it was forced to dodge was exactly where Zhang Feng was waiting. The instant it landed, Zhang Feng struck down with his knife. At the same time, a vine reached out to entangle it, but due to its quick reflexes, it only managed to wrap around one of its hind legs. Because its hind leg was entangled, the lizard leopard couldn't fully evade Zhang Feng's strike, leaving a deep wound on its side. The entangling vine was only for that moment, and the lizard leopard soon broke free. However, Zhang Feng's side attack posed a significant threat, and it dared not continue fighting on the ground. It jumped up to climb the tree, preparing to escape. Lin Yao had anticipated this. As it attempted to climb, a vine lashed out and pulled it back down. Forced to the ground again, the lizard leopard was furious, letting out an angry meow as it charged at Bai Zhenjin. The lizard leopard was extremely intelligent and had already noticed that Bai Zhenjin was the weakest among them. Yet, no matter how clever it was, it couldn't outsmart humans. Lin Yao shouted, "Scatter the medicine." Without hesitation, Bai Zhenjin threw a handful of medicine at the lizard leopard, and just as it was about to reach her, she suddenly vanished. Lin Yao used a vine to pull Bai Zhenjin to the other side. The lizard leopard let out another angry meow, crouching slightly as it prepared to attack Meng Xingchen. Zhang Feng quickly moved towards him, ready to take advantage of the situation. And Meng Xingchen instinctively adjusted his position to prepare for the attack. Unexpectedly, they were tricked. While they were still reacting, the lizard leopard pushed off the ground, climbed the trunk, and leaped to a nearby tree, seemingly preparing to escape. Just as everyone thought the lizard leopard would break through their encirclement, a net made of vines appeared instantly, blocking its escape. The lizard leopard ultimately failed to escape and was forced back into the battle circle. Chapter 60 Trial for Zhang Feng was the first to react, raising his knife to strike at the lizard leopard's neck again. Surprisingly, the lizard leopard did not jump away to evade. It merely turned its body slightly to avoid a fatal hit, then struck back with its claws towards Zhang Feng's abdomen. If that claw hit him, even if he didn't get disemboweled, he would likely be seriously injured. However, with his considerable battle experience, Zhang Feng managed to shift his body to the side in this perilous situation, preparing to block the attack with his arm. Fortunately, at that moment, Meng Xingchen reacted quickly and threw a golden shield in front of Zhang Feng. Although the shield was thin and would break easily, it still mitigated some of the damage. At the same time, Bai Zhenjin activated her vines to pull Zhang Feng away from danger, telling him to take medicine before rushing into the fray herself. Lin Yao could have saved him, but seeing that he was not in life-threatening danger, she held back. Her teammates needed to see blood at this point. After all, If they were overly protective, they would never understand their own strength and would struggle to grow. Indeed, after this battle ended, both Meng Xingqian and Bai Zhenjin appeared much more serious, no longer carrying the carefree demeanor from when they first arrived. You all made significant progress this time. From now on, you three will fight on your own. I will only assist you from the sidelines. This time, the group's attitude had become more earnest. After being given more freedom, they acted more cautiously but also struck more decisively. Although they were occasionally injured after 3 or 4 battles, their teamwork improved and their combat efficiency increased, reducing the time spent to kill each beast. That evening, they found a safe house set up in the park and rested soundly for the night. Lin Yao accompanied them to hunt level 3 beasts. And this time their efficiency was even higher. They killed 6 beasts in just one morning. During lunch break, Lin Yao said, "This afternoon, I plan to hunt some beasts to find the feeling for leveling up. Do you want to observe nearby? Or would you prefer to find a place to rest for a while?" The 3 responded almost in unison. "Captain Big Boss, we'll observe." Meng Xingqian added, "If you reach the critical point for leveling up, we can help you with protection. Besides, your combat ability is impressive. Watching you might help us learn some battle techniques." "All right then. If you feel rested enough, you can also hunt some beasts nearby." After Lin Yao finished speaking, she took a knife from her spatial pocket and charged towards a targeted beast. Her movements were simple and precise, without any unnecessary actions. With just one knife, and not even using her abilities, she could take down a level 4 beast in just 3 or 4 strikes. After killing the beast, she quickly dismantled it. Like a skilled butcher, her movements were practiced and delicate, as if she had done it thousands of times. After dismantling the beast, Lin Yao sorted and packed the materials into boxes, storing them back in her spatial pocket. Lin Yao's spatial pocket was one her parents bought for her before she turned 10. It wasn't large, only 20 square meters. Because it was gene-bound, no one else could use it, which is why the original owner could keep this small spatial pocket. The larger the space in a spatial pocket, the more expensive it is. A 20 square meter pocket cost over 3 million 10 years ago, and although the price has dropped a bit now, it still costs around 2 million. Lin Yao wanted to exchange it for a more spacious and fully functional pocket like Meng Xingqian's, but those kinds of pockets easily cost tens of thousands to billions, which she currently couldn't afford, so she wasn't in a hurry to change. After killing that beast, Lin Yao hardly took a break and immediately went for the next one. Another set of smooth and fluid killing moves took down another level 4 beast in just a couple of strikes. At this point, Lin Yao waved for the 3 to come over. "After I finish killing this beast, you 3 will take turns dismantling it. Once you can dismantle a beast with the speed and precision I have, you'll be more efficient at killing them too. That speed of yours is inhuman." Bai Zhenjin was so discouraged that she couldn't help but retort. Lin Yao smiled at her and handed her a knife from her spatial pocket. "Trust me, with my killing speed, you'll quickly develop that inhuman speed." Bai Zhenjin felt a chill from Lin Yao's smile and almost dropped the knife, but she didn't refuse. Under Zhang Feng's guidance, she slowly began to dismantle the beast. While they were dismantling, Lin Yao didn't wait for them and charged straight at another level 4 beast. After killing it, she didn't care about their progress, sent them her location, and continued to hunt another one. Lin Yao spent the entire afternoon crazily killing beasts, while Meng Xingqian and the others followed behind her, dismantling all afternoon. By the end, they were more exhausted than she was after fighting all day. That night, they found another safe house to rest in, and Meng Xingqian was so tired that he just laid down on the ground. "Big Boss, after killing all afternoon, don't you feel like you're about to level up?" Lin Yao pondered for a moment. "Maybe the beasts here are too weak. I've been killing them too quickly, so I haven't felt anything." The others were speechless. Is this top-tier humble brag? Which family S level 3 physical practitioner or level 4 ability user is so powerful that they can single-handedly take on level 4 beasts and still manage to kill over a dozen in an afternoon, exhausting the 3 of US who took turns dismantling? Of course. Only Bai Zhenjin and Meng Xingqian were truly exhausted. Zhang Feng was doing fine, even having the energy to cook beast meat and energy rice for them. "Captain, try eating more energy-rich food to see if it stimulates your level up," Zhang Feng said, handing Lin Yao a bowl of rice. "I want to eat too. I need to replenish my energy." Upon smelling the delicious food, Meng Xingqian immediately sat up and served himself a bowl of rice. Just as he was about to eat, he was kicked by Bai Jinjin. Do you have any gentlemanly manners? Zhang Feng knows to serve the captain first. You only care about yourself. Zhang Feng wasn't serving her because the captain was a girl. Even as he said this, Meng Xingqian still gave his bowl of rice to Bai Jinjin. After finishing their meal, everyone felt their energy surge and quickly absorbed it. Lin Yao was the same, but even after absorbing the energy, she still felt a bit short of reaching that critical point. Xingqian, tomorrow help me ask if there are any level 5 beasts in the park that are close to leveling up. I can help them kill for free. The beasts around the safety star must be controlled within a certain level. No beast can exceed level 5. The saying in the Yunmeng star system is that once a beast surpasses level 5, it can easily evolve into a leader-level beast, if not properly controlled. If a leader-level beast grows to a certain extent, it can command the native beasts of the planet and cause tremendous harm to the inhabitants of that safety star. Chapter 61 Trial 5. In order to control the levels of the mutated beasts in the park, a group of high-level ability users has been employed long-term. Aside from rescue operations, their main task is to eliminate those mutated beasts that are about to advance to level 5. When Meng Xingqian contacted the base in the morning to offer assistance in killing the impending mutated beasts, the base was not surprised at all. They only requested that we sign an agreement stating that we would be responsible for our own safety during the battle. Lin Yao did not negotiate and promptly signed the agreement, then received another hidden positioning system. It indicated the locations of peak level 4 mutated beasts. If any were about to advance, the location would turn red and issue a warning. At that point, the base management would issue a kill order, and nearby security personnel would move in to eliminate the threat. Just as the positioning system arrived, Lin Yao's wristband emitted a series of beeping warnings indicating that a mutated beast nearby was about to advance. Lin Yao immediately led her teammates to the indicated location to kill the mutated beast. However, when they arrived, security personnel were already in place. Meng Xingqian quickly stopped them, insisting that this mutated beast should be handled by their team. The security personnel were 2 tall, muscular men dressed in full, professional outdoor adventure gear, looking very competent. They glanced at the 4 members of the Mingguang team, their expressions revealing a hint of disdain. You guys are so young. Don't come here to cause trouble. If you can't kill the mutated beast and end up getting hurt, you'll just let it advance successfully. Isn't that making our job harder? Their tone was filled with distrust. Lin Yao didn't team mind, calmly responding, give us 20 minutes. If we can't kill it, feel free to intervene. Hearing this, the 2 security personnel exchanged glances and then stepped aside. The mutated beast about to advance was a mantis beast. Its body resembled an enlarged mole, but had a shell on its back for legs and a pair of side-like claws like a mantis. It was also known as the Reaper because it wielded those claws to kill. The mantis beast ranked high among level 4 mutated beasts and was quite difficult to deal with. Its weak point was its abdomen, but that was also protected by its scythe, making it dangerous for the main attacker. Zhang Feng said, then let me be the main attacker. No, my vine ability is restrained by the mantis beast. I can't control it well. I'll be the main attacker this time. Meng Xingqian will control it, and Bai Jinjin will assist. Zhang Feng, you'll provide support. Since this was their first encounter with a rapidly advancing, mutated beast, and they needed speed, Lin Yao decided to take the lead herself. After 2 days of battles, they had developed a tacit understanding, so no one raised any objections. Lin Yao took the initiative and engaged the mantis beast directly. When the mantis claws swung out to attack, Meng Xingqian shot out 2 golden threads to grab the mantis beast scythe. However, it only lasted a moment before the golden thread snapped. Meng Xingqian panicked, boss. It's no use. My gold ability can't hold its scythe. Lin Yao waved her hand. It's fine. Just slow it down occasionally. I'll find my own opportunities. As Meng Xingqian couldn't hold the mantis beast's scythes, they could hear the sound of clashing metal, which was Lin Yao's knife clashing with the mantis beast's claws. The mantis beast had high poison resistance, so Bai Jinjin's poison ability had little effect on it. She could only use vines to occasionally tug at its other 4 legs. However, since its legs had sharp barbs, her vines were not much better than Meng Xingqian's golden threads. only holding for a few seconds before snapping. Zhang Feng could only observe from his side, stepping in to save his teammates when they were in danger. In this way, while trying to kill the mantis beast, the other three felt like they were more of a hindrance. Lin Yao basically relied on herself to slowly wear down the mantis beast. Captain, this isn't working. We're only slowing you down. You should just kill the beast like you did yesterday afternoon. Zhang Feng watched as Lin Yao took more time to kill the mantis beast to accommodate the other two, feeling a bit anxious. The gap in combat strength was too great. The three of them really couldn't help much. It's fine. I'm not in a hurry. Level 4 mutated beasts and near level 5 beasts aren't that different for me. Anyway, we have a 5-day trial schedule. So let us see if there's an opportunity for advancement on the last day. After the battles of the past couple of days, she felt she had come to understand this. Most of her advancements in her previous life were completed during battles. Although she was now in a different body, her mental strength had already adapted to that kind of improvement in combat. This meant that if she wanted to enhance her physical abilities, it still had to come from constant fighting. In that case, fighting alone and leading her teammates to fight together didn't make much difference. Lin Yao almost single-handedly killed the near-level 5 mantis beast, leaving the 2 security personnel nearby stunned, their expressions shifting to respect. Miss, are you looking for a near-level 5 mutated beast? We can guide you. Meng Xingchen couldn't stand their cowardly attitude and impatiently said, Go away. We have a positioning system, no need for a guide. However, Lin Yao reached out to stop Meng Xingchen, smiling kindly. Are there any near-level 5 mutated beasts around here that are easier to kill? Since she was preparing to train her teammates, Lin Yao intended to start from the mutated beasts with lower combat power and gradually work her way up. Yes, I'll take you there. Then, the security personnel led Lin Yao and her team on a sweep. Although the main force in killing the mutated beasts had shifted to Lin Yao, the progress of her teammates was visibly improving as they engaged with a higher-level opponent. Due to the vast difference in combat power, they had no shortcuts available. They could only rely on solid battles. After completing another day of fighting mutated beasts, Lin Yao felt the barrier to advancement was diminishing. In a good mood, she thanked the guiding security personnel and prepared to find a safe house for the night. Suddenly, both of their wristbands emitted sharp alarms. What's going on? Lin Yao asked, curious. The 2 security personnel looked at the information on their wristbands, their expressions changing. A place has suddenly gathered a lot of near-level 5 beasts. Could it be that a leader-level mutated beast is about to appear? Meng Xingchen was curious. One of the security personnel shook his head. I don't know. We haven't encountered this situation before. However, Lin Yao denied it. No, if it were a leader-level mutated beast, it should summon all surrounding mutated beasts indiscriminately, not just near-level 5 beasts. There must be something unusual happening there. The 2 security personnel exchanged glances, their expressions becoming serious. The base has issued a gathering order. We need to go check it out. Chapter 62. Sudden change. Wanna go take a look with you guys, Lin Yao said. This, seeing their hesitation, Meng Xingchen urged, what's there to hesitate about? With so many of you there, are you afraid of that little bit of unexpected danger? Even if you all can't handle it, the danger level is about the same whether we're on site or here. Meng Xingchen's shift in reasoning left the safety officer confused, and he could only nod in agreement after a moment of hesitation. Thus, the 4 members of the Mingguang team followed the safety officer towards the incident site. It's too dangerous for you to follow us when the situation is unclear. Bai Jinjin rolled her eyes impatiently. I knew you wanted to ditch us and go alone. But you don't want to, do you? If we really encounter danger, having us by your side might actually increase the safety factor. Lin Yao had no way to refute this. They could only charge forward into danger, dragging along their teammates. Upon arriving nearby, the 2 safety officers stopped to observe the situation. Various beast roars mixed together, hisses, growls, and painful howls. It didn't sound like the beasts were gathered together under a leader. It seemed more like they were fighting among themselves. Do you think these mutated beasts discovered some treasure and are fighting over it? Meng Xingchen boldly speculated. Once this was said, it immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Meng Xingchen was taken aback and quickly assumed a defensive posture. What are you doing? Bai Jinjin gave him a thumbs up. I realize sometimes your brain works pretty fast. Of course, Meng Xingqian's tail was about to rise again. Lin Yao looked at the two safety officers. How do you usually handle situations like this? Charge in and snatch the treasure, one officer replied. And how is that treasure divided? In situations with higher danger levels, it's divided according to contribution points. Then we, as clients participating in the battle, should also be able to earn contribution points, right? The safety officer was at a loss for words, clearly having never encountered such a situation. Xingqian, contact their base and ask if we can earn contribution points for participating in this battle, Lin Yao said, directly letting Meng Xingqian ask since the two officers clearly couldn't make the decision. With so many mutated beasts gathered, the base clearly didn't want to drag things out and quickly agreed. Once they entered the battle zone, Lin Yao told her teammates, "Stay close to me and be careful not to get separated by other beasts." After saying that, she led her teammates into the fray. She thought the two safety officers would go off to kill the mutated beasts alone, but to her surprise, they followed along. "Miss Lin, let us fight together." These two had decent combat capabilities, so Lin Yao didn't refuse. Amidst the various beast roars, the group started their assault from the periphery. Lin Yao's killing speed at this moment was noticeably faster than when she killed the quasi-level 5 mutated beasts before. The two safety officers watching were somewhat incredulous. The last time they saw someone with such combat power clearly exceeding their energy level was outside on the desolate star. Those top mercenaries who were skilled with their blades also killed mutated beasts as effortlessly as she did. Under Lin Yao's leadership, they frantically harvested a small area of quasi-level 5 mutated beasts. After killing for a while, Lin Yao suddenly stopped. "What's wrong, boss? My body technique is about to level up." Unfortunately, it was at this moment that it became somewhat dangerous. Of course, when Lin Yao mentioned danger, she was not referring to herself, but rather to her teammates. Being near quasi-level 5 mutated beasts was far too dangerous. They wouldn't be able to withstand it. Then hurry up and start. Leveling up 1 wait for anyone. Bai Jinjin was getting anxious to kill. Lin Yao looked at her teammates, who completely didn't understand their own capabilities and had no words to express her frustration. But since they were earnest, she didn't want to waste their good intentions. She could only ask the two safety officers, "Could you please help keep an eye on my teammates? Once I finish leveling up, I'll definitely lead you in to help you earn more contribution points." Both officers nodded in agreement, promising to do their best. As Bai Jinjin said, leveling up doesn't wait for anyone. Lin Yao quickly gave a few instructions, then sat down on the spot to begin her advancement. When leveling up, there would first be a surge of energy within her body, a feeling of wanting to break through the barrier. At this time, as long as she operated her body technique and performed the corresponding movements, she could smoothly advance. If she delayed the leveling up, suppressing it would only thicken the barrier, making the next advancement twice as difficult. So even in such an unsafe situation, Lin Yao had to put aside all her worries and focus on leveling up. However, she didn't know that as she began to level up, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. The originally fighting quasi-level 5 mutated beasts, after a loud roar, actually shifted from fighting individually to cooperating against a common enemy. The two safety officers exchanged glances, their faces changing dramatically. They feared a leader-level 5 mutated beast had appeared. "We need to retreat quickly." Meng Xingqian immediately objected. "No way. The boss is still leveling up. We absolutely want to leave her behind. But with our strength, if we stay, once the beasts surround us, we'll definitely die a terrible death." The safety officer urged. "Then we want to leave," Meng Xingqian insisted. Bai Jinjin and Zhang Feng didn't speak, but they wore looks of support. The two officers couldn't understand why these clearly weaklings still wanted to play the hero and protect others. They simply clasped their hands in apology. "Sorry, but we can't continue to fight here with you." Bai Jinjin was furious upon hearing this. These people truly were opportunistic. At first, they stuck around because they thought the captain was strong, but now that the situation was dangerous, they hurriedly wanted to run away. All right, what is there to be angry about? Isn't this human nature? Besides, in this situation, the two of them had already been quite reasonable. Meng Xingqian suddenly changed his tone and cheerfully said, "It's fine if they leave. We can use the secret weapon now. After all, My dad said this thing is still in the confidentiality stage and can only be used at critical moments for self-preservation. Saying this, he reached into his spatial pouch and took out a small round ball, pressing on the ground near Lin Yao. In an instant, a semi-transparent dome appeared, but in a flash, it vanished without a trace. Bai Junjin exclaimed, "Is this the defensive energy shield your Meng family is about to launch?" Her rare praise made Meng Xingqian feel a bit elated, of course. Our Meng family can easily develop something. Before coming, Lin Yao hadn't expected Meng Xingqian to have such a thing prepared for this trial. After all, when she signed in at the first research institute, she hadn't seen this item and hadn't thought that a pharmaceutical company like Meng S would come up with an energy shield. Chapter 63. Sudden change too, of course, if Meng Xingqian hadn't informed her in advance about the existence of this thing. Lin Yao would have preferred to force herself to suppress her advancement rather than take the risk here. After the energy shield was activated, the few of them stopped fighting. Naturally, they couldn't win anyway. They could only stay safely inside the defensive shield, accompanying Lin Yao as she advanced. They were in the center of the alien beasts, able to see the beasts outside, yet they seemed to be regarded as invisible. This feeling was truly thrilling and exciting. Suddenly, a loud beast roar came, and the alien beasts outside suddenly quieted down, then obediently gathered together. They neither made noise nor attacked each other, looking like soldiers ready for action, which was quite bizarre. The three of them didn't dare to speak and could only exchange glances. Soon, this group of alien beasts set off under a beast roar. Watching the groups of alien beasts brush past the energy shield, the three of them didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Once all the alien beasts had passed, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, another alien beast suddenly appeared. This beast looked like an ordinary bear-type alien beast. It walked leisurely at the back, and its manner of walking surprisingly gave a feeling of strolling leisurely. This feeling was too strange, sending chills down their spines. The few of them were somewhat terrified, only able to exchange glances, hoping that this alien beast would leave quickly. But as they say, fear brings what you dread. As it passed by the energy shield, the bear-type alien beast suddenly stopped. It sniffed its nose as if sensing something and then reached out its bare paw to pat. Although the energy shield had an invisibility feature, that layer of shield was still a real existence. When the bare paw hit the physical object and nothing was seen, it tilted its head humanely, then reached out its paw to pat again. This time, it again struck the protective barrier of the energy shield, and the bear-type alien beast seemed to confirm that something indeed existed here, so it stretched out its paw and patted down harder. The three of them were so scared they held their breath, afraid the alien beast would break the shield. Fortunately, this paw did not shatter the barrier. However, the alien beast was unwilling to give up and struck down again with a heavy paw. This time, the energy shield endured unscathed. After 2 attempts without breaking the invisible object, the bear-type alien beast became unhappy. It roared, and then its whole body lit up with a grayish halo, gathering strength before striking down heavily. This time, the barrier could not withstand it and made a cracking sound. The expressions of the three changed drastically, exchanging glances. Then their eyes became resolute. Zhang Feng's hand also gripped the knife beside him. As if sensing the barrier had cracked, the bear-type alien beast's eyes clearly lit up with joy, and after gathering strength, it struck down again. This time, the shield was completely shattered, and the 4 of them were exposed in front of the bear-type alien beast. Zhang Feng reacted the fastest, charging out the moment the barrier shattered, aiming a knife at the alien beast's abdomen. His full-force attack, built up for a long time, was utterly ineffective against this alien beast. The bear-type alien beast disdainfully waved its hand, sending Zhang Feng, along with his knife, crashing to the ground. At that moment, Meng Xingqian and Bai Junjin's attacks also arrived. Bai Junjin urged vines to bind the alien beast's limbs, and Meng Xingqian infused his knife with gold energy, also aiming for the alien beast's belly. However, it was of no use. The alien beast simply raised its hand lightly and broke free from the vines. Then Meng Xingqian followed in Zhang Feng's footsteps. After swatting away the 2 hindrances, the bear-type alien beast turned its head to glance at Lin Yao, who was making strange movements, and then walked over step by step. Bai Jinjin could not let the alien beast approach Lin Yao at this critical moment. She shouted, "Stop! Stay away from my captain." Saying that, she threw a large handful of beast-attracting powder. The beast-attracting powder produced by Bai Jinjin was ineffective against alien beasts of level 4 and above and could even provoke them. Her intention was to anger the alien beast to make it abandon Lin Yao. However, the alien beast merely grew impatient and struck out at Bai Jinjin from a distance, causing her to kneel on the ground in pain. Following that, Zhang Feng and Meng Xingchen struggled to get up, staggering toward the bear-type alien beast to attack. The bear-type alien beast showed irritation in its eyes and swung a paw. This paw seemed ordinary, yet it directly knocked Zhang Feng to the ground, spitting blood and unconscious. Even so, Meng Xingchen's eyes only twitched slightly. He did not back down and charge at the alien beast with his knife. The alien beast grabbed the refined big knife and directly distorted it, then delivered a heart-extracting palm aimed at Meng Xingchen's heart. Just as Meng Xingchen was about to be killed, Bai Jinjin screamed in terror, "No!" At that moment, the alien beast suddenly turned around. Bai Jinjin and Meng Xingchen then noticed that a sharp blade was exposed from the bear-type alien beast belly. It turned out that Lin Yao had unexpectedly completed her advancement at a critical moment and stabbed the alien beast from behind with a sword. Meng Xingchen, get away! Originally staring into the abyss awaiting death, Meng Xingchen's eyes suddenly burst with joy. Surviving the disaster, he quickly obeyed and withdrew from the battlefield, dragging Bai Jinjin along with him and ran to save Zhang Feng. Roar! The bear-type alien beast roared in anger and charged at Lin Yao. Lin Yao bent down to dodge, then thrust her sword toward the side of the alien beast. The sword's edge was extremely sharp. Even though Lin Yao had just advanced to level 4 in body technique, she could still pierce through the body of this not-so-weak level 5 alien beast, leaving 2 bloody wounds. This was precisely the meteor sword that Lin Yao had obtained from signing in at the First Research Institute. A cold weapon required 50 sign-in points to analyze, which showed that this item was definitely not simple. If it weren't for Lin Yao lacking a suitable reason, she would have made sure to extract this item and sell it in Mingwan's potion store. However, even with the meteor sword in hand, Lin Yao only managed to leave 2 wounds on the bear-type alien beast at the beginning. Afterward, it became cautious and activated a grayish halo around its body. When Lin Yao's sword pierced through, it met the grayish halo and seemed to be heavily suppressed, making her sword unable to advance an inch. Without needing to use her extreme vision, Lin Yao could confirm that this was a gravity ability. Battling against gravity abilities was very troublesome. As long as the opponent's ability was not exhausted, any damage inflicted would not be effective. But she would be suppressed by the opponent's ability and could only passively take hits. After confirming it was a gravity ability, Lin Yao retracted her sword and chose not to engage in close combat, instead opting to entangle it with wood-type vines. However, this alien beast was already at level 5, while Lin Yao was only at level 4. It was impossible to exhaust its abilities and then kill it. She had to come up with another plan. The bear-type alien beast, seeing Lin Yao avoid battle, let out excited roars, attacking harder with each paw. But after striking for a long time without touching her, the alien beast grew somewhat impatient. Chapter 64. Star Source Crystal, it suddenly stopped, began to gather power, and the gray gravitational halo was about to press down on Lin Yao. This was the moment Lin Yao had been waiting for. At the instant it gathered power to unleash its abilities, she forcefully activated her barely usable level 5 mental power and charged directly at its head. Compared to humans of the same level, the combat strength and physical abilities of the exotic beasts were stronger, but their mental power was significantly lower than that of humans. With this thrust, Lin Yao directly shattered its mental sea, causing the entire to come to a halt. Taking advantage of its weakness, Lin Yao drew out the meteor sword and swung it, severing the head of the bear-like. As this head rolled onto the ground, Lin Yao let out a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. Her physical skills had just reached level 4, and she had just forcefully activated level 5 mental power beyond her body's capacity, which caused a severe backlash. However, none of them were at full fighting capacity and could not stay here for long. After resting briefly, She forced herself to take out a body repair potion and drank it. Lin Yao directly stored the bear-like's corpse in the system space and hurriedly checked on the conditions of her teammates. Meng Xingqian had minor injuries and was almost healed after drinking the repair potion. Zhang Feng was the most seriously injured, with several broken ribs and damaged internal organs. Since the body repair potion could only heal flesh wounds and could not realign bones, Meng Xingqian did not dare to give him the potion, fearing that it would result in the bones healing improperly and requiring re-breaking to fix. Bai Jinjin faced a similar issue. Her leg bones were fractured due to this gravitational ability. Fortunately, Lin Yao had some knowledge of battlefield first aid and managed to help them realign their bones, using some wooden planks to stabilize them. Meng Xingqian, you support Zhang Feng, and I'll carry Bai Jinjin. Let's hurry up and leave. With this star level, commander class dead, those might go out of control. They had likely been directing the attack on the base, and the four of them dared not return, so they could only move in the opposite direction. As they passed the area where they had just gathered to fight, the system suddenly announced, detected meteorite crash site, sign-in point. Would you like to spend 7 sign-in points to sign in? Lin Yao's eyelids twitched. She raised her head to look at the golden sign-in point ahead, feeling a rush of excitement, and chose to sign in without hesitation. This was the second time she had encountered a golden sign-in point. The last time she signed in, the rewards were so good. She wondered what she would get this time. Sign in successful. Obtain Star Source Crystal 1, Isolation Stone 5. Lin Yao quickly opened the system panel. Host. Lin Yao, age, 16 ability, with system level 4, mental system level 4, to be restored. Extreme vision level 1 physical skills, level 4 sign-in points, 18 storage space. Heart guard scales 4 soul core, 1 white scale flood dragon, broken mental body, 1 energy, matrix blueprint, complete. 1 Shingang stone, 100 white leaf, 100 pure source fruit, 2 immature pure source fruit, 1 mini space teleporter, 1 star beast treasure, 1 advanced energy stone, 10 Zhengming Zhong's work manuscript, complete. 1 brain domain development potion, 1 meteor sword, 1 particle gun, 1 ability enhancement potion, 3 body repair potion, 3 strengthening potion, 3 ability development potion, 1 intermediate energy stone, 3 flexible iron, 3 light sensitive material, 1 star source crystal, 1 isolation stone, 5 Lin Yao, then open the notes for the star source crystal and isolation stone. Star source crystal 1, fragments of star source left after the planet's collapse, under radiation. It can rapidly evolve plants and animals. Isolation stone 5, isolates all energy transmission. Just by reading the descriptions, Lin Yao could imagine how precious the star source crystal was. No wonder it allowed that bear-like to swiftly advance and evolve into a commander class. Remembering this, Lin Yao felt uneasy. What if there were still some remnants left there? Wouldn't that lead to serious consequences? You all wait here for a moment. I'll go check the area where they fought earlier. After setting Bai Jinjin down, Lin Yao ran to the central point of the previous battle, where remnants of the struggle and pools of blood still lingered. Once there, she directly activated her extreme vision ability and scanned the entire area. When the ability was exhausted and no energy abnormalities were detected, she finally felt relieved. Did you find anything? Meng Xingqian asked upon seeing Lin Yao return. Lin Yao shook her head. No, that successfully advanced and evolved. That treasure must have been consumed by it. Better it was consumed. After all, that was killed by you. But this base is likely going to face trouble. Bai Jinjin lamented. There must be a problem. Otherwise, the wristbands wouldn't have lost signal, Meng Xingqian added. Zhang Feng forced a smile. So does this count as turning misfortune into fortune for us? What? Lin Yao was still lost in thought about the advancement and didn't know what had happened earlier. Bai Jinjin sarcastically recounted how the 2 security personnel had abandoned them and fled. In the end, she added if they got killed by they deserve it. Lin Yao did not comment much on this, and led them to find a remote safe house to spend the night. When they went into a frenzy, the base would surely report it when they noticed something was off. At that time, the planetary garrison would take action to eliminate these. Sure enough, early the next morning, the wristbands regained communication, and they received a message from the base. The gist was that the garrison had taken over the base and was currently working to clear out advising everyone to continue avoiding danger and to stay safe. If they encountered any danger, they could report for help. Lin Yao thought that since they were not in life-threatening danger, she would not add trouble for the officials. With the garrison mobilized, the clearing of the was swift, and by the afternoon, they were notified that they could return to the base. It was only then that Lin Yao reported the situation, saying they had 2 injured teammates with fractures and requested assistance. Soon, a spaceship arrived to take them back to the base. However, by this time, the base had turned into a temporary military command center. They were sent to the medical department. The doctor, seeing the wooden planks stabilizing the fractures, praised, "You've handled this quite well. Are you planning to heal with potions or naturally?" Natural healing is cheaper but takes longer. Healing with potions requires the use of bone growth potions, which are relatively expensive, costing 100,000 star coins each. Lin Yao was no longer short on money and didn't want to waste time on this, so she directly said, "Potion healing, please." "Captain, I." Zhang Feng's impoverished mindset hadn't shifted, and he instinctively objected. "What's there to worry about? We're all in this together. The team will cover the costs. Besides, by the end of the month when the bonuses come in, you won't be short on money either." Lin Yao interrupted him. The doctor then used tools to stabilize their broken bones again and administered the bone growth potion and body repair potion to them. Chapter 65, Fragments Before Long. After removing the fixing tools, both of them were lively again. With such a commotion happening, no one wanted to stay there for long. So they directly boarded the starship back to Yunmeng's star. Despite the significant events that occurred on Zhangping's star, it didn't cause much of a stir on Yunmeng's star. Only a few close acquaintances showed some concern. I forgot to pick up the fragments of the energy shield. It was only when they arrived at Baizhenjin's small villa that Meng Xingchen remembered this. After all, it was a product still being developed by the Meng family, and it clearly had great prospects. If someone happened to pick it up and decipher it, it would be a huge loss for the Meng family. Lin Yao casually took out a small round ball that was broken into many pieces from the space buckle and handed it to him. "Is this it?" "Ah, yes." "Boss, how did you get it?" "I saw it during the cleanup on the battlefield. It looked unusual, so I took it. Since it's yours, you should take it back quickly." Meng Xingchen shook his head. "This thing is already useless, boss. Please help me deal with it." Lin Yao habitually stuffed the item into the system space, then took out the bear-like beast from the system space. "Then you guys can dismantle this beast." The bear-like beast was enormous. Once taken out, it filled the entire villa courtyard. Its imposing presence was quite astonishing. The 3 of them stared in a daze, as they had almost died at the hands of this beast before, and now its corpse lay before them, making their feelings hard to describe. Meng Xingchen recovered the fastest. He rubbed his hands and showed a greedy expression. "Boss, can I borrow your sword to cut up the beast meat?" Lin Yao threw him the meteor sword, saying, "This sword is very sharp. Be careful." Dismantling the beast would help them understand its weaknesses better, which would be beneficial for future encounters with beasts. While taking the sword, Lin Yao casually checked the system space and was startled to find that she had mistakenly put the energy shield into the system space. She had originally intended to take it out and put it into the space buckle, but somehow ended up opening the energy shield as protective cover. Broken energy shield 1. Spending 50 sign-in points can obtain the complete production process. Lin Yao was shocked. Looking at the notes, the energy shield from Meng S Pharmaceuticals was still a semi-finished product and could easily be discovered in front of a level 5 beast, indicating that it still had significant flaws. Just as she was hesitating on how to deal with this issue, Meng Xingchen suddenly exclaimed excitedly, Boss, what's wrong? We found this in the beast's stomach." Meng Xingchen handed Lin Yao a small, unremarkable black stone, about the size of a thumb. However, when rotated, one side showed a rough surface that had cracked, slightly revealing a blue crystal inside. The blue crystal emitted a faint blue glow, and this glow seemed almost tangible. Upon contact with the substance that radiated the faint light, it immediately caused a violent surge of energy within her body. Lin Yao quickly stuffed the item into the system space, her expression serious. This should be the treasure that the beast was fighting over. I don't know if it has any effects on the human body. Later, I'll get something to store it in, and you take it to Academician Zheng for testing. Okay. Hearing this, Meng Xingchen showed no signs of worry and happily continued to dismantle the beast. Lin Yao quickly opened the system space to check. Sure enough, Star Source Crystal Fragment 1, wrapped in isolation stone. Its energy can promote the evolution of flora and fauna. She was right. The one inside the beast was also a star source crystal. It was much smaller than the one she had obtained from sign-ins, and its outer layer was wrapped in an energy-isolating shell. However, for some unknown reason, that isolating shell had shattered, causing the energy of the star source crystal to leak, leading to the beast gathering and evolving collectively. However, since it was a collective evolution of flora and fauna, the evolution wouldn't just stop at those beasts. The exotic plants would likely evolve in large numbers as well. It seemed that the evolution cycle for plants was longer, which is why it hadn't manifested yet. If this was indeed the case, then the adventure base on Zhangping's star could be in some danger. Lin Yao pondered for a while and decided to let others worry about it. After dismantling the beast, Meng Xingqian returned the meteor sword, and Lin Yao used it to cut the isolation stone into a small box. Then stuffed the star source crystal fragment into the isolation stone. After finishing, Lin Yao handed the packaged star source crystal to Meng Xingqian, explaining its functions and emphasizing that he must tell Academician Zheng about the potential evolution of the exotic plants at the Zhangping Star Adventurer Base. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yao took out another piece of isolation stone and handed it to Meng Xingqian, suggesting that when they study it, they should find a way to make protective gear from the isolation stone before researching the star source crystal. The system notes only mentioned that it could promote rapid evolution of flora and fauna, without stating whether it had any effects on the human body. It was better to be cautious. The enrollment of the Special Intermediate Academy was delayed compared to other regular schools because they needed to manually review all the practical exam videos. As a result, the issuance of admission notices was much later than that of ordinary schools. The admission notices for ordinary schools had already been sent out for almost a month, while Lin Yao and the others only received theirs now. When the admission notice was issued, Lin Yao was refining her body. She only glanced at the half message that popped up congratulating Lin Yao for being accepted into the first middle court. After confirming her admission, she didn't continue to read. After she finished her body refinement and came out of the basement, she noticed something was off in the atmosphere of the small villa's living room. What happened? Meng Xingqian cautiously glanced at Bai Zhenjin, whose eyes were red, and whispered, "There has been a problem with Bai Zhenjin's admission." What problem? Even though the two were speaking softly in the quiet environment, Bai Zhenjin heard them. Her eyes were red and furious. "My dad actually withdrew my application because of that BTCH by Yu. What do you mean he withdrew your application?" Lin Yao was puzzled. Bai Zhenjin's tears fell instantly, and she was so upset that she couldn't even speak. Zhang Feng explained, "After candidates apply, before the admission notice is issued, there is an opportunity to withdraw the application and reapply. However, the reapplication must be done before the admission notice is issued. Otherwise, the opportunity to apply is lost." Her dad, Lin Yao, was at a loss for words, unsure how to describe it. But why did he say it was for Bai Yu? It seemed that her sister also applied to this academy. It sounded like common knowledge. But Lin Yao truly lacked common sense and could only awkwardly continue to ask, "Can you explain it more clearly?" Chapter 66 Special Admission. Zhang Feng scratched his head and said somewhat awkwardly, "I'm not too sure about the specifics. I only know that there was a major education corruption case in the past, which caused a particularly bad influence. Since then, when the school encounters such close relatives applying at the same time, they will only admit one. Her sister's grades should be relatively poor, so she couldn't compete with her, which is why her father withdrew her application. I always knew that the relationship between father and daughter wasn't very good, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent, to ruin such an excellent daughter's future for another daughter with poor grades." Looking at how Bai Zhenjin's emotions were somewhat calmed by Meng Xingqian, Lin Yao cautiously suggested, "Zhenjin, why don't you give her dad a call and ask him? What is there to ask? Isn't it obvious that he wants me to make way for his illegitimate daughter?" It was better not to mention it. As soon as it was brought up, Bai Zhenjin became agitated again. "Zhenjin, calm down. How can you ask me to calm down? My dad ruined my future for another daughter. How can I be calm?" Bai Zhenjin burst into tears. It was rare to see such a vulnerable side of Bai Zhenjin, and Lin Yao could only sigh and pat her on the head. "Don't be anxious. Since the matter has happened, we need to find a way to solve it. The admission notice has already been issued. How can it be resolved?" Lin Yao patted her head again. "Don't be impulsive. First, ask your dad to clarify whether he was the one who withdrew it. Maybe there's something we don't know. Although Lin Yao didn't know exactly what Bai Jinjin's father did, she could guess from her usual words that he should be quite a successful businessman. Since he's a businessman, it's unlikely he would do something that would result in a loss like this. While Bai Jinjin was trying to contact her father, Lin Yao remembered what academician Zhang's assistant Yuan Bo had said before, that she could ask him for help if there was anything. Considering the connections between the research and education fields, she mustered the courage to ask him, "Mr. Yuan, if someone else's application is withdrawn and the person didn't reapply before the admission notice was issued, is there any way to reapply? Miss Lin, please hold on. I'll ask someone." Lin Yao knew that asking Yuan Bo about this might put him in a difficult position, but she didn't know anyone else influential. So she had to trouble him. After a while, Yuan Bo returned. In this situation, there's only one way, to go through the special admission route. Specifically, Yuan Bo then sent Lin Yao several documents. This special admission was initially aimed at many students who only awakened their abilities after applying, some of whom had outstanding talents. The school couldn't bear to see these students waste years at ordinary schools, so they specially opened this route. Gradually, the policy was relaxed, and as long as students met the school's requirements, they could participate in the special admission exam at any time. The documents Yuan Bo provided included the special admission requirements of several top-ranked special schools. Only by meeting their requirements could they participate in the special admission exam. Since Bai Jinjin's sister had already been admitted to the Ability Middle School, it was directly eliminated. Lin Yao looked through the remaining schools and found that the requirements were very stringent. For example, the special admission for the pharmacy department of the first middle school required the awakening of wood, healing, water, or mental abilities, the ability to refine all basic potions, and the development of a potion independently. Only by meeting these requirements could they participate in the special admission exam. The special admission exam was divided into a theoretical test and a practical test. The theoretical test covered all potion-related content, with a full score of 1,000 points and a minimum requirement of 900 points. The practical test only took 7 days, but required independent survival in the wild, killing a third-level magical beast, and using collected plants to refine a finished potion. Lin Yao looked at it and thought it looked less like a test for intermediate students and more like a graduation exam for advanced students. The requirements were excessively harsh. After a brief look, Lin Yao handed the documents to Bai Jinjin. "You decide for yourself whether you want to participate." After reading it, Bai Jinjin broke down, cursing, "That little BTCH by Yu. Don't let me run into her. Otherwise, every time I see her, I'll hit her." Lin Yao watched her vent and didn't rush her. She waited until her emotions calmed down a bit before asking, "So, do you want to take the exam?" "Of course." Bai Jinjin wiped her face and gritted her teeth. "In that case, you might as well aim for the first middle school. The 4 of us can go together." Bai Jinjin nodded. With about 20 days until school started, if she wanted to catch up and start school with us, she would have to begin intense training and prepare herself mentally for hardship. Upon hearing this, Bai Jinjin turned pale. There are many crash training courses for such special admission exams on the market, and Bai Jinjin wasn't short on money, so she spent a significant amount on a one-on-one training course. The schedule was packed with potion theory, potion preparation, ability training, physical training, wilderness survival explanations, and magical beast explanations. In Bai Jinjin's words, she had never worked so hard even during her primary exams. To alleviate her study pressure, Lin Yao took out a brain development potion from the system space for Bai Jinjin. She heard that drinking it could make one smarter and improve memory and comprehension skills. Bai Jinjin drank it without hesitation. While Bai Jinjin was busy with her studies, a visitor arrived at the small villa. Lin Yao was somewhat surprised, but also felt there was nothing surprising about it. "Hello, I'm Bai Jinjin's father, Bai Qixing." Lin Yao only learned about Bai Jinjin's father's identity when the admission issue arose. Bai Qixing, 68 years old, was the head of the Bai Group, the largest enterprise owned by Luxing. Whether in attire or appearance, he looked like a typical business elite, perhaps used to being in a position of power. He tried hard to appear amiable, yet there was a hint of aloofness that made it feel somewhat awkward. Lin Yao pretended not to notice and calmly said, "Mr. Bai." "Hello, I'm Bai Jinjin's team leader, Lin Yao." Bai Qixing nodded, seemingly abandoning the approach of being amiable, and said sternly, "Team leader Lin, I know you. Lin Yao wasn't surprised. Since Bai Zhenjin lived with them, Bai Qixing would surely have investigated the 4 members of their Mingguang team thoroughly before coming. The Lin family of Yunmingxing. Both parents died in childhood, and she was raised by her uncle and aunt. However, before the practical exam, she had shown nothing remarkable and had little presence. After the practical exam began, her entire personality changed. Not only was she adept at wilderness survival, but she also excelled in combat, strategy, and boldness, becoming assertive and decisive in her interactions with others. Chapter 67 by Qixing at this point. Bai Qixing paused for a moment before saying, "To be honest, I really admire your changed personality. With someone as excellent as you being the true captain, I am quite reassured." Lin Yao shook her head and sighed. "Alas, you are too early to be reassured. I have failed in my duties." I didn't even know that her application file had been withdrawn. Bai Qixing's expression momentarily turned unnatural. "Miss Lin, this matter is not your fault. It is my responsibility. Of course, you should also take some blame. After all, besides her, you're the only one who can withdraw Bai Zhenjin's file. To withdraw the application file, only the candidate or their immediate family can do so. This was initially to prevent candidates from making wrong decisions in a state of mental confusion, which is why this power was granted to immediate family." Bai Qixing was somewhat caught off guard by her straightforwardness. "There are some hidden truths to this matter that are not convenient to discuss with you. However, I will give Zhenjin an explanation." "What explanation? Can it allow her to continue at the Ability Academy?" "Not possible. The education industry is fair and serious. Zhenjin can only reapply. Then can you let Miss Bai Yu, who took her spot, reapply as well?" That's out of the question. Though he quickly reined it in, one could still see the fleeting irritation on his face. Lin Yao directly interrupted his attempt to argue. "If neither of these can be achieved, then I'm afraid any other explanation will not be acceptable to Zhenjin. How can she be so unreasonable? Since the matter has already happened, instead of trying to minimize the harm, she wants to maximize the issue," Bai Qixing said angrily and excitedly. "Uncle Bai, you really are a businessman. You can even say minimize the harm. It seems that those who are bullied have to take it lying down, and for the sake of not harming your interests, must further compromise themselves. Did you manage your group like this? When the group was attacked, instead of thinking of a counterattack, you first sought to minimize losses. You're simply quibbling. I see the quibbling is on your side. So as long as your interests are not harmed, sacrificing Bai Zhenjin is fine. The deed is done. Should we let Yu retake the exam with her? Zhenjin is fine. Her grades are good, and she excels in all aspects. So retaking the exam next year won't be too difficult. But Yu is not good in many areas. She definitely won't pass next year's retake." Seeing Bai Qixing's nonchalant demeanor, Lin Yao raised a sarcastic smile. "Uncle Bai, you really have double standards. You just said to minimize losses and maximize benefits. But your current choice is not maximizing benefits. Since Bai Yu's qualifications are so poor, why are you nurturing her? Zhenjin has the best qualifications. Shouldn't you be courting her and putting all resources into nurturing her? After she finishes her studies, the benefits she brings you will definitely be thousands of times higher than Bai Yu. That would truly align with your interest in maximizing benefits." Bai Qixing immediately slammed the table in anger. "You little girl, sharp-tongued. Both of them are my daughters. How come in your words, it all becomes tied to interests?" Lin Yao was not intimidated at all and continued to confront him. "Tiske, indeed the leader of a large group. You speak so powerfully. I talk to you about facts, and you talk to me about interests. When I talk to you about interests, you bring up feelings. Is the whole planet supposed to revolve around you? Otherwise, the planet is being disobedient. Little girl, don't go too far. Don't you think about whose territory you are standing on?" Bai Qixing's anger was evident. "Haha, Uncle Bai is really funny. I still know who the owner of this little villa is, but it seems it has nothing to do with you. This villa is the inheritance left to Bai Zhenjin by her mother, and it has nothing to do with Bai Qixing." Bai Qixing waved his hand and stood up to leave. "I thought you were somewhat clever, but it turns out you are so ignorant. Since that's the case, there's nothing more for us to discuss. I want to talk to Zhenjin myself. If you want to talk to her yourself, then wait until she returns from her tutoring," Lin Yao said readily. "Tutoring? What tutoring?" Bai Qixing asked, puzzled. "Because her admission spot was canceled. She has to take tutoring to prepare for the special school's entrance exam. after taking the special entrance exam, could she enroll like in the regular exam? Naturally. That's good. If Jinjin can enroll smoothly this year, I will feel less guilty. What you said sounds like a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. How can you speak like this? I'm still her father. I wouldn't want her to have a bad life. That is really hard to tell, Lin Yao mocked. You. Bai Qixing was furious, preparing to leave. Before he left, he still explained, whether you believe it or not, Jinjin's file was really not withdrawn by me. Can you swear by your position as the president of the Bai Group? Swear that you are not the one who withdrew Bai Jinjin's application file from the Ability Academy? What nonsense are you talking about? Jinjin and Yu are both my daughters. How could I do such an outrageous thing? I hope you can answer me directly. As long as it's not you, I can consider helping persuade Jinjin. No, I have never withdrawn Jinjin's application file from the Ability Academy. Is that satisfactory? That's good. As long as it was TU who withdrew it, Jinjin shouldn't be that heartbroken. She is already heartbroken. It won't get worse. Bai Qixing finally suppressed his anger and said gently, Then I'll trouble you, Captain Lin. After sending off Bai Qixing, Lin Yao happily whistled. Meng Xingxin had been observing for a long time and was somewhat puzzled by her suddenly improved mood. Boss, Bai Jinjin is so heartbroken. How can you still? Although Bai Jinjin was busy with her tutoring, she quickly returned upon hearing that Bai Qixing had come, but she showed no intention of meeting her father. Lin Yao tapped her head lightly. What do you know? I'm just confirming the information. Finding Bai Jinjin crying like a little pitiful child, Lin Yao said, TSK, TSK. Which young lady is this, crying so miserably? You. Woo-woo. I'm this sad, and you're still here making sarcastic comments. Bai Jinjin was curled up on the bed, crying pitifully. Seeing her cry even harder, Lin Yao quickly went over to pat her on the head. Silly girl. What is the use of crying? It only hurts yourself. You should stand up and retaliate. How can I retaliate? Bai Jinjin sniffed. I have a method that might have some impact on your Bai group. As for how big the impact is, it depends on how your dad decides to act. Of course, if implemented well, the mother and daughter might not die, but would definitely suffer. It all depends on whether you are willing to do it. Chapter 68. Ability Awakening Potion. What should we do? Bai Jinjin said with a thick nasal tone. Make a big deal out of it and have the Ability Institute investigate for you. Lin Yao originally thought that Bai Jinjin cared about family ties. If her father could handle it a bit better, perhaps it could be settled. However, she never expected Bai Qixing to handle things this way, completely disregarding Bai Jinjin. Since that was the case, as someone who grew up on the battlefield and lived each day with no guarantee of tomorrow, what was there to care about? If there was a grudge, settle it on the spot, aiming for satisfaction, and never let herself be more aggrieved for even a second. In order to avenge Bai Jinjin, Lin Yao also invested heavily. She obtained a full version of the Ability Awakening Potion, worth 100 sign-in points, and unlocked it without hesitation. After looking at the various expensive medicinal materials and complex preparation methods in the potion formula, Lin Yao could only grit her teeth. The cost of this revenge was indeed a bit high. However, for the sake of her teammate, she could only comfort herself that earning money was to make her life happier. Since spending money on revenge could make her happier, then let us spend it. With over 2 billion, Lin Yao was not short on cash. After spending about 30 to 40 million, she finally succeeded in refining an Ability Awakening Potion. Once it was done, she quickly sent it to the Potion Testing Center for analysis. After receiving the potion report, Lin Yao handed over the subsequent matters to Lu Qingyun, instructing him to operate according to the plan. Lu Qingyun directly posted the potion name on Mingguang Potion's social media account, along with the caption, Genuine Ability Awakening Potion. 100 awakening of abilities as long as you have the ability gene. Since its opening, Mingguang Potion maintained an extremely high popularity among the mid-low tier consumer group due to its affordable and practical potions and powders. After Lu Qingyun arranged for someone to register a social media account, he just mentioned it in the store, quickly attracting tens of millions of followers. Of course, this number of followers was negligible compared to the population of several hundred billion in the Yimeng star system. However, each follower was a genuine one, and the number of fans was increasing exponentially every day. In just over 10 days since registration, the number of fans had already exceeded 100 million. Therefore, once the information was released, it immediately caused a huge uproar. The claim that having the ability gene guarantees a 100 awakening of abilities was something even the most established potions from the first research institute wouldn't dare to assert. How could such a small, unheard of shop make such bold claims? Many people, suspicious of potential fraud, began to dig into Mingguang potion. However, what was there to dig? The shop had only been established for a few days. The potions looked unremarkable, and their efficacy was somewhat lacking, but the prices were incredibly low, and the sales were terrifyingly high, with nearly all positive reviews. As for why there were so many positive reviews, it was naturally because the products were genuinely useful and affordable. After all, no one had previously made such cheap and practical potions for low-level ability users. These potions significantly increased their survival rates when hunting exotic beasts on beast planets. If they were criticized and the shop stopped making them, wouldn't they have to go back to those painful days of not daring to take medicine unless it was a fatal injury? As a result, many buyers not only didn't dare to vent their anger at customer service, but they also sweet-talked them. The strange phenomenon of this shop left many who came to investigate dumbfounded. It seemed there was nothing to uncover. Some people, while digging, found the potions to be quite good, affordable, and bought a bunch to try out. If the effects were poor, they could always return to criticize it later. Little did they know, after trying it, they were hooked and became fans. Because of this wave, the shop's sales surged again. Soon, the comments on the Star Network began to split into two factions. One group trusted the shop and started praising Mingguang potion wildly. The other group, skeptical passers-by, claimed Mingguang potion was boasting. How could there be such powerful potions in the world? The two factions argued fiercely on the Star Network. Once a topic sparked debate, the discussion intensified. As the discussion heated up, so did the topic's popularity. 5 days later, when the heat reached its peak, Mingguang Potion's social media account posted, "Recently, we have been busy accompanying our Potion Master sister in preparing for the special recruitment exam, and we didn't expect to spark such a big discussion. Sorry. They then posted the potion testing certificate, saying, "Everyone, please stop arguing. I have a Research Institute's testing certificate here." When people saw the certificate clearly stating that possessing an ability gene guarantees a 100 awakening of abilities, they finally believed it. However, this led to even greater discussions. Many people began to ask, when will the potion go on sale? What is the price? What is the sales method? Do we need to make a reservation? At this time, the schemer Lu Qingyun came online and posted, "We need to accompany our Potion Master sister in preparing for the special recruitment exam, so the sale is postponed." An old customer from the shop asked, which Potion Master sister is taking the exam? The registered Potion Masters in the shop were only Lin Yao and Bai Junjin, and the old customers all knew this. Moreover, when selling the potion, the name of the potion developer would be mentioned. Lu Qingyun continued to post, "It's Miss Bai Junjin. She originally applied to the Ability Institute, but somehow had her application withdrawn, leading to her failing the exam and having to retake the special recruitment exam. She is currently studying hard and training." He also shared several photos of Bai Junjin sweating from training and studying diligently. Due to the intentional guidance of Mingguang Potion's social media account, many people began to discuss why her application was withdrawn. Then, someone suggested, if neither the parents nor the applicant requested the withdrawal of the application, they can report it to the Education Bureau. Others said, this must be a problem with the admissions office of the Ability Institute. Let us directly the admissions office to explain this matter. Reporting it would definitely not be considered. The Yunmeng star system had strict regulations regarding education due to past incidents. Even if Bai Junjin's stepmother was bold, she wouldn't dare to commit fraud in this area. She could only use Bai Qixing's name to withdraw the application. In that case, even if they reported it, they would only find out that Bai Qixing had withdrawn the application, and the case would be closed directly. This did not align with their expectations. Thus, Lu Qingyun continued to post. Reporting would be too troublesome. We can consider the admissions office of the Ability Institute. However, if I the admissions office alone, I probably won't be noticed, right? The enthusiastic netizens waiting to gossip quickly left comments saying they could help the admissions office of the Ability Institute. Chapter 69. Stirring up trouble green tea, Lu Qingyun immediately took the opportunity to directly post Psychic Academy admissions office, stating that Bai Junjin's application file had been mysteriously revoked. Both Bai Zhenjin and her father, Bai Qixing, denied the revocation and requested Psychic Academy admissions office to help investigate. Enthusiastic netizens quickly followed suit, tagging Psychic Academy admissions office, elevating the topic to trending status. Originally, Mingguang Medicine was at the center of the heat, but due to academician Zheng having advertised for this store, and without anyone of a higher status stepping up to speak, both officials and big shots could only suppress their curiosity. No one could risk being the first to speak out, whether in criticism or support, as they would undoubtedly find themselves at the forefront of controversy. They weren't going to take risks over something so uncertain. Thus, when Mingguang Medicine's social media account tagged Psychic Academy admissions office, many believed this could be a breakthrough to quickly resolve the confusion and secretly urged the admissions office to investigate the matter promptly. The revocation of an application file involves a strict review process, with each step needing to be completed under the surveillance of the Star Network. Therefore, it was straightforward for the admissions office to check the matter. They just needed to review the Star Network surveillance. Soon, the Psychic Academy issued a response. Mingguang Medicine, our procedures are completely fine. The revocation of the application file was requested by Bai Qixing, and they attached Bai Qixing's identification and signature. Green Tea Lu Qingyan was waiting for this and quickly replied, "Thank you, Psychic Academy admissions office. Although I still have doubts, I know you did your best." Then, she released the surveillance of Lin Yao's conversation with Bai Qixing at the villa, especially the part where he personally admitted that he absolutely did not revoke Bai Zhenjin's application file, which was replayed repeatedly. Once the surveillance footage was released, pressure was placed on Bai Qixing. With the heat of this matter being so high and its impact so significant, even the Bai group could accidentally get involved. Lin Yao believed they would certainly take this seriously. Sure enough, an hour after the post, Lin Yao received a call from Bai Qixing. He gritted his teeth and said, "Miss Lin, I truly underestimated you. Where you flatter me. I thought you would contact your daughter Bai Zhenjin first and have her speak up for you." Lin Yao mocked. "If she were to help me speak, she wouldn't have agreed to let you create such a scene." "Oh, so you know that your actions have hurt her deeply. That is our Bai family's private matter. What are you meddling in? I advise you to back off quickly. Otherwise, you might not be able to keep that little online store of yours." "Mr. Bai, are you threatening me? Aren't you afraid I might record this?" Bai Qixing was momentarily speechless. Lin Yao continued cheerfully, "Don't worry, I didn't record this time. However, I advise you to think carefully before acting. After all, on one side is the reputation of you, the head of the Bai group, and on the other is your wife. Reputation is hard to come by, but a wife is easy to replace." After saying that, she didn't care about Bai Qixing's reaction and hung up the phone. Bai Qixing later called Bai Zhenjin, and it was unclear what he said to her, but his eyes were red, and he didn't seem to show any signs of grievance or anger. "Are you going to continue with this?" Lin Yao still asked this question. After all, she was just a teenage girl, still yearning for her father's love. He advised me to back off, saying he would ensure that Bai Yu and her mother would receive the lessons they deserved. Lin Yao nodded indifferently. "Fine, then let's wait for his response. If the response is good, it will end here. If not, we will continue with the arrangements that need to be made. Thank you, Captain." Compared to other times when she would tease or address casually, her calling him Captain at this moment was heartfelt. Lin Yao shrugged and smiled. "There's no choice. Since you recognize me as your captain, I naturally have to be responsible for your physical and mental health." Bai Qixing, without an official social media account, borrowed the official account of the Bai group to respond to this matter. "Hello everyone. I am Bai Qixing, using the official account to say a few words. I apologize for my lax family management, which has implicated Psychic Academy admissions office and harmed my daughter Bai Zhenjin Mingguang Medicine. This incident was caused by my wife using my identity information to forge my signature to revoke my daughter Bai Zhenjin's application file. I sincerely apologize to Psychic Academy admissions office, Mingguang Medicine, and all netizens who have been following this matter. Due to wasting everyone's time and occupying public resources, the Bai Group is willing to donate 1 million bags of our new oat-flavored nutritional supplement to impoverished families in the Yunmeng star system every quarter for 3 years." Once this response was released, the internet erupted in an uproar. There were too many information points in this statement. First, Bai Qixing's wife used his identity information to revoke Bai Zhenjin's application file. Many were left confused. Did the mother frame the daughter? What a ridiculous family drama. However, it soon became clear that this so-called Bai Qixing's wife was actually the woman he married after, and Bai Zhenjin was the daughter of Bai Qixing's deceased wife. Therefore, it was understandable that the stepmother would frame the daughter of her husband's late wife for the sake of her biological daughter. Next, we must talk about the origins of the Bai Group. Although the Bai Group was established quite early, it started as a small company owned by Lu Star. It was after Bai Zhenjin's father, Bai Qixing, took over that both of Bai Zhenjin's parents worked together to grow it. The turning point that truly made the Bai Group the first conglomerate in the Yunmeng star system was due to a massive particle storm that struck the system. This storm directly caused significant losses to the entire system's agriculture and livestock, plunging the entire system into a severe food shortage. At that moment, the Bai Group launched a meal replacement nutritional supplement, which saved the entire system from the food crisis. As a result, the Bai Group became the first conglomerate and the first family of Bai Lu Star. A few years later, as the food crisis gradually passed, meal replacement supplements no longer became mainstream, and the Bai Group slowly began to diversify, venturing into multiple industries. But its strength as the first conglomerate of Bai Lu Star remained. It is said that when the Bai Group launched the meal replacement nutritional supplement, it was right when the old president's wife passed away and the new wife seamlessly took over. While there are many speculations about whether there were any issues during this transition, no one knows exactly what happened back then. Setting aside the past, we must also praise the Bai Group's powerful public relations capabilities. The heat surrounding Bai Zhenjin's incident online was extremely high. One wrong response could plunge the Bai Group into a credibility crisis. Chapter 70. Donation. Who would have thought that a single donation of a nutrient agent could reflect the responsibility of a large corporation while also promoting their new products? Furthermore, soon after Bai Qixing's apology was released on the official account of the Bai Group, a wave of advertisements for the Bai Group's new products flooded the internet. In addition to various flavors of meal replacement nutrient agents, they also launched a series of energy nutrient agents suitable for low, medium, and high-level abilities users. These nutrient agents contain energy extracted from exotic plants and beasts, and long-term consumption can improve physical condition. Naturally, one major reason for the smooth market introduction of these nutrient agents is that once ability users reach the intermediate level, ordinary food can hardly meet their daily energy needs. Zhang Feng, a level 5 physical practitioner, would have to supplement his diet with a tube of nutrient agent after filling his stomach with regular food before the energy food was developed. Lin Yao, witnessing the series of actions from the Bai Group, couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a big corporation, turning bad news into good news with ease. In addition to the apology on Xinguang, Bai Qixing also allocated 5 of the Bai Group's shares to Bai Zhenjin as compensation. Given this 5 stake, Lin Yao felt she had to give this matter a perfect conclusion. Thus, she quickly used the Mingguang medicine account to express, "Thank you to all the fans and netizens for speaking out and helping our pharmacist sister find the truth. In appreciation, we have decided to donate the formula for the ability awakening agent to the First Research Institute. We hope the First Research Institute can launch the ability awakening agent to the market as soon as possible, and we wish all fans and netizens can awaken their abilities." Once the statement was made, there was an uproar on Xinguang. That was the ability awakening agent, which could guarantee a 100 awakening for anyone with the ability gene. The Yunmeng star system had the ability awakening agent, although it was informally referred to as such. Its official name was the ability awakening stimulation agent. This agent was also produced by the First Research Institute. It was initially intended to be named the ability awakening agent, but academician Zheng believed that this agent could not achieve the function of stimulating deeply dormant abilities, only able to stimulate those on the verge of awakening to awaken quickly. Due to the rigorous standards regarding the agent and the ambiguous high status of ability users in the Yunmeng star system, academician Zheng insisted on not naming it the ability awakening agent to avoid excessive public expectations. Consequently, it was named the ability awakening stimulation agent upon release. However, after its launch, for convenience, everyone referred to it as the ability awakening agent. Now that the genuine ability awakening agent was finally available, it was almost predictable that once it hit the market, it would be a golden goose. As a result, The Bai group's willingness to donate was truly commendable. This awareness and attitude immediately made the Bai group's quarterly donation of 1 million nutrient agents for 3 consecutive years seem somewhat stingy. Of course, at this moment, the pharmacist store seemed to be supporting the Bai group, and many netizens couldn't compare the two. They could only wildly praise Mingguang Medicine Online for being generous, having a vision, and being excellent in every aspect. In no time, not only did Mingguang Medicine social media accounts gain a significant number of followers, but even the medicine itself sold out. This forced Mingguang Medicine's social media accounts and official customer service to repeatedly emphasize rational consumption and purchasing based on need. After all, these medicines have a shelf life, and if not used, they would expire and become unusable. In response, netizens commented that there was no need for persuasion. They could afford such an inexpensive medicine. Of course, the subsequent matters were no longer Lin Yao's concern. Bai Jinjin was busy preparing for exams, and she entrusted all store affairs to Lu Qingyan. As for herself, due to the donation of the medicine formula, she was called to the Research Institute by Academician Zheng. Lin Yao, you've really stirred up quite a big deal, Academician Zheng said. Isn't it good that I sent you the medicine formula? Of course it's good, but it would be even better if you could give me a heads up next time. Then take a good look before we talk. I guarantee this medicine will definitely surprise you. Seeing Lin Yao's confident expression, Academician Zheng couldn't help but be intrigued. After carefully examining the medicine formula, he found the combination and proportions of the medicinal materials to be exceptionally exquisite. The more he looked, the more fascinated he became, and in the end, he couldn't resist the urge to prepare a dose himself. Since this medicine formula was developed by you, why don't you assist me in making it today? Academician Zheng certainly didn't lack for people to help him. There were plenty of people queuing up to assist him. He knew she could refine medicines and wanted to support her. Although she wasn't particularly interested in this, she didn't intend to refuse his goodwill, so Lin Yao readily agreed. Okay, Lin Yao's approach to refining medicines was entirely informal, but fortunately, after passing the pharmacist qualification exam, her actions had finally become somewhat regulated. Although there were no issues during their collaboration in refining the medicine, Academician Zheng, as a textbook-level master pharmacist, certainly couldn't tolerate such an unmethodical approach to medicine making. Your movements are too casual, he admonished. Isn't it enough to be able to make medicine? When you're on the battlefield, who cares about the steps of medicine making? You just need to prepare the medicine as quickly as possible. Lin Yao was unconcerned. But you're not on the battlefield now. The process of refining medicine should be standardized. You need to know that medicinal materials are precious and should be cherished. Only by standardizing your actions can you reduce mistakes and minimize the loss of materials. Seeing him getting anxious, Lin Yao quickly nodded in agreement. I understand. Don't just brush me off. Since school hasn't started yet, come here to learn for a while. I'll find someone to guide you. Academician, please don't. The Research Institute is full of talented individuals. How can you waste time on me? Most importantly, she felt that Academician Zheng was paying too much attention to her, making her feel a little uneasy. It's an opportunity that others can't even ask for, and you're pushing it away. At that moment, Assistant Yuan knocked and entered. Academician, Director Wang fucking wants to meet Miss Lin. Isn't he responsible for the mental power treatment agent? What does he want to see Lin Yao for? Director Wang didn't say. He just mentioned that the matter is very important and must meet Miss Lin. Yuan Bo replied calmly. Academician Zheng didn't answer directly, but turned to Lin Yao. Do you want to meet him? I don't mind. It depends on your convenience. Academician Zheng then said to Yuan Bo, let him in. Wang fucking looked younger than Academician Zheng, but he was nearly bald and appeared somewhat disheveled. Chapter 71. The method of organizing mental strength. If he weren't still wearing a white lab coat, he would look just like a homeless person outside. As soon as he entered, he didn't even glance at Academician Zheng and went straight to Lin Yao. Grabbing her hand, he excitedly said, you must be Lin Yao. You're really impressive at such a young age, not only developing a superpower activation agent, but also researching a mental strength organization agent. You're truly talented, Lin Yao replied. I just copied it. I feel undeserving of such praise. Director Wang, I'm not as amazing as you think. It was just a coincidence. You are the real master. Don't be modest, my young friend. So many agents are not something that can be developed casually. Those are just cheap items. They can't be compared to what you developed. Listening to the two exchange pleasantries, academician Zheng was confused. He looked at Yuan Bo, asking, "What's going on here?" "Ms. Lin seems to have co-founded an online store selling agents. That store has many new products, and their effectiveness is quite good." Yuan Bo, who was by academician Zheng's side, naturally learned about matters in the field of agent research at the first opportunity. "Open that store for me to take a look." Yuan Bo helped academician Zheng open the online store page and projected it using his light brain. Academician Zheng quickly browsed through the various agents for Mingguang agents. Do these agents have the same effects as noted? Yes. Some pharmacists in the research institute even bought them for testing. Just now, Wang fucking mentioned the mental strength organization agent. If it really works as noted, he shouldn't be this excited, right? Academician Zheng seemed to be asking Yuan Bo while also talking to himself. "Director Wang is here. You can ask him." Academician Zheng indeed looked at Wang fucking, who was still enthusiastically complimenting Lin Yao, and asked, "Old Wang, have you tested this mental strength organization agent? How's the effect?" Upon hearing the question, Wang fucking seemed to have found a kindred spirit and excitedly leaned forward, saying, "Academician, this mental strength organization agent is incredible. Look, here are the tests I conducted recently. Its calming effect on chaotic mental strength only reaches 50, but combined with the mental strength organization method they provided, with consistent use, the calming effect can reach 80. Of course, whether longer-term use of the mental strength organization will be more effective is still under testing. One of the main reasons why the Yunming Galaxy allows martial artists to maintain a comparable status with superpowered individuals is that superpowered individuals cannot use their powers too frequently on the battlefield, as this can easily lead to mental strength issues. These mental strength problems have always affected superpowered individuals' performance on the battlefield and troubled many. Of course, many drugs for treating mental strength issues have been developed on the market, such as purification agents, mental strength calming agents, and spirit cleansing agents. However, these agents are either expensive and difficult to promote or simply lack the main ingredients, and those that are slightly inferior have little effect. For various reasons, superpowered individuals often do not dare to use their powers recklessly in battle, which limits their combat effectiveness. To address this issue, the Research Institute has been committed to developing new mental strength treatment agents, with Wang fucking specifically responsible for this area. In addition to independent research and development, they also pay attention to mental strength treatment agents released by other pharmacists or research institutes. The Mingguang agents caught Director Wang's attention due to academician Zheng's forwarding, leading to the discovery of this treasure of a mental strength organization agent. Wang fucking showed academician Zheng the experimental and testing data, and academician Zheng praised it. This agent, combined with the mental strength organization method, has a remarkable effect on chaotic mental strength. It not only has a good therapeutic effect on chaotic mental strength, but also has some effect on mental strength riots. Although those experiencing a mental strength riot rarely maintain their sanity to use the mental strength organization method, Wang fucking added. Seeing the two old men busy discussing, Lin Yao interjected, "That mental strength organization method can also allow those with mental type superpowers to help those experiencing mental strength riots to organize." Before she could finish her sentence, she was immediately met with two pairs of bright eyes. "Go on." "Yes. Classmate Lin Yao is the one who developed this mental strength organization method, so she must have better insights. Please explain it to me and the academicians." During the past invasion of the star beasts in the Mingguang Galaxy, due to the excessive consumption of superpowered individuals and the lack of agent supplementation, those experiencing mental strength riots were almost in dire straits. At that time, a level 11 mental type superpowered individual had their mental strength collapse. But their strong will to survive led them to develop this mental strength organization method. Initially, this mental strength organization method was only suitable for mental type superpowered individuals, while others needed assistance from mental types to organize. There were too many people with mental strength issues, and they simply couldn't keep up. Thus, several top superpowered individuals came together to improve this mental strength organization method, allowing individuals from other superpower types to organize themselves. This alleviated the crisis at that time. Lin Yao's mental strength organization agent, paired with the mental strength organization method, is a relatively basic method and requires a long time to see significant effects. There are also higher-level methods that can organize mental strength riots, which she originally planned to develop an advanced version of the mental strength organization agent before presenting it. She didn't expect to be noticed so early, and now she couldn't hide it any longer. Faced with the earnest eyes of the two old men, Lin Yao had no choice but to abandon her original plan and share the formulas for the mental strength organization method, the high-level version, and the advanced version of the mental strength organization agent with them. In the formula for the advanced version of the mental strength organization agent, there's a type of medicinal plant that I can't find, but I know what it looks like. I'll draw it for you later. Your research institute is powerful and can have someone look for it. Since she had already shared everything, Lin Yao decided to be completely open and handed everything over. Academician Zheng patted her shoulder, saying, "Good girl, you're generous and have a vision." Lin Yao thought, what vision? She simply doesn't want to owe this old man a favor. After all, if he hadn't brought her here, she wouldn't have signed so many good things. Make sure to send me a copy of everything you sell in that store, so I can study it carefully, Academician Zheng said. Lin Yao's eyes lit up instantly. The Research Institute's storage room immediately echoed. Okay, in a few days I will prepare it myself and send it to you. No need to go back. You can prepare it here. I'll arrange for someone to properly standardize your alchemy habits. Lin Yao originally thought she could take the opportunity to leave, but unexpectedly, he was fixated on this matter, so she could only reluctantly agree. Old habits are hard to change, having developed such habits for so long. How could it be easy to change them? Chapter 72. School opening in the days leading up to the start of school. Lin Yao was unable to leave the first research institute and was forced to adhere to strict regulations regarding alchemy. If it weren't for Assistant Yuan constantly watching her, Lin Yao would have long since given up. However, this hardship did prove effective. After more than 10 days of training, Lin Yao's every action in potion preparation had become standard enough to serve as a demonstration. A week before school started, it was time for Bai Junjin to take her special admission exam. Lin Yao had originally planned to accompany her to the exam. However, upon hearing that Lin Yao was studying potion preparation at the Research Institute, Bai Junjin adamantly refused to let her go. What a rare opportunity to learn. If it were me, I would be laughing in my dreams. You must not give up halfway to come send me off, or I will fight you. With such a serious threat, Lin Yao did not dare to insist, only advising her to be careful. If you really can't complete it, don't push yourself too hard. As long as you have the Green Mountains, you could take the exam again next year. Don't jinx me. If I fail the exam, it's all your fault. Got it. After the exam, remember to come pick me up at the Research Institute. This last sentence was Lin Yao's true feelings. All right, I'll visit the Research Institute and pick you up. After 20 days of intense training, Bai Junjin's special admission exam went smoothly, if not effortlessly. After receiving her acceptance letter, Meng Xingqian, Zhang Feng, and Bai Junjin happily came to the first Research Institute to pick up Lin Yao. Lin Yao had already obtained 3 passes from Assistant Yuan, so she smoothly brought them in for a tour. Of course, these passes were not at the level of Academician Zheng's, so the 3 could only visit some less important areas. Even so, Bai Junjin was quite satisfied. Finally, I have the honor of visiting the first Research Institute. Once school starts, and I mention it, let's see who dares to compete with me. Please, I and the boss have been here for quite a while. You're the only one who can brag about it. Meng Xingqian was the first to pour cold water on her. As a result, Bai Junjin retaliated with a flurry of punches. So you think you can talk back, huh? In her fury, Bai Junjin did not even dare to provoke Lin Yao and quickly pulled Zhang Feng away. After touring the first Research Institute, the 4 of them returned to their small villa together. Hurry up and pack your things. We'll be moving into the dorms starting tomorrow. Bai Junjin pouted impatiently. I didn't choose the first middle institute because of this. Everyone is forced to stay in the dorms. I've never shared a room with anyone my whole life. When we returned from the practical exam on the military starship, weren't you living in a dorm? Meng Xingqian pointed out. Are you arguing with me? No, I'm just speaking the truth. I was exhausted back then. I fell asleep during the 2-day journey. Besides, that was just 2 days. Staying in the dorm means living with someone for 3 years. How can that be the same? Even if you're reluctant, it's unavoidable. On September 1st, 2917, the first Middle Institute started its school year. The four of them set out lightly to register at the school. As they approached the school, they heard the system announce, "Sign-in point 4, First Middle Institute detected. Would you like to spend 3 sign-in points to check in?" Lin Yao selected to check in directly. Check-in successful. Obtained First Middle Institute map X1. Introduction to all faculty and staff at First Middle Institute X1. Before she had time to look, the public hover car stopped at the school gate. As the door opened, they were greeted by a cacophony of voices. Mechanical department, come here to register. Potion department, here. Combat department, new students in the combat department. Look over here. Information engineering, those choosing information engineering, this way please. Ability department, please come here. Meng Xingchen watched for a while and then eagerly said, "Boss, I see the mechanical department. I'm going to register." He then dragged Bai Jinjin along. "Come on. Your potion department is right next to the mechanical department. Let us go together." Bai Jinjin shook off his hand. "Let go of me. I can walk by myself." After pushing away Meng Xingchen, she asked Lin Yao, "Captain, do you want me to accompany you to register?" Lin Yao waved her hand. "No need. Zhang Feng and I will go together. Then I'm off." After the two left, Lin Yao and Zhang Feng headed to the registration area for the combat department. The combat department had always been popular at the First Middle Institute, and when they arrived, there was already a long line. Fortunately, the registration process was quick. As long as they showed the acceptance letter received on their light brain, the staff would scan it with a device and complete the registration. Soon it was Lin Yao's turn. She pulled up her acceptance letter in advance and waited. After the person in front finished, she scanned hers and prepared to leave. However, the success beep did not sound. As she stood there confused, the teacher at the registration desk called out to her, "Excuse me, you're not from the combat department. I clearly registered for the combat department and was accepted. How can that be?" Lin Yao said as she opened the detailed information of her acceptance letter, only to find that she had been accepted into the command department. "Huh, why was I accepted into the command department?" The teacher at the combat department registration desk looked at her in surprise several times before slowly saying, "The command department at the First Middle Institute does not require registration. Students are selected by the school based on merit. When you receive your acceptance letter, you are given the option to either continue with your registered major or switch to the command department." Upon hearing this, Lin Yao felt like crying without tears. Coming from a place without a star network, she was not used to holding her light brain all day. When she received the acceptance letter and saw part of the information indicating she was accepted, she didn't click to check further and thus did not confirm. So the school defaulted to her agreeing to study in the command department. "Teacher, is there any way to change my major now?" Lin Yao asked with a glimmer of hope. The registration teacher smiled and said, "Student, others want to get into the command department but can't, and you're thinking of refusing? The command department requires too much mental effort. I just want something simpler. Your situation has no precedent. You can first register in the command department, and then after you're registered, consult the school leaders about changing majors." With no other options, Lin Yao could only bitterly bid farewell to Zhang Feng. "You go ahead and register first. I'll see what to do after I register for the command department." Then Lin Yao began searching for the registration area for the command department all over. However, she couldn't find it no matter what. In the end, she could only find a senior volunteer to ask, "You and know, would you?" This year, the command department is doing something new for orientation. They posted a challenge on the Star Network, and you all have to find the registration area yourselves. Chapter 73 Challenge Letter. Is there a challenge letter on the Star Network? Yeah, senior. Let me project my light brain and show you the webpage. Wow, no way. Breaking news. The command department of the First Academy sets up challenges for freshmen to give them a taste of reality. Seeing this headline, Lin Yao was speechless. Ignoring the title, the content was still quite serious. According to rumors, there is a very famous freshman coming to the command department this year. To give this freshman a taste of reality, the command department has specially set up a series of challenges for the new students to find the registration area themselves. Below is the first challenge question, Image JPG. By solving the first challenge, you can get the question for the second challenge. The first challenge is a photo of a very old Go game. Can you understand this? Lin Yao asked the enthusiastic senior. This is ancient history. How would I know this? You don't know either, right? Lin Yao shook her head. Then you're done for. Do the others in the command department know? The enthusiastic senior hesitated for a moment, then looked at her sympathetically. I heard that most of those admitted to the command department are from prestigious families with a strong background. Lin Yao's mood suddenly soured. She had just switched from the combat department to the command department, and now she had to go through all this trouble just to register. This is way too much. I originally applied for the combat department, but for some unknown reason, I was admitted to the command department. Now, to register, I have to go through so many obstacles. This is really too difficult. The enthusiastic senior looked at her with a complicated expression. Junior, I suspect you're being a bit pretentious. Lin Yao looked at him in confusion. The senior could only take a deep breath, suppressing his envy and jealousy, and patiently explained. The number of admissions to the command department is very limited each year. Each one is carefully selected from the practical exams by the teachers. So, you understand the value of the command department now, right? She understood the value, but all she wanted was to improve her strength in peace. To avoid the senior saying she was pretentious again, Lin Yao didn't say much more. After confirming where to find the challenge letter for the command department, she bid farewell to the senior. As she was heading to the command department, unexpectedly, she ran into a lost little lamb. Lin Yao, what are you doing here? Wang Jinsheng saw Lin Yao and looked a little uncomfortable. Lin Yao looked at him like he was an idiot. Of course I'm here for school. This is the place to answer questions for the command department. You're not in the command department, are you? Wang Jinsheng asked incredulously. Yeah, from the way you're talking. You must be in the command department too? Aye. Lin Yao directly hooked her arm around his shoulder. Let us go, lead the way. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinsheng complied. As he led the way, he curiously asked, so can you solve that broken Go game? No. If you can't, what's the use of you going? Wang Jinsheng looked disappointed. Whether it's useful or not, I'll know once I see it. The two arrived at the classroom where the questions were set. A crowd had already gathered around the Go board. Moreover, the one who was frowning in deep thought in the middle was actually a familiar face. That little brat Yao Beiluo, always showing off, now finally found himself in his territory. Seeing Yao Beiluo being surrounded by attention, Wang Jinsheng couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Lin Yao couldn't help but glance at him. When it comes to showing off, it seems like Wang Jinsheng is the one who enjoys it more. While she was silently complaining in her heart, she didn't say it out loud. Just then, a commotion came from outside. Lin Yao looked up and saw Zhou Heng walking in, flanked by people. Everyone, please make way. Our Zhou Xiao is here to solve the problem. As soon as this was said, it was like poking a hornet's nest. Since ancient times, there has been no first in culture and no second in martial arts. To get these intellectuals to submit to someone else, that person must be of considerably high status. Sure enough, someone immediately voiced their dissatisfaction. What is going on? Has Zhou Heng already solved this problem? Zhou Heng seemed to have noticed that someone was speaking inappropriately and quickly added, No, I just came to look at the questions. He caught sight of Yao Beiluo, who was seriously solving the problem in the middle, and diverted the attention. I see that Yao Beiluo seems to have some ideas. Hearing someone call him, Yao Beiluo finally looked up, saw it was Zhou Heng, and politely nodded at him, saying lightly, I have some ideas, but I still need a bit more time. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinsheng, unwilling to be left out, interjected, Oh, Zhou Heng, you're late. Let Yao Beiluo take the lead. Aren't you going to hurry up and catch up? As soon as he spoke, Lin Yao became the focus of everyone's attention. It's rare for the command department to have a female student, so Lin Yao's presence was quite noticeable. Many people started whispering when they saw her. However, Yao Beiluo, who had been sitting still, suddenly got up and walked over with a look of surprise in his eyes. You were also admitted to the command department. His action completely turned Lin Yao into the center of attention. As he moved, Zhou Heng also came over. Long time no see, Captain Lin. Now, everyone's curiosity could no longer be contained, and they began to inquire about Lin Yao's background. Yao Beiluo came from a military family and was known as the first genius of Yimeng Star. He earned this title not only because he reached level 5 of his ability at a young age, but also because his overall abilities were top-notch among his peers. His way of dealing with people was also significantly more sophisticated than that of his peers, allowing him to stand out among the second generation. Zhou Heng's family is a top family in the Yimeng Star system, with members involved in politics, business, and the military. However, unlike the Yao family, which excels in one area, The Zhou family has members in all fields. Because of this, Zhou Heng's personal abilities are also impressive, and his social circle is even broader than Yao Beiluo's, as he knows almost everyone in the second-generation circle of Yunmeng Star. Such a person naturally has some second-generation individuals of lesser status surrounding him, flattering him. As for Wang Jincheng, it goes without saying. Although the Wang family is not from Yunmeng Star, they are a well-known family of lightning ability users in the Yunmeng Star system. The Wang family has had members awakening lightning abilities for generations. Lightning abilities are among the top combat powers among all abilities, and their family's self-developed thunderstorm combat skills make them terrifying on the battlefield. With three prominent figures gathering around Lin Yao, how could it not arouse everyone's curiosity? In an era where genetics have been optimized and there are basically no ugly people in the starry world, Lin Yao's appearance is considered quite beautiful. Of course, she is not the kind of beauty that could attract such top-tier boys around her. Moreover, Wang Jincheng is notoriously oblivious to romantic feelings. However, no matter how much they inquired, they wouldn't find out much. After all, Lin Yao was relatively unknown in Yunmeng Star, except for a brief appearance during the practical exam. Chapter 74, Breaking the Deadlock. Lin Yao nodded and smiled at the two, greeting them, then pointed at the chess game and asked, "Can you both solve that?" Yao Beiluo had answered this question before, so he looked at Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng nodded slowly. "I saw this chess game online, thought about it a bit, and have some ideas." Lin Yao nodded. "Good, take your time. You both have a solid foundation. I won't waste time here. Where are you going?" Yao Beiluo asked, confused. "I'm going to sign up," Lin Yao replied, as if it were obvious, leaving Yao Beiluo bewildered. "I can't solve this problem, so I can't sign up?" He said. "Okay, you all take your time. Wang Jincheng, since you can't do it either, do you want to come with me?" Wang Jincheng didn't expect to be called out and quickly nodded. "Sure, I'll go with you." Watching Lin Yao take Wang Jincheng away, Yao Beiluo hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'll go with you too. Aren't you able to solve it? Why aren't you trying?" Wang Jincheng teased. "It's not necessary to solve it," Yao Beiluo replied. Lin Yao glanced at him approvingly. "Exactly. We're just signing up. Why must we solve the problem? Complex problems should be simplified. What challenges and questions are just obstacles set by others for them. They're just here to sign up. Why should they follow the rules imposed by others?" Yao Beiluo's thoughts suddenly became clear, and he immediately stopped hesitating. As he was about to leave, the group around him became anxious. "Yao Xiao, aren't you going to solve this problem?" Yao Beiluo nodded. The crowd panicked. "If you don't solve it, what will we do?" "What's the matter? Is Yao Beiluo your parents? If he leaves, will you starve?" Wang Jincheng couldn't stand their entitled attitude and spoke up. When it came to speaking, Wang Jincheng was indeed quite bold. Yao Beiluo calmly explained, "This problem isn't a must-solve. We could try other ways to find a registration office." "What other ways?" "Lin Yao should have other methods." Yao Beiluo gestured for them to look at Lin Yao beside him. Many of them didn't even know Lin Yao, so how could they trust that she had other ways? For a moment, no one moved. Lin Yao didn't care about these people and walked out of the classroom in a few steps. Wang Jincheng followed, still complaining. "I think Yao Beiluo is too easy to talk to. He lets that group of people take things for granted." "You see clearly." Lin Yao smiled. Hearing this, Wang Jincheng proudly puffed out his chest. "Of course. Don't look at my impatient personality. I still see things clearly." With Lin Yao gone, Yao Beiluo didn't bother to explain to those people and simply said, "If you want to come along. If not, solve it slowly by yourselves." "Hey, Yao Xiao. Yao Xiao, I trust you. I'll go with you." Yao Xiao wait. Some believed, some didn't, and some hesitated. But as Yao Beiluo left, the classroom was left with only about a third of the people. The people around Zhou Heng looked at each other. Then some began to leave until no one was left in the classroom. Zhou Heng's companions couldn't help but ask, "What should we do?" Zhou Heng hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Let's follow and see. Do you all believe in that Lin Yao? Who cares if we believe or not? Let's go see. Even if they don't have other methods, we can come back and solve the problem later." "Exactly. Let us just join the fun." The group around Zhou Heng chattered excitedly. With their departure, only a few remained in the classroom. People exchanged glances, and one by one, they began to leave until there was no one left. Lin Yao was unaware that she had a string of followers behind her. Even if she knew, She wouldn't care. Lin Yao, what do you plan to do? Just looking around casually. Looking around casually. Wang Jinsheng's voice suddenly rose. He wanted to say something, but considering he couldn't win, he ultimately stayed silent. Seeing the frustration on his face, Lin Yao smiled and patted his shoulder. Wang Jinsheng, I find you quite perceptive. I really appreciate this about you. Want to join my little team? Your little team with those rookies? Before he could finish, Yao Beiluo caught up Lin Yao. Unwilling to be interrupted, Wang Jinsheng couldn't help but mock. Oh, have you solved your little lackeys yet? Yao Beiluo frowned, displeased. Wang, why you speak so harshly? Do you have a problem with me? Wang Jinsheng had often quarreled with him before, and Lin Yao thought Yao Beiluo would always keep his temper. She didn't expect him to get angry this time. So what if I have a problem with you? Do you dare to hit me? Due to school rules, I can't hit you casually. But there are many opportunities to find a reasonable excuse to hit you. TCH, do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Yao quickly stopped their argument and sincerely asked, if I hit someone, can you help me find an excuse, Yao? Yao Beiluo paused. Like what? Like this. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yao moved like lightning, instantly tying up a senior hiding nearby with vines. The senior struggled but couldn't break free, panicking and shouting, classmate, the school prohibits mutual attacks. Do you want to violate school rules? Lin Yao approached with a smile. What are you talking about? Didn't you seniors send us a challenge first? You set the questions for our literary duel, and we retaliate with martial combat. That's normal in warfare. The senior was at a loss for words. Lin Yao directly instructed Wang Jinsheng, take him away. The three took the senior to a secluded corner. Then, under his terrified gaze, pulled out a row of potions. Do you know what these are? What do you want to do? Lin Yao ignored him and continued. These were given to me by students from the potion department. They're all prank potions. For example, this pink one, drinking it can fill someone with love, making them want to rush over and hug and kiss someone. As the senior's pupils shrank, Lin Yao took out a purple potion. This color looks a bit toxic, but it will only make you turn purple all over for a day, with no other side effects. She put that one back and took out a yellow potion, shaking it in front of the senior. This potion was originally used for gas relief, but if the dosage is too high, it will make someone fart nonstop for a whole day. After picking and choosing, Lin Yao finally selected a white potion, saying, this one matches your school uniform the best. Chapter 75, Successful Registration. The uniform of the command department is a white temperature-regulating suit, designed in a very formal style, making the wearer look quite spirited. Lin Yao handed the potion to Yao Beiluo and said, this potion, please drink it, senior. Thinking that Yao Beiluo would hesitate, she was surprised to see him act decisively, gripping the struggling senior's chin and forcing the potion down his throat. After administering the potion, Lin Yao untied the senior. The senior, frightened, quickly clutched his throat, trying to vomit the potion he had just swallowed. Senior, don't be nervous. This potion is a slow-acting one, and it's one of the few antidotes made by my classmates from the potion department. As long as you obediently take us to the registration office, once we successfully register, I will give you the antidote. The senior struggled for a long time, tears and snot pouring out, but he still couldn't make himself vomit. Looking quite dejected, he asked, what effect does this potion have? Lin Yao took out the potion tube and looked at it. The label read 013. What was the effect of the 013 potion again? Was it to speak beautifully or to charge forward? I only remember that the potion takes 10 minutes to take effect. Should I contact someone to ask? No need. I'll take you to the registration office. The senior had completely given up on struggling. Lin Yao, at a height of about 1.7 meters, appeared a bit short compared to the generally taller military school preparatory students who were over 1.8 meters, but she still stood on tiptoe and patted his shoulder. The senior was quite sensible. If you had done this earlier, why go through all this trouble? The senior took deep breaths to suppress his irritation and said, let us go. Wang Jinsheng watched Lin Yao's fierce actions, momentarily stunned. Seeing the two in front following the senior, he hurried to catch up. As they moved forward, the number of people following them increased. The senior's expression changed slightly, but he ultimately said nothing and quickened his pace. This is the registration office. Finally, the senior stopped in front of an office door. Then take us in, Wang Jinsheng urged. The senior, possibly filled with pent-up frustration, had reached a breaking point. What's wrong? As a military school preparatory student, do you not even have the courage to enter an office? What courage do you need to enter an office? I'm afraid you're up to no good and might ambush us. Wang Jinsheng shouted in protest. Ultimately, you just don't dare. The senior was about to mock further when Lin Yao directly knocked on the door. Lin Yao, Beiluo, tried to stop her, ignoring their arguments. Lin Yao knocked and said, "Teacher, I'm here to register. May I come in?" "Come in." Lin Yao pushed the door open and saw a well-postured teacher sitting inside. "Teacher, I'm Lin Yao, a new student from the command department, class of 317, here to report." Lin Yao stepped forward and saluted properly in front of the desk. The teacher looked Lin Yao up and down. A faint smile appeared on his face, but quickly faded. He said in a gentle tone, "Lin Yao, please show me your admission notice." Lin Yao quickly retrieved her admission notice from her light brain and projected it. The teacher scanned it with a machine, and Lin Yao's admission notice page switched to the campus webpage, confirming her successful registration. "Welcome, Lin Yao, to the First Academy. Lin Yao, you're all set." Lin Yao quickly retracted the projection, thanked the teacher, and then asked, "Thank you, teacher. However, I'd like to ask, can I still change my major?" "Change majors now?" The teacher was puzzled. "Yes, I want to switch to the combat department." Hearing this, the teacher hadn't spoken yet, but Wang Jinsheng became anxious. "Lin Yao, why change majors? Isn't the command department good enough?" Lin Yao glanced at the expressions of those present. Besides Yao Beluo, both the teacher and Wang Jinsheng looked disapproving. "I just want something simpler." Wang Jinsheng wanted to say more, but was stopped by Yao Beluo. "Teacher, who should I talk to about changing majors? We haven't had such a precedent before. You can ask the head of the command department." Lin Yao nodded in thanks to the teacher and then turned to leave. After she left, Wang Jinsheng angrily shook off Yao Beluo. "Why'd you stop me? She is such a decisive person. Would she listen to anyone's advice?" Wang Jinsheng understood, but simply, "All right, who's next?" In a bad mood, Wang Jinsheng squeezed in front of Yao Beluo. "Teacher, I'm Wang Jinsheng, a new student from the command department, class of 317, here to report. Student, please maintain order and do not cut in line." Wang Jinsheng didn't dare to speak back to the teacher and could only glare at Yao Beluo unwillingly before stepping back behind him. After registering and stepping out, Lin Yao noticed that several more seniors had come around the one she had previously encountered. Seeing their numbers, she wisely explained, "Senior, that potion wasn't a praying potion. It's just an ordinary whitening potion." Among the seniors, the most prominent one stepped forward and said, after hearing the whole story from Xiezhong, "I guessed it. Senior, you're so smart." The tone was quite sincere, but it was hard to tell if he was genuinely complimenting her. After glancing at the person being pranked behind him, he took a deep breath and elegantly replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Junior. My name is Tang Jixuan. May I ask your name?" Tang Jixuan. This name was somewhat reminiscent of the boy she had encountered on the Desolate Star, seemingly part of the same series. Tang. He probably omitted a character when introducing himself to them. "My name is Lin Yao." Tang Jixuan didn't intend to seek revenge, did he? Lin Yao waved her light brain proudly and said, "But I've already successfully registered. This means our battle is over." Tang Jixuan chuckled and teased. "I thought you were quite brave. I didn't expect you to be afraid of retaliation." Lin Yao disagreed, saying, "What do you mean, Senior Tang? Being brave is being brave, and fearing revenge is fearing revenge. These are two different things. After all, I'm here to study, not to fight." "Quite good at arguing. Don't worry, we will honor our bets and one retaliate against you." After Tang Jixuan finished speaking, he led his group away with a fierce demeanor. Lin Yao remarked, "I just don't understand. Clearly, they lost, so why act all high and mighty?" Yao Beluo came out just in time to see Tang Jixuan leaving with his group and asked, "What did they say?" The one in front said his name is Tang Jixuan. "Tang Jixuan. Do you know him?" "Yes. He comes from the Tang family of Yanghe Star and is a standout in the command department, class of 316. Yanghe Star is one of the 5 major strong stars in the Yunmeng star system, only slightly inferior to Yunmeng star in terms of economic and military strength. Chapter 76. Roommates coming from such a planet and a famous family. Her background must be quite high. Oh, what he said about not retaliating against us should be true. Since he has spoken up, he must be able to keep the upperclassmen in check, Yao Beluo said. Wang Jinsheng finished registering and quickly walked over to the two of them. Lin Yao, have you finished registering? What are you planning to do next? I'm going to talk to the academic director and see if I can change my major. Are you really insisting on changing your major? Wang Jinsheng asked, and seeing her determined expression, he quickly changed the subject. Then I'll go with you. Seeing that Yao Beluo also looked like he wanted to accompany her, Lin Yao hurriedly refused. No need. I'm just going to ask about switching majors. I can go alone. Her refusal was decisive, and Wang Jinsheng and Yao Beluo couldn't say anything more. Before leaving, Wang Jinsheng said, "Oh, then let's exchange contact information. I got the compensation from that woman by Yu, and I promise to share it with you. As for the others, I have already distributed it in the Lin Time Mountain exam group, but you, no matter how I called you, you never showed up." Lin Yao was momentarily confused by what he said, and then remembered that she had muted that group because it was too noisy. She opened the group chat, and indeed saw many people some thanking her for the small tips on ability training she had shared, and others wanting to ask her about those tips. The one who heard the most was Wang Jinsheng, but he had never received a response. However, since they had run into each other now and would be classmates in the future, Lin Yao readily took out her light brain, and they scanned each other's contact information. "If you get into trouble, remember to call me." Lin Yao tapped his head. "Are you asking to get beaten up together? That works too. We share the burden. Are you silly? I'm leaving." After Lin Yao left, Wang Jinsheng proudly showed his light brain to Yao Beluo. "See, Lin Yao added me. She didn't even think to add you." Yao Beluo gave him a mocking glance. "Don't you know I've been in her contacts for a long time? Impossible. What did you add her?" "After the practical exam." "Damn it, I've been outdone by this kid again." After the three of them left, the new students of the 317th cohort in the command department began to register one after another. The intimidation prepared by the 316th cohort for the younger students turned into a complete joke due to Lin Yao's interference. After the three parted ways, Lin Yao went to the office of the academic director of the command department. The academic director, named Xiang Shangrong, was a gentle and refined middle-aged man. After hearing Lin Yao's intention, his smile momentarily froze. "Student, did you just say you want to change majors?" "Yes. Do you know that this opportunity is something many people can't even get into?" Director Xiang said earnestly. "I understand, but I still want to transfer back to the combat department. I wonder if that's possible. It's always been the case that only the command department can remove students. No student has ever requested to withdraw. In your situation, I need to report to the higher-ups." Lin Yao frowned slightly, feeling a bit annoyed. Matters that need to be reported step by step usually end up being pushed back and returned unchanged. Since it's so troublesome, then forget it. She just wanted to improve her strength and didn't want to get entangled in such trivial matters. Since it wouldn't work with the academic director, she would just have to find another opportunity later. "Student, what you're doing is correct. Acting impulsively will only lead to regret. It's better to honestly study in the command department," Director Xiang said with a serious expression, which sounded a bit harsh to Lin Yao. The direct admission institution of the First Middle Academy is the First Military Academy, which is also known for its strict regulations among all special middle academies. Therefore, this school is famous for having more boys than girls. The most evident reflection of the gender ratio is the distribution of dormitories. The girls' dormitories are buildings 1 to 8, occupying only 8 buildings in total. The boys' dormitories are buildings 9 to 42, totaling 33 buildings. The ratio between the two is an astonishing 1:4. Therefore, in many majors, there are generally only 1 or 2 girls enrolled. For example, in the command department that Lin Yao is in, as well as in the combat department, mechanical engineering department, information engineering department, and so on. When a major has too few girls to fill a dormitory with 4 people, they will be mixed into dormitories of other departments. The dormitory assigned to Lin Yao, 8 to 303, is a mixed dormitory, and quite a chaotic one at that. This was something Lin Yao only learned after entering the dormitory and introducing herself. "Hello, I'm Yun from the logistics department." A gentle and refined girl spoke first. Standing next to her was a tall girl, almost 9 meters, but she had a somewhat baby-faced, cute look, and her personality was shy. "I'm Wan Xiaoqi from the combat department." The last one was a cool girl dressed in dark clothing, exuding a strong aura, who was rubbing her light brain and coldly said, "Yumi, information engineering." Lin Yao smiled slightly and said, "Hello everyone. I'm Lin Yao from the command department. Wow, you're from the command department. That's so impressive. Yin said sincerely, full of envy. Not really, Lin Yao replied nonchalantly. Since we are all roommates. Let's go to the cafeteria together today to celebrate. Yin suggested. The baby-faced, sturdy Wan Xiaoqi was the first to respond. Sure. The food at the third cafeteria is particularly delicious. Let's go there. I think I'll pass. Yumi spoke a bit hesitantly. Yin pulled her a bit. We'll be together for 3 years. So let's get to know each other. Yumi rubbed her light brain, pouting and not speaking. Seeing her behavior, which reminded Lin Yao of a socially anxious little brother she knew in her previous life, she kindly said, if you're not comfortable, just do what you want. You don't have to mind us. Is that okay? Yumi's eyes brightened as she looked up at Lin Yao's smiling face. Then quickly looked down again. What's the problem? Just be yourself. Yin and Wan Xiaoqi. During the meal, they witnessed such a scene. The other three got their meals and chatted while eating. Yumi quickly finished her dinner and then pulled out her light screen and keyboard, starting to type away. Yumi typing on the keyboard exuded a completely different aura from before, radiating an inexplicable calmness and comfort. She was highly socially anxious and felt uncomfortable around others. She only felt secure when she had her most familiar things. Lin Yao, seeing the other two roommates staring in astonishment, explained, Wan Xiaoqi. It's surprising to think that I didn't dare to actively interact with others and called myself socially anxious. It turns out this is the real social anxiety. Chapter 77 debate, social anxiety can be mild or severe, and yours could be considered as such, Lin Yao explained. Yin also sighed, saying, when I saw this sister speaking stiffly and coldly in the dormitory, I thought she was hard to get along with. I didn't expect she just didn't dare to interact with others. Accompanied by the sound of Yumi typing on the keyboard, the four happily concluded their first gathering in dormitory 8 to 303. As they got up to leave the cafeteria, they unexpectedly ran into Lin Yu, who was entering with a group of men and women surrounded by them. After the practice exam, Lin Yao avoided the troubles and entanglements of the Lin family and did not return to the Lin family villa. She even blacklisted all the contacts from the Lin family. So she had a particularly quiet summer. It was so quiet that she almost forgot about the existence of Lin Yu's family. When Lin Yu saw Lin Yao, her pupils slightly constricted. During the last practice exam, although she had been poisoned and her emotions were somewhat out of control, the fear Lin Yao instilled in her when she beat her was still vividly remembered. She felt a bit scared and wanted to back off. But someone behind her said with a smile, Lin Yu, isn't that your cousin? Why don't you go greet her? Called out. Lin Yu had to step forward and said, Sister, where have you been? You didn't come home all summer, and my parents are worried sick about you. Perhaps because she had suffered a setback last time and didn't want to lose face in front of others. Lin Yu's greeting was quite tactful this time. Lin Yao had long noticed what was happening over here and naturally did not miss the person who was hinting behind Lin Yu. At a glance, she recognized that this person seemed to be the woman who had been saved from 2 men by the trickster during the last exam. Moreover, when she looked over, the woman subtly shrank her head back, clearly having recognized her. Knowing both Lin Yu and her, it was obvious that she was well aware of their relationship. Yet she still chose to fan the flames from behind. Was this a desire for revenge? After a quick thought, Lin Yao's expression remained unchanged. Taking a few steps back, she disdainfully avoided Lin Yu and said, Lin Yu, didn't you say last time during the practice exam that you hated me and that we weren't family? Didn't you say I was just a dog of your family? What are you doing now? Acting like good sisters in front of people, but behind my back. You want me to be your family's servant? Sister, I was just accidentally poisoned last time, which caused my mental state to be abnormal, and I said some nonsense. Why are you still holding a grudge against me for that? Lin Yu clearly had her excuses ready, and at this moment, she didn't even stutter, explaining very smoothly. After all, there are countless interstellar planets, and it's quite reasonable to accidentally eat or encounter something toxic during a practice exam. Then your teammates are really useless. A team of 6 boys, and you're the only girl who can't be protected. Your previous teammates, they wouldn't have all passed the first institute, would they? And are they following you now? Lin Yao stretched her neck, pretending to look at the group of people behind her. Lin Yu found herself in a difficult position because of her words and quickly interrupted. No, those behind are my newly acquainted classmates. Oh, that's good. Lin Yao patted her shoulder with a look of comfort. A girl as weak and unable to take care of herself as you should find a stronger man to protect you. I think this batch is quite good, much better than the previous ones. Lin Yu looked at the several boys and girls behind her, and upon hearing Lin Yao's words, their expressions were not very good. She hurriedly said, "Sister, you misunderstood. They're all my classmates, and it's so safe at school. There's no need for anyone to protect me." "Oh, that's true. The school is indeed very safe." "Then wait until the midterms and finals to find." Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Yu quickly interrupted, "Sister, my classmates and I are going to eat, so I won't chat with you anymore. Goodbye." Watching Lin Yu leave in a hurry, Lin Yao curled her lips and secretly activated the little scheme she had planted during the practice exam. Soon, she heard the group leaving suddenly erupt in a heated debate, with Lin Yu and the one fanning the flames engaged in a fierce argument in the cafeteria, which escalated to slapping and hair-pulling. Lin Yao walked back with her roommates, leaving the commotion behind her. Yi Yun enjoyed the gossip, unable to resist teasing. "TSK, your expression really looks like a villain." Wan Xiaoxi looked at her with admiration, saying, "Lin Yao, you are amazing. Without a single curse word, just a few plain sentences, and you shut Lin Yu up. If only I had your eloquence." Even the severely socially anxious Yumi was staring at her with bright eyes. This made Lin Yao doubt what kind of tongue-tied people were in her dormitory. Such a little skill was worthy of admiration. Needless to say, after confronting Lin Yu, Lin Yao's mood was indeed very pleasant. After completing her daily tasks, she finally lay on her bed in the dormitory and let out a happy sigh. Previously, she heard Bai Zhenjin say that students in the First Institute's dorms lived together in groups. She had imagined it would be like several beds, neatly arranged together on a military starship. In reality, the dormitory was more like a 4-bedroom apartment. Each person had a separate small bedroom, while the living room, bathroom, and other facilities were shared. This environment was better than what Lin Yao had lived in the Mingguang star system and better than the storage room in the Lin family villa. In any case, Lin Yao was quite satisfied. Lying on her bed in the dormitory, Lin Yao opened the system panel to check today's sign-in rewards. Host, Lin Yao, age, 16, ability, with system level 4, mental system level 3 to be restored. Extreme vision, level 1, physical skills. Level 3 sign-in points, 67 storage space, heart protecting scales 4. Broken energy shield, 1 First Institute map, 1 introduction of all faculty and staff at the First Institute, 1 daily tasks. Task 1. Complete 2 hours of physical training. Reward 1 sign-in point. Completed. Task 2. Complete 2 hours of ability training. Reward 1 sign-in point. Completed. Task 3. Upgrade extreme vision to level 2. Reward 3 sign-in points. Not completed. Seeing what she had obtained from today as sign-in, Lin Yao felt a bit disappointed. She thought that with a green sign-in point, she would at least get something comparable to a heavenly material or a manuscript from Academician Zheng. Instead, it seemed even worse than what she got from the white sign-in points. Feeling a bit let down, Lin Yao opened the map of the First Institute, planning to take a casual look. The map was 3D and fully dimensional, allowing for free adjustments of direction and size, and could even zoom in to see detailed views of specific areas at a 1:1 scale. Lin Yao casually clicked on the teaching building, and the map surprisingly displayed directional arrows. She perked up, clicked on another place, and the arrow changed direction again. It could provide real-time navigation, which was somewhat useful. At least she wouldn't have to download the campus map anymore. Chapter 78. On the possibility of system transfer, Lin Yao opened the complete introduction of all faculty and staff at First Middle School, arranged by position. She had just reported in and didn't know any teachers or people here, so she casually opened the principal's information to check. Principal's introduction. Name, Tang Mingda. Position, principal. Gender, male. Age, 195. Ability, Earth system level 8. Physical skills, level 9. Affiliated star system, Yunming star system. Major events. Born in 2722 in the Tang family of Yangtze Star. Graduated from the First Military Academy in 2743 and worked in the Expeditionary Army of Yunmeng star system. Summary. A retired soldier full of justice, dedicated to the country and its people. The principal's past was quite glorious. He achieved the rank of brigadier general at just over 100 years old. Later, due to a severe mental breakdown, he had to withdraw from the front lines and return to a non-combat position. After a long period of recuperation, he recovered his mental power and was appointed as the principal of First Middle School. After reading the principal's profile, Lin Yao clicked on other faculty members to take a look. It was quite interesting. The current strength of the faculty staff and their past experiences were clearly visible, especially the final summary, which was very helpful for Lin Yao to understand their personalities. She flipped through several profiles, and the system's evaluations were quite fair and positive. However, it was understandable since those who served at First Middle School had to have clean backgrounds to even get in. She randomly clicked on the introduction of the director of the command department. Name: Xiang Shangrong. Position: Director of the Command Department. Gender: male. Age: 123. Ability: Mental System Level 10. Water System Level 7. Physical Skills Level 11. Affiliated Star System. Losway Star System. Major Events: Born in 2794 in the Losway Star System. Smuggled to Yunmeng Star System E35 Star in 2795, and later became a member of the Xiang family of Nanjing Star. In 2812, he was contacted by the Losway Star System and asked to infiltrate the Yunmeng Star System. Summary: As a mixed blood of Losway people and Yunmeng people raised in the Yunmeng Star System, this guy ended up becoming a spy, so he's a complete white-eyed wolf. A hypocrite. Oh wow, she just saw something incredible. Lin Yao sat up straight in bed. A spy, an undercover agent. No wonder she always felt a bit uncomfortable in front of this polite and gentle director. It turned out he was just acting. But now that she discovered he was a spy, how should she handle it? Report? To whom? How to report? Lin Yao spent a few minutes pondering these questions. Reporting was definitely necessary, but the only big shot she knew was academician Zhang. She couldn't just tell him there was a spy in the school and ask him to send someone to catch him, right? That definitely wouldn't work. She couldn't explain the reason, and what if it backfired on her? Besides, academician Zhang was already so busy. Asking him to catch a spy would be too much of a burden. What if she reported it to the principal? The system had such a high evaluation of the principal. He should be able to handle it. But she neither knew the principal nor knew where he was, let alone had a way to contact him. How could she report it? Lin Yao looked at the introduction of the faculty and staff at First Middle School, and then at the map of First Middle School, thinking how nice it would be if these two could be combined. Then wait, just as Lin Yao was thinking this, the system popped up directly. Do you want to merge First Middle School map and complete introduction of all faculty and staff at First Middle School? Merge, Lin Yao decided without hesitation. After merging, the map displayed on the screen instantly changed. The originally separate character introductions transformed into small dots with names appearing at various locations on the three-dimensional map. Clicking on the small dots would bring up a window displaying the character's introduction and real-time location. For those currently not on campus, there is a thumbnail in the upper right corner along with their off-campus coordinates, but there was no map positioning or navigation. It was somewhat similar to a mini-map in an online game, with coordinate positioning and navigation, just missing a teleportation function. Speaking of teleportation, Lin Yao remembered the mini-space teleporter she signed in for from Surue. She tried to overlay this as well, but the system displayed teleporter level too low. Unable to merge. Seeing this, Lin Yao's eyes widened. The system saying the teleporter level was too low represented what? It meant that it could indeed merge with the teleporter to achieve a teleportation function. Lin Yao was so happy she felt like doing a somersault on her bed. This system was simply incredible. After being excited for a while, realizing that obtaining a higher-level teleporter might be a long way off, she could only put it aside for now. As for sending messages, that would have to wait until tomorrow. Because that night, Principal Tang Mingde was not even at school. The next day, as soon as Lin Yao woke up, she received a communication from Meng Xingchen. Sister, you need to check the campus network. Lin Yao instinctively clicked on the campus network and saw a hot topic tag. Surprising. The command department's class of 316 was actually defeated by the class of 317. Original poster. Everyone must know about the command department's class of 316 giving the class of 317 a warning. If you don't know, you can check the link XXXX. But as far as I know, all the students of class 317 successfully registered yesterday morning. And both class 316 and class 317 are tight-lipped about the reasons for their victory or defeat, hoping that any students who know the inside story will come forward. First floor, I thought the original poster knew the reason, but it turns out you were just blabbering here. Second floor. Oh, did class 316 lose too badly? And class 317 is keeping quiet? Third floor, who knows? The command department is full of a bunch of arrogant second-generation rich kids. They usually ignore us common folks. Now that they've lost face, they definitely want to come out to talk to us. Fourth floor. The original poster is making us curious. I really want to know the result. Fifth floor. Class 316 of the command department is really useless. They made such a big fuss about giving the freshmen a warning. Yet they were defeated in less than half a morning. What a disgrace. Sixth floor. Third floor. Your words are really sour. I can smell the vinegar from downstairs. Seventh floor. Are the freshmen of class 317 really that powerful? They defeated their seniors from the previous class. 13th floor. Would fifth floor dare to say this in front of the students of class 316? 14th floor. Would fifth floor dare to say this in front of the students of class 316? 15th floor. Would fifth floor dare to say this in front of the students of class 316? This line kept flooding the screen for several pages, and it was unclear whether it was the onlookers enjoying the drama or if there were students from class 316 sneaking in among them. 121st floor. A bunch of people who know nothing. What is there to gossip about? Let me drop a scoop. The key this time is a girl. 132nd floor. Which girl? A beauty that brings disaster? Is there drama? 146th floor. My mind just instantly filled in a 36-episode dog blood romance drama. You love me. I love him. He loves her. Chapter 79. Defamation Post 158. What are girls from other departments doing meddling in the battle between the new and old students of the command department? Post 165. It might not be a girl from another department, though. I heard there's a girl in the command department this year. Post 179. Will there really be girls signing up for the command department? She can't be the kind of person who dreams of being the only flower in the department, right? Post 181. Please, that would tarnish the image of those wealthy and handsome second-generation students in the command department. They're the spiritual nourishment for all the girls in the school. Post 195. Is no one curious about what that girl from the command department looks like? Following this comment, the entire thread quickly derailed to discussions about the girl from the command department. Before long, Lin Yao's public identity information was dug up by these people. Post 321. She looks pretty average, not even as pretty as the beauty of the pharmacy department, Sun Fei. Post 454. Is this the culprit behind the defeat of the 316th Command Department by the 317th? What started as a normal topic turned into spicy gossip in an instant. And spicy gossip spreads the fastest. Soon, the once boisterous topic about the 316th Command Department's defeat by the 317th transformed into discussions about Lin Yao, the only girl in the 317th Command Department, and her potential relationships with XX or XXX. Lin Yao looked at this and couldn't help but feel both amused and angry. What was initially just a discussion about the victory and defeat of new and old students in the command department had unknowingly morphed into a gossip thread, clearly indicating that someone was stirring the pot. However, the first middle school had created a relaxed environment for students amid serious teaching, intentionally turning the campus network into a place for freedom and leisure. Not only had they handed over management rights to the students, but they also allowed anonymity, emphasizing a lawless land of free speech. This left Lin Yao in a tough spot. She knew someone was causing trouble, but she couldn't even find the person in charge. Just as she was pondering how to catch the troublemaker, there was a knock at the door. Lin Yao opened it, surprised to see someone unexpected. It was Yumi, who appeared cold but was actually socially anxious. Yumi, are you looking for me? Have you seen the campus network? I have. Someone is causing trouble, Yumi affirmed. Really? But why do you trust me so much? We only met yesterday, Lin Yao asked. Do you want me to help you? What? Lin Yao didn't understand Yumi's concise speech at first. I can find out who is causing trouble. Wow, that would be amazing. By the way, do you want to come in and sit for a bit? Just the living room is fine, Yumi said. Lin Yao happily accompanied her to the living room. Yumi quickly sat at the table, projecting a keyboard and screen. At that moment, she didn't turn on privacy mode, and Lin Yao could see the characters on the screen rapidly changing as Yumi typed. She couldn't understand it, but it looked impressive. This made Lin Yao sit up straight. Soon, the results came out. Yumi pointed at a string of numbers on the screen and said, "This is it." Lin Yao, Seeing that Lin Yao didn't understand, she explained student ID number. Now Lin Yao understood. Although the campus network allowed students to manage their accounts, change usernames, and remain anonymous, the login ID number couldn't be changed, no matter how many names were used. Do you want me to help you again? Isn't that difficult? Lin Yao asked, realizing that Yumi's cold expression showed some hesitation. It involved hacking into the school's information database. Lin Yao's eyes widened. How could she say something criminal so calmly? That's too much trouble. I'll just ask someone else. Lin Yao quickly declined. If you can't find anyone, you can still come to me, Yumi said, and then returned to her room. Lin Yao could only thank her quickly. Thank you. I'll make you some potions later. Holding that string of ID numbers, Lin Yao hesitated for a moment, but decided to ask Yao Beiluo for help. When she contacted him, Yao Beiluo was pleasantly surprised. Lin Yao, what can I help you with? Without small talk, Lin Yao got straight to the point. I have a student ID number. Can you help me look it up? Send it to me, and I'll ask around. After Lin Yao sent the student ID, he hesitated a bit and asked, Are you checking about that post on the campus network? Yes. I already asked Tang Zhishuan. It wasn't them, and he's also helping to investigate. Why is he helping? Lin Yao was puzzled. Yao Beiluo clearly hesitated for a moment. Don't you think this seems a bit like retaliation from the 316th Command Department? If the 1st Middle School Command Department's retaliation is like this, I consider dropping out on the spot. Her serious tone made Yao Beiluo's expression stiffen. What do you mean? In battle against the enemy, any action is justified. However, the previous battle has ended, and we are back to being classmates and comrades. If they want to take action against me, they must declare war first. They neither declared war nor exploited gender weaknesses to tarnish the opponent's reputation. Such dirty tactics are truly contemptible. Lin Yao spoke with righteous indignation, but in reality, she had made it all up on the spot. After all, she couldn't tell the justice-filled Yao Beiluo that such a disgusting method felt familiar, right? She had long suspected who the troublemaker was, and asking someone to investigate was also to confirm that she wasn't wrong about the culprit. The school ID was neither particularly important nor unimportant. It was important because this ID was needed for exams, classes, and meals. It wasn't crucial because knowing someone else's ID didn't allow for any misuse, and there was no need to steal it. Therefore, many people didn't have a strong sense of confidentiality regarding their campus IDs. This made it easier for Yao Beiluo to inquire. With his extensive network of connections, he managed to gather the identity information linked to the ID number in about 2 hours. This person is called Ma Yin, a student from Class 3 of the Logistics Department, 316th batch. Do you know him? I don't know him, and I don't need to. I just need to find someone. Then let me take you to find him. Wait, do you know anyone from the school newspaper? I do. Here's a chance to do me a favor. Bring him along, and let's go find this Ma Yin together. Okay. Lin Yao realized that although Yao Beiluo wasn't decisive in his actions, his execution was indeed high. They agreed to meet in front of the Logistics Department teaching building in 10 minutes, and he arrived with someone in under 8 minutes. Lin Yao, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Hongyi, the president of the newspaper club. He's from the 316th batch of the Information Engineering Department. As he introduced Lin Yao to Zhang Hongyi, Lin Yao thought Zhang Hongyi looked like a rough and rugged guy, not at all resembling a student from the Information Engineering Department, let alone a journalism enthusiast. Chapter 80 Torture, he smiled slightly, and surprisingly, there was a hint of elegance amidst his rough demeanor. Hello, Lin. I've heard a lot about you. Lin Yao looked at him in confusion. You know me? The only female student in the conducting department of the First Central Academy in 100 years. Isn't that quite a reputation? Zhang Hongyi said seriously. Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Yao replied indifferently and got straight to the point. I have big news for President Zhang today. I wonder if you're interested? Zhang Hongyi was somewhat surprised by Lin Yao's calm reaction, but quickly shifted to a professional mindset. What news? It's about the story of a little cabbage who lost her parents early and was taken over by a cuckoo. Zhang Hongyi looked puzzled. Lin Yao had no intention of explaining. Just follow me. Zhang Hongyi glanced at the intermediary, Yao Beiluo, and seeing that he wasn't going to clarify anything either, he silently followed Lin Yao, filled with questions. Due to the new students' registration, the previous 2 batches of students had not yet officially started classes. At this moment, There were only a few students scattered in the logistics department's teaching building, perhaps because of Zhang Hongyi's fame. Some people recognized him as the president of the news agency when they saw him. It was unusual for the news agency president to suddenly appear in the logistics department. Those onlookers speculated that there must be big news and quietly followed along while calling their friends. Since Lin Yao was here to gather news, she naturally didn't mind having more spectators. By the time the three of them arrived at classroom 3 of the logistics department for the 316th batch, a large crowd had already followed behind them. "Excuse me, who is Ma Yin?" There were only 5 students in total in class 3 of the logistics department for the 316th batch. Seeing such a large crowd, they were somewhat startled. Upon hearing the question, the other 4 immediately pointed at a plain-looking boy. With so many people, Ma Yin felt a bit flustered but managed to stay calm. "I'm Ma Yin. What do you want from me?" "Nothing much. I just want to ask for an explanation." Lin Yao stepped forward and said, What explanation?" Ma Yin's expression turned a bit anxious upon seeing Lin Yao. "The hot post on the campus network, what did you say?" "I don't need to elaborate, do I?" Lin Yao got straight to the point. Hearing this, Ma Yin actually calmed down. "I just made a few casual comments." "What's the issue?" "The school allows free speech on the campus network. I didn't break any rules." "Yes, you didn't break any rules, but you've offended me." Lin Yao's voice remained calm. "What do you want?" Ma Yin seemed to think that the school's rules were his shield and became a bit arrogant at that moment. Lin Yao's movements were quick as she whipped out a vine and bound him. "Who said I was attacking you? Maybe I just want to play some bondage play?" Suddenly bound, Ma Yin panicked, not even having time to react. "What do you want?" Lin Yao leisurely walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and said in a very gentle tone, "I told you, I want to play bondage play with you. Don't you like it? Let me go." Ma Yin's face turned furious. "I saw your comments on the post. They were quite suggestive. I thought you liked it, so I came to satisfy you," Lin Yao said, pulling a seed from her pocket and holding it out to Ma Yin. "Do you know what this is?" "I don't know." Ma Yin turned his head to avoid it, but was forced by Lin Yao to look back. "This is called a kissing vine. It's not harmful. Its only hobby is to crawl on warm skin. The hotter it gets, the more it wants to burrow in. This bondage play, I'll let it entertain you, all right?" Hearing such a frightening description, Ma Yin screamed, "Lin Yao, I'll let you off because you're a girl. If you keep this up, I'll call the campus security." Most young people are passionate and impulsive, and sometimes they get carried away while fooling around. To manage such situations better, the school has selected outstanding individuals among the students to serve as campus security. "Oh, you want the campus security to come watch you play bondage play? Sure, I'll fulfill your wish," Lin Yao said with a smile, not hesitating as she activated the vine to let it slowly crawl onto Ma Yin. The kissing vine crawled onto Ma Yin's face, first tentatively trying to burrow into his mouth. Ma Yin dared not speak anymore, tightly pursing his lips to prevent the vine from entering. After struggling for a while and failing to get in, the vine began to try burrowing into his nostrils. How many people can endure something crawling into their nostrils, let alone a moving, fuzzy vine? Even a thread falling into a nostril is hard to resist without yawning. The kissing vine slowly began to crawl toward his nostrils. As it started to crawl, Ma Yin couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "Stop, stop." "Stop what? Don't you like it crawling into your nostrils? It can also go somewhere else like your ears or—" The last 2 words, Lin Yao whispered into his ear. "Do you prefer it burrowing in your back door?" Ma Yin got a shock and hurriedly said, "What do you want to know?" "I'll tell you everything." Lin Yao smiled and then urged the kissing vine to burrow into his clothes. "What do you mean, what do I want to know? Didn't I say I came to play bondage play with you?" Ma Yin wanted to speak, but the kissing vine crawling on him made him feel both itchy and nauseous. In fact, the kissing vine's touch was delicate and smooth. When it crawled on him, it felt more like a girl's hand gently caressing his body. Of course, if it accidentally applied too much pressure, it would feel like a girl's nails scratching against the skin. As soon as Lin Yao finished speaking, the kissing vine seemed to do something, causing Ma Yin to jerk his body suddenly, letting out a yell that was both itchy and painful, mixed with a hint of pleasure. After Ma Yin yelled out, the onlookers revealed a somewhat lewd expression of enjoyment, and some unethical individuals even started recording. This made him realize that he couldn't let it continue like this. He quickly crouched down, wriggling his body in an attempt to rub the kissing vine off him. But the kissing vine was controlled by Lin Yao using her powers. How could she let come off him? While he was wriggling, she forcefully activated the vine again. Ma Yin lost control and let out another yell. Even though he quickly realized it and tried to stop, the looks from the surrounding people instantly turned suggestive. Hey, don't move. If you move, the kissing vine won't be able to control its strength. If it accidentally hurts you, that would be bad. Chapter 81. Truth Serum. Lin Yao had a cold expression, but her words were profound. Ma Yin could no longer endure the torment and hurriedly said, I'll tell you everything. What will you say? Lin Yao's tone was chilling, yet it carried an inexplicable pressure. It was by Yu from the ability department. She came to me. She said you two are cousins, and her parents kindly took care of you while you grew up, but you are full of resentment toward her and her family. Not only do you bully her at home, but you also often speak ambiguously outside, tarnishing her reputation. Oh, is that what she said? What else? She also said, she doesn't actually want to hurt you. She just wants to ruin your reputation so that in the future, no one will believe what you say. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Yao remained still, but Yao Beiluo could no longer hold back. He rushed out and grabbed Ma Yin by the collar, excitedly saying, it's easy for you to say that, but don't you know how much damage such rumors can do to a girl? If she has a weak temperament, she might even commit suicide after being unable to prove her innocence. Yao Beiluo's eyes turned red with anger as he turned to the onlookers. I bet there are quite a few people here who participated in today as hot topic, right? You should know that rumors are also a knife, and every cut can kill without a trace. Zhang Hongyi quickly stepped into support. I believe some of you know that I am the president of the news agency. Before you go out and talk about this, think carefully about what you say. The campus network is a place for you to relax, not a place for you to run wild. Also, remember that the first middle school is a military preparatory school. The future soldiers, you better keep in mind not to tarnish this name. The threats from the two made those present quiet down. However, there were still some who were indifferent. Lin Yao didn't mind and continued to ask Ma Yin, you must have chat records, right? Send them to me. Ma Yin moved her hands and feet, which were bound by vines, signaling her to untie them. Lin Yao flicked her hand, and the vines disappeared. Yao Beiluo was still wary, fearing Ma Yin would suddenly turn against them, but unexpectedly, he honestly sent the chat records to her. Having obtained what she wanted, Lin Yao didn't linger and headed straight to the ability department with Yao Beiluo and Zhang Hongyi. The campus security team arrived at this moment, but only found a dispersed crowd. Seeing the dejected Ma Yin, they asked, did someone hit you? No. Ma Yin, looking very pale, denied it firmly. Since the person involved denied it, the campus security team couldn't insist and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Ma Yin ominously said, you might as well go to the ability department and see if you can catch a fight. The campus security team. Although Lin Yao was a freshman, she was from the healing department, so she was quite famous in the ability department. After all, besides being able to instantly heal external injuries, the healing type could also soothe mental strength to a certain extent. It could be said that as long as there was a healer nearby using their healing abilities, even if the mental strength was chaotic, it wouldn't reach the point of mental breakdown. With such a healer around, life had an extra layer of security. Therefore, when Lin Yao arrived at the ability department, she casually asked for Lin Yao's address. Lin Yao, I really envy you for awakening such a great healing ability. I bet all the ability users in the Yunmeng star system want to marry you. When Lin Yao entered the classroom of the ability department, she saw several boys and girls surrounding Lin Yao, with one girl speaking enviously yet jealously. Marrying such a venomous woman wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. Lin Yao interjected. Upon hearing her voice, the group noticed her arrival. A boy stepped forward wanting to show off, but was pushed aside by Lin Yao. This is none of your business. I'm here for Lin Yao. Seeing Lin Yao's aggressive demeanor, Lin Yao seemed to recall what she had done, momentarily flustered but quickly calmed down. Sister, what do you want from me? Lin Yao didn't engage in small talk and got straight to the point, the hot topic on the campus network. You had someone do it, right? Sister, what are you talking about? How could I do such a thing? Lin Yao denied. Are you sure you didn't do it? Sister, she blinked a couple of times, and tears fell down. This made her seem pitiful, turning Lin Yao into the apparent villain. Those around who wanted to speak up in defense were silenced by a look from Lin Yao, combined with the pressure of her mental ability. Anyone not involved, keep your mouth shut. The moment she released her mental pressure, Yao, Beluo, Zhang Hongyi, and the onlookers outside the pressure range felt a powerful force. However, Lin Yao was handling serious business, so no one spoke further. After threatening those present, Lin Yao slowly said, "All right, now that no one is bothering us, you can cry and clarify things. Did you have any involvement in the campus hot topic?" Sister, She looked around, trying to find someone to help her. Unfortunately, those people were all restrained by Lin Yao and couldn't move. "Don't look. No one can help you here. Speak up. Did you have any involvement in the campus hot topic?" "I didn't, sister." Lin Yu gritted her teeth and denied it. "Are you sure? Are you absolutely certain you didn't find anyone to comment on the campus hot topic to slander my reputation?" "I absolutely." Lin Yao lightly laughed, interrupting her words. "Don't rush. There are some things I want to bet with you. If you're sure, I will have someone investigate. If it turns out to be unrelated to you, I will transfer all the assets left by my parents to you without compensation. If it turns out to be related to you, you will drink this potion." Lin Yao's parents passed away, and although the company they left behind was managed by the family, the shares were in her name. Apart from the company's shares, there were also some houses, jewelry, and other real estate. While it was unknown how much had been embezzled, if the remaining assets were successfully inherited, Lin Yao could become a truly wealthy woman. When Lin Yu heard Lin Yao say she would transfer all her parents' assets to her without compensation, her eyes instantly lit up. However, upon seeing the potion Lin Yao presented, she began to hesitate. "What is this potion?" "This is called the Truth Serum. If you drink this potion, I will ask you questions. Of course, you can choose not to answer. But if you do answer, what you say must be the truth." As she spoke, Lin Yao's fingers quickly tapped on the holographic computer. Chapter 82, Betting Soon. A betting agreement appeared in front of Lin Yu. Signing this agreement means that if you win, you'll instantly possess a fortune of billions and step onto the pinnacle of life. If you lose, taking the Truth Serum will only make you say a few honest words. Lin Yao's voice carried a hint of seduction. Lin Yu listened, pursing her lips in silence, but Lin Yao knew she was intrigued. She and her entire family wanted the assets under Lin Yu's name, but they were not united with the Lin family. The two sides monitored and restrained each other, which allowed Lin Yao to survive until now. When the opportunity presented itself during the practical exam, Lin Yu couldn't wait to eliminate Lin Yao. If it weren't for Lin Yao from the Mingguang star system being reborn, Lin Yu's family and the Lin family would probably be fighting over Lin Yao's assets by now. The opportunity to obtain the wealth under my name is only now. You should know that I will be 18 soon. Once I turn 18, even if I'm weak, I won't be able to compete with you. But to disgust you, I could donate my shares to a powerful force. At that time, it would be up to you to see if you can compete with them. Lin Yao's uncle definitely wouldn't be able to compete. If he could, he wouldn't have only secured the living rights to the Lin family's villa and ended up with a useless position in the company. Lin Yu understood her father's strength and knew Lin Yao was speaking the truth. However, she was still a bit hesitant. If she lost the bet, her current situation would likely be ruined. But if she won, actually, healing powers are the best. As long as one doesn't commit heinous crimes, they can live quite well. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu remembered her healing abilities. Because of their unique function, as long as one doesn't commit serious crimes, they generally won't be sentenced to death. Lin Yu had done many bad things, but nothing particularly evil. Healing abilities were her strongest trump card. With this in mind, Lin Yu made her decision. "All right, I'll bet with you." "Great, then let's sign the agreement." An agreement that has been notarized by the Star Network is recognized by the judiciary. Lin Yu glanced at the terms, confirmed there were no traps, and decisively signed the agreement. Once the agreement was signed and submitted, 6 big characters appeared. Agreement signed successfully. "All right, Lin Yu, I'll ask you one more time. Are you absolutely sure you didn't find someone to comment on the campus hot post and tarnish my reputation?" "Absolutely." "Good. I knew you would deny it." Lin Yao directly revealed her chat records with Ma Yin. Seeing the chat records, Lin Yu's pupils constricted. "Sister, you just casually find a record and say it's a conversation between me and someone else. That's too absurd, right?" Lin Yao had anticipated her reaction and revealed the video. It was Ma Yin admitting that Lin Yu sought him out, explicitly and implicitly prompting him to tarnish Lin Yao's reputation. Of course, you can continue to deny this, but Ma Yin secretly recorded the scene of you acting cute with him. Do you want to see it? Ma Yan, a sleazy guy, recorded it for who knows what reason, but he indeed left footage of Lin Yao. However, it wasn't the scene where Lin Yao sought his help. Lin Yao didn't dare to watch. She was afraid that Ma Yan had captured some compromising angles, which would embarrass her. So, she decisively admitted, fine. I did say something like I have a bad relationship with her, damn. But I never directly asked him to help tarnish your reputation, did I? Although she was a green tea bitch, she was also a somewhat clever one. She would never explicitly state such incriminating evidence in a chat. She would only imply it indirectly. That way, even if it was eventually revealed, there would be no evidence to prove she had done anything. She had done such covert actions countless times without leaving a trace, and she had never slipped up. Lin Yao's confidence made Lin Yao unable to help but applaud. I really admire your confidence. However, you underestimate Ma Yan. In a military academy with more males than females, Ma Yan, as a seasoned sycophant, has accumulated a lot of experience after multiple failures. If Lin Yao wanted him to do something bad without giving him any benefit, why would he agree? After much coaxing, Lin Yao refused to give him any sweet rewards, and in his anger, he wanted to gather some evidence to threaten her. He had a little-known ability called attraction, which could be classified as a control-type psychic ability. It allowed him to guide others to unknowingly express their innermost thoughts. This ability was pitifully weak, and he found it hard to successfully deploy it, but coincidentally, that time he succeeded. Ma Yan left this evidence to manipulate Lin Yao. However, Lin Yao's psychic abilities were incredibly powerful. Due to physical limitations, she could only exert a level 4 strength. But her past experiences quickly allowed her to discover Ma Yan's psychic abilities. She subtly used her psychic powers to suggest that he hand over all the evidence regarding Lin Yao to her. And then Lin Yao found that big surprise among the evidence. If she didn't have solid evidence in hand, how could Lin Yao dare to take the betting step? She had other methods, but doing so could only expose Lin Yao's true nature and wouldn't allow Lin Yao to directly crush their family as she wished. As Lin Yao confidently swore and felt assured, Lin Yao whipped out the video of Ma Yan recording. This evidence should be enough to pin you down, right? No, that's impossible. I never said that. If you think the video is fake or edited, I can upload it for verification on Star Network. However, once the video is verified as genuine, the recent bet will directly determine you lost, and this matter will be made public. So, do you want to admit defeat voluntarily? Or let the Star Network determine your loss? Lin Yao handed the truth serum to her. Admit defeat, and you drink this. No. Lin Yao tried to swat away the serum, but Lin Yao easily dodged. Lin Yao was unwilling to admit defeat, shouting, "You're doing this on purpose. This was a trap you and Ma Yan set to frame me. I never said that. Your ability to turn the tables is still so strong." Lin Yao shook her head, looking at her disapprovingly. "Since your family started living in my family's villa, you've been like this. At home, you abused me, treated me like a servant, made me live in the storage room, didn't feed me, and often beat me. Yet outwardly, you claimed to treat me like a princess, saying I was too willful, not only disobeying but also bullying your siblings." Lin Yao paused, seeming both sad and nostalgic. "You mistreated me, and now you want to ruin my reputation and trample me into the mud. For the assets under my name, you even resorted to dark methods during the practical exam to kill me. I barely made it back alive and didn't want to deal with your family, wanting to avoid you, who knew you wouldn't give up and kept pressing. Since that's the case, I'll send your family in." After finishing her words, Lin Yao decisively poured the truth serum into Lin Yao's mouth. Lin Yao certainly wanted to resist, but she was no match for Lin Yao. Once the truth serum was downed, Lin Yao switched to recording mode, asking about her childhood experiences, recording bit by bit. Lin Yao could choose to remain silent, but Lin Yao wouldn't allow it. The little tricks she planted during the practical exam were all for this opportunity to completely avenge the original owner. Every time Lin Yao tried to be quiet, Lin Yao would poke her with her psychic ability. Eventually, Lin Yao spoke more and more, and she simply broke down, spilling everything like bamboo shoots. With Lin Yao's confession, it could prove that Lin's uncle's family had been abusing her since childhood. Lin Yao directly submitted the evidence to the school's legal department, applying for legal assistance to remove her uncle Lin's guardianship. The original Lin Yao had secretly kept some evidence, and with Lin Yao's testimony, the evidence was conclusive. The powerful legal department of the First Intermediate Court not only removed Lin's uncle's guardianship, but also evicted his entire family from the original owner's villa. Even the real estate and valuable items that were directly occupied by Lin's uncle's family were recovered as much as possible, with demands for compensation for those that could not be retrieved. The good reputation created by Lin's uncle's family and the defamation against Lin Yao were both directly reversed after the lawsuit. Although Lin Yao was still studying at the First Intermediate Court, due to her character issues, she became an object of exclusion and had to temporarily suspend her studies. Classmate Lin Yao, your application for legal assistance at school has been successfully concluded. Is there anything else you need? I have inherited property from my parents, and I have decided to donate it all to the school to support the education and living expenses of impoverished students from remote planets. I would appreciate it if the legal department could help me with this again. The legal department staff were somewhat surprised. Miss Lin, you won't keep any of it? With the Lin family's operations over the years, it's unlikely that you can retrieve shares or anything like that on your own, and even if you do, it would be quite troublesome. Donating it is understandable. However, those jewels and real estate are fixed assets, and without your signature, others cannot take them away. Those can still be retrieved, and retrieving them won't be troublesome. No need. After so many years, I don't even know what they have been ruined into. There's no point in getting them back. Lin Yao's thought was that these were all things left by the original owner and her parents. For her, it felt undeserved. So it was better to donate them, which could be seen as the original owner's family contributing to the Yunmeng galaxy. She also hoped that those who received the donations would remember the good of the original owner's family. Upon hearing Lin Yao's explanation, the school legal department staff expressed their understanding. The First Intermediate Court is a direct school of the First Military Academy, and they represent the military. With the military's involvement, even the Lin family from the second-tier Yunmeng star would be completely unable to compete. Not only would they return all the shares that originally belonged to Lin Yao without any discounts, but they would also have to return all the income from those shares over the years. Of course, that was a matter for later. After dealing with Lin Yao entrusted Zhang Hongyi to edit this matter into a news release. The news agency had a high spread rate. In just one day, everyone knew that Lin Yao, the only girl in the command department, was the victim of a smear campaign on the campus network, which was done by Lin Yao from the ability department. Although some people didn't even know who Lin Yao was, it didn't stop them from discussing the matter passionately. After learning the ins and outs of the situation, several members of the Mingguang team came over to comfort her. Boss, why didn't you involve me in this? I even came to give you a heads up. Meng Xingchen complained. Bai Jinjin directly knocked his head twice. What can you do if I include you? Are you going to use your high combat power to defeat the opponent, or use your eloquence to make them speechless? I can cheer for the boss and boost morale. Come on, Yao Beiluo is standing next to the captain, and his presence can overshadow you tenfold. While the two were bickering, Zhang Feng had a serious look on his honest face. Captain, although we might not be able to help you much right now, we will definitely work hard to improve and catch up with your pace. All right, military training is coming soon. I hope you three can deliver good results. I will do my best, Captain. Don't worry, I passed the special recruitment exam, and military training will be a piece of cake. Chapter 83 Military Training. The First Middle Academy aims to align everything with the First Military Academy, and it is very strict in terms of management. After 3 days of new student registration, the students were immediately taken to the military training base for military training, which is essentially interstellar defense education. Before arriving at the school, the 4 members of the team had already learned about the military training process. The necessary items were also prepared and stored in their space bags, ready to be taken out upon arrival. On the 4th day of school, the new students were taken to the military training base early in the morning by spaceship. After disembarking, the check-in system prompted them with a green check-in point. System, detected check-in point. Yunmeng Star Military Training Base. Would you like to spend 3 check-in points to check in? Lin Yao naturally chose to check in. Check-in successful. Received Yunmeng Star Military Training Base Map 1, Mini Signal Station 1. Lin Yao would not complain about the map at this point. However, as for the mini signal station, Lin Yao didn't have time to open the system to understand it, because the instructors didn't give them time to pack their things and directly began the training. The instructors did not differentiate between departments or classes. They simply classified the students into training groups based on their physical skill levels and practical exam scores. Lin Yao performed outstandingly in the practical exam, so she was placed in the top tier group during the division. In this group, besides the top ability user Yao Beluo and the top martial artist Zhang Feng, there were several familiar faces for Lin Yao, including Zhou Heng, Wang Jincheng, and her roommate Wan Xiaoqi. Even Meng Xingqian, who had low combat power, squeezed into this top-tier group with a level 4 martial arts skill. Once the classes were divided, their instructor came over. "Hello, everyone. I am your instructor Siejua for the military training class of the Middle Academy. As the top tier of this year's first Middle Academy, I will train you with the highest intensity and strictness. I hope you can display your highest standards to handle this training and set a good example for the students in the lower tiers, achieving the results that a leader should achieve." Good. Meng Xingqian, always the enthusiastic supporter, was the first to respond actively. Siejua looked deeply at Meng Xingqian and said, "Is it only the student who is responding? Does no one else have the confidence to do well?" Under the pressure of the instructor, everyone had to collectively respond with a good. They then exchanged glances with Meng Xingqian, who was feeling quite pleased with himself. Before the training started, the instructor brought over a box of gravity belts. The belts were 3 times the weight for those at the peak of level 4 martial arts or above 2, 5 times for those above beginner but below peak level 4, and 2 times for beginners. They were to pick their own belts and help each other put them on. Of course, those wanting to challenge themselves could choose higher multiples. After the instructor finished speaking, the students from class 1 lined up to collect their gravity belts, arranged by strength. Lin Yao was in the middle of the line. When she returned with her gravity belt and was about to ask a classmate nearby to help her put it on, Yao Beluo, Zhang Feng, and Wang Jincheng in front all turned around in unison and said, "Lin Yao, Captain, let me help you put it on. Just one person is enough to help me. Why do so many want to? I'll do it." Wang Jincheng spoke first, but was stopped by Yao Beluo. "You're too rough. Just don't." Zhang Feng wanted to help, but was blocked by Zhou Heng, who seemed to enjoy the show. "Since both of them want to help you, just let them." Lin Yao couldn't understand why they were making such a fuss over something so trivial, so she directly asked Wan Xiaoqi, who was watching the drama, "Xiaoqi, come help me put it on." Wan Xiaoqi walked over with big strides, helping her put on the wristband while teasing Lin Yao, "Your charm is great. They're about to fight over you. They're just bored. Once the training starts, I guarantee they won't even have the strength to talk. You really don't understand romance." Wan Xiaoqi shook her head. Lin Yao moved her wrist to get used to the gravity belt and lazily said, "Isn't it good to work hard when you're young? Besides, do you really think these boys have romance on their minds? Their fierce competition is because they like you?" Wan Xiaoqi asked in confusion. "Of course not. They like my strength." Lin Yao threw a punch, producing a sound that tore through the air. Wan Xiaoqi swallowed hard and said, "Now I kind of believe they admire your strength." As military training began, they started with basic warm-up exercises. The students wearing gravity belts of different weights were not used to it at first, making a mess of the warm-up exercises. After finally completing the warm-ups, they were all drenched in sweat. Instructor Siejua saw this and reminded them, "I want to remind you to adapt to the gravity belts as quickly as possible. Otherwise, you won't be able to endure even the most basic training today." After the warm-up, they moved on to various high-difficulty equipment training. Thanks to the popularity of martial arts, both men and women in the interstellar community, once they reach the corresponding martial arts level, also see improvements in their physical qualities. However, just because their physical qualities have improved does not mean they can achieve corresponding levels in practical application. For example, a level 4 martial artist might have a punch force of about 800 kilograms, but someone without specialized training cannot reach that punch force. Conversely, someone who has undergone specialized training might exceed 1,000 kilograms of punch force. Students in school are somewhat better than those in the workforce. They receive comparatively professional guidance and can generally achieve around 700 kilograms of punch force. As the top combat force of the First Middle Academy, the average level of Class 1 can reach 750 kilograms. This result is considered good, but since the instructors are here to improve them, they wouldn't be satisfied with such results. They set a benchmark of 900 kilograms. Those who pass can move on to the next project, while those who do not must continue training until they meet the standard. For those with significantly low scores, The instructor personally taught them how to punch effectively and how to train to improve their punch force. A punch force of 900 kilograms is already at the level of top-tier warriors among level 4 martial artists, and even in Class 1, very few passed. Zhang Feng, a martial arts genius, smoothly passed even the 1,800-kilogram benchmark for level 5 martial arts. Yao Beluo, Wang Jinsheng, Wan Xiaoqi, and others also met the standard, while Zhou Heng fell just short. Surprisingly, the seemingly thin Lin Yao managed to punch out nearly 1,000 kilograms of force. Wan Xiaoqi surrounded her with a look of astonishment and asked, "How are you so strong? Just train more." This body didn't originally have such capability. It was her determination and the 2 months she spent training during the summer vacation that made it possible. Chapter 84, Military Training 2, in this way. Her physical performance in various aspects was significantly worse than before. However, there was nothing to be done. Many things require long-term training to achieve. Strength, speed, endurance, resistance to blows, and reaction time are all important indicators of combat effectiveness. After testing the strength of the limbs, they began speed tests, endurance tests, resistance to blows, and reaction time tests. By the end of the tests, the students from the first middle school were basically wiped out. However, Siehua had anticipated this outcome. After all, even in the military base, there were very few who could meet all the standards he set. The reason for this was to give these talented individuals a reality check, so they wouldn't become too arrogant and difficult to manage in the end. The first day of training ended with all the tests. Everyone was not only physically exhausted, but also mentally impacted. Especially the top students in the military training class, after the tests, realized how poor their performance was, and they all sighed in disappointment. On the other hand, Meng Xingchen, who ranked at the bottom of Class 1, was still full of energy. "Boss, you did so well. Aren't you happy?" Seeing Lin Yao silent, Meng Xingchen couldn't help but ask with concern. "No, I'm just looking at everyone like this. If I seemed too energetic, it would seem out of place." In fact, she had just seen someone who looked somewhat familiar and was a bit lost in thought. The true out-of-place Meng Xingchen. At that moment, Bai Zhenjin leaned over from behind. "I really envy the three of you for being in the same class. There's really nothing to envy about this. Just look at Zhang Feng, a level 5 martial artist. Look at how discouraged he is." Meng Xingchen pointed to Zhang Feng, who was drooping in front. Bai Zhenjin rolled her eyes at him. "I would rather be beaten in Class 1 than have too big a gap with you guys. This is just a division based on martial arts and combat power. If we add in abilities, I can't compete with you." Meng Xingchen comforted her. "Having only abilities without martial arts will hold you back in combat." Bai Zhenjin was very clear-headed. "Then don't be too anxious. This takes time. By the way, your martial arts should be close to leveling up, right?" During the 20 days of preparing for the special recruitment exam, Bai Zhenjin was also exhausted. Bai Zhenjin shook her head. "I don't know. I don't feel anything yet." This seemed to be a conversation that dug itself into a hole. Meng Xingchen felt a bit awkward, but Bai Zhenjin directly pointed out his intentions. "All right, you don't need to find topics to comfort me. I'm not as weak as you think. By the way, how did your test results go today?" "I basically failed all 5 categories. Zhang Feng's speed and reaction time were quite far off, while the boss only had a deficiency in resistance to blows. The rest met the standards." Bai Zhenjin quietly gave a thumbs up, so the captain is still the captain. But the captain is feeling low even with only 1 category not meeting the standard. I think the captain isn't feeling down just because of that 1 standard. Of course, what could she do alone against 3? If she's feeling low, what about the others? So, as the one at the bottom, should I cry to express my current emotions? If you can cry, then go ahead. Then forget it. When they returned in the evening, everyone was mentally and physically exhausted and had to tidy up their dorms. The dormitory was extremely simple, a small room for 12 people. It was all bunk beds and the beds were small, measuring 0.92 meters, which felt very cramped for the current students. Besides the bunk beds, there were only a few metal wardrobes. This made many girls feel not just disappointed. Some were on the verge of tears. Watching a group of people standing dazed in the dormitory, Lin Yao reminded them, "Instead of being disappointed here, shouldn't you hurry up and clean? If we drag this out, we might lose water and electricity at night." Everyone. Wan Xiaoqi was the quickest to react. She pulled Yiyun and Yumi along. following Lin Yao to fetch water and clean. Seeing someone moving, the others in the dormitory finally started to move as well. Having been used to having housekeeping robots, these people were truly lacking in self-care abilities. Lin Yao had to teach them step by step how to clean, organize their beds, and tidy their wardrobes. Busy chatting, they finally finished tidying up before the evening whistle for lights out. Wan Xiaoqi lay on the bed next to Lin Yao, sighing. Lin Yao, you guessed it right. There really is a set bedtime. Luckily we listened to you. Listen to the dorm next door. They are still busy. Military management naturally follows the rules. We're tired today. Let's go to sleep quickly. I estimate that we'll definitely have an early whistle tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Wan Xiaoqi, quickly closed their mouths and tried to fall asleep. Lin Yao took advantage of the little time before sleep to open the system panel to check today as harvest. Host. Lin Yao age, 16 ability. Level 4 wood system. Level 4 mental system, to be restored. Level 1 extreme, I'm martial arts. Level 4 sign-in points. 71 storage space. Heart guarding scales 4. First middle school intelligent positioning map, 1 Yunming, star garrison training base map, 1 mini signal station, 1 daily tasks. Task 1. Complete 2 hours of martial arts training. Reward sign-in point 1 point. Completed. Task 2. Complete 2 hours of ability training. Reward sign-in point 1 point. Completed. Task 3. Raise extreme, IDA level 2. Reward sign-in point 3 points. Not completed. Looking at the system description, Lin Yao felt speechless. It was a map and signal station. Did the system think she was directionally challenged? However, the things were still decent. In the future, when she goes to some wild star, she won't have to worry about losing signal or not being able to return. On the second day of military training, the whistle sounded at 5 o'clock in the dormitory building on time. Those who slept well and those who did not had to get up quickly. While other dormitories were hurriedly getting up and tidying up, the people in Lin Yao's dormitory, under her reminder, got up right away. They first completed their washing up and then organized their dorms. Without the delays of many people waiting to wash up, they had much more time. The morning assembly on the second day of military training was certainly chaotic, and it was the same for both boys and girls. The instructors, as per tradition, gave these freshmen another round of verbal blows until they no longer had the nonchalance they had when they first arrived before starting today's training. Then, for the next few days, they underwent hellish weakness improvement training. Every day, they gathered for basic training, followed by each person training their weaknesses specifically. Siejua arranged for everyone in Class 1 to pair off for battles or fight against robots. When it was Lin Yao's turn, Siejua directly said, Lin Yao, come fight with me. Chapter 85 Military Training 3 Lin Yao scanned Siejua's level and abilities with her extreme vision. His physical skills were about level 7, and his ability was earth-based, also around level 7. She hated fighting against someone stronger than herself, especially earth-based abilities. They seemed inflexible, but provided comprehensive defense, making it hard to find any flaws. She simply didn't know where to start. However, this time she was training her ability to withstand blows. So she didn't need to think about how to counterattack. She just had to take the hits. Siejua, on the other hand, was dissatisfied with her passive approach. Lin Yao, you need to attack. Isn't this about training your ability to withstand blows? Training that ability also requires you to give it your all. Otherwise, if you only learn to take hits, how will you improve in other areas? All right then. Once Lin Yao began to give it her all, she realized the instructor's good intentions. The physical and mental energy consumed by only defending was completely different from that expended in a full-on battle. To improve, both had to be pursued simultaneously without any slackening. It was frustrating that in their previous lives, they hadn't had good conditions or such professional training. Otherwise, the final results might not have been so dire. Of course, Lin Yao only thought about this. She had ample combat experience that was no less than Siejua's, and it wasn't that easy for Siejua to hit Lin Yao at first. He could only suppress her when her stamina was depleted and she couldn't keep up in all aspects. Lin Yao's combat power is completely unlike what a student your age should have. Siejua couldn't help but praise. The instructor should have seen this during the practical exam. Taking advantage of Siejua's moment of distraction, Lin Yao landed a punch on his face. Wasn't the instructor the one who helped me kill that level 5 giant python? Lin Yao laughed. You actually recognized me. Of course. I was a bit worried about being retaliated against, so I made a special note of you. Siejua shook his head with a smile. You're truly a prodigy as a student. I estimate that by the time you reach my level, you'll be the one suppressing me. As he spoke, Siejua threw a punch that knocked Lin Yao down. Lin Yao quickly got back up and attacked him again. Don't worry, by that time, I will definitely show mercy. Having confidence is a good thing, but talking too much will get you hit. It doesn't matter. I'm here to take hits anyway. All right, I'll fulfill your wish and make sure you can't get up. The result of that day's training was that while everyone else was doing fine, only Lin Yao, with the strongest overall abilities, was knocked down and had to be carried back by Wan Xiaoqi. Bai Zhenjin, watching from the side, couldn't help but gloat. Captain, don't you feel embarrassed? Of course, there's a bit of embarrassment, but being stubborn is more important. Why care about face? The most important thing is to improve my strength. Wan Xiaoqi echoed. Right, if I had Lin Yao's strength, I would also be willing to get beaten like this. That's not the case. With your physique, we might need to find a few people to carry you. Bai Zhenjin spoke too quickly and only realized afterward that this was a classmate she wasn't too familiar with, not Meng Xingchen, with whom she could trade barbs. Sorry, It's fine. You teammates get along so well without any scheming. I actually envy you. Then do you want to join our Mingguang team? Bai Zhenjin looked at Lin Yao, who was being carried by Wan Xiaoqi. Captain, what do you think about letting her join our team? Wan Xiaoqi was strong and had a good personality. Although they had only spent 2 or 3 days together, Bai Zhenjin felt very comfortable with her. Sure, the expeditionary force of the Yunmeng star system has always operated in teams, so the 1st Middle Academy, as a military reserve, can also register teams. Teams in junior schools can have a maximum of 10 members. After registration, exams, field training, and various competitions can all be conducted on a team basis. The Mingguang team had not registered yet because their number was below the minimum of 5 members. Before enrolling, Lin Yao had mentioned a few teammates. If there were suitable candidates, they could try to invite them to join. Perhaps everyone had high standards for teammates or cared more about harmonious interactions among teammates. So they had always been cautious about recruiting new members. All right, once I drop my previous team, I'll come join your Mingguang team. Wan Xiaoqi was very straightforward. You had a team before? Is it okay to drop out like this? It's fine. They can't beat me anyway. Wan Xiaoqi smiled sweetly, which was in stark contrast to her tall stature. Bai Zhenjin couldn't help but chuckle at her cute demeanor. Xiaoqi, I just realized you actually have a cute girl face. Really? Of course. Once military training is over, I'll give you a makeover. You'll definitely become a big cute girl. Wow, I'm looking forward to it. Lin Yao felt a bit out of place in this conversation. Once she felt her stamina had recovered somewhat, she asked Wan Xiaoqi to let her down. It's rare that you two can chat so well. Just go ahead and talk. I can walk slowly by myself. The two were still a bit worried. Just then, Wang Jinsheng dashed over. It's okay, I'll take care of Lin Yao. Although Wang Jinsheng's personality was a bit unreliable, he was still trustworthy in character. So, the two left Lin Yao and happily continued to chat and dress up. Wang Jinsheng supported Lin Yao, who was walking slowly, and snorted. Lin Yao turned to glance at him, but didn't pay much attention. A moment later, Wang Jinsheng snorted again, louder than before. Lin Yao couldn't even pretend she didn't hear him. What's wrong with you? Is your nose having issues? Is your team still recruiting? Lin Yao chuckled. Why are you being so awkward, just as a good-hearted youth? Yes. Then why don't you ask me? Didn't I ask you before? Can't you ask me again? That's not good. What if you really don't want to come, and I end up bothering you? Lin Yao teased him. Wang Jinsheng shot her a sidelong glance. During the practical exam, you beat me in front of so many people and weren't afraid of bothering me. Wasn't it because among so many people, only you had the strongest ability and the best mental quality? This was indeed the truth. Among the 3 team leaders, Zhou Hong had relatively low combat power and was somewhat hypocritical, while Yao Beluo thought too much. Only Wang Jinsheng had sufficient combat power, could take hits, and was carefree. Picking on him wouldn't hurt his self-esteem, nor would he seek trouble behind the scenes after losing face. Fortunately, Wang Jinsheng didn't know Lin Yao's true thoughts. Otherwise, the cheerful expression on his face would probably fade away. Chapter 86 Military Training for Alright. Since you're flattering me so much, I'll reluctantly join your team. Lin Yao wanted to say it wasn't necessary to force it, but she was afraid that the boy would throw her out if he got angry. Right now, her combat power was 0, and she couldn't defeat him. However, today was indeed a bit dreamy. She was originally worried about whether she could recruit enough teammates before the midterm exam, but unexpectedly, she secured double the amount today. In the first few days of military training, due to the high-intensity exercises, the freshmen were so exhausted that they didn't even have the energy to chat. So everyone was very well behaved. After adapting for 2 days and getting used to the high-intensity training, everyone had the energy to start moving around. Early that morning, before training had even begun, Lin Yao and Wan Xiaoqi's roommate, Yiyun, came over with Yumi to find them. "Wow, I'm really impressed. Your class is full of talented people," Yiyun exclaimed as soon as she arrived. Seeing the crowd that gathered because of her exclamation, Wan Xiaoqi awkwardly pulled her aside. "Yiyun, what are you doing here? Has today's training been completed?" "Not yet, but I have experience now. I can probably finish the training in 6 hours. So I came to find you guys. I want to see if I can learn from you top students and improve alongside you. If you want to know anything, just ask me first and I'll tell you what I know. If I don't know, I'll help you ask." Wan Xiaoqi was quite enthusiastic about inquiries on this topic. "I want to ask everything. Strength, speed, endurance, resistance to blows. Reaction time. I don't meet the standard in any of them. Besides practicing every day, I don't know where to focus my efforts." Lin Yao said, "If you don't meet the standard in all 5 areas, then practice comprehensively to improve all around. We're still young. It's the right time to build a foundation. So none of the 5 areas can be neglected. We need to practice them all together and improve together. Lay a good foundation, and when we grow up, if we want to specialize, it will be much easier." "Yiyun, what you just said might not be very intuitive." Lin Yao told us about a barrel theory. She said that in ancient times, wooden boards were used to make barrels for holding water. The amount of water a barrel can hold depends on the shortest board. Seeing that she didn't seem to understand, Wan Xiaoqi opened her holographic brain and projected an illustration of a barrel. "Look, the boards used to make the barrel are of different lengths, but when holding water, if it exceeds the shortest board, the water will overflow. So how much water we can hold depends on the length of the shortest board. This is just like our future combat power. The level we can reach in the future will depend on the weakest of the 5 foundational areas." "I understand what you mean now, but I just feel like I've been training for so many days and don't see any progress, which makes me a bit unmotivated. It's normal not to see progress right now. You're spreading your energy across 5 areas. So progress will definitely not be as fast as if you were focusing on one area. This takes time and consistency to accumulate and eventually burst forth. Since it takes so long to train, then 15 days of military training won't be of much use." Wan Xiaoqi frowned in disagreement. "Yiyun, you don't think that just because we've had military training, we won't need to practice when we go back, right?" "Yiyun, military training is just teaching us methods to improve and helping us develop habits. When we go back, we need to practice consistently every day. But when we go back, we'll have classes and we won't have that much time to practice. That will depend on how you allocate your time then." While Wan Xiaoqi and Yiyun were discussing this issue, Lin Yao was chatting with Yumi. "Which area do you not meet the standard in?" "Strength, endurance, resistance to blows." Lin Yao found a strength testing machine for her and said, "Test your strength for me to see." Yumi complied and operated the machine. After testing her strength, Lin Yao also tested her endurance and resistance to blows. After reviewing the results of these 3 tests, she had her retest her speed and reaction time. "Did you use your special ability?" "Wind-type special ability." Yumi paused for a moment, then nodded. "Your use of special abilities is quite advanced. Even your instructor didn't notice. However, these 5 foundational tests cannot use special abilities, so stop using it and retest. You really have a lot of skill in using it." If Lin Yao hadn't felt that the data was off and used her extreme vision to check, as well as her mental ability to sense, she wouldn't have noticed the slight fluctuation of special ability. Lin Yao frowned. "Can't you stop your special ability on your own?" "Well, it's not that I can't. It's just that I subconsciously use it." Her voice was soft, seemingly ashamed of her actions. "Good. You've trained your special ability well. It's become instinctive. Since you can't stop it now, just take a suppression potion and temporarily seal your special ability before retesting." As Lin Yao spoke, she took out a potion from her space pocket and handed it to her. Yumi took it and drank it without hesitation. Lin Yao glanced at her, but didn't say much and had her retest her speed and reaction time. The speed indeed showed a huge difference, while the reaction time data didn't very much. Show me your training plan. Yumi didn't hesitate and directly sent her training plan via her holographic brain. After receiving the plan, Lin Yao wrote and drew on the holographic brain for a while, then sent it back to her, saying, "Your foundation is too weak. I've adjusted the plan for you. Focus on building a foundation recently." Yumi accepted the plan and nodded in agreement after looking it over. The intensity of military training has been quite high these days. I'll adjust the plan for you when we return to school. Great. Yi Yun was chatting with Wan Xiaoqi while watching, and when Yumi's matter was settled, she hurried over. Lin Yao, can you help me take a look too? Lin Yao glanced at her and nodded, then said, "Send me your previous test data and training plan to take a look." Don't I need to retest? If you're testing normally, it should be fine. Okay, I'll send it to you. Comparing the test data, Lin Yao studied the plan and then said, "The plan your instructor customized for you is very comprehensive. As long as you complete all of it without cutting corners during these 15 days of military training, your data will improve after the training ends." Hearing her say this, Ian's face immediately lit up with joy. Really? Yes. Lin Yao nodded. That's awesome. Wan Xiaoqi, seeing her so happy she was about to jump up, pouted in dissatisfaction. I've been saying this for a long time, and you didn't believe me. Lin Yao glanced at her. And you were just as happy because she's strong. Chapter 87 Outburst 2 on the day of the test. Among the many outstanding talents in Class 1, whether it was family background or wealth, no one had better conditions than Lin Yao. Yet, the top score in the data test was Lin Yao. This led many to speculate that she either had exceptional talent or unique training methods. It was just that everyone had been too tired lately, busy training during the day and collapsing in a bed at night, which allowed Lin Yao to enjoy some peace. In a few days, when everyone adjusted to the rhythm, many would likely seek her out for advice. After chatting with Yi Yun, training quickly began. Today was also a day when Xiejua mercilessly trained Lin Yao. However, her reactions in all aspects were much better than in the previous days. She was no longer purely passively taking hits, but could occasionally exchange a few moves with the coach. At her peak, she could even land a couple of hits on Xiejua. Today was similar. During the intense exchanges, Lin Yao mobilized all her strength. She felt like a high-speed machine, with each dodge being efficient and each counterattack being so tricky that it was hard to evade. Furthermore, the more she fought, the clearer her mind became. Her movements got faster, and her strikes grew stronger. It seemed as if Lin Yao was dominating the fight against the instructor. In reality, Xiejua sensed that Lin Yao was possibly leveling up, so he intentionally fed her moves. When she was caught up in the moment, Lin Yao suddenly felt a burning sensation in her eyes. Instinctively, she activated her extreme vision and caught sight of a dark spot on the coach's body. She sensed that it might be a weak point and put all her strength into a punch aimed at that spot. With a loud thud, Xiejua was knocked down to the ground. Lin Yao didn't have time to pay attention to the coach's condition. Her extreme vision was about to level up. She hurriedly sat down and began to channel her abilities for the upgrade. Fortunately, their training ground was open, and someone noticed the situation and quickly rushed over. "Instructor, are you all right?" Xiejua covered the struck area and shook his head. "I'm fine. Lin Yao might be about to awaken or level up. You all spread out a bit. Don't disturb her." After saying that, he struggled to get up but immediately fell back again. Yao Beiluo quickly supported him. "Instructor, Lin Yao's awakening in this battle should be significant. You might have been impacted by her strongest awakening strike. You should go see the medical staff. There is a saying that some people, when powerful skills awaken or level up, cause extraordinary damage with their explosive strikes." Hearing Yao Beiluo's words, Xiejua also felt that Lin Yao's punch was unusual. Just before he was hit, he clearly felt that he could dodge, but at that moment, it felt as if he was locked on. After that punch landed, all his energy was instantly drained, and he didn't even have the strength to stand. Yao Beiluo carefully called for a military doctor to take Xiejua away and arrange for the rest of the class to continue training while he and his sparring partner, Wang Jincheng, stayed to watch over Lin Yao. "Yao Beiluo, do you think Lin Yao is leveling up or awakening her abilities? Wang Jinsheng couldn't hold back and asked. Yao Beiluo shook his head. I don't know. Hey, Yao Beiluo, can't you say a few more words without dying? Wang Jinsheng was dissatisfied with Yao Beiluo's curt response. Yao Beiluo shot him a glance. Aren't you now part of her team? Why do you still need to ask me about certain things? A few days ago, Lin Yao had just agreed to let Wang Jinsheng join the team, and he couldn't help but boast about it. Now, almost everyone in Class 1 knew he was part of Lin Yao's squad. Wang Jinsheng didn't take Yao Beiluo's sarcasm to heart and retorted confidently. So what if I join the Mingguang team? Who says the captain has to tell me everything? He added, besides, I've only joined for a few days. How could I know everything? If that's the case, why ask me? I'm just chatting, casually asking. In the end, Wang Jinsheng's response lacked confidence. The two quickly fell into silence, and just when Yao Beiluo thought Wang Jinsheng had finally quieted down, he suddenly jumped up and said, Yao Beiluo, you're not jealous, are you? Jealous of what? Haha, jealous that Lin Yao invited me to join the team and not you. I'm not. How can you say you're not? Normally when I talk to you, even if you ignore me, you don't get prickly. But today, you're quite different, aren't you? I'm not. You are. Say whatever you want. TCH, you're really boring. If you want to join the Mingguang team, just say it. When Lin Yao is in a good mood, she might agree. Yao Beiluo remained silent, focusing intently on Lin Yao's advancement. Wang Jinsheng said a few more things, but with no response, he also found it very boring. Lin Yao's extreme vision mutation level was very high, and it took most of the day for her to complete the upgrade. When she opened her eyes and saw Yao Beiluo and Wang Jinsheng standing nearby, she quickly thanked Yao Beiluo. Thank you for your help. By the way, where is Instructor Xie? Yao Beiluo pursed his lips and said, the instructor was injured by your punch and was sent to the medical room. I'll go take a look. Even though her consciousness was hazy at that moment, Lin Yao remembered the weak point attack from her punch and felt a bit worried. Lin Yao, I'll accompany you. Wang Jinsheng said, no need. You two have guarded me for so long. It has already delayed today's training progress. You should continue your training. After saying that, without waiting for their reactions, she hurried toward the medical room. When she arrived at the medical room, she heard the on-duty doctor say that Xiejua's injury was unusual and he had been sent to the base hospital. Can I go to the base hospital to see Instructor Xie? The on-duty doctor hesitated. Lin Yao said directly, Instructor Xie's injury was caused by me during my upgrade. My abilities might help find the cause of his injury. Upon hearing this, the on-duty doctor no longer hesitated and quickly made a call to arrange for Lin Yao to be taken to the base hospital. You said Instructor Xie's injury was caused by your upgrade? Can I ask what your ability is? The doctor asked upon arriving at the hospital. It's a vision technique. Can you briefly explain its function? When I activate the vision technique, I can directly see energy. The doctor gasped. Then how did your vision techniques upgrade injure Instructor Xie? During the upgrade, I saw Instructor Xie's weak point and instinctively punched it. Then I saw the instructor fall to the ground. After that, I fell into the upgrade. Lin Yao felt a bit guilty. If it weren't for improving her ability to withstand blows, Instructor Xie wouldn't have been training with her. Realizing she was about to level up, he fed her moves. She feared that her punch might have caused some irreparable harm to Xiejua, and if so, she would bear a heavy burden. Sensing her thoughts, the doctor comforted her. Relax. Since the cause comes from you, it's likely you'll need to help find a solution. In a bit, you can cooperate with me to find the focus of his injuries, so I can treat him accordingly. Okay. Soon, the doctor took Lin Yao to check on Xiejua's injuries. Xiejua was currently lying in the treatment pod, deeply asleep, but even in sleep, his brow remained tightly furrowed. Is his injury really that serious? The Yinmeng Star System's treatment pods were still quite expensive. Generally, unless the injury was life-threatening, one could recover with just a dose of medicine. Only injuries so severe that medicine couldn't cure them required the use of a treatment pod. No, it's just that he looked so pained, his whole body twitching. I let him lie in the treatment pod and gave him some sleeping medication, hoping he would feel a bit better while asleep. Oh, do we need to open the treatment chamber? If we open it, will he wake up? Probably not. The medication hasn't worn off yet, the doctor assured. Then let's open it and take a look. When the doctor opened the treatment chamber, Xiejua instinctively opened his eyes for a moment, and his eyes were filled with pain. Although he quickly fell asleep again, Lin Yao still felt a pang in her heart. Soon, with the doctor's reminder, Lin Yao used her extreme vision on Siejua. The level 2 extreme vision was much clearer than level 1, allowed her to see the energy bands on Siejua's body and the dark areas clearly. As she observed, Lin Yao described the various energy distributions on Siejua's body to the doctor. How is it? Can be treated? Well, it's not too bad. It's a symptom of energy dispersion, along with a bit of mental confusion. What is energy dispersion? Generally speaking, whether it's supernatural abilities or physical techniques, energy is usually concentrated in one place or follows a fixed path. When the energy neither gathers into a mass nor follows its operational route, spreading out. That's energy dispersion. Is this serious? It can be treated, but will take some time. Do you need my help? It will be great if you have the time. When will the treatment start? I'll apply to the chief instructor for assistance. You don't have to stay here all day. Coming for about 2 hours a day should be enough. Lin Yao thought for a moment, unsure if her extreme vision at level 2 could last for 2 hours. Even so, she firmly said, all right, but I'm not sure if my supernatural ability can last for 2 hours. It's okay. It doesn't have to be that long. The doctor replied casually. I mean, my supernatural ability might not even last for 2 hours in a day. Oh, then it seems like a high-level evolution without a doubt. Lin Yao first felt how difficult it was to communicate with others. Can't last for 2 hours. Is that okay? It's fine. Just come when you can. Lin Yao took a deep breath. Okay, when should I come tomorrow? The doctor pondered for a moment and said, you're still in new student training, so come in the evening. After you finish washing up, come help with the treatment. Once it's done, you can find a duty room here to sleep. Get up early the next morning, so it won't delay your training. All right, please let the chief instructor know. Don't worry, I will make a proper request to your chief instructor. However, the doctor was a bit unreasonable, clearly only needing 20 minutes for treatment, yet insisting on 2 hours. After treating Siejua, Lin Yao had to complete various tests from the doctor with the remaining time. Are you a doctor or doing research on supernatural abilities? The smile on the doctor's face was somewhat lewd. One might think he was a pervert if they didn't know better. My main job is, of course, as a doctor. It's just that I encountered an interesting supernatural ability and decided to study it a bit. Since you're here anyway, wouldn't it be good for me to help you understand your supernatural ability? Lin Yao. Usually, she made others feel embarrassed. This was the first time she encountered someone even more shameless than herself. Yet she needed something from him and couldn't turn against him. Today's treatment is complete. Lin Yao, you will accompany me in preparing the medicine today and help me observe the energy changes during the process. After finishing today's treatment for Siejua, the doctor called Lin Yao to his potion laboratory. Chapter 88, Zhao Chuan. Yesterday, I observed the energy flow of alien plants. The day before, I looked into the energy distribution of the plantation, and the day before that I studied the energy operation route of an ability warrior. Lin Yao also discovered for the first time that her extreme vision had such a wide range of uses. No wonder the doctor said her ability was simply overpowered. If she continued to cultivate, the effects would be immeasurable. Unfortunately, the extreme vision is a high-level mutation, and after activating it, she had to practice diligently every day, along with using bright water, and it took her 2 months to barely advance 1 level. This was still a low-level upgrade. At high levels, she estimated that there wouldn't even be any auxiliary enhancement potions available. Lin Yao felt a bit troubled by this and unconsciously showed some irritation on her face. After a few days of treatment, Siejua had regained consciousness and his dissipating energy had almost recovered. Seeing Lin Yao's cold expression, he advised, Lin Yao, if you're unwilling, you can refuse Zhao Chuan. He still has medical ethics and won't deny me treatment just because you're not cooperating with his research. Zhao Chuan? You mean the doctor? Lin Yao shook her head, denying, I'm not unwilling. Although I'm helping him with his research, I'm also discovering more uses for my ability. Moreover, Dr. Zhao is really impressive and has taught me a lot. Siejua understood he had misunderstood and awkwardly smiled. I thought you didn't seem happy, so I assumed you were unwilling. Lin Yao smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm not the type to force myself. Dr. Zhao is a very capable person, and I can learn a lot from him. Even though she was initially a bit reluctant, after seeing Dr. Zhao's research, she felt she was learning much more. Of course, Zhao Chuan is the top doctor on Yameng Star. So impressive. Yeah, he is usually very busy. If it weren't for my condition not being diagnosed at the military training infirmary, I wouldn't have been sent to Dr. Zhao. Then Lin Yao, hurry over here. Originally wanted to chat a bit longer. Dr. Zhao called for Lin Yao again, and she could only hurriedly end the topic. This potion is a new formulation I've developed for repairing bone injuries. I've derived the formula using an intelligent system, and it's valid. However, I keep encountering explosions at the last step when configuring it. Can you help me observe the energy reactions and see if you can find the problem? What Zhao Chuan was doing wasn't simple potion configuration. It belonged to potion research and development. Potion or D requires first researching a formula, simulating it using professional software. And once the feasibility of the formula is confirmed, one can attempt to configure the potion. Not every formula that passes simulation can be successfully configured into a potion. It also requires continuous attempts at configuration, constant adjustments, and finally testing and clinical trials to confirm the development of a new potion. Although the potions Lin Yao previously made for Mingguang potions were new, they were all carried over from the Mingguang galaxy before her rebirth. She had never done real potion or D before. Hearing Zhao Chuan say he was configuring a new potion made her a bit excited. Even if she didn't have to cooperate in the initial preparations, she couldn't take her eyes off the process. Seeing her like this, Zhao Chuan didn't mind and even smiled, suggesting, if you're interested, you can assist me. Okay. Lin Yao took over some simple preliminary herb processing tasks from him, moving swiftly and smoothly, which made Zhao Chuan praise her. Lin Yao, your technique is quite good. Have you trained specifically? Lin Yao thought to herself. Shouldn't she thank academician Zheng for correcting her less-than-professional potion configuration skills? Yes, that is great. With such professional skills, you could sell potions. Would you like to configure potions to earn some money? I can recommend sales channels to you. Zhao Chuan coaxed. No need. I've invested in the potion shop run by my teammates. Oh, does your shop lack senior potion masters? Definitely. They not only lack senior potion masters, but also junior and intermediate ones. Even though she and Bai Zhenjin had potion master qualifications, their main focus was still on being students, and they didn't have much time to configure potions. Lu Qingyun was also trying to recruit, but good potion masters were hard to find. Then what do you think of me? As a stationed military doctor, you probably don't have time to refine and sell potions, right? Otherwise, with so many potion researchers at the First Research Institute, wouldn't it be easy to recruit them as potion masters and arrange for potion sales? However, those individuals were all high-level talents. They dedicated their lives to potion RD. How could they waste time configuring potions for her? I don't have the energy, but I have many students. They range from junior to senior potion masters. It's no problem for them to send some potions to your shop for consignment. Then please tell me your requirements. Although she didn't manage the potion shop, she wouldn't mind bringing a few talents to the store if needed. Come to my lab and be my assistant. Just 4 hours a week will do. Dr. Zhao, I still have to go to school. I don't have that much time. Her current usage time for the extreme vision eye was 1 hour, and after using it, she needed to wait 24 hours before using it again. That meant she would have to make 4 trips a week. The military base was nearly 4 hours round trip from school, so she would spend over 10 hours a week just being an assistant. She had many things to learn at school and didn't have that much time to run back and forth. I know that, of course, but I can apply to become a teacher at the First Middle Institute and then apply for a lab at the school. UNT need to run back and forth, and it'll be convenient for me to do research. What about the military hospital here? Lin Yao had no doubt that with Zhao Chuan's capabilities, he could become a teacher at the First Middle Institute. She was just worried that if he got taken away, the military on Yunmeng Star would probably want to kill her. You're just a student. Why worry so much? Just say whether you agree or not. Since he wasn't worried, Lin Yao had to return to the main topic. Can you recommend a few potion masters for me? I can give you 3 junior potion masters as resident potion masters and 2 each of intermediate and senior potion masters for consignment. How's that sound? That 1 work? I need at least 6 junior potion masters as resident potion masters and 4 each of intermediate and senior potion masters for consignment. Lin Yao began to negotiate. Lin Yao, don't raise the price like that. You should know that many intermediate and senior potion masters start collaborating from a junior level. Suddenly changing partners like this, even as a teacher, it's hard for me to ask them. That's nonsense. Lin Yao didn't believe it, with so many students under Zhao Chuan. It was unreasonable that he wouldn't have built his own sales channels. Chapter 89. Bone Repair Potion. Dr. Zhao. Let's not discuss the pharmacist's handling consignment for now, but rather the quantity of potions on consignment. I don't require potions from any specific pharmacist, just that the supply of intermediate potions is no less than 50 units per month, and the supply of advanced potions is no less than 10 units per month. This way, there's no need for them to change partners. Adding one more partner shouldn't be a problem, right? Zhao Chuan wanted to outsmart Lin Yao, but in the end, he was outmaneuvered and had to accept this silent loss. Fortunately, if the east is not bright, the west is. Under Lin Yao's extreme eye observation, she finally discovered the issue with the potions. When she configured the potions again, avoiding that problem, she successfully created a new potion. The moment the potion was completed, the system prompt sounded. Detected sign-in point. Zhao Chuan's potion. Would you like to spend 1 sign-in point to sign in? The sign-in reminder popped up just as the potion was finished, clearly indicating that the system does not create sign-in points. It only detects them. Whether it's potions, materials, or weapons, the principle of the system sign-in is, first, it must already exist for the system to discover it and allow Lin Yao to sign in to obtain it. And it may even help refine it, but it absolutely does not create something from nothing. Lin Yao chose to sign in. Sign in successful. Obtain Bone Repair Potion, full version 3. Lin Yao secretly opened the system panel to check. Sure enough, Bone Repair Potion, full version 3, used to repair various bone injuries. Restoring your healthy body. Spend 20 sign-in points to analyze the potion formula. Given this situation, if she wanted to, she could probably launch the full version of the potion to the market ahead of Zhao Chuan. However, that would be too unethical, and she wouldn't do it. Fortunately, Zhao Chuan was unaware of the system situation. Otherwise, he would probably feel quite upset. At this moment, he looked at the successfully configured potion and nodded in satisfaction. All right, considering how useful Lin's abilities are, I will agree to your terms. By the way, does your ability have a name? I named it Extreme Eye. The name was given by the system, and she certainly couldn't reveal it. Extreme Eye. Not bad. Sound powerful. Oh, right. The military base knows about your special ability and that I'm researching it. They've asked for a new type ability report. Do you have any requests? What request could I make? I can request confidentiality. Then let's keep it confidential for now. Once a second person knows about such matters, achieving true confidentiality becomes quite difficult. Moreover, although her extreme eye displayed outstanding abilities, its usage time was still too short, and it wasn't really of much use at the moment. In this situation, for the military base to truly take it seriously and reach confidentiality levels, it really wasn't sufficient. Siege's treatment lasted for 7 days, and he was almost fully recovered. Moreover, after experiencing this energy dissipation and reconstitution, his physical skills not only rose from intermediate level 7 to high level 7, but the energy within him also became purer. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. When Lin Yao heard that he had recovered, she hurriedly urged Siege to return to lead the class. When he was injured, it was the chief instructor who helped take over the class. However, the chief instructor was busy, and the students were not familiar with him. This led to the classmates always coming to her with questions. For example, after training for 8 or 9 days, I feel no change. Could you take a look at the training plan to see if it needs adjustment? Also, some felt that their training intensity was incorrect and asked her to help correct it. Others practiced for a few days and thought the intensity was too low, requesting an increase in intensity, and so on. Later, her reputation as a guide spread, and even students from other classes came to find her. This seriously affected Lin Yao's own overall training. However, the incident of the instructor's injury was caused by her, so she couldn't shirk responsibility. Now that she saw Siege was healed, she finally could escape her troubles. How could she not urge him to return to military training quickly? Siege indeed did not disappoint Lin Yao. The first thing he did upon returning was to adjust and strengthen all the training for Class 1. For everyone who came to seek Lin Yao's guidance, he took on all of them and provided enhancements. After all, in his view, Lin Yao was busy enough training during the day and assisting with treatment at night. These minor matters should not delay her progress. After Siege recovered, Zhao Chuan continued to apply to the chief instructor for Lin Yao to assist him with research at night. The request from the healing system's great doctor was not something the chief instructor could easily refuse. After inquiring about Lin Yao's opinion, he granted permission. Thus, Lin Yao continued to go to the military hospital to assist Zhao Chuan, staying in the doctor's on-call dormitory at night. Lin Yao, this is a batch of exotic plants brought back by the expeditionary force from a wild planet. Today, you will assist in the research of these exotic plants. Isn't this usually sent to the First Research Institute? After spending 20 days at the First Research Institute, Lin Yao was somewhat familiar with the distribution of its functions and their respective research contents. New materials discovered by the expeditionary force during planet exploration were generally sent to the New Materials Analysis Department of the First Research Institute at the first opportunity. After analysis by the New Materials Analysis Department, the results would then be distributed to various research institutes and laboratories below. So, Lin Yao was somewhat surprised that Zhao Chuan was able to obtain the new exotic plants first. Didn't expect you to know about the research content of the First Research Institute. I stayed there for a while. The research has certain interconnectivity, and there was nothing to hide from Zhao Chuan regarding this. Moreover, she wasn't in a confidential department, so there were no confidentiality requirements. Zhao Chuan merely responded with an "oh" and continued, "This time, we brought back a lot of exotic plants. To avoid losing medicinal properties from being stored too long, they were distributed to various laboratories. Then why are you casually pulling me in as an assistant for this new exotic plant research? Aren't you afraid of having confidential materials? The valuable materials have long been picked out. What's left are inconsequential. Besides, if you really encounter valuable materials, you might even be able to join the new materials research team. This could earn you credits. Then I'd better pass. I'm not short on credits." During the practical exam, she submitted a pure source fruit and received a reward of 200 credits. Donating the formula for the ability awakening potion to the First Research Institute earned her another 1,000 credits. Graduating from the First Middle Institute requires passing the theoretical exam plus 500 credits. If it weren't for the fact that many transactions at the First Middle Institute could be done with credits, she would probably have too many credits on her hands. All right, if you don't need credits, then fine. Valuable materials aren't so easy to come by. As it turned out, just as Zhao Chuan said, the two of them worked overtime, researching until 2 a.m., and they did not encounter anything of value. Chapter 90. A horse loses its hoof considering that Lin Yao had training tomorrow. Zhao Chuan let her leave. "Aren't you going to finish?" "I'm almost done. I'll go back after I finish." "You should go back early if you're not well rested. The training won't be effective. Research is quite mentally exhausting." To avoid affecting her training results for tomorrow, even though she still had some energy, she decided to obediently go back and rest. "All right, then I'll leave first." After bidding farewell to Zhao Chuan, Lin Yao exited the laboratory and headed to the doctor's duty dormitory to sleep. Fortunately, the laboratory was located within the military hospital, and Lin Yao only needed to cross a corridor to reach the doctor's duty dormitory. At 2 in the morning, the hospital was very quiet, the perfect time for deep sleep. To avoid disturbing others, Lin Yao tried to walk softly. As she walked quietly for a while, she suddenly heard a rustling sound. The sound was familiar to Lin Yao. It was the sound of someone running quickly. At this hour, who else would be running around besides patrolling soldiers? Curious, Lin Yao looked in the direction of the sound and saw a person sneaking around, moving quickly and disappearing from sight in a flurry of movements. Such behavior was definitely suspicious. Lin Yao opened her light brain, intending to contact her instructor, but worried that it might just be a false alarm. She decided to follow the person first. Opening the base map, she secretly followed the route where the person had disappeared. Finally, she saw the figure at the door of the drug warehouse, as indicated on the system map. Seeing the person lingering at the entrance of the drug warehouse, Lin Yao speculated, could this person be here to steal drugs? Before she could think further, the person's light brain suddenly lit up, and then he scanned the entrance with it, causing the door of the drug warehouse to open. A drug warehouse in a military-based hospital, such an important place, was opened so easily. Lin Yao was surprised for a moment. Seeing that the person entered the drug warehouse, she quickly followed him inside, perhaps for convenience. The person didn't turn on the lights and headed toward a drug cabinet in the dark. Since the person had his back to Lin Yao, She could only see him fiddling with something from a distance, but she couldn't tell exactly what he was doing. After he finished, the person quickly ran out again. Lin Yao hesitated for a moment about whether to investigate what the person did at the drug cabinet or to follow him out. Just then, the door shut with a swish. Lin Yao tried to open it, but it required a card to exit, and without one, she couldn't get out. Missing the opportunity to follow him out, Lin Yao could only helplessly slap her forehead. She had acted without common sense and had fallen victim to her ignorance of technology. After feeling frustrated for a while, she thought that since she couldn't get out, she might as well check the drug cabinet where the person had lingered. Opening her light brain, with the faint glow, Lin Yao saw that the label on the drug cabinet read body repair agent. Looking inside, the drug seemed to emit a faint green glow. This was a bit abnormal. Instinctively, Lin Yao wanted to open the drug cabinet to check the drugs inside. However, as soon as her hand touched the cabinet door, an alarm rang out. Lin Yao felt like she was going to die of embarrassment over her own ignorance as she was caught in the drug warehouse. In the interrogation room, Lin Yao had her abilities suppressed and was locked to a high-alloy chair. "What is your name?" "Lin Yao," she replied weakly. "What is your identity?" "I'm a student participating in military training at the first middle school." The interrogating soldier raised an eyebrow, but said nothing more. "What were you doing at the drug warehouse?" "If I say I was following someone to the drug warehouse, would you believe me?" Lin Yao sat up straight and said earnestly. The interrogator looked at her with a face that clearly said, "You're making this up. It's already absurd for a military training student to be here at this hour, and now you come up with such an excuse." Lin Yao shrugged helplessly. "If you don't believe me, could you please contact Zhao Chuan, Dr. Zhao?" The two interrogators exchanged glances and then refused, "No matter what your relationship with Dr. Zhao is, the fact that you appeared at the drug warehouse cannot be escaped. Even Dr. Zhao cannot save you from this. I'm not trying to escape the facts. However, Dr. Zhao can explain why I was here at this hour." Hearing her speak with such certainty, the two men hesitated. "Dr. Zhao is still in the laboratory. You can contact him if you want." After a moment of silence, one of them finally stood up and left. It was unclear whether he was going to inquire with superiors or contact Zhao Chuan directly. Once that person left, only Lin Yao and another interrogator remained, staring at each other. After a while of staring, Lin Yao grew tired of it and leaned back in her chair to rest her eyes. This made the interrogator furious. He probably had never seen such an arrogant suspect and slammed the table, shouting, "You need to be more respectful. Is it that you haven't caught anyone in a long time?" Lin Yao lazily glanced at him. Looking at him, it was clear he had little interrogation experience and couldn't maintain his composure. The interrogator was irate. "This is the military base of Yimeng Star. Who would dare to commit a crime here? So, you relax in your defenses? Even a student like me can easily break into the drug warehouse of a military hospital?" Lin Yao shot back. The interrogator's face turned red with anger. Yet he had no retort. Fortunately, at that moment, another interrogator finally brought in a weary-looking Zhao Chuan. Upon seeing Lin Yao, Zhao Chuan's brows furrowed even deeper. "Lin Yao, didn't I tell you to go back and sleep? How did you end up at the drug research facility?" "It's complicated." Lin Yao explained how she had discovered a suspicious figure and followed him to the drug warehouse, ending up getting caught. As soon as she finished, not only Zhao Chuan looked speechless, but even the two interrogators were left without words. If one called her foolish, she had managed to follow someone discreetly without being discovered. If one called her capable, she had let the person escape and ended up caught herself. "You really are. The drugs in that cabinet should be problematic. You should check it out. Checking the drugs is easy, but the key is how to prove my innocence. Just because the drugs are problematic doesn't clear you. Of course not. You might even be suspected of being behind the drug issue." Zhao Chuan directly shattered her illusions. Lin Yao felt helpless. It seemed like she couldn't clear this up. "I'm poisoning. I'm reporting it. What do I gain from that? Who knows?" Zhao Chuan shrugged. Chapter 91. The competition. Thinking about the surveillance cameras all over the hospital, Lin Yao held onto a glimmer of hope. Could the cameras provide any clues? If it was really as you said, that person could have easily opened the pharmacy's access with a swipe of their neural interface. And perhaps they even had a device to block the cameras. Checking the footage would likely only reveal your sneaky silhouette. Lin Yao slumped helplessly in her chair. wishing for everything to just end. At this moment, she thought it would be better to return to the Mingguang star system, where she wouldn't be plagued by so many technological devices that caused her trouble. However, once she left this place, she must, without fail, brush up on her knowledge of technology. No, when she returned to school, she needed to take some supplementary courses in information engineering. Seeing that she seemed frightened, Zhao Chuan couldn't help but laugh and tapped her on the head, asking, "Are you scared?" Fortunately, she wasn't scared, but she was almost brought to tears by her own foolishness. "It's good that you weren't scared, but I have to remind you about this incident. Next time something like this happens, remember to report in time and don't go following them yourself." I understand. Once is enough for this kind of black history. With Zhao Chuan, this great doctor, vouching for her, Lin Yao had no problem coming out safely. She just had to keep her record on hold for now. Therefore, this matter had to be reported to Lin Yao's instructors. So, during training that day, many instructors came up with various reasons to check on this foolish top student. Lin Yao felt quite speechless. Luckily, Zhao Chuan took the batch of medicines from the pharmacy and found that there were indeed some unidentified elements, though the specific effects of these substances were still unclear. However, because Lin Yao's arrest had caused quite a stir, that person should be aware of it. This move was essentially wasted, and there was no rush to investigate the substance's effects anymore. The priority was still to investigate quickly and see if they could find that person. At the very least, they needed to strengthen their defenses and not give others a chance to exploit them. Due to the heightened tension, Lin Yao's role as Zhao Chuan's assistant was put on hold, and she trained diligently and obediently every day. Finally, with just a little over 2 days left until the end of military training, Lin Yao, who had been on edge, finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, her relief was premature. Have you heard? The new students from several other special schools in the Yunmeng star system are coming to the military base to compete with us. During lunch on the third to last day of military training, several students gathered to discuss. The 5 special schools in Yunmeng, except for the First Middle Academy, which was at the military base for training due to its unique nature, had a slightly more relaxed management. They completed their training within their own schools. It was reasonable to hold a competition for new students, as other schools probably didn't have the conditions to do so at the military base. What were we competing in? One student asked. "We've only trained in the 5 basic skills. We can't possibly compete in those." "What kind of competition is that?" "It's just a test." The students' debates were soon answered as the instructor announced the competition details at the start of the afternoon training: shooting, a 100-kilometer weighted cross-country run, and combat. As soon as the words were spoken, the students erupted in an uproar. "Cross-country and combat are manageable, but we haven't practiced shooting at all." "Yeah, I heard that the military training projects of other schools include shooting, weighted cross-country, and combat. How can we compete with them?" "Exactly. Comparing our unpracticed skills with their familiar ones. What's the point?" Hearing the discussions below, the instructor immediately scolded. "What is going on? Are you afraid? How could that be? Even if I haven't practiced for a day, I could still beat students from other schools." Wang Jinsheng was the first to disagree. Xia shot him a glare and shouted, "Who are you calling that?" Wang Jinsheng quickly shrank his neck. The others, seeing the instructor getting angry, immediately tensed up. "Do you think you won't be able to compete with other schools just because you haven't practiced for a day? You're underestimating the training methods at the military base. While they haven't arrived yet, let's have a trial this afternoon." Siejua led them to the shooting range and casually picked a few students. "Take off your gravity belts and try a round first to get a feel for it. Then shoot seriously and see what results you can achieve." The most basic shooting in the starry realm involves high-speed moving targets, testing stability, prediction, and ballistic calculations. The selected students were merely mid to lower tier in their class's abilities. And being suddenly chosen, their psychological resilience was also a key factor. They obediently removed their gravity belts and took a round of practice shots to find their rhythm. Initially unsure, they found that the more they shot, the more accurate they became, and their performance improved. When the results came out, the onlookers were astonished. How could their accuracy be surprisingly high, given they hadn't practiced at all? Siejua said, "The training of the Yunmeng military base, after years of research, is not something casually decided. Every slight improvement in your basic skills reflects in various aspects. If you elevate all 5 skills to their peak, You can quickly become a top expert in any other project you learn next. The students in the class listened with eager anticipation and excitement. Among you, there's a very obvious example, Lin Yao. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their bright eyes toward Lin Yao, who was not very tall and even a bit frail. At first, due to her differences in physical skills and other aspects, I had the upper hand against her. But once she adapted to my rhythm, she was able to counterattack me occasionally. By now, she can hold her own against me 3-7. This is the huge boost that the 5 basic skills bring. Now tell me, are you still worried about not being able to compete with other schools? Siejua raised his voice suddenly. Not worried. The students in the class replied loudly, their tones filled with confidence and anticipation. Good. This afternoon, I'll give you time for free training to find your feel. Tomorrow, when the students from the other schools arrive, we'll start the competition directly. After giving his instructions, the class of students scattered. Those who wanted to practice shooting hurried to the shooting range, while those who wanted to practice combat paired up to spar. Siejua noticed Lin Yao still standing there in a daze and walked over to quietly say, "You shouldn't get involved in what's coming next. If you discover anything, report it immediately." Initially, Lin Yao felt a bit awkward due to Siejua's words, but after that, she realized the issue. What do you mean? Siejua remained silent. Lin Yao furrowed her brows and thought for a moment before saying, "You suddenly organize so many students to come for a competition. Is it to draw the snake out of its hole? You're quite perceptive. Our leaders asked me to let you in on a little secret. When something happens, don't take action on your own. Always report to us first." Chapter 92. Unreliable Schemes When It Comes to Informants. Lin Yao's face darkened and she fell silent. Siejua, however, paid no mind to her expression and continued. "Zhao Chuan has already analyzed the components added to the drug, which are designed to incapacitate. Based on our analysis of these components, we suspect this person is a scout, which means there are likely more actions targeting us behind him. This person didn't cause any trouble before the military training, but now he is stirring up trouble, which likely means he is part of this military training. With the training coming to an end, we can't let you take the danger back with you, so we'll try to see if we can find that person. Thus, we came up with this plan to lure the snake out of its hole. Holding a competition will definitely require a lot of soldiers to maintain order. And once the military is mobilized, the defense of the garrison base will be weakened. Due to Lin Yao's interference, the movements of that person have made quite a noise. If he is well informed, he would know that his plan has failed. Now that the garrison base is making a move, as long as he is not foolish, he should realize this is a trap set for him. However, if he really is one of the trainees, and if his actions are somewhat urgent, knowing it's a trap, he can only try again. This is a completely open scheme. Lin Yao didn't quite understand matters of espionage and counter-espionage. However, putting herself in the shoes of that spy, she felt that as long as that person wasn't foolish, the odds of falling into the trap wouldn't be very high. Even if this reconnaissance mission had to be carried out, there were plenty of ways to stir up trouble without diving headfirst into a trap. How confident are you? Not confident, just giving a try. Lin Yao was speechless. If there was no confidence, how could they dare to bring a bunch of students here? Truly, the boldness of those skilled individuals knows no bounds. Did they not worry at all that the person might switch targets and go after the students? However, these matters were not for her to worry about. Since the Yunmeng Star garrison base dared to do this, they must have made thorough preparations. She didn't need to fret unnecessarily. She could just focus on being a student. Early on the second to last day of military training, 4 spaceships arrived at the garrison base carrying students from the Ability Institute, Yunmeng High School, number 36 Middle School, and Xingfang number 1 High School. Perhaps due to the rushed preparations for the competition, all the freshmen gathered at the training ground as soon as they disembarked. Before the start, there was a routine opening ceremony. Several teachers from the schools took turns speaking, and the representative from the Ability Institute was the director of the command department, Xiang Shangrong. Upon hearing the name Xiang Shangrong, Lin Yao's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this person the spy from the Lavistar system? Could he possibly be related to the person who poisoned the drug? All her speculations were in vain. And Lin Yao couldn't run up to Siejua to tell him that Xiang Shangrong was a spy from the Lavistar system. So she could only observe in secret. The shooting competition began first. The rules of the competition were quite brutal. All students participating in the military training from various schools competed. Over 50,000 students, and in the first round, the top 10,000 were directly screened out, who then continued to the second round. The second round would determine the top 1,000 from those 10,000. The third round would narrow it down to the top 500. The fourth round would select the top 100. Finally, the fifth round would determine the rankings from 1st to 10th. To avoid wasting time, the shooting competition began alongside the fighting competition. This competition was even more brutal. The first round was a free-for-all battle with 100 contestants. 10 arenas operated simultaneously, each randomly selecting 100 participants to compete on the same stage, with the last 10 remaining advancing. After the first round of the arena battles, over 5,000 advanced. These 5,000 then started the second round of arena battles, similarly determining 10 participants from each arena. The 500-plus from the second round began the third round of scoring matches. Each participant could compete in 10 matches, gaining 1 point for a win, losing 1 point for a loss, and 0 point for a tie. The top 100 in points would then enter the fourth round of defensive and offensive battles. The top 10 would first take the stage to defend their positions. If they achieved 10 consecutive victories, they would successfully defend. If they lost, the next challenger would be the victor, who could then start defending, needing to defend for 9 consecutive matches to advance. All those who successfully defended, regardless of their number, would enter the final round of alternating battles, with the most victories determining the ultimate winner. With both competitions underway, it was no concern for those who were eliminated early. However, for those who excelled on both sides, it was less friendly as they had to run back and forth. Fortunately, the entire competition was organized by the event's main system, eliminating concerns about scheduling conflicts between the two events. Yi-Yun and Yumi had lower combat abilities, resulting in them being eliminated in the first round of both the shooting and fighting competitions. Therefore, the two of them stayed to help Lin Yao monitor the fighting arena. Lin Yao, you go to the shooting range. We'll keep an eye on this place for you. Keep an eye on what? The competition is about to start, and the smart system will notify us. I don't know what there is to keep an eye on. We'll help you observe who the seed players are, record videos, and analyze the characteristics of the opponents. When you encounter them, you can think of strategies in advance, Ian said. Lin Yao. She and T put all her thoughts into the competition. However, with their good intentions, she didn't want to refuse. Then you all can watch. But don't take it too seriously. Even if I know the characteristics of my opponents, if I really can't beat them, no amount of analysis will help. Of course, she was confident in her own strength. Winning the championship wasn't guaranteed, but making the top 10 was definitely achievable. The competitions commenced vigorously, with cheers from excited students filling both venues. Lin Yao kept an eye on Xiang Shangrong's movements while competing. She easily won the first and second rounds on both sides, and the third round of the fighting competition also went relatively smoothly, with her winning a match in just a few minutes. However, the third round of the shooting competition proved to be more challenging. Among the remaining participants, everyone was quite skilled, and the results were similar, making it difficult to determine the top 500 based on a single round of shooting. The event organizers had no choice but to increase the difficulty and add an extra round to finally determine the top 500. In the subsequent fourth round, the shooting scores became even tighter, requiring 2 additional rounds to determine the top 100. Just as the top 100 in the shooting competition concluded, the fourth round of the fighting competition, the defending battles, began. Since there were quite a few participants with 10 points from the third round, the defending champions were selected in order of how they achieved their 10 points. Lin Yao acted quickly and surprisingly became the first champion of the first arena. After she took the stage, the referee announced the start of the defense battle, and many, seeing her slender figure, rushed to challenge her. Those who wanted to pick on a soft target weren't among the top-tier fighters, and within a few exchanges, they were kicked off the stage by Lin Yao. After 2 rounds of competition, those watching realized that Lin Yao's ability to stand on the first arena was not merely luck. Chapter 93. The Gap as a Result. Those who had just fought to get on stage began to retreat one after another, leading to a long period of no one attending Lin Yao's ring. The event organizers, of course, would not let this ring remain empty, and thus began the countdown. After 3 minutes, with no one stepping onto the stage, Lin Yao was declared the winner by default. After only 2 matches, it was understandable that the contestants were dissatisfied with such an outcome. Consequently, there were always individuals who timed their entry just before the countdown ended to challenge her. Although she consistently defended her title successfully, this dragged on, making not only Lin Yao uncomfortable, but also those watching. However, this situation was not unique to Lin Yao's ring. Several high-powered individuals faced the same treatment. Eventually, the event organizers had to adjust the rules. If no one entered the stage after a minute, they would randomly call names. Those named must step up to challenge, or they would be considered to have forfeited. This method finally accelerated the progress of the fighting matches. After the 4 rounds of the 2 matches, it was already mid-afternoon. Among Lin Yao's acquaintances, only Yao Beiluo and Wang Jincheng had both advanced to the 5th round. Zhou Heng qualified for the finals in shooting, while Zhang Feng advanced to the finals in fighting. As for Meng Xingqian and Bai Jinjin, both were eliminated in the 2nd round of the fighting competition, while Bai Jinjin managed to reach the 3rd round in shooting, and Meng Xingqian made it to the 4th round in shooting. Given these results, Bai Jinjin's outcome was somewhat understandable. After all, she was only at the 3rd level of physical skill, and girls generally have slightly less talent in combat. Meng Xingqian, being at the 4th level of physical skill, should have ranked higher. The fact that she was eliminated in the 2nd round of the fighting competition was difficult to accept. Lin Yao scolded her. "Have you been too relaxed in your training? You didn't even make it past the 3rd round in the fighting competition." "Boss, this isn't my fault. I was overwhelmed by a group attack." Bai Jinjin was watching from below. She should have seen it. Meng Xingqian hurriedly explained. Bai Jinjin covered her mouth and chuckled. "Captain, you really should give him a lesson. He was quite lucky. In a 100-person ring, there were only 2 or 3 at the 4th level of physical skill, so his chances of winning were pretty good. Who told him to be so cocky?" Meng Xingqian quickly covered Bai Jinjin's mouth and said, "Boss, I'll practice harder when I get back. Please help me adjust my training schedule. I promise to train diligently according to the schedule." After hearing his promise, Lin Yao paused for a moment before nodding. "Remember what you said. I'll have Zhang Feng guide you. If you don't follow through one day, I'll personally take you for training." Got it. Meng Xingqian nodded vigorously before hurriedly dragging Bai Jinjin away from the scene. In fact, with Meng Xingqian's personality, it was no surprise she would say something to provoke anger. However, her inappropriate remarks were likely influenced by Wang Jincheng. Their personalities were somewhat similar, both being rather careless. Meng Xingqian was aware of her weaknesses, so she usually held back when joking around. But after she agreed to let Wang Jincheng join the team, the two often gathered together due to their similar temperaments. Wang Jincheng, despite his sharp tongue, had the strength to back it up, easily handling 10 opponents in a group attack. Meng Xingqian's indiscreet comments clearly showed she had gotten carried away. It was time to rein her in. However, these matters would have to wait until after military training. For now, they needed to finish the competition and also keep an eye on the spies. In the final round of the shooting competition, due to the contestants' abilities being too close, the event organizers raised the difficulty once again. This adjustment was quite significant. After the 1st round of shooting, a clear gap emerged. The results formed 3 tiers. The top tier, including Lin Yao and Yao Beiluo, continued to perform excellently. The middle tier, consisting of Zhou Heng and Wang Jincheng along with about 20 others, barely met the standard, and the remaining 60 to 70 contestants had scores that were completely unwatchable. Seeing these results, the students watching commented, "Is this the difficulty level of professional snipers?" Now I understand that saying. Some people score 100 not because they can only score 100, but because the highest score is only 100. Yes. As soon as the difficulty increased, the difference between ordinary talent, average talent, and top-tier talent became apparent. Yao Beiluo truly deserves to be the best among our generation. Her talent is indeed remarkable. Did you notice that there's even a girl in the first batch? I know this one. She is very impressive. She also made it to the finals in the fighting competition. She seems to be just as good as Yao Beiluo. That is impossible. How could someone so talented not have been mentioned before? Exactly. She definitely can't compare to Yao Beiluo. While the audience discussed, the contestants were oblivious to it and had no mood to pay attention. During the 2nd round of shooting, the event organizers raised the difficulty once more. Many participants complained about the organizers being unreasonable while starting to shoot blindly. At that moment, the target's speed was too fast by the time they aimed and shot. It was already too late, and they could only shoot based on instinct. After finishing, when they heard the voice report their scores and saw the second-tier scores drop, they finally felt a bit of relief. However, before they could celebrate for long, they heard the voice announce, in the second round, Yao Beluo, 99. 8 points. Before they could even comment, another score that surpassed them came in. In the second round, Lin Yao, 100 points. In this round, although the score difference between Yao Beluo and Lin Yao was only 0.2, it did not represent that their shooting abilities were only that close. After all, the total score was only 100 points. If the difficulty were to increase again, it was hard to say how far apart their scores would be. The audience only thought about this in their hearts and did not hold out much hope that the event organizers would raise the difficulty again. After all, the previous 2 rounds had already clearly shown the gap, and the outcome was already decided, so there was no need to do so. However, to their surprise, when the third round began, the speed of the moving targets actually increased again, breaking the historical record for the competition among intermediate students. At this moment, the target's speed was so fast that even those with 4th-level physical skill could no longer see the target clearly and could only see afterimages. Those who had been eliminated in the first round cursed under their breath and directly put down their guns, giving up the competition. Even someone as bold as Wang Jinsheng was stunned for a moment upon seeing this speed, then raised his gun without hesitation and fired a few shots before not even looking at his score and exiting the competition. As he left, he saw Zhou Heng, who also looked speechless and immediately teased, "Zhou Heng, can you see the gap now?" "What gap?" Chapter 94. Stealing the spotlight, he signaled Zhou Heng to look at the only 2 people left on the field, Lin Yao and Yao Beluo. Zhou Heng's expression darkened for a moment, but he quickly smiled and said, "Even though those 2 are still on the field, it doesn't mean they can score full marks at this difficulty." After all, Yao Beluo didn't score full marks in the second round. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the voice announcement came through. Lin Yao, 100 points. Yao Beluo, 69. 9 points. Zhou Heng didn't have time to say anything before Wang Jinsheng's mentality was thrown off balance. Damn, this beast Yao Beluo actually managed to get a passing score. Aren't you supposed to be amazed that Lin Yao could still get full marks at this speed? Zhou Heng didn't understand his train of thought. Clearly one person had outperformed, yet he was critiquing the second-place finisher. Wang Jinsheng grinned and bared his teeth. "Our captain is amazing. I've known it since day one. So what is surprising about that?" Zhou Heng, not worth arguing with a fool. Previously, Yao Beluo had been closely trailing, but this time, only Lin Yao was far ahead and had scored full marks. Such results nearly shocked everyone present, especially the officers from Yunmeng Star, who looked at her with eyes that practically sparkled. Even Yao Beluo seemed slightly dazed upon seeing Lin Yao's score. The voices that had previously claimed Lin Yao was not as good as Yao Beluo completely vanished the moment the results were announced. Everyone's gaze toward her carried a hint of respect. Lin Yao didn't care. After winning the shooting competition, she headed to the combat venue for the final round. Some people wanted to approach her, but they were blocked by members of the Mingguang team, not wanting to disturb Lin Yao. The Mingguang team members proactively organized themselves to protect their captain in the middle. Meng Xingchen and Zhang Feng cleared the way in front, while Bai Zhenjin and Wan Xiaoqi flanked her on either side, with Wang Jinsheng bringing up the rear. "Excuse us. Our captain still has to participate in the final combat competition. Please make way, don't delay." Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively parted. Lin Yao felt it was a bit excessive. Was it really necessary? Before she could finish her thought, Bai Zhenjin interrupted her. "It is necessary. If you don't want to be surrounded by the crowd, just let us take you." With no experience, Lin Yao could only keep quiet. Wang Jinsheng, on the other hand, was not bothered by the commotion and greeted the onlookers enthusiastically. "If you want to know why our captain is so amazing, just follow our First Academy's campus website. After asking our captain, I'll make a special post to share with you all. Then can you ask her how long Lin Yao has been practicing shooting? I want to know her shooting techniques." Yes, I want to know too. Also, for the final round of shooting, I heard the targets were hard to see. Could Lin Yao see them clearly? Is shooting about aiming with your eyes or relying on instinct? If Lin Yao were to answer these questions, she would probably have to tell them that there were no techniques. It was all just practice makes perfect. After all, she had only ever shot at star beasts directly. These shooting competitions were child's play for her. Star beasts, regardless of their size, were tough-skinned and meaty. To deal with them, one had to attack their weaknesses, and multiple attacks on the same weakness were necessary to kill them. Sometimes they would come in overwhelming numbers, and to survive, one had to shoot quickly and accurately while moving randomly. Star beasts invaded the Mingguang star system for over 100 years. From initially well-equipped and powerful resistance to later fragmented and weary survival. By the end, the Mingguang star system was nearly destroyed, yet many still survived amidst the star beasts' onslaught. They secretly formed alliances, established small teams, and began to shoot and move to different locations. Gradually, the number of people in these teams dwindled. Some teams were left with only one person, and looking around for several thousand kilometers, it was likely they wouldn't encounter a second person. The longer these people survived and fought the star beasts, the more versatile they became, and Lin Yao was no exception. She survived until there was no one else left on the planet, facing an endless barrage of star beasts, and could only self-destruct in a final stand. With such an experience, how could she talk about shooting techniques? Those were merely survival skills. Only 17 people made it to the final round of the combat competition. After all, the arena matches were held back-to-back with no significant breaks in between. If one encountered an equally matched opponent, they could be exhausted midway. Those who secured a spot in the finals were all skilled fighters with strong endurance who could overpower most others. When we face off, don't hold back. Bring your strongest abilities. Lin Yao instructed her teammates before stepping onto the stage. Isn't that risky? What if other schools employ a strategy like Tianji's horse racing? After all, there is also campus ranking to consider, Meng Xingchen questioned. Among the 5 special schools in Yunmeng Star, the first academy was always ranked first in combat strength. So out of the 27 spots for the finals, the first academy occupied 5 of them. The second was Xingfang No. 1, with 4 advancing to the finals. Although the first academy had one more spot than Xingfang No. 1, if they really employed a strategy like Tianji's horse racing for campus rankings. The outcome for the first academy could be quite uncertain. Lin Yao glanced at all the members of the first academy who made it to the finals. 2 from their team, Zhang Feng and Wan Jincheng, familiar face Yao Beiluo, and a less familiar boy from Class 1, Chen Meng. Seeing some of them pondering Meng Xingchen's words, she smiled. If we have to sacrifice the scores of our fellow students to gain campus rankings, then that ranking isn't worth having. However, Zhou Heng still hesitated. What's the weight of school rankings? It's just a title. If you get it, that's expected. If you don't, it's because your strength isn't enough. Lin Yao's voice was very commanding. Remember, no matter who we face, fight with all your might. Our classmates don't need to win by letting others go easy. They need respect, even if they lose. After spending this time together and showcasing their strengths today, they all accepted Lin Yao as their leader. Therefore, no one opposed her words anymore, and they all nodded in agreement. Okay, we understand. Soon, the event organizer announced the start of the competition. The final combat round consisted of 17 people battling in turn, with each person completing 16 matches, and the final ranking based on the number of wins. This time, only 3 arenas were opened simultaneously, with each match limited to half an hour. Exceeding that time would be counted as a draw. Chapter 95. Taking down Lin Yao's first match was against a student from the Ability Academy, a tall and sturdy individual, similar in physique to Zhang Feng. However, having the same physique does not mean having the same strength. As a mere level 4 martial artist, Lin Yao easily defeated him. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, it was time for the second match, which unexpectedly was against her classmate Chen Meng. His strength was slightly higher than Wang Jinsheng's and lower than Zhang Feng's. Lin Yao estimated that with his strength, he should be able to make it into the top 10. Due to her previous words, Chen Meng went all out in their match, making Lin Yao spend a bit more time to win. The subsequent matches posed little pressure for Lin Yao. The only slightly tricky opponents were Yao Beiluo, 2 expert from Xingfang No. 1, and Zhang Feng. Yao Beiluo was clever and versatile. Even if he was weaker than her, he could still entangle her for a while. One of the experts from Xingfang No. 1 had an agile style, striking like lightning for a quick kill. Lin Yao found it a bit slippery during their match. requiring more time to take him down. The other expert was like an indestructible cockroach with immense resistance, unless he was knocked off the stage. He could exhaust his opponent's stamina and then rely on his strong endurance to turn the tables. Zhang Feng relied on solid martial arts to suppress her. Although the difference was only one level, the gap between beginner and intermediate martial arts was not a common one, especially after fighting for more than 10 rounds earlier. Her stamina was severely depleted, making it even trickier to face Zhang Feng. Fortunately, with her rich experience from her previous life and strong resilience, Lin Yao exhausted her stamina, leaving her bruised, and finally secured victory in this match. "Captain, fighting against you is the most exhilarating," Zhang Feng exclaimed after being kicked off the stage by Lin Yao. Lin Yao wiped her sweat and smiled. "Then you better grow quickly. Don't just let yourself enjoy it." Zhang Feng replied, "I'll work hard, Captain." The final results did not disappoint. Lin Yao took first place, Zhang Feng second, Yao Beiluo fifth, Qinming 10th, and Wang Jinsheng 13th. The First Academy secured the top 2 spots and claimed 4 of the top 10, achieving a resounding victory. Since the fighting finals took quite a while, by the time the matches ended, it was already past 9 in the evening. To prepare for the next day's competition, the teachers from various schools sent the energetic students back to rest. Lin Yao had also exhausted her stamina for the day and was ready to return early for rest when Yao Beiluo suddenly ran over to find her. "Can we talk outside?" Lin Yao checked the time. There was still half an hour until lights out at 10, so she nodded. The two walked outside the dormitory and found a step to sit on. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Your behavior during the shooting competition today didn't seem like you," Yao Beiluo said. "What behavior?" Lin Yao asked. "You were a bit too showy," he frowned. Being called the first genius of Yunmeng's star, he had always known that those who stand out are often targeted, and he didn't believe Lin Yao was unaware of this. Moreover, Lin Yao had always given him the impression of being a wise person. She acted decisively and always knew when to stand out and when to lay low. When she could avoid the spotlight, she never forced her prominence, keeping her strength hidden. By the second round of the shooting competition, she had already secured first place. And in the third round, she could have held back a bit, but she chose to shine the brightest. "That really doesn't seem like your character," Yao Beiluo insisted. Lin Yao smiled and said, "Maybe I just wanted to stand out." "You're not that kind of person," Yao Beiluo said with certainty. "You know me so well," Lin Yao teased, leaning closer to Yao Beiluo and whispering in his ear, "You're quite sensitive, young man. But for now, I can't tell you the reason. Oh, be a bit cautious these days and stay safe. It will be fine once the military training is over." "I understand," Yao Beiluo said thoughtfully. Lin Yao stood up, patted his shoulder, and said, "All right, don't think about anything else and get some sleep." Around 2 in the morning, Lin Yao felt the psychic thread she left on Xiang Shangrong being tugged. During the day, worried that she might lose track of Xiang Shangrong, Lin Yao had left a psychic thread on him, marking the area within the new student military training camp. As long as he exceeded that range, the psychic thread would alert her. Normally, her psychic ability wouldn't have this capacity until reaching the intermediate level. However, for the sake of this spy, she pushed her limits, forcibly mobilizing psychic energy beyond her body's capacity, which caused her some backlash. Fortunately, she had plenty of potions on hand. Otherwise, she would have faced a disastrous defeat in the competition today. Considering the earlier disturbances, Lin Yao hesitated for a moment but decided to investigate. To avoid being discovered by her roommate, she used her psychic energy to put everyone under a sleep suggestion before quietly leaving. Following the guidance of the psychic thread, Lin Yao tracked Xiang Shangrong to the entrance of the military base. Strangely, Xiang Shangrong did not enter but lingered in the bushes at the entrance for about half an hour before leaving. Lin Yao was perplexed but dared not investigate further herself. She knew too little about technological products. If she approached and startled him, it would ruin the military base's plans, which would be a sin. But if she reported it to Siegehua, she wouldn't be able to explain the source of her information. However, if she left it alone, she couldn't shake off her worries. While she was entangled in what to do, Lin Yao happened to see a patrol team walking by. She picked up a stone from the ground and used her wood ability to throw it into the bushes. "Who goes there?" The patrol team indeed followed her cue and headed towards the bushes. Seeing this, Lin Yao quickly sneaked back to her dormitory. The next day at breakfast, Lin Yao secretly messaged Xie to inquire if anything had happened last night. Xie replied, "Nothing happened. However, I want to remind you again, if you discover anything today, stay calm." Lin Yao rolled her eyes in response. It was one thing not to tell her the truth, but to warn her again. Lin Yao felt a bit annoyed, but soon brushed it off. Today's competition only had one event, a 100-kilometer weighted cross-country race. This event assessed a more comprehensive range of skills. The forest in the military base was not as clean as the woods in the safe zone. There were intentionally left level 3 mutated beasts. During the weighted cross-country race, participants needed not only good stamina and resilience, but also quick reflexes and combat skills. Otherwise, if they couldn't reach the finish line, they would be taken out by the beasts. Chapter 96, Signal Blocking. Before the competition started, the instructors handed each candidate 4 gravity belts, each weighing 50 kilograms. This meant that everyone had to run with a load of 200 gene. For those at the 4th level of physical skills, this was relatively easy, but for those below the 4th level, it was quite a burden. However, the level of physical skills was something that the students had trained for themselves, and the military would not erase others' efforts for the sake of absolute fairness. Therefore, those with lower physical skills had no choice but to blame themselves for not working hard enough. Before the competition began, Lin Yao gathered her teammates along with her roommates Yi Yun and Yumi. She carefully explained the precautions for the weighted cross-country run and emphasized, "Don't rush ahead later. Make sure to support each other." Yi Yun felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Isn't it bad? We're too weak and might hold you back." Wang Jincheng impatiently replied, "What's there to support? This is a competition, not training. Of course, we should run ahead for the rankings." Lin Yao kicked him and said, "Shut up. I'm the captain. You either listen to me or quit the team." Her furious shouts startled not only Wang Jincheng, but also made the others too afraid to speak. Lin Yao didn't want to be so aggressive, but Wang Jincheng was very bold, and scaring him was necessary. Moreover, ever since the new students gathered today, her psychic powers had been jumping around in her mind. In her past life, every time she felt this way, it meant danger was approaching. Although she didn't have an extremely dangerous feeling now, her current strength was low, and for the safety of her teammates, she still needed to be cautious. If anything unexpected happens, gather together on the spot. Just a small team gathering is enough. Don't cluster with the larger group. Remember? Got it. After Lin Yao had just lost her temper, no one dared to refute her. Soon after she finished explaining, the competition began. At the command of the event's mainframe, tens of thousands of people surged forward, creating a stunning scene. Lin Yao led the Mingguang team and maintained a steady pace, quickly falling to the back of the crowd. Yi Yun nervously tugged at Lin Yao. "It seems like we're at the back. Should we speed up?" "Don't worry, once the initial rush of those people passes, we will catch up quickly," Lin Yao reassured her. Wang Jincheng was a bit impatient, but didn't dare to run off alone, so he could only run and stop like a busy little dog. Bai Zhenjin teased, "Wan Xiaoqi, doesn't Wang Jincheng look like a dog?" Running ahead of his owner, who is slow to climb the mountain, panting as he runs forward. After a while, he realizes he is too far from his owner and is afraid of getting lost, so he has to stop and wait. Now that you mention it, it does look a bit like that. If he runs back, he'll look even more like a dog. Just as Wan Xiaoqi finished speaking, Wang Jincheng, feeling impatient, actually ran back. "Captain, can I go ahead to scout the way?" This touched Bai Zhenjin and Wan Xiaoqi's funny bone, making them laugh nonstop. Wang Jincheng was confused by their laughter, but still looked at Lin Yao with anticipation. Lin Yao heard their conversation and could only hold back her laughter, saying seriously, "All right, you can take Zhang Feng and Meng Xingxin with you. Remember, you can only be at most half an hour away from us." Wang Jincheng immediately dashed off like a released dog, pulling Meng Xingxin and Zhang Feng to run faster, leaving a few girls behind, nearly laughing themselves to the ground. The 5 girls, including Lin Yao, ran leisurely, and after half an hour, they indeed caught up with many who had exhausted themselves from sprinting. Especially those at the 2nd level of physical skills were running slower and even started to walk. In weighted cross-country, one must act according to their abilities. Blindly sprinting would only consume a lot of stamina without achieving a speed-up effect. "Lin Yao, you really are the top of the 317th cohort. Following you, we can learn a lot," Yi Yun praised. "When did I become the top of the 317th cohort?" After this competition, Wan Xiaoqi added. After the combat competition yesterday, you weren't in the dorm, and everyone was discussing it. They said there were signs of you being ranked first during the 5-item basic test. With first place in both shooting and combat this time, you've become the undisputed first in everyone's hearts. TCH, our captain was already first. They just refused to acknowledge it. Now that the results are out, it's useless for them to deny it. Bai Jinjin said proudly. Yes, yes. We all acknowledge Lin Yao is first. Yumi, what do you think? Lin Yao, you're really amazing. Yumi praised, forcing herself to overcome her social anxiety. After running steadily for a whole morning, they had completed only a third of the distance. Wang Jincheng was getting anxious, urging them several times, Captain, we're too slow. Notarus, they've already adapted to this speed. I'll gradually speed up in the afternoon. Lin Yao replied calmly, as usual. You always say that, but we still end up behind. Forget it. I won't wait for you anymore. I'm going ahead. Without waiting for Lin Yao's response, Wang Jincheng directly ran off. He was running too fast for Meng Xingchen to call him back. So she could only ask Lin Yao, Captain, should we chase after him? No need. He doesn't follow orders. I've decided to let him learn a lesson. Hearing Lin Yao's voice, which had turned a bit cold, Meng Xingchen knew she was angry and quickly opened her light brain to contact Wang Jincheng. However, as soon as she opened it, a big exclamation mark appeared on the screen. Ugh, why is there no signal on the light brain? Meng Xingchen exclaimed. No signal? That's impossible. What era is this? Bai Zhenjin quickly opened her light brain and saw that there was indeed no signal. The others hurriedly checked their light brains and found that they all showed no signal. Lin Yao's expression changed slightly, and she quickly called the few people who were chattering nearby together. You all come a bit closer, keep this speed, and I'll go ahead to check the situation. Zhang Feng, Wan Xiaoqi, you two stay alert. Understood, the two replied in unison. Without worrying about anyone else, Lin Yao unleashed her full speed at the 4th level of physical skills and disappeared into the nearby woods in no time. Although cross-country competitions meant that all crises were to be borne by the participants, the military hadn't been reckless enough to let a group of students truly fend for their lives. They had arranged for some soldiers to secretly protect their safety. At this moment, Lin Yao wanted to find a soldier secretly guarding them to ask if there were any channels to contact the base. If they could still contact it, then there shouldn't be any major problems. Chapter 97. Beast Tide after sprinting for about 1,000 meters into the woods. Lin Yao found a soldier hiding in a tree. She quickly used a vine to flip up into the tree, appearing in front of the hidden soldier. How did you find me? The soldier's serious face cracked a smile. Lin Yao chuckled and reassured him, you haven't been exposed. Only I know you are here. The soldier said nothing. I didn't want to disturb you, but we suddenly found that the light brain has no signal. We don't know if there's a problem on our end. Can you see if you can contact the base? The soldier looked at her doubtfully and, seeing that her light brain indeed had no signal, turned on the soldier's dedicated light brain. I still have a signal here. Can you try to contact the base? The soldier looked troubled. We have regulations. Unless there's an important situation, we cannot contact the base privately. Then can you contact your superiors to ask about the signal situation? The soldier was reluctant to agree, but seeing Lin Yao's expectant face, he ultimately contacted his superior. The response was simply, everything is normal. Please carry out your tasks seriously and don't get distracted. This result surprised Lin Yao, but seeing the soldier's face filled with rejection and wariness, she could only return the same way. Everything is normal? Hearing the news Lin Yao brought back, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Only Yumi showed a thoughtful expression. Yumi, do you have any thoughts? Lin Yao asked. I feel something is off, Yumi whispered. Lin Yao knew about Yumi's social anxiety and comforted her. If you're not used to talking too much, you can write to me using the light brain. Although the light brain had no signal, other non-network functions were still usable. So Yumi quickly brought up the writing board on her light brain and wrote. Military bases generally have at least 2 signal systems on the surface. If one signal system fails, the second system will immediately activate. I checked the light brain 5 minutes before Meng Xingchen noticed there was no signal, so the signal disappeared suddenly. The sudden loss of all signals seems more like a signal jammer was used. A signal jammer blocks signals. There's no need to think twice. It must be the work of spies. But we don't know what their goal is in blocking the signals. Is there a way to crack this signal jamming? Lin Yao asked me. It depends on whether it's information jamming or physical jamming. Information jamming can be dealt with in some way. For physical jamming, we need to find the jammer. However, to implement information jamming on a military base requires very powerful information capabilities, Yumi explained. It's likely physical jamming. Lin Yao didn't understand such high-tech things and didn't want to worry about it. Besides, it wasn't her place to worry. With so many troops stationed, they would surely be able to handle it. Let's continue with the competition, Lin Yao said nonchalantly. Meng Xingchen asked with some concern, should we continue the competition? What else can we do? Go back to the base. Bai Jinjin rolled her eyes at him. Ian, knowing her own capabilities, agreed, yes. Continuing the competition is the best choice. The signal is blocked. If something really happens at the base, we won't be able to help by going back. We might even become a hindrance. It's better to stay hidden in the woods. At least we can temporarily ensure our safety. Meng Xingchen asked in confusion. Then why do we still need to run? Can't we just stay put? Just waiting will only make us more fearful. It's better to find something to do, Zhang Feng said, having dealt with exotic beasts before and having more experience in crisis management. So they continued to move at a steady pace. Little did they know, after running for half an hour, they heard several people ahead shouting about a beast tide while excitedly running back. With their shouting, those who were unaware were suddenly confused. They stood there, not knowing whether to believe them, to run along, or to continue forward. Lin Yao noticed that those who were running back were either speed abilities or had abilities that enhanced speed. They should have been among the first to run. The fact that they returned likely meant something had indeed happened ahead. However, even if something had occurred, they couldn't let these people continue shouting like that, or the situation behind would fall into chaos. Given the unclear situation of the base, they couldn't let them go back either. Thinking this, Lin Yao quickly acted, using vines to entangle the group of people running back. Some of them tried to struggle, but Lin Yao directly bound them up with vines. Stop running. Can someone tell me what exactly happened ahead? At that moment, a boy recognized Lin Yao. You are Lin Yao? I am, Lin Yao nodded. The boy swallowed hard, calming his nervousness, and said, a lot of exotic beasts suddenly appeared ahead, and I saw many people injured. Then someone said it was a beast tide, but I didn't see clearly and just ran back. Lin Yao frowned. If there really is a beast tide, you shouldn't be running back while shouting. That will cause a panic. We just want to return to the base for help. You might not know, but the light brain suddenly lost signal. We suspect something might have happened at the base. Lin Yao cruelly shattered their hopes. The others returning showed expressions of terror. Then what do? We can only find a way to save ourselves, Lin Yao replied. But we are just students. How can we save ourselves? A girl said with a trembling voice. Lin Yao pointed to the people gathered in the woods to listen for news and said, we have more than 50,000 people here. Are there really so many exotic beasts in the woods surrounding the base? I estimate there are at most a few thousand exotic beasts in the woods. With so many of us, each person can easily deal with them. Meng Xingchen agreed. Yes, what should we do? You all stay here for now, and I'll go ahead to see the situation, Lin Yao said. After finishing, she turned to her teammates and instructed, Zhang Feng, you guys stay here temporarily. Organize the people here, and make sure they don't run around or talk recklessly. Also, gather those who ran back and prepare to defend this spot. Once I check the situation ahead, I'll inform you of the next actions. Understood, Captain. Zhang Feng nodded seriously. Lin Yao looked around to ensure everything was fine, then left this spot and sprinted forward. On the way, Lin Yao caught up with Wang Jinsheng, who was also hurrying along. Wang Jinsheng instinctively dodged a bit, and seeing she wasn't here to capture him, but rather rushed past him, he quickly accelerated to catch up and asked, Captain, where are you going? Something happened ahead. Keep up. Lin Yao spoke while not reducing her speed. Seeing her serious expression, Wang Jinsheng dared not say much and followed closely behind. After about 20 minutes of running, they heard chaotic sounds ahead. I'll help. Help! An exotic beast is attacking me. Don't run. There aren't many exotic beasts. Everyone organized together to fight. Where's the class leader? Is the class officer here? Quickly organize people to resist. Various exotic beasts and people mixed together, with those capable of fighting and those who weren't in a complete mess, failing to form a strong resistance. If this continued, there would be numerous needless sacrifices among the students ahead. Chapter 98. Defense line Lin Yao did not rush to kill the alien beasts and save people immediately. Instead, she instructed Wang Jinsheng, "You go find Yao Beluo first and let him organize the people from the first middle school. Those who are capable should save people, while those who aren't should focus on self-preservation." After Wang Jinsheng left, she found a towering giant tree, climbed to the top, and then activated her extreme eye to observe the energy distribution in the forest. As soon as she opened her extreme eye, she saw large groups of various energy clusters rushing toward her from the northeast direction of the jungle, estimating at least 1 or 2,000 alien beasts. Among the energy clusters interacting with the alien beasts, besides the students, there should also be soldiers protecting them. The energy clusters on the soldiers were denser than those of the students. Seeing that the number of soldiers was not small, Lin Yao immediately used her mental type ability to call out, "All new students, retreat from the battle and move back 500 meters toward the southwest of the forest." As her mental type ability was released, it also carried a bit of pressure, causing many students to unconsciously follow her orders and retreat. After the students withdrew, Lin Yao continued to use her mental type ability to command, "All officers, I can see the direction the alien beasts are coming from. Please follow my commands to establish a defense line." Lin Yao reported the positions she observed with her extreme eye one by one, instructing nearby soldiers to move forward to block the way and allowing the students who were fighting randomly to exit the combat area, facilitating the establishment of the defense line. Finally, after setting up the basic defense line, Lin Yao retracted her extreme eye and mental type ability, quickly took out a body repair potion from her system space, and drank it. After drinking the potion, with no time to rest, Lin Yao used vines to jump down from the tree. At a glance, she spotted Yao Beluo in the crowd. "Yao Beluo, do you know the leaders of the other 4 schools?" Yao Beluo nodded instinctively. "Find them. Soon." Yin Zhaolin from the Ability Academy, Zhou Yaxuan from Xingfang No. 1, and Wen Junming from No. 36 appeared before her. Only the leader from No. 36 was arguing nonstop, with no one willing to back down. Lin Yao pointed at a silent boy in No. 30 SXS uniform, frowning, and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Tang Zhiga." Hearing the name, which sounded similar to Tang Zhuyin, Lin Yao guessed they were likely from the Tang family of Yangtze Star. "Tang Zhiga, will you lead No. 36? "No problem." The others were still unconvinced, asking, "Why should it be him?" Lin Yao coldly looked at them, thinking it was ridiculous to argue over titles at such a critical moment, showing a complete lack of perspective. The others immediately fell silent. Lin Yao ignored them and directly addressed the leaders of the other schools. "You all go and tally up the students from your respective schools. Identify the healing type ability users, medical students, those with strong combat abilities, and those who can accelerate their abilities. Also, gather the wood type ability users and pharmacists separately for me later." After giving instructions to the 4 school leaders, Lin Yao turned to Yao Beluo and said, "Have a few acceleration ability users come to the back to help me. I need their assistance." Yao Beluo nodded. Lin Yao knew these students lacked experience, so the tallying would not be quick. She shouted out with her ability, "The top 50 from the shooting competition, step forward." Upon hearing the command, the students stepped forward sparsely. Lin Yao took a glance, eliminating the injured and those in poor condition, then selected 20 who had no other skills and called Wang Jinsheng over. "Take out your light guns and assist the officers in stabilizing the defense line." In this jungle where the cross-country competition was being held, there were alien beasts, and the event organizers had not expected the students to deal with them unarmed. Before the competition began, they had given each student some weapons to help them survive in the jungle. Although light guns were not very damaging, they could still kill level 1 and 2 alien beasts if they hit their weak points. Lin Yao led the 20 selected students into the midst of the soldiers, letting them assist in defense. "Your light guns have limited damage. Don't worry about the distant ones. Just help kill any stragglers that come through." Then she instructed Wang Jinsheng, "You organize these students here." After stabilizing the defense line, Lin Yao returned to the rear. At this time, the heads of the various schools had also finished tallying their personnel. "Yin Zhaolin, you are responsible for organizing all healing type ability users and medical students to establish battlefield medical care. Prepare to treat the wounded shortly." Although the defense line had been established, It did not mean that everyone had retreated in time. Even those who had retreated had suffered injuries. Zhou Yashuan. Gather all wood-type ability users and pharmacists to stimulate medicinal plants and refine potions. When June, establish logistics. Later, you will need to deliver supplies to the front. Zhou Hong. Organize all personnel above level 4 into groups of 20 to form small teams. We will take turns replacing the soldiers for rest. Tang Zhiga. Gather all acceleration ability users. Select 10 brave ones and get them ready to assist me in rescuing people from the front lines of the alien beast horde. The remaining acceleration ability users should stay in the combat zone and be prepared to provide support. Once everything was arranged and they were on the move, Lin Yao instructed Yao Beluo, "You will be in charge of coordinating the rear." "And you? Are you going to rescue people in the alien beast horde?" Yao Beluo asked nervously. "Yes, I." When Bai Zhenjin arrives, have her teach those pharmacists how to prepare hemostatic powder, mental soothing potions, ability repair liquid, and stamina recovery liquid. She thought for a moment, took out a small machine from her system space, and quietly said, "This is a mini signal station. When Yumi arrives, let her see if she can establish a signal. If she can't, then organize the information engineering students to try." As for the origins of the mini signal station, she couldn't explain it, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Of course, if Yumi really couldn't manage it, for the safety of the students, they could only expose it. After instructing Yao Beluo to manage the rear, Lin Yao called over the 10 acceleration ability users selected by Xie. The upcoming danger. I'm sure you all know about it, so I won't emphasize it again. I only have one request of you. When you hear my command, execute it without hesitation. Can you do that? Yes. Lin Yao brought the 10 acceleration ability users to the battlefield. Hearing that they were going to rescue people, a military officer ran over. "You are going into the horde of alien beasts to rescue people?" "Yes, that's too dangerous. Besides the students, there should also be some soldiers trapped inside, right? The longer they stay in there, the greater the danger. Perhaps some are on the brink of life and death if we don't go to rescue them. If we delay any longer, they will be doomed." Chapter 99. The rescue operation, even if we're going to rescue someone, it should be me leading the team. You must be the highest authority here, right? I'm a squad leader. This squad leader, you are experienced, and we need you to hold the defense line. Soon, there will be students coming to support and replace you, and we will need your command and coordination, so you absolutely cannot leave. And rest assured, I am a wood-type ability user and can conceal my form and breath in the jungle. Even so, allowing a few students to go into the bee swarm to rescue someone seems too dangerous to him. Lin Yao naturally understood his concerns and asked, "Do you know Instructor Xie? I know him. I can match him 50-50 in a fight." The squad leader suddenly realized, "You are Lin Yao? The squad leader has heard of me. That fellow Xie. Oh, I mean your instructor Xie has mentioned you to me. He said you are the most talented student he has ever taught in combat. Since that's the case, it should be fine for me to lead the team to rescue. Right? But, squad leader, saving people is the priority. Then I'll call a scout ability user to help you. All of us here are ability users who can accelerate. Since she aims to rescue, the faster, the better. He is a dual ability user of scouting and speed, so he won't slow you down." The squad leader understood Lin Yao's intention and immediately called over a soldier. "You go with them to rescue people in the bee swarm. But, wait for my command." Lin Yao emphasized, "Everything must be according to my instructions." "Okay, remember to follow her orders." The squad leader instructed the soldier. The soldier glanced at Lin Yao and nodded seriously. "For convenience, I've just assigned numbers to everyone. Officer, can I call you 0? "No problem." "Great, then let's set off." Finding a densely forested area, Lin Yao activated the concealment function of her wood-type ability and led the team into the bee swarm. 0. Scout to see where there are people. The soldier immediately activated his ability and, after a while, pointed in a direction. Lin Yao waved her hand. 0, lead the way. Everyone moved quickly. 2 minutes later, their team of 11 found a shivering student in a tree. Lin Yao used vines to bring him down. "Is there anyone nearby?" "There's an officer who went to distract the beast to save me. You all hurry to rescue him." Lin Yao glanced at 0, and he immediately understood, activating his scouting ability. Soon, they had a result. Lin Yao instructed an accelerated ability user to take the student. and the group followed Zero to find the next person. Unfortunately, the person Zero discovered was not the officer mentioned by the student, but another injured student. This student was an Earth-type ability user who had buried himself underground with his ability. If it weren't for Lin Yao using her Wood-type ability to scout, they might have thought Zero's ability had misfired. After taking the student, the group set off again. They managed to find 4 or 5 people, but none were the officer. The student broke down in tears. Woo-woo. That officer 1T have an accident, will he? It's all my fault. If it weren't for saving me, he wouldn't. Shut up. Lin Yao interrupted him and continued to have Zero scout. Zero quickly confirmed the direction again, and the group set off once more. This time, they could hear the sounds of battle from a distance. When they arrived, they saw a tiger-shaped beast attacking a soldier. The soldier was covered in blood, with one arm broken, but he still fiercely protected a few students behind him. At this moment, it was uncertain whether they should be relieved that they encountered a tiger-shaped beast amid the beast tide. After all, although tiger-type beasts have strong combat power, they have a strong territorial awareness. Even in a beast tide, they do not allow other beasts to touch their prey. Otherwise, this soldier, with a few injured students, might not have been able to hold out against the onslaught of the beast tide. Save people, Lin Yao said, and with a swift move, she activated her vines to bind the tiger-shaped beast, then used her mental ability to condense a mental spike, driving it directly into the tiger-shaped beast's brain. The mental power of the beast is much weaker than that of humans. When Lin Yao's mental spike pierced in, the tiger-shaped beast let out a whimper and fell down. Lin Yao rushed up 2 steps and stabbed his sword into its throat. Before the beast breathed its last and blood began to flow out, she quickly collected it into the system space. The series of actions were fluid and quick as the wind. Before the subsequent rescue efforts were completed, Lin Yao had already slain the beast. Hurry up. The noise here is quite loud. Once the pressure from the tiger-shaped beast dissipates, other beasts will soon come over. With the previous 6 people, plus the current 6 and 1 seriously injured person, they had a total of 13 individuals. This slightly exceeded Lin Yao's initial plan to rescue around 10 people before retreating. However, there was no other way. Let us first get these people back. The level 3 or 4 accelerated ability users could only carry 1 person at most. Too many, and they wouldn't be able to run. The 10 accelerated ability students each carried 1 person. Zero, with a slightly higher ability, was responsible for carrying 2 people. For the remaining seriously injured person, Lin Yao had to use vines to make a stretcher and use her abilities to carry the injured person. This consumed quite a bit of her abilities, which was not conducive to sustained combat, but there was no other option at the moment. They struggled to reach the defense line, where Tang Jiga arranged for the waiting team to quickly take the injured to the logistics department for treatment. When the squad leader saw them return safely with more than 10 people, he was so happy that he didn't know what to say and could only pat them on the shoulder to express his appreciation. Compared to the squad leader's lack of eloquence, the students were much more enthusiastic. If it weren't for the disciplinary requirements, they probably would have cheered with joy. Was the journey smooth? Yao Beiluo asked. Not bad. Did my teammates come back? They're all back. Bai Zhenjin is teaching them how to prepare potions in the pharmacy team. I'll go take a look. When Lin Yao saw Bai Zhenjin, she first happily hugged her. What were you thinking? Why did you run into the beast tide area to rescue people? I was so worried about you. It's okay, I'm back safe now. How about you? Have you taught them how to prepare those potions? Although the potions from their shop are not as effective, they're sufficient for these students. Moreover, the raw materials are cheap and easy to prepare, making them perfect as emergency potions. Don't mention it. You left a note for me to teach them how to make those potions and then ran off to save people. You really don't care about the future development of our shop at all. If I hadn't been clever enough to tell them that this is the foundation of our shop's survival and that we aren't planning to publicly share the recipe for now, they might have taught others carelessly after learning. Additionally, after they return and prepare the potions, our shop can temporarily help sell them for free. Chapter 100. Counterattack against the beast tide. Lin Yao listened and gave her a thumbs up. Truly a descendant of entrepreneurs, she really has a business mind. From now on, the shop matters will be handed over to you. Too tiring, I don't want to. Don't you want to achieve something and make your dad regret favoring your White Lotus sister? Let me think about it. Take your time. I'm going to check on Yumi. because the mini base station was temporarily requested to be kept confidential by Lin Yao. Yao Beluo set up a separate tent for Yumi to work in. When Lin Yao found her, Yumi was busy typing on the holographic keyboard projected by the light brain. "Yumi, how's it going? Can you connect to the signal?" Yin had been assisting Yumi and answered on her behalf. "Due to the signal jammer, we still can't connect to the external signal. However, we can establish a communication channel for us." "Oh, how much longer will it take?" Yin couldn't answer that question. Yumi could only answer herself. "Within an hour." Lin Yao nodded. "Okay, Yumi, thank you for your hard work." After understanding the progress, Lin Yao hurriedly took a few speed ability users and Soldier Zero back to the Beast Tide area. After spending more than half an hour, they rescued over 10 people. Upon returning, they didn't rest much. Each drank potions to replenish their abilities and stamina, and continued to rescue people in the Beast Tide area. However, just after rescuing a few people, the light brain emitted a beeping sound. A speed ability user glanced at it and said excitedly, "Great, our wartime channel has been established. We can connect now." Lin Yao looked and said, "Let's go back." "Just go back?" Everyone was puzzled. We found everyone nearby. It's unrealistic to rely solely on foot to rescue those far away. Moreover, we have more important things to do." "What things?" This time, because the wartime channel was established in advance, Lin Yao only rescued 6 or 7 people before returning. After handing the people over to the medical department, Lin Yao quickly gathered all the responsible persons. "Since the wartime channel has been established, we're going to counterattack next." "Counterattack?" Everyone was shocked. While rescuing people, I took the opportunity to scout. There are only a few thousand beasts in front of us, and basically none behind. With so many of us, it's time to eliminate this wave of Beast Tide. Yin Zhaolin said excitedly. "Yes, Lin, you're right. Let's eliminate the Beast Tide." The others also looked excited. "Next, I will hand over the wartime channel to the class leader for command. You all remember to follow his orders." When Lin Yao found the class leader and told him about this, he wanted to refuse. "I see you have arranged these students quite well. Why don't you command it yourself?" Lin Yao smiled lightly and said, "With my limited skills, I can only handle logistics. When it comes to facing the beasts, it's still you experience once." The class leader felt a bit embarrassed from her praise. "It's okay. I've only dealt with a few beast tides, and it's nothing compared to the expeditionary army. That experience is still richer than us students. I think it's getting late. Let's prepare for the counterattack as soon as possible. This wave of beast tide isn't really a major threat. They are all below level 3 beasts, totaling only 2,000 to 3,000, and they are weak in number. If it weren't for the signal being jammed and catching us off guard, along with not having weapons and equipment properly equipped, I estimate that these few hundred soldiers protecting the students could have wiped out this wave of beast tide. With more than 50,000 students, at least around 10,000 can effectively fight against the beasts." They divided the students into groups, assigning a leader to each group. The soldiers would take the lead, while the students would assist, clearing through the waves. Lin Yao led her small team, charging at the forefront, training each team member's abilities while also harmonizing the team. Zhang Feng, Wan Xiaoqi, and Wang Jincheng were already strong, while Meng Xingqian and Bai Zhenjin had also improved significantly after training. The 6 of them charged ahead, killing level 2 and 3 beasts like ferocious beasts just released from their cages. Wang Jincheng wielded a steel knife in one hand and a lightning ability in the other, standing in front of the beast tide and killing with abandon. Haha, this is so satisfying. With nearly 10,000 students plus several hundred soldiers, they killed or scared off the beasts in just over an hour, achieving a great victory. The most important thing was that apart from some minor injuries, there were no serious injuries or deaths. This made the students extremely happy, unable to contain their cheers. "Yay, we won! We eliminated the beast tide." Some students hugged each other to celebrate their survival. Some jumped up and down in excitement, while others were in disbelief, standing still for a long time before reacting. Compared to the students' cheers, the soldiers remained much calmer. The class leader remembered to have when June organized the logistics team to clean the battlefield, while he took the soldiers to search for the previously missing personnel. Just before dark, the light brain's signal suddenly recovered. While the students were still a bit dazed, they were sent back to the military base. There were no explanations, No clarifications, just told that the competition was over and they were sent back to school overnight. Lin Yao was not surprised by this situation at all. She estimated that several schools and the military base would still be quarreling. After all, the military base had pulled off such a scheme to lure the snake out of its hole. Whether they caught the snake or not was unknown. But many students had suffered casualties. If Lin Yao hadn't appeared in time to turn the tide, the number of casualties among the students would likely have increased. Although these special school students have a quota for casualties in practice or competitions, it's not acceptable to lose their lives as pawns in someone else's game. However, those matters were not for these unaware students to manage. After returning to school, to take care of everyone's traumatized mentality, the school specially gave everyone 3 days off. However, the members of the Mingguang team did not have much time to rest. Meng Xingchen needed to take care of the team's registration. Zhang Feng had to complete the energy food orders placed online during this period. She and Bai Jinjin needed to go to the newly built potion laboratory to teach the new potion maker how to prepare potions. After the 3 days off, Lin Yao finally had time to organize everyone for a meal, while also welcoming Wang Jinsheng and Wan Xiaoqi to the team. Now that our Mingguang team is registered, I want to officially plan our team. After all, besides combat, we have many preparations before the battle and various post-battle chores that need to be done. We need someone to handle pre-battle planning, procurement, information collection, post-battle organization, selling spoils, and managing the team's finances. I wonder who is interested in doing it. Chapter 101 Team Planning. I'll handle the pre-war planning. Meng Xingchen was the first to step forward to volunteer. Lin Yao nodded. Good. You did well during our last trip to the Zhongping Adventure Base. I hope you continue to work hard in the future. I'll take care of sorting and selling the spoils after the battle, as I don't really know how to do anything else, Zhang Feng said. I usually take care of some of the potion making, so I might as well handle the rest of the procurement for now. When we have more people later, I'll hand it over to someone else. Bai Jinjin also claimed a role. I can help you with the procurement when the time comes. I will make a good plan, Meng Xingchen said. Seeing them all claiming roles, Wang Jinsheng became anxious. I can't handle the remaining information collection and finance. I only know how to fight. You seem impatient, so why not take charge of information collection? It's just the right thing to temper your character with some trivial tasks, Lin Yao said, looking at him firmly. I don't. He wanted to argue further, but Lin Yao stared at him and said, choose between finance and information collection. At this moment, Wan Xiaoqi also spoke up. I don't want to handle finance either. If you don't do the information collection, then I'll do it. No way. I have even less patience for accounts. If you're not worried about me making mistakes, then I don't mind. With no other choices, Wang Jinsheng could only accept it with a bitter face. All right then. I'll trouble Xiaoqi with the finance. Okay, I'll ask my classmates from the finance department to help me make a form, and then we can fill in the data later, Lin Yao nodded. Now that the roles are set, I hope everyone will consciously take on their responsibilities. From now on, we are one team, and I hope we can all get along well for the next 3 years. Let us get along well. After 3 days of rest, everyone started to enter a learning mode. Although there was only one class in the command department of the 1st Middle Academy. It was the ace major of the 1st Military Academy, and the teachers and resources provided were no less than those of other departments. There were dedicated physical training rooms, tactical command simulation rooms, special ability training rooms, etc., many of which were exclusive to the command class. The class director, various professional teachers, minor subject teachers, special ability teachers, physical training teachers, and office staff were all well configured. The student-to-teacher ratio was nearly 1:10. Most importantly, these teachers in the class were either industry big shots or retired military high-ranking officials, all of whom had impressive backgrounds. For example, the class director, Chao Xingyuan, was a retired brigadier general with a colonel rank from the Expeditionary Army. Who would have thought he would come to teach at a middle-level academy? However, the students in the command department were all top-notch. Each one was smart and strong, and even the exceptional teachers couldn't suppress them. Chao Xingyuan, being from the Expeditionary Army, gave these students a serious wake-up call on the first day of class. I heard you all made a big deal during military training, defeating a wave of beasts together with students from other schools. Wang Jinsheng, who usually had his tail held high, immediately replied, the teacher's words are too conservative. We commanded the other schools to defeat the beast wave. Oh, that's impressive. I happen to have a strategy battle game here. Why don't you come up and play with me? Wang Jinsheng, even without much brain power, knew he was no match for Chao Xingyuan, and quickly backed down. Maybe not. That was just child's play. How could commanding classmates to defeat a wave of beasts be child's play? Come on up. Wang Jinsheng had no choice but to take the stage, sitting face to face with the teacher to start the strategy battle. This was a simple simulation combat game. Both sides had equal military strength and preparedness. They just needed to protect their base while simultaneously capturing the opponent's flag or destroying the opponent's base to win. As they battled on stage, the screen projected the combat visuals. Chao Xingyuan explained while arranging troops. In just 5 minutes, he directly destroyed Wang Jinsheng's base. See? Isn't this very simple? Looking at Chao Xingyuan's gentle face, the students of the command department could only think to themselves, what the hell? This is simple. Poor Wang Jinsheng hadn't even completed the most basic defense before Chao Xingyuan wiped him out. Is there anyone else willing to come up and play with me? The students all dared not speak. Chao Xingyuan's gaze fell on Yao Beiluo. I heard you were the overall commander this time. Yao Beiluo shook his head, looking at Lin Yao, who was sitting in the front row now. I think the overall commander should be Lin Yao. She arranged everything and then handed the commander position to me, while she went ahead to rescue people. Chao Xingyuan glanced at Lin Yao, who looked serious, and then turned back to Yao Beiluo with a gentle expression. She could hand over the command position to you, which means you have the ability to maintain it. If you don't mind, come up and let me see your skills. Okay, teacher. Yao Beiluo had no reason to refuse and went on stage to battle Chao Xingyuan. Both started deploying troops quickly. Almost simultaneously, they sent out their armies to engage in battle. However, Yao Beiluo was far from Chao Xingyuan's match. From the beginning of the battle, he was directly defeated. Watching the big word failure on the screen, Yao Beiluo stood up and said, I lost. At your age, you're considered to have relatively high abilities. If Lin Yao can command you, I'm even more curious about her strength, Chao Xingyuan remarked, looking at Lin Yao in the audience. Lin Yao, would you like to come up and give it a try? Lin Yao confidently walked up to the podium. Then, thank you for your guidance, teacher. All right, let us begin. Without further ado, the two began to battle directly. Chao Xingyuan, as per his habit, first fortified his base before sending out troops. However, Lin Yao's approach was different. She directly launched a massive offensive, overwhelming Chao Xingyuan's troops so they couldn't even advance. Lin Yao's combat style is sharp, Chao Xingyuan commented, stealing a glance at her. Lin Yao shook her head. I can't compare to teacher Chao, who acts steadily and arranges meticulously. After she finished speaking, Chao Xingyuan's troops appeared near her base, apparently preparing to stealthily capture the flag. The battle was intense, and the students below watched with excitement. Everyone thought that with Chao Xingyuan's unexpected troops, he would easily win the match. However, Lin Yao had also set a trap with a team of soldiers where his troops appeared, leading to a sudden ambush. Just as it seemed victory was about to fall to Lin Yao, suddenly her base was blown up. I lost. Chao Xingyuan smiled and pointed to Lin Yao's soldiers that were about to successfully launch a sneak attack on his base. You're not bad. A bit later, and you would have blown up my base. Chapter 102 Invitation, that was still a move away from victory. At your age, you are definitely a top-notch commanding talent. Lin Yao. Unfortunately, she is not at that age. After suppressing the arrogance of the commanding department, Chao Xingyuan finally got to the point. Today, let's select the class officers first, and in the future, the class officers will assist me in managing your class. I wonder if anyone is willing to volunteer? As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes in the class turned to Lin Yao. Chao Xingyuan reminded, classmate Lin Yao, your classmates are all looking at you? Lin Yao shook her head in refusal. I won't participate. I have too much on my plate and can't handle it. Seeing her firm expression, Chao Xingyuan didn't insist. Since classmate Lin is unwilling, you all can compete among yourselves. If Lin Yao doesn't become class president, who else can command respect? A classmate said, yeah, I only respect Lin Yao anyway. I estimate that among the 3 giants of the class, only Lin Yao can keep them in check. If Yao Beiluo becomes class president, Zhou Heng and Wang Jinsheng will definitely not accept it. As for the other 2, forget about it. After a period of military training, everyone could see Lin Yao's capabilities in various aspects. With such a gem in front of them, Who could tolerate someone else leading them, listening to their words? As if they were trying to force the position of class president onto her, Lin Yao stood up and coldly scanned them. If I nominate Yao Beiluo as class president, does anyone have any objections? Everyone was silenced by her gaze. Lin Yao focused on Zhou Heng and Wang Jincheng. Since you have no objections, then behave yourselves. Watching Lin Yao unilaterally decide on the class president, Chao Xingyuan didn't dismantle the situation and smiled. All right, Yao Beiluo will be the class president. What about the other class officers? Is there anyone else running? As studies began to fall into a routine, Lin Yao was busy all day long. During the day, she dealt with the full schedule of the commanding department, and at night, she had physical training and ability training to do. Before bed, she had to frantically supplement her knowledge of common sense and technology. Having suffered losses in this area before, she must not stumble again. It was fortunate that Zhao Chuan was still at the military base and hadn't come to teach. Otherwise, she would have to take out 4 hours every week. Finally, waiting for the weekend, Lin Yao still had to go to the Mingguang Pharmacy's potion room with Bai Zhenjin to teach the pharmacist summoned by Lu Qingyun how to refine potions. Once this batch of pharmacists learned enough, there would be a military training competition, and the other 4 schools pharmacists taught by Bai Zhenjin would come to the store for consignment. And the supply was already sufficient. Since the production of low-level potions had stabilized, Lin Yao felt it was time to launch a batch of intermediate potions. Hemostatic powder, ability recovery liquid, and physical recovery liquid, among others, brought by the Mingguang star system, had low-end versions, as well as intermediate and advanced ones. Initially, she planned to gradually expand the influence of Mingguang Pharmacy, slowly occupying the market bit by bit. Because Academician Zheng had previously stated that she should send every batch of potions for testing at the first research institute, Lin Yao personally delivered the intermediate potions after preparing them. Classmate Lin Yao's talent in potion making is truly unmatched. Upon learning that Lin Yao had brought potions for testing, Academician Zheng was the first to rush to the testing department. Since the last time she donated potions, Academician Zheng had been quite warm toward her, which made Lin Yao somewhat uncomfortable. You're too polite. I'm still far behind the potion research department. This was her honest opinion. The potions she currently produced were all simplified versions. Compared to the efficient potions from the potion research department, hers were merely child's play. You're still too modest. By the way, I researched those potions from your shop. Without increasing costs, I slightly improved their efficacy. You can take the formulas back. Isn't that too much? Lin Yao hesitated. Academician Zheng waved his hand. I'm just modifying the formulas. What's wrong with that? Take it. All right. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Lin Yao didn't hesitate anymore. I also have an invitation to the Touring Potion Summit here. You can come with me. Lin Yao thought she was in the clear, but upon seeing the invitation sent to her holographic brain, it clearly stated, "Welcome the Ability Activation Potion Research Team to attend." Lin Yao was somewhat surprised. What is this? The Ability Activation Potion was developed by you. It should have been led by you. However, you are too young, so it's better not to stand out too much. After all, the outside world is not as secure as our Yunmeng star system. Outside? Are you referring to outside the Yunmeng star system? Yes. You don't think that in such a vast universe, there's only the Yunmeng star system, do you? Lin Yao certainly knew that there were other star systems outside, but the star network had blocked information from the outside, hadn't it? I can't find anything on the star network. Academician Zheng sighed deeply. This is due to some historical reasons. We have no choice. The Yunmeng star system was forced into the interstellar age. Initially, the Yunmeng star system only had the Yunmeng star, which could observe the universe, but could only navigate within the planet and was unable to perform interstellar travel. The independently developing Yunmeng star was even unaware that there were other intelligent beings in this universe. However, one day, the unprepared Yunmeng star was suddenly attacked by aliens. At that time, the technology was underdeveloped, and the individual's abilities had not evolved, leaving Yunmeng star powerless to resist, and the entire planet fell under enemy rule. Since then, Yunmeng star entered a dark period of 500 years of enslavement. The alien forces committed all sorts of atrocities on Yunmeng star. They conducted inhumane biological experiments on the people of Yunmeng star, treating them as cheap labor to mine. Those who were good-looking were sold to aliens as slaves. while the strong were directly injected with destructive evolution potions and sent to alien battlefields. At that time, the people of Yunmeng Star lived worse than pigs or dogs. During these 500 years of enslavement, the people of Yunmeng Star did not resist, but alas, due to the technological gap, their resistance was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, easily crushed. After each resistance, the alien forces would conduct a large-scale purge on Yunmeng Star. After clearing out those with a sense of resistance, they would enforce breeding tasks on the people of Yunmeng Star and then brainwash the newly born people. Fortunately, the people of Yunmeng Star always remembered to keep the flame alive, secretly spreading the idea of independence and autonomy, which prevented them from being completely enslaved. The turning point came on the alien battlefield. There was a great figure who inherited the idea of independence and autonomy from the people of Yunmeng Star. Although he was injected with a destructive evolution potion and sent to the alien battlefield, he was incredibly lucky and obtained heavenly materials and earthly treasures just before his death. After consuming them, he broke the limitations of the potion and was able to extend his life. Chapter 103 3,000 Years of Wager. After extending his life, he began to fight while learning and growing. Through physical techniques, extraordinary abilities, and technology, he gradually survived not only on the alien battlefield, but also established his own power with his tenacious will and abilities. After investigating the distribution of interstellar forces, he began to take action. He consciously befriended influential interstellar forces and used their advanced technology to disguise himself, gradually expanding his influence. Finally, with the help of a high-level civilization, he successfully stood on the stage of the Interstellar Alliance. Utilizing the civilization protection laws of the Interstellar Alliance, he accused alien forces of aggression and fought for the independent development rights of Yunmeng Star. It turned out that even in a highly developed interstellar civilization, discrimination against the weak was the nature of intelligent races. Even with legal support, it was difficult for one person to shake a massive interstellar force. After 3 years of effort and struggle, he only managed to make that alien force withdraw from Yunmeng Star, while the alien force itself remained unscathed. Moreover, he was forced to establish a wager with this alien force, granting Yunmeng Star 3,000 years of independent development time. During this period, they could not rely on any organization, force, or individual for help, and had to rely solely on themselves to independently develop technology, complete individual evolution, and successfully step out of the Yunmeng Star system and into the Interstellar Alliance. If any rule was violated during these 3,000 years, the Yunmeng Star system would once again fall under the domination of that alien force. Even more disgusting was that while the alien force prohibited Yunmeng Star from seeking help from any external forces for development, they secretly used their own power to impose a comprehensive blockade on Yunmeng Star regarding technology, information, raw materials, and more, causing Yunmeng Star's development to face various constraints. As the 3,000 years of the wager approached, they still could not create a means of transportation capable of interstellar travel with their own technology. This left academician Zheng, who was in the know, feeling anxious. Thus, when he foresaw that Lin Yao was the person who could bring change to the Yunmeng Star system, he became so agitated. He urged her to work hard, to improve, and to learn various things. After listening to his account, Lin Yao felt a moment of blankness in her mind. Such a tragic history and such a cruel reality made her, someone who had experienced the destruction of a star system, frown. She suddenly found it difficult to determine which situation was more tragic. Was it the Mingguang star system being invaded by star beasts, leading to the destruction of civilization and total collapse? Or was it the Yunmeng star system failing to complete the wager and completely falling under the cruel rule of others, making it hard to rise again? Since it was a blockade imposed by others on them, why did they still have to carry out self-blockade internally? They did not impose self-blockade. It was a remnant of alien rule. Their star network was initially constructed by them, and they imposed a blockade on their star network. Whenever they discussed past history or the alien situation, it would be automatically shielded, unless they could endure a technological regression overnight or their technology surpassed that of the aliens. They currently lacked the capability to break through these blockades. Then they could use physical printing for dissemination. This had not been tried before. But the alien force had secretly hidden some powers in the Youngmeng star system. Once they detected any tendency to spread these messages, they would directly annihilate them. Their capabilities and technology were far more advanced than theirs, so even if they were discovered, they would have no way to deal with them. Lin Yao. From here, she could sense the difficulty Youngmeng star faced in completing this 3,000-year wager. Originally, they had to use 3,000 years to achieve the technological progress of tens of thousands of years, and yet there were opponents sabotaging them. They clearly knew someone was meddling, but they felt powerless. Youngmeng star was indeed too difficult. Which surrounding star systems were the blades of that force? Who knew? They were far behind the surrounding star systems, and those star systems were close to turning Youngmeng star into a sieve. At first, they made a great effort to find them out, but after one wave, another wave came, and later they became too lazy to care. As long as these forces did not enter their core institutions, they just secretly monitored them. Moreover, having these spies and infiltrators was not entirely without benefits for them. For example, the extraordinary ability activation agents this time. If it weren't for their infiltrators helping to spread the word, they would have had to find a way to get the news out themselves. Lin Yao was momentarily at a loss for words. So this time, the invitation to the Touring Agent Summit was because of this extraordinary ability activation agent? Yes, because you developed the extraordinary ability activation agent. This agent is considered advanced in the low-level civilizations around our Youngmeng star system. They can only buy finished products from civilizations that are more advanced than them. So, does this mean that there are certain risks involved in our outing? Is it possible that if we are not careful, we could be caught and threatened to hand over the agent formula? Academician Zheng smiled wryly and said, that shouldn't happen. Such formal invitations are generally issued after consensus among surrounding civilizations. Usually, at such times, they would take some backward technology and half-coercively trade with us. Knowing so much, Academician Zheng, you have also been invited to participate in such activities before. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain how Academician Zheng knew so many details and was leading the current top research institute in various aspects of technology. Academician Zheng nodded and then said with some melancholy, at that time, we had researched an advanced technology that was ahead of the surrounding star systems. They invited me out to trade with us half-coercively. At that time, we were invited to the Como star system. They let us choose one person and gave 3 months of learning time. Whatever you learn in that time is what you get. He paused, seeming to reminisce and regret as he said, I was chosen as the representative. Although it was all backward technology from their star system, it was still very advanced technology for us. Unfortunately, the time was too short. I couldn't learn it all. Seeing Academician Zheng becoming more and more excited and frustrated as he spoke, Lin Yao comfortingly patted his shoulder. Academician Zheng, don't be anxious, we still have time. It was already 2917, and there wasn't much time left. With more than 2,000 years of technological progress not caught up, there were only over 80 years remaining. And with so many difficulties yet to overcome, it was no wonder Academician Zheng was anxious. If in these 80 years, the Youngmeng star system could not break through the blockade of the surrounding star systems, they would ultimately fall back into such a cruel and dark rule. Chapter 104 Ambition. No independent intelligent being is willing to become a slave without independent thought. Whether living or dying, one must be under someone's control. Academician Zheng, please don't feel so much pressure. We, the younger generation, will definitely break the blockade. After comforting Academician Zheng, Lin Yao couldn't help but feel curious about why he wanted to tell her these things. Although she had shown some talent in pharmaceuticals, it shouldn't be to the extent that it would affect the technological progress of Youngmeng star, right? Thinking this way, Lin Yao asked him. Hearing Lin Yao's confusion, Academician Zheng was silent for a moment before saying, Lin Yao, you might not know what my special ability is, right? The star network marks it as a mental power ability, but there are many directions for mental power abilities. There are types for brain domain development, combat, control, comprehensive, mutation, etc. Online speculation suggests that Academician Zheng is a brain domain development type. After all, he's the first person in the research institute, involved in various fields and proficient in most of them. However, When Lin Yao encountered him in C07, she unconsciously lowered her guard, leading her to suspect that he was a control type. After guessing repeatedly in her heart, academician Zheng straightforwardly revealed the truth. I have the ability of precognition. Wow, what a powerful ability. Lin Yao was astonished. Actually, it's not that powerful. The things I can predict are very limited, and each time I predict, it consumes not only mental power, but also lifespan. So I generally don't predict trivial matters. I usually just use perception. Perception is also a type of mental power ability. When encountering some unusual situations, I have a general sense, for example, danger, surprise, etc. That day when you reported discovering a level 12 beast, my mental ability went wild. I slightly used my ability to sense, and then it told me to definitely head in that direction. At that time, I thought the direction of my perception was the discovery of the level 12 beast, but when I encountered you, my perception was triggered crazily. I couldn't help but use my precognitive ability on you. And then my precognition told me that you would be the one to bring great changes to the Yunmeng star system. Compared to academician Zheng's slight excitement, Lin Yao appeared very calm. There are many people who can bring about changes. This shouldn't be the reason why you are particularly taking care of me, right? Academician Zheng shook his head. You are different. As for what is different, academician Zheng didn't elaborate, and Lin Yao didn't ask further. She initially thought that she had been reborn in a peaceful star system and could be more leisurely. But she didn't expect the situation in this star system to be so dire. This made Lin Yao feel somewhat overwhelmed. She feared that the Yunmeng star system would end up like the Maguang star system, where no matter how hard she tried, it would inevitably fall into a tragic situation. In her heart, she hesitated about whether to exert all her effort to save such a precarious star system. After being silent for many days, when she saw her teammates playing and carefree, Lin Yao's conviction was instantly strengthened. No matter what, for the sake of her young and energetic teammates, it was worth a fight. Moreover, she had a strong external advantage. She believed that with a bit of signing in foreign star systems, she could acquire some advanced technology. After figuring it out, Lin Yao began to quietly adjust her strategy. For the Yunmeng star system to enter the Interstellar Alliance, it first needed the technology for long-distance jump navigation. Without this technology, relying on the speed of starships manufactured in the Yunmeng star system, with distances in the universe reaching tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of light years, it would be difficult to reach other star systems even by the end of one's life. Secondly, they needed sturdier starships that could withstand the ultra-high speeds during jumps and the various cosmic disasters, including meteors that could appear at any moment. Lastly, strong military power was required. In the universe, apart from natural disasters, there were also star beasts and space pirates. Without sufficient military power, navigation would not be guaranteed. In addition to these three main factors, there were also requirements for the physical fitness of the populace to withstand the jump of starships. At least individuals with level 4 body skills were needed. Also, stable and high-speed navigation routes needed to be developed and maintained. The existing technology of the Yunmeng star system could only cover distances of a few hundred light years around the star system, and there was at least 1,000 years of technological gap from the goal of crossing star systems. Hostile forces were watching and surely thought they were only a step away from victory. At this time, they definitely did not want the Yunmeng star system to have a chance to turn the tables. It was better to remain still than to act. Even if there were more advanced technologies, the Yunmeng star system would not dare to reveal them. Right now, the best and least noticeable thing to focus on was pharmaceuticals. No matter how well pharmaceuticals were developed, they could only enhance individual strength. Even if individual strength reached the current limit of the Yunmeng star system, level 12 body skills and level 12 abilities, it would not have a significant impact on the overall situation. When weak, one should lie low, develop quietly, wait for an opportunity, and make a comeback in one fell swoop. When Lin Yao was pondering how to adjust her study plan, she suddenly received a message from Zhao Chuan. Dr. Zhao, how come you have time to come to First Central Hospital? Has the issue with the military base been resolved? Finding a quiet place at school, the two met. Zhao Chuan had come out of the hospital and laboratory, and it was rare for him not to be wearing a white coat, which made him seem more approachable. Don't mention the military base to me. It makes me furious. Otherwise, would I have had to wait until now to report to First Central Hospital, delaying my research progress? Seeing Zhao Chuan's angry expression, Lin Yao was a bit curious. That SA military base issue, it shouldn't have much to do with you as a doctor, right? How could it not? A good base was unknowingly equipped with a signal jamming device, which led to a beast tide harming students. Such a serious matter. Should the entire base investigate for spies? That's true. But aren't they trying to lure the snake out of its hole with some kind of open scheme? How come they haven't caught any spies? Catch what? The staff officer at the military base is simply an idiot who is clueless. It's already good that he hasn't been played around by spies. How could he possibly come up with a plan to catch them? Ridiculous. Seeing Zhao Chuan so filled with resentment, Lin Yao became even more curious. Since he was so foolish, why was the base still using his plan? Although she thought that plan was ridiculous when she first heard it, she believed that what she knew was just the tip of the iceberg and that there must be many deeper aspects. Who knew that the reality seemed not to be what she guessed? That's just like when there's no old tiger in the mountain. The monkeys take over. With the upper management of the base not around, they insisted on making some kind of plan. He doesn't even think about it, the outer star systems. At this point, Zhao Chuan seemed to realize he had let something slip and quickly stopped himself. Chapter 105. Teaching with all one's might. Lin Yao smiled and said, "It's nothing. I know all about that alien system stuff. You, a student, how could you possibly know?" Of course, it's because I received an invitation to the Turing Pharmaceutical Summit. Huh? Does Dr. Zhao know about the ability-enhancing agent? Zhao Chuan's eyes lit up, staring at her with a confused look. What is that? That agent was developed by me. Am I blind not to recognize a talent like Lin Yao? I even called you here to be my assistant. Lin Yao waved her hand. That was just a coincidence. There is still so much I need to learn. And I hope that in our future collaboration, Dr. Zhao will generously share your knowledge with me. You don't need to hesitate. I really do need to learn. Additionally, I have a request and hope you can agree. Go ahead. At this moment, Zhao Chuan didn't dare to underestimate her. As you can see, I am still quite weak and my foundation in pharmaceuticals is very thin. So I hope you can teach me everything you know about pharmaceuticals over the next year. After a year, I want to attend the Turing Pharmaceutical Summit and learn all the agents presented there. Lin Yao's face was full of determination and belief, but it didn't impress Zhao Chuan. Instead, he scoffed. Lin Yao, having ambition is a good thing, but you probably don't realize the gap between our Yunmeng star system and the alien systems. You won't even know where to start with those agents. You can't reverse engineer the formulas at all. Given that level of difficulty, do you still think you can learn all the agents from the summit? How do you know unless you try? Zhao Chuan felt she was naive. I advise you not to be too self-satisfied. You should maintain a humble heart. Developing an ability-enhancing agent is indeed impressive. However, our Yunmeng star system has produced many geniuses throughout history. Many of them, just like you, were full of confidence and hope. In the end, after venturing out, they were hit hard and fell into despair. The technological gap of thousands of years is not so easily bridged. Lin Yao was not discouraged at all. Instead, she smiled confidently. Dr. Zhao, why don't you take a look at this first? She opened her holographic computer and sent him a document. Zhao Chuan's skepticism did not diminish, but as he opened the document, his expression gradually changed from doubt to surprise. And finally, to excitement. What is this? You only saw me configure it once, and you were able to refine it to this extent. No way. I need to go back and verify this. Lin Yao didn't stop him. Instead, she cheerfully said, "Sure. After you verify it, remember to get back to me soon." Pharmaceutical masters are plentiful at the First Research Institute. However, such a well-established institution has a complex web of interpersonal relationships. Even academician Zheng wouldn't dare to be 100% certain that his research team didn't have alien spies. She wanted to quickly improve herself without sticking out too much. Zhao Chuan, who was half doctor and half pharmacist, was a good choice for a teacher. Alongside Zhao Chuan, there were also the martial arts teacher and the ability teacher from the command department who had been absent for a while. Both said to have been transferred from the military base. Lin Yao was still thinking about who would be so unfortunate to end up in the same situation as Zhao Chuan at a critical moment. As a result, She met a familiar face during the martial arts class that day. Instructor Xia, is that you? Wang Jinsheng exclaimed in surprise. Who would have thought their martial arts teacher would actually be Instructor Xia from the military training class? At that time, there were quite a few people from the command department in the military training class, and seeing Xia, they all felt a sense of familiarity and closeness. I applied for a temporary transfer to the 1st Middle Court to be a martial arts teacher before the military training because something happened at the base that delayed me for a few days. I hope we can continue to get along well in the coming days. Of course, as long as you go easy on us a bit. We'll get along just fine, a student cheered. Going easy isn't possible, but I will provide you with more professional guidance in martial arts, so that after 3 years of intermediate education, you could be ahead of your peers. That evening, Xiejua invited Lin Yao to the cafeteria to catch up. Unexpectedly, when he arrived, he brought another person along. Who is this? This person was quite thick-skinned, insisting on coming along. Ahem, how do you talk? I can be considered half a familiar face with Lin Yao. The newcomer smiled at Lin Yao and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Chen Yiming. Lin Yao was sure she had never met Chen Yiming, but his aura felt somewhat familiar. He also said he was a half-familiar face. Are you the instructor for the practical exam? Haha, I knew Lin Yao would recognize me. Yes, I am the instructor for the practical exam. And I'm also the ability teacher for your command department. Teacher Chen, hello. Lin Yao stood up and politely greeted him. Lin Yao, no need to be so polite. We could just interact normally. Okay, thank you, Teacher Chen. By the way, what is your ability? She was quite curious. With Xia having a level 7 martial arts and only being a martial arts teacher, what level of ability did Chen Yiming have to be the ability teacher for the command department? You could take a guess. Xiejua couldn't stand a showy demeanor and push him aside. He is a wind-type ability user at the peak of level 7. Wow, that high. No wonder you can be our ability teacher. Well, it's just average, Chen Yiming replied. If Lin Yao has any questions about abilities in the future, feel free to ask me. Okay. Before Lin Yao could finish her sentence, her holographic computer rang first. She glanced at the name on the caller ID and quickly apologized to the 2 teachers. Sorry, I might have something to take care of, so I'll leave first. It's fine. Go ahead and handle your business. When Lin Yao arrived at Zhao Chuan's laboratory at the 1st Middle Court, he was holding a vial of agent. Overwhelmed with excitement. Lin Yao, how did you do it? The formula you gave me, I've tested it many times with the formula software, and it says it's the best configuration. After I personally configured it, I also confirmed it's the best formula. How did you manage to upgrade the bone repair agent to a perfect formula in such a short time? How'd I do it? Of course, it was because she spent 20 points to analyze it. She had no choice to catch up with others' thousands of years of technological advancements in just 80 years. How could she do it without some external help? However, she certainly couldn't tell him that. This is a special ability of mine. Zhou, Duktua Zhao. Do you still think I lack the capability to learn those agents from the surrounding star systems? Upon hearing this, Zhao Chuan said seriously, Lin Yao, please forgive me. It was my lack of experience. Rest assured, starting today, I will impart all my knowledge about pharmaceuticals to you, and I will definitely help you become a senior pharmacist within a year. Chapter 106. Business Warfare next. I hope Teacher Zhao will give us more guidance. Not at all. We learn from each other. After returning home that night, Lin Yao opened the 1st middle school system's status map in the system and found that the information of the 3 new employees was indeed displayed on the map. Name, Zhao Chuan. Position, Potions Department Teacher. Gender, male. Age, 118 years. Ability, Healing level 8. Physical skill, level 6. Affiliated star system, Yunmeng star system. Significant events, born in the Yunmeng star system in 2799. Entered the Ability Academy as the top student of the Potions Department in 2818, co-developed the Purification Potion in 2833, and attended the Potion Exhibition in the Nemo star system. Summary. As a native of the Yunmeng star system who has witnessed the power of foreign planets, he was not attracted by their advanced technology and superior treatment. Instead, he silently vowed to first strengthen the Yunmeng star system. After reading Zhao Chuan's information, Lin Yao realized she had not misjudged him. Although Dr. Zhao sometimes disregards details, he is a genuine patriot. Name, Xiejua. Position, Command Department. Physical skills teacher. Gender, male. Age, 53 years. Ability, Earth level 7. Physical skill, level 7. Affiliated star system, Yunmeng star system significant events. Born in the Yunmeng star system in 2864. Entered the first military academy as the third place in the combat department in 2883, became an excellent mecha warrior, joined the Expeditionary Army's 3rd Corps in 2888, and was transferred to the Yunmeng Star Garrison Base for joint defense during the 30-year rest of the Expeditionary Army in June 2917. In September 2917, he was transferred to the 1st Middle School as the physical skills teacher for the 317th class of the command department. Summary: he is a genuine soldier with excellent character. Name: Chun Yiming. Position: command department. Ability: teacher. Gender: male. Age: 52 years. Ability: space. Level 7 physical skill. Level 7 affiliated star system. Yunmeng star system significant events. Born in the Yunmeng star system in 2863. Awakened space ability in 2879 and was secretly taken away by the Expeditionary Army for training. Entered the 1st Military Academy in 2883 and became an excellent mecha warrior. Joined the Expeditionary Army's 3rd Corps in 2888 and was transferred to the Yunmeng Star Garrison Base for joint defense during the 30-year rest of the Expeditionary Army in June 2917. In September 2917, he was transferred to the 1st Middle School as the physical skills teacher for the 317th class of the command department. Summary: although he is somewhat smooth-tongued, that does not prevent him from being an excellent soldier. Lin Yao was somewhat surprised to find that both Xie Zhuo and Chen Yimin came from the Expeditionary Army. She had only heard of the Expeditionary Army and had not had much contact with them. The information she knew was mostly what the people of Yunmeng Star were aware of. Generally speaking, the Expeditionary Army of the Yunmeng Star System is either fighting alien beasts or exploring other planets, while defending the homeland. They also expand their territory and bring back various resources from distant planets. The Expeditionary Army has 10 legions, numbered from 1 to 10, which generally take turns on missions. Due to the slow navigation technology of the Yunmeng Star System, the Expeditionary Army consumes a lot of time on the journey. So each mission lasts about 30 to 50 years. With long-term warfare pressure, the mental state can easily become chaotic. And since the casualties of the Expeditionary Army are also the greatest, they return to the inland of the star system for 3 to 5 years of rest and new recruit selection after completing a mission. Of course, during the rest period, they are not completely idle. Generally, they return to the planet to serve as garrison troops for a period to maintain good physical condition. Some may also be assigned to other tasks. It is unknown whether Xie Zhuo and Chen Yiming came to the 1st Middle School as teachers with tasks. The fact that Zhao Chuan and the other 2 were able to be transferred from the garrison base at this time indicates that the situation at the garrison base should have been resolved. Sure enough, within 2 days, the school released a statement saying that there was a spy at the garrison base. The spy intended to undermine the relationship between the garrison and the school, not only provoking a beast tide against the students, but also placing signal jammers at the garrison base, causing chaos. During the beast tide, the students performed well, demonstrating good discipline and excellent abilities as preparatory military academy students, etc. Each student was awarded an additional 10 credits. Students like Lin Yao, Yao Beiluo, Zhou Heng, and Wang Jinqing, who performed exceptionally well, received an additional 10 credits. Thus, the events surrounding military training and what happened during that time came to an end, and students began to study peacefully again. Since adjusting her plan, Lin Yao has devoted more study time to potion knowledge. Of course, the original plan for the development of Mingguang potions has not stopped and is progressing steadily. After sending the prepared intermediate potions for inspection and receiving approval, Lin Yao took the opportunity to teach Bai Junjin and the potions master hired by Mingguang to refine intermediate potions over the weekend. Coincidentally, the 6 junior potion masters introduced by Zhao Chuan also arrived. After signing the contract, Lin Yao decided to teach them together. After learning about the intermediate potions, Bai Jinjin finally understood why Lin Yao had so easily let her teach those potions during the beast tide. It turns out she had already planned it, and I was wasting my efforts before. You didn't even mention it in advance, which made her unable to help but complain a bit. How could that be a waste? Now we have so many suppliers for those low-level potions in our store. Lin Yao smiled and reassured her. We can't take a cut from consigning their sales. Building good relationships is a potential source of supply. When they upgrade to intermediate and advanced levels, our store will surely prosper. How many people would stick around? Even if only a few remain, that is still a considerable fortune. All right, then I will work on building good relationships with those people in the future. Don't overwork yourself. Studies come first. Those matters can be left to Lu Qingyun. I'm also a potion master, so I can just exchange experiences. Okay, as long as you are aware of these things. After their conversation, they successfully reassured Bai Jinjin. Soon, Mingguang Potions began to launch a series of intermediate potions. Intermediate potions are more useful and professional for intermediate-level ability users and physical skill users, yet priced lower than some similar potions on the market. Thus, after conquering the low-level market, Mingguang Potions began to invade the intermediate market. Lu Qingyun is also a business expert. He knows that invading the intermediate market is not as easy as the low-level market, because it begins to touch the interests of established potion powers. Therefore, every step he takes becomes very cautious. He first releases a portion of non-mainstream potions to test the waters, attracting customers in small quantities, and then secretly pushes mainstream intermediate potions to these customers. Once these customers stabilize, he starts using the guise of offering benefits to old customers, encouraging them to bring in new ones. For every 10 new customers they bring, he gives away a potion worth 10,000 star coins for free. Chapter 107. Meng's Manner. This is how old clients bring in new clients, gradually and slowly swallowing the market. By the time those established pharmaceutical companies reacted, Mingguang Pharmaceuticals had already made a name for itself among a wide range of clients and occupied a certain market share. At that point, they began a large-scale advertising blitz, quickly establishing the Mingguang brand in the mid-tier market. However, those established pharmaceutical companies were not so easy to deal with. Mingguang's drug prices were low, and they followed suit by lowering their own prices, engaging in a price war. In a price war, Mingguang obviously couldn't compete. However, Lu Qingyun had prepared countermeasures, including the intermediate version of the mental energy refinement potion and the intermediate version of the mental energy refinement technique. This potion was handed over to the first research institute for research by Lin Yao at that time. They did not retain it, but instead returned it to her after modifications. Even the ingredient that Lin Yao had been unable to find was provided, along with its origin. After Lin Yao received the improved formula and prepared the potion, she took it to the first research institute for testing and then handed it over to Lu Qingyun. However, because Lu Qingyun had his own business plans, he didn't sell it in the store initially, intending to launch it at this moment to catch competitors off guard. With the testing results from the first research institute in hand, Lu Qingyun promoted both the intermediate version of the mental energy refinement potion and the intermediate version of the mental energy refinement technique on Mingguang Pharmaceutical social networks, accompanied by a statement that it was tested effective by academician Zheng and director Wang Fucking of the Pharmaceutical Research Department. When used together for 6 months, they could achieve the effect of purifying mental energy. This was a significant blow to the competition. What price does a mental energy purification potion command? Many people said they had only heard of it on StarNet, with auction prices in the billions. Even at several billion, that was still a price without a market. After all, the mental energy purification potion was meant to save those whose mental energy was on the verge of collapse. Ordinary people couldn't even touch it. But now someone told them there was a potion affordable to ordinary people that could achieve the effect of mental energy purification. What is this? This is good news for ordinary people. As long as one is an ability user, using their abilities too much can lead to some degree of mental disorder. This condition can affect sleep, making it impossible to rest at night, or it can impact emotions and mental state, hindering all aspects of life, work, and study. Other mental energy potions on the market can only soothe and stabilize, but cannot completely purify. As a result, most ability users suffer long-term effects from mental energy disorders. Although they had grown accustomed to this way of life, how could they not go crazy when someone told them that it could be completely eliminated? Thus, not only did the clients who had been lured away by the price cuts from established pharmaceutical companies return instantly, but many of their old clients and some high-level ability users were also drawn over. Mingguang Pharmaceuticals products nearly sold out in no time. The established pharmaceutical companies were unwilling to accept defeat and resorted to various tactics. Old tricks of commercial competition played out one after another, poaching their pharmacists, bribing others to undermine them, and restricting their raw materials. With the support of the 4 shareholders of Mingguang Pharmaceuticals, Lu Qingyun resolved each of these issues. Every pharmacist joining the drug department of Mingguang Pharmaceuticals was required to sign a confidentiality agreement, prohibiting them from formulating or leaking their formulas even after moving to another place. Violating this would be illegal, leading to the revocation of their pharmacist qualifications and potential imprisonment. The future for pharmacists was bright, as long as they stabilized their promotions. They would surely become prominent figures. Therefore, no one would risk their future for a little immediate benefit. This plan to poach pharmacists was clearly unfeasible. As for bribing others to undermine Mingguang Pharmaceuticals, it was already too late. When Mingguang Pharmaceuticals introduced low-tier potions and occupied the low-tier market, they had already established a stable client base and reputation. The subsequent promotion of mid-tier potions also gradually embedded Mingguang's low price and high quality in people's minds through the method of old clients bringing in new ones. Regardless, the effectiveness of the potions was undeniable. No matter how much they tried to undermine, it would only affect the judgment of a small portion of people and not the larger client flow. Restricting raw materials was even harder. The fact that these mid-tier potions could maintain such low prices indicated that the raw materials were not high-end items that were hard to come by. Aside from a few slightly precious main ingredients, the other auxiliary materials were either common or could be produced by wood-type abilities. Moreover, before the promotion began, Lu Qingyun had already prepared and stockpiled a large amount of materials. Thus, restricting raw materials would fundamentally fail to impact them. Those commercial competition tactics ultimately not only failed to harm Mingguang Pharmaceuticals, but instead backfired on the established pharmaceutical companies, severely damaging their industries. Just when Lu Qingyun planned to expand production, lower prices, and deliver a powerful blow to these established pharmaceutical companies, Lin Yao stopped him. What I want is not for Mingguang Pharmaceuticals to dominate alone, but to allow the pharmaceutical industry in the Yunmeng star system to flourish with variety. The pharmaceutical industry in the Yunmeng star system has been stable for too long. Our attack from Mingguang has already forced them to rethink their strategies. I believe that after some time, we will see many pharmaceutical brands launching new products. Lu Qingyun replied, "Boss, my vision is not as broad as yours." However, Meng Xingchen disagreed, saying, "Boss, I think you're still too merciful. These people used such tactics against us before. We should hit them back hard, so they won't dare to reach out again in the future. According to my dad, if they dare to reach out, we should crush them decisively. If it were just internal competition, Lin Yao wouldn't mind spending a little more time eliminating a few established pharmaceutical companies to establish Mingguang's authority. However, the more pressing issue was the betting agreement. If they won, everyone would be happy. If they lost, they would all go to hell together. Xingchen, can you help me arrange a meeting with your dad? I have some matters to discuss with him." Meng Guangwei, the chairman of Meng's Pharmaceuticals, was 78 years old, which was still considered young in the Yunmeng star system, where the natural lifespan starts at 300 years. However, he had been grooming his eldest son, Meng Xinghai, to take over Meng's enterprises since he graduated from university, gradually stepping back into the shadows. In such situations, it was generally quite difficult for anyone to arrange a meeting with him. Asking Meng Xingchen to arrange, it also meant she had a compelling reason to meet him. Soon, Meng Xingchen replied, "My dad asked me to invite the Mingguang team to Meng's Manor as guests. He also wants to meet you." Chapter 108. Meng Guangwei. Although he knew that Meng Xingchen was the second son of Meng Pharmaceutical, he really didn't have the aura of a rich second generation. Moreover, there were quite a few members in the team with extraordinary backgrounds, so the Mingguang team never felt a sense of reality about it. It wasn't until this time, when all 6 members of the Mingguang team were invited to the vast Meng Manor, resembling a small village, that everyone truly felt the reality of Meng Xingchen being the second son of Meng Pharmaceutical. While everyone was awed by the grandeur of Meng Manor, Lin Yao was busy signing in. She discovered the Meng Manor sign-in point and was prompted, "Do you want to spend 3 sign-in points to check in?" White sign-in points were easy to come by, while other sign-in points were rare. Lin Yao wanted to save sign-in points to unlock various formulas and blueprints. So she generally hesitated to casually sign at white points. Since she had come across a rare white sign-in point, she naturally wouldn't let it pass. However, what she didn't expect was that Meng Manor, as a private residence, could actually become a green sign-in point. She didn't know the system.S criteria for judgment. Upon successfully signing in, she received a Moon Shadow Spring Essence 1. Lin Yao only had time to glance at the Moon Shadow Spring Essence in the system space, which was contained in a small jade bottle, before hearing her teammates' exclamations. She had heard that Meng Manor was large, and seeing it today, it truly was. Wang Jincheng was the first to exclaim. Wan Xiaoqi also remarked, yes. With such a vast space and fresh natural environment, living here must be so satisfying. As a political center, Yunming Star shared the common issue of crowded living conditions, even with a large population. Wan Xiaoqi, as a typical ordinary Yunming Star citizen, felt this deeply. Hearing Wan Xiaoqi's exclamation, Meng Xingchen didn't feel proud. Instead, he was filled with concern. Do you really think living in such a big place is great? Bai Jinjin unceremoniously slapped him on the back, saying, don't you know how to appreciate the blessings you have? This is Yunming Star, where every inch of land is precious. Ordinary people would be ecstatic to have a piece of land the size of a toilet here. Meng Xingchen covered the spot where he was slapped and said aggrievedly, but I really think living here is very inconvenient. Meng Manor looks big, but most of it is medicinal fields. With such a large manor and so few people, sometimes I feel very lonely. If I want to go out, I have to take a long car ride and then transfer to a spaceship. If I want to order takeout, I have to run to the door to pick it up. Do you really think it's convenient here? After he said that, everyone suddenly felt that the large manor wasn't so appealing anymore. Wan Xiaoqi couldn't help but chuckle. I'm sorry. Although my home is cramped, I really find it a bit funny. I suddenly don't envy you at all. Ha ha ha. When she laughed, the others couldn't hold back either and started laughing along. Lin Yao didn't find it funny. Instead, she nodded in agreement, realizing it was indeed quite lonely with so few people. With the last inhabitants of the Mingguang system nearly gone, how could it not be lonely? She felt this deeply, but the others just thought he was joking and laughed even harder. Meng Xiao, starting today, I absolutely don't envy you anymore. Wang Jincheng laughed until tears almost came out. Meng Xingchen huffed in dissatisfaction. You all keep laughing. You can't fly spaceships inside the manor. You can only take the land shuttle. It takes half an hour to get from the entrance to the reception hall. Finally, Meng Xingchen displayed the demeanor of a manor owner, methodically calling for the internal shuttle and then ushering everyone onto it. Upon seeing the shuttle before them, everyone couldn't laugh anymore and began to sense a bit of his troubles. The shuttle slowly made its way for over half an hour before finally arriving at the Meng residence. You must be from the Mingguang team. E.M. Meng Xingai. Welcome everyone. To their surprise, waiting to greet them at the entrance was Meng Xinghai, the current head of Meng Pharmaceutical, which caught everyone off guard. Meng Xingchen was also a bit surprised and exclaimed, Brother, why are you home? Meng Xinghai smiled gently and explained, since your teammates are visiting for the first time, as your brother, how could I not come to host you? After explaining, he turned to the overwhelmed members of the Mingguang team and said, you all must be tired from the ride. Let us go to the reception hall to rest for a bit. Although Meng Xinghai appeared very gentle, the pressure of an upper-class person still lingered around him, creating a significant distance from the student team members. The team looked at each other, and no one took the initiative to respond. Lin Yao, feeling frustrated at her timid teammates, thought to herself that none of them were capable of handling the situation, and it seemed they needed to recruit a more adaptable team member. With no other choice, Lin Yao had to step forward herself. Then we'll trouble you. Big Brother Meng, you must be the team leader Lin Yao, right? It's no trouble at all. I should be thanking you for taking care of Xingchen. Xingchen is a great person. He helps a lot, she replied. Where would I be without your supervision? He wouldn't have made such great progress without you. You're too polite. It's only right for teammates to help each other. Lin Yao didn't particularly enjoy this kind of meaningless commercial flattery, but she could adapt. Courteously, she led everyone into the reception hall, where Meng Xinghai invited everyone to sit down and called the housekeeping robot to serve tea and snacks. Everyone, please have a seat. My father would like to meet you all. I'll go call him. After serving the tea and snacks, Meng Xinghai addressed everyone again and instructed Meng Xingchen, Xingchen, take care of your teammates. Got it. Once Meng Xinghai left, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Xiao, your brother has such a strong aura. I felt like I couldn't speak freely, Wang Jincheng, also from a prominent family, remarked. Yeah, facing such big shots like your brother and dad every day, I have to ask if it's stressful for you, Bai Jinjin added. Meng Xingchen shrugged. My brother only became like this after taking over the group in recent years. He was just like us before. Besides, he is my brother. Seeing him every day, how could I feel pressured? I think my dad is great, just like an ordinary person's parents. Meng Xiao was inherently a person with a dull emotional perception. Asking him was like asking someone who didn't understand. When Wan Xiaoqi said this, everyone laughed along. As the second son of the Meng family, with such a privileged background, Meng Xingchen's dullness played a significant role in him being treated like a team mascot. However, although he was treated like a mascot, everyone actually cared for him a lot. Chapter 109, Potion Enhancement soon. Meng Xinghai invited Meng Guangwei out. Compared to Meng Xinghai's sharp demeanor, Meng Guangwei gave off a feeling of warmth, truly resembling a friendly neighbor uncle. Hello, friends of Mingguang team. Welcome to my home. I am Xingchen's father. You can call me Uncle Meng. Everyone replied obediently. Thank you, Uncle Meng, and it was evident that they felt much more relaxed than when facing Meng Xinghai. No need to thank me. We adults are here, so you must be feeling uncomfortable. I won't disturb you. Let Xingchen play with you. Meng Guangwei didn't stay long, simply greeting them before letting the Mingguang team play on their own. Of course, he called Lin Yao away as well. Meng Guangwei brought Lin Yao to the reception room in his study and asked gently, Lin Yao, I heard from Xingchen that you wanted to see me? Lin Yao nodded, unsure if Mr. Meng was aware of the ability awakening potion. I've heard of it. It's the one developed by Lin Yao, right? Xingchen mentioned it to me. Meng Guangwei leaned back in his chair, appearing relaxed, and didn't show any particular interest in Lin Yao's words. I wonder if Mengsure Pharmaceuticals is interested in the production and sale of this potion. Oh, are you not planning to sell it yourself, Lin? Mingguang Pharmaceuticals is too small and not suitable for promoting such an important potion. Lin Yao was very self-aware. Although Mingguang Pharmaceuticals seemed grand, its foundation was quite shallow. For something as significant as the ability awakening potion, it couldn't handle it, so it was better to hand it over to someone else to manage, while also returning a favor. The First Research Institute has already tested the ability awakening potion. Although I donated the formula, they're still willing to let me promote this potion. However, our Mingguang is too weak. I would like to hand the ability awakening potion over to Mengsure Pharmaceuticals for them to handle. I wonder if Mr. Meng is interested. Why did you think of Mengsure? Is it because of Xingchen? Meng Guangwei did not respond immediately, but raised his own question. Consider it a thank you for Mr. Meng's support of Mingguang Pharmaceuticals. Mengsure hasn't done much, has it? Meng Guangwei showed an interested expression. Someone as capable as Lu Qingyun wouldn't have come to manage Mingguang Pharmaceuticals if it weren't for Mr. Meng's support. At first, she thought Meng Xingchen had brought in someone who was underappreciated for Mengsure, but later, seeing his smooth business tactics, she felt he was not simple at all. Even if the Meng family might just be helping Meng Xingchen, the one benefiting is the entire Mingguang Pharmaceuticals. Ha Lin, you truly are insightful. Meng Guangwei smiled, his eyes revealing admiration for Lin Yao. Mingguang should be good at recruiting now. If you don't mind. I don't mind. Are you kidding? How could I let such a reliable talent go back? If you don't mind, then it's good to make full use of him. The more top-tier management talent, the more trust they need. This was a reminder. Lin Yao nodded in agreement. Our main task now is still to enhance our strength. Professional matters should naturally be handled by professionals. You can rest assured, Uncle Meng. Others treated her kindly, and she reciprocated with warmth. That's good. Besides this matter, there's something else I want to discuss with Uncle Meng. Hearing the word discuss, Meng Guangwei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, sitting up straight with interest. I would like to ask Uncle Meng to lead the establishment of a potion research and development center unique to the Mingguang star system. What exactly Lin Yao discussed with Meng Guangwei, the Mingguang team did not know and would not dig deeper. After the day tour of the Meng family estate, Meng Xinghai personally came to see them off with a sense of closure. Thank you for your hospitality. You're too polite. In the future, when you have holidays, let Xingxin take you to play more. After a brief exchange, Lin Yao led the Mingguang team to bid farewell. Seeing that Meng Xingxin also looked ready to leave, Meng Xinghai couldn't help but call out to him, "You just got back. Aren't you staying at home?" "Brother, the First Middle Academy doesn't allow off-campus accommodation." After saying this, he left his brother behind and hurriedly caught up with the others. The First Middle Academy does not allow off-campus accommodation during class time, but on weekends, it's allowed as long as a request is made to the school. However, Meng Xingxin was focused on following his teammates, and Meng Xinghai couldn't stop him. After returning to school, Lin Yao opened the system, as she was quite curious about the Moonshadow Spring Essence. Host, Lin Yao, age, 16 ability, with System Level 4. Mental System Level 4, to be restored. Extreme Vision Level 2 Martial Arts. Level 4 Sign-In Points. 182 Storage Space. Heart Guarding Scales, 4 Mini Signal Station, 1 Moonshadow Spring Essence, 1 Daily Tasks. Task 1. Complete 2 hours of martial arts training. Reward Sign-In Point 1 point. Completed. Task 2. Complete 2 hours of ability training. Reward Sign-In Point 1 point. Completed. Task 3. Please recruit 6 team members for the Mingguang team. Reward Sign-In Point 3 points. Not completed. Lin Yao opened the notes for the Moonshadow Spring Essence. Moonshadow Spring Essence 1. Essence purified from Moonshadow Spring. It is useful for potion formulation. Seeing the notes on the Moonshadow Spring Essence, Lin Yao only pondered for a moment before understanding the system's meaning. Being useful for potion formulation simply means improving the purity of the potion, increasing the success rate of potion formulation, and enhancing the efficacy of the potion. Regardless of which aspect, it would be a significant boost for Mengshi Pharmaceuticals, which specializes in potion making. Oh, it seems she has discovered another incredible secret through the sign-in system regarding the Meng family estate. The Meng family's ancestors occupied such a large territory and established the estate, ostensibly for growing medicines, but in reality, it should be to conceal the existence of the Moonshadow Spring. After all, it is something that can aid in potion making. Even if its spring water is not as effective as the essence from a system sign-in, it is still a rare and sustainable treasure. However, even if she knows this secret, Lin Yao does not plan to take any action. After all, Meng Xingqin is her teammate, and she will need to collaborate with Mengshi Pharmaceuticals in the future, so it's better to keep this matter to herself. After the day tour of the Meng family estate, Lin Yao felt a bit lighter in her heart and began to focus on her teammate's strengths. Currently, Zhang Feng has a strength of level 4 and martial arts at level 5, which is quite impressive for his age. However, his strength type ability is merely a basic ability, which is somewhat at a disadvantage in a Cloud Dream Star system, where elemental abilities are prevalent. Lin Yao inquired about his opinion, preparing to let him take the ability enhancement potion to see if he could awaken another ability. "Captain, can an ability be awakened again?" Wan Xiaoqi asked curiously. Chapter 110. Transformation Abilities. The First Research Institute has conducted tests. Those with abilities who drink the ability activation potion may potentially awaken new abilities. However, this is limited to attempts with physical mutation abilities. Elemental abilities are currently not recommended due to concerns that the newly activated ability may conflict with the original one. Unless you conduct a genetic test in advance to determine the direction of the ability activation, as Lin Yao stated. Upon hearing about the genetic testing, everyone shook their heads. The Yinming star system itself does not have deep research in genetics, and the equipment and reagents for genetic testing are imported from other star systems. This has led to the price of genetic testing being exceptionally high, reaching astronomical levels. Even if the price is high, there is also a long waiting list. Genetic testing has only been introduced for a few years, yet the waiting time has already extended to a year. Except for those like Meng Xingqin, who come from wealthy backgrounds, or Wang Jincheng, who comes from a noble family, ordinary people should not think about it in the short term. Elemental abilities are not recommended for experimentation, but Zhang Feng and Wan Xiaoqi, who have power and physical mutation abilities respectively, can give it a try. However, without undergoing genetic testing, there is no guarantee of 100 activation of new abilities. It is possible that after drinking the potion, it will only slightly enhance the original ability. Even so, Zhang Feng agreed without hesitation. Captain, I'm willing. I just don't know if I can afford the price of this potion. I prepared this potion myself. I'll give it to you at cost price, and your share of the profits will be enough, Lin Yao replied. That's good. Besides the potion, I've also prepared energy liquid for you. After drinking the potion, soaking your whole body in the energy liquid will help you awaken your abilities faster and better. Lin Yao took a vial of ability activation potion obtained from the system space and a large bucket of energy liquid, handing them to Zhang Feng. Choose a time when your physical condition is at its best to use it. I understand, Captain. Upon seeing Zhang Feng receive the ability activation potion, Wan Xiaoqi, whose ability was physical mutation, brightened her eyes. However, she quickly withdrew her gaze. Wan Xiaoqi's physical mutation allows her muscles to become huge, similar to a muscular Barbie. With a bit of a girly heart, she does not like her ability, so she rarely uses it or practices, resulting in her only being at level 2 now. Now that there is an opportunity to awaken a new ability, she naturally looks forward to it. However, she is also aware of her family's situation. They definitely cannot afford the ability activation potion. Lin Yao, however, smiled knowingly and took out another vial of potion along with the corresponding energy liquid, handing it to her. You should take this back and give it a try. Wan Xiaoqi was somewhat surprised, but quickly refused. Captain, I can't accept this. I can't afford it. Then it will be deducted from your future team income. But how long will that take to pay off? I have already taken the lead in asking Meng's Pharmaceuticals to produce the ability activation potion, and it should be on the market soon. I've calculated the costs. And considering Meng's usual practice of not excessively raising prices, it should be between 300,000 and 500,000. Even 300,000 is too much for me. We are only intermediate students and don't have many opportunities for outdoor training. We don't have that many chances to earn. Captain, I can't take advantage of this. Lin Yao did not expect that Wan Xiaoqi's family, as locals of Yunmeng Star, would even struggle to afford 300,000. Why don't we do this? In the future, let Xiaoqi follow me to learn how to make energy food to sell. Manager Liu has been telling me that there are too many orders and has asked me to take on an apprentice to take on more orders, Zhang Feng suggested. Energy food has always been directly coordinated between Zhang Feng and Lu Qingyun, so Lin Yao was not very familiar with the situation. All right, you two can discuss this among yourselves. Wan Xiaoqi was a bit confused, but knew that the two were helping her, so she hurriedly thanked them. Zhang Feng smiled foolishly and said, It's fine. I'm also planning to find an apprentice, so teaching anyone is the same. I see you have some culinary talent, so learn well. Once you master it, you can take orders and earn a share like me. Among the 6 members of the Mingguang team, besides Zhang Feng, only Wan Xiaoqi produced decent results. With the ability issue resolved, both of their strengths should not be a problem. Meng Xingqian had a level 3 ability and a level 4 physical skill. As long as he maintained daily training, he could steadily improve. That was not a big issue. However, his metal ability was used roughly, and its level was slightly lower. Lin Yao summarized some small tips for using metal abilities for him and adjusted his training schedule. There's no other way to enhance your abilities. You just need to practice more. You've passed the qualification exam for materials analysis. So now you can continue studying material production in advance. It's just right. You can improve your abilities while producing materials, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I understand. Also, you need to improve your combat power. You can go to the school's fighting arena more often. After briefing Meng Xingqian, Lin Yao turned her attention to Wang Jincheng. Your ability has family inheritance, so you probably don't need me to teach you. Your physical skills are also up to standard. Just go to the fighting arena with Meng Xingqian. Wang Jincheng, who usually acted carelessly, was obedient in front of Lin Yao. I understand. Finally, Lin Yao focused on Bai Jinjin. Jinjin, your physical skills are lagging behind a bit. I hope that after you complete the basic 5 exercises, you go to the school's gravity room to practice for an hour. If you don't have enough credits, I can transfer some to you later. The gravity room is a special training room provided by the school for students. It uses technology to create a gravitational space, and training under gravity can enhance training effectiveness. Of course, such special training rooms are not provided for free. They require the consumption of credits. As Lin Yao spoke, she took out a large bucket from the space and placed it in front of Bai Jinjin. This is a sports recovery liquid I concocted by combining body repair fluid and energy liquid. Since you don't lack money, after you work out to exhaustion, soak in it. It can repair physical damage caused by overexertion and promote the enhancement of your physical functions. Upon hearing this, Meng Xingchen and Wang Jinsheng looked over with eager eyes, both wanting one. Lin Yao had no choice but to take out 2 more buckets for them. This is concentrated. Just take 500 milliliters and dilute it with water for a bath each time you use it. After studying medication systematically with Zhao Chuan for 2 months, Lin Yao not only mastered the basics, but could also independently develop some basic potions. The sports recovery liquid this time was concocted based on sports injuries and remedies. However, currently, the enhancement effects are average and the cost is too high, making it unsuitable for promotion. It is only suitable for wealthy individuals to use. Remember, you must practice the basic 5 exercises every day. Don't fall behind. Chapter 111. Qinggang Stone. Since military training is specifically arranged for the students of the first middle school, it indicates that this method has been tested and proven effective. This is clearly foundational training. If they master it, their subsequent improvements will be more pronounced compared to those who do not practice. Zhang Feng and Wan Xiaoqi returned with the potions, and good news arrived within a few days. Zhang Feng successfully awakened his fire-type ability, which will allow him to control fire better when making energy foods, thus enhancing their effectiveness. However, Wan Xiaoqi's situation was a bit different. She awakened a shape-shifting ability, currently below level 1, and can only randomly transform into a small animal. Bai Jinjin was filled with envy. Wow, what a marvelous ability! Xiaoqi, what animals have you transformed into? Are they normal animals or exotic beasts? Wan Xiaoqi was initially a bit disappointed that she did not awaken a powerful elemental ability, but hearing Bai Jinjin's question surprisingly comforted her. So far, they're all normal animals. I've transformed into rabbits, mice, snakes, and insects, but right now, I can only transform 3 times a day, each lasting 10 minutes. I'm so jealous of you. By the way, what does it feel like when you transform into other animals? Do your bodily senses change to be like those of the animal? Or, the two chatted happily, one asking questions and the other answering. Since they had awakened new abilities, they decided to take time to go to school and update their records. The improvement of their new abilities also needed to be taken seriously. People in the Yunmeng star system generally have to register their abilities at the Ability Center within 7 days of awakening. After registration, they can also receive a subsidy for ability users. Failing to register without a valid reason will be considered a public safety crime, leading to imprisonment. For students, activating abilities is relatively simple. They just need to update their information at the school's archive office, which will synchronize the data with the Ability Center. With their abilities awakened and the training of the team members arranged, Lin Yao continued to immerse herself in intensive study and training. Lin Yao. After completing the daily potion knowledge teaching, Zhao Chuan hesitated and called out to Lin Yao. What's wrong? Lin Yao looked at him strangely. He usually criticized her for having a weak foundation or scolded her for choosing the wrong major. So it was the first time she saw him acting so awkwardly. Could you give me some more of that Qinggang stone you gave me before? Zhao Chuan had recently been concocting some high-level potions, which kept blowing up his laboratory, and once even caused her to get caught up in it. Lin Yao remembered that she still had 100 large Qinggang stones in her system space, noted as the sturdiest stones from Songyan Mountain, and decided to give some to Zhao Chuan, hoping to help him renovate his lab. Unexpectedly, the results were quite good. Not only did they withstand explosions, but they also had soundproofing properties. Are you looking to renovate your lab again? No. Recently, I had a discussion with colleagues in the same field. They mentioned that the materials on the market are subpar and often get destroyed easily. I told them my little apprentice just gifted me a batch of stones that are quite good. After being blown up, there are no traces left. So, they didn't believe me, saying that the sturdiest metal materials in the Yunmeng star system can't achieve that effect. I thought I'd send them some a try. Lin Yao felt speechless. What was there to compare about such matters? Although she thought this, she still took a batch of Qinggang stones and gave them to him. Don't be too generous. I only kept 20 pieces for myself. The rest are for you. Got it. I'll take them for material analysis. Then go slap them in the face. All right. The items from the system.S sign-in have some special qualities, but Lin Yao didn't think much of it. Unexpectedly, after a while, Zhao Chuan brought her a surprise. Lin Yao, where did you get this Qinggang stone? Picked it up from Cyan Mountain on C07 star Y. The material analyst said this stone is quite extraordinary. It can absorb various energies, and the absorbed energy can nurture the stone. As long as the energy it bears at one time doesn't exceed a threshold, it can continuously absorb energy and slowly evolve. Materials that can evolve on their own sound impressive, but looking at his expression, it didn't seem like that was the case. Is there a catch? Yes. Unfortunately, this material is too low-end, and the evolution speed is very slow. If we had a large amount of stone material and considered refining it to elevate its material grade, it might be considered for starship defense material. Lin Yao simply gave him all the remaining 20 pieces of Qinggang stone in her system space. This is all I have left. Take it all. If you want more, you can look for it at Cyan Mountain on C07 star. But it may not be easy to find. Okay, I'll take it for research. Watching Zhao Chuan rush out, Lin Yao could only shake her head helplessly. She didn't hold out much hope. Her Qinggang stones were obtained through the system.S sign-in, which should have undergone some purification by the system. If they went straight to Cyan Mountain, what they found might be even lower quality than what she had. With the technology of the Yunmeng star system, their refining capabilities certainly couldn't match the unpredictable sign-in system. If the system could only purify to this extent, it indicated that the original material was likely even lower end. However, this Qinggang stone reminded her that the system doesn't sign in useless items. It was time to take out the pile of white leaves she signed in and study them. Researching new materials isn't easy. Lin Yao tried many methods and conducted different tests, but found nothing unusual. If it weren't for her faith in the system, she would have doubted that the white leaves were just ordinary leaf blades. As her research hit a bottleneck, Lin Yao boredly pinched a white leaf and squatted by the roadside in a daze. Just then, Yao Beiluo walked by, saw her in a daze, and couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing here?" Lin Yao lazily replied, "Oh, it's you. Come sit down and chat." Yao Beiluo glanced at the ground beneath her, bare and devoid of any stones, but he didn't point it out and instead squatted down beside her. "This leaf of yours is quite extraordinary." Lin Yao handed him the leaf, saying, "You have a good eye. I'll give it to you." "I'm serious." Yao Beiluo lifted the leaf to the sunlight and said, "Look, this leaf appears white, but when the sunlight hits it, you'll find it's actually transparent." Following his hand, Lin Yao noticed that the white leaf indeed sparkled with fine silver light under the sunlight. Lin Yao couldn't help but become very interested. Taking the white leaf back from him, she observed it closely and realized that the white color was actually formed by layers of transparent threads. This made Lin Yao's mind race with inspiration. Could it be that it doesn't need to merge with other things but could be dissolved directly? "What did you say?" Yao Beiluo asked, confused. Chapter 112. Beaten Lin Yao happily patted the boy on the shoulder. "You inspired me. I won't send you the leaves now, but once I figure something out with them, I'll give them to you." "All right, I'm looking forward to your results. I'll get back to work now." Lin Yao excitedly ran back to the laboratory, grabbed several beakers, added clean water, and then heated them to different temperatures. The first two at 30 and 50 degrees showed little change, but at 80 degrees, there were signs of softening. When she checked the beaker at 100 degrees, she saw that the white leaves had disappeared in the water. Lin Yao stirred with a glass rod and found that there were indeed transparent strands inside, which made her exhilarated. Who would have thought the analysis method could be this simple? Just then, at this critical moment, Lin Yao's light brain suddenly rang. There was no choice. She had to put her work aside and answer the call. "Boss, hurry to the arena. Wang Jinsheng is about to be beaten to death." Hearing Meng Xingqian's anxious voice, Lin Yao couldn't care about her work anymore. "Keep an eye on the situation. I'm on my way." When she hurried to the arena, it was already packed with people. Lin Yao had no choice but to use her abilities to urge vines to wrap around a nearby branch and leap over their heads. "Wang Dasha, weren't you very arrogant?" Seeing Wang Jinsheng being beaten into a bloody mess, collapsed on the arena, with someone stepping on his head, Lin Yao couldn't care about anything else and directly landed on the arena. Once the arena was activated, the management brain would raise a protective shield. This shield was unbreakable, but there was a force surrender button next to the arena. After pressing the force surrender button, The brain reminded her, Command Department, Class 317, Lin Yao. Do you choose to surrender? Yes. Who do you surrender to? Command Department, Class 317, Wang Jinsheng. The brain responded after a second, then announced, Force surrender successful. Force surrender was not something anyone could do. A certain relationship with the person surrendering was required. For example, Lin Yao was Wang Jinsheng's team leader. After struggling to squeeze through, Meng Xingchen rushed over and exclaimed, Boss. However, by this time, the surrender had already been completed and the arena's protective shield had disappeared. Lin Yao directly rushed onto the stage and said to the person still stepping on Wang Jinsheng, I've already surrendered for him, so this classmate should let him go. The person saw Lin Yao and showed no surprise at all. Instead, he looked somewhat arrogant. Oh, I'm really sorry. I was a bit slow to react. Watching him slowly lift his foot off Wang Jinsheng's face, Lin Yao's anger surged. In a moment his foot was lifted. She swiftly used vines to gently wrap around Wang Jinsheng and sent him to Meng Xingchen's side, urging him to take him to the medical room for treatment. Meng Xingchen looked worried. Boss. I'm fine, go. After Wang Jinsheng was taken away, that person turned around and walked up to Lin Yao, saying, Classmate, you do understand the rules of the arena, right? I understand. Once on the arena, unless one personally surrenders, no interference is allowed. Seeing Meng Xingchen take Wang Jinsheng away, Lin Yao finally had the mood to deal with the person in front of her. Since you know, why dare to violate the rules? Lin Yao couldn't even be bothered to answer that. Of course, she knew that intervening in someone else's arena match without reason would incur a penalty. They could not dodge or resist and had to take 10 moves from their opponent. This penalty was quite serious, especially in a time where physical skills were flourishing and individual combat power was extremely strong. But since Wang Jinsheng had been knocked unconscious, and this person maliciously refused to let him surrender, Lin Yao had to step in to stop it. However, since she dared to intervene, she was naturally confident in her ability to handle it. At this moment, the brain announced, Command Department, Class 317, Lin Yao. Intervening in another's arena match requires accepting a penalty. Are you ready? Lin Yao replied decisively, I'm ready. Then, a small light circle appeared in the center of the arena, just big enough for Lin Yao to stand in with both feet. Command Department, Class 317, Lin Yao, please step into the light circle and prepare to accept the penalty. Lin Yao stepped into the light circle as instructed, and the brain continued. Command Department, Class 317, Lin Yao, once the penalty begins, do not leave the light circle with both feet, otherwise it will be considered dodging, and the timer will restart. Combat Department, Class 315, Ma Che, 10 moves penalty. Timer set for 1 minute. Is the penalty starting? Ma Che smiled smugly, malicious intent evident. All right, since you care about your teammates, I won't hold back. The onlookers began to worry for her, wondering who this girl was and why she was acting so recklessly. Yeah, she can't possibly think you would go easy on her, because she's a girl, right? Who knows? But Ma Che is infamous in the First Academy. Why doesn't the school deal with him? He hasn't blatantly violated school rules, so the school can't do anything about him. This person is too disgusting, always exploiting loopholes in the rules to do vile things. I just wonder what that guy did to offend him. The crowd murmured, their voices loud enough for the two on stage to hear. Ma Che, however, was completely unconcerned, still smiling as he said, Classmate, do you want to consider begging for mercy? If I beg for mercy, will you let me go? Maybe I'll go a little easier on you. Lin Yao gave him a deep look, forget it. Ma Che grinned, full of arrogance. Since you don't want to beg for mercy, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, he responded to the brain, start the penalty. Command Department, Class 317, Lin Yao, are you ready? Ready. After Lin Yao confirmed, the brain announced, timer set for 1 minute, penalty begins. All right, Lin Yao, here comes the first move. With that, Ma Che wasted no time and threw a hook punch directly at Lin Yao's face. This punch was thrown with great force, causing Lin Yao's head to twist to the side. Before she could turn back, another punch was already aimed at the other side of her face. Second move, he counted out loud, but his actions were even faster, throwing punch after punch, all aimed at Lin Yao's face. After several punches, Lin Yao's face was disfigured, swollen and bruised, barely recognizable, showing that he had held nothing back. after humiliating her with a flurry of punches to the face. Seeing Lin Yao not utter a sound and remain steady on her feet, his malice deepened. If it weren't for the penalty system limiting how one could administer penalties, he probably would have kicked her out of the circle by now. In the following moves, Ma Che's punches became even more vicious. First, he aimed a punch at Lin Yao's side waist, targeting the kidneys. If injured and not treated in time, it could be fatal. Lin Yao was hit by this punch, causing her entire abdomen to curl up. Chapter 113. Counterattack. Seeing her finally react, Ma Che felt a bit of achievement and threw another punch at her other side. Lin Yao's abdomen curled up again. Ma Che became even prouder. Lin Yao, it seems your face is still more resistant to blows. As he spoke, Lin Yao took another punch to her abdomen. Her stomach curled even more, her whole body resembling shrimp, with her back arching up. The following moves were even harsher, each punch targeting the most vulnerable parts of the body: abdomen, waist, and knees. If it weren't for the AI supervising, prohibiting attacks on sensitive or lethal areas, this guy would probably have no bottom line. When he kicked Lin Yao's leg, those nearby heard a cracking sound as if a bone had broken. But Lin Yao was tough. Aside from bending her leg when the force hit, she didn't even sway. Ma Che secretly hated her, gritting his teeth. Lin Yao, are you ready? There's one last move. Lin Yao's face was swollen, her eyes nearly unseeable. But Ma Che felt she was provoking him. His anger intensified, and he delivered a flying kick, knocking Lin Yao to the ground. Throughout the beating, Lin Yao remained silent, only counting in her heart. The AI determined. Punishment complete. Lin Yao spat out some blood and slowly got up from the ground. Is it over now? Lin Yao stood up straight, wiped the blood from her mouth, and said, now it's my turn. Ma Che scoffed. Do you still have the strength to fight me? Disrupting someone else's arena match. After serving the punishment, one could continue the match, and the attacking party couldn't refuse. This was the first time since her rebirth that she had been beaten like this. If she didn't take revenge right away, she wouldn't TB Lin Yao. At this moment, a trace of killing intent flashed in her nearly swollen eyes. Of course, since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill it for you. I hope you have someone come to save you like that last person did. No need for anyone to save me. I can beat you myself. At this moment, the arena AI asked, punishment complete. Does Command Department's Class 317 Lin Yao wish to continue the forced arena match? Yes. Arena match application successful, deducting 10 credits. Please prepare for battle. Normally, an arena match only costs 2 credits, but a forced arena match requires 10 credits. Lin Yao's mouth twitched. Then the AI began to announce the rules of the arena match. This arena is a pure combat arena. During the battle, attacks on lethal areas and sensitive areas are prohibited, and supernatural abilities cannot be used. Violations may lead to penalties or match failure, depending on the severity. While the AI was announcing the rules, someone in the audience suddenly shouted, Lin Yao, be careful. This Ma Che will deliberately exploit bugs at critical moments. Lin Yao turned to look, and it was a familiar face, Tang Zhixian. It wasn't convenient to speak at the moment, so she could only nod at him to express her gratitude. Command Department's Class 317 Lin Yao. Combat Department's Class 315 Ma Che. Do you understand the arena rules? Yes. Both answered simultaneously, their tones filled with fighting spirit. The match began. With the AI's command, both launched their attacks simultaneously. Lin Yao punched towards his abdomen, but Ma Che dodged to the side. At the same time, Ma Che threw a punch towards Lin Yao's eye. After ducking to avoid it, Lin Yao quickly changed her move, aiming a knee strike at his groin. Ma Che had been prepared, stepping right to avoid it, and aimed a side kick towards Lin Yao's head. Lin Yao easily bent backward to evade. The two exchanged a flurry of moves, gaining some understanding of each other's skills. Lin Yao realized this person was no simple opponent. His combat ability was not much worse than Siege was, but he was more cunning and insidious, making him more difficult to handle than Siege's straightforward approach. Fortunately, this person's physical skills were a notch below Siege was, and he lacked some combat experience. Otherwise, with her current condition, it would have been uncertain whether she could take him down. Having roughly gauged her opponent's capabilities, Lin Yao no longer hesitated after striking and became sharper and more decisive with each move. Caught off guard by Lin Yao's sudden ferocity, Ma Che struggled to respond and quickly found it hard to withstand her relentless attacks. Lin Yao deliberately didn't easily defeat him right away. She first punched him in the throat, making it difficult for him to beg for mercy. Then she began to replicate the injuries Wang Jincheng had suffered. Ribs and limbs were all broken. Then she started attacking his abdomen, damaging his internal organs, causing him to spit blood. Until he was coughing up blood like a blood gourd, she finally stepped on his face and said fiercely, "Miche, remember this. Don't ever provoke me and my people again, or I will make you wish you were dead." After saying that, Lin Yao kicked him into the air, sending him flying several meters high, and before he fell to the ground, she kicked him again to send him flying back up. After several consecutive kicks, she let him fall directly, then blandly said to the arena AI, "The opponent has lost the ability to resist. Request a determination of victory or defeat." A few seconds later, the AI announced, "Combat Department's Class 315 Miche has lost the ability to resist. Command Department's Class 317 Lin Yao wins." After the match, Lin Yao let the rescue robot take Miche away, then reported a serious bug in the arena match, requesting a teacher to come serve as a referee. After filing the report, Lin Yao leisurely left the arena. Tang Jixin approached, wanting to help her, but was rejected. "I'm fine, just some superficial wounds." Tang Jixin looked skeptical, but seeing her insistence, he could only cautiously follow her. "Then you should hurry to the infirmary for treatment." "I still have some things to do. I'll go later." She was still thinking about the experiment. After saying that, she dashed away like the wind. Tang Jixin could only helplessly watch her with a pig-headed face walk briskly away. Running all the way to the laboratory, Lin Yao changed into her lab coat and headed straight for her experiment table. After stirring with a glass rod, she found that the transparent threads were still there, and her excitement surged. It seemed she had taken the most difficult first step in her research on Bai Yi. She took out a pair of tweezers, preparing to pick the transparent threads out of the water. However, whether it was the threads being too slippery or Lin Yao's injured hand being unsteady, she couldn't grasp a single one after a long time. Feeling a bit irritated, she subconsciously prepared to use her wood-type ability to stimulate the vines to roll out the threads, but suddenly the beaker turned green. Lin Yao was startled, thinking she had contaminated the materials with her wood-type ability. She used tweezers to pick up a few strands, only to realize something was off. The originally energy-neutral transparent threads were now emitting a familiar wood-type energy. Lin Yao's heart stirred. Could it be that these transparent threads could absorb energy? She then brewed a cup of Bai Yi, and after it turned into transparent threads, she tested it with her mental-type ability, and indeed, it was the same. The energy was absorbed. Chapter 114. Yao Beluo joins the team, feeling anxious and eager to verify her thoughts. Lin Yao decided to find someone to help her test it out. She flipped through her communication device and found that her teammates seemed to be unavailable. Meng Xingchen had taken a half-conscious Wang Jincheng to the medical office. Although Wang's injuries weren't severe, he needed time to recover. Zhang Feng and Wan Xiaoqi were busy preparing energy food and couldn't spare a moment. Bai Zhenjin, who was also of the wood element, lacked distinction. After flipping through her contact list, Lin Yao finally landed on Yao Beluo's name. "Yao Beluo, are you free? Can you come to Lab 3 to help me?" "Lin Yao, you're in the lab?" Yao Beluo was somewhat surprised. "Yes, I need help with an experiment. Can you come to the lab?" "Sure." Lin Yao couldn't help but sigh. Yao Beluo was indeed the model student of class 1 of the 317 Command Department. Asking him for help was definitely the right choice. When Yao Beluo saw Lin Yao, he wasn't surprised by her clumsiness but frowned and said, "Lin Yao, why haven't you gone for treatment if you're injured?" "It's nothing, just a little skin injury. I can go for treatment after I finish my experiment. Come on, help me by channeling your metal energy here, just the energy." Even though Yao Beluo was worried about her injury, he still complied with her request. Once the metal energy was released, the transparent threads in the beaker turned golden and emitted metal energy. Lin Yao was overjoyed and made various requests to Yao Beluo. He complied one by one, causing Lin Yao to jump with excitement, but she accidentally tugged at her injury and cried out in pain. "You should go for treatment," Yao Beluo insisted. "Wait, I'm almost done with this experiment. This experiment can't be completed in a short time. You should go to the medical office first." This time, Yao Beiluo didn't indulge her and firmly insisted she leave. Lin Yao couldn't argue and hurriedly stored her precious threads in her space bracelet. She had a slight rib fracture, a dislocated right leg, minor internal injuries, and extensive soft tissue bruising. I told you, it's just a skin injury, Lin Yao said while lying on the hospital bed. Listening to Yao Beiluo read her injury report, I heard Tang Jishuan say that the intensity of those 10 strikes you took shouldn't result in just this little injury, right? Yao Beiluo looked puzzled. Lin Yao smirked. Want to know the reason? It's simple, just like in a fight. If you anticipate your opponent's attacks ahead of time and dodge in time, you're fine. Of course, there are some tricks to reduce damage. If you want to know, I can teach you later. Yao Beiluo glanced at her suspiciously. Is it really that simple? Yes, it's that simple. Did she have to tell him it was experience gained from being beaten up a lot in her past life? Seeing the expression on Lin Yao's face, Yao Beiluo could only accept it as the truth. All right, I'll go prepare the treatment supplies for you. While lying on the hospital bed, Lin Yao watched him busily and couldn't help but tease, Yao Beiluo, you're so considerate. Why don't you join our Mingwang team? Upon hearing this, Yao Beiluo's hands paused. He glanced at her swollen face, which looked unrecognizable, and slowly said, Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. While assisting the doctor in fixing the orthopedic brace, Yao Beiluo said, Did you know I used to have a negative opinion of you? Used to? Well, you said used to, so it's fine. As long as you acknowledge me now. Lin Yao replied nonchalantly. Aren't you even a bit curious? Lin Yao originally wanted to say she wasn't curious, but seeing the story-like expression on his face, she quickly changed her mind. Okay, tell me about it. Actually, after the practical exam, I talked to my grandfather about you. I described your actions to him, and he became very interested in you. He even specifically reviewed your exam footage. Yao Beiluo came from the prestigious Yao family of the Yunmeng star system, known for its military generals. His grandfather was the semi-retired Marshal Yao Jinyun. After watching your video, he analyzed your actions in detail, from when you arrived at the Blue Ribbon River and encountered the giant python blocking the way, to asking Meng Xingqian to investigate the power distribution at that time. Then you had Meng Xingqian create metal cookware, which piqued everyone's curiosity. When everyone gathered, you boldly attacked Wang Jinsheng to establish your authority. Finally, you publicly stated your plan and extended a cooperation invitation. It seemed casual, but every step you took was precise, with no unnecessary actions, directly targeting your goal. Lin Yao couldn't help but laugh. Honestly, Yao Beiluo, if this hadn't come from you, I wouldn't have known I did so much and so tightly packed. Your grandfather might be right in his analysis, but when I was doing it, I wasn't thinking about any of that. I just wanted to get the treasure and cross the river quickly. That's what's most terrifying. Yao Beiluo chuckled bitterly. My grandfather said there are people in this world who, despite having never learned anything and not overthinking while acting, step precisely on every key point. Such people are born commanders. Hearing the seriousness in his tone, Lin Yao suddenly didn't know what to say. She wasn't a born commander. She had simply developed instinct from fighting too much in her past life. Of course, she couldn't tell him that, so she tried to explain, have you heard of the term overinterpretation? That incident was really simple, but you people overthink and complicate things. You should learn from Wang Jinsheng and just charge ahead. Maybe you'd have crossed the river already. Yao Beiluo looked at her in confusion. Why are you always avoiding my compliments? I just hope you don't think too highly of me. I'm just an ordinary person. I'm really not the kind of impressive person you describe. But your grandfather is so impressive. He can't be mistaken. He said you are an exceptional talent in every aspect. Whether in personal combat, intelligence, or leadership skills, you're top-notch. Most importantly, your inner strength is immense. Not only are you decisive in battle, but you can also remain calm at all times. You're a born commander. Seeing that she couldn't avoid it, Lin Yao could only cover her swollen face, revealing a shy expression. Wow, I actually received such high praise from Marshal. I'm so honored. What else did Marshal Yao say? He also said that in terms of combat power and strategic insight, I fall far short of you. Hearing his downcast tone, Lin Yao could imagine how a once-praised prodigy would feel when suddenly faced with such a blow. Chapter 115. Vice Captain, no wonder he felt awkward every time he saw her for a long time after school started. Taking a deep breath, he continued, My grandfather said that my personality is too hesitant and that I am too lenient with others. These are major taboos for a commander. If I can't change these, I can never be a commander. Lin Yao was a bit shocked. Do people from military families speak so directly? Aren't they afraid this young boy can't handle the blow and falls into despair? I heard on Xinguang that your Yao family is full of generals. If that's the case, how come you developed this personality? Having a family full of generals means nothing. They are not at home. Those at home can't teach me. Yao Beiluo's tone could not hide his desolation. Lin Yao suddenly remembered the current situation of soldiers in the Yunmeng star system. Due to issues with mental power, most soldiers in the Yunmeng star system had to retire because of mental power riots. The Yao family is full of generals, but this honor was built on the flesh and blood of many members of the Yao family. As military leaders, they must bear more than others. They cannot retreat until the last moment of battle, and they cannot retire until their mental power has been pushed to the point of collapse. Therefore, the soldiers of the Yao family have no idle positions. They are either in the expeditionary army, fighting on the front lines, or they suffer from mental riots and have to recuperate at home. In such circumstances, if they don't encounter the expeditionary army's 30 to 50-year recuperation period, Yao Beiluo estimates he wouldn't even see his family, let alone be carefully nurtured. How about this? You follow me in the future. Although I can't teach you the way of a commander, as Marshal Yao said, I can teach you to fight back against injustice. Hearing this, Yao Beiluo couldn't help but smile. Good. My grandfather also said to let me learn from you. Marshal Yao thinks highly of me. But don't worry, since you chose me. I will definitely take you to become the first team of Yunmeng Star. I believe in you. Meng Xingchen had originally left with Wang Jinsheng for treatment. But when he heard Lin Yao enter the medical office, the two ran back. Wang Jinsheng had a long face and said in a low tone, "Captain, I'm sorry. I drag you down. Don't rush to apologize. Let's discuss this matter in the team meeting later." Even if the young boy feels so guilty he wants to lie on the ground, Lin Yao did not coddle him at all. "Captain," Wang Jinsheng wanted to say something, but Lin Yao interrupted him. "Think about how this matter happened from start to finish and where you went wrong. Summarize your mistakes in the team meeting later. Now that your injury is healed, go back and rest." "Captain, this isn't his fault. He was trying to help me." Meng Xingchen pleaded for him. "You too. Summarize your own mistakes in the meeting. Now take Wang Jinsheng back to rest." Lin Yao spoke without any mercy, and the two troubled boys dared not say anything more and quickly helped each other leave. "By the way, Yao Beiluo is going to join our Mingguang team. Meng Xingchen. Remember to take him to register when you have time." As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Jinsheng, who had just been full of guilt, suddenly seemed to bounce back. He exclaimed excitedly. Lin Yao glanced at him lightly. "What's wrong? Do you have an opinion?" "No, Captain, this kid has his own team. It's fine, but suddenly joining us, isn't that suspicious?" Yao Beiluo was not provoked by his words at all and calmly said, "I just formed a team temporarily for the practical exam. I haven't registered a team at school." "Then you're also very suspicious. Why not be a good leader and come join someone else's team as a lackey?" Lin Yao was a very charming captain. "In short, you are just not sincere. Wang Jinsheng, you have a prejudice against me." "I don't." Wang Jinsheng was no match for Yao Beiluo when it came to verbal sparring. Hearing him go in circles without getting to the point, Lin Yao impatiently interrupted him. "Enough. Get back." Under Lin Yao's stern gaze, Meng Xingchen and Wang Jinsheng could only leave in defeat. "You don't have to mind that kid's words." After the two left, Lin Yao explained to Yao Beiluo, "You really protect him. I care for all my team members, and you will be the same in the future. The school has built many small activity rooms specifically for student teams and various clubs, and you can use one for half a day for 2 credits. Lin Yao specially had Meng Xingchen rent an activity room for the team to hold a meeting. "This is our team's first official meeting. I won't waste time. I will just mention 2 things. The first thing is to welcome classmate Yao Beiluo to join our Mingguang team." After Lin Yao finished speaking, she led the applause. Seeing this, everyone except Wang Jinsheng followed with applause. "The other thing is that I plan to appoint Yao Beiluo as the vice captain of Mingguang team." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the meeting room. Then, Wang Jinsheng immediately jumped up and said, "No way. He just joined the Mingguang team. Why should he be the vice captain?" Lin Yao looked at the other members of the team, except for Zhang Feng and Wan Xiaoqi. who showed little reaction. Even Meng Xingqian and Bai Junjun looked dissatisfied. Lin Yao did not discuss the matter of appointing a vice captain with Yao Beluo in advance, so he was unaware of it. If there were no objections, he would take the position, but now it was clear that more than half had opinions. So he could not let Lin Yao be in a difficult position. "Captain, it's not good for me to be vice captain right after joining the team," Yao Beluo said. Lin Yao comfortingly looked at him and said, "I have made great progress in my experiments, and I estimate I will be busy from now on." Classmate Yao Beluo has experience and strength. He is the most suitable candidate for the vice captain position. With a firm tone, she then changed her approach. "Of course, I'm not the kind of captain who makes all the decisions. If everyone has thoughts about the vice captain position, we can implement a rotating system starting next month. We can vote in the team every month, and the one with the highest votes will be vice captain for a month. How about it? Do you want to give it a try?" The others fell silent. They just didn't like having a vice captain parachuted in. That didn't mean they wanted to be vice captain themselves. Wang Jinsheng still wanted to refute, but when Lin Yao shot him a glance, he immediately dared not say another word. Their silence did not mean they were convinced. Chapter 116 Meeting Lin Yao could only continue. Don't think that being the captain or vice captain is an easy job. I not only need to coordinate and arrange everything, but I also have to have a clear plan for the team's future. I need to focus on the details and care about each of your learning and training. When issues arise, I have to take responsibility and step up to solve the problems. Like this time, if the captain was someone without strength or a coward, Wang Jinsheng, what do you think your outcome would be? Wang Jinsheng was a bit speechless. Definitely wouldn't die, but he might end up with a psychological shadow at the very least, or worse, his foundation might be damaged. What do you think? If it were you as the captain at that time, what would you do? Everyone. No one spoke, so Lin Yao had to call out names. Bai Junjun, if it were you, what would you do? Suddenly called out, Bai Junjun was momentarily stunned. After thinking for a while, she tentatively said, "Report to the school?" Lin Yao didn't answer and looked at Zhang Feng. "Do you have any thoughts?" Zhang Feng scratched his head, thought for a long time, and finally gave up. "Captain, I'm not very smart. I'm usually the one taking orders. Please don't make it hard for me." Lin Yao nodded and then asked the student next to her, Yao Beluo, "What do you think you would do?" "I might not have the courage to stand up and apply for a forced end to the competition like the captain, but I would probably first report the arena bug to the school and ask the school leadership to resolve the issue quickly." Lin Yao looked at him appreciatively and said, "You see, when I asked you, either you didn't know or you hesitated. But when I asked Yao Beluo, he almost immediately responded without much thought, which clearly shows he has thought about how to handle this issue beforehand. What does this indicate? Do you know? It shows that he can think from the captain's perspective. So, do you still think anyone else besides him is more suitable to be the vice captain? Now, does anyone have any objections to him being the vice captain?" Zhang Feng and Wan Xiaoqi exchanged glances and were the first to express their opinions. "Captain, we have no objections." Bai Junjun directly expressed her feelings. "I have no objections to Yao Beluo being the vice captain. I just don't like being parachuted in. I know this decision came somewhat suddenly. However, there was no other way. This experiment is very important, and I have to immerse myself in research, so I can't take care of matters within the team. Yao Beluo has both strength and command ability. With him as vice captain, I will be very reassured." "I understand." Since the conversation had reached this point, Meng Xingqian quickly added, "Captain, I will follow orders." Lin Yao finally turned her gaze to Wang Jinsheng. "Do you have any objections?" He hadn't even wiped the mess off his backside yet, so he certainly didn't dare to object at this moment. "No. Good. The first matter is resolved, so let's talk about the second matter." Wang Jinsheng, Meng Xingqian, can you tell us what happened specifically? Meng Xingqian glanced at Wang Jinsheng, seeing that he had no intention of speaking, so he had to start first. It was like this. Yesterday, Meng Xingqian and Wang Jinsheng, according to their usual habits, went to the arena to practice fighting. Unexpectedly, they heard someone slandering Lin Yao, saying that as the only girl in the command department, she could repeatedly stand out because she relied on her gender advantage to rise to power. Otherwise, with so many people during the practical exam, why was she the only girl singled out for praise? This clearly indicated that someone was raising her status too high. The words were somewhat obscure, but everyone understood the real meaning. Meng Xingqian and Wang Jinsheng couldn't stand it and wanted to confront them. However, the people discussing these matters were all upperclassmen, and there were too many of them, so the two couldn't argue back. Later, it was unclear how it happened, but as they debated, it turned into a fight in the arena, where the losing side had to apologize to the winning side and acknowledge that the other was correct. During the argument, both of them got heated, and when it was time for the arena battle to start, they realized the problem. The opponent, Ma Che, was an upperclassman, and both his physical skills and abilities were a small level higher than theirs, making it impossible for them to win. However, by this point, they had no choice but to go all in. After getting onto the stage, Wang Jinsheng quickly lost. But he didn't want to admit defeat in front of others and stubbornly refused to acknowledge that the accusations against the captain were true. When the opponents saw him not backing down, they got ruthless and kept beating him. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Meng Xingqian could only notify Lin Yao to come and resolve it. All right, I understand the situation. Now tell me, where did you both go wrong? Hearing this, Meng Xingqian felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, feeling as if his father was tugging at his ear, asking where he went wrong. Did we act too impulsively? Lin Yao smiled and then looked at Wang Jinsheng. What do you think you did wrong? I was too arrogant? Looking at them, one by one, with a clueless expression, Lin Yao was almost angered to laughter. She knocked on the table and said, "You too, if you could muster half a brain, you wouldn't have fallen into such a simple trap. Captain, I think this matter can entirely be blamed on them. This trap was designed specifically targeting their personalities. It's normal that they couldn't avoid it," Yao Beiluo advised. Wang Jinsheng objected to this, slamming the table and standing up. "Yao, what do you mean by that? Are you saying we are brainless?" Lin Yao shot him a cold glance. "Isn't that being brainless? You can't distinguish right from wrong. Sit down." Wang Jinsheng was furious but didn't dare to resist, so he could only sit down angrily. "Wang Jinsheng, let me ask you, did you check on Ma Che beforehand?" "Aye. You were responsible for information collection, and you didn't even think to check the details of the situation when you fell into the trap. Why do you have to shout here?" Meng Xingqian quickly explained, "Boss, it was too late after the healing yesterday. I told him to go back and rest." "Did you go back later than me?" and Yao Beiluo. Lack of awareness is lack of awareness. There's no need to make excuses for him. Now, even Meng Xingqian didn't dare to speak. "But Yao Beiluo was more aware than you. Yesterday, I didn't even say anything, and he asked me if we should check on Ma Che. You see, that's the gap between you and him." Yao Beiluo cleared his throat and said, "Captain, there's no need to praise me. I've just developed a habit from doing it more often. Our team's members are not bad. They just lack experience. Give them some time, and I believe they will do even better than I do." Chapter 117. Delicate silk. All right, then I'll leave them to your training. I hope there will be some progress by the next meeting. Upon hearing this, Yao Beiluo almost choked on his own saliva. He had only spoken a few words to help, but he didn't expect to take on such a big responsibility. With just a few sentences, he had been set up. Captain Lin Yao was truly impressive. "So, Yao Beiluo, why don't you analyze for them where they went wrong?" "Okay, Captain." Yao Beiluo responded calmly and spoke confidently. First, they were completely defenseless. Given the incident Captain Lin caused at school, no one dared to casually discuss it. You two heard it, and instead of understanding the situation right away, you easily fell into someone else's verbal trap. Second, they couldn't see their own strength clearly. It's understandable that a quarrel could escalate to a physical fight, but not recognizing the disparity in combat power between the two sides and making a bet that couldn't be retracted was overly blind confidence. Third, they acted purely on impulse without considering the consequences. Before going on stage, they had already noticed the difference in combat power, but failed to stop while they could and instead went down a path of no return, which was unacceptable. Finally, their unwarranted persistence dragged down their teammates. If you can't win, just admit defeat. A few insults from others hurt the captain. Besides, with the previous examples of Captain Lin's cousin Lin Yu and the Lin family, I'm sure no one dares to cause trouble in front of her anymore. So, what exactly is classmate Wang Jinsheng persisting for? After listening, Wang Jinsheng wanted to refute, but every word resonated with him, leaving him unable to argue back. Seeing him appear angry and unconvinced, Lin Yao couldn't help but chide. "Wang Jinsheng, do you know what they set this trap for? Do you think they just want to beat you up? You are thinking too simply. Their ultimate goal is to use you to draw me out and then take the opportunity to incapacitate me. How could that be? When I was accepting those 10 punishment strikes, the first few were aimed at my face, tried to insult me, and destroy my self-esteem. Each subsequent strike was aimed at my vital points. Moreover, while attacking, he secretly used a very sinister ability to try to ambush me. Boss, are you okay? Meng Xingchen began to get nervous. The other team members also stared intently at Lin Yao. Since I have already discovered it, he must have avoided it. I'm saying this just to remind you. Ma Che's ability doesn't reveal much energy, so if you're not careful, it's easy to be ambushed. You all need to be cautious when you encounter him in the future. But the ability recorded in the school files is body mutation. I heard that when using his ability, his limbs can transform into those of a beast with very strong attacking power, Yao Beluo noted. So he is hiding his abilities? How dare he? As obedient, good students, they couldn't understand such daring, illegal behavior. Since he dares to hide his abilities, he must be after something significant. So remember to be careful. Also, if this person is really hard to deal with, you can report him anonymously. After the meeting, Lin Yao rearranged their upcoming training tasks and added, I estimate I won't have time to manage you for a long time. So remember to find Yao Beluo if you have any issues. Also, if you really encounter something you can't solve, don't hesitate to disturb me. Did everyone remember? Yes. After the meeting, Yao Beluo told Lin Yao that he found out Ma Che and Ma Yan are relatives, and he would continue to pay attention to the details. I understand, and I'll have to trouble you from now on. Captain, we're on the same team now, so you don't have to be so polite. Okay. Since that's the case, remember to train the team members well. I hope that when I have time again, I can see significant changes in them. Captain, you're putting me in a difficult position. Are you willing to accept this challenge? I'll give it a try. After the meeting, Lin Yao truly fell into a busy schedule. Every day, aside from fixed classes and training, she spent all her time researching the transparent silk that melted from Bei. Of course, once she placed the transparent silk into the system space, the system named it Delicate Silk. Delicate Silk 1. This is a very versatile material. Seeing the system's note, Lin Yao had a general direction for her research. It was a substance with no attributes or energy, but it could absorb any energy and then transform into the characteristics that energy should have. For example, after absorbing Lin Yao's wood-type energy, it acquired the natural and life characteristics of wood. If she wove fabric from wood-type energy delicate silk and wore it into the jungle, it would have the concealing effect of being of the same origin as wood. If changed to gold-type energy, it would have the sharpness and toughness of gold. Using delicate silk infused with gold-type energy to make protective clothing would be a good choice. Delicate silk not only can be used alone, but it also has high compatibility with any material, almost without any rejection. By the time she reached this point in her research, Lin Yao realized this was an excellent material. Moreover, its raw materials were abundant and easy to obtain. The Frost Color Forest on Star C07. A vast forest full of white leaves. So, Lin Yao reported this to Zhao Chuan. Teacher Zhao, I think you can lead a project for this material. Isn't this material something you discovered? Why get to me to research? Zhao Chuan buried himself in examining the delicate silk Lin Yao provided, becoming more and more satisfied with what he saw. I'm just a student. It wouldn't be good to attract too much attention. Zhao Chuan thought so too. There were many spies from surrounding star systems who knew what they would do if they discovered Lin Yao's excellence. All right, I'll take on this project. However, I heard you have a good relationship with Zheng Mingzhou. Why not ask him? He is into potions and materials research. It would be more justifiable for him to lead this project than me as a pharmacist. Lin Yao awkwardly smiled. The first research institute has so many people and eyes. Who knows how many spies are there? If there is a need later, we can invite academician Zheng to join in. Besides, having you lead the project comes with a small request. What request? I hope this project can be established at the school. No problem. Zhao Chuan agreed readily without asking for the reason. The research capabilities of the first institute were somewhat lacking, but there was nothing she could do. Lin Yao felt that delicate silk was a very important material and couldn't be easily known by others. However, outside, she couldn't easily identify spies. Establishing it at the school would allow it to enter the system staff list, and then she could see the researchers' information, making it easy to identify spies. Although Zhao Chuan was a pharmacist, He and T attracted too much attention in the research community for starting a project to study a material. Chapter 118. XX Matrix. After all, many materials in the interstellar world are interconnected. Sometimes, something that was clearly intended for drug research turns out to be a material for weapon manufacturing. The researchers have invested so much in the early stages, so they can't just abandon materials that are already halfway researched. As long as there is enough research value, switching from pharmacist to material maker is not an issue, especially since it's just a matter of establishing another project. Zhao Chuan specifically had someone create a project proposal and submitted it to Principal Tang Mingde. The First Institute had never had a precedent for such a project, but the prospects for this material looked too promising. If the research succeeded, the benefits to the First Institute would be self-evident. Thus, the usually upright principal also made an exception for Zhao Chuan. May I ask why you chose to establish the project at the First Institute? After signing the project approval, Tang Mingde couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Hey, it's for my little apprentice, Zhao Chuan replied. That student named Lin Yao from the command department? Yes. I remember you applied to transfer to the First Institute to be a teacher. Because of her? Well, it can't be helped. My research needs her unique ability related to her eye technique. So this new material's properties were also discovered by her using that eye technique? Sort of. In any case, her research on the new material is a great help. She still has to attend school, and I have no choice but to choose the First Institute for the project. I believe the principal will strongly support our project, right? Of course. I've seen the new material too. It's completely attribute-free and can merge with various energies. This neutral material is a first discovery in the Yunming galaxy, but she is currently only at a junior high school level. Can she keep up with your research pace? She can learn while researching. She has great talent and is likely to become a pillar in the research field in the future. Tang Mingde sat up straight, intrigued. You have such a high opinion of her. Of course. After all, I'm a level 7 great healer. Usually people seek me out. When have I ever needed to seek others? Well then, I wish our great healer Zhao's project great success. Thank you for your kind words. After the project was established, Zhao Chuan began to integrate resources, set up a laboratory, and recruit researchers. Due to the high confidentiality requirements for the delicate silk, Zhao Chuan selected researchers from high-security research institutes. With backing from the military and his position in the school, this unique neutral attribute was very appealing to those researchers. Even though he had never researched any materials other than medicinal ones, those researchers flocked to him. Therefore, his team was quickly assembled. From persuading him to establish the project to forming the team, it only took half a month. When the system refreshed with the profiles of all members of the First Institute's Delicate Silk Project team, Lin Yao felt even more certain about her choice of Zhao Chuan. It was hard to tell if it was luck or insight, or if the Yunming galaxy had strong screening capabilities for spies. But there were indeed no spies in the project team. Of course, even so, it couldn't ensure that the project content wouldn't be leaked. It could only reduce the chances of leakage a bit. However, while she couldn't control these researchers, she could control their ignorance about the raw materials of the delicate silk. The white leaves, which were currently only in Lin Yao's system space, were located on planet C07. Lin Yao had signed in and obtained 100 units of white leaves, which amounted to a full 100 kilograms. For something as light as leaves, this was sufficient for research. Each time, Lin Yao would prepare the delicate silk in a large pot in advance and then hand it over to Zhao Chuan, who would then deliver it to the project team. This way, the researchers only knew about the delicate silk but had no idea where it came from, achieving fundamental confidentiality. Because the delicate silk could accept any energy, Zhao Chuan simply let everyone choose a research direction. The prospects for metal energy seemed the most promising, as it could merge with various metals and lead to multiple routes, such as weapons, defensive equipment, aviation, and mecha materials. Of course, the prospects for other materials were also broad. Water, wood, fire, earth, and other elements each had their own uses. What direction do you want to research? Zhao Chuan asked Lin Yao. Do I get to choose first? There are many research bigwigs in the project team. You discovered the material. What's the problem with you choosing first? You're a wood-type ability user. Why not try wood? No, I have some ideas and want to try the attribute-free material first. Zhao Chuan was a bit puzzled. Attribute-free? You mean I only have some ideas for now, but I think I can suggest trying the psychic system. The psychic system? Yes. Can you share your thoughts? I remember our galaxy's mecha development seems a bit slow. It currently only stops at land mechas. Right, there are many issues, but two main factors. One is the limitation of external materials for mechas that can't withstand the vacuum of space. The other should be the issue with psychic sensors. At this point, Zhao Chuan's expression turned to one of realization. You mean I should try the psychic sensors? Lin Yao nodded. Well, I discovered the properties of the delicate silk. I thought of this. However, mecha research is too advanced for me. My knowledge base isn't sufficient to delve into that area. So I wanted to let teacher Zhao try it. After carefully considering the requirements for psychic sensors, Zhao Chuan found that it indeed had some potential and couldn't help but praise. Youth really means having a sharp mind. Once the research directions were divided, Zhao Chuan eagerly began his research. Lin Yao also started her own research. Her foundation was weaker than any research institute, so she could only start from the basics. Considering the flexibility of the delicate silk itself, it seemed very suitable for making fabrics. So, when Lin Yao first researched wood-type delicate silk, she used it to make a piece of cloth. When it came to the forest concealment properties of wood-type delicate silk, Lin Yao thought of enchanting in games. She wondered if making clothing from delicate silk and endowing it with different attributes would grant the clothes special properties. Lin Yao tried to make fabric from different attribute silks, but the resulting properties were too chaotic and ended up having no attributes at all. After failing to form a viable design through various attempts, she thought of making an attribute-free fabric first and then arranging energies according to certain ideas. After doing this, there was some effect, but it was not as powerful as a single attribute. With no other options, her gaze fell on the blueprints for the energy matrix that had been hidden in the system space for a long time. Chapter 119. Enemy attack. She couldn't understand the blueprint of the energy matrix and had to seek help from Academician Zheng. Why did you suddenly want to learn about matrices? Academician Zheng was a bit puzzled. Matrices are things from other galaxies. The Yunming galaxy doesn't have them, nor any related specialized knowledge. Lin Yao briefly explained what she was currently researching to him. I was thinking if we could attach the energy matrix to clothing, wouldn't that allow us to create clothes with various functions? Upon hearing this, Academician Zheng found it quite reasonable. So you're saying that if we attach an energy matrix, we can form energy suits? If we attach a defense matrix, we can create defense suits? This could really turn into a big misunderstanding. She thought the term energy matrix was a suffix, like XX energy matrix. By adding terms like attack, defense, concealment, etc., it would become attack energy matrix, defense energy matrix, concealment energy matrix. But Academician Zheng told her that matrix was actually the suffix, as an XX matrix. Due to this misunderstanding, Lin Yao specifically asked Academician Zheng for detailed information about the matrix system. I learned about matrices from the Como galaxy, but I only scratched the surface. The matrix system in the Como galaxy is very complete. For example, the energy matrix I previously arranged has many different types, such as dispersing, gathering, stabilizing, and so on. Besides energy matrices, there are also some basic functional ones, such as defense matrices, attack matrices, growth-promoting matrices for plants, and concealment matrices. They are quite diverse and can be applied in various fields like civilian life and military. Unfortunately, I had too little time to study. The energy matrix I arranged before was merely a remnant, not to mention other formations. I only grasped the basics. I can't really set up formations at all. Academician Zheng's tone was filled with a sense of powerlessness and regret. Well, if I have the complete blueprints for the energy matrix, could you deduce other matrices from them, even if they're just remnants? Academician Zheng's eyes lit up. You have the complete blueprints for the energy matrix? Yes, Lin Yao hesitated for a moment before handing over the blueprints she copied from the system space to Academician Zheng. Upon seeing the blueprints, Academician Zheng quickly snatched them and began to examine them closely. So it should be like this here, and this part, I've been arranging it incorrectly all along. After resting his head for a while, Academician Zheng excitedly said, Lin, your blueprints are incredibly useful. My thoughts are suddenly clear. Then can you study it first and teach me once you figure it out? Lin Yao asked tentatively. No need. I can teach you while I sort out my thoughts. What she initially thought was a very complex and profound subject turned out to have no principles or foundations, just rote memorization. But then again, it made sense. When academician Zheng was studying in the Como galaxy, everyone was wary of him. The only things he could access were those eliminated low-end technologies. Complex, profound, and widely applicable subjects like matrices were certainly not something anyone would let him touch, much less teach him. Unlike her, who had the advantage of a sign-in system. The only thing he could rely on was his own brain, memorizing everything he could access, and then studying it thoroughly once he returned. He passed on the things he had memorized to Lin Yao and shared his research insights with her. These insights of mine may not necessarily be correct. Just use them as a reference. Lin Yao felt a little upset. You must have had a tough time back then. Academician Zheng smiled and comforted her. Are you feeling lost listening to this? It's okay. It doesn't matter if you don't understand the principles. Just knowing how to arrange the formations is enough. You're young, have a good memory, and are smart. Once you memorize it, you can gradually ponder over it later. You might even delve deeper than I did in my research. All right. After spending some time, academician Zheng taught her all the matrices he could remember. That is all I can remember. If you want to learn more, you can look for opportunities at the Turing Potion Summit a year from now to see if you can learn anything. Okay. While studying matrices, the midterm exams arrived as scheduled. Due to the beast tide the students encountered during the military training competition, everyone was a bit traumatized. To ensure stability, the midterm exam was held in a nearby military district for 3 days of wilderness survival training. Because of the psychological shadow cast by the station troops in Yunmeng, this time they surprisingly switched to the base of the expeditionary forces. Since Lin Yao recruited Yao Beiluo into the team, she had been much more at ease. For pre-exam preparations and team arrangements, she didn't have to worry about anything. She just needed to come out of the lab and head straight to the transport spaceship. Today marks our squad's first official field test. Does the captain have anything to say? Meng Xingchen couldn't hide his excitement. This isn't our first time. Doesn't the previous trip to Zhangping star count? Bai Zhenjin's personality remained unchanged, still enjoying to poke at him. Bai Zhenjin, are you doing this on purpose? Meng Xingchen asked. We were 4 people before, and now we are 8. It's completely different. It is different, but your wording is incorrect. Bai Zhenjin retorted. You're nitpicking. Clearly, your phrasing was wrong. How am I nitpicking? Seeing that the two were endless, Lin Yao couldn't help but interrupt them. All right, it's been almost 2 months since we gathered. You two are going to perform this for me? The two quickly shut their mouths. Yao Beiluo watched and couldn't help but laugh, but he immediately covered it up with a cough. What has happened in our team recently? Let me know. As soon as those words were out, Wang Jinsheng stood up with a face full of anger and said, Captain, you should manage this guy Yao Beiluo. We've been strictly managed by him during this time. Every day it's either this or that. So busy we don't even have a chance to catch our breath. Did you learn anything? Learn a lot. Since you've learned something, then what else there to complain about? At your age, you should be learning. You have a free opportunity to learn and don't cherish it. Besides, being personally trained by the young master of the Yao family, do you think everyone can enjoy that? Then I'd rather. Lin Yao shot him a threatening glance. Wang Jinsheng quickly nodded obediently. I understand. I will study seriously from now on. After Lin Yao dealt with the troublemaker, Yao Beiluo said, everyone has made great progress during this time. I've adjusted each person's responsibilities. Now I'm in charge of overall coordination before the battle. Meng Xingchen is in charge of information collection. Wang Jinsheng is in charge of post-battle sorting, and the responsibilities of others remain unchanged for now. Thank you for your hard work. Captain, this is what I should do. After roughly understanding the recent situation of the team, Lin Yao began to get into the main topic. Chapter 120 Exploration regarding the venue for this midterm exam. What do you know? The leader said, I did some research. The Expedition Army's base on Yunmeng Star is located at Yumeng Mountain, covering an area of 14,751 hectares with steep terrain. There are many exotic beasts and plants inside, but all are below level 3. This is not their real training base, just a temporary training ground for new recruits. Meng Xingchen said. Lin Yao couldn't help but applaud. Not bad. Xingchen has made great progress. Meng Xingchen, flattered, couldn't suppress the smile on his face. The difficulty of this exam is not high. But we can't let our guard down. We must give our all in every exam. As the spaceship approached the Expedition Army's base, they heard a buzzing sound before landing. The students were confused. What is that sound? Only a few students, after hearing the sound, changed their expressions drastically, including Yao Beiluo and Wang Jinsheng. That's the base alarm. There's an enemy attack. Yao Beiluo exclaimed anxiously after hearing the buzzing sound. The others looked at him in disbelief. You must be mistaken. This is Yunmeng's star. How could there be an enemy attack? Meng Xingchen was the first to doubt it. Yes, not wrong. When I was training with the troops, I experienced a drill with an enemy attack, and that buzzing sound was exactly the same. Moreover, there is no signal from the light brain as we got closer to the base. Everyone checked their light brains and indeed found no signal. With Wang Jinsheng, who usually disagrees with Yao Beiluo, also saying the same, everyone had no choice but to believe it. Just as everyone was panicking and unsure of what to do, Wan Xiaoqi suddenly said, "Could this be a drill?" Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. Compared to the idea of the Expedition Army's base being attacked, the notion of a drill was much more believable. Thus, everyone turned their gaze to Lin Yao, who had been deep in thought since hearing the sound. "Captain, what do you think?" Lin Yao came back to her senses and calmly said to them, "Why don't we send a few people down from the spaceship to take a look? It would be best to find a supervising teacher to ask about the situation." Influenced by Lin Yao's calm demeanor, everyone's panic subsided a bit. Yao Beiluo quickly found a few speed-type ability users to prepare them to scout ahead. As the spaceship door opened automatically, they saw the spaceship carrying the supervising teacher parked right in front of the base. Just as everyone was excitedly preparing to disembark, a bomb suddenly flew out from the base and blew that spaceship apart. Everyone watched in shock as the spaceship exploded, the deafening roar and the blast wave hitting them like a wave, leaving everyone inside the spaceship frozen in fear. After a while, someone stammered, "The teacher's spaceship was blown up." Lin Yao reacted quickly, urging everyone, "Quick, get off the spaceship." Other speed-type ability users, go notify the others on the other spaceships to come down quickly. The spaceship is too big a target. Everyone should disperse and hide in the woods or elsewhere. There were only about 10,000 students from the 317th batch who came here for the exam, divided among 10 spaceships. They were inexperienced students and without guidance. They might just stay on the spaceship. Hearing the command, everyone quickly got off the spaceship. The Mingguang team stayed behind, waiting for everyone to disembark before Lin Yao led them down. "Captain, where are we going next?" Yao Beiluo asked. "Do you have the courage to go into the base and explore?" Lin Yao asked seriously. "Isn't that too dangerous? The Expedition Army has been invaded. Are we just delivering ourselves as food?" Wan Xiaoqi disagreed. "Perhaps it's because we are too weak that the enemy doesn't take us seriously. Besides, are you all really willing to just wait outside for rescue?" Yao Beiluo suggested. "The situation is so urgent. By the time we run out, the enemy might have already achieved their objective and left. Are you just going to watch those soldiers get killed by the enemy?" This statement was quite heavy, making the rational Yao Beiluo and the self-aware Wan Xiaoqi find it hard to refuse. "If you want to continue with your ideas, that's fine. I'll take the other team members who are willing to go in first, and you can come later." As soon as this was said, Wang Jinsheng was the first to raise his hand in agreement. "Captain, I'll go with you." As for Meng Xingchen and the other three, they always followed Lin Yao's lead. Wherever she said to go, they would go without a second thought. Seeing that the team was about to split into two groups for the first mission, Yao Beiluo had no choice but to compromise. "Then I'll let the other teams go out to contact for help, and I'll go with you into the base." Lin Yao patted his shoulder in satisfaction. "Good, go arrange it. We'll wait for you." With Yao Beiluo off to find others, Lin Yao turned to Wan Xiaoqi. "Xiaoqi, if you have other thoughts, you can stay outside to keep watch." "Forget it. I don't feel at ease waiting here alone. Let's go together. That's more like it. You should be passionate at this age." Wan Xiaoqi smiled wryly. "Why do I feel like you don't have a hint of nervousness at all? Isn't it to liven up the atmosphere and ease your tension?" Once Yao Beiluo returned, Lin Yao gave the order and the team set off. When they reached the open gate of the base, everyone cautiously peeked inside and found the entrance in a horrific mess, resembling the aftermath of a war. This scene weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Lin Yao used her wood-type ability to stimulate a vine, directing it to sneak inside first to scout the situation. Soon, Lin Yao recalled the vine and said, "All the technical monitoring inside is gone. It must have been destroyed by the previous wave of invaders." Confirming that the security system was down, Lin Yao took the lead and cautiously entered, looking around to ensure safety before signaling for the others to come in. The 7 of them then carefully advanced through the base entrance, using obstacles for cover. When they reached the base hall, Lin Yao saw a distribution map on the wall and quickly tore it down. After that, she waved for everyone to continue moving forward, stopping only when they reached a safe little room to spread out the map and discuss together. "We should be in the external section of the base right now. There are traces of battle everywhere, which means the enemy must have invaded from the entrance. So where should we go to investigate their movements?" Lin Yao asked first. Chapter 121 Analysis. The enemy attack likely occurred shortly before their arrival. Since the base was prepared to host us students for trials, they must have been researching and deploying their defenses during this time. I think some of the base leaders should be in the conference building on the east side. So I suggest we head there first, Yao Beiluo proposed. In the face of uncertainty, it is only natural to seek out leadership to understand the situation. Moreover, the conference building on the east side is relatively close to them, making it easier for this group of students to move. Wang Jincheng was the first to express opposition, stating that going to the conference building would be a gamble and that they should go to the office building at the back instead, where the probability of encountering base leaders would be higher. At this point, the leaders should have completed their morning training and moved to the office building. While there were indeed greater chances of meeting high-ranking base leaders in the office building, they would have to cross a vast external training ground to get there. If the enemy occupied the high ground, moving through that area would make them easy targets. Yao Beiluo had clearly thought things through more thoroughly. If safety is the priority, it might be better to go to the cafeteria on the west side. Since it's already past mealtime, the enemy probably wouldn't choose to attack the cafeteria first. "We can go there to set up a front and see if we can encounter anyone," Wan Xiaoqi suggested. "I said you all are too cautious. Why don't we just go directly to the Central System Management Center?" Meng Xingchen half-jokingly suggested, as the situation seemed to be at standstill. He had a joking tone, but Lin Yao gave him a thumbs-up upon hearing it. "I think Xingchen's suggestion is good. Let us go to the System Management Center." When this was said, everyone looked at her in surprise. "Are you crazy?" Bai Jinjin looked at her as if she were insane. "I'm not crazy. Just think about where we are. This is the heart of the Yunmeng star system. In the safest star, Yunmeng star. Now that even the most secure base of the expeditionary forces has been attacked by the enemy, do you think there are any safe places left in this world? Without access to outside information, they could temporarily pretend that the world is at peace. But once the truth is revealed, they must face reality. If even the base of the expeditionary forces is in trouble, then Yunmeng star, and even the entire Yunmeng star system, could be in jeopardy. Even if there are no immediate issues, once the base of the expeditionary forces completely falls, it would just be a matter of time before other locations fall as well. At this moment, they could no longer afford to shrink back. Someone had to step up to help the base of the expeditionary forces gain an advantage if they wanted a chance at victory in the future. For a moment, the expressions of the Mingguang team members varied. Some were contemplative, some slightly desperate, while others appeared resolute. Lin Yao didn't give them much time to think and continued. "Since there is a risk of life no matter where we go, why not take a gamble and make a big move? Directly contacting the System Management Center would be better. If we can't, we'll still act like mice, disrupting the enemy's layout and creating opportunities for our base. Should we go outside and ask if anyone wants to join us? I believe with our new students' Firefly power, we should be able to shake the enemy's stronghold." Meng Xingchen said, already fired up by Lin Yao's words. Lin Yao tugged at the corner of her mouth, hesitating, and said, "Wouldn't that be too big of a deal?" "That's exactly the point." He looked excited. "All right, then you take charge of gathering the classmates. Remember to make it clear in advance that participation is voluntary, and they assume their own risks." After Meng Xingchen ran out excitedly to gather people, Yao Beiluo looked at Lin Yao with a strange expression. Meng Xingchen went to pull people. "We shouldn't just sit around. Let us pair up and scout the nearby areas." "Captain, I'll team up with you." Bai Jinjin was the first to choose to stick with the captain. "I'm strong enough to go alone." You should team up with Xiaoqi instead, Lin Yao said. Since Lin Yao had said so, Bai Jinjin had no choice but to comply. With the two girls teamed up, Lin Yao paired off alone, leaving only Wang Jincheng and Yao Beiluo to reluctantly team up. Wang Jincheng looked at Yao Beiluo with disdain and ran off alone. In the end, only Lin Yao and Yao Beiluo remained, exchanging silent glances before heading out one after the other. The external reception area wasn't too large, just a reception hall and several small rooms. It was eerily quiet there now. Aside from the remnants of battle scattered on the ground, there was no one around. Even though there were many signs of fighting, there was little blood. Could this indicate that the soldiers had a higher chance of safely exiting? After scouting, Wan Xiaoqi asked, when the people arrive, you can mention this. It might help stabilize the troops' morale. Lin Yao nodded in agreement. The classmates are quite dispersed, so it might be difficult to contact them. Should we adjust our combat plan first? Yao Beiluo asked. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow and said, why don't you take charge of formulating the combat plan? Yao Beiluo pondered for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I have one request. Our team will be responsible for attacking the System Management Center, and you can arrange the rest. Good. Wan Xiaoqi watched the two discuss the combat plan, as if they were discussing what to eat tomorrow, her expression somewhat cracked. Bai Zhenjin patted her shoulder sympathetically. Don't worry, the captain may seem a bit unreliable at times, but so far, everything she has set out to do hasn't failed. If this plan fails, I probably won't have a chance to see you all again. That's unlikely. She was quite steady before. This time, things might just be bad enough that she has to lead us to take risks and prepare for a way out. Let's hope so. While the two chatted, Yao Beiluo quickly finished writing the new combat plan. Captain, do you want to take a look? Do you need my feedback? If you're willing, you can also give me some suggestions. Lin Yao reached out to take the combat plan he wrote on his electronic book. After looking it over carefully, she exclaimed, not bad, this plan is quite bold. Soon, Meng Xingchen and Zhang Feng led a group of people in. Captain, these are the squad leaders who are willing to join our Spark plan. Lin Yao twitched her mouth. The name Spark plan clearly sounded like something Meng Xingchen had come up with, sounding a bit juvenile. However, she didn't call him out on it and instead politely greeted everyone, stating that the Spark plan was formulated by classmate Yao Beiluo and that they should listen to him for explanations. If they agree with the plan, they can join. If not, they can continue to hide outside. Chapter 122, Power Struggle. Lin Yao underestimated us too much. In the entire first middle court, it's not just you who are willing to take on responsibility. Lin Yao thought she was speaking the truth, but unexpectedly, someone was triggered by her words. Considering that this was just a young person with a fragile mindset, it was inevitable to think too much. She hurriedly comforted, I didn't mean anything else. I just thought it would be best if everyone could participate in the plan and mutually recognize each other. The person retorted, so what you're saying is that the plan has already been set, and we just need to follow your lead? Lin Yao realized that this person was not just overthinking, but was deliberately looking for trouble. She gave him a deep look and asked, may I know how to address you? I'm Guan Xiangfei from the Ability Department. Lin Yao, you haven't answered me yet. Does that mean we don't need to participate in the plan and just follow your orders? We have formulated a plan, but we didn't say you must follow us. If you have a better plan, you're welcome to propose it for discussion. Hearing this, Guan Xiangfei nodded in satisfaction. We few teams also discussed a plan outside. Why don't you lay out your plan, Lin Yao, and we can all take a look and choose the best one in the end? As he spoke, he glanced at the team leaders who had come with him. At this moment, Lin Yao understood everything. Meng Xingchen didn't go to find helpers. He brought trouble instead. It was obvious that Guan Xiangfei had already discussed his plan with others in advance. He was not coming to join, but to seize power. All right, this plan was drafted by Yao Beiluo, so let him represent our team in the discussion with you. Lin Yao replied calmly, maintaining her composure. Several perceptive members of the team noticed Lin Yao stepping back from the discussion and quickly pulled her to another room. These people are too much. Bai Jinjin complained unhappily. During the military training competition last time, the team leader stole the spotlight. Many people in the school were jealous, and now they see an opportunity to step up. They don't even think about whether they can handle such a dangerous situation. Wan Xiaoqi also expressed her disdain for those people. A bunch of turtles hiding their heads. Before, we only saw them dodging. Now that we taking the lead, they want to take advantage. There's no such good thing. I'll just go beat them up later. Wang Jinsheng couldn't contain his anger and wanted to rush out to confront them. Lin Yao stopped him, saying, "What's the rush? If they want to take charge, let them. Being a leader is not easy. They want to enjoy the prestige of being the boss, but they should also bear the responsibilities that come with it." However, they clearly underestimated the shamelessness of Guan Xiangfei and his group. They wanted to be the boss, but were unwilling to take on risks. After adjusting the plan, they assigned the Mingguang team to the most dangerous weapons depot, under the guise that the Mingguang team was the strongest and should take on the most dangerous tasks. Yao Beiluo did not oppose and smiled in agreement. Meng Xingqian, who had been actively participating, finally reacted, "Wait, how can this?" Yao Beiluo interrupted him. "Meng Xiao, we just need to trust the team leader." Once the plan was set, the team leaders gathered their teammates to start according to the plan. "Team leader, are we really going to weapons depot? The enemy is attacking, and regardless of their purpose, the weapons depot is definitely one of their targets. Yes, if all goes well. We might even be able to get some weapons to arm ourselves." Lin Yao's calm demeanor steadied the hearts of the team members. When Yao Beiluo returned to the team, they discussed the route. The weapons depot was next to the conference building, and the fastest route there was to cut diagonally through the outer training ground, which was obviously too dangerous. Therefore, during the planning, they decided to take a detour from behind the cafeteria, making a half circle to reach the weapons depot. "This route is too long and risky. I won't consider it." Lin Yao directly dismissed it. "We'll go past the reception area and next to the exhibition hall, through the exhibition hall, and then cross a small open area to reach the conference building. Then we'll head to the weapons depot from the front of the conference building." "Isn't it going to be more dangerous to walk in front of the conference building?" "No problem." Just as they were discussing this, they heard gunfire and shouts from outside. Zhang Feng pressed his ear against the wall to listen and said, "It seems to be coming from the west side of the cafeteria. Then let us hurry and go to the weapons depot according to the plan." Lin Yao quickly called everyone to set off. The cafeteria was right next to the reception area, and if gunfire broke out there, those students might retreat here. And if they brought the enemy along, they would be trapped. Hearing the command, everyone followed Lin Yao without hesitation and streamed out of the reception area. The exhibition hall had doors on all sides and was surrounded in the middle, showcasing the achievements of the three armies since their establishment. They entered smoothly, only to find that the exhibition hall showed no signs of battle whatsoever. "That's a bit strange," Wan Xiaoqi said, still puzzled. "What's strange? Hurry up." Bai Jinjin pulled her along. After making a half circle, they stopped at the east door of the exhibition hall. Peeking outside, they only saw a few scattered signs of battle. Their SA team responsible for scouting the conference building. I remember it was Guan Xiangfei's team. They left before us, so it should be safe ahead, right? Meng Xingqian said uncertainly. "Don't be careless. This is a necessary route for many places and an excellent ambush point." Lin Yao said as she used vines to pull a chair from the exhibition hall and threw it out. In the moment the chair was thrown, they heard a whoosh, and the chair was shattered. Meng Xingqian instinctively shrank back. Indeed, the calmer the place, the greater the danger. He just didn't know whether the team ahead had made it through. "Since we're acting in groups, let's not overthink it." "Zhang Feng, do you have any flour in your space?" "Yes, team leader." "Then throw a bag of flour high up, and Wang Jinsheng, use your lightning ability to burst it open. When the powder falls and obscures the line of sight, everyone rush over quickly." "Okay." Zhang Feng threw a bag of flour into the air, and Wang Jinsheng activated his lightning ability to strike the flour bag. The flour bag exploded instantly, scattering everywhere. "Run!" With Lin Yao's command, everyone rushed out in a line and quickly stormed into the conference building. Zhang Feng, who was last, was shot at a few times by a sniper rifle, but fortunately, he wasn't hit due to the limited visibility. The conference building was also in a chaotic state after the battle, with more bloodstains visible than in the reception area, clearly indicating that the fighting had been fierce. Chapter 123, Bug Encounter. However, Lin Yao and the others only paused briefly before quickly exiting the main gate and continuing to walk along the green belt next to the wall. The conference building had a rectangular structure, and they were walking along the longer side. Since there was an open road beside them, the enemy was aware of their movements. Even though there was a green belt and Lin Yao's wood-based abilities providing cover, Their progress was not smooth. They were constantly being shot at by sniper rifles. Wan Xiaoqi, being larger in size, almost got hit. Of course, the most frustrating part was that they could only passively endure the attacks, with no sight of the enemy. They hated these hidden snipers the most. If I find out where they are, I'll strike them down with a bolt of lightning. Don't be so cocky. If a high-level ability user comes along, they'll take you out in seconds. Bai Zhenjin, true to her nature, spared no one in the team. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten how we hadn't seen any traces of ability users fighting along the way. Lin Yao lazily replied, "Maybe there's a bug in the system." Bug? What bug? Wang Jinsheng felt that this response was nonsensical. What bug? It's just that the enemy's attack plan wasn't set up properly. Hurry up. After we finish at the armory, I still need to go to the system management center. While enduring the enemy's attacks, the group quickly passed through the greenbelt area and reached an open road section. How are we going to get past this? The enemy is already on guard, and the previous method probably won't work. Wang Jinsheng, you blow up a thunder strike ahead. Huh, that sniper must have been watching us the whole time. If you blow up a thunder strike, he'll definitely be caught off guard and dazed. During that moment of confusion, we can rush past. One after another. Wang Jinsheng couldn't help but admire Lin Yao and then looked at Yao Beiluo with disdain. Look at some people, claiming to be the best in the Yunmeng star system. I think they're far worse than the captain. Yao Beiluo had no reaction, which earned Lin Yao a roll of her eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up. With a loud bang of thunder, the 7 members of the team rushed across the open road and into a corner near the armory. Once there, Lin Yao signaled them to lower their bodies and stay quiet, while she crouched down to prepare for scouting ahead. Wan Xiaoqi grabbed her and gestured to herself, then silently transformed into a small white mouse, scampering ahead to scout. Watching the little mouse head toward the armory entrance, everyone was extremely tense. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. The little white mouse quickly returned and transformed back into a human. Captain, the armory has been blown open. Wan Xiaoqi, breathless, spoke urgently. Then we want to go to the armory. Let us head straight to the system management center. Since the area around the armory had no cover, they had to take a detour through the soldiers' dormitory. Using the green belt there, they entered the Base S System Management Center. The building of the Base S System Management Center was also very quiet. Apart from the signs of battle, not a single person could be seen. Could it be that the System Management Center has also been occupied by the enemy? Seeing this scene, Bai Zhenjin felt a moment of panic. The door is still closed, so there shouldn't be any problems. Besides, we've already experienced the incident with the teacher's spaceship being blown up. Is there anything worse than that? Meng Xingchen said. Bai Zhenjin shot him a glance. I just got out of that situation, and you're bringing it up again. Do you think we aren't sad enough? Or that we aren't panicked enough? Meng Xingchen quickly slapped his own mouth twice. Sorry. It's all my fault for speaking. Fine, if we can safely return this time, I'll forgive you. That's a long time. Wan Xiaoqi couldn't help but tease the two. At such a critical moment, you two are still flirting. Were you planning to stage a love story in troubled times? What nonsense are you talking about? Who has time to think about that now? We're just too nervous, chatting aimlessly. You say whatever you want. Whether we live or die will probably be clear once this door to the System Management Center opens. As the few of them chatted at the back, Lin Yao and Yao Beluo were in front examining the electronic door lock of the System Management Center. Wang Jinsheng, can your thunder abilities break this door lock? Lin Yao asked. Wang Jinsheng activated his abilities to test it and then shook his head. No, it won't work. There should be a protective shield here that isolates abilities. Many important buildings in the Yunmeng star system are equipped with large protective shields that can defend against air, ground, and abilities. This kind of protective shield is different from the portable energy shield developed by the Meng family. It's a huge and sophisticated system. Once activated, it's difficult to destroy unless the key hardware that sets up the protective shield is damaged or there's an issue with the System Management Center. The fact that the outer protective shield of the base was not activated means it probably suffered a sudden attack that damaged the key hardware. The few people were at a loss around the electronic door lock, and at that moment, Lin Yao really missed Yumi's technology. Unfortunately, since the incident occurred, she and T encountered her again. In that case, we can only find a weak point and force our way through. Lin Yao said. Weak point? Lin Yao didn't answer. She directly activated her extreme vision, looking at the entire building of the System Management Center. Everyone, when I give the command, unleash your maximum attack and strike that piece of glass simultaneously. Hearing this, everyone put away their lazy thoughts and quickly prepared. 3, 2, 1, attack. With Lin Yao's order, everyone unleashed their abilities simultaneously, followed by the sound of a crack. They thought it was the glass shattering, but unexpectedly, everything went dark. And when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves lying in a place that resembled a medical pod. The members of the Mingguang team quickly lifted the pod cover and sat up, only to see their Class S exam proctor, Xie and Chen Yiming, standing beside them clapping. Congratulations, you're the first to come out. What? Where is this? What just happened? Everyone began to ask questions all at once. Chen Yiming smiled and patted the place where they had just been lying. Do you know what this is? If we're not mistaken, this should be a holographic pod. Meng Xingchen, being the second young master of Meng Pharmaceuticals, was quite knowledgeable. Indeed, this is a holographic pod. But how do you know? My dad bought one from outside at a high price for research, but the technical barriers are quite significant, and there hasn't been much progress. You guys at Meng Pharmaceuticals are researching this too? Wang Jinsheng asked curiously. Chapter 124, Holographic Technology, of course. My dad said that since our Meng Pharmaceutical has made money for everyone, we naturally need to find ways to give back to the public and contribute a bit to the technological development of the Yunmeng galaxy. I didn't expect Mr. Meng to be such a principled businessman. Chen Yiming couldn't help but praise. Xie nodded in agreement. Seeing Bai Jinjin, Zhang Feng, and Wan Xiaoqi looking confused, he quickly reminded them, let's go outside and talk in detail. Once outside the examination hall, Bai Jinjin couldn't contain her curiosity and eagerly asked, wait, what are you all talking about? I don't understand anything. Lin Yao observed the situation and clearly felt the information barrier between different classes. Yao Beiluo and Wang Jinsheng came from top-tier families, and their education probably included the history of the galaxy from a young age. Meng Xingchen, the second son of Meng Pharmaceutical, also had more channels to receive such information. However, people like Bai Zhenjin, who was not favored, and Wan Xiaoqi, who came from an ordinary background, had no way to access this information, not to mention Zhang Feng, who came from a remote star. The actions of foreign forces against the star network really limit them significantly. This is the holographic cabin and holographic star network developed by the Expeditionary Forces Joint Third Research Institute. What person lies in the holographic cabin? The mental power sensor inside can guide their consciousness into a star network world that is indistinguishable from reality. Bai Jinjin and Wan Xiaoqi were both astonished, their mouths agape. The current star network technology in the Yunmeng galaxy is still limited to using external devices to project an 8D world. Watching a movie seems somewhat real, but being in that world is another matter, let alone experiencing the kind of star network world they just went through where one cannot tell reality from illusion. However, this holographic cabin and holographic star network are still prototypes, currently only used for military training. The First Middle Academy wanted to ensure higher safety for this practical exam, so they sent you to the Expeditionary Army's trial grounds, Xie patiently explained. That sounds impressive, but it's not finished yet. Is it okay for us to use it for our exam? It's fine. This is an official project, and I don't think anyone would dare to covet it. Those who would dare to covet it have even more advanced technology and wouldn't care about this little accomplishment. So that's how it is. From the moment your spaceship landed, you entered the virtual world. That was a base scene created using holographic technology, meant to test your responses to unexpected situations as students. So if we came out early, does that mean we passed the exam? Bai Jinjin asked happily. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Xie and Chen Yiming's faces. You guys belong to a special circumstance. Xie said, what special circumstance? Because we found a bug and broke the weakness to force our way out. It probably hasn't reached the purpose of the exam. Speaking of this, Lin Yao also felt a bit awkward. She felt something was off from the moment the spaceship landed, but didn't think much of it at the time. It wasn't until she saw the teacher's spaceship explode right in front of them that she felt the abnormality more clearly, and then she tried to summon the system. When the system panel appeared, she confirmed that they should not be in a real world. because when she checked the system records, she found that half an hour ago, her system had already prompted, detected Expeditionary Army Station, sign-in point. Do you want to spend 3 sign-in points to sign in? She had specifically turned off the system voice reminder during her previous experiments to avoid being disturbed and hadn't turned it back on since. So the system voice broadcast didn't serve as a reminder. At that time, she thought the unreal world was created by some high-level illusionist and subconsciously wanted to break the weakness and return to reality. So she charged ahead with the Mingguang team, but she never expected this was a holographic examination hall. Teacher, I think we should be given full marks. After all, we observed carefully and discovered the anomaly in advance. Shouldn't that be encouraged? Just as everyone fell silent, Yao Beiluo suddenly spoke up. Wang Jinsheng clapped his hands excitedly and said, "Yes, we clearly performed excellently. Why does it feel like we did something wrong?" Exactly. We were able to detect the problem early. It should be the exam hall's design that wasn't realistic enough, so it can't be blamed on us. Meng Xingchen quickly echoed. Captain, what do you think? Teacher, what do you think about this? Lin Yao was called upon and had to step forward to speak for the team. You all have a point. I will reflect this to the school's leadership. Siejua thought for a moment and felt they were not wrong, so he readily agreed. Since they came out 2 days early, Siejua could only arrange for them to rest in temporary dormitories. Unexpectedly, Wang Jinsheng proved to be quite resourceful. After staying in the dormitory for a while, he cheerfully asked the team in their group chat, "Do you want to go to the monitoring room to see their performance in the exam?" Meng Xingchen was the first to raise his hand in agreement. "Let's go. I want to see how awesome they can be without us." "Yes. I also want to see how those team leaders perform." This immediately resonated with everyone. Even Zhang Feng, who usually worked hard and spoke little, said, "Their behavior is too lacking in character. I also want to go and watch." Haha, even Brother Feng can't stand it. That shows how low their character is and how detestable their actions are. Let's go right now. Then Wang Jinsheng led the Mingguang team of 7 to the monitoring room of the holographic examination hall. Before they reached the monitoring room, the system's sign-in reminder came. Detected sign-in point, holographic control room. Do you want to spend 3 sign-in points to sign in? For any sign-in point of 3 or more. Lin Yao didn't even look and directly signed in. Sign-in successful. Gained holographic technology 1. Lin Yao secretly clicked her tongue. The system is truly marvelous. It can sign in for anything. The group marched into the monitoring room, ready to watch the excitement of others, but unexpectedly, they were the ones being watched first. "So it's you guys who discovered the bug in the holographic examination hall and broke it to come out early?" The one speaking was actually the principal of the First Middle Academy, Tang Mingde. "It's just the midterm exam for the 317th batch of freshmen. Why would the principal personally come?" Lin Yao was somewhat curious. Yao Beiluo glanced at Lin Yao, and seeing that she had no intention of speaking up, he took the initiative to stand out and said, "Yes, principal, it was our recklessness." "What recklessness?" "I think you performed quite well. Young and full of vigor. And you have brains. Old Tang, don't you think so?" Before the principal could respond, another rugged-looking man directly chimed in. Chapter 125 Wang Sanquan. "Whatever I say, you just jump in to defend them. Besides, they're my students, not your soldiers. It's not up to you to protect them." Tang Ming Zidou, somewhat dissatisfied with his interruption. "These kids are so outstanding. Can I reserve them in advance?" Ultimately, Wang Sanquan could only concede. Wang Jinsheng ran over with a grin, grabbing Wang Sanchuan's arm. "Third uncle, don't worry. I will definitely report to your military unit in the future." What a good nephew. So obedient. After being coddled by Wang Sanquan, he noticed the principal's displeasure and quickly went to ingratiate himself with him. "Principal, don't worry. While at school, we will definitely study hard." After greeting the 2 big shots, Wang Jinsheng began introducing Lin Yao and the others. "Principal, third uncle, these are our Mingguang team members." He pointed at Lin Yao and said, "This is our captain, Lin Yao." Wang Sanquan scrutinized her sharply, seeming somewhat displeased that Lin Yao was Wang Jinsheng's captain. However, Tang Mingde smiled and said, "Old Wang, don't underestimate Lin Yao. She was the one who turned the tide during the beast tide at the Yunmengxing garrison base." Hearing this, Wang Sanquan withdrew his scrutinizing gaze. "I trust my nephew's judgment. If it weren't for someone he respected, he wouldn't be on their team. However, I still hope that Lin Yao can cherish her teammates and not bully my nephew just because he seems a bit foolish. Lin Yao's expression turned serious as she firmly replied, "You can rest assured about this. I will take good care of my teammates." Wang Sanquan nodded reluctantly. Seeing the atmosphere a bit stagnant, Wang Jinsheng quickly changed the topic. "Third uncle, you must have seen the monitoring of the exam. How was our team's overall performance?" "Not bad. Our captain is quite clever, both brave and strategic." Wang Sanquan laughed, patting his shoulder. "You don't need to defend your captain. I'm not going to do anything to her." With this reassurance, Wang Jinsheng felt much more at ease when introducing the other teammates to Wang Sanquan. "This is Meng Xingchen, the second son of Meng's Pharmaceuticals. This is Zhang Feng. Don't be fooled by his silly look. He's already at level 5 in body techniques. This is Wan Xiaoqi. This is Bai Jinjin." When introducing Yao Beiluo, he hesitated a bit before saying, "This is Yao Beiluo, the young master of the Yao family, known for its military prowess at Yunmixing." Wang Sanquan originally thought his nephew's background was already impressive, but he didn't expect this team to be quite extraordinary, full of hidden talents. After introducing the Mingguang team members, Wang Jinsheng proudly introduced Wang Sanquan's identity to the team. "This is my third uncle, the deputy commander of the expeditionary forces, at the rank of Major General." Upon hearing this, the others widened their eyes. No wonder this guy could navigate smoothly in the expeditionary forces. It turns out he had internal connections. The team members politely greeted Wang Sanquan. "Hello, Commander Wang." "Huh, no need to be so formal. Just call me third uncle like Jinsheng does," Wang Sanquan said warmly. The team members exchanged glances and all readily changed their address to third uncle. Good, all good kids." Wang Sanquan increasingly found the Mingguang team to be likable, his tone softening. "I heard you all want to watch the exam monitoring of others. Come, I'll take you there." Tang Mingde, seeing Wang Sanquan leading the group into the monitoring room, didn't want to be left out and followed along. Since they were going to watch, they might as well do it together. The monitoring room was filled with numerous small screens and a whole wall of large monitors. When Wang Sanquan arrived, he directly asked them, "Which team do you want to watch? Just tell me, and I'll have someone adjust it for you." Meng Xingchen, still resentful about Guan Xiangfei's power grab, immediately said, "Third uncle, I want to watch Guan Xiangfei's team. Could you please adjust it?" "All right." With Wang Sanquan's command, the monitoring was switched. They expected it to be the usual 8D projection, but in an instant, the surroundings changed dramatically, and everyone found themselves back in the base scene. Just as everyone was about to exclaim in surprise, Tang Mingde remarked, "Your holographic technology has progressed quickly. I remember 3 years ago, it still had a stuttering effect. Now it feels like we are right there." Wang Sanquan proudly replied, "Of course. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare use this technology for your students' exams." The Mingguang team members finally understood how impressive the Expeditionary Forces holographic technology was, allowing even spectators to feel as if they were on site. After the two big shots exchanged compliments, they saw Guan Xiangfei leading his team in a frantic escape. They were unable to pinpoint where the enemy was, and their evasion was chaotic, quickly leading to casualties. As casualties mounted, the remaining members became even more panicked. Under the pressure of life and death, one member completely broke down, crouching on the ground with his hands on his head, screaming, I'm not running anymore. Not running anymore." At this moment, as the captain, Guan Xiangfei should have stopped to quickly calm his teammates' emotions. However, he merely glanced back at his teammate, saw the hail of bullets surrounding him, and continued to run frantically without a moment's pause. His teammates were not much better. They were solely focused on saving themselves, leaving the emotionally collapsed member behind. Seeing this, everyone immediately lost interest in Guan Xiangfei. With such combat quality, he simply didn't deserve their attention. As they watched other battles or individuals, the performances were equally disappointing. After leaving the monitoring room, Tang Mingde's face was somewhat grim as he coldly said, "You're telling me that this kind of trash has taken power inside?" Tang Mingde had been observing Lin Yao's leadership skills all along. In his view, if Lin Yao had been leading inside, the result would definitely not have been this. The Mingguang team exchanged glances, feeling somewhat intimidated. However, Lin Yao was unfazed by the principal's cold demeanor and calmly replied, "If it were a real battle, I would have directly advised them to retreat. If I knew it was a holographic exam, I would have selected suitable partners and organized a battle. Unfortunately, this holographic technology isn't realistic enough. I noticed the anomalies. I initially wanted to explore together with them, but seeing how carefree they were, I simply let them be." Her calmness only deepened Tang Mingda's frown. Lin Yao chuckled lightly. "Principal, they are still students living in an ivory tower, always thinking they are invincible. If they don't face some setbacks, how will they learn? I believe that after this profound lesson, they will understand their own abilities." Tang Mingda had initially wanted to say something, but after hearing this, he found himself at a loss for words and could only give her a deep look. Chapter 126. Winter Hunt. Due to the power struggle involving Guan Xiangfei and others, and without Lin Yao as their support, the freshman exams of the first middle school quickly came to an early end. The results were somewhat disappointing, and their performance was hard to describe. Tang Mingda didn't linger too long, leaving with a serious expression along with the others. Before they left, Wang Sanquan cheerfully invited the Mingguang team to join them for a winter hunt on the resource planet after the semester ended, saying he would take them there. Although the legions in the Yunmeng star system were all state-supported, especially the expeditionary forces, their personal income wasn't very high. To compensate these soldiers, the Yunmeng star system's officials allocated resource planets to these legions, allowing them to harvest resources at the end of each year as a year-end benefit for the legion. They were all passionate youth, and hearing about the chance to explore a resource planet made them excited, and they quickly agreed. After returning to school to summarize their practical exam and receiving a scolding along with all the 317th freshmen, the holiday began. The 7 members of the Mingguang team packed their bags and returned to the base of the expeditionary forces, accompanied by their teachers, Xiejua and Chen Yiming. Before departure, Wang Sanquan gave them a speech. "You are all just beginners in a middle school. My expectations for you are not high. There's only one thing I ask. You must obey orders. The resource planet of our expeditionary forces is not like the ones you experienced in your practical exams. It is only cleared once a year, and the danger level is much higher. You must remember to follow orders." Although his words were harsh, the members of the Mingguang team, except for Wang Jinsheng, were quite aware of their own abilities. However, with Xiejua and Chen Yiming leading them, they weren't too worried about his outbursts. The resource planets for the expeditionary forces were located far from inhabited planets due to their higher danger levels. The exclusive resource planet of the expeditionary forces, C-49, was a full half-month away from Yunmeng Star. However, the expeditionary forces ships were specially designed for speed, much faster than regular starships, yet it still took about 10 days to reach. The journey was boring, and Xiejua and Chen Yiming didn't let up, training them every day until they could barely move. If it weren't for the average physical skill level of the soldiers being above level 5, which was significantly higher than the level 3 and 4 skills of the students, they might have been forced to spar with the soldiers. Of course, Zhang Feng's level 5 physical skills and Lin Yao's exceptional combat capabilities would be enough to compete with those soldiers. However, the soldiers didn't take their abilities seriously and weren't willing to spar with them. Every day was filled with training, and they weren't allowed to rest until they were exhausted. Their days felt endless, and if it weren't for the ship's announcement that they had arrived at C-49, the Mingguang team wouldn't have realized that 10 days had passed. Just as they were feeling dazed, Siege was sent over the exploration equipment provided by the logistics team of the expeditionary forces. The 7 members of the Mingguang team put on advanced protective suits and disembarked from the ship, finally feeling a sense of adventure. After being scolded like dead dogs on the ship, Wang Jinsheng exclaimed, "I'm finally alive." Xiejua, unable to tolerate his arrogance, squeezed his shoulder hard, saying, "Who do you think you are here?" Wang Jinsheng yelped from the pressure and quickly covered his shoulder, retreating behind Lin Yao. "Teacher, you're too harsh," Xiejua retorted. "If I don't push you a bit, will you ever learn?" In Xiejua's view, Wang Jinsheng was the hardest to discipline among the 7. I and teacher Chen Yiming are already at level 7 in physical skills, and we're close to a breakthrough. We're going to find that feeling of improvement, so we won't be going with you this time. Wang Jinsheng was delighted to hear this, thinking that improvement was more important. "You do your thing, teacher." However, Xiejua ignored the grinning Wang Jinsheng and solemnly looked at Lin Yao. I have always been confident in your combat abilities. However, this resource planet is quite dangerous, and you have 6 others who might slow you down. I've arranged for you to follow the logistics team. Just keep them in check, observe more, talk less, and get back alive." Lin Yao nodded earnestly. "Don't worry, teacher. I will keep them in line." After Xiehua and Chun Yiming joined the main exploration team, Lin Yao obediently led the Mingguang team to follow the logistics team to clean up the battlefield and set up camp. Zhang Feng, due to his outstanding cooking skills and ability to make energy food, was called to help by the logistics team's kitchen crew. And Lin Yao conveniently sent one Xiaoqi along as well. Meng Xingqin and Bai Zhenjin had been trained by Lin Yao on how to dismantle materials. One focused on mechanics, while the other specialized in potions, so Lin Yao simply assigned them to the material disassembly group. With this distribution, Lin Yao was left with only Wang Jinsheng, who was only interested in fighting, and Yao Beiluo, who was more adept at management. Lin Yao asked Yao Beiluo, "Do you want to go learn some management with the logistics team?" Yao Beiluo declined, saying, "I've learned logistics management in the army since I was young. I don't need to waste time on it now." As for Wang Jinsheng, Lin Yao didn't dare to let him go off on his own, so she brought the 2 of them along to help the logistics team with cleanup. The combat team ahead had killed the exotic beasts occupying a certain area, which might contain some valuable exotic plants and treasures. This task was tedious and required attention to detail, which Wang Jinsheng naturally found tedious. Fortunately, the cleared area might have some low-level exotic beasts, which would be enough for Wang Jinsheng to practice. "Quick, a level 3 5-elements beast is coming over there. Stop it." Wang Jinsheng, who was bored and squatting next to Lin Yao watching her collect medicinal plants, immediately stood up excitedly. "Captain, I'll go help them kill the 5-elements beast." Lin Yao quickly gathered the medicinal plants at hand, called Yao Beiluo, and hurried after the rapidly running Wang Jinsheng. "Let's go take a look too." The 5-elements beast was a unique exotic beast on C49, resembling a mouse, but with a fluffy, large squirrel-like tail. Its combat power was low, but its reproductive ability was strong. Unlike other exotic beasts, this one didn't have specific racial traits. Apart from a few occasional mutations, generally, it only awakened abilities related to its race. Each exotic beast had different awakened abilities, but most were elemental abilities, hence the name 5-elements beast. The 5-elements beast was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it dashed out from the soldiers' encirclement, heading straight for Wang Jinsheng. Wang Jinsheng was unfazed. As the 5-elements beast approached, he unleashed a fine bolt of lightning energy at it. Chapter 127. Change of events. The 5-elements beast was stunned by the lightning ability, letting out a squeak, and then was captured by the abilities of other soldiers. When Lin Yao and Yao Beiluo arrived, they happened to see this 5-elements beast being put into a specialized beast cage. They were not in a hurry since they missed the battle. 5-elements beasts are usually social creatures, so if one was found, there would surely be a nest nearby. Secretly mobilizing her wood-type abilities to communicate with the surrounding plants, she searched for the 5-elements beast lair. Guided by the plants, she quickly discovered the underground nest of the 5-elements beast. Lin Yao pointed out the location of a nest to the logistic soldiers, and soon, under the team leader's arrangement, Earth-type abilities were used to excavate the 5-elements beast lair. The 5-elements beast, startled, darted out in all directions from the nest. The team leader had already set up personnel in every direction. Thus, before these fleeing 5-elements beasts could run far, they were caught by the soldiers using their abilities. During this time, Lin Yao and her companions cooperated well with this group and were fortunate to be assigned a direction to intercept the 5-elements beast. However, unfortunately, 2 managed to escape in their direction. Lin Yao was just about to intercept one herself and let Wang Jinsheng and Yao Beiluo intercept the other when Wang Jinsheng suddenly shouted, "Captain, let me catch this one alone." Considering that he had been relatively honest lately and that the difficulty of killing the 5-elements beast was not high, Lin Yao temporarily allowed him to take it alone. Yao Beiluo's metal abilities combined with Lin Yao's wood abilities quickly subdued the 5-elements beast. After securing that 5-elements beast, Lin Yao turned to look for Wang Jinsheng, but found he was missing. Lin Yao's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly followed the traces of battle he left behind. Yao Beiluo quickly followed. When they finally found Wang Jincheng, he was mercilessly tormenting the five elements beast, which was bleeding profusely, shouting, "Run! Why aren't you running anymore?" Seeing he was unharmed, Lin Yao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But his reckless departure from the team still made her very displeased. "Wang Jincheng, what did you promise me?" "Team, Captain." Wang Jincheng was startled, not caring about the injured five elements beast, and turned to apologize to Lin Yao. However, Lin Yao's face suddenly changed dramatically. Wang Jincheng was momentarily stunned, only able to hear her shout, "Be careful," before being knocked to the ground by her. Then a gigantic creature swiftly passed by, swallowing Lin Yao, who had knocked into him. At the same time, Yao Beiluo reacted quickly, using his metal abilities to bind the creature's body, and also disappeared from his sight. Watching the two vanish in succession, Wang Jincheng panicked and quickly searched the area where they had disappeared. He discovered that there were only loose mounds of earth, with no holes, indicating that the creature had escaped using Earth-type abilities. The only beings capable of using Earth-type abilities to directly escape were high-level beasts, and Wang Jincheng realized this was not something he could handle. He hurriedly reported the matter to the logistics team leader. Upon hearing that a high-level beast with Earth-type abilities had taken two students, the logistics team leader was startled and quickly reported to the team leader. As the report escalated, it eventually attracted Wang Sanquan. "Third uncle, you finally came. You must save the captain and the others. They were dragged away by the high-level beast to save me. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have left the team." Seeing his nephew panic and speak incoherently seeking help, Wang Sanquan quickly comforted him. "All right, don't panic. Third uncle will definitely save them. The members of the Mingguang team are all top students from the First Middle Academy, the excellent reserves of the future expeditionary army. If something happens under my watch, not only will Tang Mingda not let me off, but I also won't be able to forgive myself." Wang Sanquan could not afford to be careless. He arranged for high-level Earth-type abilities within the army to track the high-level beast based on the traces left behind, while also notifying the military ship in orbit over the planet to locate the two's position. Undeveloped planets typically do not have signal base stations, and the communication method used on C-49 is through the Expeditionary Army's starships, acting as signal bases in space, establishing temporary communication channels. The military communication devices are slightly stronger than civilian devices, but their effectiveness is still limited on undeveloped planets. Initially, they could locate the two and attempted to contact them, but as the beast continued to burrow underground, the military ship's positioning system quickly lost their signal. With technology failing to reach its goal, using abilities to search became even more difficult. Their reporting at various levels delayed the process, and the traces left by the beast soon dissipated in the soil. This caused their search efforts to stagnate for a time. Meanwhile, things are not going well for Lin Yao and Yao Beiluo either. After Yao Beiluo used his abilities to latch onto the beast, he had to bind himself to the creature's body to survive in the soil. Fortunately, the beast was large enough, and Yao Beiluo was secured to it as if he were on a small boat, swaying with the beast's continuous burrowing. To determine if Lin Yao inside the beast was still conscious, Yao Beiluo used the military's silent built-in communicator to contact her. Thankfully, since they were acting with the army, all the equipment used was advanced gear from the Expeditionary Army, allowing short-range communication without relying on signal stations. "How are you? Are you okay?" At that moment, Lin Yao saw the beast about to attack Wang Jincheng from behind, and in a moment of urgency, she had to fill in for him. Fortunately, this beast preferred to swallow whole rather than tear apart. Otherwise, she could have been seriously injured. Even being swallowed whole, Lin Yao nearly fainted from the foul air inside the beast's mouth without any preparation. "Cough, cough, luckily I'm fine, just a bit dizzy from the smell." Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile wryly. The last time she was swallowed by a star beast, and now again by a high-level beast. She really had a peculiar fate with the bellies of beasts. I remember there was an oxygen helmet among the gear that teacher Sied distributed to us. "Put it on. It should help." Lin Yao immediately took out the oxygen helmet from her spatial pocket and put it on, feeling her mind clear up instantly. "Where's the beast now?" "Still burrowing underground." "Then shouldn't you wear an oxygen helmet too?" Yao Beiluo, not being an Earth-type ability user, couldn't stay in the soil for long. "Yeah, I will wear it. You stay still for now. I'll notify you to act once the beast finishes burrowing. The beast was still digging. If they were thrown out now, they could easily get stuck in the soil. Okay, let's keep in touch. As the beast continued to burrow, Yao Beiluo quickly realized they might have been taken deep underground by the creature. This discovery made him frown. Chapter 128. Struggling for survival, advanced exotic beasts are already difficult to deal with, and being deep underground makes it hard for the army above to track them down, leaving them without the help of the military. Once this exotic beast stops, the difficulty of escaping for the two of them will be hellish. Regarding this situation, Yao Beiluo did not hide anything and told her the truth. Lin Yao thought for a moment and said, "Don't panic, we should work together soon, and we will definitely be able to kill this exotic beast." However, Yao Beiluo was not as optimistic as she was. This was a level 9 exotic beast, and with her ability level, she might not even be able to break its defenses. Their abilities were all at the initial level 4, which was too far from the high level 9 exotic beast. This was not just a difference in level, but also a difference in tiers. For example, in the gap between levels 1 to 4, a person with level 1 body techniques, if they have enough combat experience, might still turn the tables when facing level 4 body techniques. But if level 4 body techniques face level 5 body techniques, even if the difference is just one level, the possibility of turning the tables is nearly non-existent. This vast disparity cannot currently be explained by the technological level of the Yunming galaxy, and such stages with significant differences can only be roughly divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced. The difference between Lin Yao and the exotic beast is no longer just a gap between primary and intermediate levels, but has doubled, directly facing an advanced level. This level of disparity means that even if Lin Yao has extraordinary abilities, she cannot guarantee victory. Even so, Lin Yao still comforted him. "Yao Beiluo, don't panic. Just listen to my command later. Trust me, we will definitely survive." As Lin Yao's words fell, the exotic beast soon stopped moving. Because it was dark underground, the feeling wasn't very obvious, but Lin Yao felt the beast's mouth moving, seemingly trying to swallow her into its stomach. "Is it time?" Yao Beiluo did not dare to turn on the light, so he could only reach out and touch his surroundings. When he felt the emptiness, he confidently said, "Yes." "You get off the beast and hide far away. I'm getting ready to act." "Okay." As the exotic beast's esophagus contracted, Lin Yao felt herself sliding down. The esophagus was unusually slippery, with no place to grab, and she was being passively pulled down. Soon, Lin Yao felt a slight stinging sensation in her skin. She must be nearing the beast's stomach. Not daring to wait any longer, Lin Yao decisively pulled out the meteorite sword from the system space and stabbed it directly into the beast's esophagus. The physical strength of advanced exotic beasts is much greater than that of lower-level beasts, and even the meteorite sword, which was effective against intermediate beasts, faced a setback, only managing to pierce in a little. However, that little bit was enough to stop Lin Yao from sliding down further. Yet, the sensitivity of internal organs was clearly higher than that of the exterior. The exotic beast let out a painful roar and tried to swallow the protruding blade, writhing its esophagus even more frantically. Yao Beiluo, having moved a distance away, saw the beast's reaction and knew Lin Yao must be acting inside. He quickly asked through his light brain, "Lin Yao, how are you?" Lin Yao, swaying in the slippery esophagus, had no time to comfort Yao Beiluo and could only grit her teeth and say, "I'm fine for now. Just stay far away." Advanced exotic beasts are no joke. Even if Yao Beiluo is not its main target, if it accidentally brushes against him while struggling, it could still cause serious injury. "It sounds like your situation isn't good. Should I attract its attention from the outside?" Yao Beiluo asked. "Don't worry, I'll be careful." "No need. This underground beast is particularly sensitive to the external environment. Even if you just get a little closer, it can detect you immediately. Just stay far away, and when I call for you, then act." Lin Yao was speaking the truth. Even if Yao Beiluo was worried, he had to obey her and hide far away. After gritting her teeth and saying these few words, as the exotic beast writhed violently, Lin Yao felt the meteorite sword starting to loosen, knowing that if this continued, she would definitely fall directly into the beast's stomach. At that time, without any protection, she might dissolve in the beast's stomach acid, which was comparable to sulfuric acid. Ignoring her sliding body, she decisively pulled out the meteorite sword and, taking advantage of the moment when the beast's esophagus muscles relaxed, used all her strength to stab into the esophagus wall. Due to the huge inertia of her body, the meteorite sword left a very long wound on the beast. However, because of this, Lin Yao's feet came into direct contact with stomach acid. The exotic beast howled in pain again, causing Lin Yao's calves to soak in the stomach liquid. Ignoring the severe pain of her flesh melting away, Lin Yao steadied herself while pulling out a short dagger from her system space, wedging it into the wound made by the meteorite sword, then pulling out the sword and stabbing another hole across the wound. The exotic beast thrashed around violently, further corroding her legs. She had no time to waste. After stabilizing herself, she took out the piece of flexible iron obtained from the First Research Institute. Flexible iron is an advanced material. As long as it is guided with abilities, it can be easily reshaped. Lin Yao used her mental abilities to mold it into a disc slightly larger than the esophagus, then wedged it into the junction between the esophagus and stomach. At this point, she was finally able to pull her legs, which were about to be corroded to the bone, out of the stomach liquid. Finally getting a moment to breathe, she took the opportunity to drink a body repair potion. However, before the potion could take effect, the exotic beast began to move its esophagus and stomach, seemingly preparing to spit out the foreign object lodged in it. Lin Yao estimated that they were in the beast's lair. If she were really spat out, there would be no chance of surviving against the beast outside. Thinking of this, Lin Yao quickly stabbed the meteorite sword into the exotic beast's esophagus, trying to stabilize herself and the flexible iron disc below. But as the beast's stomach and esophagus moved in opposite directions, Lin Yao heard the flexible iron beneath her hissing, clearly indicating that this advanced material could not withstand the corrosion of the beast's stomach liquid. The worst part was that Lin Yao's oxygen helmet had been splashed with stomach liquid during the struggle, and it had corroded into holes, causing oxygen to hiss out. If this continued, she would suffocate inside the exotic beast. There was no way forward or backward. Feeling the flexible iron disc beneath her being eroded bit by bit, Lin Yao realized that saving her life was the priority. At least she needed to escape from her current predicament to have any chance of moving forward. As the flexible iron was about to be burned through, she disregarded her injuries and, using the sharpness of the meteorite sword, cut multiple wounds in the exotic beast's esophagus. Chapter 129. Tragic then, she wedged something under each opening to help her climb up. At first, it went smoothly. Lin Yao had already climbed halfway through the almost vertical, slippery esophagus of the star beast. However, as the strange beast continued to struggle, its powerful esophageal muscles squeezed out the things wedged in the openings. Lin Yao was caught off guard and fell directly from the esophagus. If she hadn't quickly used the meteor sword to stab into the wall of the star beast's esophagus again, she would have likely fallen straight into its stomach. Even though she temporarily saved her life, Lin Yao's situation became dire, especially since the flexible iron had completely dissolved in the gastric juice. The foreign body sensation was gone, and a strange beast began to contract its esophagus, preparing to swallow Lin Yao into its stomach. With her stamina nearly depleted and her injuries worsening, the reverse peristalsis of the esophagus was a full debuff for Lin Yao, who was trying to escape. Seeing the oxygen helmet's warning that oxygen was about to run out, Lin Yao had no choice but to fight with all she had. Yao Beiluo, listen to my command in a moment. The more critical the moment, the calmer her voice became. Yao Beiluo, who had been anxiously waiting outside, instantly perked up upon hearing Lin Yao's voice. Lin Yao, tell me. In a moment, I will unleash a powerful attack to kill this strange beast. I might faint from exhaustion afterward, so remember to dig me out of the beast's body in time, or I will be dissolved by its gastric juice. Okay, after instructing Yao Beiluo, Lin Yao took out the white-scale flood dragon's fragmented spiritual body from the system space and began to frantically devour it using her psychic powers. Although her psychic power had reached level 11, it was essentially sealed due to her physical condition. Even if she forcibly unleashed it, she could only exceed her physical level by 1 or 2 levels of psychic power. This was useless against a level 9 high-tier strange beast. She had to take the risk and absorb the white-scale flood dragon's spiritual body, forcibly breaking through her body's barriers to crush the beast with high-level psychic power. As for the consequences of forcibly breaking through her body's barriers with psychic power, she could no longer afford to care. She had never felt so stifled, even when facing the rampaging star beasts in the Mingguang star system. She couldn't let herself be devoured by a level 9 strange beast here. As her psychic power continuously digested the energy of the white-scale flood dragon's spiritual body, the system issued a sharp alarm. Psychic C pressure too high. Intervene? No. Lin Yao gritted her teeth and continued to devour it, ignoring the pain in her psychic C. As her psychic C expanded continuously, when the pain reached its peak, she directly thrust her hand into the strange beast's esophagus, even if it meant breaking her fingers. At this point, she had lost all perception of the outside world, relying solely on an indomitable will. Not enough, still not enough. Lin Yao frantically absorbed the white-scale flood dragon's spiritual body. It wasn't until she felt her psychic sea was about to burst that she guided this powerful psychic force out of her psychic sea, aiming it at the strange beast's psychic sea. Yao Beiluo, outside, was unaware of Lin Yao's situation. He only secretly activated his night vision device to monitor the strange beast. He noticed that the beast, which had been tilting its head to swallow, suddenly collapsed silently. At the moment the beast fell, he also sensed a powerful psychic force spreading out. Realizing that Lin Yao might have unleashed her power to kill the beast, Yao Beiluo wasted no time in rushing over to rescue Lin Yao. However, no matter what weapon he took out from the spatial pocket, it couldn't penetrate the beast's defenses. He had no choice but to abandon the idea of breaking in from the outside. His weapon pride opened the beast's mouth, and he climbed inside, dragging Lin Yao from the long esophagus. The Lin Yao who was pulled out was in a tragic state. Her entire body was basically bloodied and corroded by the backflow of gastric juice, especially her legs, which had revealed pale bones. Those were merely surface injuries. More seriously, her skin was covered with dense blood spots, and this was clearly internal damage caused by a strong backlash, more severe than external injuries. Yao Beiluo anxiously took out a high-grade body repair potion from the spatial pocket, preparing to pour it into Lin Yao's mouth. However, as soon as he pried her mouth open, large clumps of blood gushed out. Her internal injuries were too severe. She couldn't even drink the potion for a moment. The only way to save her now was to quickly get her into a treatment pod. But they had no idea how many thousands of miles underground they were, and they couldn't contact the military, let alone seek help. After waiting for Lin Yao to stop spitting blood, Yao Beiluo hurriedly poured a potion down her throat, but the effect was minimal. With no other options, he took out all the repair potions from his spatial pocket, one by one pouring them into her, finally managing to stabilize her injuries a bit and reduce her bleeding. However, her injuries could not be delayed any longer. Otherwise, even if her life was saved, Lin Yao's foundation would be ruined. Looking around the beast's lair, surrounded by stone walls, with no exit in sight, Yao Beiluo felt a moment of despair while holding the barely breathing Lin Yao. Fortunately, compared to the other members of the team, Yao Beiluo remained slightly rational. Realizing they couldn't just sit and wait for death, he set Lin Yao down and began to search in the dark cave. Any high-tier strange beast would surely have treasures in its lair. After searching for a long time, Yao Beiluo finally found a basin-sized pool at the corner of the lair. He tentatively reached out to touch it, and soon, a surge of energy began to drill into his skin. Yao Beiluo was taken aback. He had never encountered energy that would drill itself into the body. However, he instinctively felt it was a good thing, so he quickly carried Lin Yao over and placed her in the pool. Sure enough, as Lin Yao soaked in the pool, the cracks and bleeding spots on her skin began to slowly heal, and even her face improved significantly. Seeing her condition stabilize, Yao Beiluo finally sat down on the ground. Exhausted, he had sustained quite a few injuries himself. At first, he had used metal-type abilities to keep up with the strange beast, but since he was a bit far from it, the effect of Earth escape didn't extend to him, causing him to rub against the soil for a long time before finally reaching the beast. Later, when the beast struggled, even hiding nearby, he was injured by the noise caused by the beast's thrashing. Finally, when he rescued Lin Yao from the beast's mouth, He had also been contaminated with a lot of corrosive gastric juice. He had been so worried about Lin Yao that he hadn't noticed his own injuries. Only now, when he saw Lin Yao's breathing stabilize, did he realize his own dire situation. However, all the healing potions that could help him recover had been poured into Lin Yao's mouth, leaving him with no way to treat his own wounds. He forced a bitter smile. Just as he was about to clean up his wounds, he suddenly saw Lin Yao in the pool move. Chapter 130 Elemental Liquid. Lin Yao suddenly sat up from the pool, striking a strange body technique pose. As her movements continued to change, her momentum also began to rise. Yao Beiluo's face showed a look of astonishment. Even while in a coma, Lin Yao could subconsciously form body technique movements and take the opportunity to enhance her skills. This was truly incredible. Of course, what astonished Yao Beiluo even more was yet to come. Her body technique did not stop after leveling up once. Instead, it continued to rise over time. By the end, Yao Beiluo was numb, completely unable to discern how much she had improved. She could no longer see through Lin Yao's body technique level. After an unknown period, when the last drop of liquid in the pool was exhausted, Lin Yao finally woke up. She raised her eyes and saw Yao Beiluo, who usually paid great attention to her image, in such a terrible state, and was slightly surprised. "You're injured. Why didn't you drink the healing potion?" Lin Yao leaped out of the pool on tiptoe, only to find her body felt light and completely out of her control, nearly colliding with Yao Beiluo. "This is..." As if sensing her confusion, Yao Beiluo said, "Your body technique has leveled up several times. You must not be used to it." "Leveled up several times?" Lin Yao then recounted what had happened earlier. Lin Yao opened her system panel to check the previous system messages and indeed found a notification about the system. Discovered 5 elements elemental liquid sign-in point. Would you like to spend 7 sign-in points to sign in? Just from a name, she knew it was a good thing, especially since it could only be obtained through 7 system-certified sign-in points, which was clearly not an ordinary treasure. Unfortunately, the elemental liquid had already been absorbed by her, and the sign-in prompt had become outdated. She had missed the opportunity. However, thinking that she had absorbed all that liquid, she felt very fortunate. At that time, she had already reached the critical point of her spiritual sea while absorbing the white scale, Jiao's spiritual body. And even when she poured out her spiritual power between the breaking of the spiritual sea, it had caused significant damage to her spiritual sea. The walls of her spiritual sea were full of wounds. Originally, she thought that even if she survived, her spiritual sea would likely be ruined. However, at that time, her body was also severely injured by the backlash of the spiritual power that exceeded her body technique's capacity, and she was uncertain if she could survive. Who would have thought she was so lucky that Yao Beiluo actually threw her into the elemental pool? By absorbing a pool of elemental liquid, she turned calamity into blessing. Not only did it repair her bodily injuries, but the enhancement of her body technique also restored her spiritual sea. Understanding her situation, Lin Yao searched for her spatial pouch, intending to get some potions for healing, but discovered it was empty. My spatial pouch? It must have been dissolved by the stomach acid of the alien beast. Lin Yao felt helpless. Disregarding exposure, she took out a tube of body repair potion from the system space and handed it to Yao Beiluo. "Thank you for saving me. Drink this quickly." Yao Beiluo gulped down the potion and said, "If it weren't for the captain saving me first, I wouldn't have had the chance to save you. When it comes to this, it becomes a bit difficult to untangle." Lin Yao quickly interrupted. "How long have I been unconscious?" "About 6 or 7 days." Lin Yao widened her eyes. She was now at body technique level 7. What kind of divine object was this energy liquid that allowed a person to rise 3 levels within a week without any hindrance or side effects? She couldn't help but regret again for missing the opportunity to sign in for this elemental liquid. 6 or 7 days, and the Haven Tea come looking for us? I'm afraid we can only rely on ourselves to get out. Yao Beiluo nodded. I've already observed this nest. The surroundings are all rock layers. Without Earth-type abilities, it's very difficult to get out. Lin Yao touched the rock layers around the nest, and indeed found them very hard. At this moment, Yao Beiluo had finished healing and walked over to her, handing her the meteor sword. This is your weapon, right? Not bad. It held up against the alien beast's stomach acid. Lin Yao looked at the meteor sword, now pockmarked and corroded, and said, "You call this holding up? Compared to other items, it's already quite impressive. Moreover, it's very sharp. With other cold weapons, I couldn't break through that star beast's skin. But it managed to cut through. Otherwise, I might have just watched that high-level alien beast corrode away, without being able to harvest any materials." Lin Yao had not realized before how powerful the meteor sword was. Not only was it corrosion-resistant, but it could also injure high-level alien beasts. However, now that it was all pockmarked and lost its edge, she silently stored the battle-damaged meteor sword in the system space. Fortunately, even in such a state, it wouldn't affect the system's ability to analyze its forging blueprint. Once they returned, she would definitely analyze the blueprint of the meteor sword and forge a few swords for herself. Now that she was at body technique level 7, using ordinary cold weapons would no longer be suitable. Don't you have any higher grade cold weapons? Materials are rare, and the authorities control them very strictly. Only mid-level or above body technique practitioners can apply for forging with their identification. Thus, even someone with a deep background like Yao Beiluo didn't have a high-grade cold weapon. Having clarified the situation, Lin Yao stopped considering weapons and began to think about how to get out. Since this cave has air, there must be ventilation openings. Why don't we look for the ventilation holes and see if we can use them to get out? Lin Yao suggested. Let us give a try. Air is formless and intangible. Without any tools to assist, it's really difficult to find ventilation openings. Lin Yao released her now unsealed level 7 spiritual power to scan the entire cave, but couldn't find any ventilation holes. She could only use her last resort, activating her extreme vision to observe the energy distribution in the cave and search for ventilation openings. The cave's energy was chaotic, with various colors of differing shades. Distinguishing the faint energy of air from it was extremely challenging. After spending several days, Lin Yao finally identified the source of the air. The two of them looked at the dried-up small pool, both with strange expressions. If the bottom of this pool is a ventilated area, how was it ventilated when there was water before? Bubbles? Perhaps that wasn't water, just a liquid similar to water that didn't obstruct the transmission of air. Yao Beiluo speculated. Lin Yao observed the pool, finding no liquid residue. Instead, it was very dry and didn't look like it had ever held liquid. Clearly, the reality might indeed be, as Yao Beiluo said, it was just a liquid matter, not water. She had originally speculated that this elemental liquid might be elements infused in water, but it seemed more likely that it condensed into a liquid form due to high concentration after the elements volatilized. Chapter 131. 5 Elements Elemental Crystal Mine. You make a good point. The two began to study the pool inch by inch. This wasn't a real pool, but rather an oval depression formed by a large block of rock that had sunk in. The rock was finely textured and didn't seem breathable. There were no points of adhesion, and it looked completely impermeable to air. Don't you think this thing resembles something like a condenser? Lin Yao observed the giant stone while stroking her chin, and the more she looked, the more it seemed so. Are you suggesting that the air circulation is actually beneath this giant stone? Yao Beiluo, being the strategist, understood quite well. Lin Yao's hypothesis was that high-concentration energy came from beneath the stone, condensed into liquid after passing through this special rock, thus forming energy liquid on the stone surface. And we need to find a way to move this stone, Yao Beiluo said as he positioned himself, ready to help her lift the giant stone. At this moment, Lin Yao missed the biological mech that Su Ruwei had given her. Since she was still under 22, she couldn't legally pilot a mech, and it had been taken by the first research institute for study under the guise of rental. If she had that mech, she wouldn't have been bullied by the alien beasts so badly. Lin Yao pushed Yao Beiluo aside, saying, "I could do it myself." Yao Beiluo was pushed aside and then remembered that she was already at the 7th level of physical training. She didn't need his help for such a small stone. No need to take a stance or channel energy. With her 7th level physical training, Lin Yao only needed to exert a little force to lift the giant stone. After placing the stone aside, the two began to examine the ground where the stone had been, gently tapping and feeling around. They indeed heard a hollow sound at one particular spot. Lin Yao and Yao Beiluo exchanged glances, and then she used her hand as a hammer to strike that spot. producing a crisp crack followed by a rush of rich energy escaping from the damaged area. At the same time, the system began to announce, sign-in point, 5 elements elemental crystal mine detected. Do you want to spend 7 sign-in points to sign in? Lin Yao silently thought about signing in. Sign-in successful, acquired 1 5 elements elemental crystal mine mother. Lin Yao was momentarily stunned. The concept of mine mother sounded so fantastical. After surviving for so many years, it was her first time learning that, or could have a mine mother. Lin Yao, this energy is so rich. Yao Bailuo's call snapped her back to reality. She carefully used her abilities to sense the area, and indeed felt the dense energy at the cave entrance. Do we have any lighting tools? Although they could see in the dark due to their physical training and abilities, it was still different from being in a well-lit environment. Yao Bailuo quickly took out a lighting device from his space pocket and handed it to her. Lin Yao took it and shone it towards the cave entrance, where the light revealed a dazzling array of crystal lights inside. Incredibly beautiful. She then smashed a circle around the entrance to widen it to a width suitable for 1 person. Now, the energy flowing out became even denser, with the light illuminating further inside. What was once a beautiful world became even more dazzling, resembling a colorful crystal realm. What is this? Yao Bailuo had never seen anything like these colorful crystal-like formations. This should be the 5 elements elemental crystal mine. Let's go down and take a look, Lin Yao said as she jumped directly into the 1-person wide opening. Her actions were quicker than her words, and Yao Bailuo didn't have time to remind her to be careful before she jumped in. Luckily, the cave wasn't very deep. Lin Yao only needed to leverage herself on the nearby crystals a couple of times before landing directly on the ground. After landing, she looked around and didn't see any danger, then called up to Yao Bailuo. There's nothing dangerous down here. Hurry and come down. Following her instructions, Yao Bailuo jumped down and was immediately taken aback by the natural wonders around them. Everywhere he looked was a dazzling array of colorful crystals, beautiful and eye-catching. Looking for too long made one's eyes dazzle. While he was still in shock, Lin Yao directly pried off a piece of crystal from the side and used her abilities to absorb it. This was pure natural elemental crystal, which could be absorbed without refining. Saying this, she pried off a golden piece and handed it to Yao Bailuo. Try this. Yao Bailuo took it, attempted to absorb it with his gold-type abilities, and indeed, as Lin Yao had said, the energy was pure and easy to absorb. Seeing this mine filled with seemingly endless colorful elemental crystals, a look of excitement appeared on his face. With so many elemental crystals, it's likely that a large number of advanced ability users could be nurtured. The combat power level of our Yunmeng star system is about to take a significant leap. The way he said it sounded both old-fashioned and very official, not at all like a young person. Lin Yao couldn't help but glance at him sideways and teased. At such a young age, you're so worried about the country and the people. Aren't you afraid of overthinking and aging prematurely? Yao Bailuo awkwardly smiled and touched his nose, saying nothing. Lin Yao didn't continue to poke fun at him and followed the naturally formed passage deeper into the mine. These naturally formed passages were interconnected, but not every passage was easy to traverse. Some were small and narrow, some were rugged and uneven, and some were blocked by clusters of elemental crystals hanging in the air. To find a way out, they had no choice but to explore each passage, marking those that were blocked and continuing to investigate the next one. After spending about 3 or 4 days, they explored all the passages but still didn't find an exit. While taking a break, looking at the dazzling elemental crystals, Lin Yao couldn't help but ask, how do you think these elemental crystals are formed? Most ore-like substances are products of crustal movement. I haven't seen these elemental crystals before, so I don't know if they count as ore, Yao Bailuo replied. What about energy stones? Although they're specifically used for machines, Lin Yao felt they might be closer to elemental crystals meant for human absorption. Hearing her say this, Yao Bailuo became interested. He sat down and enthusiastically began to analyze it with her, stating that energy stones could potentially be a special gaseous energy that forms solid energy stones through an unknown process. An unknown process? Lin Yao suddenly recalled the elemental crystal mine mother. she had received from signing in earlier. She quickly opened her notes. Elemental crystal mine Mother 1 can be used to condense elemental energy into crystals. This elemental crystal mine is so vast and has such a peculiar shape. It doesn't seem like it formed suddenly in a short time. It is very likely that there is indeed a mine mother here continuously producing elemental crystals. Chapter 132, Elemental Energy. Thinking of this, Lin Yao stood up excitedly and said, "Let's go find something." What a find! Yao Beiluo followed her, puzzled. Just looking for a place with high elemental crystal purity and more concentration. Unlike the other youths in the group, Yao Beiluo's curiosity wasn't as strong, so he didn't ask further. With Lin Yao's suggestion, he started to help her. The two quickly found their direction and began to dig frantically. A person at level 7 of body technique has a natural advantage in mining, even faster than professional mining robots. Of course, aside from Lin Yao, there weren't any other level 7 body technique practitioners around a mine. She single-handedly dug out a long tunnel from the cluster of elemental crystal mines. In comparison, Yao Beiluo, with only level 4 body technique, could only assist her by storing the elemental crystals she dug up into his space storage. To this, Lin Yao teased him. "Are you planning to keep it for yourself or hand it in?" Yao Beiluo coughed and said seriously, "In the Wilderness Star, personal adventure gains belong to the individual." Lin Yao smiled and patted his shoulder. "Yeah, not bad. Work hard. When we get out, I'll give you a bigger share." Yao Beiluo nodded with a smile. "Okay." The deeper they dug, the higher the hardness of the elemental crystals, making it increasingly difficult to mine. Yao Beiluo had long since found it impossible to dig further. Moreover, as the hardness of the elemental crystals increased, so did their quality, making it quite laborious for him just to store them in his space storage. Lin Yao could still manage to dig, but she had to take breaks in between. When it became too difficult to dig, she took out the corroded, uneven meteor sword to assist her. Even so, after a while, Lin Yao also found it hard to continue. However, the more this happened, the more Lin Yao became convinced of her guess. Yao Beiluo couldn't help but advise Lin Yao, "Take a break. It won't take much time. I feel like we should be close to what we're looking for." Lin Yao was a bit reluctant to give up and started rummaging through her system space, hoping to find something suitable for mining. Unfortunately, the items she purchased from the market were far inferior in quality to those she obtained through signing in. If even the meteor sword could mine further, there was no need to mention other items. Feeling somewhat helpless, Lin Yao sat down and stared blankly at the elemental crystal in front of her. When she first realized this was an elemental crystal, she was overjoyed. But now she felt a bit troubled. She couldn't dig anymore, and absorbing it was. Suddenly, Lin Yao's eyes lit up. Right? She could try absorbing it. She picked a vibrant green elemental crystal to absorb, and was shocked by the pure elemental energy within. A cool and pure energy flowed out from the elemental crystal, coursing through the veins in her hand and circulating through her body before returning to her brain after being tamed into this extraordinary energy. The entire process was free of impurities and obstacles, smooth and seamless. Lin Yao felt as if she was floating in bliss due to this pure energy. This was indeed far more effective than any potion or crystal for enhancing abilities. She felt that using this for cultivation, combined with her previous life experience, it would take at most 3 to 5 years to reach the same level of ability she had in her past life. Yao Beiluo, you should try using this high-purity elemental crystal for cultivation. Lin Yao recommended strongly, handing him a rich golden elemental crystal. Yao Beiluo accepted it without doubt and absorbed it. But the moment the energy entered his body, his expression changed dramatically, and he quickly cut off the energy absorption. Lin Yao was startled by his reaction and anxiously asked, "What happened?" "It's nothing. The energy is too pure for me to absorb," Yao Beiluo replied, using his ability to calm the slight pain in his veins. "How could that be? Your ability level is slightly higher than mine. It doesn't make sense that I can absorb it and you can't." Yao Beiluo was also puzzled, and after considering the differences between him and Lin Yao, he speculated maybe the intensity of the energy absorbed is related to body technique level. This couldn't be verified at the moment, so they could only assume it was the case. Since Yao Beiluo couldn't absorb it, Lin Yao continued to absorb wood-type elemental crystals while using the meteor sword to dig. This indeed proved to be faster than before. Moreover, during the process of cleansing the elemental crystals, Lin Yao discovered that once the amount she absorbed exceeded her body's threshold, the system would intervene. Elemental energy exceeds threshold. Intervene? Yes. Intervention successful. Then Lin Yao could see a mass labeled elemental energy in her system space. After carefully feeling it, she realized it was pure elemental energy, very refined, and could be used at any time to replenish her abilities. Thus, Lin Yao became even more reckless in her absorption of elemental crystals. When Yao Beiluo saw her absorbing elemental crystals without restraint, he initially worried, but after seeing she had no reaction, he could only watch in increasing numbness and astonishment. Lin Yao noticed his astonished gaze, but she trusted his character and understood his personality. He would ponder things in his heart and never speak out loud. Therefore, she felt even more uninhibited in her absorption. Finally, on the third day of this half-absorption, half-digging, Lin Yao broke through. Looking at the crystal at the end of the tunnel that seemed to gather all colors, both of them were too shocked to speak. Lin Yao compared it with the elemental crystal mother in her system space and found that aside from the differences in size and shape, they were quite similar. She stepped forward to touch the colorful, tree-shaped crystal. Initially expecting a hard texture like the elemental crystals, she was surprised to find it was actually soft and jelly-like. Very delicate. Yao Beiluo, come over and feel it. The texture is really different. Lin Yao quickly waved him over, feeling it was very interesting. What if it breaks? Yao Beiluo hesitated, having seen the soft texture of the crystal when she touched it, afraid to touch it for fear of damaging it. Lin Yao grabbed his hand and placed it on the crystal, reassuring him, "Don't worry, it's not that easy to break." Yao Beiluo was startled by her sudden action of grabbing his hand, and once he realized it, his ears turned red from root to tip. Lin Yao didn't notice his reaction and leaned in close to his ear, saying, "How is it? The texture is indeed very different, right?" "Yes, very different," Yao Beiluo replied, his ears turning even redder and his voice barely above a whisper. If they weren't so close, Lin Yao probably wouldn't have been able to hear his answer. She didn't mind, thinking Yao Beiluo was just amazed by the texture of the crystal and continued to hold his hand, squeezing the crystal a couple of times. After satisfying her curiosity, Lin Yao began to observe the surrounding environment again. The elemental crystal mother could only condense elemental energy into elemental crystals. But where did the elemental energy come from? Chapter 133. Natural 5 Elements Matrix compared to the colorful scene in the previous mining tunnels. The area around the Mother was quite sparse, except for the direction they had just come from, although there were elemental crystals surrounding them in other directions. One side was completely empty. The two peered ahead and could only see a dark expanse. Yao Beiluo took out a lighting device from his spatial pouch and shone it ahead, clearly revealing that it seemed to be an abyss. Moreover, from the response of the surrounding elements, they could distinctly feel a massive surge of elemental energy pouring out from the abyss. To test the depth of the abyss, Yao Beiluo retrieved a depth gauge from his spatial pouch, but as soon as he powered it on, the device emitted a series of alarming beeps. It was an anomaly in the magnetic field. With the technological device rendered useless, Yao Beiluo took out a glow stick from his spatial pouch, snapped it, and tossed it down. They watched until the glow stick disappeared, without seeing it hit the ground. Without a doubt, it was too deep enough that their naked eyes could no longer see the bottom. Since they couldn't see the bottom with their eyes, Lin Yao activated her extreme eye to look into the abyss. After just one glance, she was stung by the overwhelming energy, causing her to instinctively take a few steps back and quickly retract her extreme eye. Yao Beiluo hurried over to support her, asking what's wrong. Lin Yao's eyes instantly shed 2 lines of blood tears, clearly indicating that she had been backlashed. She covered her stinging eyes, weakly leaning against him, and explained, "When I used my extreme eye to look into the abyss, I was backlashed by that dense energy." Yao Beiluo was somewhat surprised. He found it hard to imagine just how concentrated the energy must be to cause such a backlash that affected her vision. After a while, Lin Yao's eyes calmed down a bit, but she still couldn't bear to look directly at the glaring elemental crystals. She had to ask Yao Beiluo for a pair of goggles to wear. At that moment, Lin Yao finally had the chance to explain to Yao Beiluo. The soft and sticky crystal tree we just touched is actually the mother of the elemental crystal mine. The role of the mother is to condense the rich elemental energy into crystals. Just look at this enormous elemental crystal mine, and you can imagine how concentrated the energy in the abyss must be. After hearing this, Yao Beiluo fell silent for a while as he processed Lin Yao's words. So, you're saying that if we don't disturb this mother, we'll have a continuous supply of elemental crystals in the future? That's probably the case. However, I'm not sure how long it takes for this mother to condense a single elemental crystal. It might take a day or two, or perhaps a year or two, or even 10 or 100 years. It all depends on whether you're willing to wait. Anyway, it's a sustainable path, isn't it? Yao Beiluo smiled slightly. Lin Yao felt that perhaps her eyes hadn't fully recovered from the backlash, as at that moment, she found Yao Beiluo's smile particularly dazzling. Since this abyss isn't a passage, we can only continue searching for a way out. Lin Yao decisively stood up. Where to look? Yao Beiluo also got up. Up. Yes, I suddenly remembered something. Lin Yao crawled out of the elemental crystal mine and found the stone she had moved earlier to start her investigation. They had previously examined the interior carefully to find a ventilation hole, but had not discovered anything unusual. She suddenly recalled that they hadn't examined the back yet. The formation of elemental crystals is the effect of the mother, so the formation of elemental liquid must have a reason. With nothing else around, only this stone remained. It must have been the stone that facilitated the production of the energy liquid. Since the cause couldn't be found inside the stone, they had to look at the back of the stone. The back of the stone was covered with a thick layer of stone grime, making it difficult to study. Lin Yao flipped the entire stone over and then found a dagger to scrape off the surface grime carefully. As the grime gradually peeled away, a strange pattern appeared at the bottom of the stone. If it weren't for the fact that this cave showed no signs of human presence, and if she hadn't scraped it out herself, Yao Beiluo could hardly believe that such a uniquely regular pattern could form naturally. After the last piece of grime fell away, Lin Yao's system prompted, discovering sign-in point, natural 5 elements matrix. Would you like to spend 3 sign-in points to sign in? Lin Yao's heart trembled. She had always thought that matrices were creations of intelligent life, but seeing the natural 5 elements matrix sign-in point before her, she had reason to doubt. Perhaps matrices were not entirely human creations, but rather the work of nature's miraculous craftsmanship, created by chance and later discovered and studied by humans. Seeing her staring at the pattern in shock, Yao Beiluo didn't interrupt. After she came back to her senses, he asked, "Do you recognize this pattern?" "Yes. This is a natural matrix." "What a coincidence. I just learned a bit about matrices from academician Zheng, and now I've had the fortune of encountering a natural matrix. It seems the heavens haven't abandoned us." Yao Beiluo looked at her with eager anticipation. "What does that mean?" Lin Yao patted the stone happily and said, "Once I fully grasp this, I might be able to create an Earth-type matrix and then tunnel out." With her previous learning under academician Zheng, coupled with the blueprints obtained from the sign-in, Lin Yao already had a certain understanding of matrices. The 5 elements matrix, as the name implies, is a matrix that balances the 5 elemental energies. As long as she made slight modifications to this matrix, emphasizing the earth element, she believed she could create an earth elemental matrix. However, studying this was easier said than done. Even with the system providing her with the blueprint for the 5 elements matrix, it took her a while to fully comprehend the arrangement of various energies. After understanding it, she would still need time to modify the matrix. This was truly what others meant when they said that just when you learn to walk, you want to run. But she had no choice. The supplies in Yao Beiluo's spatial pouch were limited. Once those supplies ran out and the expedition team hadn't found them, would they just have to wait to starve? Despite knowing it was incredibly difficult, Lin Yao had to face the challenge head-on. Seeing how hard Lin Yao was working, Yao Beiluo couldn't stay idle either. He asked Lin Yao for her notes from her matrix studies and began researching alongside her. Perhaps he had a talent for this aspect, as Yao Beiluo's learning pace was quite fast. After half a month, he was able to discuss the matrix modifications with Lin Yao. With an additional person to consult, new ideas emerged. Since Yao Beluo joined, the progress in modifying the matrix significantly accelerated. Just when Lin Yao was starting to doubt her life, their Earth elemental matrix was finally completed. Of course, completing the matrix didn't mean they had succeeded. They still had to combine the Earth elemental matrix with a machine that could move through the soil, allowing them to traverse through the ground with the help of the Earth elemental matrix. Chapter 134. Search and rescue. The two of them chose a two-seater land toy car from the few available modes of transportation in Yao Beluo's possession. As for the carrier for the Earth element array, they both thought of the high-level Earth-type beast that Lin Yao had killed. Being an Earth-type beast itself, along with its sharp head being very suitable for burrowing, using its skull to create a mobile Earth element matrix was quite appropriate. With a natural matrix as the foundation, Lin Yao could basically confirm that constructing the matrix wound T require complex equipment. When academician Zheng was secretly learning about matrices in other star systems, he either got tricked or the local civilization didn't fully understand it. Their matrix design this time did not require the complex equipment needed for academician Zheng's energy matrix setup. They only needed to accurately calculate the position of each array point, drill holes, embed the element crystals, and then activate the matrix. Saying it was simple, but doing it was difficult. The skull of the beast was irregular, and the calculation difficulty was quite high. Lin Yao and Yao Beluo spent a full 3 days just completing the calculations for the markers. After determining the marker positions, drilling was another problem. The hardness of a level 9 beast skull was exceptionally high, in addition to the significant level gap between them and Lin Yao. They also lacked suitable tools. Ultimately, the damaged meteor sword proved useful, helping them painstakingly complete the drilling work. While the two were busy drilling and making the Earth element matrix, the people on the surface of their planet did not give up searching for their whereabouts. After Lin Yao and Yao Beluo went missing, the rest of the Mingguang team immediately joined the search effort upon receiving the news, especially Wang Jinsheng, who felt that it was his fault for not following the rules and chasing the beast, which led to Lin Yao and the others being taken away by the beast. Felt deeply guilty. During this time, Wang Sanquan organized the expeditionary forces to search for Lin Yao and Yao Beluo, and he followed along tirelessly. After searching for a week without any sign of the two, the other leaders of the expeditionary forces felt that the chances of survival were slim and urged Wang Sanquan to give up the search. Wang Jinsheng and the Mingguang team members argued fiercely, insisting they would not give up and even proposed a search on their own. Wang Sanquan had no choice but to maintain the overall situation, allowing some people to continue the winter hunting mission while he personally led a portion of the team to search for Lin Yao and the two. As time passed, a month went by, and they had thoroughly plowed through the area where Lin Yao had gone missing, yet still found no trace of them, leading Wang Sanquan to suspect that they might truly be dead. After all, the level gap was too great, and the probability of survival for the two under a high-level beast was exceedingly low. Having spent a long time on the battlefield, Wang Sanquan had become somewhat indifferent to matters of life and death. However, he could not refuse Wang Jinsheng and the Mingguang team's pleas and could only continue to accompany them in their search without much hope. During a break in the search and rescue, the Mingguang team huddled together to discuss possible places where Lin Yao and the others might have been taken by the beast. We searched an area of several dozen kilometers in radius and nearly 100 kilometers deep. What do you think the captain could still be? After searching for so long without finding any clues, Meng Xingchen felt somewhat anxious, fearing that the captain might have truly been eaten by the beast, which would mean. Bai Zhenjin irritably tugged at her hair and said, "Wasn't it a high-level Earth-type beast that took the captain away? Could it be that our search depth is still insufficient? But didn't the high-level Earth-type ability users in the army say there are thick rock layers obstructing the way? Even if it's a high-level beast, it shouldn't be able to carry two people and use Earth escape to pass through the rock layers and continue downward." Wan Xiaoqi maintained a slightly calmer demeanor than the others. Just because the Army's high-level Earth-type ability users say they can't penetrate doesn't mean they can't. Maybe that high-level beast is even stronger than we imagined. Not just level 8 or 9, but possibly reaching level 10 or above. Bai Zhenjin stood up in agitation. This assumption was hardly pleasant, and Wan Xiaoqi decisively shattered her fantasy. If it really exceeds level 10, then the captain's chances of survival would be even slimmer. I still think that high-level beast must have taken the captain and the others to a much farther place. Knowing she was speaking the truth, Bai Jinjin still preferred to trust her instincts, but she had no basis to convince others, so she could only turn her head away. But we've already expanded our search area many times over. I believe with the captain's abilities, she couldn't have been taken by the beast without a struggle. Especially with Yao Beiluo by her side, Meng Xingchen said. Didn't Ti Wang Jinsheng say that the captain was swallowed and taken away by the beast directly? They don't have Earth-type abilities, so they definitely wouldn't dare to act during the Earth escape. The most likely scenario is that they would only act after the beast finished its Earth escape, he continued. So we don't need to worry about the traces along the way. We just need to expand our search range as much as possible. At this moment, Zhang Feng also agreed, all right, don't be too anxious. The captain is someone who can escape from the belly of a star beast. That beast surely can't do anything to her. If they hadn't held on to such thoughts, they would have long since been unable to continue. Wang Jinsheng, usually the most talkative, was instead the most silent during the discussion, keeping his head down and exuding a sense of despair. Once their discussion ended, he left without a word. The other members of Ming Wang team were aware of the psychological pressure Wang Jinsheng had been under lately. But since it was his mistake that led to the disappearance of Lin Yao and the others, they couldn't blame him, and naturally, no one went to comfort him. Wang Jinsheng silently walked to a deserted area, deeply engulfed in intense self-blame. At that moment, a familiar soldier approached him and said, "Young Master Wang." Wang Jinsheng merely looked up, confirmed that it wasn't someone he knew, and continued to keep his head down in silence. "Don't you remember me? We fought the five-element beast together that day," the soldier said, undeterred by his silence, and moved closer. Wang Jinsheng remained silent. "When your captain was swallowed by the beast, I just happened to see." Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Jinsheng seemed to have triggered something within him. He suddenly rushed forward, grabbing the soldier by the collar and hoarsely asked, "What did you say?" The soldier, startled by his reaction, quickly held onto his hand to protect his neck. "I said, I saw the appearance of that beast clearly." "What did it look like?" Wang Jinsheng asked, somewhat excited. As the first target attacked by the beast, Wang Jinsheng had only seen a disappearing shadow, and hadn't clearly seen what kind of beast it was. Chapter 135. Burrowing Salamander. Therefore, during the search, he could only determine that it was a high-level Earth-type exotic beast, and he had no other clues to provide. Now that he heard someone had seen the exotic beast, he couldn't help but get excited. Knowing the type of exotic beast would allow them to analyze the location of its lair based on its habits, enabling a more precise search for Lin Yao and the others. "I don't know that type of exotic beast." As soon as the soldier spoke, he immediately attracted Wang Jinsheng's piercing gaze. He didn't dare hesitate and continued, "But I took some time to draw what I saw of the exotic beast." Wang Jinsheng's expression instantly brightened, and he released the soldier's collar, urging, "Then quickly show me the drawing." "The drawing isn't very good, cut the nonsense. As long as we can tell what the exotic beast looks like, that's enough." Wang Jinsheng impatiently interrupted him. The soldier could only shut up and obediently hand over his electronic drawing. After Wang Jinsheng took it and looked closely, he found that he didn't recognize it either. He was about to turn around to ask someone when the soldier grabbed him. "Young Master Wang, can you not say I drew this?" The soldier whispered. "Why?" Wang Jinsheng asked, puzzled. The soldier smiled bitterly. "The military isn't as strict as you see. There is quite a bit of infighting behind the scenes. I'm just a nobody, and if my superiors find out I went directly to young Master Wang, it might be hard to explain. What are you afraid of? I'll just tell my third uncle to promote you later." Wang Jinsheng said nonchalantly. "But for now, just stay by my side." After settling the soldier, Wang Jinsheng hurried to find Wang Sanquan. "Third uncle, can you recognize what this exotic beast is?" Wang Sanquan carefully examined the drawing, but didn't answer immediately. Instead, he passed the electronic drawing to those nearby for them to circulate. After a round of circulation, the drawing reached the hands of the team strategist. He took one look and frowned, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, that should be the burrowing salamander." Burrowing salamander? The name was unfamiliar, and the generals present exchanged glances. The strategist smiled and said this type of star beast has only been seen on C-49 and is very rare. I happened to see it while researching C-49's data before the winter hunt. For specific information, we can contact the people on the starship. The Expeditionary Forces starship has its own database, and as long as the information is on the star network, the server will automatically back it up. They often travel far from the star network, so they prepare such a database just in case it is needed. With a command from Wang Sanquan, the data was quickly uploaded from Starship. This time, there was no need for circulation. The Starship directly sent the information to everyone as communicators. Wang Jinsheng, as Wang Sanquan's nephew, was fortunate enough to receive the information sent by his uncle. Burrowing salamander, Earth-type exotic beast, adept at Earth escape. Lives deep underground. Eyes regressed after reading just 2 lines. Wang Jinsheng felt a glimmer of hope and excitedly said, if that high-level exotic beast is indeed the burrowing salamander, then it must be able to pass through thick rock layers before he could finish speaking. The expressions of several high-level Earth-type ability users in the team changed dramatically. Wang Sanquan quickly interrupted him. Jinsheng, it's not your turn to speak here. After stopping Wang Jinsheng, he slowly added, although my nephew's words were not pleasant. After reading the data, I share a similar thought. You few are all high-level Earth ability users, so your judgment should be more accurate than ours, right? Hearing this, several high-level Earth ability users exchanged glances and quickly said, Deputy Commander Wang, don't worry, we'll go back there and break through the rock layers immediately. The high-level Earth ability users took their team to break through the rock layers, while the others did not immediately relocate, but continued searching around. Since Wang Jinsheng went directly to find his uncle after receiving the news and did not inform the Mingguang team, this led to a significant delay in their information. Wang Jinsheng had been following the Earth ability users for quite a while before he learned this news. Bai Jinjin, who was already unhappy about Lin Yao's disappearance due to his blunder, felt even more resentment towards him now that there was new information, but it wasn't conveyed to them in time. Wang Jinsheng, apart from his high combat power as a thunder ability user, truly had no other merits. She couldn't understand why the captain invited him into the team. Zhang Feng, though usually quiet, immediately stood up to remind, Jinjin, you can say that here, but don't say it in front of Wang Jinsheng. The captain being taken by the exotic beast is not his fault. Bai Jinjin certainly knew that Wang Jinsheng couldn't be blamed for this incident. But facts are facts, and feelings are feelings. She had spent more time with Lin Yao, and their bond was deeper. Just thinking about Lin Yao possibly being in danger made her unable to help but resent Wang Jinsheng. I know, but I just can't help it, Bai Jinjin said. Choking up, Meng Xingqian looked a bit pained and hurriedly offered his shoulder for her to lean on. Don't cry. Now that there's hope, the captain will definitely come back safely. When the captain returns, I'll join you in reporting Wang Jinsheng. While comforting her, someone suddenly called from outside the temporary tent. I'm here on young Master Wang's orders to pick you up. Seeing that the newcomer was an unfamiliar soldier, the Mingguang team members were a bit confused. The soldier quickly explained, the new clue was provided by me, and young Master Wang asked me to temporarily stay by his side. Today, he went back to where the exotic beast escaped with the Earth ability users team. He was in a hurry and couldn't inform you in time. After the high-level Earth ability users tried to break through a section of the rock layers, they found traces of Earth escape. And young Master Wang immediately sent me to bring you all. Hearing the earlier part, everyone felt a bit embarrassed since they had just been talking behind his back. But upon hearing the latter part, everyone became elated. The phrase found traces of Earth escape implied that they might find the captain and the others' whereabouts, right? Bai Jinjin asked excitedly. Just saying they found traces of Earth escape doesn't confirm if it's their tracks, the soldier replied. Even though it was uncertain news, the new development still made everyone very happy. Everyone was too busy celebrating to pay attention to the soldier. Wan Xiaoqi could only take the initiative to deal with him. Thank you, but what should we call you? It's no trouble. You can call me Xiao Zhang, the soldier said humbly. All right, Xiao Zhang. Do we set off now, or wait until dawn? During the day, they were busy searching, and they only sat down to rest and discuss after dark. Young Master Wang said you must be anxious, so he asked me to take you overnight. Then please give us 5 minutes to get ready. Okay. The group joyfully headed towards the place of hope. Thinking they would receive good news, But unexpectedly, the development of events was not as they had imagined. Chapter 136, The Last Search and Rescue. What did you say? Beneath the rock layer is harder diamond rock. As Meng Xingqian and the others just disembarked from the spaceship, they heard Wang Jinsheng's somewhat excited voice. Without caring about anything else, the group rushed towards him. What do you mean by that? What do you mean the chances of survival are slim? Wang Jinsheng was still arguing with someone, and Bai Zhenjin could only pull a nearby soldier and ask, what happened? Earlier that morning, when they broke through the rock layer, they discovered traces of Earth escape, thinking it was good news. However, after digging through the traces, they found diamond rock underneath. Then an Earth-type ability user said that if they continued through the diamond rock, the Earth-type beast might get stuck inside. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinsheng lost his temper. The commotion caused by Wang Jinsheng quickly attracted Wang Sanquan. Seeing his nephew grabbing a high-level Earth-type ability user by the collar and speaking angrily, he hurried over to pull him away. Jinsheng, no matter how anxious you are, those uncles are high-level ability users. How can you lay your hands on them? Third uncle. He said the captain has no chance of survival. Upon seeing Wang Sanquan, Wang Jinsheng instantly cried like a baby. Wang Sanquan had initially come to discipline him, but seeing him like this, he couldn't bring himself to continue and could only pat his head helplessly. Jinsheng, your captain is in trouble. It's not your fault. If you want to blame someone, blame those beasts. They are humanity's natural enemies. In the future, when you encounter them, kill more beasts, and that could be considered revenge for your captain. Hearing this, Wang Jinsheng pushed Wang Sanquan away and shouted, No, third uncle. I don't believe the captain just died like that. Can you give me a little more time? Please, just a little more time? Jinsheng, the army has its discipline. We have already spent a lot of time on this rescue, far exceeding the time limit for search and rescue. It will put me in a difficult position. Third uncle, the winter hunt itself lasts only 2 months. Just give me 2 more months for the search and rescue. Okay? Third uncle, I'm begging you. Jinsheng, third uncle, I've never asked you for anything since I was a child. Really, I'm begging you. I know the army has its regulations, but Lin Yao is not an army person. She is still just a student. What is wrong with giving her a little more time for the search and rescue? Wang Sanquan looked at Wang Jinsheng, who was crying like a child, and finally couldn't bear to refuse. I'll give you one last chance. Let a high-level Earth-type ability user help you break through the diamond layer. If you still can't find anyone, then give up. The Expeditionary Army, due to long-term exploration, face dangers far greater than ordinary people. For missing persons like this, usually only 7 days of rescue time was given. If nothing was found beyond that time, they could only give up. Wang Sanquan had already spent double the time on the search and rescue for Lin Yao and Yao Beiluo, considering they were the top talents from the first academy. Wang Jinsheng had a bad temper and was not nice to the high-level ability users helping with the search. Continuing the endless search would delay the team's winter hunt, and he wouldn't be able to withstand opposition within the army. Looking around at the indifferent expressions of the officers and soldiers, Wang Jinsheng knew he couldn't push any further. He could only respond hoarsely, trembling, okay? Seeing him compromise like this, Bai Zhenjin was about to voice her opposition, but was stopped by Meng Xingqian. Bai Zhenjin turned to say something, only to see Meng Xingqian shaking his head with red eyes, and she immediately choked up, unable to say a word. The diamond rock layer was much denser than ordinary rock layers. Even high-level Earth-type ability users found it very difficult to drill through, let alone use Earth escape skills on it. Because the objective was search and rescue, the high-level Earth-type ability users not only had to drill into the diamond rock layer to confirm its thickness, but also had to continuously move the diamond rock layer within the range of Earth escape. The workload was considerable. This time, 5 high-level Earth-type ability users participated in the winter hunt. They took turns, and under the condition of serious mental chaos, they frequently used their abilities. After more than a week, they barely managed to dig a pit about 100 meters deep into the diamond rock layer. But they hadn't reached the bottom yet. On the 10th day, after one high-level Earth-type ability user exited due to mental chaos, the others also began to refuse to continue the task. Deputy Commander Wang, we've done our best. We can't wait until everyone is mentally chaotic to give up. Can we? Exactly. Even if they're genius students, 20 days of search and rescue is enough. Everyone was voicing their refusals, and Wang Sanquan could no longer suppress it. He could only helplessly look at the Mingguang team and ask, "What do you think about this? What could Meng Xingqian and the others do?" These people had indeed tried their best, and they couldn't push too hard. We VE troubled Deputy Commander Wang. For the next period, we'll search on our own. If we really can't find them, when the winter hunt ends, we'll go back with you. Meng Xingqian rarely stepped up to take responsibility. "I'm very sorry we couldn't help you rescue them. It's okay. We know you've done your best." Wang Sanquan gave the Mingguang team a deep look and then led his men away. Unexpectedly, before they had gone far, they heard the Mingguang team's exclamations. Wang Sanquan turned back in surprise and asked, "What happened?" "We just tried a metal ability and found that it works wonders for clearing the diamond rock layer." Wonders? The situation was like this. After Wang Sanquan left, the Mingguang team transformed their sorrow into effort and began using their abilities on the diamond rock layer. By Jinjin's wood type, Zhang Feng's fire type and strength, Wang Jincheng's lightning type, and Wan Xiaoqi's physical transformation all had minimal effect on the diamond rock layer. They were somewhat despairing about this. Suddenly, Meng Xingqian unleashed a metal ability, and the diamond rock layer surprisingly cracked open a gap. Initially, they thought it was a fluke, but after trying a few more times, they found that the metal ability could easily split the diamond rock layer. Diamond rock layer, diamond rock layer. Wang Sanquan pondered carefully and discovered the problem. The diamond rock layer was related to metal abilities, and they had misjudged, thinking that what was in the soil was earth type, neglecting that there were also metal ores in the soil. To confirm his guess, Wang Sanquan said, "How about this? I'll call a high-level metal ability user to help you." At this moment, not only Wang Sanquan had a guess, others were also curious. A high-level metal ability user quickly arrived, and when he made his move, he was far more powerful than Meng Xingqian, who was still inexperienced. With a few swift actions, the diamond rock layer crumbled significantly, and by arranging a few high-level physical or strength users to clear the scattered rock layers, they could proceed to the next step. Zhang Feng couldn't stay idle either and joined the team, helping to move the rocks. And then he noticed something unusual. Chapter 137 Return ISNT that the metal ring on Yao Beiluo. Hearing this, the members of the Mingguang team hurried over and indeed saw Zhang Feng discover a metal ring that was almost half embedded in the diamond rock layer. This ring was not just a decorative item. After Meng Xingqian learned to forge weapons, he crafted a unique ring for each member of the team, equipped with certain weapon functionalities. Its attack capability was not significant, as its decorative aspect outweighed its functionality as a weapon. After searching for so long, they finally found a clue, which excited the members of the Mingguang team. The few exchanged glances, their eyes unable to hide their joy. At this moment, Meng Xingqian stepped forward and said, "Officers, we have found a clue. We ask everyone to help continue the search. To thank you for your hard work, our Mingguang team is willing to donate 100 intermediate spiritual power sorting potions and 100 intermediate ability recovery potions to the expeditionary troops." Upon hearing this, the officers and soldiers present all showed happy expressions. Although the benefits and treatment of the Yunmengxing expeditionary army were quite good, they fought frequently, and potions were always in short supply. Although the donation from the Mingguang team was not much, the gesture was clear. It was a reward for the rescue personnel. With 200 potions and several hundred people present, it was not enough for everyone to have one, but it was still a good contribution. Seeing this, Wang Sanquan quickly expressed, "On behalf of the expeditionary troops, I thank the Mingguang team for their donation. Rest assured, I will ensure that these potions reach the rescue team." With this statement, the enthusiasm of the rescue personnel immediately increased. "Vice Commander Wang, I think that high-level alien beast can pass through the diamond rock layers smoothly. It may not only have earth abilities, but also gold abilities." Wang Sanquan nodded in agreement. "In that case, let us continue digging down. Perhaps we can find more clues." As expected, things unfolded as he said. With the first clue revealed, following that lead, they quickly found some clues intentionally left by Yao Beiluo. Now, not only were the Mingguang team members happy, but others also began to feel joy. Those military personnel involved in the search sometimes were reluctant to give up on rescuing their comrades. However, they could only assume that the person was dead when they could not find any clues. For soldiers who had experienced many separations, aimless and hopeless searches were a waste of the time and lives of their living comrades. Weighing the pros and cons, they had to stop the losses in a timely manner. Now that they had found clues and hope for rescue, they were naturally willing to continue the search activities. With Earth and Gold abilities working together, after several days of deep digging, they had reached a depth of 10,000 meters. If there had not been continuous clues emerging, they could not have imagined that a high-level alien beast lair would be hidden so deep, 10,000 meters down, and they still had not reached the bottom. Vice Commander Wong, what do you think? Should we continue? The continuous digging over the past few days had caused several high-level ability users responsible for the rescue to experience mental confusion. Even though Bai Zhenjin and others provided their own potions for supplementation, the spiritual power sorting potions were not the kind that worked immediately. As the number of mentally confused individuals increased, their digging progress had become slower and slower. By now, only 1 or 2 high-level ability users could continue digging. This. Wang Sanquan hesitated. At 10,000 meters underground, the oxygen was already very thin. Even if they survived under the high-level alien beast, they might not be able to hold on until now. Bai Zhenjin, fearing that Wang Sanquan would announce a decision to give up, immediately said, "They are equipped with oxygen helmets. If they can serve a bit, they can definitely hold on." The oxygen in the helmets could only last a person for about a week. Now, it had been more than a month. The implication of this statement was obvious. Just as everyone hesitated, they suddenly felt the ground shake violently. Wang Sanquan quickly ordered everyone to retreat, suspecting that the high-level alien beast might be coming out. Those with lower levels should fall back, while the higher levels should move forward. Even though the Mingguang team members were reluctant, they were protected as they retreated under such circumstances. The shaking became more pronounced, and it looked like the thing underground was about to break through. Wang Sanquan raised his hand to signal everyone to crouch down and be on guard, signaling them to prepare for an attack at any moment. As the soil heaved, a dark object suddenly burst out from the ground. Before they could clearly see what it was, a rookie could not hold back and was the first to unleash a fire-type ability at the object. Everyone was startled. They expected to hear the roar of an alien beast, but instead, a crisp voice rang out, "Oh, I finally made it back. Is this how you welcome us with fire?" Upon hearing this, while the others were still processing, the Mingguang team members immediately became excited. Wang Jinsheng even cried out, "Captain, you finally returned." The crowd quickly realized it was Lin Yao who had returned alive from underground. With the danger lifted, Wang Sanquan quickly ordered his team to stand down. Yao Beiluo found an open space to park the modified Children's vehicle. As soon as Lin Yao got out of the car, she was immediately embraced by Wang Jinsheng, followed by Bai Zhenjin, Meng Xingxin, and others, all coming up to hug her. She had to transform into an octopus, patting one and comforting another, busy and overwhelmed. Zhang Feng, being tall, could not squeeze through, so he walked over to the overlooked Yao Beiluo and patted his shoulder. Yao Beiluo smiled back at him. No need for words. Everything was unspoken. After a long time, Lin Yao finally managed to comfort everyone and had the opportunity to report their findings to Wang Sanquan. Reporting to Vice Commander Wang, Lin Yao from the First Middle Court, Yao Beiluo has returned safely. Good. It's great that you're back. We have made significant discoveries underground and need to report to you. It's about XX Mine. In front of everyone, Lin Yao deliberately spoke some words ambiguously. Upon hearing this, Wang Sanquan immediately understood the seriousness of the matter and took them to his military tent, instructing people to maintain vigilance around them. Military secrets were significant. Besides the parties involved, other members of the Mingguang team were not qualified to listen in. However, this did not prevent a few from gathering together to speculate. With Lin Yao back, Wang Jinsheng seemed to have let go of a heavy burden, quickly returning to his usual arrogant demeanor. He nudged Meng Xingxin with his elbow and whispered, "What do you think happened to the captain and the others? I heard the word mine, and judging by third uncle's reaction, it might be a rare mineral. I really admire the captain. Even in dire straits, he can find a way out and bring surprises." Bai Zhenjin could not help but roll her eyes at him. "I would rather the captain return safely than have any surprises." Chapter 138. Encountering the alien spy, Wang Jinsheng awkwardly said, "Of course it is. I was just a bit curious. Zhang Feng was quite sincere, noting that the captain was really lucky, always managing to escape danger. That's right, our captain has always been lucky. If it weren't for certain people causing trouble, I bet her luck would be even better. Wang Jinsheng's face darkened at her veiled criticism, but he didn't dare to lose his temper. So he got up and said, "It's a bit hot in this tent. I think I'll go for a walk." After he went out, Meng Xingchen couldn't help but persuade Bai Junjun, who looked unconvinced. "Junjun, it's all in the past. Since the captain has returned and he knows he was wrong, just let it go, okay?" Wan Xiaoqi also chimed in, "Yeah, in a team, the most taboo thing is discord. If the captain finds out you two are at odds, she won't be happy." Bai Junjun pouted in dissatisfaction, but still listened to their advice. "Fine, I'll be more careful in the future." Everyone hoped that Lin Yao, who had just managed to come back alive, wouldn't have to face a team full of conflicts, so they cooperated. Zhang Feng scratched his head and said, "Then I'll go out and check on him." However, shortly after Zhang Feng went out, there was a loud commotion outside. Meng Xingchen and the others rushed out of the tent to see Zhang Feng standing there, holding his bleeding head and shouting, "Help! Wang Xiao has been kidnapped." With Zhang Feng's shout, many people were quickly alerted. The team leader responsible for security immediately arranged for people to track and rescue. Bai Junjun and the others hurriedly rushed to support Zhang Feng. Before he could speak, Wan Xiaoqi quickly gave him a hemostatic agent. Once his bleeding stopped, they anxiously asked, "What exactly happened?" "I went out of the tent and didn't see Wang Jinsheng, so I started looking for him. I didn't expect to see a shadow sneaking off with something, so I chased after him to stop him. I wasn't a match for that person and got injured, but I clearly saw that he was carrying Wang Jinsheng." "I'm sorry, I'm too incompetent," Zhang Feng said, looking very powerless about not being able to save Wang Jinsheng. Wan Xiaoqi could only pat his shoulder and comfort him. Sometimes human strength has its limits. You can't blame yourself for this. Bai Junjun clapped her hands and stood up. "This can't be delayed. We need to find him quickly." "Who are we looking for?" The others turned around in surprise to see Lin Yao, Yao Beiluo, and Wang Sanquan standing behind him side by side. Zhang Feng urgently said, "Captain, Wang Jinsheng has been kidnapped." "I know. I just received a report from Deputy Commander Wang's people," Lin Yao said calmly. Meng Xingchen was a bit surprised by her calm demeanor. "Captain, how come?" Lin Yao waved her hand. "Let's go, I'll take you to find him." Despite their confusion, out of trust in her, they quickly followed her. Looking at the confident and composed Lin Yao walking alongside Wang Sanquan, they couldn't help but want to ask Yao Beiluo, who was the only one in the know walking with them. However, Yao Beiluo seemed to anticipate their actions and directly made a shushing gesture at them. Lin Yao led the Mingguang team, while Wang Sanquan brought along his subordinates, and they all walked into a dense forest. Wang Sanquan, as the team leader, stopped first, and everyone else followed suit. After everyone stopped, Lin Yao took a few steps forward, stood in an open area, and said loudly, "I have a little trick for using supernatural abilities. No matter the level or type of supernatural ability, you can try using it. Now, I will share it with everyone. This technique is called communication." Without giving everyone a chance to react, she raised her hand. "As long as it's an elemental ability, one can basically sense the opposing element externally and communicate with these elements using their supernatural abilities. You can achieve a lot of things, like finding someone." As she raised her hand, everyone felt a powerful energy sweep over them, and the trees began to sway and rustle as if there was a wind. Lin Yao closed her eyes as if she was sensing something. After a while, she suddenly opened her eyes and pointed in a direction, saying, "It's over there." Hearing Lin Yao's words, Wang Sanquan didn't hesitate. He gestured for his people to follow the direction Lin Yao pointed to. As they pursued, the surrounding grass and trees parted automatically, clearing the way for them. When they found Wang Jinsheng, they initially thought they would face a fierce battle. However, the surrounding vines acted even faster than them, directly binding the person who was carrying Wang Jinsheng and trying to escape. The soldiers were momentarily stunned, but then realized the vines were helping, and quickly moved forward to put a supernatural ability restricting ring on the person, capturing him. Soon, Wang Sanquan and the Mingguang team arrived at the scene. When the soldiers brought the kidnapper in front of Wang Sanquan, everyone was shocked to see that the kidnapper was actually a soldier who had been following Wang Jinsheng. Seeing that it was one of his own men, Wang Sanquan's expression instantly darkened, and he shouted, "Speak! Why did you capture Jinsheng?" The soldier sneered. "Why do you think? Are you trying to use him to threaten me?" Seeing the soldier's expression, Wang Sanquan instinctively understood. "So what if I am?" The soldier showed no sign of fear, instead wearing a defiant look. "So what? I could just execute you right here, and no one would dare say a word." Wang Sanquan was furious. "You dare? What do I have to fear? I am from a Nishi civilization. If you Yunmeng military dare to kill me, just wait for the army of the Nishi civilization to come." Seeing Wang Sanquan being suppressed by him, the soldier looked smug. Wang Sanquan had many concerns, but Lin Yao didn't care. She stepped forward and grabbed his chin, saying, "Although I don't believe your Nishi civilization would act against us Yunmeng for someone as insignificant as you, just to be safe, I'll leave you a small life. Of course, not killing you. Do you think you can live well? We have plenty of ways to make you wish you were dead. You dare." The soldier looked fierce but was inwardly cowardly. Lin Yao grinned, her face full of cruelty. "What do I have to fear from someone like you who doesn't even know your own identity? Bai Jinjin, give him some medication." "What medication?" Bai Jinjin, who was enjoying the show, didn't expect to be called out suddenly. For spies like this, they've definitely developed resistance to medications, so let's try some unconventional ones. "Huh. First, give him one of your can't cry concoctions. Then give him a sensory enhancement agent to let him experience what it means to not be able to cry." Chapter 139. Public disclosure. Bai Zhenjin was a poison-type ability user and often researched various toxins in her daily life. The potion called Can't Cry was supposed to be an itching agent, but it was 1,000 times stronger than ordinary itching agents. Can't Cry, combined with a sensory amplification potion, made for an unimaginable experience. Even if the spy had undergone a willpower test, they could still be powerless against such unconventional interrogation methods. Various new forms of torment were employed in turns, and the soldier quickly couldn't bear it anymore, crying out for mercy. As officials, Wang Sanquan and his team had many constraints, but Lin Yao and her group were still students and didn't have as many scruples. After helping them achieve their goals, Lin Yao handed the person over to Wang Sanquan's team and took the unconscious Wang Jinqing away with her Mingguang team. Bai Zhenjin curiously leaned over. "Captain, are we not going to manage what happens next?" "Manage what? That's a military matter. We are still students. Knowing too much isn't good." In fact, Lin Yao could roughly guess what these spies were planning just from their actions. Wang Jinqing was the golden child of the Wang family. And as long as the Wang family showed any signs of wavering, the Nishi civilization could control the entire Wang family. Once they controlled the Wang family, it would be easy for the Nishi civilization to do anything they wanted in the Yunmeng star system. Angry? There was really nothing to be angry about. Academician Zheng had previously mentioned that spies in the Yunmeng star system were as numerous as the stars. Unfortunately, they couldn't do anything about it. Even if they eliminated one wave, there would be more. The reason those who planted spies were so arrogant was ultimately because the Yunmeng star system was too weak. Weak enough for anyone to trample on. To change the current situation, the Yunmeng star system had to become stronger quickly. Strong enough that no one would dare to provoke it easily. On the way back, Bai Zhenjin asked with concern, "Captain, did you and Yao Beiluo suffer a lot after being taken underground by that beast?" "It was okay. Although it was somewhat dangerous, overall, the gains outweigh the risks." "Gains outweigh the risks," Bai Zhenjin exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Lin Yao then recounted the experiences she and Yao Beiluo had gone through. Although they almost died while dealing with the cave salamander, they turned misfortune into fortune, leveling up their physical skills to level 7 and unsealing their mental abilities to level 7 as well. They also discovered a massive elemental crystal mine and developed a 5-element elemental matrix, which would greatly benefit her future research on the delicate silk protective suit. Of course, when they set up the Earth-type elemental matrix, they encountered significant trouble, because they hadn't encountered the beast that had a portion of gold-type attributes beforehand. Their Earth-type elemental matrix shattered as soon as it was activated. They thought their matrix calculations were wrong and recalculated, only to find that the results confirmed their original calculations. They then suspected that there was a problem with their matrix modification and reviewed the formation again, but it was still correct. In the end, they were on the verge of collapse. It was Yao Beiluo who suggested trying to set up the formation on the beast's head one last time. And that's when they discovered that the beast actually possessed gold-type attributes. This discovery didn't trouble them. Instead, it filled them with joy. After modifying the formation, they activated it again, and everything went smoothly. They connected the beast's head to the toy vehicle and drove it down into the earth layers, successfully drilling through over 10,000 meters of earth with the guidance of the Earth-type elemental matrix. Of course, there were challenges along the way, but those difficulties were nothing compared to their successful emergence. After briefly recounting their experiences, Lin Yao said seriously, Zhenjin, Meng Xingchen, Zhang Feng, and Wan Xiaoqi. If you have relatives with connections to powerful factions, have them come to C-49 quickly. The others looked at her in confusion. There is a massive elemental crystal mine deep underground in C-49, and with the current capabilities of the Yunmeng star, it won't be preserved for long. So, if you have connections, get someone to come and mine it as much as possible. Originally, when Lin Yao reported this information to Wang Sanquan, she intended to keep it confidential, allowing the expeditionary forces to slowly mine and use the elemental crystals to gradually enhance the strength of the Yunmeng people. However, after Wang Sanquan heard about the properties of the elemental crystals, he insisted that the secret couldn't be kept and that it would be better to make the news public so that the people of the Yunmeng star system could come to mine it as soon as possible. At first, she was somewhat skeptical, thinking that the expeditionary army, as a crucial force of the Yunmeng star system, shouldn't be incapable of keeping a secret. However, seeing how arrogant and blatant the spies from the expeditionary army were today, she finally believed it. At that moment, she secretly felt fortunate that when she left the underground, after much hesitation, she had taken the elemental crystal mother from next to the abyss. Only she and Yao Beiluo knew about it. And even if the elemental crystal mine was eventually divided among alien forces, they still held a glimmer of hope. Since the secret couldn't be kept, it was better to make it public, allowing the people of the Yunmeng star system to mine first, and then when various alien forces arrived, they could stall for time while they had already mined enough for themselves. All right, that's settled. Make sure to notify them as soon as possible. Wang Sanquan was also a decisive person. After dealing with the spy from the Nishi civilization, he quickly informed the Yunmeng authorities and various military forces. A few days later, the sky above C-49 was filled with various military and starships of all sizes. Besides the expeditionary army stationed at the only entry and exit point of the Yunmeng star system, the Expeditionary Army 1 and 7, as well as the Expeditionary Army 6 and 8 that were out exploring, the main forces of these four armies were not present. All other expeditionary corps, whether on leave or on missions, hurriedly came over as long as it was convenient. The stationed troops from various planets also sent over extra forces, except for those on duty. In addition to the military, political figures also arrived. The Xie family, where the savior of the Yunmeng star system, Xie Chongyun, belonged, also sent their people over. The Tang family from Yanghe, known for their police lineage, also dispatched their forces. The military and political responses were swift, and once they arrived quickly, large corporations and businesses followed suit. The Meng family from Mengsure Pharmaceuticals, the Su family from Su Precision Engineering, and so on. Even Bai Jinjin, at this point, set aside past grievances and notified her father. Lin Yao didn't know many people, but the ones who had the strength to come to see 49 were Academician Zheng and her teacher Zhao Chuan. Academician Zheng didn't need to worry. As a national treasure-level researcher, he always had the best team of ability users from the military protecting him. No one in Yunmeng Star could threaten him casually except for alien forces. Zhao Chuan appeared to be an ordinary pharmacist, but as a top healer, his backing was not to be underestimated. Just from Lin Yao sending a message to him, telling him they had found an elemental crystal mine that could enhance abilities and urging him to come quickly, he arrived with a team in just a couple of days, showing his strength. Besides these two, there was one more person Lin Yao thought long and hard about before deciding to notify him. Chapter 140. The Secret of Rebirth in the Intermediate Civilization of Roland, Su Rue. Although Lin Yao did not have a direct way to contact him, the wormhole trading device he had exchanged with her could connect to his device. Just then, Academician Zheng also arrived, and she directly told him about this matter. It was good to notify him. After all, he had a good relationship with you. Once he and the forces and civilizations behind him gained the advantage, they would remember your goodwill. This would also benefit your future development, Academician Zheng said. Lin Yao merely smiled faintly and said, Academician Zheng, it doesn't matter whether they remember my goodwill or not. I just want to take the opportunity to exchange some items with them. After all, the items exchanged with the Wormhole trading device are too expensive. Since obtaining the Wormhole trading device, Academician Zheng had complained to her about this matter more than once. Hearing this, Academician Zheng's pupils slightly trembled. Then he laughed heartily. All right, then I will find a dedicated negotiation expert to talk to them. Using items we can't keep to exchange for some tangible things is the most practical. Everything else is just illusion. After this matter with the elemental crystal mine is over, I think it will be time for the technology of the Yunming galaxy to undergo a significant upgrade, as various forces arrived one after another. The extraction of elemental crystal mines on C-49 star began with great momentum. Lin Yao calculated that school was about to start, so she let the other members of the Mingguang team personally go down to the mine to get some elemental crystals before preparing to find a starship to send them back to Yunming Star. Unexpectedly, 2 days before the start of school, she suddenly received a notification from school. It stated that a large new type of mineral deposit had been discovered in the Yunming galaxy. And in order to give students a broader perspective and an opportunity to expand their knowledge, the school would organize students to go to C-49 Star for practical learning as soon as the semester started. Lin Yao was somewhat shocked by the news. The school was really going all out, even skipping classes for the elemental crystal mine. But soon she received news that several other schools were also organizing their entire faculty and students to come to C-49 Star for practical learning, leaving her unsure of how to evaluate the situation. With the principal of the first academy, Tang Mingde, leading everyone to C-49 Star, Lin Yao, along with a few members of the Mingguang team, also left the jurisdiction of the expeditionary forces and returned to school, then organized by the school to mine in the already developed underground. This lively mining activity did not last long before alien starships rushed to C-49 Star, driving away the previously dominant miners from the Yunming galaxy. Principal Tang Mingde had the foresight to leave with the students just before the alien starships were about to approach. Leaving the chaos of C-49 Star behind, Tang Mingde returned to Yunming Star with a group of students. Upon returning to Yunming Star, regardless of whether the students were focused or not, they immediately arranged for classes to start, leaving the students who had enjoyed the mining experience and were reluctant to return to complain endlessly. After returning to normal classes, Lin Yao also prepared to return to teacher Zhao Chuan's lab to continue her research on the delicate silk. Before entering the lab, she hesitated for a moment, but still found Academician Zheng, handing the holographic technology over to him for him to pass on to the holographic technology research team of the expeditionary forces. How did you get this holographic technology? Academician Zheng asked, slightly surprised. He wanted to ask something, but ultimately did not speak out. Lin Yao couldn't help but tease Academician. Don't you have anything you want to ask? Academician Zheng shook his head. As long as what you're doing is not bad for the Yunming galaxy, I won't dig deeper. He firmly believed that Lin Yao would be able to bring salvation to the Yunming galaxy. Although you don't want to know, I still want to tell you something. Sometimes, too much doubt isn't a good thing. It's better to lay everything out to enhance mutual trust. You must have noticed many strange things about me, such as my sudden change in personality and possessing many things that the Yunming galaxy doesn't have, like potion formulas and unique cultivation methods. She had provided several potion formulas to Bai Jinjin. As for cultivation methods, whether it was supernatural abilities or physical techniques, she had generously taught those around her. You must have seen the surveillance videos of the practical exams and guessed some things. Now I can clearly tell you that I am indeed not the original Lin Yao. Her sudden change could not be hidden from others. When she was admitted to the command department of the First Academy, she did not understand the worth of the command department and had thought that her outstanding performance had led to her admission. However, after hearing Yao Beluo's confession that his grandfather Marshal Yao had accessed her exam surveillance, she understood that the Yunming officials must have noticed her anomalies. It was only because of academician Zhang's precognitive ability, knowing she could help the Yunming galaxy, that they had not interfered with her studies, allowing her to learn like an ordinary student. Now, due to the elemental crystal mine on C49 star, the Yunming galaxy had once again attracted the attention of various forces in the Galactic Alliance, making the overall improvement of the Yunming galaxy urgent. She thought it best to confess some issues, allowing her to take out many items logged in the system, assisting the technology of the Yunming galaxy to improve rapidly. I was originally Lin Yao from the Mingguang galaxy. As for the location of the Mingguang galaxy, I can't say clearly, but the galaxy where I lived has been destroyed under the invasion of star beasts. After I died in the Mingguang galaxy, for some unknown reason, my spiritual body arrived in the Yunming galaxy and was resurrected in this body of Lin Yao. Despite some speculation, hearing this for real still shocked academician Zhang. Did you have any feelings during the process of your resurrection? Lin Yao shook her head. I had no feelings at all. I just felt like I closed my eyes and opened them, and I was in the Yunming galaxy. Upon hearing this, academician Zhang pondered for a long time before letting out a sigh of relief. Indeed, if the method of resurrection could be controlled, the entire galaxy would be thrown into chaos. Lin Yao couldn't help but laugh. You were just speculating that I could control the method of resurrection. That's really thinking too much. If there really were such a method, you would probably have to investigate the Yunming galaxy. Perhaps there are many people from the Mingguang galaxy here. Hearing her teasing, academician Zhang couldn't help but laugh as well. Even the long-lived, top-tier alien beasts found resurrection difficult. How could humans be so easy? May I ask what level of technology the Mingguang galaxy is at? How does it compare to the Yunming galaxy? And how does it compare to the Galactic Alliance? The technological level is definitely higher than that of the Yunming galaxy. As for the level of the Galactic Alliance, I haven't fully experienced it yet, so I can't make an evaluation. Moreover, before I was born, the Mingguang galaxy had already been largely destroyed by the star beasts. The years I survived were merely a struggle for survival on the ruins. Chapter 141. Research results unveiled in a galaxy where civilization has nearly been destroyed. The technological level is still so high. Doesn't that mean it was at least a mid-level civilization before? I don't know about that. Lin Yao didn't break his speculation. After all, she still needed to sign in at other galaxies in the future. She had to leave some leeway for what she would bring out later. Academician Zhang asked many detailed questions about the Mingguang galaxy, and Lin Yao answered everything she could. For things she couldn't say or was inappropriate to say, she remained silent. Academician Zhang didn't mind, recording all the useful information. Lin Yao became a bit impatient with the questions and then said, I'll ask one last question. What was your strength before your revival? How many years did it take for you to advance? You're asking two questions, Lin Yao said with displeasure. Academician Zhang didn't respond, just smiled. Lin Yao had no choice but to say, before my rebirth, I was level 12 in wood system, level 11 in mental system, and level 12 in physical arts. It took me over 40 years to advance. However, my path of advancement cannot be reasoned with common sense, and you cannot compare it to the level of the Yunming galaxy. After giving a rough explanation, Lin Yao didn't give academician Zhang a chance to ask more questions. She handed over a portion of the drug formulas and weapon blueprints that she had already analyzed using the sign-in points to academician Zhang. This is a set of formulas and blueprints. You can take it for research. If it weren't for the insufficient sign-in points, she really wanted to take out all the items from the system space to quickly elevate the technological level of the Yunming galaxy. However, with the Turing Medicine Summit approaching, she had to keep some sign-in points to sign in at alien galaxies. After handing everything over to academician Zhang, Lin Yao dove into Zhao Chuan's research lab, continuing her research on the combination of fine silk and matrices. After the incident at C49, she discovered that Yao Beluo had a very high talent in matrices, and she brought him into her experimental team to accelerate the research process together. Before the exam, Lin Yao had already familiarized herself with the layout method of energy matrices through the blueprints and insights given by academician Zhang. After studying the natural elemental matrix of the underground giant stones, she gained a further understanding of matrices. With Yao Beluo's joint research, They quickly derived a defense matrix with the help of the energy matrix. Lin Yao's initial idea was to combine the defense matrix with the non-attribute characteristics of fine silk to design a high-defense yet lightweight defensive suit. Now that the defense matrix was completed, she eagerly engraved it onto the clothing made of fine silk. Engraving on flat clothing was much easier than on the irregular heads of exotic beasts, and Lin Yao and Yao Beiluo quickly finished the engraving of the matrix. After embedding elemental crystals, the defense matrix indeed lit up on the clothing. The two tested the defense strength, and it was indeed quite good. Then, they also tried to engrave the energy matrix onto the clothing. It must be said that the non-attribute characteristics of fine silk perfectly matched various matrices. Lin Yao quickly developed lightweight and convenient energy suits and defensive suits. The energy matrix blueprints signed out by the system leaned towards stabilizing energy, and the energy suits Lin Yao made were naturally used to stabilize energy. Wearing this energy suit, the energy system becomes self-contained, completely unaffected by external energy interference, regardless of the special environment. The only concern was that since the energy matrix relied on the operation of the elemental crystals placed during the arrangement, once the energy was exhausted, the matrix would stop functioning. Clothing is worn on the body, and it is often inconvenient to change the elemental crystals, which does have certain limitations. As for the defensive suit, it is even more intuitive. The level of attacks it can defend against is directly related to the purity of the elemental crystals arranged in the matrix. Limited by the energy of the existing elemental crystals in the Yunming galaxy, the defensive suit can only defend against full-strength attacks from level 9 or below, after which the energy of the elemental crystals would be exhausted. Zhao Chuan was already very satisfied with this result. Unexpectedly, the results came from your side first. Zhao Chuan spoke with admiration and satisfaction upon seeing the finished products Lin Yao had created. However, both products had significant flaws. They consumed too much and had weak endurance. If the matrix could change from relying solely on the energy stones for operation to absorbing external energy, then its performance in all aspects should improve significantly. Are you also thinking that it could not only absorb external energy, but also automatically store it for later use? Yes. Seeing her expression of that is exactly what I'm thinking. Zhao Chuan couldn't help but poke her forehead, saying, "You just learned to walk and already want to run." When has scientific research ever progressed in leaps and bounds? It's always a step-by-step process. You can't expect to achieve everything at once. Just remember these ideas for now and research them slowly in the future. I understand. Since your finished products are already out, should we release them first? Go ahead. This matrix system is too profound. I estimate there won't be much progress in the short term. Our project has been going on for several months now, and with so much funding burned, it's time to give the first middle court an explanation and give the project team a morale boost. She had actually thought about having the matrices nest and combine with each other. For instance, a 5-element elemental matrix could be nested with the defense matrix. The 5-element elemental matrix could provide a continuous source of power to the defense matrix, significantly improving its defensive capabilities and allowing for sustained defense. Unfortunately, after multiple attempts with Yao Beiluo, they only ended up with the matrices exploding, so she had to temporarily give up. Hearing this, Zhao Chuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth, saying, "You're just getting started. A project that has been studied for several months is already considered very short. Most project research takes at least a few years or even a decade to start. Saying it like this makes other research institutions seem incompetent. Is that so?" Lin Yao awkwardly shrank her neck, saying, "I really don't understand this. It's just that this project was my suggestion for you to do, and I was only worried that if too much time passed without results, it would affect you. You can put your mind at ease. Even if this project achieves nothing, it won't have a significant impact on me. That's true. You are a level 7 great healer." Zhao Chuan didn't care about Lin Yao's little sarcasm and continued, "This thing should be very suitable for market release. There should be quite a few businesses interested in it. Have you thought about how to solve the raw materials? This semester is almost over, and the competition for elemental crystal mines on C49 is also coming to an end." She estimated they would soon head to an alien galaxy for the Turing Summit, and she feared she wouldn't be able to handle the raw materials herself. You can find a reliable person to go to C07 to handle that. Just keep it confidential for now. Chapter 142. The quota problem, don't worry. The people around me, your teacher, are much cleaner than those from the first research institute. I guarantee that no information will leak. At this moment, Lin Yao could only shrug helplessly at Zhao Chuan's attempt to undermine academician Zheng. Shortly after entrusting the follow-up of the research project, she indeed received news from academician Zheng, asking her to prepare to go to the Galactic Alliance in half a month to participate in the Turing Potion Summit. Academician Zheng gave Lin Yao 5 quotas, allowing her to choose who to bring along. The Mingguang team has 6 people excluding her, but there are only 5 quotas, which gave Lin Yao a headache. However, she was not someone who sought trouble for herself, so she called everyone together for a meeting to discuss this issue. We're heading to the Galactic Alliance, and I have 5 quotas, but I can only assign 4 to our team. You all discuss who should go, Lin Yao stated directly as she opened the meeting. As soon as she said this, the conference room fell silent. The opportunity to go to the Galactic Alliance was extremely rare. They all wanted to see more advanced technology in a broader world, and none of them wanted to miss out. After a long silence, Zhang Feng spoke up first, his tone weak and filled with regret. I seem to only be able to cook a bit, and I won't be of much use. Maybe I shouldn't go. Su Rui is a professional chef for energy food in the outer galaxies. Don't you want to learn a thing or two? Lin Yao couldn't help but ask. Zhang Feng's face instantly flushed red, and he looked around, not saying anything further. The atmosphere fell silent again. Bai Zhenjin couldn't help but step forward to break the silence. What's with the lack of discussion? Are we just going to throw this difficult decision onto the captain? Anyway, I don't care what you all think. I'll step up and recommend myself. I'm a potion maker, and I'm the team's financial manager, so I'll ask for a quota for myself. With her taking the lead, Meng Xingxin also spoke up with difficulty. Captain, my family will also send someone to the Turing Potion Summit. How about I ask my family for a quota to accompany them? Meng's pharmaceutical is considered top-notch in the Yunming galaxy, but it doesn't hold much weight in the outer galaxies. Lin Yao guessed that Meng's quota must be quite rare. Otherwise, Meng Xingxin wouldn't have sounded so troubled. Wang Jincheng had matured a lot after the incident on C-49. After Meng Xingxin spoke, he slowly said, Captain, both our Wang family and the Yao family of Yao Beluo are official forces in Yunming, but we've always been restricted by the outer forces. Unless we can go out with you this time, we probably won't have another chance for the rest of our lives. Of course, if our Yunming galaxy can successfully break the outer blockade, that would be another story. Although Yao Beluo didn't speak, his expression clearly showed he agreed with Wang Jincheng's words. Lin Yao hoped Zhang Feng would go. Bai Zhenjin was someone she strongly advocated for, and Wang Jincheng's words also made sense. It seemed that 4 quotas were almost determined. Wan Xiaoqi felt she had no advantages and nothing persuasive to say. She could only sigh helplessly and say, Then I won't go. I have no special skills and can't help the captain, so I'll pass this time. If the captain has similar opportunities next time, please save a quota for me. Though she said that, there was an unmistakable hint of disappointment in Wan Xiaoqi's tone. Seeing the reactions of the Mingguang team, Lin Yao frowned and didn't make a direct decision. Instead, she hurriedly ended the selection of accompanying personnel, just as she was feeling troubled. She suddenly received a communication from Su Rui. Lin Yao, long time no see. How have you been recently? Lin Yao was a bit surprised. You came to the Yunming galaxy? When did you arrive? Just recently. My teacher said that the matters with the elemental crystal mines have been settled, so he brought me along to see. I haven't thanked you for the news. We at Ruelon got a big piece of the pie. No need to thank me. Sending you this news was also to trade something with you. All right, what do you want to trade? I'll have someone contact academician Zheng. Su Rui was very accommodating. Okay, then please help us with some flattering remarks, Lin Yao replied. Haha, that's what I should do. Seeing Su Rui's triumphant expression, Lin Yao guessed that this news must have brought him considerable benefits. When do you plan to go back? Probably during this period. The Turing Potion Summit is about to start. Although I'm not into potion making, some potion materials and mecha materials at the summit are interchangeable. So I want to take a look. That's quite a coincidence. I'm also going to attend the Turing Potion Summit. Can I hitch a ride on your starship? This was a big deal for the Yunming galaxy, but for a genius like Su Rui from a mid-level civilization, it was just a trivial matter. Of course, How many people do you want to bring? I'll have someone prepare rooms for you in advance. 8 people, including me. Just these people? Aren't you bringing some guards? Lin Yao smiled mysteriously and said, Guess what level I am now? Level 5? Level 6? Su Rue asked with great interest. Lin Yao didn't keep him in suspense for long and quickly revealed the answer. I'm level 7 now. I can take care of myself. Most high-level ability users from the Yunming Galaxy serve in the military, and the outer galaxies restrict official personnel from Yunming from going out. Those of similar levels might not even be as strong as her, so why would she need to bring a guard team? Wow, you've made quite a bit of progress. Su Rue exclaimed in surprise. I had a bit of a fortuitous encounter on C-49. Lin Yao selectively shared her experience of upgrading after absorbing elemental liquid. Su Rue was very interested. Did you find out the reason for the formation of elemental liquid? I did. If you're interested, I can lend it to you for research later. Deal. Great. Having resolved the quota issue, Lin Yao let out a big sigh of relief and immediately shared the good news with everyone in the team group. The long silent team group was immediately filled with cheers from everyone. Meng Xingchen, Captain is awesome. Captain is the best. Wang Jincheng. Meng Xingchen, why did you steal my line? Captain is awesome. Bai Jinjin. Everyone, watch your language. But Captain, you're really amazing. You're my idol. Zhang Feng. Captain is so impressive. Yao Beiluo. Thank you, Captain, for worrying about us. Only one Xiaoqi seemed a bit incredulous. Captain, won't this make things difficult for you? If it's too hard, I can opt out. Lin Yao, it's fine. This is also a matter of chance. A friend from the outer galaxy happens to be attending the touring summit as well. Hurry up and prepare. We'll probably be leaving earlier with the official team from the Yunming Galaxy. Chapter 143. Space Technology. After discussing it in the group, Lin Yao put away her light brain. In fact, aside from the 6 members of the Mingguang team, Lin Yao wanted to take one more person with her. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Yao found Yumi. Yumi, do you want to go to the Galactic Alliance? Upon hearing this, Yumi's eyes widened instantly. Without needing her to respond, Lin Yao could see her willingness from her reaction. The star network of the Yunming Galaxy has always been restricted by foreign galaxies. I want to give you an opportunity to experience the foreign galaxies. If possible, I hope you can learn advanced technologies from them to build a star network of your own for the Yunming Galaxy. I wonder if you would like to be the first person of this Yunming star network? Yumi instantly forgot her social anxiety and excitedly replied, I'm willing. All right, then pack your things. Prepare to go to the Galactic Alliance with me in a few days. Additionally, for convenience, you will temporarily join our Mingguang team. After we return, you can choose whether to leave. I'm willing to be a member of the Mingguang team and 1T leave. She said this with great determination. Her cute little face filled with resolve. Lin Yao smiled slightly and said, Then welcome to the Mingguang team. While Lin Yao was talking to Yumi, she didn't notice that behind a wall, a flicker of resentment flashed in Yi Yun's eyes. 3 days later, Lin Yao took the 7 members of the Mingguang team and boarded the starship heading to C-49, where they would take the starship of the Ruolin Intermediate Civilization. Congratulations, you solved your physical problems. Upon meeting, looking at Su Rue, who was no longer as thin as a stick and had undergone a great change in appearance, Lin Yao calmly said a word of congratulations. At this moment, Su Rue no longer resembled an ordinary person from the Yunming Galaxy. Instead, he was a sunny young man with high cheekbones, deep-set eyes, golden hair, and blue irises. Seeing that she didn't show any surprise, Su Rue was a bit curious. Thank you, it's all thanks to you. But I'm a bit curious. Aren't you surprised by my appearance change? When I first saw you, I felt something was off about your looks. Later, I heard Academician Zheng mention that most people from the Ruolin Intermediate Civilization are Caucasian, which is quite different from the Caucasians of the Yunming Galaxy. So I guess you must have used some disguise technology. Su Rue looked a bit disappointed. I intentionally didn't mention it when I left, just to surprise you when we met again. I didn't expect you to guess everything. That's quite disappointing. Lin Yao smiled lightly and said, If I spoiled your surprise, then I'm really sorry. Su Rue waved his hand generously. It's fine. Just when my experiment encountered some problems, if you can help me with the research, I'll forgive you. That's not a problem. We can discuss this in detail later. For now, let me take you to your quarters. Su Rue smiled and then led Lin Yao and the others inside. The technology of the intermediate civilization starship was much more advanced compared to the Yunming galaxy. From the outside, it appeared to be a small starship, but the internal space was much larger than it seemed. As if sensing everyone's confusion, Su Rue explained, "This is the space expansion technology commonly used by intermediate civilizations, capable of expanding the actual space by up to 5 times." While Su Rue was explaining, Lin Yao heard the system announce, "Sign-in point discovered. Rule in intermediate civilization 3S starship lands I. Would you like to spend 7 sign-in points to sign in?" She was taken aback. Truly worthy of being a product of an intermediate civilization, the first sign-in point encountered was a high-level one worth 7 points. Fortunately, she had prepared for this, knowing she would go to the Galactic Alliance after delivering the batch of potion formulas and weapon blueprints to Academician Zheng. She had not dared to use any of the subsequent sign-in points and save them all, preparing to sign in extensively at the Galactic Alliance to acquire advanced technologies from others. Now, she had found one. After choosing to sign in, the system responded, "Sign in successful. Obtained space expansion technology 1. Indeed, she had obtained a new technology. Lin Yao felt secretly pleased but maintained a calm demeanor. In contrast to Lin Yao's silent accumulation of wealth, the members of the Mingguang team were shocked in their hearts upon hearing about this powerful technological gap. The space technology of the Yunming galaxy had always been restricted. Ordinary space cuffs, which could not isolate breath and were almost ubiquitous in the Yunming galaxy, were all discarded products from other primary civilizations that were sold off to the Yunming galaxy. To prevent the research institutes of the Yunming galaxy from cracking the technology of space cuffs, all space cuffs were equipped with safety locks. If anyone attempted to dismantle and study them, they would self-destruct. This resulted in other technologies in the Yunming galaxy advancing, while the aspect of space technology remained a blank slate. The reason for this was that the Yunming galaxy needed to independently cross the chaotic nebula's protective barrier, which required establishing jump points. And establishing jump points necessitated the use of space technology. The Yunming galaxy's archenemy not only imposed a blockade on their space technology, but also smuggled away or eliminated space ability users, the source of space technology, from the Yunming galaxy. After this was discovered by the people of the Yunming galaxy, they still secretly concealed the existence of space ability users. Lin Yao later learned that their ability teacher, Chun Yiming, was indeed a space ability user, but publicly declared himself a wind ability user, only able to pretend to use wind blades in combat. While everyone was astonished by the space technology of the Rulin civilization, an unharmonious voice came from the side. "Marez, I heard you brought some bumpkins from the Yunming galaxy?" Su Rue had previously informed Lin Yao that they were aboard the Land's I starship from his school, Land's High School, and aside from him, there were other students from their school on the starship, so there might be some impolite ones looking for trouble. Half of the Mingguang team came from distinguished backgrounds, such as Yao Beiluo from the general family of the Yao clan, Wang Jinsheng from the Wang family, Meng Xingqin from the Meng Pharmaceutical Company, and Bai Jinjin from the Bai Group. Even a newly joined socially anxious girl Yumi was from the Mi family, the family of the founder of the Star Network, as Lin Yao learned from Yao Beiluo. Lin Yao thought it would be good for these people, who were used to smooth sailing, to be tempered a bit. Therefore, she did not inform them in advance about the potential situation they might encounter. Upon hearing this cold mockery, Lin Yao did not speak first but looked at the others, ready to see how they would respond. Wang Jinsheng's expression was somewhat excited, just about to speak, but was stopped by Meng Xingqin. Seeing that Lin Yao had no intention of speaking, Yao Beiluo also refrained from speaking out and turned to look at Marez, waiting for him to react first. "Huh, I was wondering who had such a foul mouth so early in the morning. It turns out to be you, Roland." Marez waved his hand in front of his nose, his tone full of ridicule. Even if my mouth stinks, it's not as bad as your poor stench. Playing with bumpkins from a civilization that doesn't even count as a low-level civilization, aren't you afraid of lowering your own worth? Chapter 144, Differentiation of Refinement Levels. Hearing this, Su Rue frowned unhappily. "What value do you have? You're just a lucky, illegitimate child who got into Rand school. What qualifications do you have to speak before me?" "Morrissey." Su Rue showed no mercy, walking directly in front of him and looking down, saying, "If you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't stay at Rand's school. Perhaps due to their differing statuses, Roland, though reluctant, had no choice but to leave in disgrace. Once the person was gone, Su Rue smiled and explained to Lin Yao, "There are always some jealous demons in school who are envious of my genius. Just stay at ease. If you encounter anyone who dares to provoke you, just fight back. I'll take the blame for you. All right, then we'll trouble you for protection." That's easy to say. You've been on the starship for so long. You must be tired. Let's rest today, and tomorrow I'll take you around Rand's one in detail. Knowing they had traveled a long way, Su Rue kindly took his leave after showing them to their cabin. The cabin Su Rue arranged for Lin Yao and the others was a team suite with a very good environment, 10 small rooms accompanied by a large living room. Even better than the dormitory environment at the first academy. You've seen the situation on Rand's one. There are many young people, and disputes will not be few. I have no other requirements for you. Just protect yourselves first, then we can talk about other things. When they encountered Roland's provocation just now, everyone else was fine, but Wang Jinsheng was a bit restless. After all, the technology of the Yunmeng star system was much inferior to that of the Roland intermediate civilization, and their cultivation level was naturally lower as well. From the deck to the cabin, the students they encountered were basically all above level 5 in physical skills. Although the levels of their abilities varied, they were mostly in the range of levels 4 to 6. Judging solely by physical skills and abilities, the Mingguang team was already at a significant disadvantage compared to them. Not to mention they also had advanced weapons and defensive equipment. If a dispute broke out in one-on-one combat, the Mingguang team would definitely not be a match for these intermediate civilization students. In that case, why don't we try to stay in the cabin during the journey to avoid trouble with Morris? Wan Xiaoqi said with little confidence. Avoiding is not the solution. It's fine while we're on this starship with Rand school students, but what will we do when we reach the Star Alliance? Are we not going out then? Yao Beiluo was quick to respond for the first time. Lin Yao nodded. Yes, Yao Beiluo is right. The environment on Rand's one is relatively simple. It's beneficial for you to go out and train. Once we reach the Star Alliance, there will be more complex situations to deal with in here. Wan Xiaoqi's expression grew more anxious. Is that so? All right, there's no need to worry too much. Didn't Su Rue say he would take the blame for anything? What are you afraid of? Lin Yao reassured them. Also, remember not to go out alone. It's best to go out in pairs or threes for safety. After resting for a night, the next day, Su Rue, indeed, came to find Lin Yao and the others as promised. He took them to visit the entertainment area, study area, living area, food area, and so on. When they reached the food area, Su Rue pointed to a barbecue restaurant and said, Zhangfeng, this is Energy Barbecue. I'm treating you to a meal here at noon today, so you can taste the difference between our Ruilan barbecue and yours. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng's eyes instantly lit up. The energy here in the barbecue should be higher than what I make, right? To him, Ruilan was an intermediate civilization, so it should be better than what he made. Su Rue, however, did not answer directly, but rather smiled mysteriously. Well, you'll know once you taste it. Soon, the barbecue Su Rue ordered was brought to the table, and he enthusiastically urged everyone to eat. Come on, try it, and see how it compares to Zhang Feng's barbecue. Among those present, except for Yumi, everyone had tasted Zhang Feng's barbecue before. With a comparative mindset, everyone took a piece of barbecue and savored it. Lin Yao also tried a piece and found that this barbecue was only slightly better in seasoning than Zhang Feng's, but contained much less energy. Wang Jinsheng couldn't hold back his words. I thought the energy would be high, but it turns out it's not even as high as Zhang Feng's. Upon hearing this, Sure didn't mind and laughed instead. Haha, that's why I was so surprised when I first tasted Zhang Feng's energy food. However, our school is stingy. The energy chefs on the starship are all junior chefs, so the energy content is lower. If it were a mid-level or advanced energy chef, Zhang Feng's barbecue would probably not compare. Seeing Su Rue's words left his teammates astonished, Lin Yao bluntly pointed out. The level of energy chefs is actually related to the level of abilities, right? Noticing Su Rue's silence, Lin Yao knew she was right and continued to analyze. You mentioned before that energy chefs must have fire abilities. Zhang Feng later drank an ability awakening potion and just happened to awaken fire abilities. After gaining fire abilities, the energy content of his energy food indeed increased a lot compared to before. now that Zhang Feng's fire ability was barely at level 4, which was the level of a junior energy chef. Su Rui, comparing him to mid-level and advanced energy chefs, seemed to undermine their confidence. Listening to Lin Yao's words, Su Rui's expression changed from initial displeasure to gradually appreciating Lin Yao. Lin Yao, I really admire you more and more. I just casually mentioned it, and you were able to analyze so much. The most important thing is that you always call me out directly, which makes me feel quite sour. But I can't help but enjoy it. Your Ruelon intermediate civilization is already strong and excellent enough. You don't need your words to enhance our perception. Knowing her words were too sharp, Lin Yao softened her tone. Su Rui thought for a moment and understood Lin Yao's meaning. Ruelon intermediate civilization was far stronger than the Yunmeng star system in all aspects and had already given them enough shock. There was no need for another energy beast meet to further astonish them. All right, then I won't say any more. Come on, let me take you to the training area to see the real strength of our Ruelon civilization. Upon reaching the training area, Lin Yao and the others finally witnessed the true technological level of the Ruelon civilization. In terms of physical training, the only thing the Yunmeng star system could offer was a gravity training room. However, Ranzwan's physical training rooms were much more diverse. Just the gravity rooms were very detailed, ranging from F5S to everything in between. If Lin Yao and the others hadn't taken some basic courses about the Star Alliance before coming, they wouldn't have known that the grading system of star civilizations was different from that of the Yunmeng star system. Chapter 145. Arena competition. The classification of galactic civilizations is graded from F, E, D, C, BAS, 2S, 3S, 4S to 5S, totaling 10 levels. The corresponding levels are: levels 1 to 2 correspond to F grade, levels 3 to 4 correspond to E grade, and so on, with levels 11 to 12 corresponding to a grade. There are no corresponding levels above S grade in the Cloud Dream Galaxy. The cultivation system of the Cloud Dream Galaxy was established by the civilization that originally enslaved it, and it was incomplete from the very beginning. Later, to restrict the development of the Cloud Dream Galaxy, it was further mandated that all civilizations must not privately teach higher-level cultivation methods to the Cloud Dream Galaxy. For its people to learn higher-level methods, they must swear to permanently sever ties with the Cloud Dream Galaxy, to prevent individuals from recklessly leaking advanced cultivation methods. The Galactic Alliance specially released an implantable Alliance light brain for the people of the Cloud Dream Galaxy, which is equipped with surveillance devices. In the event of a leak, the implantable light brain will self-destruct, leaving no trace of the individual. This implantable light brain was originally a slave monitoring device that the Galactic Alliance abolished long ago. Upon hearing this, everyone attending the knowledge class expressed great anger. The teacher giving the class, however, remarked, "This level of insult is merely an appetizer. Once you reach the Galactic Alliance, you'll feel various injustices and restrictions everywhere." Returning to the main topic, the training rooms include gravity simulation rooms of different levels, as well as various environment simulation rooms. There are simulations of space, barren planets, lava, and various polar regions, each providing an immersive experience. In addition to these, there are also special ability training rooms, such as a mental labyrinth for honing mental strength, bullet pushing, fruit slicing, and various minigames. Rich and novel, these facilities captivated the people of the Mingguang Galaxy. Their reactions greatly pleased Su Rui, who said, "Don't rush. Our journey this time will take nearly a month. I'll get you a temporary card later, and you can come here to train anytime." Upon hearing this, several people couldn't wait to say, "Thank you. No need to thank me. There are many more places to explore. Once we've finished looking around, I'll help you get the cards." Thus, everyone continued to follow Su Rui, eventually arriving at the combat area. Su Rui was clearly a popular figure at Land School. As soon as he arrived, someone greeted him enthusiastically. "Hey, Maris, what brings you to the combat area?" Maris pulled Lin Yao to his side and said, "This friend of mine is level 7 in physical combat. What do you think? Are you interested in fighting her?" Lin Yao was taken aback that Su Rui would say this, her expression darkening. Considering the number of people present, she refrained from confronting him. The onlookers were surprised, with one saying, "Maris, I heard your friend is a native of the Cloud Dream Galaxy. How could their physical combat be higher than ours? Is she older than us? Others were skeptical and teased. Yeah, she looks like a girl on the surface, but who knows how much technology she's used on her face. You bunch of trash. If you can't match others in physical combat, you just say they're old, right? If you don't believe it, I'll take her to measure her bone age. Sorruiri torti defiantly. Then measure it. If she's really not an old hag pretending to be young, I wouldn't mind fighting her to guide this native. The remarks were getting increasingly rude. If it weren't for Lin Yao being there, the Mingguang team would have long since charged out in anger. Su Rue leaned in and whispered to her, Lin Yao, go get your bone age measured. Otherwise, your team members won't be able to stand it. Lin Yao shot him an annoyed glance and gritted her teeth, saying, in this situation, it's still because of your measurement. I just saw your strength and got too excited, Su Rue said cheekily. I usually get suppressed and beaten when I come to the combat area, so I wanted you to suppress their arrogance a bit. At this point, even if Lin Yao didn't want to cause trouble, she had to cooperate with Su Rue to measure her bone age. Seeing a testing pod for measuring bone age, Lin Yao grabbed Su Rue's arm and emphasized, only measure the bone age. No other data is allowed to be measured. Her foundation was unique, and she didn't want to attract attention at this moment. You can rest assured about that. The test results came out quickly. When the testing pod displayed a bone age of 17, the onlookers had to admit it. The earlier boastful person who claimed he would guide Lin Yao continued. Since she's not an old hag pretending to be young, I'll keep my promise and fight her. Soon, students from Lance gathered around that person and Lin Yao on the arena. Lin Yao first politely nodded at him. I'm Lin Yao. May I know what to call you? The person disdainfully raised his head. I doubt we'll have any further interactions beyond this fight today. You don't need to know my name. This arrogant tone nearly made Lin Yao laugh in anger. She pursed her lips and said, if that's the case, let us begin. I'll give you a chance to go first. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance later. Just a level 6 in physical combat. She wondered where he got his confidence to act so high and mighty in front of her, a level 7. All right, I want to hold back. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yao kicked out directly. The opponent reacted quickly, raising his arm to block as she kicked. Unfortunately, he underestimated the power of Lin Yao's kick, which sent him staggering back 2 steps. He was already at a disadvantage due to his lower level and his dismissive attitude. Now he had lost the initiative. Lin Yao's subsequent actions were even less merciful, throwing punches and kicks without giving him a chance to fight back. In the end, she kicked him off the arena. The entire bout from start to finish took no more than a minute. The surrounding students erupted in excitement. Sorry, I'm from a small place and don't really understand the rules. Did I finish too quickly? Before the expressions of the crowd could change, Lin Yao quickly added, but this can't be blamed on me. I didn't know you were so weak that you couldn't withstand just a few moves. Watching Lin Yao shrug her shoulders in helplessness on the arena, the members of the Mingguang team secretly laughed. Their earlier frustrations lifted, standing tall and proud. To the people of Lance School, this was a blatant provocation. Immediately, a tall guy couldn't hold back and leaped onto the arena, saying, just a native from the Cloud Dream Galaxy dares to be arrogant here at Lance. I'll show you what our real strength is. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow and said calmly, so, you represent the true strength of Lance School? Chapter 146. Space jumped. The tall guy paused for a moment, glancing at the reactions of the classmates below before firmly stating, I can represent the practical combat strength of Lance. Oh, is that so? Lin Yao nodded non-committally. Seeing that she didn't seem to take it seriously, Su Rui reminded her from below, Lin Yao, this guy has a level 6 gravity ability. Among those of the same level, he truly cannot be matched in practical combat. Level 6 gravity abilities are indeed a bit troublesome. However, Lin Yao is not to be underestimated either. She advanced to level 7 in physical techniques 6 months ago, and with her foundation and experience from her previous life, plus a pile of elemental crystals, her wood ability has now also reached level 6. Although her extreme eye is difficult to upgrade, it has currently reached level 3 and can be used for 3 hours within 24 hours. With her rich combat experience and 3 abilities at her disposal, dealing with a level 6 gravity ability user would be a piece of cake. With the example of the tall guy, the others no longer dared to be so arrogant. Lin Yao won easily in over 10 consecutive matches on stage. The student from land school finally realized that Lin Yao had real strength and put away their underestimation. With her establishing her reputation in this match, the subsequent Mingguang team received much less provocation and disdain while moving around the starship, making their stay much more bearable. However, Lin Yao didn't get to relax for long before Su Ruwei pulled her into the laboratory. Since there are no jump points in the Yunmeng star system, even the intermediate civilization starships could only travel at their own speed within the system. Therefore, the lance I took over a week to reach the only gap surrounding the Yunmeng star system in the Chaotic Nebula. At the gap of the Chaotic Nebula, the lance I made an announcement across the ship. We are about to begin a space jump. All personnel on the starship, please return to your safety pods. At that moment, Lin Yao was still in a laboratory with Su Ruwei, and upon hearing this, she was somewhat confused. She knew about jump points and had heard of wormhole technology, but this was her first time hearing about space jumps. Hearing the starship's announcement, Su Ruwei prepared to pull her back to the safety pod, but Lin Yao grabbed him back, asking, "What is a space jump?" This is a special function that only advanced starships possess. I'm not very clear on the specifics, but basically you input a spatial coordinate, and the starship activates the space jump function to leap to that coordinate. This function consumes a lot of energy, so it's generally used only in special circumstances. Normal travel still relies on jump points. Then what's the difference from a jump point? The difference I know is that a space jump is a function built into the starship that consumes the starship's own energy. A jump point is a functional structure built along a fixed route to assist the starship in jumping. In my view, the biggest difference is that one jumps autonomously while the other helps the starship to jump. Due to the urgency of time, Su Ruwei's explanation was somewhat vague. Lin Yao knew he was likely just giving her surface-level or common-sense information, but she didn't press further. Initially, upon hearing about space jumps, she thought that if they couldn't sign for the technology of jump points, signing for the technology of space jumps should also solve the problems of the Yunmeng star system. However, from Su Ruwei's explanation, she roughly understood that the technical difficulty of space jumps should be much greater than that of jump points, so she no longer dwelled on it. Because of the existence of the Chaotic Nebula, large starships navigating through gaps are always fraught with danger. So most alien starships would use space jumps to cross the gaps. The starships coming from other star systems to the Yunmeng star system mostly also have space jump capabilities. The space jump technology has a certain impact on the personnel inside the starship. They need to lie in the safety pods installed inside the starship to be safe and unaffected. Lin Yao returned to the team cabin, confirming that everyone was present before letting them lie down in their respective safety pods. The safety pod looks similar to a regular StarNet pod, but once you lie down, restraint straps will secure you tightly, and then a soothing sleep gas will be released to help you fall asleep quickly. After just half an hour of sleep, once the space jump is completed, the safety pod will release a stimulating gas to wake you up. Not long after waking up, the starship soon announced, "Space jump completed. The following journey will be smooth. Everyone is free to move around." The regrouped Mingguang team had somewhat serious expressions. The technology of the Star Alliance is too advanced. Our Yunmeng star system really can't catch up. No wonder we are referred to as a poor backwater by the people of Land School. The usually arrogant Wang Jincheng appeared greatly affected. Of course, the other members of the Mingguang team also looked heavy-hearted. They were only slightly shocked before by the other technologies on the starship. Now, seeing that the Yunmeng star system couldn't even establish jump points, while the outer star systems could allow starships to achieve space jumps autonomously, the huge technological gap shattered their confidence. Now you understand why the officials want to send more young people to the outer star systems, right? This time, there are only 80 slots for going to the outer stars. Excluding the slot assigned to Lin Yao, 20 are for protecting their high combat power, 10 are for the team leader, and the rest are all young geniuses from the younger generation. The goal of the Yunmeng officials is very clear: to let their young people memorize advanced knowledge from the outside world and bring it back to enhance the overall technology of the Yunmeng star system. Unfortunately, the Yunmeng star system started late and is restricted in many ways. Even if they work hard to have the young people memorize and remember things from the outside, how much can a person's brain, no matter how good their memory is, retain from so much knowledge and so many systems? Moreover, every time, they can only access the technologies that others allow them to see, which are the outdated technologies. Even so, they need a long time to digest and integrate this knowledge. However, while they're learning and progressing, others are also advancing. The Yunmeng star system has only over 2,000 years of cosmic development time. How can it catch up with the Star Alliance's hundreds of thousands of years of development? Even if you don't have the same specific objectives as the carefully selected young people, remember, you are here to learn. The temporary gap of the Yunmeng star system is nothing. After all, it has only over 2,000 years of cosmic development time. How can it be compared to the hundreds of thousands of years of development of others? You must not let these technological gaps affect you and lose yourselves. If we were given 10,000 years of development time, we would definitely catch up with the current technology of the Star Alliance. Thinking this way, don't you feel much better? Under Lin Yao's persuasion, the mood of the few people improved slightly, and they all promised with determined expressions that they would try their best to bring something back to the Yunmeng star system during this learning trip. Chapter 147. The value of 5S. I'm not smart enough to remember those theories. I'll just enhance my own strength and bring it back. Wang Jincheng said, "That's fine, as long as you make good use of this opportunity." Although she was following Su Rui's path to the Galactic Alliance and not occupying an official quota from Yunmeng, she still aimed to let them learn, naturally hoping they wouldn't waste their trip. After finishing the space jump, they arrived at the territory of the Galactic Alliance. There were numerous jump points along the navigation routes, greatly increasing their travel speed. Although the Yunmeng star system was surrounded by chaotic nebulae, its size was not small, ranking among the top 3 or 4 in the Galactic Alliance. Unfortunately, there were hundreds of civilizations within the Galactic Alliance, large and small. Thus, the overall area of the Galactic Alliance was hundreds of times larger than that of the Yunmeng star system. The location of the Ruelan civilization was roughly diagonal to the Yunmeng star system. However, its travel speed was quite fast. They arrived at the central star of the Ruelan civilization, Landstar, in about a week. The spaceship Lands Number 1, which Lin Yao and the others were on, was to return the students who had gone out for study back to land school and then bring those who would attend the Turing Potion Summit to the Organization Department of the Galactic Alliance. The Organization Department of the Galactic Alliance was established by various civilizations that joined the Alliance, aiming to maintain peace and interests among the member civilizations. Due to its special status, the Organization Department was not located within any one civilization's territory, but in an independent small star system. Many conferences and activities co-hosted by various civilizations of the Galactic Alliance were held in this small star system of the Organization Department. The Turing Potion Summit, for instance, was a potion exchange event co-hosted by various civilizations in the Alliance. As time was not tight, the spaceship arriving at land school did not set off immediately for the Organization Department. Su Rui prepared to take them around Landstar. The members of the Mingguang team were quite happy to be able to go out and see the sights. They had been staying in a hotel near land school, only able to gaze at the splendid scenery outside every day, and had long yearned to explore the outside world. However, as outsiders, they only had temporary entry and exit cards, making it extremely inconvenient to go out. Therefore, when they heard Su Rui wanted to take them out for a stroll, even the most silent and least demanding Zhang Feng expressed great joy. Only Lin Yao, while also happy, felt a bit anxious. Yao Beiluo, being young, was naturally delighted, but he quickly noticed Lin Yao's low mood. "You seem a bit down. Is everything okay? Is it?" Lin Yao was surprised by his sensitivity, but she couldn't reveal anything about her system. 3 days ago, when entering the Roland civilization, her system suddenly made a ding sound and then completely disappeared. Even the system panel could not be accessed anymore. She had hoped that, by coming to the Galactic Alliance, she could sign in for more advanced technology with her system. Throughout the journey, she indeed signed in for many excellent advanced technologies, but she couldn't retrieve them in time. Now that the system had suddenly vanished, her plan to steal advanced technology was completely thwarted, and the rescue plan for the Yunmeng star system was also over. In this strange territory, she couldn't show her feelings, as it would put pressure on the Mingguang team. If your stress is due to being in this completely unfamiliar civilization, it's okay to speak out and let everyone share the burden, Yao Beiluo kindly suggested. Lin Yao forced a smile. It's fine. I can handle this little pressure. I'm just a bit troubled by other things. Yao Beiluo nodded seriously. All right. If you need any help, just let us know. We are all willing to share the burden with you. Let's go. Since we're going out to have fun, let's enjoy ourselves. In the following days, Su Rue indeed took them around Land Star, showing them natural scenery, cultural landmarks, magnificent cities, and advanced technologies, letting them experience and taste everything. Lin Yao saw that Su Rue's expenses were quite high during this time, so she took out a small box of high-purity elemental crystals from her space pocket and handed it to him. Su Rue looked at her in confusion. What does this mean? This is a thank you gift for all the trouble you've taken during this time. Lin Yao said as she opened the box and handed it to him. Trust me, you'll definitely like this. When Su Rue opened it and saw a dozen neatly arranged high-purity elemental crystals, his eyes lit up instantly. Lin Yao, you're so wealthy. There are hardly any of this purity of elemental crystals distributed throughout the entire alliance. Did you not know that Yao Beiluo and I were the first to discover the elemental crystal mine? The closer the elemental crystals were to the mother mine, the higher their purity. As the discoverer, Lin Yao would naturally take as much as she could get. If she hadn't been worried about not being able to leave at the time, she wouldn't have planned to leave even a single piece of these high-purity elemental crystals for the Alliance people. Surui Lindings Nikiri. Do you have any more of these? What do you want? Lin Yao looked at her warily. My teacher wants to exchange some of these high-purity elemental crystals. And what do you have to exchange for me? Su Rue winked mysteriously at her. What you want, is that okay? What Lin Yao wanted was, of course, the technology to establish jump points. She made a gesture to him and then confirmed. Is this feasible? Su Rue nodded and said this involves a lot of things. If you have enough elemental crystals, I can give you half of an underground trading meeting. Lin Yao knew that the technology related to jump points involved many aspects and couldn't be mastered by just one person. She just wasn't sure if the elemental crystals in her space pocket were enough for the exchange. How many do you need? Just give me a number first. If I have it, then we can go ahead. If not, then forget it. Su Rue made a gesture. For the purity you just gave me, about 100,000 would be needed. Lin Yao glanced at him and then turned to leave. With such high-purity elemental crystals, as long as one's physical skill and comprehension were sufficient, 10 pieces would be enough for a person to advance from level 1 to level 12. Although she didn't have any training methods above a level, she guessed that around 100 pieces should be enough for someone to reach level 5S. Even if it took 200 pieces to cultivate 5S, 100,000 pieces would be enough to cultivate 505S. The value of 5S in the Galactic Alliance was evident when compared to the 3S Chongyan from back then. He had single-handedly leveraged the entire alliance to secure an additional 3,000 years of development time for the Yunmeng star system. Her high-purity elemental crystals were not something that could be casually given away. Chapter 148, Brain Domain Development, moreover, in unfamiliar territory. If she were to bring out so many high-purity elemental crystals, the official forces of the Rulin civilization would probably not be able to resist taking action against her. Hey, don't go. We can still talk about this. Su Rue, seeing her so decisive, became anxious. If you really want to trade, then show some sincerity. Stop with the sky-high prices and the payback on the spot. Yes. How about this? You see how much you can bring out at most, and I'll help you negotiate? Once we reach an agreement, we can trade. Lin Yao glanced at him with a smirk. Do you think I can just take out 10 pieces to thank you? Surely you think I have more on hand? Before he could respond, she continued, the 10 pieces I offer are not just a thank you for this period, but also a protection fee for all the participants in the Touring Medicine Summit across the Yunmeng star system in the future. Su Rue awkwardly scratched his face. Don't worry. Once I accept the protection fee, I will fulfill my protective duties. But I'm also sincere about wanting to trade with you. You know very well the restrictions the entire Star System Alliance has on your Yunmeng star system. Exchanging with you puts us at great risk. If things go wrong, the futures of those teachers and professors could be ruined. Su Rue's tone became much more sincere. I remember the restrictions on our Yunmeng star system are just from the Eastern Ocean's primary civilization. You Rulin, as a mid-level civilization, why would you be afraid of them? Then you don't know who stands behind the Eastern Ocean? The Las Vis mid-level civilization? Since you know, you should understand ruling civilization's concerns. Although we are also a mid-level civilization, we are much weaker compared to the lost-Vis civilization. On the surface, the Star System Alliance seems to be comprised of many civilizations. But more often than not, it is dominated by lost-Vis. If it leaks that we are helping you, our entire civilization would face consequences. Therefore, if there are not enough benefits, the people of ruling civilization would definitely not risk offending the lost-Vis civilization to trade with her. However, the more it was like this, the more Lin Yao felt she could not be careless. Today, driven by sufficient benefits, they dared to risk offending lost-Vis to trade with her. But seeing the high value on her and having no support, would they really kill for it? 500 pieces, only for the most basic, systematic space technology. Can you help me ask if it can be exchanged? Su Rui's expression immediately brightened, but he quickly suppressed it. Okay, I'll help you ask. Wait a minute. Lin Yao called out to him. Is there anything else? Su Rui looked expectantly. I want to ask, to what extent can the brain domain development agents of your ruling civilization develop the brain domain? The topic changed too quickly, and Su Rui was a bit puzzled. It's about 3. 3 or so. Why? I have a 5 brain domain development agent. Can you help me ask if they want to trade? Su Rui stared in shock. 5 brain domain development? Yes, a safe, side effect-free, gradual 5 brain domain development. The brain domain is the most complex tissue in the human body, bar none. Even mid-level civilizations have very limited research in this area. The development level of the brain domain is closely related to a person's thinking, memory, and innovation ability. To maintain the high development of their respective civilizations, they must support those with high brain domain development to continuously research and innovate, allowing their civilization to progress rapidly. For example, Su Rui, with a brain domain development of 2.8, showed talent in mecha manufacturing and was called a mecha manufacturing prodigy. It is hard to imagine what level of ability and talent someone would have if their brain domain were developed to 5. More importantly, Lin Yao said her brain domain development agent is safe and effective, gradually developing to 5. This is much higher in development level than ruling civilization has own brain domain development agents, and much safer too. Upon hearing this news, Su Rui walked out of Lin Yao's hotel in a daze. It wasn't until he was nearing Lancy School that his mind finally cleared. Without caring about the time, he hurried to find his teacher to report the news. Lin Yao, on the other hand, was much calmer than a few days ago, even without the sign-in system. The technology for transition points could still be obtained through other channels, even if this method is very risky. The only industry that does not impose restrictions on the Yunmeng star system is the pharmaceutical industry. Thus, after so many years, the only way for the Yunmeng star system to break out was through innovative pharmaceuticals, which got them invited to the Star System Alliance. She had signed many pharmaceutical formulas, and there were bound to be a few that could be exchanged for something. The key space technology, if it could be exchanged for high-purity elemental crystals, then the remaining technologies could be pieced together from this civilization and that civilization. So, looking at it this way, discovering elemental crystal mines and bringing the Yunmeng star system into the site of the Star System Alliance might not be a bad thing. If used well, they might be able to trade with the weak, lower-level civilizations for the technologies they want. Finally, there was new hope, and Lin Yao had a rare good sleep. The next morning, Su Rui rushed in excitedly. Just one look at his expression, and Lin Yao knew things should have worked out. I went back yesterday and talked with my mentor, and we spoke with the principal for half the night. After much persuasion, the principal finally agreed to trade space technology with you. Lin Yao nodded. What about the brain domain development agent? In her view, this should be more attractive than high-purity elemental crystals. After all, once developed, pharmaceuticals could be used for a long time, unlike elemental crystals, which were one-time use. Did you not understand my meaning? The principal said 500 high-purity elemental crystals plus the brain domain development agent together for the space technology. Lin Yao was almost laughing in anger when she heard this. Since you have no sincerity, I might as well take the items to the pharmaceutical summit. When the time comes, with more competitors, even if I can't exchange for the key technology, I can still trade for something else. What about your 3,000-year agreement? Lin Yao fell silent. Our principal said, space technology, besides our ruling civilization, no other civilization would dare to trade with you. Yesterday you told me that your ruling civilization is wary of the Vis civilization, and today you elevate yourselves to the same level as Vis. I don't even know if what you said yesterday was the truth. Su Rue awkwardly smiled and said, I only found out yesterday that our ruling civilization has even higher-ups. But the county magistrate is not as good as the local officials. Being a bit wary doesn't mean we are afraid of them. Chapter 149. Bad news. He spoke sincerely. And for a moment, Lin Yao found it hard to determine whether he was telling the truth. Let me think about this. When faced with indecision, Lin Yao liked to bring matters up for discussion among everyone to see if there were any new ideas. However, when she mentioned the trading issue, everyone in the Mingguang team unanimously supported Lin Yao's exchange with Su Rue. Lin Yao was somewhat puzzled. Why? This is a rare opportunity, Bai Junjun said. Yes, we should exchange if we can, Meng Xingchen added. They all expressed their agreement, but no one hit the nail on the head. It was still Yao Beiluo who said, in the past, what we exchanged from the Yunmeng star system could only be traded for some scrap metal. Although this exchange is still unequal, the key technology that we can obtain is what matters most. Upon hearing this, Lin Yao understood. It turned out that they had been accustomed to being suppressed before, and now that someone was slightly favoring them, they couldn't help but feel happy. Even if they didn't agree in their hearts, different situations called for different responses, and Lin Yao could only go with the flow. Exchanges can happen, but does anyone here understand spatial technology? Everyone shook their heads. If you don't understand, then let's not exchange for now, Lin Yao said. Then, Captain, you can negotiate with them and wait until we meet with Academician Zheng before trading. They were really afraid of missing this opportunity. Okay, I will talk to Su Rue. After discussing with her teammates, Lin Yao found Su Rue and told him to prepare for the trade after meeting with Academician Zheng and the others. So Ruido Segurid, Sign, you need to think this through. Academician Zheng and his team can only appear in the small star system. Trading here is not as safe as trading on our Lancy star. Our transactions are confidential, but whether we can bring the items back to the Yunmeng star system after the trade depends on luck. Lin Yao retorted, does that mean if we trade here with you, you can guarantee we can bring the items back to the Yunmeng star system? Of course not. Then what difference does it make where we trade? Su Rue couldn't convince Lin Yao, so he could only sulk back. Soon, the Touring Potion Summit was approaching, and Lancy School's team was set to head to the small star system. After staying at a hotel on Lancy Star for over a week, the Mingguang team, which had faced restrictions everywhere, finally felt relieved. The entire flight route was in the bustling area of the Star System Alliance, with jump points along the way. So the speed of Lancy No. 1 was very fast. In just 2 or 3 days, Lin Yao and the others arrived at the small star system. You're not familiar with the route, so let me take you to find Academician Zheng, Su Rue said politely after they disembarked from the starship. Thinking that they could complete the trade, Lin Yao nodded. That would be a trouble for you. The venue for this Touring Potion Summit was on A12 star of the small star system, a fully technological star transformed from a barren planet, filled with various exhibition halls, hotels, and office buildings. Many meetings and exhibitions of the Star System Alliance were held here. As Su Rue introduced the place, Lin Yao couldn't help but drool secretly. If her sign-in system were still operational, she believed that just walking around this place would allow her to sign in and reap great rewards. Unfortunately, it had almost been half a month, and her sign-in system seemed to have vanished. As a mid-level civilization citizen, Su Rue easily found out the hotel where the people from the Yunmeng star system were staying. However, when he heard the name of the hotel, he frowned. Lin Yao looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Is there a problem? It's not a problem. I just don't know which civilization arranged your hotel for you. The environment of this hotel is too poor, Su Rue said. Lin Yao, on the other hand, was quite calm. She nonchalantly replied, if it's poor, then so be it. After all, the Yunmeng star system has not experienced this kind of cold treatment for just 1 day. Do you need me to help you change hotels? No need. It's just for a few nights. Since Lin Yao didn't care, Su Rue didn't press the matter further and soon led the Mingguang team to meet Academician Zheng. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Yao got straight to the point. Academician Zheng, there's something I need to discuss with you. I made a trade with Su Rue's school and need someone knowledgeable to participate in the transaction. I wonder if you have someone who understands spatial technology? Upon hearing this, Academician Zheng immediately became interested and looked up, "What kind of trade?" "I exchanged 500 high-purity elemental crystals and the formula for a 5-brain domain development potion for basic spatial technology from Lancy School," Lin Yao said, as concisely as possible. "Spatial technology? You actually managed to exchange for spatial technology?" Academician Zheng was directly shocked and found it hard to believe. Seeing that Su Ruwei was still present, Lin Yao quickly coughed to remind him to calm down. "Academician Zheng, don't get too excited yet. Let's wait until we have the spatial technology in hand before celebrating." Right? Academician Zheng quickly took a deep breath. "Where are we trading?" Su Ruwei stepped forward directly. "Our principal has fully entrusted the trade to me." "To you?" Academician Zheng looked at him with some skepticism. "Do you understand the potions?" Su Ruwei replied with a half-smile. "I think, given the strength of the Yunmeng star system, they shouldn't dare to be afraid of us yet." Academician Zheng was momentarily speechless. Lin Yao couldn't bear to see Academician Zheng being struck down and quickly said, "Since you're here, let's take out the items." Saying this, she took out several large boxes and an electronic reader from her spatial pocket and placed them in front of Su Ruwei. "These are our trading items. You should take out what you want to trade, and we can verify the goods." Su Ruwei took out a very small item from his spatial pocket and handed it to Lin Yao, then directly stored the item she took out into his own spatial pocket. "My items are here. You can verify them as you wish. As for your items, I won't verify them." Lin Yao glanced at him but said nothing, quickly handing the items in her hands to Academician Zheng. Once the items were in hand, without needing Academician Zheng to signal, several people gathered around him to study the materials Su Ruwei provided. "The materials are for you. Whether you can bring them back depends on your own abilities," Su Ruwei said lazily after the trade was completed. "Previously, everything was memorized by the human brain. If this time it doesn't work, then we can only rely on human memory." Hearing this, Su Ruwei looked at her in disbelief. "Do you know how many years spatial technology has been developed?" Looking at his expression, Lin Yao had a bad premonition, so she asked, "Then, how much information is there?" "You only have 7 days, and there are only a few people who understand the technology, yet you have to memorize things that others have developed for thousands of years. Do you really think you can remember it all by heart? Technical information is very difficult to memorize purely through rote learning. Even if there are a few speed-reading geniuses, they would still worry about problems in the connections between the materials. With technology, missing just one digit could lead to a huge discrepancy." Lin Yao thought to herself, "This is really not good news." Chapter 150 System Return. After sending Su Ruwei off, Lin Yao asked Academician Zheng how to deal with the issue of carrying the materials. Seeing her frowning, Academician Zheng said, "Lin Yao, you have already taken the most difficult step. The rest is up to us. The pharmaceutical summit is about to begin, so you should rest and get ready to participate tomorrow with full energy." At this moment, Lin Yao had no other options and could only put the matter aside for now. The next day was the opening ceremony of the pharmaceutical summit. Although the Yunmeng star system was invited, it had no seats at the opening ceremony since it was not a league-certified system. Academician Zheng shamelessly took Lin Yao and some pharmacists to squeeze into other people's seats. Many remote and impoverished civilizations did not have many attendees, resulting in some empty seats. Academician Zheng had been mingling in the Star Alliance for so long that he had made connections with many economically disadvantaged civilizations, even if he couldn't engage with the more prosperous ones. After the opening ceremony, the new drug promotion conference began. Although the Yunmeng star system was included in the Turing Pharmaceutical Summit due to its awakening drug, the credit for this drug did not go to the unrecognized Yunmeng star system. Instead, it could only participate in a personal capacity. Ultimately, the formula for the drug would be collected under the name of the League's organizational department, becoming a shared asset of the entire alliance. Initially, the Yunmeng star system was dissatisfied with this arrangement, but there was no way to oppose it. If they disagreed with this handling method, they wouldn't even be able to leave the Yunmeng star system, let alone access new knowledge, and would eventually fall behind in isolation. Lin Yao watched as drugs were promoted on stage, feeling deep regret. There were various drugs like body technique advancement drugs, ability breakthrough drugs, body tempering drugs, internal organ regeneration drugs, and longevity drugs, all beyond imagination. both for internal and external use. The Ruelon civilization, behind Su Rue, did not miss this opportunity and directly showcased the brain domain development drug they had just traded to them at the promotion conference. However, this drug was clearly as favored by various civilizations as the longevity drug. As soon as the promotion conference ended, the civilizations producing the longevity and brain domain development drugs were the most popular among everyone. Lin Yao and the others, lacking money and qualifications, could only watch, looking at Academician Zhang's white hair and recalling that he seemed to be just over 80 years old. Lin Yao couldn't help but ask Academician, "Would you like me to help you get a tube of longevity drug?" High-level ability users have a lifespan of about 300 years. And since Academician Zhang was just over 80, he shouldn't look so aged. Although his precognitive ability was powerful, its use consumed both ability and lifespan. It was evident that he had used his ability quite a bit, leading to significant lifespan consumption. Academician Zhang waved his hand and said, "There is no need to waste money on me. I still have at least another 100 or 80 years of life left, which is enough. How could that be considered waste? If your body is younger, you could do more things. I don't need to go to the battlefield. This is enough. Moreover, our current situation is not suitable for attracting too much attention." Lin Yao couldn't persuade him and had to give up. The new drug promotion conference lasted several days, but the heavyweight presentations were at the front, while the later ones featured newer drugs. Lin Yao didn't waste time waiting for each one and instead visited the pharmaceutical exhibition booths of various civilizations. After visiting, she found that apart from some intermediate civilizations and economically developed primary civilizations, the richness of drug offerings from other lower-level civilizations was not necessarily better than that of the Yunmeng star system. It seemed that for over 2,000 years, the ancestors of the Yunmeng star system must have worked hard to catch up with the Star Alliance. Unfortunately, other technologies were too severely restricted. Otherwise, with the determination of the Yunmeng star system's people, they might have caught up with the overall development level of the Star Alliance long ago. After visiting the drug exhibition, Lin Yao thought that since they were here, they might as well check out other technology exhibition halls. Although it was the pharmaceutical summit, and other technology exhibition halls were open, there were significantly fewer people compared to the pharmaceutical exhibition hall. Since she was there to broaden her horizons, Lin Yao didn't mind the crowd and looked at the members of the Mingguang team one by one. Her horizons were indeed broadened, but after finishing, she couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Tomorrow is the last day. We still have a lot we haven't seen. Meng Xingchen sighed in realization that it was the last day. Wang Jinqing glanced at him mockingly. "You can't understand or buy anything, so what is there to regret? Seeing the finished products shows that this direction is correct. We can avoid many detours in future research." Meng Xingchen retorted, disagreeing with him. Bai Zhenjin also agreed. "I'm interested in poisons. I saw similar products to the beast-attracting powder I researched before at the exhibition, which proves my research findings are correct. Once I return, I'll delve deeper, and perhaps I can develop a poison with effects similar to those here." Wang Jinsheng was not a researcher, so he had no say in this matter. "I remember there's an energy food exhibition hall. We don't have time to see anything else. Let us go with Zhang Feng to check out the energy food hall," Yao Beiluo suggested. All right, Lin Yao had no objections. That was the plan, but plans couldn't keep up with changes. Early on the last day of the pharmaceutical summit, Lin Yao heard a ding, followed by the familiar system announcement. "Sign in system.2. 0 update successful. Welcome host to use it again." Upon hearing the familiar voice of the system, Lin Yao nearly cried. The system didn't inform her at all. It just updated without notice, and she thought she had lost it. While she didn't have a strong personal need for the system, the Yunmeng star system relied on it to quietly acquire new technologies. Now that it had finally returned, Lin Yao felt a sense of relief. She found a new technology and tentatively touched it, and sure enough, it triggered the system's sign-in prompt. Since it was her last day there, time was tight. To sign in for more items, Lin Yao had no choice but to leave her team behind. The most urgent needs of the Yunmeng star system were jump technology and starship technology. Although they had traded for space technology with the Ruelon civilization, Lin Yao didn't fully trust them, so she headed straight for the space technology exhibition hall. First was the exhibition hall of the Lavis civilization, which showcased the most advanced space technology from small space locks to jump points, and even the most advanced space jump technology. The jump points only had introductions and models. Lin Yao was worried she wouldn't be able to sign in, but the sign-in system was very efficient, and she signed in for even the models. However, there was one thing. The points for signing in had increased significantly. She had originally saved nearly 400 sign-in points just to sign in at the Star Alliance. Chapter 151. Danger Warning Unexpectedly. After the system update, the requirements for the basic sign-in point upgraded from 1 to 2 sign-in points. The intermediate sign-in point upgraded from 3 to 5 sign-in points. The advanced sign-in point upgraded from 7 to 10 sign-in points. And the special sign-in point upgraded from 5 to 7 points. All top-notch technologies are classified as advanced sign-in points, requiring 10 points. In this case, Lin Yao had to plan ahead and prioritize signing in for urgent technologies first, while other less critical items could be signed in later when there was an opportunity. She could only understand the general concept of these technologies, but wasn't sure exactly which ones were needed. Therefore, she had to rush back to the hotel and pull out Academician Zheng, who was busy memorizing data. Academician Zheng, could you write me a list of the most urgent technologies currently lacking in the Yunmeng Galaxy? It would be best if you could make it a bit more straightforward. Academician Zheng's eyes widened, and he leaned closer to her, asking in a low voice, "Do you have a trading channel again?" "Not necessarily. You just write me the list first. Let us say about 50 or 60 items. By the way, it's urgent, so please write it as soon as possible." "Okay, I'll write it right away." Academician Zheng not only wrote it himself, but also got others in the team to help. In a hurry, they compiled a list of urgent items within half an hour. The most urgent ones were at the top. If they could get them, they would find a way to obtain them. If not, any item on the list. "Okay, I got it." Without waiting for Academician Zheng to finish, Lin Yao hurriedly left. It wasn't that she was impolite, it was just that there were too many technologies involved on the list, and she was afraid there wouldn't be enough time to complete the sign-ins. Because the points were limited, Lin Yao had to reluctantly give up some of the advanced technologies she was eyeing and instead sign in for some outdated but urgently needed technologies for the Yunmeng Galaxy. Fortunately, the points required for these technologies were even less than she had expected. After signing in for everything on the list, she surprisingly still had some points left. Thinking that if the cultivation system of the Yunmeng Galaxy continued to be so incomplete, it would be too constrained, she decisively went to the training exhibition hall to sign in for the latest body technique cultivation method from the Lavis Galaxy. As for the cultivation methods for abilities, there were too many categories involved, and she didn't have enough points to sign in for them now, so she had to set them aside for the time being. However, as long as her body techniques improved, even without the subsequent cultivation methods, her ability levels would naturally increase. After signing in for the body technique cultivation method, Lin Yao was left with only 11 sign-in points. There were still many things she wanted to sign in for, and, after much hesitation, she finally went to the potion hall and spent 10 sign-in points to sign in for the longevity potion. Sign-in successful. Obtained longevity potion, complete version 1. Lin Yao opened the notes on the longevity potion to take a look. Longevity potion, complete version 1. Stimulates cell activity, extends life by 3 years. Limited to 10 uses per person. Cost 1,000 sign-in points for the complete formula of the longevity potion. During the potion recommendation meeting, Lin Yao had heard that the longevity potion could extend life by 1 to 3 years, limited to 3 uses per person. Now, after the system sign-in, it had been fully improved and upgraded significantly, making the 10 sign-in points worth it. Finally completing her sign-ins, Lin Yao breathed a sigh of relief. When she looked around, she realized it was almost closing time, so she followed the crowd out. After returning to the hotel, she didn't bother with anything else and directly fell asleep. After a whole day of rushing around, even with her level 7 body techniques, she couldn't hold on any longer. A night passed without a word. The next day, the people from the Yunmeng Galaxy were all packed up early and waiting at the hotel entrance for the Nisi civilization to pick them up. This time, the ability awakening potion for the Yunmeng Galaxy was reported through the Nisi civilization. They had to share a piece of the pie with other intermediate civilizations and were responsible for transporting the people from the Yunmeng Galaxy. However, the attitude of this civilization was not good. They liked to elevate some while putting others down, which could be seen from the hotels they arranged. Seeing the people waiting at the hotel entrance, the attitude of the Nisi civilization representatives who came to pick them up was still quite poor. Are all the people here? Don't leave anyone behind, or they might get caught as spies by the Alliance. Fortunately, everyone had heard enough cynical remarks during this time and had developed immunity. Even Wang Jinsheng did not show any anger. Punching cotton feels quite pointless, one of them muttered, and took the people from a Yunming galaxy onto the shuttle spaceship. Upon arriving at the starport, just as they were about to board the starship, to Lin Yao's surprise, Su Rui actually came to see them off. After the transaction was completed, Lin Yao hadn't seen him again and thought she wouldn't see him anymore. She didn't expect he would specifically come to see them off, which caught her off guard. Su Rui didn't say anything else, only saying, "Be sure to pay attention to safety on the way back." Lin Yao felt a bit confused. The starship wasn't operated by them. Whether they paid attention to safety didn't seem to be something they could control. There was no time to ask more. The Nisi civilization people urged them to hurry onto the starship so as not to delay their schedule. "Okay, thank you for seeing me off. Goodbye." Even though their interactions were intertwined with interests and their statuses were so different, he still treated her as equally as possible, not oppressing her, which was already quite a good friend. "Lin Yao, be sure to pay attention to safety. Goodbye." After Lin Yao boarded the starship, Su Rui was still outside shouting this, which made her suspicious. Did he receive some news that there would be danger on their way back? However, since he could only give such a vague reminder due to his status, it seemed that this danger wasn't simple. Lin Yao did not share her concerns with her companions. After all, the technological gap was too vast. If someone really wanted to deal with them, they wouldn't have the power to fight back. Why mention it and make everyone worry? Although she thought this way in her heart, Lin Yao was still paying attention discreetly. However, throughout the journey, as they approached the Chaos Nebula, they encountered no danger, which made Lin Yao doubt whether she had overreacted. The Nisi civilization was a primary civilization that did not have starships capable of space jumping, or if they did, they wouldn't let them use it. Upon reaching the gap in the Chaos Nebula, they began to change to mini starships, preparing to use them for manned autonomous navigation through the gap into the Yunming galaxy's territory. To navigate through the gap, these mini starships were only the size of a spacecraft, and with the starship operators from the Nisi civilization, the people from the Yunming galaxy could only be divided into several groups. During the personnel allocation, Lin Yao kept an eye on things and brought academician Zheng and two other relatively senior researchers onto the starship where the Mingguang team was located. Chapter 152. Lifespace. Su Rui's warning, whether or not it was a misunderstanding, indicated that if they were to take action, now was the last opportunity. Once they entered the human star system, other star systems could certainly take action as well, but there would be the expeditionary army stationed not far from the breach. Even if the difference in military strength was significant, attacking with superior numbers would still incur some losses. If they could avoid losses, why would those people choose to take that risk? Therefore, if she understood correctly, the final attack would definitely take place at the breach. Even if she misunderstood, it wouldn't matter much. Soon, several mini starships entered the breach one after another without incident. Lin Yao and the other starship was at the back, and only after all the other starships had entered did they start moving. The entry was smooth, and there were no dangers along the way. Just as they were about to exit the chaotic nebula, the starship suddenly shook violently, and Lin Yao and the others turned to see that the rear of the starship had been blown open. The sensation of weightlessness quickly spread from the back. Seizing the last moment, Lin Yao rushed to academician Zheng and handed him a data storage device, then took out a mini-space transporter from the system space. After activating it, she threw him and the other two senior researchers inside. Afterward, she barely had time to open a package to cover the members of the Mingguang team before she lost consciousness completely. When she came to, she was surrounded by darkness. Lin Yao took out a lamp from the system space, and, seeing that her teammates were injured but still alive, she let out a sigh of relief. She administered a healing serum to each of them, and took one herself, quietly repairing her body. As Lin Yao was recovering, the others gradually woke up. Once awake, the team members found everyone was there, silently healing themselves. Only Wang Jinsheng, upon waking, exclaimed excitedly, "Damn, I thought I was done for, but I'm still alive." Just as Lin Yao finished her recovery, she heard his loud voice and couldn't help but laugh. You still have the energy to shout. I see your injuries can't be too severe. Why don't you get up and jog a bit, exercise a little? Wang Jincheng had been reprimanded by her for his misbehavior on C-49 star. Hearing this, he immediately reflexively covered his chest, saying, Captain, I may look fine, but actually, I have serious internal injuries. Let me heal first, then we can talk. After Wang Jincheng went to heal, Lin Yao got up to check on the remaining teammates who hadn't woken up yet. The shockwave from the explosion at the back of the mini starship was quite strong, and combined with the sudden weightlessness and lack of oxygen, everyone had sustained serious injuries. Especially Yu Mi and Bai Jinjin, who had slightly lower physical abilities, were injured even more severely. When seriously injured, using sleep to expedite recovery was common for those with physical abilities. After Lin Yao woke up, she also fed them all healing serums to speed up their recovery. As expected, in about 4 to 5 hours, Yu Mi and Bai Jinjin also woke up, while the others who had woken up earlier had completed their healing and were sitting together discussing what had happened previously. Seeing their increasingly absurd conversation, Lin Yao called them over and said, We are now inside a treasure I stumbled upon, called life space. The situation was critical at the time, so I activated it and brought you all in. However, there is a downside. This treasure is a one-time use. When she signed in at the Starship Technology Museum, she saw an introduction to an escape pod, which was said to be essential for long voyages. Thinking it would increase their chances of survival, she signed up without hesitation, only to find out that what she got was a one-time life space instead of the escape pod technology. Low-level life space, one-time use. 1. A life space containing only the most basic substances necessary for survival. The current sign-in system version cannot analyze the manufacturing blueprint. Since even the sign-in space couldn't analyze the blueprint, it was undoubtedly a big treasure. However, the system's sign-in analysis was too simple. Apart from knowing how to use it, she was entirely in the dark about other aspects. The mini-space transporter in her hand could only transport 3 people at a time. So, in this desperate situation, Lin Yao had no choice but to urgently use this life space. While the others were busy healing, she also gathered some understanding of the life space. Inside, there was only the air necessary for life. There was nothing else. This life space had no external observation window, and, currently, they were completely unaware of the outside situation. At that time, they were right next to the chaotic nebula, so there was a high possibility that the life space had also landed within it. Going outside recklessly could very likely result in being sucked into the chaotic nebula. Lin Yao shared this information to initiate a discussion on what to do next. Captain, how long can this life space last? Meng Xingchen asked. Lin Yao shrugged her hands. I don't know. Then what do you know? Meng Xingchen pressed on. I only know this is a life space. Beyond that, I know nothing, Lin Yao replied bluntly. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, Yao Beluo suggested, Captain, why don't we try to find a way to check the outside situation? What do you have in mind? Yao Beluo was often like a strategist to Lin Yao. Currently, the spatial items we are using like space buckles and mecha buttons generally rely heavily on mental power. Why don't we try using mental power to probe the outside? Of course, this also carries certain risks, so everyone should consider whether to attempt it. I think we don't need to think about this matter. Regardless of whether the probe is successful or not, we will eventually have to break out of this life space. This time, Lin Yao did not give them time to discuss and made a direct decision. Under Lin Yao's leadership, the discipline of the Mingguang team was quite good. Since she had made a decision, no one raised any objections. Without further hesitation, Lin Yao walked to the side of the life space's wall and tried to use her mental power to penetrate it. However, the wall of the space turned out to be quite resilient, and even a small amount of her mental power was directly bounced back. Since her mental ability had been unsealed to level 7, this was the first time she encountered such a soft nail situation. Gritting her teeth, she condensed a burst of mental power and thrust it forward. Soon, she realized that this amount of mental power was insufficient, and she could only continue to strengthen her output. After wrestling with the space wall for a while, Lin Yao found that the wall's resilience was increasing. She decided to condense most of her mental power and forcefully thrust it at the wall. With a pop, Lin Yao discovered that her mental power finally penetrated the wall. allowing her to see the outside situation. Chapter 153. The black planet. The situation outside was not very clear. It was a chaotic scene. The mental power wandered inside, giving a sense of stagnation as if it were in glue, making the exploration of the space quite difficult. If she didn't have the enhancement of her mental type ability, relying solely on her natural mental power, it would probably only extend to a range of 1 meter. After circling the life space for a while, Lin Yao discovered that the technological level of this life space was far beyond any civilization she knew of. Its exterior appeared to be only the size of a button, yet the internal space was dozens of times larger, allowing for life to exist. The technological content here might even surpass the Wormhole trading device she exchanged with Su Rue earlier. After understanding the appearance of a life space, Lin Yao briefly scanned the surroundings, saw only chaos, and withdrew her mental power. As her mental power retracted, Lin Yao's consciousness returned to her body. She simply described the outside situation to them. This chaotic condition, needless to say, was certainly still within the chaotic nebula. The chaotic nebula was something that even intermediate civilizations feared, and they, being mere small fry, obviously did not have the strength to directly confront it. I saw that the life space was moving with the nebula, and the speed of movement was not fast. Although it was uncertain how long the life space could be maintained, I thought it would be best to stay inside the life space and discuss other matters once its lifespan was over. The others had no other options, so they could only do the same. The concern now was not about the lifespan of the life space, but about the necessities for survival. I should clarify, the supplies in my space buckle could only sustain one person's survival needs for a maximum of 7 days. Bai Jinjin had just finished her healing. Your words reminded me. The food and water in my space buckle are also not very abundant. I need to count how much I actually have. Meng Xingqian, upon hearing Bai Jinjin's words, also started to panic. The others were no exception. All began rummaging through their own space buckles. In contrast, Yao Beiluo and Lin Yao appeared calm and collected. Wan Xiaoqi was the first to notice the anomaly in the two and couldn't help but curiously ask, "Did you prepare in advance?" Yao Beiluo took out 6 boxes of nutrient solutions from her oversized space buckle. When the captain and I fell underground, we suffer loss. So I consciously stocked up on food and water in my space buckle. I think the captain probably has some psychological trauma too, so she must have stocked up a lot. Lin Yao also took out a pile of ingredients and fuel from her space buckle and placed them in front of them. You all should keep these things safe in your space buckles. This way, if we get separated for any reason, we can still ensure our survival needs. The others obediently divided and stored the items, thinking that after this lesson, they would also follow Lin Yao and Yao Beiluo's example and stock up on supplies in their space buckles. The life space lacks sunlight, dew, and wind. To prevent everyone from losing themselves over time, Lin Yao had everyone create their own training and study plans. Each person strictly adhered to their own learning and training habits, regularly arranging their lives. During their free time, she even encouraged everyone to organize recreational activities. Living like this for a month or two was manageable, but beyond 3 months, it became quite uncomfortable, especially for Wang Jinsheng, Meng Xingqian, Bai Zhenjin, and Wan Xiaoqi, who were more sociable. By the 3rd month, they were all feeling terrible. Their moods restless to the point where they couldn't concentrate on studying. Lin Yao understood the discomfort of being forced into isolation. Her solution was simple and straightforward: fighting. They would have a fight every day until they were so exhausted they couldn't get up, and then could sleep soundly, effectively relieving their stress. However, this method was not a long-term solution. After all, humans are social animals, and prolonged isolation would lead to various psychological issues. After 6 months, fighting was no longer effective. Everyone remained agitated. Lin Yao could only teach them her self-created psychological therapy. This therapy had not been certified by any doctor. It was something she developed after most people in the Mingguang star system had perished, leaving her to live alone in solitude. To prevent her mental state from deteriorating, she created this psychological therapy. Whether it worked for others, she had not tested, but up until her self-detonation, she felt her mental state was quite normal. While everyone was undergoing their own psychological therapy, Yumi, the little socially anxious one, was actually doing the best. Even without the internet, she immersed herself in her own data world, finding some comfort in the absence of strangers. Time dragged on, 3 months, 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. As time passed, the activity within the life space dwindled, and everyone felt lifeless. Lin Yao looked on, feeling somewhat helpless. The only thing she could do was spend more time exploring the external situation each day, hoping to spot any signs of life in time. By the 9th month, Lin Yao began to try using her mental power to move the life space and found it surprisingly useful. She gathered everyone together to use her mental type ability to guide their mental powers to probe the spatial walls, allowing others to see the scenery outside as well. After some time, Yao Peluo noticed that her fine control of mental power had made great progress from this training. The improvement in fine control of mental power meant that the use of abilities became faster and smoother, providing countless benefits in battles. Immediately, her mood lifted, and she got her teammates involved in training their mental powers. With a bit of other things to do, everyone's spirits improved slightly. After exercising for a while, everyone's mental power progressed significantly. Even if their levels didn't rise, the strength, resilience, and detail of their mental powers improved greatly. A month later, they no longer needed Lin Yao's help and had mastered the method of penetrating the spatial walls, attempting to assist the life space in accelerating its movement just like Lin Yao. With the rapid improvement of their mental powers, everyone's ability levels also rose accordingly. Bai Zhenjin even sighed. If I had known the chaotic nebula could enhance mental power, Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Meng Xingchen. This is the chaotic nebula. Even if we had known it could help us level up, not many would dare to get close, right? Unless they want to throw their lives away. I said, Meng Xingchen, are you impatient to live? Whatever I say, you have to find a way to poke at me, right? I'm not. I wouldn't dare. Seeing her expression, Meng Xingchen quickly denied it 3 times, swiftly admitting defeat. The two had always been like a pair of playful rivals, enjoying their banter. But the last time they had such a back and forth was several months ago. Seeing everyone slightly revitalized, Lin Yao let out a gentle sigh of relief and said, I believe this chaotic nebula can train mental power and enhance various characteristics of mental power. Essentially, it should strengthen the mental sea. This means your talents have been improved, increasing your chances of advancing to higher-level ability users in the future. Having gained some insight from the Galactic Alliance, everyone understood the importance of talent. Upon hearing Lin Yao's words, everyone was immediately delighted, and no one felt that life in the life space was difficult anymore. Each person began to eagerly train their mental power to enhance their talents. Even Yumi, who was immersed in her data world, frequently participated in this activity. However, life is often filled with unexpected events. Just when everyone was feeling happy, an unexpected occurrence arose. Have you noticed that the resilience of the spatial walls in this life space seems to have weakened? One Xiaoqi said boldly. Is that so? I thought my mental strength had improved greatly, Bai Zhenjin said. Lin Yao had long noticed that the resilience of the spatial barrier had worsened, but she hadn't mentioned it. Her foundation in mental abilities was here, and her progress during this time had not been significant, so her feelings were the most intuitive. Could it be that our recent frequent use of mental strength to penetrate the spatial barrier has caused its resilience to deteriorate? Wang Jinsheng speculated. Yao Beiluo shook his head. It shouldn't be. Spatial products are all controlled by mental strength. It doesn't make sense. At this point, he realized something was off and didn't continue. However, everyone had already reacted. Meng Xingchen swallowed and said, I remember the captain mentioned before that this life space is a one-time use. Does that mean its lifespan is almost over? Upon hearing this, everyone looked towards Lin Yao, seeking confirmation of the truth of this statement. At this point, there was no need for concealment, so she directly said, I suspect that its lifespan is indeed coming to an end. You should hurry and enhance your abilities. So even if we fall into the chaotic nebula, there will be a greater chance of survival. Captain, don't joke around. Throughout history, how many people have never come out alive from the chaotic nebula? Bai Zhenjin remarked. Just because no one has come out doesn't mean they all died. Hearing her say this, the members of the Mingguang team curiously gathered around, asking Captain, what do you mean by that? After observing the chaotic nebula for so long, haven't you discovered anything? Discovered what? 7 pairs of eyes stared at her in confusion. During the process of our life space flowing, we might encounter some things like flowers and plants or exotic species. Many of these flowers, plants, and exotic species are not dead. They are thriving within the chaotic nebula. Wang Jinsheng quickly interjected. This means the chaotic nebula does not devour life. I think the terrifying aspect of the chaotic nebula lies in its powerful magnetic attraction. We just don't know where the endpoint of that attraction is. So everyone should enhance their strength a bit more. Even if we fall into the chaotic nebula, we can have a greater chance of survival. With danger looming, everyone's efforts took on a more desperate edge. By the 12th month, feeling the resilience of the life barrier deteriorating like a deflated balloon, Lin Yao estimated that the lifespan of this one-time life space was probably 1 year. As the final days of the life space approached, cracks began to appear on the spatial barrier, and Lin Yao knew the time had come. She quickly instructed everyone to put on the preparations sent to them by the officials before setting off for the Galactic Alliance. They prepared all survival items and kept them close at hand to prevent the spatial anchor from failing within the chaotic nebula. She also had everyone carry some nutrients with them. With everything ready, everyone was prepared to survive in the chaotic nebula. However, fate had other plans. Wang Jinsheng wanted to feel the outside world one last time and extended his mental strength beyond the life space. Not long after, he anxiously said, "Captain, I found a black sphere not far away. I think it might be a planet." "How can that be?" "In the chaotic nebula, the larger the object, the harder it is to survive. Large entities like starships can be torn apart by magnetic forces if not careful, let alone a planet." Despite their disbelief, everyone extended their mental strength beyond the life space. Sure enough, they observed a black giant appearing within their field of vision. It's real. It really is a planet. The 8 of them, with 16 eyes, confirmed that there was a glimmer of hope for survival. "There is hope, but it's not big," Bai Jinjin said with slight regret. "Unfortunately, the lifespan of the life space is only a couple of days left. I'm afraid we won't make it to that planet." Lin Yao pondered for a moment and said, "I have an idea." "What idea?" Bai Jinjin asked excitedly. "I noticed that the larger the object, the faster we seem to approach that planet. We're still a few days away from that planet. I think if I pilot the mech outside, using the ruptured life space to accelerate towards that planet, we might just reach it before the life space completely breaks apart." Although the life space had not completely ruptured, it already had several large tears, and air was slowly leaking out. There was one tear just big enough for a person to squeeze through. As soon as she finished speaking, Yao Beiluo directly opposed. "No, Captain, that's too dangerous." "Yes, you just said that the closer we get to that planet, the greater the gravitational acceleration, which certainly increases the danger." Everyone chimed in, opposing Lin Yao's plan. "I think this is the best method. If we wait until the life space ruptures, the probability of all of us dying together is much greater. It's better for me to take a little risk. Maybe we can all survive together. But there's no time. If we hesitate any longer, we'll all die," Lin Yao said fiercely. Yao Beiluo was left speechless, only able to watch as she squeezed through the crack. Before going out, Lin Yao said, "Everyone, I hope we can all survive." Once outside the life space, Lin Yao quickly took the mech out from the spatial anchor and grasped the miniaturized life space in the palm of the mech. She swiftly activated the mech's acceleration and dashed towards the black planet. Chapter 154. Serious injury. "Hey, old 7. How come you found someone today?" "Who says not? But luckily, this person has a broken mecha on her. Plus, she's a woman, so I won't be too much at a loss bringing her back." "Strange. It's not a magnetic tide right now. How could someone fall to Black Porcelain Star? Who knows? But once I sell this woman, along with her mecha, haha, I'll treat you to a good meal then." "All right, I'll be waiting." Lin Yao, in a daze, listened to their conversation, struggling to wake up from her unconscious state, but her body felt incredibly heavy and she couldn't open her eyes. She knew that her injuries were too severe, causing a disconnection between her spiritual body and physical body. From their conversation, it seemed the ones who found her weren't good people. Not caring about worsening her injuries, she could only release a part of her spiritual power to observe her surroundings for safety. Soon, she was taken to a cellar. The seller checked her injuries and refused to buy her, saying she was too severely injured and the cost of treatment was too high, so he wouldn't take her. Old Seven spat, cursing his luck for finding a woman only to discover she was too injured. As he spoke, he was about to toss Lin Yao aside. His companion lewdly said, "Hey, don't toss her yet. While she is still alive, let us enjoy ourselves first." Hearing this, Lin Yao's heart sank. In her current state, how is she any different from a corpse? Old Zo, why is your taste so heavy? Soft and warm, much better than a corpse. Although it lacks some excitement, she looks tender and youthful compared to those girls in the red light district. Who knows, she might even be a virgin. The voice was full of lewdness. That makes sense. Then let us take her back. Haha, let's take her back and play slowly. These two scumbags. Lin Yao was furious, her emotions fluctuating too violently, which worsened her injuries, so she had to quickly rein in her feelings. The two used a board, lewdly fantasizing while dragging Lin Yao away. When they reached a secluded place, Lin Yao decisively made her move, directly using her spiritual power to annihilate their consciousness. After this attack, her injuries worsened and she fainted again. When she woke up again, Lin Yao found herself in a dilapidated room. At that moment, there was no one in the broken house, so she tried to use her spiritual power to open her space pocket. But she couldn't communicate with the space inside at all. Fortunately, she still had a system space. Struggling, she used her spiritual power to take a vial of body repair potion from the system space and swallowed it, only to faint again due to excessive consumption. When she woke up again, a thin boy was squatting beside her, feeding her a nutrient solution, muttering, "I worked hard to save you, so don't die on me. This nutrient solution costs 10 black porcelain coins each. Remember to pay me back once you wake up." Perhaps after taking a vial of body repair potion, Lin Yao felt a bit better and tried to find an electronic writing board, reader, or light brain in the broken house to communicate. However, her spiritual power scanned the entire room and found none of these technological products. She could only barely manipulate a twig with her spiritual power to try writing in front of the boy. Fortunately, the characters here seemed to be compatible with those in the Yunmeng galaxy, and the boy could understand them, though he was startled, thinking he encountered something strange. After a long time explaining that this was a spiritual power ability, they finally managed to communicate. Just as they finished communicating, she fainted again due to excessive consumption. Considering her injuries were too severe and needed urgent relief, when Lin Yao woke up and saw the boy again, she took a box of body repair potions from the system space and placed it in front of the boy. She wrote in front of him, "I'm severely injured and might faint at any time. Remember to feed me 1 potion from the box every day." Recalling that he said the nutrient solution costs 10 star coins each, she took out a box of nutrient solutions and told him, "This is a high-grade nutrient solution. Feed me 1 every day, and you can have some too." The boy looked curiously at the potions on the ground and quietly asked, "Is this your ability too?" Lin Yao wrote, "Don't you know there is something called a space pocket in this world?" Space pocket? But they say space pockets are unusable on Black Porcelain Star. Lin Yao was taken aback. No wonder she couldn't communicate with her space pocket. It turned out that space pockets were unusable on Black Porcelain Star. Fortunately, the boy didn't pursue the matter further and carefully hid both boxes, explaining, "I'm not stealing your things. It's just too messy here, and I'm afraid someone will steal them while I'm not around." Lin Yao wrote on the ground, "I understand. Thank you." Being able to bring home an unknown person, not knowing whether she could survive, proved that the boy was quite pure-hearted. In the following days, with the boy feeding her 1 vial of body repair potion each day, Lin Yao's body gradually improved. After waking up, she was no longer in a complete disconnection between her spiritual body and physical body. Occasionally, she could enter her body and subtly control her limbs. Feeling recovery was just around the corner, Lin Yao reduced her use of spiritual power and entered a deeper sleep state to help her body recover quickly. Unexpectedly, the boy complained, "Why haven't you been chatting with me lately? I want to recover my body quickly so that we can communicate directly with words." The boy was very excited. "Then hurry and get better. The people here all dislike me and don't want to talk to me." "Why do they dislike you?" "Because my body often uncontrollably transforms into a monster." The boy's tone was quite dejected. "You don't dislike me too, right? Transform into a monster?" It sounded like a body mutation ability, but what kind of body mutation would be called a monster? You might have a natural ability. Next time your body mutates, I'll know what it looks like. As Lin Yao's body recovered faster, the duration of her sleep became longer. Sometimes she wouldn't wake up for 3 or 4 days. The boy didn't mind whether Lin Yao was asleep, always enjoying talking beside her. Basically, every time she woke up, she could hear his voice. This time when she woke up, she found the boy wasn't beside her chatting. Instead, he was weakly curled up on the sofa. Lin Yao curiously observed and discovered he was actually injured. She quickly poked him with her spiritual power. "What's wrong with you?" The boy, seeing her awake, was very surprised. "I'm fine, just got beaten up." Chapter 155, The Illegitimate Child and the Magnetic Tide. Seeing that he didn't want to say much, Lin Yao didn't press further. She only said, "The body repair potion I have can be used if you're injured. I still have some here. Just don't be so generous outside. Otherwise, you'll be robbed in no time. I know this is something you can only say here." The boy was overjoyed to hear this and excitedly ran out, saying, "Wait for me. I'll find something to bring back that will help you recover quickly." He ran so fast that Lin Yao didn't have time to stop him. Soon, she was left alone in the dilapidated house, initially wanting to continue sleeping, but she found herself too restless to do so. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, she finally saw the boy return, heavily injured. He was clutching a small flower, coughing up blood as he said, "This is full moon, Nan. I heard it can repair the body. You have to eat it. You'll recover immediately." Saying this, he crushed the flower and tried to shove it into her mouth. Lin Yao looked at the boy's injuries and felt a pang of heartache. He was also severely injured at this moment. Yet he chose to use the full moon Nan to treat her instead of himself. Just then, loud noises suddenly came from outside, as if someone was chasing the boy. Before she could see more clearly, her spiritual body was pulled back due to the rapid healing. When she woke up again, Lin Yao found herself lying under the boy's bed. Meanwhile, the boy was surrounded by a group of menacing figures, and his injuries were worse than before. He lay on the ground like a rag doll, his body twisted unnaturally. "Quickly tell me, where did you get the full moon, Nan? Hand it over." The leader, a man, stepped on the boy's hand and growled. "I already said I ate it." The boy spoke with blood in his mouth, his words a bit slurred. "Do you think I'm a fool? Such a valuable thing as full moon, Nan. If you ate it, your body wouldn't be in this state. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the full moon, Nan." The boy simply turned his head away and remained silent. "All right, you have some guts." The man, seeing his defiance, grew even angrier and raised his hand to strike. At that critical moment, Lin Yao slid out from under the bed and executed a scissor kick, knocking the man to the ground. The others were startled by Lin Yao's sudden appearance, and only after seeing their leader knocked down did they react and rush forward to attack. Lin Yao unleashed a series of smooth combos, taking down these lackeys effortlessly. To prevent them from getting in the way, she directly used wooden vines to bind them. The leader, still shouting, said, "You little girl, let me go. Do you know who I am?" Lin Yao didn't even glance at him, squatting beside the boy to assess his injuries. They were severe, multiple fractures in his limbs, a broken spine, all his ribs were shattered and had pierced his internal organs. Fortunately, his heart was unharmed, and despite his serious injuries, he was still conscious and even smiled when he saw her wake up. "You're awake? Shut up. I'm treating your injuries." Lin Yao carefully placed the boy into a medical pod she retrieved from her system space, closed the lid, and activated the treatment. The invaders were astonished to see her take out such a large medical pod, their eyes nearly popping out. "Y. The leader stuttered, unable to finish his sentence. Lin Yao impatiently stuffed a rag into his mouth and said to the others, "I just arrived here. Can someone tell me about the situation?" The remaining people exchanged glances, none daring to speak first. Lin Yao took out a row of potions from her space and said, "These are high-grade nutritional potions. Whoever speaks first will be rewarded." With a generous offer, they all immediately scrambled to answer. Lin Yao chose someone who looked relatively trustworthy and said, "You speak." The others wanted to argue, but a single glance from her silenced them. The person she called upon immediately flattered, "Boss, whatever you want to know, I will tell you. First, tell me why you're chasing this boy." "Boss, this isn't our fault. That full moon Nan is something our Blue Wolf gang has cultivated for a long time, ready for harvesting. Who would have thought this guy would recklessly come to our gang to steal it? His words didn't sound like a lie. But Lin Yao still had some doubts about the truth of the matter. With so many of you in the Blue Wolf gang, how could a small boy steal from you? Boss, don't you know? This guy is an illegitimate child. Illegitimate child? What does that mean? An illegitimate child is just an illegitimate child. The man couldn't explain clearly, so Lin Yao didn't press further, thinking she'd learn more later, and started asking about the planet's situation. Did you just fall here? He asked softly. Lin Yao nodded. He then shared the history and location of the planet with her. The planet she was on was called Black Porcelain Star, located at the center of the chaotic nebula, resembling a tornado. Due to a magnetic vortex in the chaotic nebula, when the planet rotates, the side facing the vortex experiences significantly increased gravity, forcing humans to relocate in accordance with the planet's rotation. As the planet continued to rotate, its surface became increasingly solid, making it difficult to penetrate even with metal. Hence it was called Black Porcelain Star. Fortunately, the rotation speed of Black Porcelain Star wasn't too fast. They didn't have to relocate frequently, only needing to move their residents every 6 months. The history of Black Porcelain Star was unclear, but since records began, the humans on it had mostly arrived for various reasons. As they reproduced and more people drifted in, the human population on Black Porcelain Star grew. Since the surface of the planet couldn't support agriculture, and there were few exotic beasts, survival resources could not meet the needs of all the humans on the planet, leading to intense conflicts on Black Porcelain Star. These people used their residences as bases, uniting individuals from their own locations to fight against others, competing for survival resources. As for the sources of resources, part came from the planet's scarce resources, and part came from the magnetic tide that occurred once a month in the chaotic nebula. The magnetic tide would bring various things to Black Porcelain Star: exotic plants, exotic beasts, technological products, humans, etc. Any material that exists in the interstellar space could appear on Black Porcelain Star. When luck was on their side, the resources from the magnetic tide could sustain the entire population on the planet, reducing conflicts between residences. Conversely, when luck was bad and resources were scarce, a portion of the population would inevitably perish to maintain the ecological balance. Chapter 156. Invasion of District 39. Just by listening to the description, Lin Yao could feel the brutality that was coming at her. However, the boy who saved her looked so frail, yet he managed to survive in such a harsh competition, which made her think that this illegitimate child should not be underestimated. Did he steal your moonlight, Nan? I still need to confirm this with him. He needs 3 days of treatment, and you can leave here now. After 3 days, we will discuss this matter again. The members of the Qinglang gang were not particularly strong, only appearing to have body techniques around levels 4 or 5. Lin Yao was skeptical that a team with such strength could cultivate something as precious as moonlight Nan in a resource-scarce area. After all, this moonlight Nan had repaired her body in a short period of time. After finishing her words, she released the vines that were binding the people. The minor henchmen accepted this obediently, but the leader still seemed to be oblivious to the situation. She simply retied the vines around him, finding him too bothersome. You all can carry him back. Once the others left, Lin Yao tidied up the dilapidated house a bit, then drank a restorative potion and activated her wood-based abilities to continue repairing her body. Previously, when her injuries were severe, although she could use her spiritual body to adjust her fractured and dislocated areas, it was not precise. Now that her spiritual body had returned to her physical form, she could re-break and reconnect any misaligned or unhealed areas. After spending over 2 days, she not only repaired her body, but also used the power of Moonlight Nan to elevate her body techniques by 1 level. In a good mood, she pulled the treated boy out of the treatment pod. The boy touched his fully recovered body, surprised, wondering what this amazing thing was that healed his injuries so quickly. This is a treatment pod. I exchanged it with 2 medium purity elemental crystals from the Galactic Alliance, thinking it was better to be prepared. She did not expect it would be used first on this boy. Wow, I've never seen something like this before. The boy circled around the treatment pod, marveling at it before finally sitting down. Once he settled, Lin Yao smiled and introduced herself. My name is Lin Yao. The boy did not understand her meaning, and blankly placed his hand in hers. Lin Yao did not mind and taught him that a handshake was a form of greeting. By the way, I don't even know your name yet. I don't know. I've been alone since I was little. But they all call me illegitimate child. Illegitimate child? That's not a nice name. How about I give you a name? Sure. My surname is Lin, so you can take my surname too. Let's call you Lin Ju. Lin Ju? Yes. Ju is a type of jade, and jade is a very precious gem. Lin Ju, I have a name now. I am Lin Ju. The boy was overjoyed and jumped in place. Lin Yao did not interrupt him, just watched him happily bounce around. After he calmed down, she began to ask about the Moonlight Nan. Lin Ju, the Qinglang gang, said you took the Moonlight Nan from them. Is that true? Yes. They couldn't beat me, so it was only natural for me to take it. Lin Ju said matter-of-factly, remembering how he'd been beaten by the Qinglang gang and couldn't get up. Lin Yao maintained a cautious attitude towards his statement of being unbeatable. Seeing her silent, Lin Ju thought she was unhappy and rubbed the hem of his clothes, saying, "Did I do something wrong? No, you want to steal the medicine to help me. How could I blame you? Moreover, you have your own survival rules. Just make sure you don't get hurt." Lin Yao comforted him while patting his head. Hearing this, Lin Ju was very happy, his mouth stretching ear to ear. "Don't worry. I'm usually very strong. This time was just an accident." Lin Yao nodded. "Regarding your dispute with the Qinglang gang, I will resolve it. If you have any opinions, you can tell me. Whether it's revenge or teaching them a lesson, leave it to me. I have no grudge against them." The boy's thoughts were clear, and it was evident from his expression that he truly believed there was no hatred between him and the Qinglang gang. Lin Yao understood his meaning. In his mind, all struggles were for the sake of survival needs. Since the struggles were for survival, once those needs were met, there would be no so-called hatred. Since Lin Ju didn't care about the aftermath with the Qinglang gang, Lin Yao had no further concerns. After waiting for a while without seeing anyone from the Qinglang gang, she simply had Lin Ju lead the way to the Qinglang gang. Once they exited the dilapidated house, Lin Yao realized that this place was practically a slum. Initially, she had disliked Lin Ju's shabby house, but after comparing it, she found that it was relatively better. The others were even more run down. However, as they walked further, the houses improved and the streets became cleaner. Up ahead is the Qinglang gang. Lin Ju pointed to the best section of the street. Lin Yao nodded and was about to continue forward when she suddenly saw the Qinglang gang member she had questioned earlier, stumbling out in a panic. She stepped forward to stop him. "Aren't you from the Qinglang gang? Where are you going?" The gang member was startled and nearly slipped to his knees. Once he recognized Lin Yao, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah, big shot, it's you. Why are you in such a hurry?" "The Qinglang gang has been invaded by people from District 38. I'm going to get reinforcements." "Invasion?" Lin Yao was confused. At this moment, Lin Ju spoke up. "It must be that District 38 is running low on living supplies and is trying to rob us in District 39. No, we cannot let our supplies be taken," he said, anxiously heading towards the Qinglang gang. Lin Yao couldn't stop him in time and hurriedly chased after him. When she saw that he wasn't leaving, she pulled him. "Aren't you going to get reinforcements?" But instead of leaving, he leaned closer. "Big shot, if you can take action, it would be more useful than any reinforcements." "What's your price for me to take action?" Lin Yao decided to stop and negotiate with him. "As long as you help the Qinglang gang through this crisis, you could choose anything from our warehouse. Can you make the call?" "That's what I'm saying. In the Black Porcelain Star, power is paramount. If you act, no one can stop you." "All right." By the time they arrived, the battle between the Qinglang gang and District 38 had already begun, with everyone wielding clubs and fighting. Some were beating each other black and blue, covered in blood, while others had already fallen, unconscious or worse. The situation was quite grim, and Lin Yao quickly searched for Lin Ju among the chaos. The gang members were also observing what was happening on the field. After a while, one of them pulled Lin Yao. "Big shot, our leader is fighting with the leader of District 38, Dushan. Could you please help our leader?" Chapter 157. Beast Gene's Lin Yao followed his gaze and, sure enough, saw two people fighting in the center of the battlefield. Just as she was about to step forward, the situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. The two who were initially evenly matched were entangled, when a man named Dushan suddenly pulled out a dagger and lunged at the leader of the Qinglang gang. The leader of the Qinglang gang was caught off guard, and despite trying to adjust his position, he was still stabbed in the chest. A member of the gang who had entered with Lin Yao shouted boss and rushed over. Lin Yao was quicker, stepping forward in a few strides and kicking Dushan away. Dushan, caught off guard by her sudden attack, was initially defiant and tried to hit her a couple more times, only to realize he was no match for her. Without hesitation, he called for the others and retreated. Lin Yao was somewhat surprised by his decisiveness, but did not forcibly stop them, allowing them to leave. After the people from District 38 retreated, only the members of the Qinglang gang and those who had come to assist from District 38 remained. Looking at the people lying on the ground, she quickly searched for Lin Zhu. To her surprise, as soon as the others left, he appeared beside her like a ghost. Lin Yao, you're here too. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yao noticed that his eyes had turned bright red, and there were black patterns on his face. She couldn't help but ask, "What is happening to you?" "Don't be afraid of me. I've activated my bloodline power," Lin Zhu replied. Bloodline power? Lin Yao was even more curious. She had encountered various extraordinary abilities, but had never heard of bloodline power before. "They call me a spawn of evil because I am a descendant of the genetic combination of the native beast, the earth spider from Black Porcelain Star, and human genes," Lin Zhu said calmly, showing no signs of discomfort. How could there be such inhumane experiments? This was the first time Lin Yao had heard of attempts to combine human genes with those of beasts. It was too contrary to human ethics and her worldview. For survival, what would humans do? He said this with a calm tone, devoid of disdain or resentment. And then, what were the results of the experiments? The earth spider is the only beast that can survive in high-gravity areas. Humans sought to gain the ability to move in gravitational zones because the main area for resource drops each month is still the gravity zone. Due to gravity, after 6 months, the gravity zone rotates, and those resources would have been crushed into powder. Hence, the absurd idea of combining human and earth spider genes was born. Initially, the experiment seemed successful. Humans combined with the earth spider genes became very powerful. However, problems soon arose. Those whose genes mutated would gradually lose their rationality to the violent power of the beasts, ultimately losing all sanity and starting indiscriminate massacres. In the end, humans had to unite to eliminate those who had lost their minds due to genetic mutation. However, there were too many people involved in the experiment at that time, and some managed to escape extermination, retaining their sanity longer, allowing these mutated genes to be passed down. Fortunately, after several generations of dilution, the abilities were not so powerful. If the beast genes are not deliberately stimulated regularly, the time to lose rationality is not so quick. Listening to Lin Zhu speak about these matters in a tone that seemed unrelated to him, Lin Yao was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a gang member led a group of people over and knelt down in front of Lin Yao in unison. "Boss," Lin Yao was startled. "What are you doing? Please let us have you as our leader." No, she still needed to find her companions from Mingguang team and did not wish to be tied down in one place. The familiar gang member crawled forward on his knees and said, "Our boss is the only level 6 ability user in District 39. If he dies, we will be at the mercy of other districts, and everyone here will starve to death." Lin Yao thought to say, "What does that have to do with me?" But seeing the earnest expressions on their faces, she found herself unable to voice it. After a moment of silence, she asked the familiar gang member, "What is your name?" "Boss, my name is Dongzi," the gang member said with a flattering expression. "I see your physical skills are almost at level 5. Why don't you take on the role of boss?" "No way, boss. The leader in District 30 must be at least level 6 in physical skills to maintain control. Then just level up your physical skills." Lin Yao brought Dongzi into a room, took out 2 physical skill enhancement potions from her system space, and handed them to him. "These are physical skill enhancement potions. These 2 should be enough for you to reach level 6. "But," Dongzi hesitated. Lin Yao didn't understand. Dongzi carefully explained, "Boss, you just arrived and may not understand the situation here. We don't refrain from leveling up our physical skills because it's difficult, but because we lack energy." "Lack of energy?" "Black Porcelain Star is resource poor. Everyone is barely getting enough to eat, so who would dare to recklessly level up their physical skills? The higher the physical skills or abilities, the more energy is needed." Lin Yao, having been outside where resources were abundant, momentarily did not think of this problem. If the daily energy intake is insufficient, over time, it's not just a matter of physical skills regressing. The most feared outcome is damaging the foundation. Thus, Dongzi and others would rather suppress their physical skills for survival. Lin Yao glanced at the nutritional supplements in her system space. Enough for a person to last 1 or 200 years. However, since Black Porcelain Star only allowed entry and not exit, and with her Mingguang team members to care for, she couldn't afford to waste them. After hesitating for a moment, she still took out 20 intermediate nutritional supplements from her system space and placed them in front of Dongzi. These should be enough for you to raise your physical skills to level 6. As for what comes after level 6, you'll have to rely on your own abilities to compete for resources. She wasn't a savior, aside from Lin Ju. No one in District 39 had any obligation to her. If it weren't for Lin Ju still caring about this place, she wouldn't have offered her nutritional supplements to Dongzi. Thank you, boss. Seeing the nutritional supplements, Dongzi excitedly bowed to her several times. Lin Yao was somewhat unaccustomed to people kneeling and bowing so easily and hurriedly waved her hand. You don't need to thank me. Thank Lin Ju instead. If it weren't for his sake, I wouldn't help you. I understand. I'll definitely thank Lin Ju properly later. Yes, go and reorganize your Qinglang gang. Once you're done, I have something else for you to help with. What does the boss want us to do? Seeing his sincere attitude, Lin Yao said without hesitation. When I fell to Black Porcelain Star, someone dragged me back here. I was heavily injured, and my mecha was stolen and sold. Please help me find out where it went. Also, I came here about a month ago, along with a few companions. Please check if there were any other districts that picked up people around that time. Chapter 158. Magnetic Tide. I understand, boss. I'll send someone to take care of it right away. As he was leaving, Dongzi hesitated and glanced at her. Lin Yao found it a bit strange. Is there anything else? There are some things I think you should be reminded of. What is it? Don't casually expose your spatial abilities and the fact that you carry supplies in front of the people from the first 10 districts. The people from the first 10 districts are not as weak as those from our 30-some districts. They have many high-level body technique practitioners, and you might not be able to defeat them. If you encounter someone difficult to deal with, they may force you to hand over the supplies in your space. The residential areas of Black Porcelain Star, from the very beginning, are intimidating. The smaller the number, the stronger the ability. The leaders of the first 10 districts are all at least level 9 or higher advanced ability users, with some even reaching levels 11 or 12. Much stronger than Lin Yao, who has just stepped into the peak of mid-tier abilities. There are always stronger hands among the strong. This is a truth that Lin Yao has always understood. Therefore, she nodded in agreement. She took the advice seriously. Lin Yao's mecha was successfully retrieved, but there was still no news from the other members of the Mingguang team for the time being. She wasn't too disappointed about it. After all, in such a brutal environment, no news is often the best news. At that time, the situation was urgent, and it looked like the life space was about to rupture in space. Without mechas, and in such complicated circumstances, the chance of survival if they fell from a high altitude was almost non-existent. For their safety, Lin Yao had to take the risk of sticking the life space onto the mecha's anti-aircraft gun and then firing it towards Black Porcelain Star. The speed of the shell was faster than the mecha, and they were likely to be ejected from the life space once they entered the atmosphere. But there was also the possibility that the shell would explode at the moment the life space expired, potentially killing them. However, at that time, Lin Yao fainted shortly after firing the high-speed shell due to prolonged high-intensity driving of the mecha, resulting in her body breaking down. After carefully storing the nearly unrecognizable damaged mecha in the system space, Lin Yao planned to leave District 39 and look for supplies in other districts. Unexpectedly, she encountered the magnetic tide. The magnetic tide typically lasts 3 to 5 days, during which the gravity of the entire planet is enhanced. Various objects continuously fall from the sky, making it easy to get killed. Therefore, everyone had to stay indoors and could not go out during these days. Lin Yao was invited to stay in the Qinglang gang's house, which was much safer than Lin Ju's dilapidated place. However, watching the sky filled with falling objects, she was still a bit amazed. Having seen rain, snow, and shells fall, it was her first time witnessing supplies raining down from the sky. After 3 days of magnetic tide, Dongzi immediately invited Lin Yao to go to the gravity zone to find supplies. Lin Yao initially didn't want to go, but when she heard Dongzi say that all the residential areas would go to the gravity zone for supplies, she thought it might be a good opportunity to gather information about her teammates, so she agreed. Driving several dilapidated ground vehicles, Lin Yao took Lin Ju with her, while Dongzi brought along the Qinglang gang's ability users, rushing towards the gravity zone. District 39 was weak, and its location was poor, which was quite far from the gravity zone. They drove the shabby ground vehicles for over a day before finally arriving at the gravity transfer zone. Boss, do you think we should rest for the night before entering the gravity zone? Or should we go in overnight? Dongzi came over to ask Lin Yao's opinion. How do you usually arrange it? Lin Yao didn't make a rash decision and first asked about the previous situation. The gravity zone is physically demanding, so we usually conserve our energy and enter the next day. Then let's stick to the previous plan. With Lin Yao's words, Dongzi directed the convoy to drive for a while longer until they reached a large plain and then stopped. This place seemed to be the rest area for everyone, as many people had already set up camp here. Finding a slightly secluded spot, Dongzi parked the vehicle and began to instruct the Qinglang gang members to clear out a suitable campsite. Lin Yao and Lin Ju didn't have any tasks, so they wandered nearby to familiarize themselves with the environment. Dongzi eagerly ran over to inform them. Boss, if you want to look for people, you can wait until evening when everyone returns, and then ask around at the various residential area camps. Lin Yao, who always listened to advice, obediently waited. In the evening, she indeed heard the sound of commotion. It was the return of those people. Among them, one team stood out the most. Unlike other disorganized and scattered teams, they were very orderly and organized. Lin Yao overheard people from the nearby camp discussing. That must be the Dongfang team from District 3, right? I heard that they were a team before arriving at Black Porcelain Star, and the level of trust among them is much higher than that of other teams composed of scattered individuals. Look at the supplies they brought back. It's even more than Districts 1 and 2. Having more supplies is a big advantage, and I also feel that they're different from all the other fall individuals. Others are just getting by, but they have a different drive, as if telling others that even Black Porcelain Star cannot confine them. Sigh, were we like that when we first arrived? After wasting time, I guess that drive will fade away. They have been here for quite some time now, probably over 20 years. So, they have also been here for 20 years. Listening to those discussions, Lin Yao suddenly felt a sense of empathy. If she stayed here for decades and still couldn't leave, would she also become like these people? Losing hope, getting by day like a walking corpse. She suddenly felt a bit scared to think about it. Lin Yao, what's wrong? Lin Ju suddenly patted her, breaking her immersed thoughts. Lin Yao shook her head, pulling herself out of that suffocating feeling. I'm fine. Let's go. Accompany me to inquire at these camps. Asking about the news of others. It was relatively easy to gather information from the lower-ranked residential areas, as they would generally speak honestly upon seeing her strength. However, it became a bit difficult when it came to those slightly higher-ranked residential areas with sufficient strength. After much effort, she managed to gather information about more than 10 districts but still didn't get any concrete news. Seeing that everyone was about to rest, Lin Yao had to temporarily give up on further inquiries. When Dongzi saw her return with a bad expression, he guessed it must be because the news gathering wasn't going smoothly. So he approached her and said, Boss, I know there's a news dealer who can provide information. However, that person is very shrewd, and if it gets revealed that you're new here, it may cause unnecessary trouble. It's fine. This way of gathering information will expose me anyway. Trouble is unavoidable. Chapter 159. Floating Stone Mine, taking advantage of the time, not being too late, Dongzi led Lin Yao to find the information dealer, the lame man. As soon as the lame man heard Lin Yao's purpose, he showed a shrewd expression. You want to inquire if anyone was found in all the residential areas a month ago? Yes, I can help you look into this information. But since you want to guide all residential area news, the price won't be low. Name your price. If I can afford it, I'll ask you to inquire. If I can't, then forget it. Lin Yao was completely unfazed by the lame man's probing look and went straight to the point. The lame man was not easy to deal with, and he immediately reined in the smile on his face, saying seriously, if we exclude Area 1, Area 3, and Area 5, I'll only charge you the price of 5,000 units of food. This was the first time Lin Yao had heard of a price based on supplies. So she looked at Dongzi. Dongzi immediately understood and explained 5,000 units of food is the price for 5,000 units of ordinary food. If it's energy food, the price doubles. As intermediate martial artists, we generally need to consume at least 100 units of ordinary food to ensure our martial skills don't decline. The layman was also an intermediate martial artist, and according to this minimum consumption, 5,000 units would only sustain him for 50 days, which didn't seem too expensive. But this was Black Porcelain Star. Only top-tier abilities or individuals with special skills could guarantee that they could meet their minimum consumption every day. So in this context, the price was indeed not low, at least not something an intermediate martial artist like Lin Yao, who had just arrived at Black Porcelain Star, could afford. That's too high. I can only offer half the price at most. Lin Yao unflinchingly countered with half the price. Upon hearing this, the previously languid layman instantly straightened up. No matter how much the other party haggled, the fact that they weren't scared off by his initial offer meant the chances of closing this deal were quite high. That's impossible. I'll give you a maximum discount of 500. 500? That's almost like not reducing it at all. 600, no more. I've already inquired about the other residential areas, and you only need to look into the top 10 areas. One party was asking for sky-high prices, while the other was negotiating down. Haha, if you could find out the real news just by asking, then how would I, as an information dealer, make money? Even so, I can only offer 800 at most. Anything higher, and I would starve myself. So let's not even talk about inquiring about information. Little girl, I see you're an intermediate martial artist at such a young age. You must have lived quite well before falling into Black Porcelain Star, right? Now that you've ended up in such a place, you must be eager to find your companions quickly, right? So what? Your price of 800 means information will come at that speed. If you offer 500, I can get you the information in at most 5 days. Besides, once you find your companions, surely these supplies won't just be on you alone, right? Lin Yao thought for a moment and pretended to be swayed by his words. 3,000 units. And I want the information within 3 days. This information isn't too secretive. I think you shouldn't need to exert too much effort to find it. Whether to do this business or not, you can consider it, boss. Seeing Lin Yao present her bottom line, the layman knew they couldn't negotiate any further on this price. 3,000 units is fine, but I need 5 days. Little girl, don't push the price down too hard. You want it low and fast. Lin Yao pondered for a while before nodding with difficulty in agreement. Then let's pay a deposit of 1,000 units. Lin Yao didn't have ordinary food on her, so she could only look at Dongzi. Do you have any? Lend me some. I'll return it after this collection. Dongzi smiled wryly. Boss, I only have a total of 1,000 units of food, and that's our entire District 39's shared consumption during this time. Then lend me 500 units. After borrowing in front of the lame man, she turned to him. You see, I can only squeeze out a maximum of 500 units for the deposit. If you agree, we continue the transaction. If not, then the deal is off. Having reached this stage, the layman could no longer negotiate further over such a small deposit and could only agree helplessly. This young lady really opens my eyes. No choice, since this is my business. Even if the deposit is a little lower, I'm willing to take some risks. Lin Yao returned to the camp with Dongzi, handed over the food to the layman, and thus completed the transaction. With the pressure of debt, the next day, Lin Yao went to the gravity zone to search for food with much more enthusiasm. Although there wasn't a small amount of items in her system space, she was absolutely unwilling to use energy food to repay what could be directly exchanged with ordinary food. Upon entering the gravity zone, Lin Yao realized that things were not as simple as she had imagined. The gravity chamber established by interstellar simulation was on a different level of intensity compared to this natural gravity zone. If the energy could keep up, training martial skills here would progress much faster than in the interstellar gravity chamber. No wonder there were only a few 100,000 people in the 40-odd residential areas of Black Porcelain Star, yet there were thousands of high-level martial artists. If it weren't for the lack of energy food, those super S-level martial artists in the Galactic Alliance would probably be fewer as well. As soon as she entered the gravity zone, Lin Yao was immediately pressed down by the overwhelming gravity without any buffer, and it was only under Dongzi's guidance. Constantly circulating energy within her body that she could successfully start moving in the gravity zone. Fortunately, she was an 8th-level martial artist. After about an hour of adaptation, she gradually got the hang of searching. She was quite lucky. As she searched, she picked up some exotic plants and beasts, collecting items whose uses she couldn't discern. Dongzi also reminded her that if she encountered anything valuable, she could sneakily stash it away in her space when no one was watching, which could help reduce disputes in the end. After asking him what level of food was considered valuable on Black Porcelain Star, she left behind the people from District 39 and headed toward areas with higher gravity. Martial skills on Black Porcelain Star had a severe break at level 5. Level 5 was the average level, level 6 to 9 were the backbone, and those above level 10 were rare. With her 8th level martial arts, Lin Yao could reach the gravity zone, where there were very few people. She could hardly see anyone for kilometers, allowing her to dominate a large area. She found a place unoccupied and began to scour it thoroughly. As she focused on picking things up while walking, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy, which soon led her to lose her sense of direction. When she looked up again, she found herself standing in front of a raised hill. Black Porcelain Star was filled with vast plains, and hills were quite rare, which surprised Lin Yao. At that moment, her system suddenly reported, sign-in point, floating stone mine detected. Do you wish to spend 10 sign-in points to sign in? Chapter 160, Eastern Team, Floating Stone? This was the first time Lin Yao had heard this name. Believing that anything produced by the system must be a quality item, she chose to sign in without hesitation. Sign in successful, she received Floating Stone 100. To have as many as 100, it seemed to look not very precious, yet it consumed 10 sign-in points, which left Lin Yao momentarily unsure whether this item was valuable or not. She clicked on the note and saw Floating Stone 100, a type of ore that can counteract gravity. Counteract gravity? No one of the area was flat. With only a small hillside here, it turned out there was an anti-gravity mine below, on a planet filled with gravity. There was actually an anti-gravity mine. Wasn't that akin to the saying that every poison has an antidote within 10 steps? She felt that this mine should be useful. So Lin Yao planned to remember the location of this hillside. However, since the area was all plains with only this one hillside within a radius of several thousand meters, it should be pretty easy to find. While she was observing her surroundings, suddenly a person rushed over from a distance like the wind, arrogantly raising his head and saying to Lin Yao, "Miss, I see you've been lingering here for a long time. Have you found something good? Come on, share it with me." Under the weight of gravity, Lin Yao did not notice him spying from afar at first, but upon his approach, she quickly recognized him. However, didn't Dongzi say to be careful of being robbed when finishing work in the evening? Why was this person breaking the rules and thinking about robbery now? Isn't that a bit too desperate? Sorry, I'm just starting to look for things, all junk, and I haven't found anything valuable, she replied lazily. The man, however, looked incredulous. You've been here with that strange expression for so long. You must have found something. Stop talking nonsense and hand it over. I already said I haven't found anything valuable. Why don't you believe me? Lin Yao said, lazily, while preparing to take action. You're asking for it. Just as the man was about to act, a voice came from a distance. Zhang San, how come I see you robbing someone again? Lin Yao turned her head to see a group of people walking over from afar. They stood upright, their steps in unison, looking very righteous. Tang Jingsu, I haven't offended anyone from your Eastern team. Why are you always keeping an eye on me? Zhang San, upon seeing the group, was very angry. I'm not keeping an eye on you. It's just that every time you bully someone, it's right under my nose. I can't stand it and want to interfere. Tang Jingsu replied. Lin Yao looked up and felt that Tang Jingsu looked somewhat familiar. However, she had heard people chatting that the Eastern team had been on Black Porcelain Star for over 20 years, so it was clear she couldn't possibly know him. Tang Jingsu, I hope you don't fall into my hands in the future. The man threw down a line and fled in a hurry. Get lost. This little threat Tang Jingsu naturally did not take to heart. Seeing that the man had been scared off, he turned to Lin Yao and said, Young lady, although there's an unwritten rule not to rob others while searching for resources, there's still plenty of people who don't follow the rules. You'd better stick with the team and not wander off alone. This person was both upright and enthusiastic, a rare good person on Black Porcelain Star. Even though Lin Yao might not need his help, she still sincerely thanked him. Mr. Tang, thank you for your help. Tang Jingsu waved his hand, it's nothing, and then quickly took a few steps to catch up with the team that had already moved ahead. After this little incident, Lin Yao decided not to delve deeper and began to sweep the area. In the region she was in, low-level resources were out of reach. High-level ones were not worth her attention, and mid-level ones might not necessarily be able to defeat her. She found resources quite smoothly. After 2 days of searching in the mid-level area, she felt she could gather enough resources to buy trade information. On the third day, Lin Yao thought she could take a bit of a risk and explore areas with higher pressure. By this time, the outer parts had been thoroughly searched, and Lin Yao did not stop, heading straight toward the high-pressure area. Once she reached a certain position, she felt the pressure on her body increasing, and gradually, even moving became difficult. She tried to mobilize all her energy, body techniques, and abilities, and finally advanced a few thousand meters. However, at this point, she was almost unable to stand straight. But on the bright side, under such heavy pressure as her body's energy circulated, both her body techniques and abilities showed significant improvement. She was secretly delighted, thinking that once she found the Mingguang team, she must bring them here to train. They would surely advance 2 levels in 3 years. Right now, she wanted to continue exploring, so she activated her mental energy to protect herself. With such gravity, it felt as if her entire mental energy had solidified, and she didn't have to worry about her mental abilities exceeding her body's limits, making it very reassuring to use. She walked into what felt like the range of level 10 body techniques, sensing she was at her personal capacity limit and decided not to delve deeper, starting to sweep the area instead. After sweeping for a while, she heard a fierce sound of shouting from a distance, sounding like a fight was happening. She didn't want to get involved, but then she heard a voice say, "Tang Jingsu, you always like to meddle in others' affairs. This time it's my turn to meddle in yours." Although she only heard others' voices and not Tang Jingsu's, Lin Yao became worried that this enthusiastic person might get into trouble. So she hurriedly ran toward the sound. As she got closer, she found that the Eastern team was indeed in a difficult situation. They seemed to have discovered an injured high-level alien beast, likely wanting to take it down, but they had suffered quite a bit of damage and were under significant strain. Just as they were about to finish it off, suddenly a group of people who had a grudge against them and wanted to take advantage jumped out. This put them in a rather awkward predicament. They feared that if they took down the alien beast, they might fall into a trap. But if they didn't deal with the alien beast first, it would turn against them due to the accumulated hatred. However, they clearly had experience in such situations. Not hesitating for too long, with the Captain's order, the 4 of them worked together and swiftly killed the alien beast. The remaining 5 stood guard, preventing ambush from the incoming team. As the alien beast fell, the incoming team indeed made their move. However, the members of the Eastern team were evidently a bit worn out, and the 5 who were defending could not withstand the attack completely. Just as it looked like the Eastern team members were about to get hurt, Lin Yao did not hesitate. She immediately created a mental shield for them and then fiercely attacked the incoming team. The Eastern team, seeing this, was momentarily stunned, but they quickly reacted and coordinated with Lin Yao to drive the incoming team away. Tang Jingsu recognized Lin Yao and was somewhat surprised. "Little girl, so you are so strong. Did I meddle in your affairs that day for nothing?" Chapter 161. The Expedition Special Forces from 20 years ago. You are so eager to help others. How can that be considered meddling? Besides, good people like you are a rare resource on Black Porcelain Star, so I must protect you. Seeing Tang Jingsu's friendly tone, Lin Yao teased him back. Tang Jingsu was not shy at all, accepting the banter wholeheartedly. That's right. People like me are one less with every death. However, your previous help doesn't count. Today you helped me, so let us give you a piece of exotic beast meat as a reward. No need. Lin Yao had stockpiled quite a bit of exotic beast meat since she discovered that the system space could maintain energy without dissipating. However, without Zhong foam to cook it, using ordinary methods to prepare the meat would be a waste. Moreover, she needed their help for something more important. "If you really want to thank me, help me find out some information," she said. "What information?" "About a month ago, did you or any nearby residential areas in Area 3 find a few people?" Upon hearing this, Tang Jingsu and the members of the Eastern team exchanged odd glances, including their captain. Just as Lin Yao was filled with curiosity, the serious captain asked, "Who are you to them?" Realizing there was a chance, she quickly replied, "I'm their captain." Who is the boy with the level 5 metal ability? Lin Yao was overjoyed at this question. Does that mean you have news about them? First answer my question, the Eastern team captain said sternly. Lin Yao hesitated. Should she tell them they were from the Yunmeng star system? But she wasn't sure if the Eastern team members knew about Yunmeng star system. At this moment, Tang Jingsu stepped in to explain, I guess you must be from the Yunmeng star system. Coincidentally, we are also from Yunmeng star system. Lin Yao was taken aback. Have you heard of the Expedition Special Forces from over 20 years ago? Tang Jingsu asked. Initially, Lin Yao did not know about this. She had only heard about the Expedition Special Forces after interacting with the Expedition Army later on, to carve out a path to freedom for the Yunmeng star system. The Yunmeng officials made many attempts. Besides adhering to the bottom line, there were numerous experiments and research conducted. 20 years ago, to enhance military strength, they gathered the top talents from various industries in Yunmeng as logistic support, along with a group of ability users and those with high physical talent, to form an Expedition Special Forces team. They were equipped with the most advanced weapons, warships, and equipment, receiving first-class support. The results were quite significant. Although it was just a few hundred people, their strength could match that of an ordinary army from a primary civilization. This gave the people of Yunmeng a glimmer of hope for rising. However, it ultimately attracted attention. The Expedition Special Forces quickly caught the eye of the Eastern primary civilization. They used advanced communication systems to fabricate orders, luring the Expedition Special Forces to a remote location and annihilating them with overwhelming force. The people of Yunmeng knew about this, but had no evidence to report them to the Star Alliance. Unable to fight back, they could only bear the grievance and leave it as a cold case. At that time, the Expedition Army and the Mingguang team still spoke of it with gritted teeth. Even after more than 20 years, that was a sharp weapon crafted with top technology, top talent, and top military power from the Yunmeng star system. It was quietly wiped out. The loss and blow to Yunmeng were immense. Even Lin Yao, as an outsider, felt a deep pain in her heart. But she never expected that the members of the Expedition Special Forces were still alive and had ended up on Black Porcelain Star. Are all of you from Special Forces here? She actually wanted to ask if they had all survived. It's not that easy. You've experienced the dangers of the chaotic nebula. Lin Yao thought to say that apart from the journey to Black Porcelain Star, they hadn't really suffered much hardship, except for being somewhat isolated. From the chaotic nebula to Black Porcelain Star, it was nearly a life-and-death struggle. Once we arrived at Black Porcelain Star, for various reasons, we lost nearly a third of our people before barely managing to survive here. What a sad story. Lin Yao did not respond, waiting until his emotions calmed down a bit before saluting them. Thank you for your hard work. Tang Jingsu smiled nonchalantly. Little girl, you haven't told us about your background yet. My name is Lin Yao. We are all students from the First Academy and formed the Mingguang team together. We ended up in the chaotic nebula because we were ambushed. Lin Yao recounted how they fell into the chaotic nebula, omitting the matter of a life space, and how they ended up on Black Porcelain Star. At the end, she asked, by the way, where are my team members now, and how are they doing? Don't worry, your people are in Area 3. However, they are quite injured and are currently being treated, Tang Jingsu replied. Lin Yao thought about how her own mech had caused her spiritual entity to split. If it weren't for Lin Ju finding her some precious materials, she would probably still be lying down. They were wearing ordinary protective gear, so they must have been seriously injured and lacked healing agents. I can't stay any longer. When are you going back? I want to go to Area 3 with you. Tang Jingsu glanced at their captain, who nodded, then said, it's getting late. Let us wait until we recover and finish dividing this exotic beast before heading back. Lin Yao then realized that the members of the Special Forces seemed to be injured, so she quickly took out a row of healing agents from the system space. You all drink these agents to heal. After receiving the agents, Tang Jingsu was momentarily stunned before exclaiming in delight. You're from the spatial ability system? No, it's a special storage space. Since they were on the same side, Lin Yao's trust level was naturally a bit higher, so she gave him a half-truth and asked, should I put this exotic beast away for you first? You could divide it when you take it back. Take it if your space can hold it. Lin Yao touched the giant exotic beast and directly stored it in the system space. Seeing her effortlessly store the massive exotic beast, Tang Jingsu's jaw dropped in surprise. How big is your space? The system space is infinite, but Lin Yao certainly couldn't say that. She could only reply, it hasn't been filled to capacity yet. On the way back, Tang Jingsu introduced her to the members of the Eastern team. Our captain is called Yao Jingqi. He is from the Yao family. The level 5 metal ability user from your team should also be from the Yao family, right? Yao Jingqi. ISNT, he the one known as the #1 genius of the Yunming star system. Chapter 162. Biological brother, I heard that this person is a rare, multi-talented combat genius, excelling in command, abilities, and mechas, ranking first in everything. Moreover, he is sincere and polite to others, upright and fair. During his school years, his peers from 2 or 3 generations held him in high esteem. Lin Yao followed Tang Jingsu closely, secretly glancing at Yao Jingqi. He seemed quiet and wore a cold expression, which felt somewhat at odds with the legends. Could it be that the filter of the expeditionary army was too thick? In addition to Yao Jingqi, Tang Jingsu introduced her to the other members of the Eastern team, all of whom were advanced physical practitioners above level 10. Whether it was because they had stayed too long on Black Porcelain Star or due to their inherently cold personalities. Besides Tang Jingsu, who was lively and cheerful, the others appeared reluctant to speak much. Upon arriving at the campsite, while the Eastern team packed up, Lin Yao returned to Area 39 first. At this moment, Dongzi also led his team back. Lin Yao briefly explained, I found my teammates in Area 3, so I won't be returning to Area 39 anymore. I will settle the matter with the information dealer shortly. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. Dongzi looked somewhat anxious. Boss, why are you saying you took care of us? It was you who took care of us. But, are you really leaving so soon? Area 39 won't be safe without you. Lin Yao understood his concerns and interrupted. After you return, just raise your physical skills to level 6. With your protection, Area 39 will be fine. If there are any insurmountable problems, you can seek help in Area 3. I will definitely assist if I can. Knowing she couldn't be kept, Dongzi no longer insisted, I understand, boss. After finishing with Dongzi, Lin Yao looked at the sulking Lin Ju. She was a bit annoyed that she had to search for things alone during this time, and had entrusted him to Dongzi. Seeing her glance over, he turned his head away, ignoring her. Lin Yao sighed and pretended to be troubled. Lin Ju, are you still mad at me? I originally wanted to take you to Area 3 with me, but it seems you won't be going now. Lin Yao, you can't leave me behind this time. Lin Ju jumped in front of her, sulking. Are you still angry with me? Lin Yao pinched his puffed-up cheeks. I wasn't angry with you in the first place. Lin Yao ruffled his hair. Good. Go pack your things and let's go. While Lin Ju packed, Lin Yao found the information dealer, the cripple, and told him she had found her person, so there was no need to inquire further about the subsequent information. She then paid him the remaining amount. The cripple was quite polite and returned her 500 units of food. Lin Yao was a bit surprised. Clients like you who value credibility are rare on Black Porcelain Star. I hope we can work together again next time, the cripple said. Sure, if I want to buy information again, I'll definitely come to you. Lin Yao brought Lin Ju to the Eastern team. When Tang Jingsu saw them, he curiously asked, is this also a member of Mingwang team? No, he is my lifesaver. However, he carries the gene of the earth-walking spider. I wonder if Area 3 will allow him to enter? Tang Jingsu scoffed. You must have received some information from the lower districts, right? Most people who have descended from Black Porcelain Star carry the earth-walking spider gene. Some just display it, while others haven't shown it yet. As for fearing they might lose their sanity and kill, only those with low combat power in the lower districts would worry. Our Area 3 has enough combat strength. A mere level 4 person won't pose a threat. That's good. Just as Tang Jingsu said, with sufficient combat power, there would be no such worries. Otherwise, Lin Yao wouldn't have brought him along. The earth-walking vehicles in Area 3 were much better than those in Area 39, and after a swift hour, they arrived. Once off the vehicle, without taking the time to observe the surroundings, Lin Yao urged Tang Jingsu to take her to meet the other members of the Mingwang team. Fortunately, besides her, the other members of the Mingwang team were all together and had been rescued by the Special Operations team from the Yunming star system. Although they were all seriously injured, they had received good treatment. They just couldn't move and were anxious about not being able to find Lin Yao. But everything else was fine. When they saw the unharmed Lin Yao appear before them, they couldn't contain their joy. Woo-woo, Captain, we were so worried about you. Captain, I knew you would be okay. Captain, watching everyone express their feelings of separation all at once, Lin Yao quickly reassured them. Okay, I'm fine now, right? How about you? When you were thrown out of the life space, you didn't happen to encounter the explosion of an anti-aircraft shell, did you? Yao Beiluo replied, no. The life space disintegrated upon entering the atmosphere, and we landed after the anti-aircraft shell, so we weren't hit by the shell's blast. The injuries we sustained were from falling from a height. Lin Yao looked at the group. Zhang Feng had the lightest injuries, while Yao Beiluo, Wang Jincheng, Wang Xiaoqi, and Meng Xingxin were slightly worse off. The most seriously injured were Bai Zhenjin and Yumi. This highlighted the importance of physical skills for survival. Your physical skills are still a bit low. I have some potions here. Drink them and heal quickly. I found a great training method that guarantees you'll level up in 2 years. Such a good place. Wang Jincheng was astonished. Lin Yao speculated that the special operations team members probably hadn't revealed their identities to them yet, so they should have received no information at all. She briefly told them about the situation on Black Porcelain Star. Upon hearing about the gravity wheel rotation, everyone exclaimed, such a big deal, anything can happen. Lin Yao then introduced Lin Ju to the team. He is my lifesaver and the youngest among us, so treat him like your little brother. Since Lin Ju saved Lin Yao, the Mingguang team members were naturally very grateful. Even the usually arrogant Wang Jincheng treated Lin Ju with great politeness from now on. You are my little brother. With the assistance of the potions, in just a few days, the injuries of the 7 members of the Mingguang team had healed. Lin Yao then took them to thank the special operations team. Yao Beiluo, the leader of the Eastern team, is also from your Yao family, so you should probably be relatives. Oh, what's his name? Yao Beiluo asked, slightly surprised. Yao Jingqi. As soon as the words left her mouth, the joyful expression on Yao Beiluo's face immediately froze. Lin Yao was puzzled. What's wrong? Wang Jincheng leaned in and whispered, Captain, didn't you know that Yao Zhengqi is his biological brother? Biological brother? Lin Yao was shocked. It was the first time she had heard that Yao Beiluo had a biological brother. Chapter 163. That was truly a life-or-death situation. No wonder when she introduced the members of the Mingguang team to Tang Jingsu, his expression was so strange. Wang Jincheng couldn't help but sigh softly. Yao Beiluo is quite a formidable figure in our generation. It's a pity he has such an outstanding brother. He has lived in his shadow since childhood. Right now, he must be feeling quite mixed inside. Don't gloat too much. Lin Yao glared at him. I heard that most of your military families have someone in the expeditionary army. I wonder if your Wang family does. Wang Jincheng immediately froze. Since Lin Yao had agreed with Tang Jingsu to bring the Mingguang team to express their gratitude, when they were taken to the Special Operations Team's conference room, it was already packed with people. After the Mingguang team arrived, before they could even express their thanks, someone excitedly stood up and asked, who among you is from the Wang family? Wang Jincheng, somewhat taken aback, stepped forward. I am. Who is Wang Tianlong to you? That is my cousin. Although Wang Jincheng is currently the only descendant of the Wang family, he wasn't always the sole heir. He has several older cousins and cousins from the previous generation. However, the Wang family has always been known for their high-attacking lightning abilities, almost on par with the general family, the Yao family, and has been referred to as a gun from Yunmeng. Behind their fame lies countless sacrifices similar to the Yao family. There were very few left from his father's generation, and in his own generation, it was even worse. Only he remained. Even though high-level ability, users can live up to 300 years and have a long reproductive age. The higher the ability, the more difficult it is to reproduce. Even if they could have children, the offspring might not have talent. Before Wang Jincheng was born, most of his generation had already passed away. If it weren't for a few still of childbearing age from his father's generation, the Wang family might have faced extinction. Due to those previous sacrifices, the elders of the family inevitably spoiled Wang Jincheng a bit, raising him into someone who fears neither heaven nor earth. He had heard that Yao Zhengqi was still alive, and when he heard Lin Yao ask if anyone from the Wang family was in the special operations team, he held on to the hope that his cousin Wang Tianlong might still be alive. But at that moment, in front of the special operations team, his heart sank. As soon as Wang Jincheng finished speaking, the entire special operations team suddenly knelt down, including Yao Jingqi. "What are you doing? We kneel in shame towards your Wang family for allowing your cousin to sacrifice himself to save us." Compared to the Mingguang team, which had a life-space protection, the special operations team faced true life-and-death situations when they arrived at Haisai Star. They were besieged by the Eastern Civilization's army and had no way out but to retreat into the chaotic nebula. In the chaotic nebula, the larger the object, the greater the damage it receives. A starship, being so large, was soon battered and torn apart by the various high-speed moving nebulae and objects within. Additionally, due to the powerful magnetic attraction, they could not operate and could only drift along with the currents. The starship of the Special Operations Team not only had high-level combat soldiers, but also top talent from various fields. Once they lost the protection of the starship, a portion of the Special Operations Team could survive, but those elite talents would certainly struggle to make it. Thus, the leader of the Special Operations Team, Yao Jingqi, ordered other ability users to take turns maintaining a protective shield around the starship's hull, with metal-type abilities responsible for external repairs. Once the outer layer was repaired, they would allow other ability users to rest. This alternating cycle could still help preserve the starship in the early stages. As they got closer to Haisai Star, the various nebulae grew more powerful and their flow speeds increased. Soon, the precarious balance was shattered. Many high-level ability users had to overexert themselves, injuring their foundations, while others suffered mental breakdowns due to a lack of timely treatment. At that time, people were dying every day, and the atmosphere aboard the starship plunged into despair. However, they were not too unlucky. The entry point into the chaotic nebula was relatively close to Haisai Star. After staying in the chaotic nebula for 2 weeks, they finally saw Haisai Star. By then, the Special Operations Team had lost nearly 2/3 of their members, and even Yao Jingqi himself was on the verge of a mental breakdown and could hardly command anymore. The starship was also in tatters, close to disintegration. At this moment, Wang Tianlong, a high-level lightning-type ability user, stepped forward. Clad in mech armor, he exited the battleship, exhausting his life force, using his lightning abilities to rapidly propel the starship towards Haisai Star. Hearing the Special Operations Team recount Wang Tianlong's story, the members of the Mingguang team all turned their gazes towards Lin Yao. Sacrificing oneself to help teammates survive, how noble they all were. Fortunately, their captain had not died and had survived. Despite his deep sorrow, Wang Jincheng still held back tears as he helped Yao Jingqi and the others up. "This is not your fault. It was my cousin's choice. My uncle also said that from the moment we donned that military uniform, we bore that responsibility. Even in death, we must shoulder the responsibilities we are meant to carry. You don't need to feel guilty. You are all doing what you ought to do. And my brother is doing what he ought to do. His sacrifice allowed you to survive, and you should live on for him." Due to Wang Tianlong's story, the atmosphere in the Special Operations Team's gathering place became somewhat subdued. However, with the addition of several young and energetic youths, the previous sense of lifelessness lightened a bit. Even the originally icy Yao Jingqi seemed to soften after chatting with his younger brother Yao Beiluo. Yao Beiluo's face could not hide his joy, and he also seemed more relaxed. "We haven't been idle over these 20 years. The combat personnel are responsible for collecting food and materials outside, ensuring safety and logistics. Other personnel have united to not only repair the damaged starship, but also research technology to break through the gravity of Haisai Star and technologies that would allow the starship to operate in the chaotic nebula. We already have some leads on the technology to break through Haisai Star's gravity. We just lack some materials. The technology for operating in the chaotic nebula is still quite far off. If you've been to the Galactic Alliance and seen the technologies out there, why don't you share with us what technologies are available now? Perhaps we can gain some insights." Speaking of the Galactic Alliance's technology, Lin Yao thought of academician Zheng and wondered if he had safely returned to the Yunmeng star system. She was concerned whether the technology she had given him could be fully understood by the people of Yunmeng star system and whether they could establish the jump points. While she didn't have many ideas, she certainly had no shortage of technology. Chapter 164, No Materials. I packed a set of technological data from the system space and handed it to the Special Forces scientific researchers, saying it was technology one obtained from the Galactic Alliance, and they could see if there was anything they needed. The Special Forces researchers, holding the pile of data storage cards, thought it was just some conventional technological data and didn't pay much attention. However, when they took it back to review, they were astounded. This is the data for constructing jump points, and it's incredibly comprehensive. If we have this set of data in the Yunming galaxy, we could establish a jump point in less than 100 years. Could we establish a jump point on high-size star? That way, even if our starship can't withstand the chaotic nebula, we could rely on the jump point to escape. The idea is good, but I don't have the materials. They're researching starships that can navigate through the chaotic nebula, but aside from the inherent difficulties of the nebula itself, there is also a lack of materials. Many high-tech items with electromagnetic signals cannot be used here, so they cannot conduct mining on high-size star. They can only rely on their previously damaged warships after repairs and modifications, hoping for the monthly magnetic tide to bring some minerals and material fragments. Otherwise, they can only find ways to trade with the old residents. Aside from these methods, they don't have many channels to obtain materials. With the limitation of materials, it's difficult to modify the starships, let alone the enormous cost of establishing a jump point. There are too many limiting factors, and Lin Yao couldn't find a solution at the moment. The only thing she could do was to utilize the system space's infinite storage and its ability to maintain energy for a long time to help them store food, alleviating some of their concerns about food supply. Previously, after each magnetic tide, even if the Special Forces had the energy, they wouldn't bring back too much. This is because the food here loses energy faster than in the outside world, and they couldn't store it. Bringing it back would just waste their strength. As for everything else, Lin Yao couldn't help, so she could only take the Mingguang team members to the gravity zone every day to improve their physical skills. Socially anxious like Yumi, her information engineering skills were of no use here, forcing her to join the ranks of physical training. Bai Jinjin's physical skills were only slightly better than Yumi's. When they fell onto high-size star, if it weren't for the timely rescue by the Special Forces, they would have almost lost their lives. This time, they understood the importance of physical skills, and under Lin Yao's guidance, both of them worked hard. As for others, like Zhang Feng, Yao Beluo, and Wan Xiaoqi, they were quite self-aware and exercised on their own. Wang Jinsheng looked carefree and unable to endure hardship, but he was actually quite dedicated to physical training. The only delicate one, Meng Xingqian, also became more determined under the pressure from others. High-size star truly is a unique star for body tempering. Under its strong gravity, members of the Mingguang team completed a level upgrade before the biannual gravity rotation. Aside from their earlier accumulation, their hard work during this period was also significant. Lin Zhu has the bloodline power of the earth-walking spider, and before activating it, his physical skills were about level 4. After activating his bloodline power, all aspects of his abilities saw a significant increase, reaching about level 6 in physical skills. However, he could only maintain it for up to 20 minutes, so it wasn't sustainable. After learning that frequently activating his bloodline power could accelerate the process of losing his sanity, Lin Yao strictly prohibited him from activating it. She trained with him alongside the Mingguang team, teaching him better physical techniques and mental cultivation skills. She also had the Mingguang team members teach him various knowledge to help him gradually break away from his period of pure illiteracy. Lin Zhu gradually integrated into the Mingguang team and became the group's pet. When the time for the biannual gravity rotation came, the Special Forces led the people from District 3 to move to a new residential area. The relocation of the residential area was not as simple as imagined. After being under strong gravity for 6 months, even the sturdiest houses would be affected by the pressure. So the habit of the high-size star people is to build their houses in a detachable manner. After 6 months of gravity rotation, they would dismantle their houses and rebuild them in another area, which actually saves materials. The Mingguang team, being newcomers, had no experience in this regard and couldn't help much. Do you want me to take these things away? Looking at the pile of construction materials on the ground after the dismantling, Lin Yao didn't hastily collect them, but first asked Tang Jingsu. Tang Jingsu shook his head, saying no. Although your space isn't particularly confidential, it shouldn't be too ostentatious. Our special forces have decent combat power, but there are also many S-level and above masters of physical skills from the Galactic Alliance here. So it's better to keep a low profile. There are not a few space ability users on the entire planet, but they all depend on large powers. However, those people's spaces are not as large as Lin Yao's, and they do not have the characteristic of indefinite preservation. So the demand for space in this regard is not as strong as imagined. With the experience of dismantling and assembling houses every 6 months, even without Lin Yao's help, they completed the relocation quickly. In just over 10 days, they finished the overall relocation of the residential area. The new place they settled in was surprisingly well located, right next to the hillside where Lin Yao signed in for the floating stone. Lin Yao stood on the hillside, pondering whether to consider excavating the floating stone to study its uses. The research team had mentioned before that there was a lack of anti-gravity materials, and she wondered if this could be useful. After contemplating, she didn't hesitate much and took the Mingguang team members to start digging using primitive methods. Seeing them digging the mountain for no reason, the people from District 3 were quite curious and inquired about what they were digging for. Of course, Lin Yao couldn't say there were mines below, so she could only laugh and say, "I see that High-Side Star is all flat everywhere, and I'm curious about what's underneath that could form a raised hillside." Others listened and thought they were just bored with nothing to do. Even their own team felt the same way. "Captain, the soil on High-Side Star is too hard, right? We've been digging for half a day and haven't seen a big hole," Wang Jinsheng complained. Under long-term gravity, the soil on High-Side Star only becomes firmer. Moreover, with years of such pressure, the entire planet will continue to shrink until its interior condenses to a point where gravity can no longer compress it, Yao Beiluo explained. After hearing Yao Beiluo's words, Bai Jinjin couldn't help but tease. If other planet surfaces lack vegetation, they're usually full of dust. But High-Side Star is good. The soil is more solid than tiles. When a gust of wind blows, it's like sweeping the floor. Such solid soil, with no plants growing, makes basic survival impossible. How is that good? Meng Xingchen couldn't help but retort. Chapter 165. Mutual growth and restraint by Zhenjin was so angry that she directly hit him on the head, saying, "I was being sarcastic. Do you understand sarcasm?" Out of trust for Lin Yao, the Mingguang team didn't let their chat interfere with their excavation work. The floating stones weren't buried deep, and they quickly dug them out, looking at the large white stone that felt as light as a feather in their hands. Everyone was astonished. Yao Beiluo gently dragged a piece of white floating stone and glanced deeply at Lin Yao, asking, "Captain, is this what you want to dig up?" Lin Yao was unfazed by his penetrating gaze and calmly replied, "This is called floating stone. It should have anti-gravity properties. We'll take it back for the research team to study and see if it can be useful." Floating stone? At first, everyone didn't understand the significance of floating stone. However, when the research team requested the special forces to organize the excavation and they unearthed a massive stone that actually floated in mid-air, they were shocked and understood that the name floating stone was indeed quite fitting. After studying the floating stone, the research team discovered that it was a particularly good anti-gravity material. If a large amount were added to the starship, it could help the starship overcome the gravitational pressure of the black porcelain star. The discovery of floating stone instantly opened up new ideas for the research team. The universe's naturally generated materials are always in a state of mutual growth and restraint. On a planet filled with gravity, materials like floating stone that counteract gravity would naturally lead to the existence of materials that counteract the chaotic nebula in the chaotic nebula itself. The research team adjusted their thinking and decided to first develop a batch of anti-gravity mechs, preparing for the special forces to explore the chaotic nebula near the black porcelain star. With new ideas and hopes, the research team immediately went in high gear. Seeing the research team busy, Lin Yao simply sent Meng Xingchen and Yumi to help them out. She led the other members of the Mingguang team and Lin Zhu to roam around the planet, hoping to trigger the system, sign in, and discover other ores. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the research team's anti-gravity mechs were finally successfully modified. The special forces, including the Mingguang team, were eager to be among the first to obtain the anti-gravity mechs for exploring the chaotic nebula in outer space near the black porcelain star. You're just a bunch of newly adult kids. Why should you also compete for the anti-gravity mechs? One of the Special Forces members said somewhat discontentedly. Wang Jinsheng retorted without hesitation, "We just turned adult, and we're already at level 7 in both physical skills and abilities. Physical skills are the foundation of abilities, and the width of the spiritual sea determines the upper limit of abilities." Under Lin Yao's leadership, the Mingguang team achieved their goal of advancing 2 levels in physical skills over 3 years, and with half a year of mental training in the chaotic nebula, everyone's physical skills and abilities improved steadily. Yao Beiluo was now at level 8 in both gold abilities and physical skills, a level of advancement that made him a genius in the Galactic Alliance. Zhang Feng, who originally had level 5 physical skills, had also reached the peak of level 8, with his abilities slightly lower but still at level 7. Wang Jinsheng and Meng Xingchen were slightly behind, both reaching level 7 in physical skills and abilities. Wan Xiaoqi's ability advancement was a bit slower than her physical skills. She was now at level 7 in physical skills and level 6 in abilities. Bai Zhenjin and Yumi were at similar levels, both at level 6 in physical skills and level 7 in abilities. But Bai Zhenjin had a bit more training time than Yumi due to her involvement in research, so her physical skills were slightly higher. The most improved was the local native Lin Yao, who, with the system's physical training methods, had achieved a peak level of 7 in physical skills. Even without abilities, he wouldn't suffer too much against others of the same level in the Mingguang team. It was due to this significant progress at level 5, combined with their recent coming of age, that they dared to step forward and compete with the Special Forces for the anti-gravity mech slots. The dispute below was of little use, so Lin Yao directly approached Yao Jingqi to express the Mingguang team's desire to join them in space exploration. Although this batch of anti-gravity mechs had passed basic launch tests, it didn't mean that this mission was foolproof. Perhaps because of Yao Beiluo's presence, or maybe seeing Wang Jinsheng. Yao Jingqi seemed a bit better than he had in the past few years. He wasn't as cold as he had been during their first meeting. It's precisely because it's not foolproof that I'm thinking of having the Mingguang team go first as vanguard. Every one of your Special Forces members is precious, especially your Eastern team. You have to gather food and protect the research team, so you can't afford to lose anyone, Lin Yao said. You don't have much mech combat experience, Yao Zhengqi pointed out. In the years since we've come of age, we've been training in mech operations every day, and we're quite proficient now. Moreover, we're only going for preliminary exploration, so we don't need too much experience. Too little space experience means you might not be able to handle emergencies. This time, I'm only planning to take Yao Beiluo and Wang Jinsheng. The two were from military families, and even before coming of age, under sufficient protection, their basic mech training had not been lacking. Thus, after coming of age and formally learning to operate mechs, their progress was the fastest, making them the most outstanding among everyone. Lin Yao's personal mech abilities went without saying. She believed that with her experience, it would be no problem to protect the two of them. Yao Jingqi didn't know Lin Yao's thoughts, but one was the cousin of a deceased comrade, and the other was his own younger brother. Just hearing these two names made him frown. Don't worry, I can guarantee their safe return. Moreover, I believe that the best way to protect them is not to prevent them from facing danger, but to give them the ability to cope with danger. Yao Jingqi remained silent, only looking at her with probing eyes. Lin Yao remained unchanged, unfazed by scrutiny, and continued, 5 years ago, I was able to bring this group of people safely from the chaotic nebula to the black porcelain star. Now my combat power is on par with yours. You should trust me more. The person who truly made the greatest progress in the Mingguang team was Lin Yao. 5 years ago, she was at level 8 in physical skills and level 6 in abilities. After 5 years, while others advanced by 2 or at most 3 levels, she advanced by 3 levels in physical skills and 4 levels in abilities. She was now at level 11 in physical skills and level 10 in abilities, firmly among the top combat powers in the Special Forces. However, due to the S-level and above training methods Lin Yao brought from the Galactic Alliance, The physical skills of the special forces also improved significantly during these 5 levels. For instance, Yao Jingqi had already broken through the highest level 12 of the Yunmeng star system and entered S level. Chapter 166. The terrifying disordered magnetic field. This was still due to the significant damage sustained to their foundation when traversing the chaotic nebula. Otherwise, with their original talents, entering the 2S level would have been a piece of cake. Thinking about how Lin Yao led the Mingguang team, a group weaker than the research team, to safely arrive at Heisai Star while he suffered heavy casualties and was left with a damaged foundation, he barely made it to Heisai Star. This stark contrast momentarily made Yao Jingqi doubt whether his abilities were too lacking. However, he quickly dismissed this strange thought. I can allow you to explore with the team, but my requirement is that everything must be registered first. Lin Yao straightened up and saluted him. Understood, Commander. The members of the Mingguang team soon received the news that they could join the exploration. But the bad news was that only Yao Beiluo and Wang Jinsheng could accompany the captain. Lin Yao comforted them. Your mecha skills still need improvement. Practice more, and when the opportunity arises, I'll make sure all of you get a chance to try. Bai Jinjin pouted. Captain, your words are more hurtful than comforting. It's a fact that your mecha skills are lacking. There is no technology here to simulate space. You can only hone your mecha skills on land, and then I can take you directly into space combat. This was a fact that Bai Junjin could not refute. The Special Forces team's first space exploration soon began. Led by Tang Jingsu, Lin Yao, along with Yao Beiluo and Wang Jinsheng, quickly ascended with the Special Forces team. As they were about to break through the atmosphere, they activated the anti-gravity system. They quickly overcame the gravitational pull of Heisai Star and reached space. Although they had successfully tested it before, everyone was still very excited during the actual attempt and happily celebrated in the communication channel. Breaking through the gravitational pull was just the first step. The more critical part was whether the mecha could contact the chaotic nebula without significant damage. Tang Jingsu piloted the mecha at the forefront, being the first to attempt contact with the chaotic nebula. He first tried a light touch, and seeing no significant reaction from a mecha, he began to make extensive contact. The mecha soon emitted a series of beeping sounds from various instruments, clearly indicating that it was beginning to be affected by the disordered magnetic field of the chaotic nebula, making further entry inadvisable. However, he was tasked with testing, so he naturally could not give up so easily. He instructed 2 comrades nearby to tie his mecha with a rope, preparing to attempt a full entry again. Lin Yao watched, feeling that something was amiss. So she instructed Yao Beiluo and Wang Jinsheng to stay far back while she quickly approached. Captain Tang, why not let me try? Her biological mecha had been sent to the research group for repairs and study. Even though the materials were incomplete and the repairs were not perfect, it was still much better than the Special Forces mechas from 20 years ago. No, your mecha is special and cannot serve as a data reference. Tang Jingsu directly refused her. Lin Yao felt helpless. There was a lack of materials on Heisai Star, and even if they had the technology for biological mechas, they couldn't convert the Special Forces mechas into biological ones, so they could only endure. Fortunately, Tang Jingsu's full entry went smoothly without any accidents, and he successfully collected enough data. What do you think? Should we go a bit deeper? I feel that the chaotic nebula near the planet's edge is not very active, and the data is not standard. Tang Jingsu was not satisfied with the current data collection and began asking for others' opinions. I think we should end this test for now. Improve, and then proceed to the next step, Lin Yao suggested. But our energy is limited. If we come up again next time, it will consume a lot of energy. You don't need to worry too much about the energy. I have enough here. 1 high-level energy stone is equivalent to 1,000 low-level energy stones. Lin Yao had signed in and received 10 high-level energy stones. When she went to the Star Alliance, knowing she had a high-level biological mecha, they also allocated her 100,000 mid-level energy stones. The energy consumption of mechas in the Yunmeng star system was less than that of biological mechas, so she felt that in the short term, they wouldn't be short on energy and didn't need to take risks to conserve energy stones. However, the Special Forces had been on Heisai Star longer than Lin Yao, and among them were 1 or 2 space-type ability users. But they didn't have her powerful storage capability. They had many people, and over the years, their stocks have been depleted, so they had become accustomed to frugality. Many times, they adhered to the idea of conserving whenever possible. Lin Yao couldn't persuade Tang Jingsu, and could only watch him take risks by delving deeper into the chaotic nebula. As he proceeded, the rope pulling him was taut, but he was only a few steps away from the dense nebula. So he instructed one of the soldiers to release the rope and connect another one to explore that nebula. The soldiers were used to following orders. Even though they knew the danger, they still complied with his instructions. Lin Yao watched as he drew closer to the nebula, feeling her scalp tingle. This was her psychic warning ability, making it impossible for her to ignore. She could only say, "Captain Tang, let me go with you. My biological mecha may not serve as a reference, but being by your side is still a protection." As she spoke, she took out a thicker rope from the system space and tied it to herself, letting Yao Beluo and Wang Jinsheng handle the pulling. As Lin Yao entered, the nebula stirred. She couldn't make big movements and could only shuffle forward slowly. Tang Jingsu waited for a while, and seeing that she was almost there, he could no longer wait and directly touch the nebula. However, this action completely stirred up the nebula, and a strong suction force directly snapped the rope that was holding Tang Jingsu. Just as he was about to be pulled into the nebula, Lin Yao quickly flew to his side and yanked him out. It was in that moment that Lin Yao truly felt what a disordered magnetic field was. All her senses vanished, leaving only a feeling of desolation. She had heard the special forces mentioned before that the most terrifying thing in the chaotic nebula was not the chaotic magnetic field, nor the rotating nebula, and certainly not the strong suction, but the disordered magnetic field. At that time, she hadn't experienced it and couldn't fully grasp what the disordered magnetic field was like, nor could she understand the feeling of emptiness they described. Now, she was truly experiencing it. Even for someone like her, who had struggled to survive on a deserted planet for so long, it was completely unbearable. The feeling was simply too terrifying. The two of them only regained their senses long after being pulled out of the chaotic nebula. "I'm sorry, I was too reckless." Tang Jingsu immediately apologized when he came to his senses. Lin Yao waved her hand, weakly teasing, "You've collected data on the most terrifying disordered magnetic field of the chaotic nebula. This will definitely be a great help for our future starship research." Chapter 167. Colorless Nebula. The moment Lin Yao made contact with the nebula cluster, she received a system notification. Sign-in point, chaotic magnetic field detected. Would you like to spend 10 sign-in points to sign in? At that time, she was just entering the chaotic magnetic field to rescue Tang Jingsu. If it weren't for the system notification, she might have been engulfed by a feeling of emptiness and forgotten that she was there to save someone. In any case, after arriving, she decisively pulled Tang Jingsu out and chose to sign in. Sign in successful, gained colorless nebula 10. A nebula shouldn't be a cloud of gas, right? This can even be signed in by the system. Upon opening the notes, Lin Yao realized she had underestimated things. Colorless nebula 10, a soft, inorganic substance resembling a cloud, capable of isolating magnetic fields. It can isolate magnetic fields. This is truly a case of wanting something and getting it. The atmosphere in the entire exploration team was tense on the way back, but Lin Yao was cheerful all the way. Upon reaching the ground, Tang Jingsu's actions were reported to the exploration team, and he indeed received a serious reprimand from Yao Jingqi. After waiting over 20 years, with such significant progress in research now, shouldn't they seek steady advancement? Why take such risks? And letting a junior come to rescue you, isn't that embarrassing? Even when scolded in front of several juniors, Tang Jingsu was indifferent. He had thick skin and carelessly said, "What's there to be embarrassed about? It's good enough to come back alive." Of course, the most important thing is that I collected data on the chaotic magnetic field, which will help our research team make significant progress. Seeing him so shameless, Yao Jingqi decided not to reprimand him further in front of the team and simply said, "Let this be a lesson before taking the exploration team to deliver the data collected by the mecha to the research team." Tang Jingsu's mecha was the top priority and was the first to be studied by the researchers. However, once the data was exported from the mecha, the researchers discovered that the data was completely blank, when they entered the chaotic magnetic field. Ah, so I risked it for nothing? Dang Zhengsu, who had originally felt somewhat relieved, was now in a very low mood. Yao Zhengqi ignored him and asked the researcher, why is there a blank data situation? There are many reasons for data to be blank, but considering our previous experiences in the chaotic magnetic field, I believe it is very likely because our current technology simply cannot detect the chaotic magnetic field, resulting in the blank data. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room fell silent. Not being able to detect the chaotic magnetic field meant they couldn't deal with it at all. If they encountered a chaotic magnetic field during navigation, they could only hope for good luck and avoid it. I think that while our technology cannot detect the chaotic magnetic field, it doesn't mean we can't deal with it, Lin Yao said. Although Lin Yao was young, she had strength and intelligence. When she spoke, others wouldn't take her lightly. We felt the chaotic magnetic field only after entering a white nebula. So I suspect that the outer layer of that white nebula is the substance wrapping around the chaotic magnetic field. If we can find a way to obtain that substance and wrap it around the outer layer of the starship, it might isolate the chaotic magnetic field. After hearing her words, Tang Jingsu pondered for a moment before realizing, that's right. I didn't feel the chaotic magnetic field immediately upon entering the nebula. It was only after going a certain distance that I sensed it. So, the outer layer of the nebula must be able to isolate the chaotic magnetic field. When one person said so, they still held a skeptical attitude. When two people said so, the credibility of the matter increased significantly. With no better options, everyone could only treat a dead horse as a living horse and try it out. If, as you say, the white nebula should be formless and intangible, how we capture it? Ordinary clouds are composed of high concentrations of gas. Why don't we try a gas capture method? Then let's give it a try. Thus, the Special Operations Team began frequently organizing teams to contact the chaotic nebula, continuing to gather more data about it while attempting to capture the white nebula. Such frequent actions quickly attracted the attention of various residential districts. Even though the Special Operations Team had chosen remote locations for their mechas to ascend, the lower-ranked districts were indifferent, but among the top 10 districts, there were quite a few hidden S-level or above big shots. The first to come knocking were the leaders of District 1, District 2, and District 5. The heads of these three districts had only fallen into Black Porcelain Star within the last 50 years, and compared to those who had been here for a long time, they had more expectations of leaving Black Porcelain Star. Captain Yao, you've been quite active lately. Is there any progress in your research? The spokesperson from District 5, Lin Yao, spoke first. Yao Zhengqi knew he couldn't hide this from them, so he candidly replied, there is some progress. But you all have your own research teams. If you want to know about our District 3's progress, shouldn't you share your own research findings with me? Ha, what are you talking about, Captain Yao? If we had any new progress, wouldn't we have acted long ago? How could we be so quietly stealthy? Yao Xingqi shot a glance at Lei Dao. I remember you all arrived at Black Porcelain Star a good 20 years before us. After spending 1 or 2 decades on research, if you haven't achieved any results in your previous 2 decades and the subsequent 20, then later, I suggest you disband District 5's research team to avoid wasting resources. As he found that he couldn't persuade Yao Xingqi alone and was even retorted, Lei Dao turned his gaze to the leader of District 1, the 2S level powerhouse Keki, and the S-level leader of District 2, my C. I've seen your mechas break through the gravity of Black Porcelain Star several times. Initially, I thought it was just an improvement in your mecha technology. Later, I observed that you always paused in the atmosphere. So I guess you must have developed an anti-gravity device, right? Keki stated bluntly. Yao Zhengqi's expression changed, and he coldly clapped his hands at him. Leader Keki is indeed observant. We have made progress in anti-gravity technology, and if you want it, I wouldn't mind you trading something for it. What do you want? Keki asked. Yao Zhengqi directly took out a list and handed it to the three. Take a look at the items on this list. If you're interested in trading, we can discuss it in detail. The recipients of the list all widened their eyes. The items listed were diverse, encompassing everything from technology to materials, even including daily necessities. Chapter 168 Cooperation originally. I wanted to see the research progress of Area 3 on the list, but they directly cast a wide net, leaving no opportunity for loopholes. Lei Dao held the list with a grim expression. Captain Yao was being too indiscriminate, wanting everything. There was no way around it. After all, I arrived years later than the big shots, and with so many subordinates, naturally, I was lacking in everything. Yao Jingqi showed no sign of being mocked. His expression remained calm. I saw that Captain Yao's list included space suits. Have you already researched enough to leave Black Porcelain Star? Max was not one for many words, but got straight to the point. Even when the research progress was mentioned, Yao Jingqi remained unperturbed. After so many years of research by the three big shots, could they really enable a starship to escape the gravity of Black Porcelain Star? Max didn't speak. Yao Jingqi continued, "Don't think that just because Area 3 can develop the technology for mechas to enter space, our starship technology has also advanced. The ability of mechas and starships to escape the gravity of Black Porcelain Star is two different concepts, with completely different levels of technical difficulty. I'm exchanging space suits for the mecha soldiers. They need to explore the Chaos Nebula, which is fraught with dangers, and I want to provide them with an extra layer of protection." The three big shots nodded in silence after hearing this, expressing no further opinions. "In that case, I have a batch of spacesuits that I can exchange with you, Captain Yao. However, those are from 40 or 50 years ago. I'm not sure if you mind." Max said, "Max, your questions sound a bit hypocritical. Besides the old goods from decades ago, who else has new ones?" Lin Yao bluntly pointed this out. Max didn't get angry. After glancing at him, he replied mildly, "I'm trading with Captain Yao. Not with you, Lei, so why are you in such a hurry?" "You." Lin Yao was furious. After the two finished arguing, Yao Jingqi slowly said, "Sure, but I don't know how many you have, Max. What level are the space suits?" "I have 200 level 3 suits here. The protection suit levels in the Galactic Alliance range from level 1 to level 7, with level 1 being the lowest and level 7 the highest. Level 3 suits are just the lowest level of space protection suits and are a bit lacking for use in the Chaos Nebula. However, Lin Yao said she had the technology to modify the suits. Even if the level is low, we could still use them with some adjustments. The suit level is a bit low. For 200 suits, I can give you a maximum of 2 mecha anti-gravity devices in exchange. 200 suits for just 2 devices? That is too much of a disparity." Max was dissatisfied. "They're low level and old stock from 40 or 50 years ago. My anti-gravity devices are new. Offering you 2 is already a generous offer. If you're unwilling, we can forget about it." Max knew that the value of the 2 items was not quite equal. He just wanted to negotiate a bit more. Now that the conversation had reached this point, he realized there was no way to negotiate further and reluctantly nodded in agreement. After their transaction was settled, Lin Yao impatiently asked, "Captain Yao, do you want a frigate?" Interstellar warships, according to different military specifications, usually consist of one battleship paired with several frigates. Lin Yao was from a mid-level alliance in the Galactic Alliance, and the frigates he had were definitely superior to those from the Dream Cloud star system. If they were outside, Yao Jingqi would certainly be eager to make a trade. But now they were on Black Porcelain Star, and the energy supply for the starship was insufficient, so there was no energy to support a frigate. "You're joking, Lei. Who still has the energy to maintain a frigate?" "I have an I-7 frigate. Are you sure you don't want it, Captain Yao?" Lin Yao persisted. The I-7 frigate was the most advanced frigate technology of the Galactic Alliance over 50 years ago. Yao Jingqi firmly shook his head. "No. We can't leave Black Porcelain Star. Everything else is just talk. I'm more aware of this than anyone. Then I can only take the list back and ask our research team in Area 5 if they have any technology to trade." "All right. If you have any technologies from the list, Lei, feel free to bring them over. We're always ready." After the two completed their transactions, Keki finally spoke. "Since you're done, you can leave now." "What do you mean by that, Keki?" Max yelled in dissatisfaction. "I don't mean anything. I just need to talk to Captain Yao alone about the following matters, so I can only ask you to leave first." His words were not polite, but were reasonable. Even if Max and Lin Yao had some small thoughts, they had no choice but to leave angrily. Yao Jingqi then let Tang Jingsu go to coordinate the trade with Max while he stayed behind to continue talking with Keki. Unexpectedly, what Keki said next left Yao Jingqi astonished. "I have a satellite-level warship." Keki said, "How could that be?" The starships of the Galactic Alliance are initially divided into 3 major levels: primary, intermediate, and advanced. The starship technology of the Dream Cloud star system is even lower, below the primary level. However, Outside the Galactic Alliance, there are more advanced civilizations. Their starship classifications are satellite level, planetary level, and stellar level. The super advanced starships, later developed by the Galactic Alliance, are somewhat close to the satellite level. Of course, Yao Zhengqi and the others had only heard of these levels and had never seen them. As for whether Keki had seen them, he was unsure. However, since Keki claimed to have a satellite-level warship, he must know a lot about it. This satellite-level starship, if I say it's mine, it should actually be said to belong to Area 1. It was left by predecessors and is severely damaged. However, I landed on Black Porcelain Star alone, and I don't really trust those research groups in Area 1, so I didn't hand it over to them for research. If Captain Yao is willing to cooperate with me, I will bring out that satellite-level starship. How does Keki want to cooperate? I'm alone. I have no other requests. I just want to go out with you. Yao Zhengqi's mind raced. How did Keki determine that they had the strength to go out? I have my own methods. I just want to ask you, do you want to cooperate? If you're willing, you can take anything you want from Area 1. If you need anything from other areas, I can also take you to grab it, as long as you can take me out. To be honest, a cooperation partner with such low demands and high willingness to cooperate was truly enticing to Yao Zhengqi. However, until he completely trusted Keki, he didn't dare to agree easily. This matter is not small. Can I take a couple of days to think it over? Chapter 169, Satellite Class Starship. Sure. I'm in Area 1. If you agree, feel free to send someone to find me anytime. During the meeting in the evening, Yao Zhengqi brought this up and asked the team members for their opinions. Except for a couple of people who were concerned about Koki's strength, everyone else expressed their agreement. Lin Yao, what do you think about this? Lin Yao was surprised that Yao Zhengqi would ask for her opinion in public. After a moment of pause, she replied, I think discussing any conditions is pointless. We can only talk about the next steps after we see the actual starship. If a deal can be made, can they agree to let us see the starship first? Tang Jingsu was not very confident. If his bottom line is really just to walk out, believe me, he can agree to any condition. Lin Yao said confidently. Yao Zhengqi nodded in agreement. Good. Then let's find 2 people who understand starships to go see that legendary satellite class starship tomorrow. Lin Yao, I can't move around, so I'll leave all the negotiation matters to you. Lin Yao saluted. No problem, Captain. The next day, Lin Yao went to Area 1 without bringing any other members from Mingguang team or the Special Forces, just with 2 researchers sent by the Special Forces. Koki heard that people from Area 3 had arrived and immediately had them brought over. When he saw it was Lin Yao, he was not surprised. What does your Captain Yao mean? We want to see the starship here first, Lin Yao stated bluntly. Koki glanced at the 2 researchers behind her and scoffed. With just them, can they recognize a satellite-class starship? Lin Yao was not affected by his ridicule at all and calmly replied, whether we can recognize it or not is our business. As long as Boss Koki takes us to see it, once confirmed, we can naturally discuss the next step of the deal. Koki was somewhat irritated by her calmness. After taking a deep breath, he said impatiently, fine. Since you don't believe in the supernatural, I'll take you to see it. Koki then led them through many twists and turns, and after a long walk, they finally entered a building. Once inside, he pressed a mechanism in one room, and a deep staircase appeared on the floor. Let us go, the starship is down there, Koki said, and was the first to go down the stairs. Lin Yao glanced at the 2 researchers who came with her and reassured them, it will be fine. Let us go. The staircase wound downward for what felt like a long time, and finally, they saw a huge starship in the cavern below. Although the starship was worn down, it could not hide the overwhelming sense of power it exuded. How did this starship get so deep underground? One researcher exclaimed. The most important thing is with the hardness of the soil on Heisei Star. Who has such powerful ability to silently dig such a large cavity and hide the starship here without being discovered? Huh. Koki looked at the 2 naive researchers with disdain and said, this is a satellite-class starship capable of space travel above and deep underground, and it can also operate underwater. It is a very powerful amphibious starship. The 2 researchers were not bothered by Koki's disdain. Instead, they were particularly excited. So the satellite-class starship is so powerful and multifunctional. What else does it have besides these functions? Koki enjoyed their flattery and patiently answered some of their questions. However, it was clear that he didn't know as much about this starship as they imagined. When they asked detailed questions, he couldn't answer, only masking his ignorance with impatience. All right, if you want to know anything, you'll find out once you go up and take a look. Koki used his iris to open the starship's hatch and then made a gesture for Lin Yao and the others to enter. You wanted to confirm this starship, so go take a look. The two researchers were already filled with curiosity, and as soon as the door opened, they rushed in. Lin Yao could only hurry to follow. As soon as they stepped into the hatch, the system announced, "Sign-in point detected, had a number 1 satellite-class starship. Would you like to spend 10 sign-in points to sign in?" Seeing that the sign-in points she had encountered recently had all increased to 10 points, Lin Yao felt a bit of a headache. Fortunately, after the upgrade, the daily points given had increased from 1 to 2. The points from daily tasks had also increased with the difficulty of the tasks. Otherwise, she would have run out of sign-in points. After choosing to sign in, the system immediately announced, "Sign-in successful. Obtained satellite-class Starship Shield Blueprint 1. While Koki was keeping an eye on the two researchers, Lin Yao quickly opened the system panel to check the notes. Satellite-class Starship Shield Blueprint 1. The material of the starship itself is no longer sufficient to achieve higher defense and attack levels. At this point, various shields become fundamental for the starship. Seeing the shield, Lin Yao suddenly remembered that she once received a broken energy shield from Meng Xingchen. Since she never had extra sign-in points and had not found a suitable use for it, she had been reluctant to spend sign-in points to analyze it. Now looking at it, she felt that the energy shield and the defense shield should be of the same type. Since she had accumulated more than a year's worth of sign-in points, she simply decided to analyze the energy shield blueprint. After opening both blueprints and comparing them, Lin Yao discovered that the two should have originated from the same source. Upon closer inspection, she found that this thing might have some connections with matrices in certain rules. However, with Koki present, Lin Yao felt it was not appropriate to spread out and study it, so she had to put it aside for now. It was also after seeing this note that Lin Yao understood why the Galactic Alliance had known about the research on super-advanced starships, but had been unable to truly reach the level of satellite-class starships. It turned out that to reach the level of satellite-class starships, the foundation lies in various defense shields, not just the starship itself. Koki did not give the two researchers much time to explore, only briefly showing them the control room before taking them down. "So, now that you've seen the starship, can you give her Captain Yao a reply?" Lin Yao replied calmly, "Boss Koki, the matter of discussing cooperation has been fully entrusted to me by Captain Yao." "You?" Koki looked at her suspiciously. Lin Yao nodded. "Then tell me, how do we cooperate? Or let Boss Koki speak first. What are your requirements, so we can discuss the subsequent cooperation?" Chapter 170. How to number 1 didn't I tell you, Captain Yao? My only request is to leave this damn planet. Koki emphasized with a frown. Lin Yao shook her head. "Yes, your request is to leave this planet. But are you leaving alone? Or do you want to take a few people, dozens of people, or even hundreds of people with you? That's a different matter." Hearing this, Koki looked at her with a peculiar expression. He didn't expect the young girl to be so perceptive at her age. What he hadn't stated was something that even Yao Zhengqi hadn't noticed yesterday. Yet Lin Yao pointed it out with a single sentence. Koki praised her. "I also heard from others before joining Area 3 that among the leaders of the first 10 areas, except for Area 3, which has a strict discipline team and doesn't accept outsiders, only Area 1 and Area 7 are suitable for habitation. The other areas, if you don't have the strength, you better not enter. In the harsh survival conditions of Black Porcelain Star, just being suitable for human habitation is already the highest praise." "Oh, is that how it's evaluated outside?" Area 10 is not without its powerful leaders exceeding 3S or 4S. Yet Koki managed to hold the position of leader of Area 1 with only 2S strength. Besides strength, there must be other aspects that can win people over. In the difficult survival conditions of Black Porcelain Star, everyone fights for survival every day. At this time, Koki just needs to show a bit of humanity, giving the people below a chance to survive, and he will naturally receive enough support. Whether he is pretending or genuinely has humanity as a wise leader, he cannot possibly leave alone with the Special Forces team when joining Area 3. How others evaluate him is not important. What matters is what Koki thinks now. If you want to take a few people, let's lay it all out to avoid wasting time in the end if we can't reach an agreement. Lin Yao spoke straightforwardly, and Koki no longer hid anything. I have over 1,000 subordinates. If I could take them all, I would. However, a starship is only so big, and we need to reserve survival supplies. Considering that you and Area 3 are a whole team, with a large family and business, you definitely won't give up on anyone. Then I'll compromise and take fewer people. How about you give me 500 spots? That's fine. I can even give you 800 spots. Lin Yao not only didn't bargain down, but raised the price, catching him off guard. Of course, she wasn't just casually increasing the number. When she saw that satellite-class starship, she was already estimating how many people it could carry. Except for a few external researchers, the rest of Area 3 were all members of the Special Forces, totaling over 3,000. If Koki's satellite-class starship were modified, its size would be enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Considering the need to traverse the chaotic nebula, modifications and preparations might be needed, or it could be directly converted into a warship. Lin Yao reduced the number by a factor of 10. Of course, with the increase in spots, my requirements naturally went up. Since this is a cooperation mainly led by Area 3, I think not only should you bring out that starship, but you should also fully cooperate with all the modifications of Area 3. Lin Yao put forward many requirements, but they were not unfounded. They were all aimed at this operation to break through Black Porcelain Star and escape the chaotic nebula. Even if Koki was eager to leave, he did not agree to everything without limits, and the two engaged in a heated debate over this cooperation. In the end, they finally reached an agreement. Captain Koki, pleasant cooperation. As long as we can get out, everything is negotiable. With the cooperation established, it wouldn't be too difficult for the research team to master the satellite-class starship's technology. However, with the physical object available, if they were given time, 10 years, 20 years, they would eventually figure out. While the research team was busy studying the starship, others were not idle. Those who needed to study studied, and those who needed to train trained. The exploration of the chaotic nebula was also intensifying, with new discoveries occurring each time. However, the disorder magnetic field was indeed a tough problem to crack. Data collection was difficult, and various defense methods had been tried without success, making it quite tricky. Lin Yao led the team members to participate in several exploration missions. Once everyone became proficient in piloting mechs, she shifted her focus to the modification of Level 3 protective suits. By using fine threads to add several patterns in the necessary areas, they incorporated a defensive matrix. With the presence of the defensive matrix, the Level 3 protective suit was upgraded to a Level 5 protective suit, greatly increasing the safety of the mech soldiers in space. Thinking of the attribute-less nature of the fine threads, Lin Yao had a sudden idea. What if she used bags woven from fine threads to capture the colorless nebula? Would it work? With this thought, she tried it out, and to her surprise, it actually worked. After obtaining the colorless nebula, the research team studied it and discovered that the colorless nebula was not composed of gas as they had imagined, but rather made up of countless dust-like minerals. It had a stable magnetic field and acted to isolate the influence of magnetic fields, which was very important for their plan to traverse the chaotic nebula. With the biggest problem of the chaotic nebula solved, the rest were gradually addressed under the research team's efforts. During the research on HADA No. 1, the researchers found that apart from the issues with the starship's equipment and systems, the most difficult challenge was actually the defensive shield. They had never encountered such a thing in their research careers, making it a whole new system for them. After learning about this problem, Lin Yao brought Yao Beiluo to join the defensive shield research team. By comparing matrices, she found that the defensive shield actually evolved from the matrix. The defensive shield was simply a more complex and difficult-to-understand version that had been enhanced by technology. Stripping away those technologies, the defensive shield was essentially a technological upgrade of the defensive matrix. The two taught the researchers the rules and systems of the matrix, allowing them to combine it with technology, and they indeed restored the defensive shield. At first, it was a mini version presented by Meng Xingchen, but it gradually upgraded until they finally created a giant version for the satellite-class starship. With a clear goal and continuous efforts, life on Black Porcelain Star was not as difficult to endure. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed, and the satellite-class starship HADA No. 1, repaired in cooperation with the Special Forces and Koki, was finally completed. The members of the Special Forces including Koki, couldn't help but shed tears of excitement as they finally activated Hata number 1 successfully. Haha, after more than 70 years, I can finally get out. Koki shouted excitedly. Although Yao Zhengqi was also excited, he still tried to stabilize his emotions. Captain Koki, repairing the starship is just one step. The hardest part is still to launch the starship and escape from Black Porcelain Star. Survival on Black Porcelain Star was difficult, and most people wanted to escape. It was better when everyone had no hope. They could still maintain the most basic calm. Chapter 171. The Born Commander, now that they have repaired the Hata 1 and figured out a way to escape the Chaos Nebula. Who wouldn't be tempted? The launch of the starship is such a big event that it cannot be hidden. At that time, how could just the people from Area 1 and Area 3 compete with so many from the Black Porcelain Star who want to escape? So what do you suggest? Koki said irritably. His good mood didn't last long before being dampened by Yao Zhengqi, which made him quite unhappy. However, what the other party said was indeed a fact, leaving him with nowhere to vent his frustration. I have two suggestions. One is to break through directly with overwhelming force. The Hata 1 is a satellite-class starship with decent weaponry. When the starship launches, it can clear obstacles with its powerful weapons without any problem. However, this method has a significant risk. If the starship's force is too great, it could disturb the magnetic field of the Black Porcelain Star, causing the originally calculated anti-gravity system to mismatch with the gravitational force of the Black Porcelain Star, making it impossible to escape. What's the other method? Join forces with a group of powerful individuals and give them quotas to leave, allowing them to escort us as we launch the starship. Upon hearing this, Koki was infuriated. Why should he? I spent over 20 years finally repairing the starship. Why should I let those who haven't contributed anything share in the spoils? Koki, my thoughts are actually the same as yours. I'm reluctant to give away quotas for nothing. But sometimes the situation is stronger than the individual, and we have to compromise, Yao Zhengqi advised. That one do. That guy Max made things difficult for me when I want to trade some silverstone or... And that ghost Lei Dao is holding onto a few frigates. When I said I needed them melted down to repair the starship, he wouldn't agree. Now he wants to bore my starship? No way. Yao Zhengqi listened without changing his expression, but he couldn't help but frown when he heard the words my starship, even if he was unwilling. After completing the calculations for launch, Koki still had to agree to Yao Zhengqi's joint plan. Most of those who made it through the Chaos Nebula and arrived at Black Porcelain Star are intermediate to advanced martial artists. So the high combat power of Black Porcelain Star mostly comes from outside. Those from outside generally want to leave Black Porcelain Star after repairs and modifications. Hata 1 can accommodate a maximum of 20,000 people. The Special Operations Team from Area 3 has over 3,000 members, and over the years, more people have settled down and expanded to over 5,000. If we add family and friends, it's estimated to reach about 10,000. Initially, Koki had negotiated 800 quotas, but over the past 20 years, as he continued to contribute, the number of quotas kept increasing. By now, Koki should have about 7,000 or 8,000 quotas. Adding both sides together, the remaining quotas are limited. After careful calculations by the research group, they finally squeezed out 5,000 quotas. These 5,000 quotas are indeed a drop in the bucket compared to the total population of several 100,000 on Black Porcelain Star. When selecting potential collaborators, they had to be very selective. Combat power must be high. Burdens must be low, character must not be too bad, and most importantly, they must not be loose-lipped about secrets. After 3 days, the two finally selected 2,000 experts and contacted them one by one in secret. Because the initial news given out did not reveal that the starship had been repaired and was capable of crossing the Chaos Nebula. Only a little over 1,000 of the carefully selected experts showed up. However, this was within their expectations. From the more than 2,000 people, each could be given a maximum of 3 quotas to allow them to fight alongside the Special Operations Team and those from Area 1 to protect the starship during its launch. Although these people were shocked at the news of being able to leave, they were not easily swayed. After all, this was a life-and-death matter, and one mistake could cost them their lives. They wanted to fight for more quotas and benefits. Koki was not accommodating. He directly told them that 3 quotas were the bottom line. If they didn't agree, there were plenty of others who would. This managed to intimidate them. Subsequent negotiations went much more smoothly as a result. However, some individuals were lone wolves and didn't want quotas. They wanted to exchange for other things. Some felt the quotas were too few and wanted to trade their possessions for more quotas. Yao Jingqi was not that harsh. As long as the exchanged items were of appropriate value, he would try to meet their needs. After everything was arranged, they returned to pack their things and prepare for battle, waiting for the Starship launch defense battle half a month later. The Special Operations Team also made battle arrangements. The Mingguang team had been a reserve for many years, but this time they were arranged to board the ship early for the Starship launch defense battle. Wang Jinsheng felt that this special treatment was due to his status as the Wang family's only heir. He pulled the Mingguang team members to express his dissatisfaction to Yao Zhengqi. Team Yao. Our Mingguang team's strength is no less than that of any member of the Special Operations Team. Why aren't we given combat tasks? The unique training environment of Black Porcelain Star over the past 20 years had allowed the Mingguang team to reach levels beyond S-class. Especially Lin Yao, whose martial arts foundation was solid, was even higher than Yao Jingqi, the top fighter of the Special Operations Team, to the point where her martial arts level was no longer discernible. Why didn't I assign you combat tasks? I'll let you board the ship early to ensure safety on board. Isn't that a combat task? Yao Jingqi questioned. But Wang Jinsheng tried to retort, but was interrupted. But what? I carefully considered each of your tasks, and they're all incredibly important. I hope you don't underestimate the tasks and let your guard down. With so many outsiders, there might be 1 or 2 spies or undercover agents hiding among them. You must not let them take advantage of any lapses and seize control of the starship. That's impossible. If someone takes control of the starship right under my nose, I might as well commit suicide to apologize. Then why are you still causing a scene here? Go back and prepare your defenses and contingencies. Watching Wang Jinsheng being sent away by Yao Zhengqi, Lin Yao smiled and was about to leave too. Unexpectedly, just as she stood up, she was called back. Lin Yao, stay for a moment. Lin Yao stopped and waited for the Mingguang team members to leave before Yao Zhengqi spoke. Do you know why I kept you? I don't know. Having observed Yao Zhengqi's strategic planning over the past 20 years, she felt he was a born commander, and compared to him, she was still far behind. However, Yao Zhengqi had taught her a lot over the years. Chapter 172. The obsession of departure. Xiao Luo's character is hard to understand. After all these years, it still hasn't changed. I think he will at most be a military advisor in the future. Yao Jingqi's tone was quite emotional. Lin Yao found it strange. After so many years, it was the first time he talked to her like this. Yao Bailuo's character just isn't suited for being in the front line. Being a general guarding the city from behind is still feasible. She had gotten used to him standing behind her, helping her handle all the trivial matters. All she needed to do was lead everyone in training and command them in battle. You have quite a high opinion of him. She believed that only her own people could be critiqued by her. Even if they were relatives of her teammates, she couldn't casually belittle them. You kept me here today. It must be for more than just this, right? Yao Zhengqi nodded, wanting to first give you the bottom line. In half a month, during the Starship launch defense battle, if things go awry, you should abandon those below and leave directly. At that time, you will take over as the first commander of the Starship, leading the Special Operations Team and others back to the Yunmeng star system. Lin Yao frowned. Could the situation be that serious? Don't underestimate these people's obsession with leaving. The most feared are those who become possessed, unable to leave themselves, and dragging everyone else down with them. Lin Yao thought about the perspective of those who couldn't leave for decades and felt there was indeed a great possibility of this happening. If that's the case, why don't you all go back and let the Mingguang team stay below? After all, we are younger and can afford to wait. We're not old. We're only about 20 years older than you. Yao Jingqi emphasized with dissatisfaction. Besides, I'm the leader of Area 3 and the captain of the Special Operations Team. If I'm not down there, how can I convince those people to fight for us? That is indeed a fact. Although the Mingguang team has made a name for themselves on High Star over the years, the leader of Area 3 is still recognized as Yao Zhengqi outside. If he isn't leading the charge below, how will those he brought and believe in them and fight for them? But if we really abandon you and leave, how will you deal with those people's madness? They will only be mad for a while. Once you leave, they will naturally calm down after a while. He spoke lightly, but Lin Yao didn't dare to view the situation as simply. She took out several boxes of elemental crystals from the system space and placed them in front of him. The research team will make a few portable mini shields in the next few days. By then, everyone fighting below will have one. We will also use the drilling boat to modify a soil escape boat using the Earth element formation, so you can escape through the Earth. The soil layer on High-Sci Star is too hard. Earth escape is difficult. You will be fighting near the starship launch area. The soil layer will become loose when the starship departs. Besides, don't underestimate the Earth element formation. It is much stronger than the ability of Earth escape. Seeing her considerations so thorough, Yao Zhengqi couldn't help but laugh. You are making such comprehensive arrangements. Are you preparing for us not to board the starship? Lin Yao glared at him and said seriously, Captain Yao, I am making arrangements for the worst-case scenario to maximize the chances of saving your lives. If the possibility you mentioned really occurs, please do not give up and do your best to protect yourselves. Once we return to the Yunmeng star system and the situation allows, I will definitely come to pick you up on the starship at the first opportunity. All right, Captain Lin. Our special operations team will follow your orders and try our best to protect ourselves while waiting for you to come pick us up. Lin Yao looked deeply at Yao Zhengqi and said, Captain Yao, no matter what, I still hope you will try your best to stay with us. There are still many people in the Yunmeng star system waiting for you to return. I will do my best. People always hope for things to be perfect. But how can everything in this world go as one wishes? Half a month later, the starship's operators logged in first. Most of these people were from Area 3, while only a small portion were from Area 1. They had trained together for many years and cooperated very well. Next came the starship's defense team, which was made up of half from Area 3 and half from Area 1. The Mingguang team was also a small team within the starship's defense team. Following that were the relatives of people from Area 3 and Area 1, researchers, and logistics personnel. Lastly, the relatives of over 1,000 invited combat personnel boarded the ship. Originally, everything was arranged well, but just when boarding was halfway through, news leaked from somewhere, and many people surged over. Some of them were leaders from various areas or combat teams, bringing people with them. They claimed to discuss matters about leaving together with the people from Area 1 and Area 3, but looking at their actions, it was clear they mostly wanted to take the opportunity to board the ship. Seeing this situation, Yao Zhengqi decisively ordered half of the special operations team to quickly organize the rest to board the ship, while he and Koki took over 1,000 people to intercept. Yao Zhengqi politely said, Everyone, the starship has limited space. With so many of you wanting aboard, even if we cram the ship full, it still won't hold that many. Then let's have a fight. Whoever wins gets to board. Those useless weaklings should be taken out. They won't provide any help when passing through the Chaos Nebula. Someone, relying on their strength, spoke rudely. Koki was the first to disagree. Bah, I've seen shamelessness, but I've never seen such shamelessness as yours. Previously, when we invited you to research ways to leave together, each of you dodged, saying there was no possibility of leaving, and were unwilling to participate at all. Now you believe it can be done? Aren't you afraid of having problems in the Chaos Nebula? If you want to pick the fruit, you must first pass my test. What is Koki saying? We're not here to pick fruit. We're here to buy positions to leave. Yes, we are here to buy positions to leave. Captain Yao, Captain Koki, how many positions are left on the starship? Why not let everyone bid for them? The highest bidder leaves. Hearing this, Yao Zhengqi and Koki exchanged glances. Years of cooperation allowed them to quickly understand each other's thoughts. Koki ordered his men to bring out many chairs, setting them up neatly, and then Yao Zhengqi invited everyone to take a seat. All right, since everyone wants to bid for the remaining spots, I won't be too discouraging. My deputy has gone to calculate the remaining spots. Please wait a moment. Once the calculations are done, the auction will naturally begin. This statement immediately calmed the restless crowd. Before long, Tang Jingsu returned and reported to Yao Zhengqi. We just calculated that there are 3,000 empty spots left. To expedite the auction, we decided to auction them in groups of 10. Does anyone have any objections? Chapter 173. Spaceship launch. Everyone was eager to leave and had no major objections to the auction method. Even those with individual concerns were quickly suppressed by others. All right, let's move on to the auction for the first group of spots. The competition for the first group was fierce, and after a prolonged stalemate, it was finally won by someone. Once the spot was secured, The materials were delivered on the spot. Yao Zhengqi then stated, "For those who have secured a spot, if you do not need to go back to gather your things, you can board the ship immediately." Those who obtained spots did not hesitate and lined up at the boarding area to enter the spaceship. Seeing that those who secured spots could indeed board, the others had no doubts left and became even more excited to participate in the auction. Soon, the second, third, fourth, and fifth groups were auctioned off in succession. During this time, the relatives of those who had come to help in areas 3 and 1 quickly completed their boarding. After receiving the news that everyone had boarded, Yao Zhengqi, who was presiding over the auction, immediately informed the spaceship operators to prepare for launch. With clever strategies on both sides, Yao Zhengqi used the auction for departure spots to buy time for his people to board, while those wanting to board were not foolish either. They prepared to sneak in during the boarding process. If Lin Yao had not noticed that the situation outside was unfavorable and promptly blocked the entrance, they might have succeeded. However, capturing them did not mean the issue was resolved. Sensing that things were going south, Lin Yao quickly ordered everyone to retreat into the spaceship and then commanded the control room to close the hatch, preparing the spaceship for launch. Spaceships that had not been activated for years required a certain amount of time for preheating before launch. This preheating period was the most dangerous time for the spaceship. Before long, the auction participants outside noticed the spaceship's movements and began to criticize Yao Zhengqi and his team. Wasn't it said that we would auction off departure spots? Why is the spaceship being activated early? Are you preparing to launch now? Tang Jingsu, in a good-natured manner, explained the spaceship requires a period of preheating before launch. Activating it now is to ensure that once the auction spots are secured, everyone can board and leave. There are so many people on High-Size Star. If we wait for everyone to get the news and come over, the spaceship will likely be overwhelmed. His explanation was not accepted by the others, and those eager to leave began shouting, "No, you must wait for us to board before launching. Otherwise, after the preheating, what will you do if you decide to leave and abandon us auction participants?" Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control, Keki bluntly stated, "I'll launch whenever I want. Why should I listen to you people? If you have the guts, come up and fight me. If you win, the spaceship will naturally follow your orders." This statement ignited a hornet's nest. Those who had previously held onto hope immediately disregarded everything else and rushed towards the boarding area. Yao Jingqi had no room for negotiation and could only desperately try to block them. It was unclear who threw the first punch, but they quickly began to fight. Yao Beiluo saw Yao Zhengqi being surrounded and attacked by several people from the window and lost his usual calmness, wanting to rush down to help. Lin Yao held him back, saying, "Your brother has already made plans. If you go down, the rest of the special forces will definitely follow. Do you want to be the one to sabotage your brother's plan?" Hearing this, Yao Beiluo felt powerless to struggle. With red eyes, he looked at her and asked, "Captain, my brother will come back with us, right?" Lin Yao could not give him a definitive answer, but patted his shoulder and said, "Yao Beiluo, everyone will do their best." As the spaceship was preheating, not only were the people outside causing commotion, but those inside also grew anxious as their friends and family had not boarded yet, leading to unrest in the spaceship's cabin. Ignoring Yao Beiluo, Lin Yao quickly directed the Mingguang team to calm the passengers. After a long while, they finally managed to settle everyone down, and the spaceship's announcement began again. Preheating complete. Preparing for launch. All passengers, please get ready. At this, the calmed passengers jumped up in unison. "No, we can't launch. Our people haven't boarded yet." Some even disregarded the spaceship's safety and attempted to rush into the control room to stop the crew from launching the spaceship. Lin Yao could not allow these people to sabotage their plan. She directly used a wooden-type spell to bind everyone in place. "Everyone sit tight. So many people are risking their lives to help us leave, and you still want to disrupt the launch? I'll tell you, behave yourselves, or don't blame me for sending you down." Perhaps Lin Yao's threat about sending them down was particularly effective, as those people quickly settled down. "Everyone, return to your cabins." Due to the unique environment of High-Size Star, the spaceship's launch could be bumpy. For everyone's safety, all passengers were instructed to lie down in the safety cabins. After issuing the command, Lin Yao had the safety personnel guide the passengers back to their cabins. Once everyone was back in their respective cabins, the spaceship began its final countdown to launch. The spaceship is about to launch. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7. As the countdown ended, the spaceship launched, instantly breaking through the solid ground of High-Size Star and soaring into the sky, then hovering in the atmosphere. Those who had been fighting realized the spaceship had launched and were momentarily stunned. Taking advantage of their days, Yao Jingqi commanded many of the guards to quickly dart into nearby open spaces, and soon, several mechs began to ascend, heading towards the spaceship. The spatial equipment on High-Size Star was unusable, and the space buttons for the mechs were also inoperable. However, there were still some craftsmen capable of making mechs, so those with the ability and resources, even if they couldn't carry mechs with them, would prepare one at their homes. Most of the people Yao Zhengqi invited to help had mechs, but their mechs had not been modified and could not break through High-Size Star's gravity on their own. With only half a month of preparation, they could only modify half of the mechs. He had no choice but to have the spaceship risk staying in the atmosphere to allow this half of the mechs to board first. As these mechs ascended and quickly entered the spaceship, those wanting to leave immediately reacted, preparing to seize others' mechs and take the opportunity to launch. However, Yao Jingqi had anticipated this situation. While those people ascended, he also allowed the rest to put on their mechs, while he and the special forces continued to hold their ground. The originally excited individuals, upon seeing that Yao Zhengqi was still there, calmed down a bit. Chapter 174. Exhausted to the end, Captain Yao, your starship has already taken off. Are you not going to move? Aren't you afraid your people will abandon you? As they watched the mechas rise higher and higher, nearing the starship, yet Yao Jingqi remained still, these people couldn't help but feel anxious for him. However, they firmly believed that the starship would not abandon him and prepare to keep a close watch on him. As long as he didn't leave, the starship above wouldn't leave either, and they still had a chance to escape. Yao Jingqi said calmly, the space of the starship is limited. Even if you push yourselves to the limit, some of you won't be able to board. Instead of fixating on me, why not think of other ways? For example, modify your own starship. We in Zone 3 already have our insights on breaking the gravity of Black Porcelain Star and crossing the chaotic nebula. If you're interested, I don't mind leaving the information for you to study. Then you can collaborate and modify a starship, and you can still get out. Upon hearing this, those with capital couldn't help but feel tempted. However, they had concerns, fearing that Yao Zhengqi wouldn't be willing to give them the complete information. How can we be sure that the data you provide is accurate? You have people in your own research group who understand this field. Just show them the information, and they can basically confirm its authenticity. Of course, this information isn't free. You can exchange your data with me, one set for another. Soon, someone agreed to exchange data. After receiving the people who had come up in mechas, Yao Biluo, who finally had some free time, looked down from the transparent window and saw Yao Zhengqi still surrounded in the crowd. His eyes couldn't help but turn red. My brother's situation is probably being closely monitored. It's hard for him to escape. Don't worry. Let's wait for the next opportunity. Those with confidence were willing to trade, but those without capital and unwilling to put in the effort were not interested in listening. Yao Zhengqi, Keki, if others are willing to exchange data, that's their business. We have many people here who simply can't afford to build a starship. This time, unless you take us with you, don't think about leaving. Hearing this, Yao Jingqi was not surprised at all. There are always people in this world who, when they're not doing well themselves, do not wish for others to succeed. In a lawless place like Black Porcelain Star, such people are particularly numerous. Then you could just stay here. Keki, who hated being threatened, replied harshly, we might as well not leave and just wait it out with you. As Tang Zhengsu's words fell, the starship above suddenly increased its power and broke through the atmosphere, flying away. Those who had been watching the starship above panicked upon seeing this. Yao Jingqi, Keki, your starship has abandoned you and left. Some people, perhaps overly excited, saw the starship fly away, and suddenly a fire dragon charged toward Yao Jingqi and Keki. Fortunately, Yao Zhengqi's people reacted quickly, and someone immediately raised a water shield to block the fire dragon. Seeing someone attacking him, Keki became furious. I've already been annoyed enough by you guys. Now you dare to attack me. It had been many years since he had fought. Did they think he was getting old? After saying that, Keki waved his hand to his subordinates and said, everyone charge. If I don't knock this group of bumpkins down today, I won't be called Keki. Soon, a brawl broke out. Yao Jingqi's side was quickly pulled into the fray, and they no longer had time to exchange data. Various combat methods were employed on the scene, some piloting mechas, some engaging in hand-to-hand combat, and others using supernatural abilities. It was a complete free-for-all. The scene was chaotic. In the heat of battle, people became reckless, not distinguishing between friend and foe. As long as someone attacked them, they would retaliate regardless of whether they were mistaken. After a while, someone suddenly shouted, "Stop fighting. Everyone from Zone 3 and Zone 1 has run away." These people calmed down and looked around, discovering that indeed all of Yao Jingqi and Keki's people had disappeared, and they hurriedly began searching. Everyone scattered, leaving to find their hidden mechas, and without caring about others. They boarded their mechas and activated them to leave. However, Yao Jingqi wasn't so lucky. He and Tang Jingsu had just run a short distance when they were intercepted by Lei Dao and Max, who had brought people with them. Max clapped his hands at him and said, "Yao Jingqi, you are really impressive. You intentionally caused chaos and then took advantage of the opportunity to escape. If I hadn't been cautious, you might have really gotten away. What do you want?" Yao Jingqi asked directly, shielding Tang Jingsu behind him. "Don't be nervous. We just want to exchange the technology to break the gravity of Black Porcelain Star and the method to cross the chaotic nebula," Lei Dao said. "What do you plan to exchange for it?" "We'll let you leave in exchange for the data," they replied. Hearing this, Yao Jingqi couldn't help but laugh. "Now we are isolated and outnumbered. If we really hand over the technology, will you really let us go?" "Lei Dao, Max, do you think I'm foolish?" Taking advantage of their numbers, Max tore off the facade, saying, "If you won't give it, then don't blame us for taking it. Then bring it on." The battle was about to erupt. Above, Yao Beluo watched as the second wave of mechas had basically logged in. Yet he still hadn't seen Yao Jingqi and couldn't help but feel anxious. "Captain, has something happened to my brother?" At this moment, Lin Yao couldn't say anything comforting. He could only say, "Yao Beluo, we need to make the best plans, but we must also prepare for the worst. Even if your brother can't come up this time, it doesn't matter. We have already grasped the method to leave Black Porcelain Star. As long as we can successfully leave the chaotic nebula this time, we can come back to get your brother later." "No, Captain, my brother's been stuck here for over 40 years. I don't want him to waste any more time here." Looking at the composed young man whose eyes were red from crying, Lin Yao felt an indescribable discomfort in her heart, wishing she could help him fulfill all his wishes. For the first time, Lin Yao felt so weak that she needed others' sacrifices to protect herself. "My brother has such great talent. He should have had the brightest future. Instead, he was forced into the chaotic nebula, damaging his foundation, and his lifespan will also be affected. The lack of medicine here means he can't repair his foundation, and if he continues to waste time here, I'm afraid when I return, I will see an aging Yao Jingqi." "What did you just say? Yao Jingqi's lifespan is also affected?" Lin Yao had always thought they had only suffered damage to their foundation. It was the first time she had heard that their lifespans were also diminished. Chapter 175. Guarding against you, Yao Beluo nodded. "Captain, you don't know about this? You all didn't mention it. How would I know? As for the matter of lifespan reduction, unless it's like Academician Zheng, whose age is severely inconsistent with the outside. Otherwise, who can tell just by looking? I found out about my brother's lifespan reduction through our Yao family's unique bloodline sensing. He said that the other Special Forces team members have some degree of it, but his is the most severe. However, he is powerful, so it hasn't manifested yet. In that case, he can't stay here any longer. More than 20 years have passed, and I don't know how the situation in the Yunmeng star system is. If the situation is bad, they probably won't have time to come and get them for a while. If we really wait until everything outside is resolved to bring them back, I'm afraid they will have turned into old people by then. It would be such a regret for young people in their prime to be trapped on a closed planet. And when they return, it would be a huge loss. Yao Beluo, keep a close watch on the starship and make sure no one takes advantage of it. Give me 1 day, and I will go down and bring them both up." "Captain, can you do it alone? Do you want us to go down too?" "No need. Just guard the starship and ensure nothing unexpected happens." Taking advantage of the moment, while they were still counting heads, Lin Yao secretly activated the mech and jumped out from the rear cabin, while Yao Beluo and Lin Yao were still discussing. Yao Zhengqi and Tang Jingsu had already started fighting with Lei Dao and the people brought by Max. However, they were now outnumbered with only 2 people, and they were no match for Lei Dao and Max, quickly being knocked down to the ground. Lei Dao stood over the 2 bloodied individuals lying on the ground, looking down at Yao Zhengqi. So, Yao Zhengqi, are you going to hand over the data now? I've been on guard against you for a long time. How could I carry the data with me? I don't have the data, but I have a worthless life. Kill me or cut me. It's all up to you. Yao Zhengqi spat out blood, speaking very stubbornly. Even if Black Porcelain Star has no resources, just the powerful body-tempering ability is enough to make various civilizations fight over it. The technology of the Chaotic Nebula is currently only in the hands of the Special Forces, and for the future of the Yunmeng star system, Yao Zhengqi is determined not to hand over this technology. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing that he was so stubborn, Lei Dao stepped forward and forcefully crushed one of Yao Zhengqi's legs, inch by inch. Yao Zhengqi gritted his teeth and endured, not letting out a sound. Let him go. Come at me if you have the guts. Tang Jingsu couldn't stand seeing Yao Zhengqi being tortured and rushed up to stop it, but was kicked in the chest by Lei Dao and passed out immediately. Still not saying? If you don't, then all your limbs will be lost. Lei Dao maliciously poked at the leg that was already broken, watching the veins bulge on Yao Zhengqi's pained face, feeling satisfied. I've already said, the data has been taken away. If you have the ability, then kill me. Before Yao Zhengqi could finish speaking, Lei Dao's subordinate applied force again, crushing his other leg. This time, the attack was even harsher, directly shattering his leg bones. With such severe injuries, the current medical level of Black Porcelain Star could not treat it all, if left untreated. Even when he returned to interstellar civilization, his leg might not recover to normal levels. As his subordinate applied force, all of Yao Zhengqi's limbs suffered shattering fractures, and at this moment, his hands and feet were as limp as noodles, completely lacking support. Are you going to say something? Lei Dao squeezed his chin and said fiercely. Yao Zhengqi directly spat at him. Lei Dao was enraged and was about to crush his chin when Max stopped him. What are you stopping me for? Lei Dao glared at Max. Max was not afraid at all. Can't you see? Yao Zhengqi's bones are very tough. Torturing him is useless. Then what do you propose? Doesn't he still have a companion? I don't believe this guy has tough bones. And someone like him who prides himself on justice can't stand to see his subordinates being tortured. Upon hearing this, Lei Dao felt that what he said made sense and stepped back. All right, I leave it to you. Max, I hope you can get a good result here. Yao Zhengqi lay on the ground, enduring the pain of shattered bones, but when he heard them discussing torturing Tang Jingsu, he could no longer hold back. Lei Dao, if you have the ability, just kill us. Doing these little tricks is truly despicable. Seeing his strong reaction, Lei Dao became even more convinced of Max's judgment. Max, torture that person well. I don't believe Yao Zhengqi can endure it any longer. Soon, Max had his subordinates bring water to splash on Tang Jingsu to wake him up. Tang Jingsu woke up and immediately tried to crawl over to Yao Zhengqi. Old Yao, are you okay? Before he could crawl a few steps, he was grabbed by Max and lifted up. Lei Dao, as a man, what do you fear the most in terms of punishment? Max asked Lei Dao. As a man, especially a powerful man, having tasted power, of course, the most feared thing is to fall from power and never be able to rise again. Lei Dao answered loudly. All right, since that is the case, how about I completely destroy his foundation and ruin his spiritual sea, making him a complete waste? Max and Lei Dao worked in concert. Even though Yao Zhengqi tried to suppress his emotions, at this moment, he couldn't help but be moved by their words. His gaze shifting towards Tang Jingsu as he lay unable to move. Max's hand stopped on Tang Jingsu's head, his eyes fixed on Yao Zhengqi. Captain Yao, do you want her teammate's strength, or do you want to keep your data? At this moment, Tang Jingsu had completely woken up. However, he also had little strength to resist, only struggling and shouting, Yao Zhengqi, don't worry about me, Before he could finish, Max directly knocked out his jaw. Without the support of his jaw, Tang Jingsu couldn't control his mouth, drool spilling out from the corner. But his eyes still looked stubbornly at Yao Zhengqi, as if to tell him not to compromise at all. However, Yao Jingqi was thinking that his teammate had sacrificed too much for the Yunmeng star system. Foundation, lifespan, freedom. He couldn't let him have nothing for the future. Captain Yao, I'll give you one last chance. I'll count to 3. If you still don't speak, don't blame me for ruining his spiritual sea. 3, 2, 1. As the last number fell, Tang Jingsu closed his eyes in resignation, and Max was about to raise his hand when Yao Jingqi hurriedly shouted, "Wait!" Tang Jingsu suddenly opened his eyes red, looking at Yao Jingqi with a complicated expression. Chapter 176, An Eye for an Eye. Double compensation. Max released Tang Jingsu and grinned at Captain Yao Jingqi. Captain Yao, are you planning to speak now? I can tell you where the information is, but I want to see my teammate leave first. Yao Jingqi replied. How could I let go of the only person who can threaten you, Max? Thunderblade directly refused. That's impossible. I'll give you part of the information on breaking through Black Porcelain Star. After you get it and confirm it's real, you can let Tang Jingsu go. We only have one life left anyway, so if you don't agree, go ahead and take action. Seeing his firm attitude, Max realized there was no need for further threats and exchanged glances with Thunderblade. All right, then tell us where the information is. Once we get it and confirm it's authentic, we'll let your teammate go. The information is right under your nose. Just as he was about to speak, Tang Jingsu suddenly screamed loudly. Max, annoyed by the interruption, knocked him unconscious with a swift chop and tossed him to the ground. All right, Captain Yao, now there's no one to interrupt you. You can speak. Yao Jingqi quickly changed his tone. The information is right under our noses. Max, furious, shouted, You dare play me? Just as he was about to attack the defenseless Yao Jingqi, a whistling sound suddenly descended from above. A mecha crashed down, hitting Max on the head and causing him to bleed profusely. It turned out to be Lin Yao's biological mecha. While others didn't notice, Yao Jingqi, lying on his back, saw the mecha coming and felt more confident, naturally not taking Max seriously anymore. Max was stunned by the blow and was about to fight back when the mecha struck again at the back of his neck, knocking him out cold. After he fell unconscious, Lin Yao controlled the mecha to reveal her face. Seeing Yao Jingqi's limbs in an abnormal state, Lin Yao glared at Thunderblade and the others. Who did this to him? All eyes turned to Thunderblade. I did it, so what? Thunderblade retorted. So what? Of course it's an eye for an eye. Double compensation. Lin Yao activated the mecha and charged forward, using its immense power to sweep the area before knocking Thunderblade to the ground in just 2 moves. Yao Jingqi's limbs are broken, so I'll break yours too, she said, showing no hesitation as she controlled the mecha to crush his limbs. Thunderblade, unlike Yao Jingqi, couldn't endure the pain and rolled on the ground. As Lin Yao stomped on his bones, he could no longer roll around and could only lie flat. Screaming to the sky, she jumped out of the mecha, ignoring his cries, and pulled out a small knife to sever his tendons. After finishing all this, she was about to turn back to deal with Max when she found he had woken up and was quickly escaping. Just as she was about to chase him, Yao Jingqi called out, Lin Yao, don't pursue a desperate foe. Let him go. How cheap. Lin Yao cursed, but ultimately did not chase after him. She looked at the lying Yao Jingqi, unsure of his injuries and hesitating to move. Captain Yao, how are you? I'm fine. Check on Tang Jingsu first. I don't know if Max secretly harmed him just now. Following his instructions, Lin Yao checked Tang Jingsu's mental sea and found signs of collapse. She couldn't help but curse Max inwardly. Hastily, she used her powerful mental abilities to stabilize his mental sea and then administered a mental sea healing potion. Seeing this, Yao Jingqi understood everything. How's his condition? Is there still hope? Lin Yao nodded. Fortunately, I arrived in time to stabilize his injuries. However, for the follow-up treatment, he'll need to return to the starship. All right, you take him up, Yao Jingqi said. Lin Yao chuckled softly. Captain Yao, what are you saying? In this situation, how could I leave you alone down here? Saying this, she took out a healing pod from her system space and gently placed Yao Jingqi inside. I only have 1 pod, and your injuries are severe, making it inconvenient for you to move. So I'll use it on you first. Without waiting for his objections, she closed the pod's lid. Then she secured the unconscious Tang Jingsu to her mecha seat and climbed into the mecha herself. After activating the mecha, she maneuvered it to secure the healing pod to the back. All mechas are designed with a buckle at the back, usually for securing escape pods. to facilitate rescuing those who have escaped from a starship in distress. Once she had secured the two injured individuals, Lin Yao piloted the mecha and shot straight into the sky. The personnel on the starship were mixed and not very stable, especially in Zone 3, which temporarily lacked a strong figure to maintain order. The initial reason Yao Zhengqi wanted Lin Yao to stay on the starship was that there were too few top combatants in Zone 3, with only the two of them. He hoped Lin Yao could stay above to keep things in check and prevent others from causing trouble. At first, Lin Yao followed his plan, thinking that if things got tough, they could temporarily leave Yao Zhengqi on Black Porcelain Star and find a chance to organize a rescue after returning to the Yunmeng star system. Later, upon hearing Yao Beiluo say his lifespan was in jeopardy, she guessed he was likely holding on with his strength and didn't care about the safety of the starship to come down and save them. Fortunately, she came down. Otherwise, she estimated that Yao Zhengqi and Tang Jingsu would not have survived the day. Thinking of this, Lin Yao's expression darkened. However, she was not anxious. Black Porcelain Star was right here. If they could successfully traverse the chaotic nebula, it meant they had mastered this technology. The unique martial arts training here would definitely not be abandoned by the Yunmeng star system, and there would surely be another chance to deal with Max. What she was more worried about was the situation on the starship. She hoped Koki wouldn't discover too quickly that she was gone. Otherwise, she was unsure about the safety of the other Special Forces members. As Lin Yao thought this, she wished she could immediately jump back to the starship. But considering Tang Jingsu's injuries and the healing pod behind her, she could only be patient and maintain a steady flight, taking twice as long to return to the starship as it did to descend. Lin Yao landed the mecha on the starship's lift platform and called the operations room to open the rear cargo hold, only to receive no response from the other side. Her heart sank. Could something have happened to the Special Forces team? Fortunately, after a while, Wan Xiaoqi's voice came through. "Is that you, Captain?" "It's me." "How's the situation on the starship?" "It's all right. It has been stabilized by Yao Beiluo. We're just waiting for you to return to calm things down." Chapter 177 Construction. After entering the starship hull, Lin Yao noticed that the atmosphere was somewhat tense. However, upon her arrival, it seemed that the atmosphere that was about to solidify relaxed a bit. Koki stood up and cheerfully said, "Haha, Lin Yao, you're impressive. You went down for less than an hour and brought Captain Yao and the others back safely." Yao Jingqi had always intended to cultivate Lin Yao, and later on, he often sent her to handle matters that needed to be coordinated with Koki, so the two were quite familiar with each other. Koki had watched Lin Yao progress from a senior physical practitioner to her current 4S level. This rapid advancement was something Koki had never seen before. The key was that in addition to her increasing strength, her interpersonal skills, strategies, and various other aspects were also gradually surpassing the norm under Yao Jingqi's guidance. Fearing Lin Yao's strength, he refrained from acting hastily after learning that she had gone down to rescue people. Although he had certain ambitions to control the starship, his more pressing desire was to leave, and he did not want things to become complicated. Fortunately, his caution allowed Yao Beiluo to stabilize the situation. "Thanks to you, we were quite lucky to find Captain Yao and the others right away. Are all the people here now?" With the situation having calmed down, Lin Yao did not want to stir up more trouble. Seeing him take the initiative to be friendly, she readily accepted. Everyone who could come had arrived, and those who could not be waited for any longer. This starship was a major energy consumer, with our energy not being sufficient. "We should leave as soon as possible." Lin Yao nodded. "Okay, I will have the cockpit prepare to start the starship." Although they had gone through many data calculations before, this was the first time facing the chaotic nebula directly. Both parties placed great importance on the cockpit, observing the starship's entry into the chaotic nebula. The team piloting the starship slowly navigated it into the nebula, and they found that the chaotic colors were instantly pushed aside by the starship, revealing a patch of pure color within the nebula. The starship showed no abnormalities, which excited everyone present. "This is great. It seems we should be able to leave safely," Koki said, his expression somewhat excited. Lin Yao firmly nodded. "Yes, I believe we will definitely be able to leave safely." In the Yunrin galaxy, near the gap in the chaotic nebula, many starships were gathered. On one of the largest starships, The increasingly aged academician Zheng was directing a group of people who were busy from morning until evening, finally getting everything arranged. At this moment, a middle-aged man sitting beside him said, "Academician Zheng, we just confirmed this technology. Why not wait to calculate a few more times before building it on-site?" Before he could finish a sentence, Academician Zheng shot him a sharp look. "Director Xie, if you're really worried, you can urge your logistics team to deliver the materials as soon as possible. After all, whether it can succeed will only be known after the actual construction." If this Xie Jinwen were not the logistics head of the Yundream system, Academician Zheng would not have wanted to bring him here at all. Building the jump point was a weighty matter. Instead of striving for more materials, he kept throwing obstacles in the way, either feeling that they were rushing the construction or holding back materials, saying this one has not arrived and that one has not arrived, which greatly affected their construction progress. If this person were not a descendant of Xie Chongyun, who helped the Yundream galaxy break free from the control of the Eastern civilization, Zheng would have suspected he was an undercover agent sent by a hostile civilization. After being rebuffed by Academician Zheng, Xie Jinwen felt somewhat dissatisfied, but, given his high status here, he did not dare to say anything and could only leave with a sulky face. The assistant Yuan, who had been standing beside him, worriedly said, "Academician, this Director Xie's cooperation is so poor. Should we report this to the higher-ups and have someone else sent here?" Academician Zheng shook his head. "No need. This period of downtime was hard-earned by the higher-ups for us. He is already busy enough. Let's not trouble him with such trivial matters." Since Academician Zheng said so, Yuan Bo, as the assistant, could only comply. Not long after, someone else came to find Academician Zheng, and he had to become busy again. By the time it was evening on the starship's schedule, everyone else had rested, and no one came to find him, so he could finally relax. However, he was unwilling to slack off at all. Taking advantage of the night, he continued to verify data, determined to minimize any issues during the construction of the jump point. After Yuan Bo brought him a vial of stimulant, when Academician Zheng requested another, he couldn't help but advise, "Academician, it's too late. You should take a break. You haven't had a proper rest in over 20 years since we obtained this data." Hearing this, Academician Zheng paused for a moment. After a long time, he finally sighed. "Yuan Bo, every time I think that this data and my life were exchanged by those young people with their lives, I can't afford to rest a moment longer. If we don't complete the construction of the jump point by the deadline, wouldn't I be letting down those kids and all the predecessors who fought for this?" "Academician, I understand your concerns. However, the construction of the jump point is right in front of us. Shouldn't you maintain your energy to deal with any situations that may arise at any time? Besides, those young people saved you. I guess they would prefer to see you live, well, rather than see you exhausted and worn out." Upon hearing this, Academician Zheng seemed to see Lin Yao's young and confident face before him, as if she were saying, "Academician Zheng, I believe in you." Seeing this, he regained his spirits and said firmly to Yuan Bo, "Yuan Bo, give me another stimulant." Yuan Bo felt helpless. Similar dialogues had occurred countless times over the past 20 years, with almost the same outcome each time. However, he couldn't bear to see the academician suffering like this. In the end, Yuan Bo still exchanged the stimulant that Academician Zheng wanted for a sleep potion. Watching the academician quickly fall asleep after drinking the sleep potion, Yuan Bo hurriedly helped him to the rest area of his studio. Even if he exploded with rage the next day and scolded him, saying he would replace him, he insisted on doing this. For the past 20 years, to expedite the jump technology, Academician Zheng had led the team in researching those materials day and night. Finally, half a year ago, they completed several models for the jump point construction and confirmed the feasibility of the jump point plan. He swiftly reported to the high-ranking officials of Yundream, applying for the on-site construction of the jump point. To ensure the construction of the jump point, the higher-ups opened the green light across the Yundream territory, requiring all levels of the officialdom to fully cooperate with Academician Zheng's jump point construction efforts. Chapter 178. The visitors are not friendly, of course. The high-ranking leaders were also busy trying every means to lure away spies and alien forces from various parts of the Yimeng star system, allowing them to focus on constructing the jump point. To achieve this, Yimeng sacrificed an energy mine, finally securing a year's construction time for them. With time tight and the task heavy, and all being newcomers, Academician Zheng, as the chief designer of the Jump Point project, had endless tasks and unresolved issues every day. The project had only started for a month, and Academician Zheng already looked several years older. How could Yuan Bo not be anxious? Moreover, Academician Zheng refused to sleep at night, repeatedly calculating data. If he didn't give him a sleep aid during the deep night to let him rest, he would probably stay up for several days, only going to sleep when he couldn't hold on any longer. The human body instinctively needs rest. Even high-level ability users can go several days without resting, but that doesn't meet physiological needs. Occasional instances are fine, but if this continues long-term, it will definitely impact lifespan. Academician Zheng had worked hard for the Yunmeng star system for half his life, and Yuan Bo hoped he could stay healthy. Despite Academician Zheng waking up the next day, still furious and scolding Yuan Bo, seeing the energetic academician, Yuan Bo was not angry at all, but rather a bit relieved. Yuan Bo, if you do something like this again, I will definitely. Before he could finish, someone quickly came to find him, and he had no time to continue scolding. When he got busy again, he would completely forget this matter and continue to assign tasks to Yuan Bo. Thus, 3 to 4 months passed. Although the jump point always faced various issues, they were quickly resolved. However, while there were no internal problems, external situations couldn't be avoided. One day, while they were in a meeting discussing the next tasks, someone suddenly burst in, excitedly saying, "Academician Zheng, the expeditionary force reports that they see a high-level starship approaching from a distance, and it looks like the visitors are not friendly. You need to hurry and pack up. Prepare to retreat." Upon hearing this, Academician Zheng immediately stood up excitedly. How could this be? Didn't the high-ranking leaders secure us a year of time? Why would another civilization come at this time? Without considering anything else, Academician Zheng rushed to the starship's monitoring room with Yuan Bo. Sure enough, through the monitor, they saw that enormous starship charging over aggressively. The expeditionary force was responsible for guarding and protecting the construction site, and its leader was Yao Summing. Seeing this situation, he immediately dispatched a stealth ship to get closer and investigate the origin of the starship. Soon, news came from the stealth ship confirming it was from the Eastern civilization. Since it was a starship from the Eastern civilization, the situation could not end well. Yao Summing immediately ordered the expeditionary force to prepare for battle, then started gathering all the staff working on the jump point construction, preparing to evacuate them via the starship. Looking at the jump point that had already taken shape, Academician Zheng felt reluctant. "General Yao, is there really no hope at all?" Yao Summing shook his head. "Academician Zheng, if it were a junior starship, we might have a slim chance of survival. With a high-level starship, we have no power to resist." As they spoke, sparks suddenly erupted next to the Eastern civilization's high-level starship on the monitor. That was the stealth ship sent by the expeditionary force, which had been discovered and destroyed by the Eastern civilization. Seeing this, both felt a tightening in their hearts. The significant gap in military power made even a steadfast commander like Yao Summing feel a bit desolate. But they could not retreat, knowing it was a certain death. They still had to face the battle to buy more time for the technological personnel in the rear to escape. As long as they were there, even if the Yunmeng star system's military was depleted, there was still a possibility of turning the tide. If anything happened to Academician Zheng and the team building the jump point, it would extinguish the last hope of the Yunmeng star system, and he would bear the blame for that. "Time is running out. Academician, you should leave quickly." Seeing the pain in Academician Zheng's eyes, Yao Summing earnestly advised. Knowing that it was futile, Academician Zheng could not be willful. He could only nod sorrowfully. "General Yao, you don't have to fight too hard. Retreat when the opportunity arises." "I understand, Academician Zheng." Thanks to the rapid action of the military, soon researchers and various technical personnel quickly assembled on a warship to evacuate. After Yao Summing and the others left, they quickly gathered the starships, forming a formation and preparing for battle. As the Eastern civilization's starship approached, one of the expeditionary force's stealth ships was preparing to retreat when an enemy shell struck, directly destroying the stealth ship. Yao Summing felt heartache while ordering his stealth ships to maintain their distance. However, the exploration range of the stealth ships was limited, and the enemy's high-level starship had a wide strike range. Not long after his order was given, several more stealth ships were destroyed. As the monitoring screen near blackout, With only a few stealth ships remaining, Yao Summing commanded, "Send out 5 more stealth ships." His aide hesitated. "General, should we let the stealth ships retreat? After all, that high-level starship is coming over." Yao Summing shook his head. "No. Even if all the stealth ships are destroyed, we absolutely cannot let their starship completely leave our sight. Otherwise, we won't even know how we died. Keep sending stealth ships out." "Yes, General." The Expeditionary Force's stealth ships were sent out one by one, while the enemy was also destroying them one by one. However, the Expeditionary Force managed to keep the high-level starship in sight. Fortunately, the starship technology of the Yunmeng star system had improved somewhat. The stealth ships could now be operated without direct control. Otherwise, even Yao Summing would not dare to keep issuing such ruthless orders. As time passed, stealth ships were continuously sent out and destroyed. Even the logistics of the Expeditionary Force, known for its abundant military resources, began to feel overwhelmed. "General, if this continues, we won't have enough stealth ships left," the logistics officer said painfully. "If we run out, we will transfer from other starships. Even if we exhaust all the stealth ships from several starships, we absolutely cannot give up monitoring," Yao Summing decisively stated. After receiving the order, the logistics officer felt heartache seeing the stealth ships being destroyed. That was a lot of money. For the past 20 years, all internal construction in the Yunmeng star system had been halted just to focus on the jump point and comprehensively improve the military's technology and equipment. But even so, 20 years was not enough for the Yunmeng military technology to catch up with the external star system alliance. They still could only endure the blows. Chapter 179. Rescue mission. Since they were being attacked, they couldn't just burn money blindly. The logistics officer decided to adjust the surveillance method, allowing the stealth ships to carry the latest mini-surveillance devices and place them outside their strike range. This mini-surveillance device was also the latest technology from Yunmeng, but it was much cheaper. The reason for the lower cost was that the signal was somewhat sluggish and the image was not as clear, but the logistics officer felt this impact was negligible. Yao Summing had many tasks to handle and didn't have time to keep an eye on the monitoring screens, so he didn't immediately notice the change in surveillance method. However, when he finally had some free time, he quickly realized something was wrong. What was going on? The logistics officer dared not conceal the truth, but he didn't think he had done anything wrong and confidently explained his reasons for the military budget cuts. Confused, Yao Summing was furious and immediately had the logistics officer replaced, then continued to send out stealth ships for surveillance. Once the logistics team dispatched the stealth ships, they discovered that the advanced starship had already disappeared from its previous position. Yao Summing hurriedly ordered all stealth ships to be deployed to search for the starship's location. Numerous stealth ships were sent out, but within several light years of their station, they did not see any trace of the advanced starship, and Yao Summing immediately sensed a problem. This was bad. The purpose of that starship was to retreat. Quickly, organize the fleet to pursue. As his orders were issued, the fleet quickly activated and powered up to chase after the retreating starship. At this moment, Yao Summing could only pray that the advanced starship wouldn't find their own starship too quickly. Otherwise, had to know. One had been sailing through the chaotic nebula for a while, and everything was very stable, allowing everyone to finally relax and cultivate. The Mingguang team, having previous experience, led the Special Operations team to probe their spiritual powers into the chaotic nebula for training. After more than half a year of travel, everyone's spiritual sea had made significant progress. Especially for the Mingguang team members, their physical skills had improved during their time on Heisei Star, which had also enhanced their abilities. Now, with the improvement of their spiritual sea, their abilities had risen by 1 or 2 levels. The Special Operations team members, having suffered injuries that affected their foundations, did not show obvious improvements, but their old injuries had healed somewhat. The feeling of progress in their spiritual sea was quite pleasant, making everyone reluctant to come out. But there were others on the starship who were also eager to return home. As Hatton No. 1 burst out of the chaotic nebula and entered the familiar dark void, Wang Jinsheng couldn't help but exclaim, "Yunmeng star system, long time no see. It's been 20 years. I wonder how my family is doing." Wan Xiaoqi also couldn't help but sigh, then looked at the equally silent Zhang Feng. They both came from ordinary backgrounds, and, compared to others, they felt a stronger resonance. Zhang Feng, are you thinking about your family? Zhang Feng scratched his head and said, honestly, it's okay. My family is quite poor. They don't have much time to take care of me, so I've been looking after myself since I was young. Especially after I awakened my abilities. My family couldn't teach me, so they sent me to my teacher for help. Upon hearing this, Wan Xiaoqi was momentarily speechless. She had previously thought her life was tough, far worse than those from privileged backgrounds. Now, seeing Zhang Feng's life, she realized she was much happier than he was. I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's fine. I don't feel it's hard. In fact, I think I'm quite lucky. I have talent and can get out of there. Compared to Wan Xiaoqi's cautiousness, Zhang Feng was much more relaxed. As the two chatted idly, Meng Xingchen passed by and said, what are you two chatting about? Hurry to the observation window and see where we are now. Due to the significant differences between Hadano, one's control system, and the starship control system of the Yunmeng star system, they couldn't import the previous starship's data onto this one. So there was no star chart of the Yunmeng star system on board. After entering the Yunmeng star system, they could only slow down and hope to find a space area covered by a star network to connect and download the star chart. Upon hearing this, the two quickly followed his lead. When they reached the observation window, most of the people were already there, clearly excited to see planets. Ah, this place looks so familiar, Zhang Feng remarked, staring at the view from the observation window, feeling increasingly reminiscent. Finally, he slapped his forehead and said, this seems like my hometown, B23 star. Although B23 was a naturally habitable star, it was considered a remote and impoverished star due to its distance from the center of Yunmeng and the lack of any significant economic products. Will there be a star network here? The coverage of the star network in remote stars isn't very high. We could try heading towards B17 star. It's a nearby transportation hub and should have a star network, Zhang Feng suggested. When Tang Jingsu received the news, he reported it to the starship operations room, and the starship began to slowly turn. At this moment, Meng Xingchen asked, Zhang Feng, since we're so close to home, do you want to go back for a visit? Zhang Feng hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and saying, no need. I'll wait until everyone gathers and disperses to go home before I head back. After all, it's been 20 years. A little longer won't matter. When Hat number 1 turned towards B17 star, it finally connected to the star network. The pilot in the cockpit quickly downloaded the star chart and route map of the Yunmeng star system and promptly reported their situation and location to the Yunmeng authorities, fearing they might be discovered by the Yunmeng patrol military and treated as invaders. However, before they could receive a response from the Yunmeng military, they first received a rescue mission. To all starships from Yunmeng and friendly forces allied with Yunmeng, an advanced starship from Donyang civilization has intruded into the Yunmeng star system and is currently pursuing AY-1-2 starship carrying a large number of scientific researchers from Yunmeng. We request nearby merchant ships, military ships, and warships to comprehensively search for the location of the invading starship and rescue our scientific personnel in a timely manner. Upon receiving this message, Yao Zhengqi, who had originally planned to send the others from Hada number 1 back first, instantly changed his mind and decided to carry out the rescue mission first. After Kochi learned of this, he firmly opposed it, saying, no, this mission is clearly dangerous. We barely made it out alive and just want to go home. You can't change course. Take us back immediately. Yao Zhengqi replied, Kochi, if you're afraid of danger, I can find a place to temporarily drop you off. After we complete the mission, I'll come back to pick you up and take you away. Chapter 180. Let's talk after the fight, no? Yao Zhengqi, we agreed before. We come to the Yunmeng star system first. Then you send us home immediately. This time, not only Koki, but others also opposed it. Just when Yao Zhengqi was feeling helpless, Lin Yao suddenly said, stop arguing. It seems we have spotted the target of the mission. Everyone followed her gaze and saw 2 starships chasing each other in the distance. The smaller one should be the Y-1-2 starship mentioned in the mission, while the larger one should be the advanced starship of the Eastern civilization. The Y-1-2 starship was already battered and had no strength to retaliate, only escaping in a hurry while holding onto its last shred of hope. What infuriated them even more was that the Eastern advanced starship, which could have easily destroyed the Y-1-2 starship with a single high-energy cannon shot, chose to use the least powerful laser cannons instead, as if it were playing with a mouse. As it got closer, it deliberately slowed down to wait. letting the Y-1-2 starship gain distance before firing again, causing it to stall. Seeing the Y-1-2 starship in a precarious situation, Yao Jingqi could no longer hold back and directly ordered, accelerate forward and intercept that advanced starship. Mecha combat team, prepare for battle. Rescue team, get ready. Others wanted to object, but Yao Jingqi coldly said, "Do you reject official assistance missions in your own civilization as well?" Those people instantly fell silent. The starship operator swiftly executed Yao Jingqi's orders, accelerating forward to block the pursuing advanced starship. The Hada No. 1 was originally a satellite-class starship, and even though it had been damaged and repaired, it was still superior to the advanced starship. The opposing side soon realized the exceptional nature of this starship and quickly sent a communication request. Yao Jingqi immediately agreed. "We are from the Eastern Civilization, currently on a mission. May I ask which civilization you belong to? Please let us pass. This is the territory of the Yunmeng star system. What mission are you executing here?" Haha, your words are quite amusing. The Yunmeng star system is not a civilization registered with the Star System Alliance. This place does not belong to them, but is public territory. Although what he said was a fact acknowledged by the Star System Alliance, it was not recognized by the Yunmeng star system. At least, Yao Jingqi believed in his heart that the Yunmeng star system was their own territory. Ridiculous. The Yunmeng star system has existed for so many years. The interior of this chaotic nebula has always been the territory of the Yunmeng star system. You, an invader, want to take our territory and erase historical facts while talking about the Star System Alliance. I don't believe the Star System Alliance would manage where others establish a civilization. This stance was too clear, and the opposing side quickly sensed something was wrong. Are you from the Yunmeng star system? No. How could someone from the Yunmeng star system have such an advanced starship? Speak up. Where did you hijack this advanced starship from? If you know what's good for you, surrender quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for attacking. Your Eastern civilization is truly shameless. You clearly have your eyes on this starship, but are accusing them of hijacking it first. If you have the guts, go ahead and attack. The Eastern civilization, which had always looked down on the Yunmeng star system, was provoked and immediately fired a cannonball at Hada No. 1. This cannonball could almost destroy any starship from the Yunmeng star system, but this time encountered a Waterloo. After the cannonball was fired, it not only failed to destroy the opposing starship, but was instead blocked by a transparent protective shield surrounding the starship. This was the first time the Eastern Civilization starship faced this situation against a Yunmeng starship, and they were all stunned. Even more terrifying, Yao Jingqi had cultivated a ruthless style from the Black Porcelain Star. He almost didn't hesitate and directly issued a counterattack order. Although the weapons on Hada No. 1 were developed later by the Special Operations Team's research group and were somewhat inferior to the original weapons. With Lin Yao leading the team to develop offensive formations as assistants, their combat power had reached the same level as the current weapons of the Star System Alliance. This wave of counterattacks left the Eastern Civilization's advanced starship dazed. They quickly sent a threatening voice message. "Who gave you Yunmeng Star System the audacity to attack our Eastern Civilization starship? You can expect retaliation from our civilization." At this point, daring to threaten them. It seemed the Eastern Civilization had been too arrogant for too long. Don't hold back. Just destroy the opposing starship. Yao Jingqi decisively issued the command without hesitation. However, Yao Beiluo hesitated a bit. "Big brother, isn't this a bit too much?" "Beiluo, I want to teach you the first lesson of being a commander. No matter how disadvantaged we are, as the commander of the army, we must maintain our basic bottom line and never let our soldiers' morale drop." After hearing Yao Jingqi's words, Yao Beiluo's expression was somewhat confused. He had always been educated and influenced to be more patient and considerate when dealing with enemies, to preserve strength when at a disadvantage. Now his brother was telling him to be strong when it was necessary, and even when at a disadvantage, he must not weaken his own momentum. So, which way is right? Seeing this, Lin Yao quickly pulled him to her side and whispered, "Yao Beiluo, this is a different time. Although we are at a disadvantage in Yunmeng, we must never show weakness on the battlefield, especially when two armies confront each other. In this situation, whether we fight or not, the opponent won't let us go. Since that's the case, we should strike first. Moreover, The situation in Yunmeng will definitely improve significantly with our return. From now on, we in Yunmeng can stand up a bit. We in Yunmeng can stand up? Yao Beiluo murmured. Yes, we in Yunmeng are about to rise. Lin Yao affirmed. With Yao Zhengqi's command, Hata number 1 quickly fired a series of starship cannons, completely annihilating the Eastern civilization's starship in the void. Watching their side take the upper hand in battle for the first time and easily eliminate the opponent. Everyone from the Yunmeng star system jumped up in joy. After being oppressed for over 2,000 years, the Yunmeng star system was truly about to rise from today. Of course, the destruction of the Eastern Advanced Starship did not mean that all of their people were annihilated. At the moment of the starship's destruction, many escape pods and mechas escaped from the Eastern Advanced Starship. Yao Jingqi ordered the mecha combat team to engage and eliminate the remaining Easter mechas. When Lin Yao participated in the Turing Potion Summit, in addition to acquiring the technology for jump points, she also got involved in starship technology and mecha technology. Chapter 181, The Absence of Advanced Energy Stones. This information was given to the research team of the Special Operations Forces. Their current mechs are no longer the ordinary ones that can only engage in ground combat. They have truly become space mechs. Due to the material limitations of Black Porcelain Star, the mechs produced are not of top-tier quality, but compared to the mechs from the Eastern civilization, they are not inferior. Moreover, the mech battalion here also has starships as a foundation, while the Eastern mechs are in a desperate situation. In this comparison, the battle quickly ended in victory for Yunmeng. When the Y-1-2 starship saw the Hatu-1 destroy the advanced starship of the Eastern civilization, it immediately contacted the Hatu-1. Upon learning that Hatu-1 was once a glorious special operations team, the Y-1-2 starship, as a direct military unit of the Yao family, was overjoyed. They thought the Yao family's genius, who was presumed dead, had actually returned. After exchanging news, they learned that the Yunmeng star system was constructing a jump point at the breach in the chaotic nebula. And the Eastern civilization somehow got wind of it and came to sabotage the construction of the jump point. The Special Operations Forces on Hatu-1 were all furious and demanded to go to the breach to support the expeditionary army. Yao Zhengqi naturally wanted to go as well, but the presence of Koki and others made him cautious. At this moment, Lin Yao proactively suggested, Captain Yao, why don't we go talk to them? They might be willing to stay and help. Right now is a critical time for the Yunmeng star system. If a group of experts helps, the construction of the jump point will surely be completed quickly and smoothly. What do you think can attract them to stay and help us? Once the jump point is established, our Yunmeng will fulfill the 3,000-year wager agreement and automatically become a newly recognized civilization by the Star System Alliance. Do you think this is enough to attract them to become honored guests of a new civilization? In ancient times, there is a saying about the merit of riding the dragon, and this concept is still very applicable in today's interstellar context. Many of those who came out with them have been stranded on Black Porcelain Star for many years. Now that they have emerged, most of them have been out of interstellar society for a long time, and many are still poor and destitute. Now, with such a high chance of success presented to them, I believe many will be tempted. After all, the return on this investment is astonishingly high. However, while this title sounds appealing for the current Yunmeng star system, it is akin to creating an illusion for these experts. Yao Jingqi couldn't help but secretly marvel at Lin Yao's boldness and ideas. All right, then I'll leave this matter entirely to you. Rest assured, Commander, I will accomplish the mission. Lin Yao took charge and quickly persuaded over 1,000 people, including Koki, who came to help. Then Yao Zhengqi unhesitatingly ordered Hatu-1 to set off for the breach to support the expeditionary army and complete the construction of the jump point. After the commander of the Y-1-2 starship learned of this news, he also strongly requested to participate in the support. Yao Jingqi looked at the shabby appearance of the Y-1-2 starship and was worried it might fall apart midway, so he refused without hesitation. However, the commander on the opposite side said, this shabby appearance is just to deceive the enemy. The Y-1-2 is specially designed to protect those advanced talents. Then, in front of Hatu-1, the Y-1-2 starship performed a shell-shedding demonstration. Removing its tattered exterior revealed a smaller, yet clearly more solid and sharp combat starship inside. Since the Y-1-2 starship was fine, Yao Zhengxi took it and headed straight for the breach to support the Expeditionary Army. To prevent the Yunmeng star system from establishing the jump point, the Eastern civilization was resorting to all means possible. The ship pursuing the Y-1-2 starship was merely a scout, while the Expeditionary Army was still searching for the location of the advanced starship when a fleet composed entirely of advanced starships jumped into the breach. This fleet consisted of 1 flagship, 3 main battleships, and 7 escort ships, totaling 11 advanced starships. The Expeditionary Army's fleet also had a considerable number of ships, all of which were the most advanced starships of Yunmeng, totaling several dozen. However, the current level of starships in Yunmeng barely reached the level of basic starships, which is not even on the same scale as advanced starships. Just 1 advanced starship had caused them great distress. Now that a formation of advanced warships had arrived, the Expeditionary Army had no means to fight back. Looking at the jump point that was beginning to take shape, Yao Sumin hesitated. Should he sacrifice the lives of everyone in the Expeditionary Army to protect the framework of this jump point? Even if he did so, would it truly save this jump point? At this moment, an officer came before Yao Sumin to report. General, the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 9th Expeditionary Armies have sent information saying they are all coming to support, asking you to hold on as long as possible. Hearing this news, Yao Sumin, who had been hesitant, immediately felt invigorated. He immediately gathered the entire army and began a pre-battle mobilization. All soldiers of the 1st Expeditionary Army. As long as we can withstand this wave of attacks from the Eastern civilization and give our researchers enough time to establish the jump point, our Yunmeng star system will complete the 3,000-year wager and become a recognized civilization by the Star System Alliance. At that time, our Yunmeng star system will be an independent civilization, no longer a wild star system that anyone can trample upon. Now the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 9th Expeditionary Armies are on their way here. For the future of the Yunmeng star system, for the millions of Yunmeng people behind us, we, the 1st Expeditionary Army, must vow to protect the jump point at all costs and buy enough time for support from the rear. Fight to the death, fight to the death. Seeing the enthusiastic response from the soldiers, Yao Sumin's heart was filled with courage. For the future of the Yunmeng star system, even if the 1st Expeditionary Army were to be shattered, so be it. Soon, the 1st Expeditionary Army assembled and set out to actively confront the fleet from the Eastern civilization. At this time, Hada 1 also completed information exchange with other warships, learning that the 1st Expeditionary Army was engaging the advanced fleet from the East. Yao Zhengxi felt very worried. He immediately requested Hada 1 to initiate a space jump and accelerate to the breach to support the 1st Expeditionary Army. The starship pilot promptly reported, "Captain, Hada 1 does not have enough energy to complete a space jump. Ask the Y-1-2 starship if they have any energy to borrow. Space jumping is a function exclusive to advanced starships and requires advanced energy. Due to the weakness of the Yunmeng star system, even if they mined energy resources within the system, they did not dare to do so openly, fearing that outside civilizations would come seize them. Initially, medium and low-grade energy stones were manageable, but once there was news of advanced energy stones, outside civilizations would swarm in. So the Yunmeng authorities had very limited reserves of advanced energy stones. Chapter 182. Using oneself as bait, the official forces were limited, and there were even fewer on the Y-1-2 starship. Upon learning this news, Yao Zhengxi was extremely irritated. It was one thing to lack the necessary military strength, but now they clearly had more powerful starships and superior weaponry, yet they were still hindered by various restrictions, unable to do what they wanted. This was truly frustrating. At this moment, the Expeditionary Army and the Eastern Civilization Fleet had already engaged in battle. The advanced starships of the Eastern Civilization were far too powerful. The various warships and weapons of the Expeditionary Army did not inflict significant damage on the enemy starships. Instead, the enemy's attacks on the Expeditionary Army starships could destroy one with a single high-energy cannon shot. The disparity in military strength was too great, and Yao Zhengxi could only order all warships to disregard formation and focus on retreating while avoiding attacks. However, even the strategy could not hold for long. and soon his flagship came under attack. With the sound of a cannonball striking, the warship shook violently. Yao Summing continued to sit calmly, asking his adjutant, "How far is it?" It sounded like a nonsensical question, but the adjutant answered fluently, "General, there's still about 20 light years to go. Have all warships continue to retreat and disengage when we reach the position." "Yes, General." After the adjutant responded, he did not leave immediately, instead requesting to stay in place. Yao Summing looked at him curiously. "Is there something else?" "General, do you really have to use yourself as bait? Can't someone else do it?" Yao Summing smiled and said, "I am the commander of the army. Who else can lure the Eastern Civilization starships over besides me?" "General," the adjutant wanted to say more, but Yao Summing waved his hand to interrupt him. "All right, hurry up and make arrangements. After everything is set, you should also escape in your mech." "I understand, General." Once everyone had left, Yao Summing murmured to himself, "I hope my life can deal a heavy blow to the Eastern Civilization and buy more time for my Yunming star system." Yao Summing set traps along the inevitable retreat path using massive energy weapons, waiting for the Eastern Civilization to step into the trap along with his flagship before activating them. After the energy weapons exploded, even if they couldn't damage the advanced starships of the Eastern Civilization, the immense energy from the explosion would sweep through the surrounding chaotic nebula. With the help of the chaotic nebula, the Eastern advanced starships would suffer greatly. The 20 light-year distance was quickly traversed by the starships. In just a few minutes, they arrived at the designated position. Watching the advanced starships of the Eastern Civilization pursue them, Yao Summing did not hesitate to issue the command to activate the weapons. The energy weapons activated, and soon the explosions in this area formed a web. However, this level of damage was still insufficient to inflict significant harm on the Eastern advanced starships, which did not seem to be in a hurry. But as the network of energy weapons activated simultaneously, the massive energy did cause damage to the starships. And even more frightening was the surrounding chaotic nebula that was being swept in. The Eastern starships panicked, preparing to accelerate away from the explosion area. Just then, Yao Summing's flagship suddenly self-destructed. This added to their troubles, completely igniting the chaotic nebula's unstable magnetic field, forcing the Eastern starships to struggle desperately to escape. At that moment, the Hada No. 1 space jumped to the vicinity. However, they had evidently arrived a bit late, only able to watch helplessly as the expedition No. 1 flagship self-destructed at the center of the battlefield. Yao Jingqi was instantly filled with uncontrollable anger. Hada No. 1. Activate maximum firepower and attack the Eastern advanced starships, escaping from the center of the battlefield at all costs. The commander of the expeditionary army, Yao Summing, was the father of Yao Jingqi and Yao Beiluo. Yao Jingqi had been lost on Heisei Star for over 40 years, while Yao Beiluo had been stranded on Heisei Star for over 20 years, and both had not seen Yao Summing for many years. Their reunion was on the battlefield, witnessing their father's starship self-destruct. They were so close to saving him, yet it was just that little bit too far. Who wouldn't go mad in such a situation? The chaos of energy and magnetic fields at the center of the battle was already immense. If they increased their attacks, all the surviving starships of the expeditionary army nearby would be caught up in it. Lin Yao could understand Yao Zhengqi's madness, but could not condone the bad consequences of his reckless behavior. She could only quickly stop his orders and decisively have Tang Jingsu knock him out and take him away. An unstable commander could have a huge impact on the war, so she had to temporarily step in and take command. Similarly, Yao Beluo, with red eyes and in poor condition, was also taken away by Wang Jinsheng. "Captain, I can hold on, I won't leave." Seeing his stubbornness, Lin Yao couldn't bear to be harsh and only instructed the Mingguang team to pay attention to him while focusing on commanding the Hada No. 1 in battle. Taking over the captain's position, Lin Yao ordered the starship operators to contact the remaining expeditionary army starships in the vicinity. "All starships, this is Hada No. 1, and we are also the Expeditionary Special Operations Team from 20 years ago in Yunming. I am Lin Yao, the current commander of Hada No. 1. Please retreat 20 light years from the center of the battlefield. Hada No. 1 is about to launch maximum firepower against the Eastern starships that are escaping." Even if they didn't know who Lin Yao was, Most people had heard of the once-renowned Expeditionary Special Operations Team, and the Expeditionary Army starships quickly complied and retreated from the battle center. Once all the starships had retreated, Lin Yao immediately ordered Hada No. 1. Charge energy and prepare for maximum firepower to annihilate the escaping eastern starships, no matter the cost. Just as the order was issued, Yao Beiluo suddenly said, "Wait." Lin Yao turned to see him pointing at an escape pod drifting out from the edge of the battlefield, saying, "Lin Yao, look, that's the specially made escape pod of the commander. My father might still be alive." Seeing the hope shining in his eyes, Lin Yao could only pause the attack order and have Zhang Feng find Koki. "Koki, I need your help. Take a team to rescue that escape pod." Koki glanced at the dangerous position and wanted to refuse. Lin Yao directly took out a piece of high-purity elemental crystal from the system space and threw it into his arms, saying, "If you successfully rescue him, I'll give you 100 of these." 100 high-purity elemental crystals could directly elevate an ability user from F grade to 5S grade. With such a generous reward, she didn't believe he wouldn't be tempted. Sure enough, Koki quickly agreed. "After you go out, don't worry about anything, head straight for that escape pod. After you rescue it, don't return to the starship, disperse to the surroundings. I'll provide cover and arrange for starships to pick you up." "Wait, I'm going too," Yao Beiluo said. Chapter 183. "Obey my orders at this moment." Wang Jincheng, Zhang Feng, and Wan Xiaoqi also said, "We'll go with you." Meng Xingqin, Bai Junjin, and Yumi were also a bit eager, but they had self-awareness and knew their mecha operation skills were lacking, so they didn't dare speak up. Lin Yao saw that they all had determined looks in their eyes and nodded. "You can go, but you must listen to Captain Chi-Chi's orders along the way. Especially you. Yao Beiluo, you must not act on your own." "I understand, Captain." Looking at her team members growing to the point where they could stand on their own, Lin Yao couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. She then issued an order for Hada No. 1 to contact the surrounding starships and use low-yield weapons to create trouble for the eastern starships that had separated from the battle center. Buying time for the rescue escape pod mecha team, Hada No. 1 was also busy directly suppressing fire on those who were far from the battlefield, keeping them preoccupied. Maintaining the balance of the battlefield carefully, the mecha team successfully reached the side of the escape pod and was about to drag it out. Suddenly, a starship cannon fired directly next to them. Lin Yao's eyes narrowed. She saw that the shot came from an eastern starship that had just escaped from the Chaos Center. They were close enough to have noticed the mecha team's abnormality and fired a shot to test the situation. Koki was startled and nervous, saying in the voice channel, "Lin Yao, that was terrifying. Quickly destroy that starship." "No, that starship is too close to the Chaos Center. If Hada No. 1 attacks it, it will definitely affect you. Don't worry about it for now. Find some cover to hide. I'll inform you of the next course of action based on the situation." Seeing that they were only one step away from the escape pod, Yao Beiluo was unwilling to give up. "Captain, we're very close. I request to take the risk and drag the escape pod." Lin Yao directly refused him. "Yao Beiluo, remember your promise to me. Obey my orders and quickly find cover to hide." The eastern starship seemed to be just testing. After firing that shot and realizing the mecha team had vanished, it fired another shot at its previous position, unwilling to let it go. Watching the escape pod almost being sucked back in by that shot, Yao Beiluo couldn't help but feel anxious. Ignoring Lin Yao's orders, he was about to rush out from behind cover to drag the escape pod. At that moment, Zhang Feng, who had been paying attention to his movements, grabbed his mecha. "Yao Beiluo, don't act on your emotions." Wang Jincheng warned. "The captain understands the battlefield situation the best right now. You must listen to her orders and definitely not act blindly, or you'll ruin her plans." Yao Beiluo calmed down a little. At this point, other starships from Expeditionary Force 1 noticed the eastern starship and began to attack and harass it, instantly drawing its attention away. Watching the eastern starship slowly leave, Lin Yao commanded, "Captain Koki, you can prepare to drag the escape pod now." "I understand." The mecha team quickly emerged from cover and swiftly approached the escape pod. However, just as they were dragging the escape pod, the eastern starship turned back like a ghost and aimed its cannon at them. Feeling the threat, Koki broke out in a cold sweat. "Lin Yao, what do we do now?" Lin Yao naturally noticed the situation, but still spoke calmly. "Now listen to my orders. You don't need to worry about anything. Just focus on dragging the escape pod out." But Koki hesitated a bit. Lin Yao issued a direct command, drag. 10 mechas exerted force simultaneously, instantly pulling the escape pod that had been trapped by the chaotic nebula out. Now, all mechas prepare. When I count down to 3, you will all rush into the chaotic nebula and fire the mecha anti-aircraft cannons. At the same time, turn off the mecha's anti-gravity mode. Lin Yao's tone was calm, yet powerful, instilling a sense of confidence in everyone. At that moment, the mecha team, including Koki, didn't think much and focused on obeying her orders. 3, 2, 1, launch. At this moment, the results of the 20 years of mecha training for the Mingguang team were fully displayed. In a crisis, no one fell behind, and no one made operational mistakes. Everyone completed their tasks accurately. Under Lin Yao's command, the 10 mechas fired their anti-aircraft cannons simultaneously, blasting the chaotic nebula open again and instantly dragging the nearby advanced starship back in. At this time, the 10 mechas that had turned off their gravity system, surprisingly, were not pulled into the chaotic nebula. Instead, they were pushed even further away by the exploded nebula. The mecha team successfully escaped with their lives and saved the escape pod, filled with excitement. Wang Jinqing couldn't help but ask, Captain, how did you know that turning off the gravity system would save us? You forgot that your mechas were specially modified. The outer material can repel the nebula. As for turning off the anti-gravity system, of course, once the anti-gravity system is off, the mechas will naturally drift along with the flow. How simple. Why didn't I think of that? Lin Yao just smiled and didn't respond further. I've arranged for the nearest starship to pick you up. You need to board the ship in time. Since the escape pod had been dragged out, Lin Yao had no more worries and began to launch a bold counterattack. Upon discovering that the Yunmeng star system didn't have many advanced energy stones for Hada No. 1 to use, Lin Yao decided to modify Hada No. 1's energy system. This modification was simple in theory, but difficult in practice. It only required an energy matrix to connect to the energy system, allowing low-level energy stones to power Hada No. 1. The difficulty lay in how to connect the matrix to the energy system. As a result, they delayed a lot of time and even witnessed the main ship of Expeditionary Force 1 self-destructing before their eyes. Fortunately, now that the problems were resolved, Lin Yao could fight without any concerns. By the time the nearest Expeditionary Force 2 and Expeditionary Force 3 arrived, the remaining troops of Expeditionary Force 1 were already cleaning up the battlefield. When everyone gathered at the base of Expeditionary Force 1 and heard about the return of the Special Operations Team and the Mingguang team, who had defeated the advanced fleet of Eastern civilization, the commander of Expeditionary Force 2, Tang Yunting, and the deputy commander of Expeditionary Force 3, Wang Sanquan, were both stunned. Lin Yao, my young friend, it's been 20 years, and you've grown to this extent, Wang Sanquan said with a smile. Lin Yao smiled and nodded. Uncle, long time no see. But it's not just me who has grown. Everyone has grown. Soon, Wang Jinqing also returned from completing his mission on another starship. Seeing Wang Sanquan, the uncle and nephew quickly chatted warmly. Tang Yunting was seeing Lin Yao for the first time and, having heard that she commanded this battle, looked a bit skeptical. You are the commander of this battle? Chapter 184 discussion earlier, General Yao had already established the situation of the battle, and I just took advantage of it. Lin Yao said humbly. Tang Yunting nodded, clearly in agreement with her statement, and continued to ask, so now the Expedition Special Forces are under your command? No. The Expeditionary Army is currently commanded by Captain Yao Jingxi. I am just temporarily replacing him. Tang Yunting continued to nod and said seriously, I guessed as much. Such a professional Special Forces team can't be commanded by just anyone. Lin Yao had sensed Tang Yunting's hostility from the start. She initially thought she was mistaken, but hearing this confirmed that he really was not here with good intentions. She thought that Uncle Wang Sanquan and his nephew would need some time to catch up. But before Lin Yao could probe into where Tang Yunting's hostility was coming from, he had already come over. Third uncle, what's wrong? Academician Zheng and the others have arrived. He's gathering everyone for a meeting, Wang Sanquan said. They knew Academician Zheng was on the Y-1-2 starship. However, they were in a hurry to rescue General Yao at that time, and didn't have the chance to catch up, directly making a space jump and leaving the Y-1-2 starship behind. Now that the Y-1-2 starship had arrived, she should go greet Academician Zheng. Wang Jinqing, Go check if Captain Yao is free and have them come over for the meeting. The escape pod they dragged back indeed belonged to General Yao Summing. However, it was not that he wanted to escape. Rather, his adjutant had knocked him out while he wasn't paying attention and stuffed him into the escape pod, while he took Yao Summing's place to face death. The father and son hadn't seen each other for many years, so naturally, there was much to talk about. Lin Yao kindly took on the responsibility, tidying up what needed to be tidied and wrapping up what needed to be wrapped up. Now, that academician Zheng was calling everyone for a meeting. Yao Zhengqi, as the captain of the special forces, should represent them in the meeting. 20 years may seem long or short, but Lin Yao didn't expect academician Zheng to have aged so much. After all, he was only a little over 100 years old. Lin Yao, my young friend, it's so good to see you alive. Academician Zheng exclaimed with emotion upon seeing Lin Yao. Yes, I'm still alive, and my strength has improved. But Academician Zheng, why have you aged so much? Have you been working too hard on your research? Lin Yao supported Academician Zheng's trembling hand, unable to suppress her worry. I thought you all were dead when I received the materials you sent, so I had to work hard on the research. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a betrayal of your sincere intentions? Academician Zheng said with a look of course. Don't worry, now that I know you're alive. I will take good care of my health. Lin Yao directly took out the longevity potion she received from the system space and handed it to him. Your condition is too poor. This potion will be beneficial for you. Just drink it. Hearing this, Academician Zheng didn't ask any questions and downed it in one go. Aren't you going to ask what kind of potion it is? You wouldn't harm me. Academician Zheng said with a look of trust. Lin Yao was speechless. Fine. This is a longevity potion that can extend life by 3 years. I have the formula here. When I return, I'll make some for those researchers whose lifespan is a concern, 3 for each of them. Okay, I'll wait for your potion. Soon, Yao Summing and his son Yao Zhengqi came together, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the conference hall. The representatives of the other expeditionary forces hurried forward to congratulate the father and son. General Yao, congratulations. Surviving and reuniting father and son. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Yao Summing's face could not hide his joy. Lin Yao saw that everyone had arrived and the meeting was about to start, so she prepared to leave. Academician Zheng called out to her, Lin Yao, sit next to me. Lin Yao was taken aback. She was from the Research Institute. Was that appropriate? Your contributions to the Yunming star system cannot be overlooked. Academician Zheng said firmly. The meeting began, and, as the principal of the jump point construction, Academician Zheng spoke first. The construction of the jump point has already begun, and we cannot hesitate. We must push through and complete the construction of the jump point to fulfill this 3,000-year gambling agreement. However, the Eastern Ocean civilization has already discovered our actions. Even if we fend off this wave, they will definitely continue to harass us. Therefore, I hope that all soldiers will do their utmost to resist the Eastern Ocean civilization and protect the construction of our jump point. As soon as Academician Zheng finished speaking, Tang Yunting anxiously said, the technological level of the Eastern Ocean civilization is much higher than ours in Yunming, and they have the support of even more advanced civilizations. Although we seem to have many expeditionary forces, it is indeed very difficult to withstand their firepower. That said, the construction of the jump point is urgent. Now, there are only a few decades left until the 3,000 years, and we don't have much time to delay, said the representative of the 5th Expeditionary Army. But the disparity in military strength is too great. This is an undeniable fact. Even if we sacrifice the lives of our soldiers, we still cannot withstand the gap in military force, Tang Yunting lamented. At this moment, Yao Summing tapped the table and said, are you just now realizing how great the gap is between us and the Eastern Ocean civilization? As the commander of the First Army, your job is not to shirk responsibility and lament, but to find ways to fulfill the orders given from above. Of course, if you cannot manage, you can step aside and let someone capable take your place. Yao Summing, what do you mean by that? Tang Yunting was immediately agitated by this rebuke. Compared to Tang Yunting, Yao Summing, who remained unflustered, truly embodied the demeanor of a general. What do I mean? Don't you have any self-awareness? Tang Yunting wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Academician Zheng. Tang Yunting, I also think you are not suitable for this position. I will report to the marshal and the higher-ups to consider replacing the leader of the Second Army. Zheng Mingzhou, how can you treat me like this? Academician Zheng glared at him coldly. How have I treated you? It was you who didn't want to save face. Back then, while I was deeply engrossed in research, you seized this position of general under my name from others. Now that you cannot bear the responsibilities of a general, you should return it. Seeing that he was serious, Tang Yunting panicked. No, cousin. I was just saying that. Please don't report to the higher-ups to dismiss me. I promise that whatever you tell me to do next, I will definitely do it without any objections. Academician Zheng neither agreed nor refused, directly skipping over him and continuing with the original topic. The technological gap between us and the Eastern Ocean civilization is indeed quite large. If we blindly resist, it will only lead to heavy casualties. So I called this meeting to gather everyone's wisdom to see if there are any ways to stop the harassment from the Eastern Ocean civilization. Then we can only find a civilization that is higher than the Eastern Ocean civilization to suppress it. Chapter 185. Troublemaker. The East Ocean is a primary civilization, and only a mid-level civilization can suppress it. The mid-level civilizations that have a relatively good relationship with us in Yunmeng are only Como and Rylan. However, what can we offer to persuade them to help us? To build a transition point, we previously offered Como civilization a bunch of new potions. To win over Ryland's civilization, we exchanged information about a rich elemental crystal mine. Now, what else can Yunmeng offer to other civilizations to help us suppress the East Ocean civilization? The group of marshals were all extremely worried. After digesting the shocking news from Tang Yunting, Lin Yao finally cleared her mind to think. Are you all stuck in a misunderstanding? Lin Yao suddenly spoke up, attracting everyone's attention in the conference room. Academician Zheng looked at her with undisguised admiration. Go on. Our betting agreement with Yunmeng was established through the Galactic Alliance. At that time, it was stipulated that we in Yunmeng could not rely on help from other civilizations, and the East Ocean civilization could not interfere with us. Now that the East Ocean civilization is attacking us while we are building the transition point, they are indeed interfering with us. We can definitely escalate this to the Galactic Alliance. Wang Sanquan, after hearing this, excitedly slapped the table. Brilliant! The East Ocean civilization is breaking the rules. There are rules to suppress them. Others also found this idea reasonable and nodded in agreement. However, Yao Jingqi said, but this operation shouldn't be that simple, right? The mid-level civilization behind the East Ocean civilization is the Lava civilization, and the Galactic Alliance is also led by Lava civilization. If we want the Galactic Alliance to intervene against the East Ocean civilization, we still need to work it out properly. Lin Yao replied seriously. Academician Zheng encouraged her with a glance. Do you have any specific ideas now? If you do, feel free to share. If not, let's brainstorm together. I do have some ideas, but I still need everyone's help to strategize. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Lin Yao continued. When I previously visited the Galactic Alliance, I learned that the 5 permanent member civilizations of the Alliance are Lavis, Empire, Como, Rylan, and Lanchi. Although Lavis holds a dominant position in the Alliance, the other civilizations, except for Lanchi, have significant grievances against Lavis, especially the Empire civilization. Their vast territory was previously split due to Lavis's interference, and now they're the weakest among the 5 mid-level civilizations. Since we have established good relations with Como and Rylan, as long as we persuade the Empire civilization, we will have a 3-2 majority, and the Alliance will have to intervene against the East Ocean civilization. Academician Zheng nodded in approval. Good. The thought process is very smooth. I wonder if any of you have better ideas? The others shook their heads. Zheng then decisively said, then this task will be entrusted to Lin Yao. If you need help, please cooperate with her. Tang Yunting, who had been quiet for a long time, finally couldn't hold back and said, Academician Zheng, how can a young woman like her take on such a heavy responsibility? Isn't that a bit frivolous? Do you have any other solutions? Academician Zheng asked. No, but since she proposed the plan, it doesn't necessarily have to be her who executes it. Then who do you think would be more suitable to execute it? Zheng continued to question. Tang Yunting, unable to suppress his excitement, tentatively asked, what do you think of me? Can you tell me how you plan to do it? Of course, I will be responsible for issuing orders, and the people below will execute them. If I have to think of everything, then what do I need others for? Hearing Tang Yunting's grandiose words, academician Zheng immediately became furious. Tang Yunting, I see you really are not suitable for this position. Go back to being a young master. Even though he was related to Tang Yunting, academician Zheng showed no mercy. After the meeting, he directly submitted a report requesting the removal of Tang Yunting from his general position. In critical times, special measures must be taken. The military cannot tolerate such nails. And the higher-ups quickly approved it. Tang Yunting's position was revoked, and he was ordered to leave immediately, with Yao Zhengqi appointed as the general of the Second Army. During wartime exceptions, everyone was on high alert and prepared for battle, so no one expressed dissatisfaction with the Yao family, each commanding an army. Although the Mingguang team had been incorporated into Yao Zhengqi's special operations team, while on Black Porcelain Star, they had not yet entered military registration at that time. Now that Yao Zhengqi brought the special operations team into the Second Army, he officially incorporated the Mingguang team into the special operations team and appointed Lin Yao as the team leader. However, busy with alliances, Lin Yao had no time to integrate the special operations team and could only leave everything to Yao Beiluo. Como civilization was handled by academician Zheng, and Rylan civilization had Su Rue and Ma Ruiz, making communication convenient. The only civilization without a communication channel was the Empire civilization. This civilization was the only one among the five led by a royal family with a clear class system. If they could not contact someone from the royal family and only reached out to ordinary citizens of the Empire civilization, it would be of no use. This posed a dilemma for Lin Yao. At this moment, Meng Xingchen reminded her, "Aren't you forgetting that we brought back so many people from Black Porcelain Star? And those people are from all over the Alliance?" A light bulb went off in Lin Yao's head. Upon inquiry, she realized she had completely overlooked the obvious. It turned out that Chi-Chi was from the royal family of the Empire civilization and was a prince of considerable standing. Chi-Chi didn't need Lin Yao to put in much effort to persuade him. Helping now would naturally bring significant benefits to Chi-Chi when the Yunmeng civilization was established. Unexpectedly, what seemed like the most responsible task was the first to be resolved. Overjoyed, Lin Yao hastened to contact Su Rue Ma Ruiz. 20 years ago, upon hearing the news that Lin Yao had fallen into the chaotic nebula, Su Rue had expressed regret. Now, 20 years later, upon suddenly hearing that Lin Yao had returned alive from the chaotic nebula, Su Rue was extremely delighted. "Lin Yao, you truly are blessed. I'm very curious. How did you escape from the chaotic nebula?" "It was also by luck, but we can talk about that later. Right now, I have an urgent matter that needs your help. Go ahead." Lin Yao then told him her plan. "I hope you can act as an intermediary to help us in Yunmeng officially contact your government for discussions." Su Rue pondered for a moment before decisively nodding. "Of course. That's no problem. But what do I get out of it? When we establish civilization in the Yunmeng system, you can come over, and there will certainly be substantial benefits for you." "All right, it's a deal." Chapter 186. Lost and Found, then lost again for the construction of the jump point. The Yunmeng galaxy began to operate rapidly like a well-oiled machine, taking advantage of the recent successful repulsion of an attack from the Eastern civilization. The construction of the jump point was also in full swing. At this time, they no longer needed to hide their activities. The construction speed was much faster than before. Other expeditionary forces were stationed around to guard and protect the jump point's construction at all times. However, even with such tight protection, part of the jump point was still blown up one night. Fortunately, no one was harmed. The leaders of the five armies were irritated and said, "Is the Eastern civilization really that powerful? Even with such tight protection, they managed to blow up the jump point." If you ask me, isn't the Alliance's response to suppress the Eastern civilization a bit slow? This needs to be resolved quickly. Otherwise, if it keeps getting blown up today and repaired tomorrow, our logistics won't be able to handle it. At this meeting, logistics officer Xie Jinwen was also present. Hearing this, Yao Summing retorted bluntly, "If this matter could be easily resolved, we wouldn't have been so constrained for so long. Of course, Director Xie is capable. If you handle it, it will definitely be better than what we can do." Yao Summing, "I was just complaining. Why are you being so harsh with me?" "Because you can stand there without any pain." To be honest, before meeting Yao Summing, Lin Yao thought that Yao Zhengqi and Yao Beluo These two brothers were quite righteous. She didn't expect that beneath the facade of righteousness, his words could be quite sharp. He directly confronted anything he found displeasing, without holding back. After Yao Suming finished his retort, Yao Zhengqi slowly spoke up. I think the explosion this time was not done by outsiders from the Eastern civilization. It feels more like it was carried out by spies embedded within us. Wang Sanquan nodded in agreement. I think so too. The Eastern civilization just suffered a significant loss from Hada number 1. Before they could suppress Hada number 1, they definitely 1T launch a frontal attack. Therefore, we should expect similar small-scale actions. Then let us quickly catch the spies. With so many people, it's not that easy. Even if it's difficult, we must do it. Thus, the expeditionary forces present began an internal investigation. Anyone with an unclear background was temporarily removed from the team and sent for thorough investigation. Only those who passed the investigation could return to the military. In addition, inspections of the jump point became even more stringent. However, even so, during the construction of the jump point, troubles continued to arise. Even academician Zheng, who was extremely resilient, became somewhat annoyed by such helpless situations. If this continues, many people's mental states will break down. Lin Yao, what do you think we should do? Although she found it strange that academician Zheng would come to her for advice, she didn't refuse and directly said, Academician, there's an old saying in my hometown. There are always 1,000 days of thieves, but never 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. So what do you mean? Since we can't stop them from causing trouble here, let us return the favor. Our jump point construction cannot afford any mistakes. They must have something they need to protect as well, right? The key project currently being undertaken by the Eastern civilization is the advanced starship. They're preparing to make an advanced starship capable of space jumps. We could ask Maris to post a task on the Alliance's dark web, letting taskers go destroy the Eastern civilization's construction project. If we increase the task rewards a bit, many people will likely be willing to take it. If the opponent is shameless, then we should respond with shameless methods. With Maris's help, the Yunming galaxy quickly began its sabotage actions against the Eastern civilization. After experiencing the taste of being sabotaged a few times, the Eastern civilization had no choice but to compromise, finding a middleman to contact Yunming, requesting Yunming to cease its actions, and in return, they would stop the covert destruction of the jump point. Of course, this did not mean that the Eastern civilization would give up completely. They quickly regrouped and borrowed a satellite-class starship from the Lasvi civilization, aggressively heading towards the Yunming galaxy. When Lin Yao received the news from Maris, she knew the opportunity had come and immediately sent personnel from the Yunming Foreign Affairs Department to report to the Star Alliance. She then informed all expeditionary forces to prepare to intercept the satellite-class starship borrowed by the Eastern civilization. This satellite-class starship from the Eastern civilization was more complete and comprehensive than the repaired Hada number 1. Hada number 1 was simply no match for it. However, Yunming had no other options and could only confront it head-on. As the various expeditionary forces conducted pre-battle mobilization, they almost selected warriors for the interception in a way similar to choosing a suicide squad. Only those without descendants, such as the only child, need not participate. If there are brothers in the family serving in the military, one could be selected to stay behind. In the Mingguang squad of 8, apart from Zhang Feng, Wan Xiaoqi, and Bai Zhenjin, everyone else was excluded from participation, especially Wang Jincheng, the last remaining descendant of the Wang family's current generation. The moment Wang Sanquan received the order, he immediately contacted Wang Jincheng, telling him to withdraw from the interception. Third, uncle. My dad and the others can still have more kids, right? If it really comes to it, they can't just have another one. You little brat. Do you think having a child is that easy? The higher the strength, the more difficult it is to conceive. Besides, what if the child isn't a lightning ability user? Do you want our Wang family's lightning ability to be cut off here? Third, uncle. Don't make it sound so serious. Those who go into battle aren't guaranteed to die. But if you don't participate in the battle, you definitely 1T die right now. While Wang Jincheng was still arguing with Wang Sanquan, Yao Beiluo's father and brother came over to persuade him to withdraw from the fight as well. With me and your brother here, that's enough. Our Yao family has already sacrificed enough people. You go back, and no one will say anything. Your grandparents are old. They can't bear the blow of losing the three of us together. Facing Yao Summing's plea, Yao Beiluo remained resolute. Grandpa and Grandma have already accepted the fact of losing me once. If I really die in this battle, just consider it as if I never came back. You child, what are you saying? Losing and regaining, then losing again, what a blow that would be for the family. What about my elder brother? Can the family accept losing him again after having him back? He is the commander of an army and absolutely cannot be moved right now. Otherwise, I would consider letting your elder brother go back. Yao Beiluo fell silent, his expression heavy and tense. To Lin Yao's surprise, Bai Junjin's father, Bai Qixing, actually called her, demanding that Lin Yao remove Bai Junjin from a team. Are you sure you want to save Bai Junjin with this call, and not Bai Yuyu? Bai Qixing sighed. I was biased in my previous actions, but I had no choice but to do so. Chapter 187. Before the final battle, because Junjin's stepmother is a spy from another civilization, I deliberately distanced myself from Junjin to protect her. So now, is it fine for you to get close to Bai Junjin? The Yunmeng star system is about to become Yunmeng civilization. At that point, I will completely kick her stepmother out of the Bai group. By then, naturally, no one will threaten her safety. However, until her stepmother is dealt with, Junjin definitely won't believe me, so I hope you can help kick her out of the team. Mr. Bai, I understand your heartfelt concern, but I respect my teammates even more. I will tell her about this, and as for whether she wants to withdraw, I will leave that to her discretion. Since Captain Lin Yao is leading the charge, the other members of the Mingguang team will not leave at this time. After all the fuss in the end, no one from the team withdrew, which infuriated Wang Sanquan to the point of cursing. The had to know. One starship was brought back by Yao Zhongqi and his special forces team. Although it still doesn't have a clear ownership, it has always been managed by him. When he became a general of the 2nd Expeditionary Army, this starship naturally became the flagship of the 2nd Army. When distributing warships, the Special Forces team, being Yao Jingqi's direct subordinates, was naturally assigned to Hatta No. 1. Other members of the 2nd Expeditionary Army envied them when they saw them boarding Hatta No. 1. After all, the combat power and defense of Hatta No. 1 are evident to all. In the current situation, a good starship significantly increases the chances of survival. If only other starships could have the defense and combat power of Hatta No. 1. Meng Xingchen looked at those fearless soldiers and couldn't help but sigh. Yao Beiluo lamented. The defense of Hatta No. 1 mainly relies on a shield to enhance the defense of other warships. All that is needed is to equip each starship with a shield. Unfortunately, the Eastern civilization has given us too little time, and we simply do not have time to modify other warships. Upon hearing this, Lin Yao suddenly had a flash of inspiration, but she couldn't quite grasp it and hurriedly asked Yao Beiluo, "What did you just say?" Yao Beiluo looked puzzled, but replied seriously, "I just said, we don't have time to modify other warships." Not that sentence. Equip each starship with a shield? No. Seeing her deep in thought, Yao Beiluo could only prompt her as she requested. Then it must be the first sentence. The defense of Hatta No. 1 mainly relies on the shield. That's right, that's the one. Lin Yao's thoughts suddenly became clear. She grabbed Yao Beiluo's hand excitedly and said, "Let us go. I have an idea. You need to come with me to confirm it." At this moment, Yao Beiluo's mind was only on the fact that she held my hand. She held my hand. The rest didn't register. The satellite-class warship borrowed from the Eastern civilization traveled very quickly. From the moment Lin Yao received the message passed to her by Maris, it only took 5 days for that starship to jump into the Yunmeng star system. The commander of the Eastern civilization in this battle expected that the Yunmeng star system would gather an entire fleet of warships to stop them like last time. However, upon entering through the gap into the Yunmeng star system, they found the entrance to be surprisingly calm. Having been tricked before, their commander acted cautiously and did not advance blindly, instead sending several reconnaissance ships to scout the area first. The reconnaissance ships quickly sent back messages saying there was only one starship blocking their way. The Eastern commander didn't believe it. How could there be only one? When their satellite-class warship approached the front, he realized there was indeed only one starship blocking them. That starship was none other than Hatta No. 1. Hatta No. 1 looked patched up and was not particularly aesthetically pleasing. The Eastern commander sent a message to Hatta No. 1. Mocking, Is your Yunmeng star system so scared of us that you only send this shabby starship to stop us? Leading the interception of Hatta number 1 was Yao Zhengqi, who retorted without hesitation. Our Yunmeng star system is fighting based on our own abilities, unlike you, who serve others like dogs just to gain civilization. Hearing this, the Eastern commander was furious. All right, you Yunmeng star system have some guts. Then don't blame us for being merciless. The way he spoke made it sound as if the Eastern civilization had ever shown mercy to them. Yao Zhengqi scoffed at this. Then bring it on. The Eastern commander immediately ordered their warships to attack Hatta number 1. When one starship fired, Hatta number 1 lit up with a circle of transparent ripples, the shield completely blocking the Eastern starship's fire. Yao Zhengqi mocked. Is this your warship that you beg for by being a servant? It seems its combat power isn't impressive at all. The Eastern commander gritted his teeth in anger and instructed the warship to launch its strongest attack. After one shot, the shield of Hatta number 1 lit up again, perfectly blocking this wave of attacks. After 2 ineffective attacks, the Eastern commander became a bit angry. But he didn't lose heart. The shield requires energy. He didn't believe that the Yunmeng star system had so many high-grade energy stones to waste on a starship. He ordered the starships to concentrate their fire on Hatta number 1 until they broke the shield. However, to his disappointment, after several shots from the starship, every time it seemed the shield was about to shatter, it was narrowly held up by Hatta number 1's shield. After several continuous attacks yielded no results and instead consumed their own energy, the Eastern commander quickly calmed down. Remembering that the main objective was to destroy the jump point being established in the Yunmeng star system, he decided to stop entangling with Hatta no. 1 and head directly to the jump point construction site. However, he wanted to leave, but Yao Zhengqi wouldn't allow it. You think you can just attack and leave without asking me? Seeing the other side wanting to leave, Yao Zhengqi immediately ordered Hatta number 1 to launch an attack. The satellite-class starship borrowed from the Eastern civilization also had a shield, easily blocking Hatta number 1's attack. But the opponent's attacks constantly troubled the starship's navigation. Many times, they feared that a shot could go awry and hit an obstacle in space, which would severely damage the starship. With no other choice, the Eastern forces could only stay behind and exchange fire with Hatta number 1. After entangling for half a day, neither side managed to inflict damage on the other, but both sides consumed a large amount of energy stones. The Eastern commander grew frustrated, decided not to engage any longer, and prepared to jump away. The Yunmeng star system could not stop a starship capable of space jumping, and Yao Zhengqi could only watch as the Eastern starship left. Quick, send a message to the construction site. The Eastern starship has jumped over. Chapter 188, I like you, when the Eastern civilization's starship jumped over. It was initially thought that they would be welcomed by a swarm of low-level starship formations at the jump point. However, the situation turned out to be completely different from what they expected. The construction site of the jump point was still bustling with activity, and those people didn't care about their arrival at all. Such disdain immediately provoked the anger of the Eastern commander, who ordered the warships to attack the jump point construction site. However, when the starship cannon fired, a transparent defense shield lit up around the jump point construction site, firmly enclosing it. The Easterners were astonished. However, with the appearance of the defense shield, 9 starships soon appeared around the jump point, which puzzled them even more. What kind of sorcery were the Yunmeng people using? Regardless of the sorcery, they would know after firing a few more shots. But after firing a few more starship cannons, that layer of defense shield still firmly blocked the attack. The Eastern commander spat and said, "We have our spies embedded in Yunmeng. Let's ask them what is going on." The Easterners have been operating in Yunmeng for over 3,000 years, and their spies had existed since before Yunmeng developed. The Yunmeng star system was practically bottomless. Soon, the Easterners received information from their undercover agents. It was a defense matrix formed by starships from the Yunmeng people. As long as those 9 starships were present, the defense shield could not be breached. What was the weak point? The weak point was those 9 starships. As long as one starship encountered a problem, the defense shield would naturally collapse. Upon hearing this news, the Eastern commander confidently said, "In that case, let our spies sabotage one starship." They had long anticipated this move. When selecting starship operators, They only chose the most trusted individuals. Our spies aren't on the starships. If they aren't, then we can buy one. I refuse to believe there's no one in this galaxy who can be bribed. Yes, while the Eastern civilization was thinking about how to sabotage in secret, Lin Yao and her team were on one of the 9 starships, standing ready. The positions of their 9 warships were calculated according to the defense matrix. As long as the positions were correct, the defense shield would be there. However, their positions were not fixed. When the enemy's starships adjusted their attack positions, Yuming's 9 starships also had to adjust their positions accordingly. When she saw that the Eastern warships had shifted their attack from the jump point to the starships, she guessed that the enemy must have discovered the weak point of their defense shield. Beluo, I estimate that their attacks will become more intense from now on. We need to speed up our calculations. Yao, Beluo nodded seriously. Don't worry, I'll calculate the positions for 4 starships, and you calculate for 5. We will catch up. At this moment, Lin Yao couldn't help but be grateful for the brain domain development potion she had signed for. Otherwise, with such a large calculation load, they might not have been able to handle it. As the Eastern civilization adjusted their attack positions again, Lin Yao quickly calculated the results in her mind and immediately reported each starship's position through the channel. Adjusting the starship positions was also critical. It had to be completed within 5 seconds of her reporting the coordinates. Otherwise, when the enemy's attack landed, their defense formation would not be ready. The previous adjustments had been correct and swift, but this time, a starship suddenly got stuck, causing the targeted starship to suffer significant damage instantly. If the Eastern civilization hadn't used maximum firepower this time, the crew of that starship would have been completely wiped out. Lin Yao didn't have time to assign blame. She immediately brought up a substitute starship from the middle to replace the damaged one. However, the starship that had not moved was a bit tricky to handle. It wasn't moving and was occupying a position which would affect the formation of their defense shield. Lin Yao asked through the communication channel, Starship 5's position is incorrect. What's going on? No one answered her. At that moment, Yao Zhengqi, who had jumped back with the Eastern starships, arrived. He said, that starship probably encountered a problem. I'll take the mecha team to check it out. With no other options, they could only let Yao Zhengqi take the risk. However, the Eastern side didn't wait for them. Another attack was imminent. Lin Yao had to let the other starships adjust their positions according to Starship 5. Unexpectedly, just as Starship 5 was about to form the defense shield, it suddenly moved slightly, causing the shield that was supposed to form to fail directly. This time, there was no luck. One starship was directly annihilated by the Eastern starship S-Fire. Watching their own starship vanish into thin air, the communication channel erupted with curses. Damn it, that undercover on Starship 5. If I find him, I'll tear him to pieces. Lin Yao said in the battle channel. First, remove Starship 5 from the channel. Once the technical personnel removed Starship 5 from the channel, she continued, Starship 11 will replace Starship 4, and Starship 12 will replace Starship 5. Listen to my commands in a moment. All starships adjust their positions according to the coordinates. Lin Yao took a deep breath and said to Yao, Beluo, we must recalculate and adjust the defense circle. This calculation was quite large, and time is tight. However, they had no choice. Starship 5 was out of control, and they had to directly exclude it from the defense circle. Lin Yao frantically brainstormed, trying to race against the speed of the Eastern starship's attacks. Fortunately, just in time, they reported the coordinates as the enemy launched their attack. The defense shield formed slightly late, resulting in one starship taking some damage, but fortunately, it was not serious. The Easterners did not let up. They continued to launch attacks. But what was even more annoying was that Starship 5 actually started moving around within the circle, trying to occupy an important position and prevent the defense shield from forming. This made the operators of the other starships a bit anxious. Even Yao Summing couldn't help but urge Yao Zhengqi, how is it going? Have you logged into Starship 5 yet? Almost there. Give me 5 more minutes, and I'll be able to break into Starship 5's door. 5 minutes? That is enough time for the Easterners to bombard us 10 or 8 times. Can't you be faster? I'm trying my best. They were lucky to dodge once or twice, but it was impossible to be so lucky every time. During formations, there would always be a time when they would be hit by Starship 5. As the eastern starships adjusted their attack positions again, Lin Yao and Yao Beluo quickly calculated the positions, but this time, luck was not on their side. Starship 5 blocked one of the positions, and more unfortunately, this time the attack target was the Starship 1, where Lin Yao and Yao Beluo were located. The defense shield failed to form, and Lin Yao and Yao Beluo had no way to recalculate the adjustment positions. They could only watch helplessly as the enemy's attack approached. As they faced the end of their lives, Yao Beluo felt that if he didn't say it now, he might never have the chance again. He hugged Lin Yao tightly and shouted, "Lin Yao, I like you." Chapter 189. Joint attack matrix. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the entire starship shook 3 times. Fortunately, only a portion of the shells hit the starship, and the number 1 starship was not completely destroyed. At a critical moment, Yao Jingqi finally logged into the know. 5 starship and adjusted its position according to Lin Yao's coordinates, allowing the defense shield to form at the moment it descended. Discovering that he was not dead, Yao Beluo quickly panicked and let go of Lin Yao without looking at her, saying, "Shouldn't we continue calculating?" While he was nervously looking around and avoiding Lin Yao's gaze, he failed to notice the fleeting smile on her face. "Yes, but this time we've adjusted our strategy." "What strategy?" "We can't keep being passive and taking hits. I see that you're quite proficient in calculations. I believe you can handle it alone. I just happen to have some ideas about the attack matrix. Let me summarize them, and then we can give the Eastern Ocean starships a run for their money." "All right, you go calculate. I'll handle things here." The advantage of high brain domain development became evident at this moment, especially for someone like Lin Yao. The more pressure she was under, the more brilliant her brainstorming became. For 5 days, the Eastern Ocean starships tried every possible way to attack the jump point, but they had to adjust their strategy to attack other facilities instead. Fortunately, Yimeng had the foresight to relocate other non-combat starships early on, keeping them hidden at a distance. The only places the Eastern Ocean starships could destroy were the military base and the facilities built around the jump point. While they frantically destroyed the surrounding facilities, the 9 starships of Yunmeng remained still, tightly guarding the jump point. During these 5 days, they also discovered that the one causing trouble on the No. 5 starship was actually Tang Yunting. After being removed from his position as a general of the Second Army, due to his family's police background, the higher-ups did not completely dismiss him, but instead transferred him to the 7th Army as a logistics officer. The significant psychological gap from being a general to a logistics officer quickly made Tang Yunting resentful. Since Tang Yunting was a professional starship pilot and his family's reputation was good, he was placed on a starship during the selection for the 7th Army. Who would have thought he would be incited by an Eastern Ocean undercover agent to directly betray them, nearly leading to the destruction of Yunming's jump point? After capturing him, Yao Jingqi, due to the special circumstances, could only temporarily tie him up and leave the matter for later. After Yunming held out against the opponent for 5 days, Lin Yao finally emerged from her research on the attack matrix, announcing that they could begin their counterattack. With the same 9 starships, they adjusted their positions according to the coordinates and collectively launched an attack on the Eastern Ocean starships. At first, the Eastern Ocean starships did not take it seriously, believing that Yunming's ordinary starships could never break through their defense shield. However, they soon realized something was amiss. After just 2 combined attacks, the defense shield of the borrowed satellite-class starship from Eastern Ocean shattered instantly. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the Hatta No. 1 struck hard at the fallen Eastern Ocean starships, forcing them to flee in disarray. At this moment, the representatives sent by the Galactic Alliance finally arrived, and they had to stop the attack. The Galactic Alliance was originally meant to suppress the Eastern Ocean, but unexpectedly ended up saving them. However, the final outcome was not bad. At least the Galactic Alliance stood on a relatively fair side, driving the Eastern Ocean away and preparing to stay to witness the completion of the jump point. With the presence of the Galactic Alliance and no interference from the Eastern Ocean, Yunming was free from worries and rapidly constructed the jump point. Finally, after 5 months, Yunming completed the construction of the jump point. They successfully conducted a trial jump at the jump point, and tomorrow would be the official first jump. As long as this jump succeeded, the Yunming star system would be recognized as a true interstellar civilization. When the jump point officially began its first jump, Many people came to witness it. Not only were there officials from the Yunmeng star system, but representatives from the Galactic Alliance and some civilizations friendly with Yunmeng also attended, along with many other civilizations. After the senior official announced the start of the first jump, a starship from Yunmeng entered the jump point waiting, and the technicians inputted the coordinates while academician Zheng personally stepped forward to press the start button. Unexpectedly, after pressing the start button, the starship did not jump, and the entire jump project showed no reaction. The onlookers from other star systems immediately sensed something was wrong and erupted in chatter. Wasn't it said to be ready? Why isn't it moving? They must have overestimated themselves. I said, in such a backward place like Yunmeng, being able to establish a jump point by themselves is truly unbelievable. Indeed, Yunmeng still can't do it. Some who had a poor relationship with Yunmeng even took the opportunity to kick them while they were down. Fortunately, academician Zheng remained calm. After pressing the button twice and finding no response, he directly led the technicians to conduct a comprehensive inspection, while academician Zheng and his team were checking. The senior official from Yunmeng stepped forward and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. Our jump equipment has encountered a minor issue. Please bear with us for a moment." Those kicking them while they were down were just small fry, while the officials behaved very decorously, politely expressing their understanding. After academician Zheng completed the inspection, he discovered that the problem actually lay with the energy of the jump point. The energy for the jump point was special and different from existing interstellar energy. Now it had actually disappeared. When Lin Yao heard the news, Yao Jingqi had already been ordered to lead the special forces to capture the thief. However, Lin Yao was somewhat puzzled about what energy the jump point was using. Was there really no substitute? Taking advantage of the opportunity during the search, Lin Yao asked academician Zheng, "What energy does the jump point use?" Academician Zheng appeared calm on the surface, but he was somewhat anxious inside. Upon hearing that it was Lin Yao asking, he softened his tone. "That energy is the blue glowing stone you once gave me." "The blue glowing stone? Are you talking about the star source crystal?" "Yes." Academician Zheng nodded firmly. The jump energy used in the interstellar realm is extracted from advanced energy stones. Our Yunmeng does not have this technology and can only find other substitutes. After research, it was found that the blue glowing stone you provided has sufficient energy and is suitable for temporarily supplementing the energy of the jump point. The energy extraction technology can be studied later, but the construction of the jump point is urgent. Hearing this, Lin Yao felt relieved. If it were another type of energy, she would have no way to help, but she had a large piece of the star source crystal. Taking it out from the system space, Lin Yao secretly slipped the star source crystal into academician Zheng's hand. Seeing such a large piece of the star source crystal, academician Zheng's eyes widened. "You are." Lin Yao shushed him and whispered, "This is something I obtained by chance. Please take it to complete the first jump." Chapter 190, Conclusion. With the support of the star source crystal provided by Lin Yao, the transition point attempted the jump again. This time there were no surprises, and the jump was successfully completed. The Galactic Alliance graciously announced on the spot, "The Cloud Dream Galaxy has won the 3,000-year bet against the Eastern Primary Civilization. And from now on, the Cloud Dream Galaxy will become the Cloud Dream Civilization, a civilization protected by the Galactic Alliance." From this moment on, the Cloud Dream Galaxy became an independent civilization. No civilization, organization, or individual could enter the Cloud Dream Galaxy's territory without permission under any pretext. Otherwise, it would be considered an invasion. The Cloud Dream had the right to expel any organization or individual that entered the Cloud Dream Galaxy without permission. At this moment, whether they were the official leaders of the Cloud Dream Galaxy, generals, or ordinary soldiers, as well as the common people of Cloud Dream watching the broadcast news, all were moved to tears. The humiliation of over 500 years of colonization, the 3,000 years of technological development. The Cloud Dream Galaxy finally broke through numerous obstacles and became the Cloud Dream Civilization. From now on, no one or civilization could bully the Cloud Dream Civilization. The Cloud Dream Civilization stood up. While all the Cloud Dream people were celebrating, the special forces under the command of Yao Jingqi finally captured the person who stole the star source crystal. To everyone's surprise, the thief was none other than Xie Jinwen, a descendant of Xie Chongyan. a former hero of Cloud Dream. After Xie Chongyun fought for 3,000 years of independent development time for Cloud Dream, he sent one of his sons back to Cloud Dream to help the then struggling Cloud Dream develop technology. Xie Jinwen was the descendant of that son he sent back. No one could understand how Xie Jinwen could become that traitor. After all, the Cloud Dream Galaxy was the independent opportunity his ancestors fought hard to gain. This time, Xie Chongyun's descendant, Xie Jinyan, who remained in the Galactic Alliance, also returned. Upon learning of Xie Jinwen's betrayal, he was filled with shame and requested to participate in the interrogation of Xie Jinwen. However, upon seeing Xie Jinyan, Xie Jinwen was furious. Xie Jinyan was confused. As descendants of Xie Chongyun, why could you live a glamorous life in the Galactic Alliance while I had to return to this poor and backward place, living in humiliation? So this is how you think? Xie Jinyan looked at the agitated Xie Jinwen, deeply disappointed. Who told you that our CF family lived a glamorous life in the Galactic Alliance? Isn't that the case? Of course not. Let me tell you, we have it much harder outside than you do in Cloud Dream. At least you have the official protection of the Cloud Dream Galaxy. Even if you face some humiliation outside, you still live fairly well. We are different because our CF family has no support behind us. And because we offended the Eastern civilization by helping Cloud Dream, we being isolated were manipulated by the Eastern civilization and faced various exclusions, leaving us with little room to survive. With no resources, no capabilities, we could only rely on the little foundation laid by our ancestors to survive. If it weren't for the necessity of having a foothold in the Galactic Alliance, we would have returned to Cloud Dream long ago. Why endure the suffering outside? Xie Jinwen could hardly believe it. How could this be? They clearly told me how glamorous you live outside. No, I don't believe it. You're lying to me. Haha, you'd rather believe our enemies than your own people. No wonder you would betray Cloud Dream without hesitation. Xie Jinyan looked down on Xie Jinwen, who was greedy for comfort and afraid of death. You are simply unworthy of being our ancestors' descendant. I will represent the Xie family and expel you and your group from the family. Xie Jinyan not only wanted to expel Xie Jinwen from the family, but also demanded the death penalty for him, hoping for a public disclosure of Xie Jinwen's crimes across the galaxy. The former request was immediately agreed to by the higher-ups, but the latter was rejected. He said, even if Xie Chongyun's descendants are at fault, we cannot erase Xie Chongyun's contributions to Cloud Dream. Now that Cloud Dream has become a civilization, both Xie Chongyun and the Xie family have made significant contributions. Xie Chongyun and the Xie family will always be heroes of Cloud Dream. Without the efforts of Xie Chongyun, there would be no Cloud Dream civilization today. Xie Chongyun deserves to be forever remembered by the Cloud Dream civilization. Hearing this, Xie Jinyan was deeply moved and immediately decided to bring the other members of the Xie family and the Xie family's development endeavors back to invest in the Cloud Dream civilization, contributing to Cloud Dream's development. The higher-ups naturally expressed a warm welcome. The Xie family had managed to survive for 3,000 years in the Galactic Alliance, and though development was difficult, it was not as hard as Xie Jinyan had described. Xie Chongyun was a 4S level powerhouse in his lifetime, naturally leaving the Xie family with considerable means of survival. With the return of the Xie family, the development of the Cloud Dream civilization was just around the corner. After Cloud Dream became a civilization, the official need to adjust development strategies and the military finally had some downtime. The Cloud Dream military then began to grant soldiers vacation time in batches. The Mingguang team was among the first to be granted leave, and everyone gradually returned to their families. Lin Yao, having no relatives to visit, could only return to the Cloud Dream Star. Fortunately, Bai Zhenjin, knowing she was going back, directly handed her the key to the small villa, so she wouldn't be homeless. Unexpectedly, Yao Beiluo came to find her after just one day at home. Why don't you stay at home a bit longer? Everyone has things to do. No one can spend too much time with me. So I thought I'd come and keep you company. As Yao Beiluo spoke, he noticed Lin Yao's eyes suddenly deepening, making it hard for him to find words. I remember you seemed to have said to me before. Said what? Yao Beiluo increasingly felt that the atmosphere was off and didn't dare to look at Lin Yao, only staring at the floor. You said you like me. Is it true? Lin Yao's eyes were fixed on Yao Beiluo, whose ears were turning red. She didn't know when this person had grown from a boy into a refined and handsome man. Although he didn't emit the raw, hormone-filled aura of some rough men in the military, he still had a masculine charm. I was. Yao Beiluo felt her intense gaze and didn't even dare to lift his head. Lin Yao chuckled softly and averted her gaze. Yao Beiluo felt relieved but worried that his lack of courage would disappoint her, and could only mumble, "I do like you, but what? Even if you don't like me, you can't drive me away, all right?" His voice was a bit humble. Lin Yao sighed and said, "You really have no confidence in yourself? You're so strong. Even if I try hard to catch up, I'll always fall a bit short of you." Yao Beiluo's voice carried a hint of grievance. "I never said I had to find someone stronger than me. You have a good personality, strong abilities. You can tolerate me at work and take care of me in life. You're so excellent. Where are you lacking?" Upon hearing this, Yao Beiluo excitedly lifted his head, only to meet her eyes. Those eyes were not the usual businesslike demeanor, nor the previous superior-subordinate relationship, but rather a tender gaze that made one's heart race. Overwhelmed by this tenderness, Yao Beiluo completely forgot what he wanted to say, staring blankly. Lin Yao smiled gently, lifted his chin with her hand, and coaxed, "You look good, just my type, you know." "Really, really?" Yao Beiluo instantly fell dry-mouthed. Of course, Yao Beiluo could no longer contain himself, excitedly hugging Lin Yao. "Lin Yao, I'm so happy." He originally thought it was just his unrequited love, but who knew it was so coincidental that the person he liked also liked him. Is there anything more wonderful than this in the world? Yao Beiluo felt as if he could fly with happiness. After the joy, he became a bit worried that he was dreaming. He looked down to confirm and asked her, "Lin Yao, this isn't a dream, right?" Lin Yao comfortingly hugged Yao Beiluo's slender waist and replied, "Of course not." Yao Beiluo tightened his embrace around Lin Yao again, gently rubbing against the side of her face. He didn't say anything more, but Lin Yao could clearly feel his intense heartbeat. This person seemed to always be that boy with a sincere heart.